The dragon is the supreme divine object in the world. But this world does not allow dragons to appear, only because dragons naturally control the power of heaven and earth. Once the divine dragon appears, who can contend with it? It is said that in ancient times, several true dragons appeared, but they were all jointly exterminated by the three major forces of heaven, human, and demon. Unexpectedly, as soon as I crossed over, I became a small strip of spiciness. As a Chinese person, how can I be a crawling snake? I must be the dragon soaring above the clouds. However, as soon as this thought came to mind, 4 big characters appeared in my mind, transforming into a dragon. These 4 characters seemed to possess a certain kind of magic, as within just a month, I comprehended the great dragon's secret technique, transforming from a mere 3-inch little spicy strip into a 100-year long 1,000-year snake demon. Just as I whispered to myself about transforming into a dragon, a loud thunderous sound came from above the mountains and forests. In an instant, dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, and a terrifying divine might approached me relentlessly. The calamity clouds appeared, and the heavenly calamity emerged, as if the heavens were about to be angry. At this moment, all the monsters in the entire Taihang Mountains looked up in horror, wondering what kind of creature was going to face the calamity. Then, a winding and majestic snake body rose up, towering like a giant pillar between heaven and earth, exuding a domineering and majestic aura all over. As my snake body rose up, thunderous sounds swiftly shot out from the vast sky, filling the air with a terrifying and overwhelming atmosphere that covered the sky. Meanwhile, in the Snake Palace Hall on a mountain top in the Taihang Mountains, a chubby Snake King seemed to sense something unusual. Who dares to be so bold? With a shout, the Snake Beauty in his arms softly asked, "What's wrong, Your Majesty?" The Snake King, Zhu Jiao, did not answer. He pushed away the beauty in his arms, swayed slightly, and suddenly appeared at the door of the hall, gazing into the sky. "This is outrageous. I have ruled the Snake Clan for hundreds of years, and it is clearly stated that snakes are not allowed to transform into dragons. How dare a snake openly defy me? Isn't the king himself a snake turning into a dragon? What's there to be angry about?" The pushed-away Snake Beauty approached, smiled charmingly, and thought that the king should be happy, as he had helped the king. Zhu Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, the Snake Beauty began to feel a cold and ruthless sense of impending death. If the next words are not good, I'm afraid this Snake King wouldn't mind being ruthless. After all, there are many beauties in this snake palace. However, the Snake Beauty who dares to stand up at this moment is not just a vase for the Snake King to enjoy. Just see her smile knowingly. Within the King Snake Clan, your rule that snakes are not allowed to become dragons has long been met with dissatisfaction, but out of respect for the king's authority, they dare not act rashly. Now, a snake is crossing the calamity so spectacularly. If the other party is wiped out in the heavenly calamity, then the Snake Clan should know that the rule set by the king is entirely for everyone's good. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Jiao's expression changed from anger to joy. Ha ha ha, the beauty's words are well said. Just as the Snake King was about to kiss the Snake Beauty, he saw the beauty gazing up at the sky, with a face full of admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so beautiful. The heavenly calamity is so dreamlike." At this moment, the sky turned dark red due to the arrival of the heavenly calamity, and clusters of gorgeous calamity clouds bloomed like flowers all over the mountains, dazzlingly beautiful. One cloud turned into 2, 2 into 4, and in the blink of an eye, a total of 72 calamity cloud flowers had emerged. The Snake King Candle 9 was shocked in an instant. Just a snake demon walking the dragon actually triggered the arrival of the Heavenly Lord and the descent of 72 calamities. You should know that a calamity cloud flower represents a heavenly thunder. The snake in front of him wants to walk the dragon and needs to go through 72 heavenly thunders. On the other side, at the border of Kunlun Mountain in Kyoto, the intersection of the Eastern Mountain Taoism and the Western Mountain Dairen Temple, there is the Taoist master in a purple and blue Taoist robe. Seeing this scene, my immeasurable Heavenly Lord, this snake demon is really extraordinary, actually triggering the arrival of the Heavenly Lord and 72 calamities. The Heavenly Lord is preparing to completely deal with this snake to death. Wearing a golden kasaya, the ancient god Buddha said, "It is a must to die in the heavenly calamity. This snake must be a person with evil intentions. It is better for the sect to deal with it early. If the snake demon survives the heavenly calamity and transforms into a dragon, it will be troublesome." Daojin, the head of the sect, smiled and said, "I Kunlun exterminate demons, cutting off evil and sins. Since the snake does not harm the heavens or violate principles, why should I kill it? Moreover, the Heavenly Lord has already sent down 72 heavenly calamities. The other party is already miserable enough, so let's not cause more trouble." The ancient god Buddha clasped his hands together and shook his head. Has the head of the sect forgotten that there is no longer a place for dragons in this world of 9 heavens and 10 earths? The optimistic head of the sect seemed to have thought of something, and his face instantly turned serious. At this moment, a calamity cloud flower bloomed fiercely above the sky, beautiful and dazzling, with lightning interwoven in the flower core. Then, a winding purple thunderbolt struck down towards me fiercely, accompanied by a skyward snake roar, earth-shattering. My entire snake body was instantly enveloped in intense lightning, but I would rather die than yield. And fortunately, I survived the first heavenly thunder after a while of roaring. But that's just the beginning. A flower of robbery's clouds derived from the sky was like a life-promoting talisman, forcing the transiting creatures to fall. The prologue had opened, only to see a flower of robotic clouds blooming delicately, covered in layers of killing machines. The thunder rolls down from the sky. The massive snake hissed and twisted, resisting with its flesh. Over time, its scales exploded and blood and flesh began to fly across the room. The entire spine was about to be splintered, and the writhing muscles and white bone knots could be clearly seen. Only the golden snake eyes on the serpent's skull were still flickering and unyielding. The heavens rumbled and shook. The heavenly thunder was in a deranged frenzy. Its scenes endless. This was a horrible disaster of epic proportions for the ferryman, but for the onlookers, an absolute feast for the eyes, both spectacular and magnificent. My God, when did such a fierce snake come out of the snake clan's forces? Many demonic creatures in the mountains were inwardly shocked and questioned. As time went on, those who were mindful of it counted silently, and the serpent, standing on its back, had resisted half of the heavenly thunder, nearly 36 courses. When ordinary creatures transited through a tribulation, there were often no more than 9 heavenly thunders before the tribulation came to an end. And at that moment, the vault of the sky intensified, and the entire sky looked like it was about to collapse down, wanting to all press down on that transitional serpent's body. Thunder, snake whistles, intertwined playing. The commotion was so great that a mountain range, a side of the land, could not rest in peace. If this serpent succeeds in its journey, it will surely be a generation of demon king. Countless demonic creatures sighed in their hearts. Mustn't be convinced. It was still standing under such a bombardment of heavenly thunder, and still not go up in smoke. It's really not easy. It felt like even if a 10,000-year-old demon came, his soul would have been scattered long ago. It is important to realize that the power of heavenly thunder is cascading. One is stronger than the other. In the cultivation world, there is a saying that one should never take a robbery crossing as a child's play. Many senior demons, who could clearly go to the next level, did so because they didn't dare to cross the threshold, and until old age and death. Now, in full view of everyone, that huge snake that had crossed the threshold, even if it was only a skeleton, but it can stand between heaven and earth. How could it not be alarming? Alas, this snake demon is quite a character, but unfortunately, the heavenly Lord did not allow it, so it can only fall with regret, for there are still 24 hijacked cloudflowers waiting to bloom in the firmament. Waiting to bloom. What does the snake demon take to carry it? In its current state, it's almost on the verge of death. Snake power. Snake King Candle Joe's eyes were full of complexity as he watched the snake that had gone augur being ravaged by the heavenly thunder, hissing mournfully like the roar of an evil spirit. It's heartbreaking to hear. You all see, this is what happens when you walk away from the augur. It's not that the king won't let you, it's that the sky won't allow it. The Snake King's sudden open mouth bellowed, and his voice spread throughout the Snake Clan's forces. Any of you in the amazing and talented snake, it is impossible to cross the heavenly tribulation. Walking the augur is so difficult, not to mention the transformation of the dragon. It is definitely not selfish to set up the rule that snakes are not allowed to go augur and turn into dragons in the clan. Your Majesty, the heavenly tribulation is so terrible. My concubine can't take it anymore, only to see the stunning snake beauty next to the Snake King's face blanch in misery, shrinking in place and manifesting her body. It became a brightly colored green snake with a delicate body. On the contrary, throughout the snake palace, but all the snake demons that had transformed into forms had shown their original forms. Under the wave after wave of heavenly might invading the sky, those with insufficient mana would be affected. It's a pity that my snake clan lost a great general. The Snake King was unaffected by the heavenly might, but shook his head regretfully. Ah, this is the fate of the snake. Junzei, who had been ravaged by the heavenly thunder, kept making agonizing sounds like his liver had been cut off. The heavenly thunder with its destructive power was continuously destroying his body and destroying his foundation. The intensity was so great that it had greatly exceeded Junzei's expectations. You know that he's only walking the scaly robberies now, not a transformed dragon. It's hard to look up at the heavens, and there's a row of hijacked clouds of flowers waiting to bloom. The bright light is even more shocking. Fuck you. I'm just walking a jiao. Why should I resist so many heavenly thunders? Junzei's heart had 10,000 grass mud horses waiting to be vented. This is just too much of a bully. Shit, I'm not convinced. In the thunderous light, A pair of snake eyes were deep and sharp, and a stern light appeared at the bottom of the eyes. If you're born an ant, you should have a swan. Life is as thin as a sheet of paper. You should be indomitable. I have been reborn as a snake, but I have not yet become a dragon. How can you die in a state of depression and regret? As he spoke, Juniper's words were powerful. Those snake eyes that were brighter than a lantern became more and more radiant. The world is not yet settled, but all situations can be reversed, and even if the wings are broken, the heart must still fly. This vastness of mountains and rivers, the 4 seas and the 8 wastes, have not been looked at. Just a few flowers. Now you want to kill me. God, you're nothing. I'm not convinced. The word disobedience came out. The thunderous light that enveloped Junzei's body rumbled and seemed to dissipate in smoke. Sky thunder. Get the hell out of here. Roar. A snake whistle that hissed the heavens and earth erupted towards the firmament. It was clearly a snake whistle, but it seemed like a dragon's roar of orthodox disdain, instantly startling the heavens and the earth. A terrifying wave of sound rushed up through the mountains. The sky's robber cloudflower looked like it had been blown and ravaged by a storm, and it had incredibly withered at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. One faded down immediately after the other. The scene was stone cold and heavenly. The forces watching the robbery were all stunned and petrified. Inside, he was even more shaken beyond repair. Those eyes stared almost dropping. The roar of the transitional snake demon was actually able to cause the sky to instantly wither before the sky could bloom and rain down heavenly thunderbolts on the robber cloudflowers. What a roar! What a breath of fresh air! More than anything, it's never been done before. What kind of power does that snake whistle possess, when it really can be the greatest miracle under the sky? Chapter 008 Golden Scaly Dragon appears in the world. What kind of snake is this? Regardless of whether they were human or demon, of high or low status, all of them at this moment issued this kind of incomparably awe-inspiring question. A roar of hijacked cloud flowers withered in every way. The shock is just too much. It was so exaggerated that if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have been able to believe it. That's 20 or so robber cloud flowers, which contain more than 20 heavenly thunderbolts. The Lord of Heaven orders all beings by the heavenly calamity. The heavenly thunder that makes people's souls fly away actually has a moment of dying before the teacher is ready. And then look at the giant snake that, after creating such a feat, actually began a glorious metamorphosis. The remnants of the body that did not see scales or flesh and blood began to permeate with a magnificent and overbearing aura. Roar! Another serpentine whine rushed up into the sky, only to see the dome of the sky turbulent. The robbery clouds instantly dispersed. The dark red sky gradually returned to clear. The heavenly might that had invaded and descended was even less present. It also signaled the complete fall of the heavenly tribulation. Hiss! The snake demon actually succeeded in walking the scaly dragon to cross the threshold. It's too unbelievable. Countless voices sucking in cool air rose and fell from all corners of the mountains. The heavenly Tao can't mess up my heart. The heavenly thunder can't destroy my will. With my ambition, I will condense the dragon soul. With my remnant bones, I will condense the Jiao body. From now on, the heaven and earth exist because of me. The sun and the moon run because of me. I will be immortal and last for 1,000 years. Give me the condensation. A low and majestic sound resounded from the sky, shaking the ears. In an instant, the clouds broke through the sunrise, the purple energy came from the east, and there was an endless haze of light running through from the southeast and southwest. All of them were enveloped towards the remnant snake that had long been struck by the heavenly thunder. The small beasts and demons braced their horrified gazes. Seeing this sight, they were astonished, and hearing this sound, they were like thunder. That snake is going to metamorphose. It's going to evolve into an ogre. For thousands of years, even though Taihang Mountain was full of demons, not a single scaly dragon had appeared. At this moment, all living things are going to witness together a dragon born under the great calamity. The remnants of that body that had been ravaged by the heavenly calamity didn't seem to be able to create the slightest impediment to that snake. Its entire body was glowing, and immediately afterward, it began to grow blood and flesh like crazy at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few short breaths, flesh and blood filled with explosive power was formed in the sky, and another radiantly shining golden scale was seen covering it immediately. It made the bones in its entire body creak, and the jagged spine sinuous and undulating seemed boundless. Then, the golden scales began to close from top to bottom, like a sharp blade or a crystal gemstone branding, especially the head of the giant snake. The cuticles near the neck were proliferating wildly, parting and giving off a faint glow, as if the first ray of light in the morning breaks, until the growth stops, revealing the impenetrable, permeated with the horror of the lofty horns. The appearance of this large horn signaled that the snake in front of him that had crossed the threshold was no longer a snake, but a jiao. Even more incredible is the fact that it stands on 3 legs derived from the upper, middle and lower part of its abdomen. Look, the 3-clawed dragon has appeared. The beings looked at it from afar. The three-clawed dragon was sinuous and colorful. Its body was gorgeous, and each of the scales that covered it was like feathers opening up. It was radiant with golden light. It's like fine jade. Hershey, a huge dragon-like three-clawed golden scaly dragon just stretched across the world's eyes. This picture was like a dream, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false for a moment. Not long afterward, there was a powerful sense of oppression that invaded down vastly, such as the heavenly might, such as the dragon's might, such as the gods of heaven descending to the earth, and the might could not be seen. It is true, 1,000 times true, that this scene of the serpent walking away from the augur strikes the world in a thrilling way. The hall is clear and distinct, especially for the snake race of the 72 Rhodes demon race forces. It was simply like a heavy bomb. Countless snake demonic creatures tilted their hideous heads and looked at the golden scaly dragon, shocked beyond words. Jiao, a detached snake, is not a divine creature of the dragon, but it can call the wind and rain, and if it enters the sea, it chases the waves. And most importantly, Jiao is an indispensable stage in becoming a dragon. For demonic creatures that had the dream of transforming into dragons, that golden augur dragon at this moment seemed to have opened a certain tightly closed door for them. The sages once said that anyone with 9 orifices can cultivate immortality. But there is another saying that has been passed down in folklore. All things can be transformed into dragons. Not only snakes, or fish, or tortoises, even foxes with 4 limbs can transform into dragons. However, all creatures that step into cultivation rarely have the courage to cultivate towards transforming into dragons. It is said that a soldier who does not want to become a general is not a good soldier. But the same does not want to become the emperor's royal son, will not squat in prison. The road of cultivation is already difficult, and taking the augur to become a dragon is even more confusing and impractical. But nowadays, it doesn't seem to be too difficult. After all, there is a living example in front of us. Anon, a high-pitched stretching like dragon thunder roar came out, only to see the huge head of the golden dragon tilted up. The huge body jumped violently, detached from the ground, prancing clouds, actually hovering in the high altitude. The huge, sinuous body gradually faded within the clouds, hidden from view, with only the giant eyes of the golden candles clearly visible. It towers over all living things. At this moment, countless demonic creatures of the snake clan boiled, and they hissed in a long, high-pitched chorus towards the sky, gazing with adoration at the augur. He pressed his python-like body straight to the ground, his hind end arched high toward it. It seemed to be sending out the highest respect of the snake clan to that freshly baked, dominating golden augur. This move, top of the line. From this moment on, I am afraid that the unwritten rule of the snake clan will completely become history. Even if the contemporary snake king intends to suppress it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to do so. How could this happen? That it actually succeeded? The snake king's entire being was dumbfounded. He had only teasingly said that the snake clan had lost one of its great generals a moment ago, and in the twinkling of an eye, he was slapped in the face. Is it good or bad for it? For the whole snake race? However, the snake king's expression gradually became ugly. Obviously, never good for it. A turn of the eye. At the foot of Taihang Mountain, living tens of thousands of villages, the vision of the heavenly calamity has subsided, only to see countless people rushing out of their homes, bowing down and worshipping the shadow of the hidden augur dragon in the clouds. One couldn't get over the excitement. If you see a dragon, you will have great luck and everything will go well. Although the previous vision of the heavenly calamity had made the people under these mountains fearful, a violent storm had made these people ecstatic. Because the area has not seen rain for almost 6 months, the farmland is almost dry. If the God of heaven does not send rain, I am afraid that the tens of thousands of villagers will be reduced to refugees for another year. Now well, under the lightning and thunder, the rain poured down. It gave them a hard reprieve. Going out at the moment and looking up to the sky, the shadow of the huge dragon in the clouds came into view. How can we not ask these villagers not to be grateful and not to worship? That's a dragon. That's the Dragon King manifesting his spirit. Everyone, pay your respects. Long live the Dragon King. Countless mountainous voices rose and fell, deafening the sky. The behavior of the villagers under the mountain caused many demons in the mountain heart of jealousy. Deflated, what Dragon King is just a Jiao, is the same with me and other demons. Why don't you guys get scared at this point? Can't you treat everyone the same? The little demon is jealous and the big demon is surprised. No one expected that such a sensational heavenly tribulation could actually be crossed over by that snake demon. It's a long time to live to see a successful snake-walking augur. The path of cultivation is treacherous, and humans, who are the eldest of all spirits, are not immune to falling, not to mention the demons of animal origin. Animals have no choice but to become sperms and demons in order not to be table food for humans. But in the end, they either somehow met their demise on the sunny avenue or died on the one-way bridge of a glimmer of opportunity. If you are blessed with deep fortune and can trip through both in your stride, there will still be a day when you will die under the heavenly calamity. Elder Heaven was far more cruel to goblins than human cultivators. If you, the demon, are still sinful, then it's even more of a small calamity for 300 years and a big calamity for 500 years. Split you up until you die. Ordinary mortals treat cultivation as immortal cultivation. And that's just the human race. Because the human race was born with the privilege of being the eldest of all spirits, all beings are reincarnated. And those who can be born as human beings are blessed with countless reincarnations and reincarnations. You became an ordinary animal in this life because you were not blessed enough. If you don't have enough blessings, you can only wait for the next life. But if you are anxious to cultivate and transform people in this life, you are breaking the rules of heaven and earth. It's only natural that Master Tian treats you extraordinarily. Since then, there has also been a saying that life is hard. Chapter 009, 3 feet of green blade in my hand. Even the dragon must bow down on the Kunlun mountains. The two helmsmen of the human race watched the robbery in the midst of idle chit-chat. But whether it was the current sect Master Daojian of the Kunlun ruins or the ancient divine Buddha of the Buddhist sect, neither of them expected that snake to succeed in the robbery in the end. The hidden auger in the clouds of Taihang Mountain is really flickering and a bit harsh. The eyes of Taoist true sect leader whose entire body was draped in immortal and divine Tu Chi flickered slightly, revealing a hint of appreciation. It's a blessing in disguise. Once a snake transforms into a scaly dragon, it is like a wild horse that has taken off its reins and rides away. Although it was not yet a true dragon in the world, it was no longer comparable to ordinary beings. Amitabha Buddha. This snake's creation is really profound. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for the world. The ancient divine Buddha spoke with compassion. Daojian sect leader smiled. Fortunes and misfortunes depend on each other. Who can say? Everything is predetermined. The ancient divine Buddha shook his head, and a golden hoop unexpectedly appeared in his hand, shrouded in Buddha's light. At first glance, it was a remarkable Buddhist artifact. The snake has become a jiao, cannot be left unattended. Poor monks in the hands of this gold hoop if worn on the head of the jiao dragon. See the flesh rooted. As long as the incantations used to recite a chant, the eyes swell headache. The brain is violent since the sect leader has no desire to cut down the demon. Why don't poor monks take it under their wing and tame it properly? Daojian looked at the golden hoop on the ancient divine Buddha's hand and was greatly surprised. Then said, the old monk is going to get real. You want a scaly dragon to go to your Buddhist sect to eat fasting and recite the Buddha's teachings? It would be better to simply kill it and monk. You crossed the line. The Taoist truth beheads demons and the Buddhist sect exorcises ghosts. And each has always had its own role to play. Amitabha Buddha. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I can't just watch that auger dragon grow stronger and stronger, thus plaguing heaven and earth. Daojian sniffed. His expression straightened up, and the immortal god Tu Chi that was draped around the circumference of the depths boiled up. What do you mean? That he, the head teacher, is derelict in his duties? Then, just then, only to see a young man in a Taoist robe explode out like streams of light within the Kunlun ruins. Within a short time, he knelt down in front of the Taoist true sect leader within the pavilion, a hint of excitement flowing from his eyes, his voice reverent. Disciple Song Lang pays his respects to master. After an honorable title, the other party stood up, and was actually 9 feet tall, with a lofty ankara, his back standing upright, and an invisible sword intent boiling around him. The sharpness of the blade was so great that regular people could not get close to it at all. It is said that there are 12 true disciples under the sect leader of Daojian, all of whom are first-class sword cultivators of the world. Let the world's demons be terrified. Old 12, what are you doing? Taoist true sect leader looked at his disciple and asked, Master, I practice sword at the age of 3. I have been practicing the sword way for 20 years. My own sword has never been unsheathed so far. I had sworn in my heart that I would use the blood of the world's most vicious demons to open the blade of my own sword. And now that a scaly dragon has appeared in the world, it's exactly the chance heaven has bestowed on my disciple. The 9-foot-tall Song Lang said with eyes that showed a fine line, looking toward the heights of Taihang Mountain. A majestic golden big auger stood horizontally in the sky, standing still, as if a heavenly god had descended to the world, patrolling the mountains and rivers, from the sky to the ground. Even if Yao Yao was hundreds of miles away, you could feel a huge oppressive force, the aura of it looking out of the sky and earth, not allowing anything to be desecrated, almost made people think that it was a true dragon that was hard to find in the world. Such a scaly dragon is exactly the demon that Disciple has been searching for years. Disciple's sword can finally see the light of day. Today Song Lang's pair of sharp eyes stared dead center on the freshly baked auger dragon, his face filled with joy. 20 years of sword cultivation. His sword had gotten sharper and sharper with the years, but it had never seen blood and opened up. He didn't dare to go down the mountain easily, and even more so, he didn't dare to take out his sword easily, for fear that the blood of an unusual demon would defile his palm. The dragon, although it was not a true dragon in the world, he had become a powerful demonic beast. It was enough to qualify him, the most that young sword cultivator of the Kunlun market, to make a sword strike. Daojin frowned up, explained that the dragon is a snake transformation, through 72 heavenly tribulation and do not die. This life should not be extinct, and the other side of the body is no baneful gas, is not a demon. How to behead for no reason. Song Lang saw that his master was not in favor of him using his sword to chop the Jiao. He was anxious. Master, the Jiao dragon is a demon. If it's a demon, it should be chopped up to avoid the scourge. Confused. There is a difference between good and evil people, and the same goes for demons. How can they kill indiscriminately? Go back, master. Song Lang knelt down again, unwilling to get up. Amitabha, ancient god Buddha, however, praised, worthy of being a disciple of the Kunlun market, all righteousness and blood, really a young hero. Sect leader, why do not you fulfill the seat of the disciple to eliminate demons and devils? Heart snakes are brutal in nature. Even after transforming into a Jiao, it's still hard to escape their nature. If the other party becomes a vicious Jiao on Taihang Mountain in the future and makes waves, I'm afraid Kunlun ruins can't absolve itself of the blame. Song Lang bowed towards the ancient divine Buddha. What the master said is true. Just because the other party isn't now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. The point is that it can become an evil augur that rises up at any time and wreaks havoc on a party. Not afraid of 10,000 things, afraid of the unexpected. Disciple definitely can't let Kunlun ruins keep a tarnished name. After saying that, Song Lang stood up, the invisible sword intent on his body boiling up, and the entire person stood there, vaguely about to transform his into a giant sword. Old 12, stop. This seat will let you go back. Daojin opened his mouth and bellowed. Master, the Kunlun ruins are charged with the important task of cutting down demons and eliminating devils. I'm afraid that I'll have to disobey my master's orders today. After I've cut down that Jiao dragon, I'll ask for forgiveness from my master again, only to see Song Lang's entire body leaping up in the air, like a sharp sword, standing straight up, and between the sharpness, it seemed as if he was going to stab the sky out of a big hole. The sword comes, he bellowed, his voice like rolling thunder. Just see the bottom of a waterfall pool in the mountains. A handle inserted in the mud pool of the 3-foot blade seems to feel buzzing vibration, light bright, flying pool and out of sight. But who knew that in the next moment, this 3-foot green blade that flashed with swordlight was held in Song Lang's hand, and instantly the bloodline was connected and indistinguishable. Baby, the blood of the dragon, do you like it? As soon as the words fell, his other hand also gripped on the hilt of the sword, and all the boiling sword intent around his body was instantly poured into the sword, and all of a sudden, the sound of the sword was long and ear-shattering. With a 3-foot blade in my hand, even the dragon must bow its head. Chop! Song Lang's aura was to the point of perfection. His sword intent was thick, and with his eyes on the Taihang Mountains, he chopped angrily down in the air at the large golden scullion that was crossing the sky. This sword had poured in 20 years of his sword Dao cultivation, and this sword had emptied all of Song Lang's mana. However, he was excited, as long as he succeeded in beheading the augur dragon, not only for the sake of his sword to open the front, but also the world to become famous, only to see a sword aura pierce out, carrying a terrifying and boundless sword power, sweeping across the sky, devouring the heaven and earth, stirring up the sun and moon. As the powerful sword aura penetrated through the void and went, it was so vast that it instantly cut through the sky, shattering the air along the way by inches. It was as bright as a shooting star in a flash. Seeing this scene, Daojin shook his head with a sigh, then looked at the ancient divine Buddha with a displeased face. Old monk, you encouraged my disciple to chop the scaly dragon. This move not only harmed the scaly dragon, but even more harmed my disciple Amitabha Buddha. Lord Sect leader has misunderstood. The poor monk is just unwilling to see the scene of Changlong County's absolute ghost baby reappear on Earth. The birth of a ghost baby in the district caused the death of 100,000 people. The harm of a scaly dragon is even better than a ghost baby 10 times. Daojin coldly grunted. Ghosts are the evil spirits of the netherworld, and the dragon is a living creature in the sun. How can we generalize? The other clearly did not make waves on the beheading for no reason. It's not wrong. Buddhism is not preaching to save a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Well, furthermore, the other party even managed to transform into a scaly dragon under the 72 heavenly robberies, which means that the strength is powerful and profound. Although my disciple is gifted and passionate, but after all, his qualifications are still shallow. If he can't chop down the scaly dragon, he'll be wasted the first time a mortal sword cultivator puts out his sword to cut down a demon. If he folds his halberd and comes down, his invincible Dao heart will be broken. If a sword cultivator's Dao heart is broken, his sword won't be sharp for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Daojin's heart seized up. Neither want a disciple's kill without reason. More do not want to his sword weigh this decline. However, it's useless to say anything now. Let's see if it's the augur that doesn't deserve to die, or if this disciple of his has a deeper creation. Chapter 010, What's with your sword chi? Tai Hang Mountain. Snake Palace. An obese snake king Candlegio stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the scaly dragon in the sky, and inspected the countless snake demons within his clan rushing to worship him, a phenomenon that made him, the king, greatly annoyed. Taking a private augur and breaking the king's rules, and you even succeeded. Humph Candlegio gasped and walked in place, a nameless fire in his heart, burning. That golden three-clawed scaly dragon, now hanging imposingly over Tai Hang Mountain and above its snake palace, was such an eyesore. The course he had set for hundreds of years that snakes were not allowed to walk the augur and turn into dragons was thus invisibly crushed. The Snake King could be certain that there were no less than 10,000 snakes in the clan now. I'm afraid, who wanted to go augur and turn into dragons? Dragon is such a sacred word, a being that many creatures dream of becoming in their lifetime. So is he. But the Snake King knew that this was a road of no return. The birth of the dragon says nothing. It would only take away from the serpents he controls. Could it be that you are a calamity for my snake clan? If that's the case, this king will be even more unable to keep you. Candlegio murmured to himself. The bad premonition in the underworld grew stronger, and the hand he carried behind his back was unconsciously clenched into an iron fist. The eyes couldn't help but expose the killing chance. Great king, you want to kill a newly born augur? The heavenly calamity had dispersed, and after the snake beauty recovered her beauty, she noticed the Snake King's abnormality and opened her mouth with a frightened heart. Humph, why not? Your Majesty, think twice. Even if the other side go augur success, but say 1,000 words, is also from the snake into augur. Blood is thicker than water. Why doesn't the great king draw in the Jiao dragon, so that my snake clan can also grow in strength and become one of the top 72 forces in the Tai Hang Mountains? This snake beauty who was favored by the Snake King had the potential to become a wise wife after a few words. Humph, what if the king has to kill? There were constant flashes of essence in the Snake King's eyes. Then I'm afraid the king will have a bad reputation among the clan for cynicism and envy, and will lose his majesty. Unbridled. With a wave of the Snake King's big hand, the snake beauty screamed miserably and flew out, collapsing to the ground. But she still dared to speak and plead. Concubine begs the great king to think twice. Concubine is all for the great king's sake. A woman's opinion. Shut up! Candlegio shouted angrily and stepped out of the palace, his eyes sharply looking towards the scaly dragon in the sky, his face showing a ferocious look. However, right at this moment, in the direction of the human race's Kyoto, a bright and sharp sword cut through the sky like a meteor, and chopped towards the horizontal augur dragon. Candle Nine Eyes were surprised, turned his face more gloomy. How dare someone be more anxious than he is about the birth of the dragon? Sword chi is sharp and voluminous. Those stinking cultivators of Kunlun ruins, they are really meddlesome. My snake clan has produced a Jiaolong. What has it got to do with your human clan? And they have never descended from the mountain to wreak havoc. Fuck. This king must find a time to go down the mountain and catch a few of your Kunlun ruins disciples to make soup. The Snake King launched his temper for no reason. The human race striking out to kill the Jiao was logically a good thing for him. At least it saved it some trouble, but it was busting a gut. What it has done is really puzzling. High in the Tai Hang Mountains. Ha ha. I've finally succeeded in walking the augur. What can the heavenly tribulation do to me? Junzai, who was standing horizontally in the air, ended his Jiao walk and violently opened his eyes, and two bright golden lights exploded out, radiant to the extreme. Only a pair of golden candle-like pupils emerged, their might burning. This is not an ordinary pair of augur eyes, but a pair of delusion-breaking golden pupils, which can see through the changes in the world, the vicissitudes of the sea, and can see through all the emptiness in the world. In the future, it will even be possible to kill people with the light of the eyes. Legend has it that Sun Wukong was thrown into the alchemy furnace burning by the Supreme Lord. Not only did not burn the monkey to death, but also let him develop a pair of fiery eyes. Junzai, on the other hand, looked up to the sky the entire time he was in the process of crossing the tribulation, looking straight ahead under the shroud of lightning. Right now, the walking augur succeeded in condensing the augur body with the remnants of the bones, thus shedding the bones and creating these pair of delusion-breaking golden pupils. Eyes are the window to the soul, and to have a pair of powerful eyes is not to give up without a fight. A simple look can make you terrified and scared out of your wits. Speaking of Junzai's current body, of this brand new augur body, it was strong enough to be described as incomparably powerful. It is 300 feet across, with golden scale armor covering its entire body, invulnerable to swords and spears, and invulnerable to water and fire, possessing astounding power. Even a casual movement now could cause countless explosions in the air. The augur is not the divine creature of the dragon, but it has become the most powerful demonic beast in the world. The most crucial thing was that this augur walk was successful. This body looked like an auger, but it had already condensed the dragon's soul. Invisibly, in his mind, he comprehended a Big Dipper spell, calling the wind and rain. This was a great divine ability that could control heavenly phenomena and was extremely powerful. Once cast, it can summon gale force winds, it can rain heavily, and it can also make the clouds dissipate, of which blizzards, hailstones, typhoons, etc., are all readily available. This hand calling out the wind and rain was the divine ability of a true dragon. It could be said that Junzei was now enjoying the treatment of a true dragon even though he was still just a scaly dragon. When Junzei truly transforms into a dragon in the future, the power of heaven and earth, wind, fire, thunder and lightning, can be mastered. At that point, it will be truly powerful. Only then do they have the qualifications to be proud of the world. After a few moments of familiarizing himself with the auger's body, Junzei found that his massive body had a tendency to fall. The fact that he was able to fly into the clouds wasn't actually a sign that Junzei possessed the ability to soar into the clouds. Taking off the clouds, that is a means unique to dragons. He was only relying on his own mana to briefly cross the sky now. When water is accumulated into an abyss, the scaly dragon is born. To say 1,000 to 10,000, a scaly dragon is a scaly dragon, or a thing underwater. It can't be done to be able to fly and dive, to be visible and invisible, to be fine and huge, to be short and long. Being able to condense a dragon's soul and control the calling of the wind and rain was also all thanks to the benefits brought about by practicing the great dragon phase skill. It's almost time. Some of the robberies are high profile enough. It's time to finish the job. Junzei still understands the truth that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. He would not have been willing to put himself out in the open without possessing enough strength to stand proudly against the crowd. But the ferrying of the tribulation was so sensational that it was impossible to keep a low profile even if you wanted to. Just as Junzei was about to descend to return to the mountains, an ominous premonition welled up in his heart in the underworld, only to see the space in front of him fluctuate and stir violently. Junzei fixed his eyes with his own golden candle-like pupils. However, he saw a devastating sword aura carrying an invincible killing aura cut through the sky. There is a great tendency to attack the dragon directly and not stop until it is dead. What a sharp sword blade, traveling a long distance, coming across 100 miles, in order to behead this augur of mine? Junzei's face cooled down, his thoughts like light and electricity, since he traveled through this other world, although nearly 2 months, but has been the door does not come out of the two doors do not open, cultivated ease only in the land of shallow mountains. It can be said that before the tribulation, this mountainous demonic creature, this world's living beings, who knows who he is, his existence. However, Junzei never expected that some of his own transitions to go scow down would instantly attract the killing of the human sword cultivators. Why is that? Junzei's golden candle-like pupils narrowed deeply, and through the sword mane that swept over him, his eyes finally fixed on the towering divine mountain in Kyoto. That mountain, void and remote, is shrouded in many mysterious powers. Even his pair of delusion-breaking golden pupils couldn't see through it, but Junzei sensed in the dark that the person who had struck out at him was on that divine mountain. I, a newly born augur, have never descended a mountain or been stained with human blood, so why can't you tolerate me? Human race. This augur of mine also possesses the soul of a human. Is it just that humans and demons are incompatible? Junzei's pair of golden pupils were all of a sudden cold and waveless. Labor has been transformed into a jiao. Since I have the ability, you want to kill? Can kill? I don't think so. Even heavenly thunder can't help me. A mere sword chi is nothing but a disgrace. Junzei smiled coldly in his heart. If he even moved a single body, it would be counted as a loss for him. Chapter 011 Augur Dragon's Chi. After the success of the Walking Augur, Junzei built up an invincible Dao heart, and looking at the terrifying sword mane that swept and chopped at him, he truly did not dodge, did not retreat, and did not defend, exposing his huge augur body completely, as if he was waiting for death with his hands tied. That bright and invincible sword rode on, like a meteor paddling in, and had long since attracted the attention of the entire mountain's demonic creatures, but everyone saw that the dragon did not move at all, and they looked at it with contempt. What augur dragon? This is all scared silly. It looks like a snake that has not seen the world. Even if they resisted the heavenly tribulation and evolved into an augur, they wouldn't have much to show for it. A single sword blade in the area left him at a loss for words. Walking out of the snake palace, Candlejo saw this scene, but also angry feet. What are you waiting for? Quick defense. If you are decapitated in this way, lose the face of my snake clan, to put it mildly. This augur evolved from a snake. Even if Candlejo looked at it unfavorably, he didn't want the other party to die in the hands of a human sword cultivator in such a cowardly manner. However, it seemed that it was too late. Spanning 100 miles and cutting through the air with an invincible aura, the sword decimated the augur's body. The crowd of demons seemed to have already seen the scene of volatile augur blood in the sky. In his heart, he couldn't help but begin to sympathize as the other party roared through the tribulation, surviving 9 deaths to metamorphose into an augur with a mangled body that didn't have any semblance of flesh and blood. I thought I could keep the clouds open and see the moon, but I didn't expect to be able to resist the heavenly tribulation, but not be able to avoid the killing of the human race. Sad and pathetic. Prickle. High in the sky of Taihang Mountain, a very ear-piercing sound immediately followed, as if metal clashing and rubbing. Sparks were flying. What did the demons see? Seeing that the invincible sword aura chopped solidly on the body of the augur dragon, but even the scales of the other party did not even break open. It hasn't even left any scratches yet. Just after some tugging, only to see the Jiao Long Pang Rant's body shook. The sword aura was instantly routed and seemed to dissipate in smoke. Hiss. At this moment, Taihang Mountain resounded with countless voices sucking in cool air. What a terrifying physical body. It's practically indestructible. Is this the augur dragon? How does it feel? Much more powerful than the augur dragon in his impression. Some people rose up in awe of the inexplicable and sucked in their breath. It turns out that it's not that the augur doesn't play defense, it's that he doesn't care to play defense. From the beginning to the end, it simply didn't place the sword blade that came through the air in its eyes. What an augurous spirit. Ha ha ha. It turns out that human sword cultivators are nothing more than that. Flashy and unimportant. The face of Kunlun ruins. This time it's a big loss. A number of flirtatious voices rang out from the mountains. It was rare to see a human sword cultivator have his face slapped, and the demons that roamed the mountains were still not properly mocked. You're going to ride the wind with your sword and cut down the demons in heaven and earth? This slogan is widely spread among the people, but it is one of the most hated phrases of the demon race. It could be said to be trampling on the dignity of the demon race. Right now, Jiaolong had thwarted the human race's Kunlun ruins, making the group of demons in Taihang Mountain feel their faces light up. Unconsciously, everyone had such a good feeling about this newly born augur. Citing, Junzai, who easily blocked the sword blade with his physical body, was filled with contempt. That's it? He thought how much more powerful that sword blade could be, but he dared to think that it was all thunder and no rain. You've been given a chance, and you're no good at it. However, the reckless behavior just now was actually Junzai's intention to test the strength of this augur body of his. Right now, it seemed that his own fleshly body was even more powerful than he had imagined, and under the transformation of the Great Dragon Phase technique, the augur body was equivalent to a dragon body, enough for him to build invincible confidence. At that moment, Junzai took another deep look at the divine mountain across Kyoto, his golden pupils flashing with a hint of indolence. Just this once, the next one will not be. In the next moment, Junzai augured like an abyss and disappeared from the view of the demons, hiding in the mountains and forests, out of sight. On the Kunlun Mountains, Pust, chopping out the invincible sword, Song Lang, who was standing in the air, waited for the augur dragon to split in two, opening up the blade for his palm. But the scene of the sword breaking the Jiao's life caused him to fall into the abyss as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and a mouthful of heavy blood spurted out. Being a sword cultivator's invincible Dao heart was instantly broken, and the whole person fell like a kite that had dropped its strings. The turn of events also caused the Daojian sect leader to fly over at the first opportunity, catching his disciple from the air with a face full of heartache. Old 12, why do you have to do this? Why don't you listen to your master? I'm sorry, it's my incompetence. I've disgraced you. Don't talk. Master, take you back to heal your wounds. Daojian took the injured disciples back to the Kunlun ruins. However, after this incident, the Kunlun ruins would have one less exceptionally talented sword cultivator and one more young Taoist priest sweeping the ground. Amitabha Buddha. This augur may have a destiny with our Buddha. The ancient divine Buddha looked down at the golden hoop in his hand, rather regretting that if there were no Kunlun ruins disciples to intervene. I'm afraid this hoop has been placed on the augur's head. Darkness falls as the day passes with a bang in Taihang Mountain. A silver-gray twilight dew rose from the hills, and a low-tide hiss came as it did. In the middle of a certain mountain forest, a sinuous and ponderous figure was wandering, 300 feet across, and wherever it went, the crows were silent and the ground was dragged out into a long gully. Ordinary creatures fall in as if they were in an abyss, just waiting to die. I must find a watery blessed land as a cultivation ground as soon as possible. This is too flashy. Juniper traveled through the mountains and murmured bitterly. It's a bit pathetic for an augur to not even have a place to stay. He was like a lonely soul now, floating with the wind. Also, his body was too big to really move around on land. Snakes are considered land creatures, but they can also live in the water. But Junzai is now successful in walking the augur, and the augur is an underwater thing, so how can it not be separated from the water? His current thinking is to either find a waterfall deep pool, or a scenic lake, or at the very least a large reservoir. The area should not be too big. is not able to accommodate his 300 feet of auger body, and the environment has to be rich in aura. However, this vast mountain, Junzei, as a traveler, with 2 eyes, really did not know where to go to find a place where he could ideally reside and cultivate. Suddenly, just then, the temperature of this mountain forest plummeted, rustling in the distance, the ground shook violently, and a large amount of demonic aura emerged in all directions. Juniper frowned. He felt as if he was surrounded by the group. The realm he was now in was no longer the land of shallow mountains, but deep mountains where even 1,000-year-old demons could be seen at any time. But Junzei had confidence. He was confident that the average great demon would not dare to come and find trouble with this auger dragon of his. Who are the demons? Come out! Junzei opened his mouth wide and violently bellowed, the aura of a dragon boiling around him, causing the air along the way to become chaotic, only to see the 4 directions of the mountains and forests. Rows and rows of trees snapped down, and a large number of snake demons with powerful cultivation emerged, and they stood with their heads held high one by one, their demonic chi boiling, and their appearance was ferocious and terrifying. This image can scare regular people out of their wits. Junzei was slightly taken aback. What a large force of snakes! Since they were all snakes that had become essence and acted as demons, the demonic aura they had gathered covered the sky and was enough to make him take it seriously. What do you want? Junzei began to be wary, not taking these snake demons in front of him lightly just because he had become a Jiaolong. The little people hereby wish your lordship success in walking the auger. Your lordship's heavenly destiny is just around the corner, transforming into a dragon. We are willing to follow your lordship and look after him with the head of our horse in the forest in all directions. A mountainous sound rang out. Under the black curtain, a huge, ferocious-looking snake demon had prostrated itself towards Junzei, pressing its head firmly to the ground. Make a submissive gesture. Chapter 012, Serpent of Fortune. Heaven's Destiny. Junzei was dumbfounded at his words, and was a bit unable to react for a moment. These snake demons that appeared in front of him were all very high in Taoism. Basically all of them were at the 1,000-year level, and the least of them were above 500 years. Gathered together, it is considered a force to be reckoned with. Even in the deep mountains and dense forests, they were walking sideways, but they appeared for no reason, and their purpose was actually to try to follow them? I'm that attractive? But Junzei wasn't a pure white. He knew that the snake clan in Taihang Mountain had a snake king, and it was at the level of a cave master demon king. A party of lords exists. It was definitely not comparable to one of his freshly born auger dragons. Are you guys trying to change course and betray the snake king in favor of me? Unmoved, Junzei opened his mouth indifferently, his voice carrying a kingly dominance without anger, more with a strong dose of skepticism. At this time, a strange snake with a red crown on its head and feathered body stood tall and stood out from the group of snakes. Its snake tail was like a phoenix's tail, and at a glance, it was not an unusual snake demon. This is the crested cockatoo snake, a noble among snakes, inherently superior to snakes. It is said that this kind of snake has noble blood and extraordinary talent, and once born, it can become a spirit, and then it can spit out human speech. The phoenix-tailed corn snake looked like the leader of the group of snakes, and its voice was like a cry as it spoke out the reason. My lord, it's not that we want to break away from the snake clan and betray the snake king, but we all have a heart to go against the current and die without regret to go away from the auger and turn into a dragon. In the daytime, I witnessed your lordship's majestic posture as he crossed the threshold and walked away from the scaly dragon, and I worshipped him so much that I wanted to follow your lordship. We all want to turn into dragons. Please let us do it. The group of snakes echoed loudly and excitedly. However, Junzei was a bit confused again and asked in a cool tone, if you want to go auger and transform into a dragon, just go cultivate yourself. Why do you want to follow me? Because the Snake King has long established an unwritten rule. Within the snake clan, no snakes are allowed to take the scales and turn into dragons, the crested cockatoo said indignantly, his words more than a little resentful. A king snake like it with a noble snake bloodline was born with a vision on the day it was born, with the sound of a phoenix resounding through the mountains and forests. If you don't fall, no matter what, you can compete for the snake throne. When a party of vassals, if you repair the route of taking the auger and transforming the dragon, you are destined to fly the dragon in the sky. But nowadays, the snake tribe, the snake king under the majesty, not allowed a snake cultivation walk auger into a dragon. Everyone gradually died of the heart of the dragon. How could it not hate? Today, a golden dragon came out of the sky under the heavenly calamity, and the heroic words and aspirations that he said when he molted his skin to become a jiao, even more so, activated the group of snakes that had died to turn into a dragon. Heavenly Tao can't mess up my heart. Heavenly thunder can't destroy my will. With my ambition, I gather the dragon's soul. With my broken body, I condense the auger's body. It was such a sentence that instantly ignited the group of snakes' dead hearts. As long as I can walk the auger and turn into a dragon, So what if I rebel against the snake clan? What? No snakes allowed to go scaly and turn into dragons? Junzei was stunned at his words. The snake clan would still have such bullshit rules. In his understanding, a snake is a worm if it doesn't transform into a dragon. Both born as a snake and stepping into the path of cultivation. How can we not work toward walking the auger and transforming the dragon? You have to have a dream. Otherwise, what's the difference between it and the walking dead? When an animal becomes a spirit, the 3 souls and 7 spirits return to their place, and are actually no different from a human being. All have a heart that swims against the current and lifts up the 9 heavens. Do you know why the Snake King made this rule? Junzei was puzzled. This kind of rule is clearly going to stir up public anger, and in serious cases, it will be a rebellion against the people. Crested Cockatoo Snake said without thinking. The Snake King himself was originally an ancient divine beast, heaven-swallowing python, which can swallow the sky and devour the earth. Not only is his fleshly body powerful, but he also possesses the innate magical power. But the flaw is that he has lost the qualification of transforming into a dragon, and can only take the route of pure snake cultivation, and it is just worried that there are snakes within the clan who have transformed into dragons, which would shake up the status of its Snake King. Yes, that's right. The Snake King is just being cynical by making that unwritten rule. The group of snakes all agree with the cockatrice. This statement is also commonly circulated among the serpents. Humph. What do you know? Don't talk nonsense in front of Lord Jelon. One could only see a giant snake rocking upwards. A heavy shadow enveloping the group of snakes. The snake demonic aura around his body was like a blistering wind, giving off a terrifying oppressive force. The group of snakes quieted down at once, not daring to be reckless. Junzei's pair of golden candle-like pupils flickered with refined light. This snake stood. Actually, even he felt a pressure if nothing else. With a body of 70 feet, the scales of his entire body were thick and sharp, and his breath was permeated with a pale flavor. Gives the appearance of having lived a long, weathered life. What surprised Junzei even more was that this giant demon had a piece of horn on its head, which was very eye-catching. Greetings, Elder. Greetings, Elder. The group of snakes made respectful noises. That's right, this giant snake was the elder of the snake clan, with a status not only above the group of snakes, but also with a high level of Taoism. In addition, it is a scaly snake. What is a Jiao snake? Is to go Jiao failed, and should not be destined to pick up a small life in the fairy. But this phenomenon is very rare. Historically, crossing the catastrophe, either success or fall, there is no third option. It can be said that this old snake is absolutely blessed. After appearing, this Jiao snake did not lean on the old. It stood up and then bent down towards Junzei, its voice hoarse. The old snake pays homage to Lord Jiao Dragon. Lord, do not listen to the nonsense of these juniors. Juniper nodded slightly in greeting. The other party then said, the Snake King is not jealous of his clan's ability to transform into dragons, but when he was not yet on the throne, he witnessed the old Snake King's demise during the scaly dragon's journey. Not only the old Snake King, all the Snake Kings of my snake clan died under the heavenly thunder of the walking Jiao, without exception. As Snake Long Snake spoke, his tone couldn't help but be permeated with sadness. Junzei thought darkly. The calamity of the walking Jiao was indeed horrifying. If he had not practiced the Great Dragon Phase technique, I am afraid that he would have ended up in the same situation. Snake Elder at this time, his eyes swept to the group of snakes, coldly said, you and other juniors do not know. In fact, this is not allowed to snake walking augur dragon rules. Not the current Snake King set, but when the old Snake King in the pre-delayment before the left the account of the it said, if even he fails to walk the augur and is buried in the heavenly calamity, then from now on, the Snake Clan will not be allowed to have any more snakes that walk the augur and transform into dragons. When these words came out, the group of snakes stirred up. How could this be possible? Dare I say that the Snake King took the blame for the old Snake King? The phoenix-tailed cocklesnake opened its mouth in disbelief. If that's the case, then why have we never heard the Snake King himself explain it? I don't believe it. This heavenly scolding has been going on for hundreds of years, ever since the new Snake King came to power. Who would be willing to do that? If it weren't for the fact that this old snake of mine has lived a long time and was following the old Snake King back then, otherwise I wouldn't have believed it either. But this is the truth. Jiao Snake again respectfully looked at Junzei. Jiao Dragon adults, you can be said to be my snake tribe 10,000 years not born genius, the fate of the heavens, the blessing of the creation of prosperity. So to go Jiao success, you are afraid that you do not know that this Go Jiao's robbery, to be more than the unusual demon's robbery several times more powerful than the 72 great robberies that you are crossing today can be called the certain death heavenly robberies, which are more than dozens of times more powerful than the robberies of ordinary demons. What? Dozens of times more powerful? The surrounding creeping group of snakes couldn't help but shiver all over when they heard about it. They knew that the heavenly tribulation that descended during the day was terrifying, but they didn't know it was so perverse. I can't believe they call it a certain death heavenly calamity. Vaguely, the gazes of the snakes looking at Junzei were even more full of worship, as if they were looking up to a god. 5 bodies. Chapter 013 Augmented Dragon Futsuki's cultivation ground. Elder Snake's words had a degree of braggadocio, but they unintentionally unlocked the questions Junzei had hidden in his heart. He wondered during the course of the tribulation why the power of the heavenly tribulation would be so great for the tribulation of a mere Jiao Walker, deriving 72 hijacking cloud flowers, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Dare I say that the heavenly lord had purposely put his shoes on him, prepared to screw him to death. Fortunately, Junzei cultivated the great dragon phase technique and was blessed with a great life. Breaking through. However, Junzei has an ominous premonition in the dark. If the heavenly lord sees him as bad, even if he succeeds in taking the auger this time, what about the next calamity of transforming into a dragon? I'm afraid it's going to be a lot more thrilling than this one. To follow this logic, when he transformed into a dragon, wouldn't it be the day of his own fall? But a moment later, a fiery fighting spirit surged in Junzei's eyes. Shit. I'm scared shitless. It's the same old story. Take it or leave it. Treating the robbery of the dragon transformation as a game of breaking through is fine. Where the game is not difficult mode, he still does not care to break through. Only the harder the game is, the more fulfilling it is to break through. If transforming dragons was simple, then there would be as many dragons as there are in this other world, and not just like a legend anymore. After Junzei pondered for a while, he withdrew his thoughts and looked at the Jiao snake with a body of 70 feet and a reckless aura, and asked, as an elder of the snake clan, you have your own status. Is it not possible that you also want to follow me? Elder Snake's bragging just now did not allow Junzei to drift off. The old snake was lucky to survive the failure of the walking auger. It should have been self-sufficient and happy. But today I heard the words of the Lord that the heavenly Tao can't mess with my heart and the heavenly thunder can't destroy my will, which awakened the old snake. Your Excellency has taught us a good lesson. Although it is difficult to walk away from the auger, it is not irreversible. In that case, as long as this old snake of mine is still alive, there is still a chance getting up from where he fell. This snake elder could be described as an old man with an old heart. Junzei smiled. Elder walking Jiao's fists and hearts make me admire them. But, saying that, Junzei hold like a fire sweeping to the 4 sides of the mountains and forests a large group of snakes, faintly said. However, in the next seniority good shallow, Taoist shallow, I'm afraid I can't agree to all of your requirements, but also please return. When these words came out, the snake elders, the phoenix-tailed cockatrice, along with the group of snakes were all shocked, because in their opinion, the augur in front of them had no reason to refuse. All of the demons here are at the 1,000-year level, and each snake demon has notable combat power. So many snakes gathered together is also considered to be a wave of not-so-small forces in Taihang Mountain. Right now the initiative to come to the side, even if the other party is a scaly dragon, should be ecstatic, especially in a place like Taihang Mountain where demons and devils converged. The racial forces were intricate. If you want to rise up and have your own acreage, you must have your own power. Fighting alone, being a loose demon, never want to get ahead in Taihang Mountain. Could it be that you are a flying true dragon? My lord, we have come to join us with all our hearts. Please, my lord, for the sake of our determination to go scaly, just accept everyone. Crested Cockatoo pleaded in an unrelenting manner. Genuine defection? Junzei smiled at his words, and the pair of golden pupils that saw through all the emptiness in the world stared at the cockatoo snake dead in the face, straightening it up to the point where it couldn't look directly at it. Immediately, Junzei swept his burning gaze out again, and none of the snakes dared to look squarely at the Jiao Long's gaze that contained an intimidating pressure, including the snake elder who had failed to walk the auger. They're all 1,000-year-old snake demons. What's the point of playing chatty with me? Junzei raised his vertical and horizontal 300 feet auger body up, and for a moment, all of these huge-sized snake demons became small. Hurrah! A dragon-like kingly domineering aura stirred out, pressing the group of snakes to tremble, all like a chopstick, straight and prostrate on the ground. Can't move. Elder Snake didn't expect Jiao Long to suddenly flip out, and at the same time, he was even more shocked inside, because the other party has only just gone auger. I'm afraid that the cultivated mana is not even as profound as his old snake, but the aura around him was actually so terrifying. Once emanated, it is like Tarzan pressing down on the top of the mountain, allowing no one else to take liberties with it. The aura of the augur was so terrifying, so how disdainful should the legendary true dragon be? Vaguely, this snake elder instead strengthened his heart to take the augur. Even if he failed, even if he went up in smoke, he would try again. But at this moment, it explained in a cold sweat, my lord rest in peace, my lord rest in peace. We have no intention of offending my lord. The rest of the snake demons, even more so, did not dare to say anything in fear. To be precise, they could not even say anything anymore. the aura of the dragon, like the nemesis of the snake demon, could not raise a trace of resistance within the heart, but instead wanted to worship the impulse to become more and more intense. It's as if the official is a big man. You have not offended this augur, but you treat this augur like a fool. Junzei's voice immediately rose a notch higher. Your so-called sincere defection is nothing more than using this Jiao as a shield to shield you from the Snake King's wrath. Do you really think that I am a 3-year-old child? Such a large group of snake demons with combat power collectively rebelled against the Snake Clan. What kind of reaction would the Snake King have? I'm afraid that if Junzei accepts these juniors today, the Snake King will kill over to settle the score with him tomorrow. And it's definitely the immortal kind. As the Snake King was the Cave Lord Demon King of Taihang Mountain, the monarch of a lineage, his heritage was simply not comparable to Junzei, the new Jiao. According to Junzei's understanding, the Dao of the Cave Lord Demon King was at least over 100,000 years old, and even though he had evolved into an augur, he had only just stepped out of the novice village. What could he, a new augur with only 3,000 years of skill, do against a Snake King with over 100,000 years of cultivation? With such a disparity in strength between the two, it would be futile, not to mention the augur, even if it was a true dragon. Junzei didn't go all out of sight and not know how much he weighed just because he had now become a Jiaolong. Since ancient times, geniuses have been the most likely to fall. It's only a matter of time before you die if you don't know how to take stock of the situation. Your Excellency has misunderstood. We just want to follow Your Excellency to walk the augur and turn into a dragon. We didn't think that much. Elder Snake explained with fear and trepidation. But this explanation was very hollow, unconvincing. Since I'm a snake, I won't bother you this time. So get lost. Junzei pulled back his suppressive aura and gave his expulsion order. My lord, in nonsense, it is not certain that you will be able to walk the augur in the future, but you will certainly be able to enter the augur's belly with these words. Junzei's figure of speech and killing intent was clear. At that moment, a snake demon didn't dare to breathe and quietly retreated like a tidal wave. Even Elder Snake could only leave with a sigh. Only the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake took one step and turned back 3 times. Very unwilling. It really didn't want to go back to the Snake Clan and be a docile snake. Wait. Suddenly, Jun Zemo cried out, and the cockatrice's large body, like a sharp sword shot to the front of the Jiaolong, instantly prostrated itself. Bicentennial. Has His Excellency changed his mind? However, the answer was, I'm asking you something. I need a habitat with water as a cultivation ground. Do you know where it's suitable? The cockatoo snake, which was naturally a higher snake, first froze, and then his thoughts turned electrically, sulking for a long time before saying, back to the words of Lord Jialong, I really know a good place, can be said to be the best water blessing, named Crouching Dragon Pool. This pool has 100 feet of waterfalls, under the underground dark river. The endless flow of the environment around the beautiful, rich and spiritual chi, is definitely the Lord's choice for cultivation. Wulongton? Junzei's essence flickered at his words. A close synonym for crouching dragon is ambling dragon. And what dragon is ambling? That would be the augur. If a dragon flies, it is a dragon. Wouldn't this crouching dragon pool be the most ideal cultivation ground for this scow of his? Chapter 014. Three-eyed giant snake phoenix-tailed cocklesnake saw the Jiaolong intention to move heart, then said, adults, I dare to guarantee that Wulongton is definitely a piece of good water blessing, even in the entire Taihang Mountain, is also rare, but there is a little villain do not dare to deceive. Wulongton belongs to the snake tribe territory. Snake territory? This was something that Junzei had actually guessed, but it was not a problem. Although he had evolved into a Jiao and separated himself from the snake race, it did not mean that he had drawn a line with the snake race. In addition, although this Taihang Mountain was continuous, the major regions had long been divided by the forces of the major races. It was better to go to the serpent's territory than to break into another race. Tell me exactly where the crouching dragon pool is, Juniper inquired after a moment of contemplation. If your honor doesn't mind, I'll take your honor. Cocklesnakes offer their attentions. No need. You tell this Jiao the exact location. It's no trouble to lead the way. Cocklesnake was rejected, smiled awkwardly, and made the location clear one by one. Thanks a lot. After Junzei had memorized it, the longitudinal 300 feet augur body moved and swam away in a domineering manner. This crested cockatoo snake, on the other hand, stayed where it was, and between the flickering eyes of the snake, a look of conspiratorial triumph flowed out. Cocklesnake, you have big guts. Dare to recommend the Crouching Dragon Pool to Lord Jialong. You know very well that the Crouching Dragon Pool is my snake tribe's successive generations of Snake King Gojiao's cultivation of the Holy Land. Since the contemporary Snake King set up a snake is not allowed to Gojiao to transform into a dragon rule. The Crouching Dragon Pool, that piece of water-blessed land, has been deserted. You now will lead Jialong to go there. What are you doing? not afraid of attracting the fire to burn themselves. The snake elder who had originally left bizarrely appeared and opened his mouth gloomily. The cockle snake, however, coldly said, "That augur is smarter than we thought, but also more timid." I'm doing him a favor. Good one. To help. Snake elder stared at the cockle snake and said, "If the dragon enters the pool, it's the same as setting up a gateway. And then our snake clan's power will surely be divided into two poles." That's right. That's what I'm here for. Snake clan 10,000 snakes. Shouldn't all be shrinking turtles. Shouldn't only have one path of cultivation. Elder, we are at the end of our rope. We must force the Jiaolong to accept us in our place. Otherwise, if we go back now with our tails between our legs, the Snake King won't let us go either. The cockatrice spoke righteously, as if he were seeking a way out for the world's flocks of snakes. But have you ever thought of the consequences of counting on Jiaolong? I said I am to help him. Moreover, to save him, has become a scaly. Still want to keep a low profile, still want to protect oneself, is not delusional. Do not know that the Snake King has long been on him to kill. Heart Elder Snake fell silent. Cockatoo Snake was right. The Snake King did have murderous intentions towards Jiaolong. The Snake King wants to keep the rule that snakes are not allowed to go scaly and turn into dragons, so he will not tolerate a scaly dragon in Taihang Mountain. Otherwise the rules won't hold. Then let's help Lord Augur properly. Elder Snake laughed, bent on continuing to walk the augur. It didn't want to be extinct. Since ancient times, snake creature cultivation, either take the pure snake cultivation route, or take the augur into a dragon. Pure snake cultivation was to continuously enhance one's snake bloodline, turning oneself into a two-headed snake until one cultivated 9 heads. The legendary Hydra has the power to destroy the sky and dare to call for heaven and earth to change colors. Not much less than a dragon. But even so, the transformation of the dragon is still a dream that cannot be erased from the hearts of the snakes. The dragon is the supreme god, born to control the power of heaven and earth, above all living beings, worshipped and respected by the world, not to mention snakes, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the 4 seas and 8 deserts. I do not know how many creatures dream of going augur into a dragon. Once the true dragon came out, it could even directly overthrow the great Xia dynasty, become the common lord of the world. This is something that no one but a dragon can do. Junzai did not know that he had been counted. As his longitudinally winding augur body passed through the layers of mountains and forests, and between seeking and searching, he ended up in front of a huge, naturally formed deep pool. At this time the sky just dawned, only to see a 1,000-foot waterfall inside the deep pool like the Milky Way hanging upside down, splashing white vapor, like a fairyland. The mountains are fragrant with old medicines, and in the distance there are even rare birds and exotic animals. The mountain is a gathering of eyebrows and the water is a horizontal wave of eyes. In the early morning, the environment of this pool is breathtakingly beautiful, and when the clouds break the sunrise, it looks like a piece of emerald privately hidden by God. With just one glance, Junzai was certain that this Wulong Lake was his ideal place to cultivate. In other words, this Tam was his future home in this otherworldly world. Junzai revealed a delighted smile. Such a naturally formed piece of watery blessed land. I'm afraid that in the entire Taihang Mountain, there must not be many places. It's just that. A hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Such a blessed land, the Snake Clan would have no demons to overrun it? It is said that there must be ghosts and demons above the depth of the forest, and that there must be demons and evils under the great waters. When Junzai's pair of candle-flame snake eyes stared deathly at the sparkling surface of the pool, he was sensitive enough to detect a very powerful snake demonic chi surging in the depths of the bottom of the pool. At that moment, the demonic creature at the bottom of the pool seemed to have sensed Junzai the intruder as well, and a stern voice stormed up from the bottom of the pool. "Come on, demon, get out of the way. This place is the forbidden land of the Snake Clan. Whoever enters the water will die." Voices bombarded like thunder. Junzai smiled at his words. He took this place as his home at a glance. How could he listen to people's persuasion? And spoke indifferently. "If I don't get out of here, seek death." In an instant, a terrifying serpentine demonic chi boiled up deep in the bottom of the pool, and as soon as it came out of the surface of the pool, the demonic chi transformed into countless terrifying venomous snakes that swarmed towards Junzai. A 1,000-year-old snake demon doesn't deserve to occupy such a nice place. As soon as Junzai detected that demonic aura, he knew what level the other party was at, and with a clear mind, he ignored the other party's means of attack even more. Those poisonous snakes transformed by demonic chi. As soon as they approached the vicinity of the Jiaolong, they were like water meeting fire, and they collapsed into nothingness. "Ha ha, looks like you have some skills. This demon will come out to meet you in person." Only a loud explosion could be heard in the center of the bottom of the pool. Water splashed up in all directions, and the entire Wolong Pond was as if a heavy bomb had been thrown into it, rolling up layer after layer of water waves, one after the other. As the lake exploded, a huge snake skull soon emerged from underwater. As soon as the snake's skull came out, the surrounding space rippled extremely, seemingly frightened. Particularly surprising is that this snake skull actually grows 3 snake eyes. The third born in the forehead is the vertical pupil, with a horrible ferocious light, with a glance to determine the ability of life and death. However, after this 3-eyed giant snake appeared, it was going to display its magical abilities and make waves, but the next second it was directly dumbfounded. On the bank of the pool, there stood a 100-foot scaly dragon that was looking at it with a teasing gaze. That longitudinal auger body, the ethereal scale armor that covered the whole body, gave people a feeling of being unreachable and unable to look at the dust. You get an urge to move towards the top. Auger. Chapter 015 12 Flower Leaders. For concubines, the 3-eyed giant snake seemed to remember something and said in horror, "You're the one who sensationally succeeded in walking away from the auger yesterday?" Junzei's eyes flashed with a touch of playfulness. "That's right. Yesterday I was still a snake. But today I'm a Jiao to tell you the truth. This piece of water and Zephyr treasure land this auger has taken a fancy to. Do you think that between us, in the end, who is the right person to roll this?" The 3-eyed giant snake heart choked. "But who wants?" The next second its snake eyes harsh light flashed. Ferocious said, "Augur is terrific. Trespassing on the snake tribe, forbidden land, death." Before the words fell, he only saw the third eye on the forehead of this 3-eyed giant snake shine brightly. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out in a weird way. Stunning. Stonebreaker. In an instant, it shot at Junzei, who had 100 feet of auger body. The unthinkable happened. The majestic auger body unexpectedly petrified in place, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an auger dragon that looked like it was carved out of stone. Lifelike. Ha ha ha. What auger is not an auger? It's nothing more than that my cousin is the contemporary Snake King. He asked me to guard the crouching dragon pool. Don't say you're a scaly dragon. Even if you're a real dragon, you're no good. The 3-eyed giant serpent rose up in triumph. Its third eye's innate aptitude had always been tried and true. But whoever is struck shall become petrified stone. However, soon enough, the 3-eyed giant snake's smile froze. Wow! The originally petrified auger dragon moved, and the stones on its body rustled down like fallen leaves after autumn. A final boom. Back to business as usual. How can that be? My innate divine ability has never missed a beat. The 3-eyed giant snake was stunned and shocked inside. Immediately, it was enveloped by a heavy shadow, and the 100-foot auger tumbled and stood up, emitting a sound like thunder. Since you made a move, then this Jiao will have no choice but to eat you. A bloody mouth was like an infernal abyss, devouring towards the 3-eyed giant snake. The whole world went black. A goose passes without a trace, and an auger passes without a man. After a while, Junzei burped, and this 3-eyed giant snake with 1,000 years of cultivation just managed to give him a full one. This is great. This piece of watery blessed land belongs to him. Junzei swam into the deep pool, and the water was cold, permeated with a sense of relief. Due to the fact that the auger's body was too large, it all disappeared into the pool, and a large amount of pool water surged out. Junzei was about to familiarize himself with this crouching dragon pool, but suddenly a divine wonder appeared startlingly in his mind. His pair of candle-like golden pupils flickered up with essence, as if they had gotten some kind of evolution. Abruptly, Junzei's golden pupils contracted deeply for a moment, followed by a muddy narrowing, and a beam of light shot out from the stone. Whoosh! The beam of light hit a large tree a few hundred meters outside the Wulong pool. The tree was petrified in an instant, and even a bird perched on the tree was petrified along with it. The petrified bird fell from the tree and smashed right into pieces. This scene caused Junzei himself to be slightly surprised. I devoured the 3-eyed giant serpent and even obtained its innate divine ability. It's definitely a windfall. So that's how it works. Junzei cultivated the great dragon phase skill, and in addition to automatically comprehending the myriad laws of heaven and earth, he could also take over its human abilities. It's a little sick, to be honest. It was important to know that these eyes of Junzei's had originally been promoted under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation into the delusion-breaking golden pupils that saw through the nothingness of the world. Now that these eyes were evolved again, the eyes were substantial and instantly petrified. Truly you can kill with your eyes, gaining a Shuizhe blessed land and giving away a free native aptitude. It's truly a double blessing. Ha ha. Even Junzei's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, despite his firmness of mind. On the other hand, the Snake Clan's power. The Snake Palace. Candlegio originally huffed and puffed and wanted to repair that auger to go, after being robbed by the human sword cultivator. Also, he was held up by something else. According to a small report, news has come out of the human race's Kyoto. The Emperor of Daxia opened the annual consort selection ceremony, announcing it to the world. All the wonderful girls in the world can take part in the audition expedition. After 3 rounds, however, those who are chosen will be allowed to enter the palace as concubines. In theory, The human emperor's choice of consort had nothing to do with the demon race. However, Daxia's contemporary emperor Jialong has always been barbaric, loving beauty rather than the mountains. He has been on the throne for more than 30 years, but never attends the morning court, and only pleasures with beauties in the deep palace. In addition, this Jialong emperor also has a special fetish for disguised female goblins. It is said that people and demons have different paths, but in the eyes of this towering emperor, as long as you are long and beautiful, it does not matter at all what species you are. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and more than half of them are non-humans. In addition, there are immortals and Buddhas in the Kunlun Mountains, cutting down demons and driving out ghosts. But the imperial court likewise has a special organization. The name is the Division of Demon Choppers. It also specializes in catching demons. But as Emperor Jialong ascended to the throne, the work of the Demon Beheading Division gradually became tainted. Catching a demon is still catching a demon, but only catching a first-class, beautiful female goblin that has taken form, used to satisfy Garen's particular fetish. In the words of this emperor, human girls are too mute and devoid of boudoir pleasures. Leprechauns are different, fancy, loose, and know how to please a man. In order to curry favor with the emperor, the head honcho of the Demon Beheading Division even personally compiled a book of the demon spirits of the 12 flower leaders. Recorded within were all the long-famous certified demonic spirits of the Great Xiao dynasty. After all, they are called flower girls. Of course, they are all daughters, and they are first-class stunning beauties. Each of them had a high level of Tao, and all of them had also succeeded in passing through the tribulation to prove the Tao, and had been recognized by the heavenly family of the heavenly Tao elder. Walked all the way has proved the heart of the Tao, blessing is side of the people, merit and virtue wrapped up, and then get the court's enthronement. Build temples and temples to receive the incense of the people forever. The flower leaders in the demon spirit record are not only stunning and worshipped, they all have a widely spread legend. To put it in another vernacular, those are successful people, already on their way to the top of their lives, not a man-eating demon. If it were a demon with an evil mind, this head honcho wouldn't dare bring it to the harem. He also relied on the flower leader in the demon spirit book to give Emperor Jialong the four most talked about demon consorts, commonly known as 3 demons and a ghost. The first one is Daji, the fox princess. As we all know, fox demons are all handsome men and stunningly beautiful women whenever they take form. Daji used to be the fox king of the fox lineage in Taihang Mountain, and her body is a 9-tailed fox, and her posture is even more astonishing after her transformation. The 12 flower leaders ranked first. When she entered the palace as a concubine 10 years ago, she favored the harem. Not only is he rich and famous, but Jialong has made a drinking pool to please her. Extremely luxurious. And the fox demon of the fox lineage is also therefore chicken and egg. Even if they go down to the mountain and wreak havoc, the people of the Demon Beheading Division will turn a blind eye when they see it. Netting on fox demon. However, fox princess Daji has a bad reputation among the people. Said she was a scourge to the harem and a redhead. In addition to fox concubine Daji, there is also a western concubine Qingxiao, also one of the 12 flower leaders. The main body was a worldly green luan divine bird. She is as beautiful as a flower, can sing and dance beautifully, and has a heavenly voice. It was also extremely favored by Garan. It is said that the green luan divine bird represents auspiciousness and can be reborn in nirvana as a phoenix after death. Therefore, the reputation of the western concubine in the folklore is diametrically opposite to that of the fox concubine Daji. And the third is the flower princess 100-flower fairy. It is the earth's gas and the breeding of a spiritual flower. After the clock heaven and earth's spiritual energy to open the wisdom of the essence. In the Taihang Mountain Jade Abyssal Forest a piece of treasure cultivation. After the shape of the long graceful, beautiful appearance. This earned her the name 100-flower fairy. It is said that she will use the essence of all flowers to make a flower fairy dew. If people drink it, all diseases will be eliminated. Healthy and long life. This flower fairy dew is hard to find in Kyoto for thousands of dollars. Such a flower fairy nurtured by the earth's chi could not escape her fate and was captured by the Demon Beheading Division and taken into the harem. Filled the room. Warmed the bed. Chapter 016, the Emperor chooses a consort. The Snake Clan sends a beauty as for the 4th concubine. It was even more outrageous. Not a demonic spirit, but a ghostly spirit. There is a busy old street in Kyoto, where peddlers and merchants gather together. Both ordinary people and some dignitaries would come to this old street to hang out and play. The name is Huashi Chao Old Street. It's called that because there is a very famous stone bridge on this street, and it's called the Flower Stone Bridge. In the current world, where there is a bridge, there must be a bridge spirit present, because there are many ghosts. People walk on the front side of the bridge and ghosts travel on the back side, leading to the Neho Bridge in the netherworld. People and ghosts walk the same bridge, but they don't interfere with each other. The Chaosi spirit of Baishikyo is honored by the people as the Green Stone Lady. She guarded the bridge, the length of a kilometer or so. Both sides of the bridge is full of small white flowers like a starry sky, elegant petals from the edge to the center. From light pink to pure white. Pink, like a baby's innocent smile. White, like white snow on earth. They are dotted with stars on both sides of the bridge. The district a stone bridge, set off, can be described as a flower field. Those who don't know will even wonder if it is the 9 heavenly fairies who scattered all the white clouds in the sky on this bridge. And the reason why the green stone nymphette is the overseas spirit of this bridge is because she once threw herself into the river from this bridge. The reason is for the love. After they died and turned into ghosts, they became bridge spirits and did good deeds. However, in the end, Lady Qingshi also became a concubine of Emperor Jialong. Just such 4 concubines in, but still difficult to satisfy the appetite of the Jialong emperor. Every year, a princess selection ceremony is opened, netting the world's beautiful women. It doesn't matter if you're a human, a demon, or a ghost, as long as you're stunningly beautiful, you can become the emperor's concubine. Enjoy all the glory and wealth. Gradually, the racial forces of Taihang Mountain also understood a truth. In order not to be targeted by the human forces, then it was necessary to send a beauty to that despicable emperor. If favored, this race may even be recruited by divine decree. The fox lineage is typical. Nowadays, some of the royal children, famous generals and dignitaries in Kyoto, who doesn't have a fox beauty in their arms? Even Fox Guy, who was very popular. Back on topic. At this time in the Snake Palace, when the Snake King heard the news of Emperor Jialong's choice of consort, a flash of joy flashed across the bottom of his eyes. He had long wanted to send a snake beauty to the palace to serve the emperor. After all, this world was still the world of the Daxia dynasty. It was not good for a demon to cultivate and be targeted by human forces, even in Taihang Mountain. If we can send a beauty to the palace, not only can we ease the relationship with the human race, but we can also act as an informant and grasp every move in the palace. It's a good deal, any way you look at it. Candle 9 had been unable to find a suitable snake beauty to send to the palace before. This kind of candidate is not just as simple as being a magnificent and beautiful person. Good-looking skin can only get Jialong Emperor's momentary dragon favor. Only you have the kernel, will please the emperor, to flourish. It is only for the good of the serpents. Daji, of the fox tribe, is an example to be followed by future generations. Into the palace are 10 years, can still get new and old Jialong like. This is the heavenly ability. Who exactly should be chosen for the palace? The pot-bellied Candle 9 walked around the palace and finally locked his eyes on a snake beauty. This snake beauty was the one who had previously persuaded Candle Jiao not to kill the Jialong. A sentence from the snake into a Jiao, with the snake tribe is also blood thicker than water words, fully illustrates that this woman intelligent, insightful, not just a nice-looking vase. Most of all, Candle Jiao saw that this woman was also quite courageous, not afraid of the majesty of her great king, and courageous to advise. Beautiful, intelligent, gutsy, and rare. What's your name? Since there were so many snake beauties in the snake palace, Candle 9 couldn't remember who was who. That intelligent snake beauty froze, having advised earlier, provoking the great king to relent to her. A palm knocked her off her feet, having thought that I was afraid I was going to fall out of favor. I didn't expect the Snake King to suddenly ask her what her name was. Her eyes flashed with joy, and she busily knelt at the Snake King's feet. Your Majesty, my name is Moron. Candle Jiao shook his head when he heard this. The word Mo is not a good word to start with. You are intelligent and bright. Let's call you Minglan. Minglan thanks the great king. She follows good advice. Minglan, would you like to enter the palace to serve the human emperor? The words came out with a bang. Minglan's mind was scrambled all of a sudden. It's like being hit by a giant piece of pie in the sky. She was only a small snake spirit, and her cultivation talent was not enough. So to be able to enter the snake palace to serve the great king was already considered the most glorious moment of her life. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that I could go to Kyoto to serve the human emperor inside the palace. Seeing Snake Beauty Minglan frozen there, Candle 9 indifferently asked, What? You don't want to? My concubine is at the mercy of your majesty. Minglan kowtowed on the ground. Then do you know why this king sent you to the palace to serve the human emperor? Without thinking, Minglan said, Seek opportunities for my snake clan, and seek to make things happen. Ha ha ha. Well said. You are indeed intelligent. This king has not misjudged anyone. Candle Jiao laughed. From the body to touch out a medicine bottle thrown over, your cultivation is too low, which is loaded with 10 chi spirit Dan. The king is sending you 10 boys and girls to enjoy. Into the palace to choose a consort before you must be cultivated to 1,000 years of Dao line level. Understand it. Thank you, your majesty, for the reward. My concubine will never forget your majesty's kindness. Minglan kowtowed repeatedly to thank her. Stand down and go practice. Minglan got up and walked towards the outside of the palace, and halfway there, There came the Serpent King's majestic voice again. Minglan, you have to remember. You must succeed in choosing a consort. If you can't. In the latter words, Candlegio stopped, but Minglan felt a penetrating chill. Nowadays, many of the racial forces in Taihang Mountain would send beauties to the imperial palace, so it would be up to them to see who had the higher means of beauty. Snake King Candlegio was strong in life and was not willing to be left behind. After dealing with this matter, Candle 9 was just about to eat a full meal, but his brows knitted tightly. A slight color of surprise flashed under his eyes, as if he felt something. A large hand scratched towards the sky above the temple and a picture appeared. It's a picture of an auger like a pool. Seeing this, Candlegio was stunned for a long time before saying quietly, "You're good at picking out turf for yourself. Before this king had the chance to find trouble with you, you took the initiative to come to my door, and even dared to devour my king's cousin HM. With a cold voice, Candle 9 floated the light. Immediately, he disappeared into the Snake Palace. Chapter 017 No Dragons in the World. After Junzei had a comprehensive understanding of the entire crouching dragon pool, he sank his 100 feet auger body to the bottom of the pool, without a trace. Right now, he had managed to walk away from the auger and had also found himself a piece of watery blessed land. So next Junzei would have to cultivate wholeheartedly. Aim to transform the dragon soon. Just as Junzei was about to open the Great Dragon Phase technique for cultivation, suddenly, a terrifying demonic aura stirred up outside. It made the entire surface of the pool ripple and surge, making it difficult to calm down. What a powerful surge of demonic aura. Unheard of. Junzei was slightly shocked in his heart. He had already possessed 3,000 years of Taoism by walking the auger, but his heart turned upside down. Auger, get out of there. There were domineering voices of heavenly thunder rolling into the bottom of the pool. Junzei did not give it a second thought as the huge auger head rushed out of the pool, setting off a shocking wave. In the next second, he saw a middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing fancy clothes suspended in the sky above him. His demonic aura was shockingly strong. Snake King? Junzei blurted out that his opponent's demonic aura carried a terrifying snake-like dominance. It's a lineage of the majesty of a king's character. It was a good thing that Junzei was now a snake into a jiao. Otherwise I was afraid that he would have to be under the influence of the other party's snake-like dominance. Top worship. You do have some eyesight. Knowing that this king is the Snake King, you still don't Snake Clan to meet you. Candlegio opened his mouth faintly. The majesty of the superior one, displayed. See you at the snakes? Juniper laughed. Has your excellency ever heard of a precedent of an auger bowing to a snake, jiao or dragon? Under this universal sky, this 9 heavens and 10 earths, strength is the king's way, even though you walk the jiao, but your Taoism is too shallow. This king is subject to your 3 kneeling and 9 kowtowing. When Candlegio said this, he was towering over the scow on the surface of the pool, and his eyes were even more contemptuous. It's a lineage of racial monarchs with over 100,000 years of Tao. How can it be comparable to a new scaly boat with no underpinnings? Waste what words. Junzei sunk his face. He knew that the Snake King looking for the door. Fear cannot be good. Indifference. I heard that your excellency is jealous. Not allowed to snake away auger into a dragon. This time must be to kill me. This auger dragon, right? Jealous? Candlewick's expression twitched. Is that what that son of a bitch slandered? It's true that this king forbids his people to walk away from the scaly dragon, but it's ridiculous to be jealous. Candlegio's pair of eyes that contained a domineering aura stared at Jiao Long dead in the face. You should know that this king wants to kill you now. It's easy. What does Jiao count as? What about the dragon? Junzei asked rhetorically. You are worried that I will transform into a dragon in the future and pose a threat to you, right? Ha ha ha. Candle 9 laughed out loud at his words, as if he had heard the most enjoyable joke in the world. What are you laughing at? You don't think I can do it? Candlegio eyes a flash of stern light. Not you cannot do, but this 9 heavens and 10 places, 4 seas and 8 wastelands, no one can do. This world will not be able to have the existence of the dragon. There can't be dragons? Junzei was dumbfounded by what he heard all of a sudden, and looked at the Snake King suspended over the Wulong pool full of doubts. What exactly is the meaning of this statement? It is said that the reason why the Daxia dynasty was created back then was in addition to Emperor Xuanyuan's brilliance and strength, which swallowed mountains and rivers. The greater reason was aided by the fact that a divine dragon was able to do so. In this way, this 1,000-year reign was created. How is it that in the mouth of the Serpent King, it becomes impossible for dragons to exist in the world? Candlegio followed by faintly said, You this snake can go augur success. This king is very surprised. It shows that you are very good. But stop here. You want to stop. Maybe there is still a way to live. If you continue to cultivate towards the transformation of the dragon, even if the king does not kill you now, you will certainly die. What exactly does your excellency mean by that? Speak clearly, Juniper asked in a hushed voice. The sages once said, but anyone with 9 orifices can cultivate immortality. But in the folklore there is also a saying that anyone with everything in heaven and earth can turn into a dragon, but these 10,000 years, the world has not been born a real dragon. Do you know why? Is the people? Is the world of all things or winebags? No, God forbid. As Candle 9 spoke, his voice suddenly rose a decibel, because heaven forbids it, and man forbids it, and demons forbid it, and dragons are not allowed in this world, and dragons can be worshipped and admired, and dragons can appear in myths and legends, and they can appear on the tablets of immortality that are enshrined in people's homes, but they cannot appear in this world alone. Snake King Candlejo's words were ear-splitting and rumbled as they fell into Junzei's ears. Heaven forbid it, man forbid it, demon forbid it? Simple words, but startling and even more thought-provoking. Why? Just because the dragon itself is too strong? When the divine dragon comes out, it is the only one who can compete with it. The Snake King's comments shocked Juniper. The sky is not allowed. So even if it is just a snake-walking augur, the old man of the sky will come down with a horrible great calamity. It is to break the heart of the world's living beings to transform into dragons. People are not allowed to, because the great Xia dynasty was once aided by a divine dragon that suppressed the demons and ghosts of heaven and earth. The human race understands the power of dragons all too well. Now that the dynasty has been built and the hegemony has been established, there is even less need for a dragon to exist. And it's even easier when demons aren't allowed. How could those demon kings with profound Taoist skills who dominated the area alone be happy to see a dragon that looked out of the world hanging above their heads? This king remembers that talents are rare. That's why he told you so clearly. You this augur now give up the heart of transforming into a dragon. This king will let you rejoin the snake clan. Otherwise, instead of letting you die in its hands, it would be better for this king to kill you now. The Snake King coldly opened his mouth in a threatening manner. The Snake King calmed down and listened to what Snake Beauty Minglan said in the first place. He could not kill this new augur, but it had to be used for the Serpent clan. However, Junzei was still immersed in the Snake King's earlier remarks. God forbid? No one's allowed? Demons aren't allowed? If he insisted on transforming into a dragon, not only might he die under the heavenly tribulation, but more importantly, he would raise an enemy in the world. Junzei never expected that the simple walk of the augur to transform into a dragon would be so treacherous in it. Make him give up his dragon transformation? Give up your faith? Ridiculous. Fucking ridiculous. So what if neither humans nor demons are allowed? So what if you are the enemy of the world? Heck! Junzei, a pair of candle flame like golden pupil bear flame burning up, 100 feet augur body instantly like a prime column in the Wulong Lake, enveloped the Serpent King in his looming shadow. The breath emanating from the whole body up and down called out to the sky and the earth, pulling up and up, endlessly, with the desire to subjugate heaven and earth under his augur body. Rumble! There was thunder in the vault of the sky breaking through the sky. A fierce wind rose and heavy rain poured down. Candlejo saw Jiaolong's posture, his face completely gloomy. It seems that you are still stubborn. The reasoning is crumbled to tell you, but still determined to die. Then this king will have to fulfill you. As the Snake King prepared to strike with his full aura, a clear, cold, determined voice rumbled from above. It's not that I'm stubborn, but you're wrong. Your Excellency. 2 wrong words weigh like Tarzan. Wrong? Candle 9 froze, bewildered. What's wrong with him? What he just said is true in every way. Not half a delusion. Transforming dragons was originally a path to the Yellow Springs where there was death but no life. As a racial monarch of a lineage, he did not allow his clan members to walk the augur and turn into dragons because he did not want those snake spirits and snake demons to cultivate heart for a while. It ends up being a wasted life. Who wouldn't want to transform a dragon if they could? Dragons are born as supreme divine creatures, towering over the 4 seas. But this door is sealed. This road is closed. There's nothing I can do about it. Chapter 018. What is the heart of the transforming dragon? Candle 9 was unwilling to be overwhelmed by the aura of this new augur, and his entire body shot up into the sky to seek out that huge augur head. The next second, it went straight into the clouds of the atmosphere. 100 feet of augur standing up is no joke. Where is this king wrong? Can't say a reason. This king will slaughter you this augur today. Candlejo's eyes were as harsh as a raging storm, and his demonic aura boiled over. Being both a racial monarch, the innate majesty, between words, revealed a powerful overbearing aura. The silhouette of a shocking python surged above his head in a whirlwind. Rushing at the dragon, he roared madly and fiercely. Ran. Junzei ignored the Serpent King's might, and those candle-like golden pupils flickered inexplicably, like the stars and the bright moon. Vast and boundless. To transform a snake into a dragon, one must have a desire to cut through all the worldly things, so that one can climb upward step by step, against the current, against the sky, and finally climb up to the heavenly gate and look down on the world. The sky is not allowed. People are not allowed. Demons are not allowed. The whole world is not allowed. So how? Without devouring the world, that arrogant ambition. What to take the dragon? Even to the death of the courage to live. How to become a dragon of the gods, the hero of the world. Your Excellency is burdened with more than 100,000 years of powerful Tao, yet you are afraid of your head and do not have an unyielding heart to transform into a dragon. Your Excellency is the king of snakes. You also do not have a broad-minded mind that can accommodate all rivers in the sea, blocking the group of snakes from transforming into dragons. Ask those snakes in the clan. They are afraid of dying and dying in the Tao, so, if I say you're wrong, you can recognize lingering high above the clouds. One person and one augur faced each other. Junzei's words sounded like a bell, resounding and powerful, word for word, louder than heavenly thunder, sharper than a sharp sword. It can be called murderous. Candle 9 was dumbfounded by the dislike and clenched his fists. A pair of domineering eyes stared at the fearless new augur dead in the face. The other party was like that human teenager, spirited, freshly dressed, with a heart of great ambition. Do you really want to transform into a dragon even if you die? The Snake King asked one last time. That's right. Junzei was born to be wild. Life is a hero. Death is also a ghost hero. Even if it has gone augur, how can not show the will of the wind and clouds? The empty burden of the body of 100 feet. The rules of heaven and earth are nothing but shackles set for the weak. What forbids the world to have dragons? It's just bullshit. I'm going to break all the shackles and create the legend of the divine dragon that belongs to me. The moment these words came out, the sky and earth changed color with them, seeming to be shocked by these arrogant words as well. Ha ha ha. Late bloomers, really late bloomers. Then this king also counted today to open his eyes and wash his ears. Little one, beautiful words on paper will be said by anyone, but to do it is true. Not to say that this king won't give you this opportunity. This king will watch with his eyes wide open and see how you ascend the heavenly gate to transform into a dragon. Saying that, a trace of appreciation flashed underneath Candle 9's domineering eyes. It was amazing that his snake clan could give birth to such a lawless and ambitious snake. There was a time when he felt that if the snake clan could really give birth to a true dragon, then it must be the sky-swallowing python of his own noble bloodline. But after becoming the Snake King, Candle 9 instead forgot his original intention. Invisibly, he was put in a shackle that he could not break free from, and lost his heart to transform into a dragon. At this moment, in a trance, an illusion arose within the Snake King, thinking that this new augur in front of him might actually be able to perform a miracle. Maybe it could really break the situation where there were no dragons in heaven and earth, because he dared to think it, and he dared to say it, and in the end it was up to him to actually do it that way. Interesting, really interesting, he swabbed. At this time, Candle 9 suddenly glanced towards the dense forest below again, and there were snake shadows scurrying about. Terrified, with a heavy cold snort, he turned around and flew away in the air. The Snake King flew away this time, which in turn surprised Junzei. He had expected a big battle with the Snake King, even make preparations to run away. The reason was simple. The difference between the two Dao skills was too great. It's not a snake versus augur thing. I've actually defused a crisis for myself with my 3-inch tongue. Juniper got a little smug for a moment. The prime-like augur body began to sink, until it sinks to the bottom of the Wulong Lake pool. After talking and laughing, Junzei immediately entered the state of cultivation. He's too weak now. Facing a great king of any race, he didn't have the power to fight. God forbid, man forbid, demon forbid. Right now, there was a heavenly tribulation only after the transformation of the dragon, and this could be ignored. And by staying deep in the Taihang Mountains themselves, the human race can't extend their hands that far, and they are not afraid. Junzei's only worry was that he was afraid of arousing the scorn of some demonic bigwig towards him. This Taihang Mountain is full of races, and I'm afraid that he, the new augur, has become a thorn in the side of others. Let's hope we can give ourselves a little more time to practice. 1,000 years to walk the augur, 10,000 years to turn into a dragon. Junzei had to quickly raise his Dao mana to the 10,000 years demon level before he could do so. Also, he couldn't just practice. The Snake King's words gave Junzei a big wake-up call. A heaven forbid. I'm sure the robbery of the dragon transformation would be far more treacherous than Junzei had imagined. He must also have some means of resisting the robbery. Thinking about it, the best way to fight against the heavenly calamity was to be burdened with merits. The so-called meritocracy is not only blessed with deep fortune, but it also turns misfortune into good fortune. Merit is especially important for monsters who cultivate. Without merit added to your body, you are naked in front of the heavenly calamity. If you still have sins on top of your sins, it's even more of a crime. On the contrary, with the shelter of merit, the chances of surviving the tribulation would be much higher. But the problem is that Junzei is in a big mountain, hiding under deep water. How can he do good deeds? It's just a matter of raising the Dao magic power first. Junzei closed his eyes and completely entered the cultivation state of the Great Phase Dragon technique. It was also at this moment that the entire heaven and earth aura around the crouching dragon pool rioted and surged towards the bottom of the pool. Not long after, a large number of snakes emerged near the Wulong Lake, each one of them ferocious and horrible, eating people without seeing blood. Unbelievable. The Snake King actually left just like that. He didn't make a move on Xiaolong. An old snake of 70 feet spat out a pale voice. It was the snake elder who wanted to come and join Xiaolong earlier. In the group of snakes, there is another head with a red crown. Body with wings of the strange snake stood tall. Snake eyes show excitement. I bet on the right. The dragon will be convinced to the Snake King. Not only unhurt, but also really stayed in the Wulong Pond cultivation. It was important to realize that the Wulong Pool, a piece of watery blessed land, was of great significance to the Snake Clan. Historically, it has been the practice place of the Snake King. This represented a shocking change in the Snake King's attitude. Leaving the augur behind is the same as allowing the group of snakes to go augur and turn into dragons, and they will not be pursued. Ha ha, elders, and all of you guys, you all have to thank me, Cockroach Snake, for my vertical and horizontal planning. Since the Snake King doesn't care anymore, we'll all be able to stay in the Wulong Pool and cultivate at these words. The group of snakes all nodded their heads at this crested cockatoo expression of thanks. If it wasn't for the cocklesnake using the crouching dragon pool as bait, there wouldn't have been a confrontation between the Snake King and the Xiaolong just now. Lord Xiaolong is just awesome, but just walking the augur, it can carry the pressure of our Snake King and still not lose the wind. Look at how it just disliked our Snake King. I've never seen the Snake King so defeated. Did everyone hear just now? Lord Xiaolong said that to transform into a dragon, one must have an ambition to cut through all the worldly things, and must have the arrogance to devour the world. Could it succeed in walking the augur? That's a wonderful thing to say. As long as we follow in Lord Xiaolong's footsteps, sooner or later, we can also succeed in walking the augur. The group of snakes murmured excitedly. Ha ha, the second dragon of the Snake Clan is bound to be my phoenix-tailed cockatrice. The feathered cockatrice opened its mouth proudly. It was a king snake of the noble bloodline of the Snake Clan. Since the brunt of it, yes, 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 it must be you. Some of the snake demons hastily clapped their asses in agreement. However, just as the cockatoo snake was getting complacent, he only saw the surface of the Wulong Lake pool surging up. There was a bizarre beam of light that shot out suddenly from under the water, instantly shooting at the body of the cockatoo snake. The cockatrice shuddered, its snake eyes glaring round in disbelief as it watched its massive body petrify at a speed visible to the naked eye. The petrification was so fast that when the group of snakes reacted, this phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake that was so smug just a moment ago had been turned into a stone statue. Touch and go. This, hiss. The group of snakes sucked in cool air, a chill gripping their hearts. One braced his horrified gaze at the surface of the pool, not daring to breathe. The bottom of the pool came a majestic and cold voice. This is the price of calculating this augur. If there is a next time, this is what you will end up in the future. Please don't be angry, Lord Xiaolong. Please allow us to cultivate in the mountains and forests near the crouching dragon pool. Elder Snake prostrated himself at the crouching dragon pool and opened his mouth in fear. Nor did it plead for petrified cockatrice. Don't make any noise, disturbing my training. When these words came out, the snake elder and the group of snakes were ecstatic. This was a promise. Thank you, Your Excellency. I wish Your Excellency a speedy ascent to the heavenly gate to transform into a dragon. Wow. The group of snakes dispersed, burrowing into the nearby mountains and forests, looking for their own places to cultivate. And the petrified crested cocklesnake became a stone statue of Wulongton guarding the mountain gate in general. There is no way of knowing whether it is dead or alive. Chapter 019 Ruler of Taihang Mountain. Deep Mountain Demon King. A few days have passed since the sensational snake-walking augur. In one of the deepest areas of Taihang Mountain, there grows a large, sky-shading tree that wants to test the heavens. It towers as far as the eye can see. Even if the Demon King came, he would feel small. And what was even more surprising was that there was a huge castle standing in the canopy of this sky-shading tree. The castle is magnificent and opulent, surrounded by steam and clouds. It makes you feel as if you are in the middle of a heavenly palace. This is a tree castle. Its owner was Venerable Lord Ancient Changming, one of the foremost terrifying deep mountain demon kings of Taihang Mountain. Ancient Changming could be said to be the most senior and longest living demon king in Taihang Mountain, so long that he could even trace the history of the Daxia dynasty. That said, it's kind of a mythical miracle of plant-based cultivation. Originally, it was just an old dead tree on Taihang Mountain, withered to the point of losing vitality, not even a branch. One day, the lightning flashed and by chance a thunderbolt struck the old dead tree. A few days later, the dead tree magically sprung to life. A moment of epiphany, thus becoming in essence. Ancient trees are evergreen, and the stars and rivers are ever bright. It has given itself a name, Gu Changming. From that moment onwards, Gu Changming was like a hangman. His cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. rapidly rising in the Taihang Mountains. He ended up standing at the very pinnacle of power in the demon race. He became the demon king of the deep mountains and one of the 4 rulers of Taihang Mountain. There were countless racial forces under his command that had defected, and his power was so great that even the snake race was under the sphere of influence of ancient Changming. Even if it was a hard fight with the great Xia dynasty, it was still doable. At this moment, inside the tree castle, a gathering of demon kings was taking place. The demon kings of all the major races were invited to come and gathered in the great hall of the castle. Standing on 2 sides, each and every one of them had a demonic aura and were powerful, a party of vassals as well. But they came to this great hall, and everyone was unusually peaceful. Don't dare make a move. Straight away, he cast his eyes on the throne squarely in the great hall. The throne was unoccupied, and everyone crossed their fingers. Soon, a well-dressed young man slowly walked towards the throne. He was delightfully long and elegant, with a lowered brow and a light smile that made people feel as if they were in the spring breeze. There wasn't even a trace of demonic aura on his body. It looked like a well-read scholar. Gentle. However, it was the arrival of such a scholarly man that caused these race demon kings on the scene to not dare to breathe a single breath. Instantly, a sound of awe rose. We pay our respects to His Holiness Evergreen. The eyes of these race demon kings were filled with awe. The reason is simple. Ancient Changming controlled the power of life and death of countless races, a high position of power. People also purposely called the word Changming, evergreen, in order to show their respect. Vanguard. There is no need to be polite. All of you, take your seats. Ancient Changming sat down on the throne and smiled as he gently waved his hand. At once, each and every demon king obediently sat down on the seats, and then a group of maids brought in fine wines and delicacies to set them up. But these demon kings didn't even glance at the food on the table. They all held their breath as they looked towards the elegant scholar on the throne. It's like waiting for a leadership lecture. Ancient Changming smiled faintly. There is nothing to find you all today. It is that this old tree of my father is bored with staying in the castle and would like to find you all to catch up on old times. Once these words came out, the major demon kings breathed a sigh of relief. I've heard that the great summer emperor has opened up the selection of concubines again, and I've also heard that you and the others have been sending beauties to the palace, right? These words came down, causing those demon kings who had just breathed a sigh of relief to tense up once again. Don't be nervous. This father has no intention of blaming. But although people and demons are not as incompatible as they once were, but after all, people and demons have different paths. You and others do this. Is not a loss of temperament of my demon race. It was unheard of for the demon kings of all the major races to send beauties to the human emperor's old man from ancient times to the present day. One really dares to give and one really dares to receive. It's only the norm that people and demons are on the same page. How it's still so harmonized. The demon kings could only laugh sardonically and didn't dare to answer the question carelessly. It's a good thing everyone sends their beauties. The law is not against it. That's just it. That's just it. Let's not do it again. Ancient Changming raised it high and gently put it down. Then his words changed, and his deep gaze looked at one of the big-bellied demon kings. Fat Snake, this father would like to congratulate you. Your snake clan has actually produced a Jiaolong. It's really something to be congratulated. The demon kings on the scene immediately had odd expressions. For them to be the racial monarch of a lineage, they are not only profound in their Tao, but they are also extremely intelligent. It was instantly clear that the original Zuni's gathering this time was aimed at that augur dragon of the snake clan. That said, the Taihang Mountains haven't produced an augur in how many years? It's not a real dragon, but it's a big no-no. Especially the OP's taboos. Candlegio was named and awkwardly stood up and spoke. Your Holiness is joking. It's just a longworm. It's not worth mentioning. Some other demon kings interjected. Candle 9. Since you have been in charge of the snake clan, aren't you forbidden to allow snakes to go away and turn into dragons? When did you change this rule? Ha ha, you old 9. Your ambition isn't small. Is this an attempt to cultivate a true dragon to override us? It's said that when a true dragon emerges, all things submit. Candle 9. You're showing great disrespect to His Holiness one by one. The demon kings had begun to drop stones, and with His Holiness starting this conversation, it was naturally impossible for it to really be idle chatter. Everyone understands that. Candlegio viciously glared at those uproarious demon kings around him. Shut up all of you. That Jiao is nothing but a rash young man. Can't turn over any waves. Don't throw dirty water on me here, yo. Listening to Candle 9's words, you want to protect that augur? You don't really want to cultivate the other party into a true dragon, do you? Only a flash of essence flashed under the deep eyes of Gu Changming on the throne. Candlegio's back burst into a chill, and he said to the throne, if your holiness doesn't like that augur, I'll go back and kill the fat snake, and take its augur guts to make you a drink. Fat snake is joking. I have no other meaning, whether it's a dragon or a jiao. Taihang Mountain has the capacity to accommodate everything. I'm afraid that the jiao can't be transformed into a dragon. Gu Changming said smilingly, but disappointment in the Snake King flashed under his eyes. Not good? It was clearly sealing his words. If a lofty ruler couldn't even look at a freshly born augur dragon, it would be undignified if it was spread out, affecting his majesty. Your holiness is right. Fat Snake, the reason why I left that augur behind is that I wanted to make an example out of it, to show those beings who presumptuously attempt to transform into dragons that even if someone is lucky enough to walk away with an augur, sooner or later in the future, they will be buried under the heavenly calamity of the heavenly closing gate, and that there will be no way for a true dragon to be born in this world. Who knew that? Gu Changming's eyes flashed. Then what if in case the augur really transformed into a dragon? This Candle 9 froze, his expression stiffening as his heart gradually fell to the bottom. He knew that the ruler had always been scornful of the dragon's divine objects, but he didn't expect it to be scornful to this extent. It's even more exaggerated than he started. You have to know that that augur is only a few thousand years old now, an insignificant figure at best. That's what drew the Deep Mountain Demon King to care so much. Ha ha ha. It's only good if there's an eventuality. I've lived for endless years and have seen everything, but I've never seen the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly sect transforming dragon. Listen, no one is allowed to make a move on that augur. Don't let my father run out of fun to watch. Candle 9's face gradually turned ugly. The demon kings on the scene looked at me and I looked at you, already having a number in their hearts. As the ruler of the Taihang Mountain Demon Clan, he would not allow any eventuality to exist. A real dragon? They are not folk who expect a true dragon to manifest itself in the world and come out to raise clouds and spread rain to bless the world. If a dragon was truly born, all the demons under the sky would be instantly dwarfed. Especially if it was a ruler of the Deep Mountain Demon King like Gu Changming. His position would be threatened. It's kill or be killed. The word of the higher power is to be heard in the opposite direction. Just talk. Everyone drink. Someone play the music. The topic of the dragon seemed to be over. But the Snake King Candle 9 had no taste for wine. This is a fucking hongmen banquet. At the same time, Candle Jo's heart also secretly gambled that the augur said that he, the Snake King, did not dare to transform into a dragon himself, and did not allow his clan to walk the augur to transform into a dragon. Call him small-minded. What the fuck do you know? If you don't succeed in taking the augur, you die under the heavenly tribulation. If you succeed in walking the augur, you will cause the scorn of the bigwigs of the demon race. Perhaps before you can cultivate to the point where you can ascend to the heavenly gate to transform into a dragon, the apocalypse descends, and you're dead in the water. There is more than a word or two to say about the ferocity of this. Roads clear. Chapter 020, the most promising dragon transformation existence in Taihang Mountain. A party in a tree castle simply ended after a few hours. After all the major demon kings had left, the face of Gu Changming, who had been sitting on the throne with a low brow and a light smile, suddenly turned gloomy. A pair of deep eyes twinkled inscrutably, unsure of what to think. At this time, a fresh and elegant woman with a stunningly beautiful face, just like a gentle cloud, floated behind Gu Changming. The white jade like onion hand docilely helped massage it. What is your honor thinking? Is he angry with the Snake King? She spat out the words softly, her voice as pleasant as a lark's. Gu Changming slightly sidestepped and grabbed her massaging hand, and with a gentle tug, he pulled this clear and elegant woman into his embrace, then faintly said, "Why should my father be angry with that fat snake?" The clear and beautiful woman put her face on his chest. "Naturally, the Snake King is pretending to be confused with you. What he said about wanting to take that augur dragon to make an example of the chicken. It is clear that he wants to protect the augur dragon. Is it not clear that His Eminence is not fond of dragons? Let's keep it. How would this father put a mere dragon in his eyes? Your Holiness is such a person. Naturally you're not afraid. What you're afraid of is that the appearance of the Jiao dragon will break the rules of Taixing Mountain where there is one. There is two. Just as the Tao begets one. One begets two. And three begets all things. If there are many dragons in the world, there will always be a true dragon." The words of the beautiful woman. Let Gu Changming eyes flashed a trace of surprise, reached out and pinched her chin lifted. "You little girl, not only grow more and more beautiful, but also more and more intelligent up. When the honors should be sent you into the palaces." The woman broke away from the embrace, gasping and puffing. "Your honor will be my sister 100 Flowers Fairy sent to the Emperor of Xia. That bad old man spoiled, and now do not still want to send people over. I do not rely on. I want to stay in the sight of your honor to serve a lifetime." Her words seemed like a petulant gamble, but the meaning of her words was shocking. It turned out that the woman's sister was actually the flower concubine, one of the 4 demon consorts of the great summer emperor. No one would have imagined that the 100 Flower Fairy, born of the earth's energy, would be the pawn that Gu Changming, one of the 4 great rulers of the Taihang Mountains, had planted next to the Daxia emperor. If this gets out, it will be like a heavy bomb. It'll set the ground shaking. During the banquet, Gu Changming even accused those demon kings of sending beauties to the Daxia emperor. There is a loss of temperament in the demon race. Dare I say he's the one with the deepest heart, because he's done with this kind of thing a long time ago. The intent is even more intriguing. Don't worry, you and your sister, this pair of side-by-side lotus, the Earth's chi and born, unique. Send out a branch is already enough to this honored heartache. This honored can't afford to send you this 100 spirit fairy. Also send out. Saying that, he pulled the 100 spirit fairy back into his embrace, and then said, you were right just now, the auger dragon is not scary. What I'm afraid of is breaking the rule that Taihang Mountain doesn't allow dragons to turn into dragons. Your holiness was at the banquet just now. You should have ordered the Snake King to kill the Jiaolong, and forgive it for not daring to push back. Ancient Changming said quietly, I originally thought that Fat Snake was a smart person, knowing the importance and the power, but I didn't want it to make a mistake and miscalculate. What's so smart about it? For the sake of a small auger dragon that was just born in the district, it even upset His Eminence. It's simply stupid to the extreme. What do you know? Taihang Mountain is full of races. If we really want to find a creature that has the most hope of turning into a true dragon, I'm afraid it's Fatty Snake's heaven-swallowing python. Flood Fae, ancient beasts, serpent bloodline supreme, with dragon shape, dragon face, dragon life. Just as the submerged dragon also, but it knows how to judge the situation. Go with the flow, did not go against the sky. When the king of the snake tribe, not only did not go towards the transformation of the dragon to practice, but also set up a snake tribe is not allowed to go augur transformation of the dragon's rules, and settled the heart of the honored 1 inch. Otherwise, the serpent clan would have been leaderless a long time ago. As he said that, a hint of appreciation and relief for the snake king even flashed in the bottom of Gu Changming's eyes. However, it's such a smart guy who suddenly gets confused. It's a real call to action. The 100 spirit fairy asked curiously, Your Holiness, is a true dragon that terrifying? You are one of the 4 rulers of the Taihang Mountain Demon Clan. Your magic power is boundless and your power covers the sky, and you are still afraid of a mere dragon? On weekdays, this honored one didn't pay any attention to any demonic bigwigs or geniuses, but the word dragon alone is relevant, just especially scornful, as if they were natural enemies. It's been 10,000 years. There are no dragons in the world. Dragons only appear in legends. But this honorable man has truly seen a real dragon. The majesty and disdain of the dragon was still a shadow in Gu Changming's heart that he could not forget for the rest of his life. Although Fat Snake made a mistake. But what my father said at the banquet today, I think many demon kings will understand, and that augur will be taken care of by someone else. Junzei was hiding in the crouching dragon pool, a watery and blessed place, to clear his mind, not realizing that he was being watched by a heaven-splitting big shot. There is no sun or moon in the mountains, and time passes in the blink of an eye. With the great phase dragon technique cultivation added on, the mana in his body increased by leaps and bounds in a single day. 4,000 years of mana, 5,000 years of mana, 6,000 years of mana. The body of a dragon was faster to cultivate than the body of a snake. Plus the watery blessed land of the Wulong Lake was rich in spiritual chi. The endless spiritual chi of the heavens and earth surged into Junzei's body in a continuous stream, without a moment's pause. That cultivation, the speed of mana enhancement, how could it be a horror? As his mana grew, Junzei's body grew larger and larger. From the original 300 feet it rose to 400. During this period, he also comprehended many of the heaven and earth mysteries, like turning stone into gold, yellow and white. What you see is what you get. If you turn the river over, you can make the rivers and lakes, the waves, stirring it a heaven and earth. It is more like an art of raising the dead, which allows the soul to return to the corpse and bring the dead back to life. Bringing the dead back to life is a great magic of the immortals, which is against the order of yin and yang. It cannot be used lightly. But what made Junzei's favorite was a spell he had comprehended in the past 2 days. Size Rudraksh. Once performed, it can be big or small, rising or hidden, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist when it becomes big, and hiding its shape when it becomes small. When it rises, it can soar through the universe, and when it hides, it can hide in the waves of the sea. This was originally a divine spell that only true dragons possessed, and Junzei is only a mere augur to master it now. It's like calling the wind and the rain. It's all the means of a true dragon. This was all thanks to the power of the great phase dragon skill, the great Tao. Let him augur as a dragon and exercise the powers of a true dragon. The reason why Junzei liked this size Rui technique avatar was because he was now 400 feet across, and his movements were inconvenient. Move and be noticed. Now if Junzei wanted to, he could instantly transform from a looming giant of 400 feet into a miniature little snake. Big is good for big and small is good for small. Otherwise there would be no such thing as a godly dragon. Just because dragons can be big and small, they can rise and stay hidden. During this period of time, Junzei cultivated diligently, not slacking off for a moment, but always. I could feel a mysterious force calling to me, and that call is coming from multiple places. After the recent deepening of his magic power, Junzei understood that it was the power of wishing. Folklore has the people making a wish to the dragon, and there is no true dragon in the world, just him, the dragon. Therefore, the wish came to him. Chapter 021, asking the true dragon to reveal itself and send down rain. Figuring this out, Junzei knew that his chance to earn merit had come. The so-called gods protect the living. It is since to make a difference. Doing good and being virtuous are never empty words either. Junzei, who was lying at the bottom of the pool, began to communicate that wish-granting power, and in a trance, a whole new picture appeared before his eyes. The scenery is not unreal, but a scene that actually happened. With just a glance, Junzei's mind was touched and he was instantly shaken. On the outskirts of Kyoto, at the foot of the Taihang Mountains, live tens of thousands of people in villages, a forest of walled villages that are hard to exhaust at a glance. It's like scattering a large handful of bean sprouts and sprouting countless hills. Very spectacular. The people in the village are based on the mountains and the water, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. Although there are demons and ghosts in the mountains from time to time, but the days are barely still living. This is because the imperial Qintian supervisor has a village shrine in each village, with clay statues of ghosts and gods sitting in the village. Each ghost god is responsible for sheltering a village from demons and ghosts. Even if the land is in drought, it is responsible for sending rain. The so-called ghosts and gods are divided into two kinds. One is the Een spirit, which is a person who has done good deeds and accumulated merits during his life, and has been enthroned by the imperial court's Qintian supervisor after his death. Set up clay statues, build temples and enjoy the incense. It can be said that they are officially certified as ghosts and spirits, not lone ghosts. And the second kind is the demon who is on the right path, with a great ambition to become immortal and attain the way, not to follow the evil path, to feed on people, to preach that the body is right, the mind is right, the way is right, to practice as if one were a human being, and to practice without doing evil. No karma is involved, only merit. In order to cultivate the right fruit, the imperial court is seared, and the Qintian supervisor has the privilege of enthroning the ghosts and gods. After clearing the air, it will enthrone demon spirits who have accumulated virtue and good deeds, and also build temples for them, so that the people can make offerings and enjoy the incense. Under the whole heaven, only the ghosts and deities enthroned by the Qintian supervisor have the power to own temples and enjoy incense. There is no official certification. They are all lone souls and evil spirits. The imperial court's control over private incense is very strict. Anyone who dares to secretly set up a temple for the people to worship will be broken down and arrested. There's no semblance of leeway. Even if you hide in the Taihang Mountains, you will spend a great deal of effort to round up the people. Because the people's incense is the foundation of the Daxia dynasty, one of the national policies. Otherwise the ghosts and gods enthroned by the court would have no gold content. If a demon could enjoy incense, wouldn't the world be in chaos? However, as the 10,000-year foundation of the Daxia dynasty has been passed down, the number of ghosts and gods that have been enthroned over the years is also countless, so that tens of thousands of villages on the outskirts, no matter how big or small, are all blessed by a ghostly god sitting on the ground. Originally, the Qintian supervisor ordained ghosts and gods, built temples in a certain place for the people to worship, and the ghosts and gods went to sit in the town. It's the best of both worlds. I will offer you and you will bless me. So it can be said that each one of us gets what he wants. But with all these years Jia Long Emperor old age dystopia. Ignore state affairs. Not on the morning court. Only love beauty. Not love the mountains. Especially after enthroning the four great demon consorts. The court began to be corrupt and the world began to be in turmoil and chaos. The official atmosphere is beginning to turn completely sour. Even the ghosts and gods who sit in the villages to protect the people are like abusive officials who do not do their work. Earlier this year, there was a severe drought in the suburbs. Lack of water and food. The people could only pray to the ghosts and gods enshrined in the shrines to make the energy of incense rain, but they were repeatedly rejected. Those ghosts and gods changed their faces and lionized them. Demand favors from the people. Usually, the first 15 days of the year are the days to worship the gods and offer incense, but they now require the villagers to worship them day after day. Not only can you not live without chicken, duck and fish, and also incense like a cloud. This has left the people of the villages and cottages suffering and overwhelmed. But those demons and gods did not care about the people's plight, and when they could not do it, they did not give rain. Drought is killing you. Some village spirits go even further, learning to marry and have children, forcing the village chief to get them little wives. Marrying one family after another is like being a bully in the village, eating meat without spitting bones. Gradually, tens of thousands of villages on the outskirts of the countryside will be famine and pestilence, natural and man-made disasters, and the people will not be able to live. The common people also began to be completely disappointed with the ghosts and gods enshrined in the village shrine. Some days ago, electricity flashed and thunder roared in the Taihang Mountains, and a dragon's shadow manifested itself. There was also a localized downpour for the suburbs. The people shouted for the Dragon King to show his spirit. But water from afar cannot quench a thirst, and once the localized heavy rains have passed, the drought is still a drought. The people of many villages and hamlets then organized themselves, secretly preparing chickens, ducks, fish and meat at the foot of Taihang Mountain to sacrifice to the Dragon King for rain. I pray that the Dragon King in the mountains will give the suburb a pouring rain to relieve the drought and floods in a big way. As each day passes, the people at the foot of the mountain grow more and more, relying all their hopes on the Dragon King of the mountain. Pray for the Dragon King to show his saintly presence and bring down a heavy rain for the sake of the millions of people in the suburbs. An old man past his prime held 3 incense sticks high in his hands and flung himself to the ground, looking up at the heights of the Taihang Mountains. I beg the Dragon King to reveal himself and save my family. Pray for the true dragon to reveal himself, be merciful, and save suffering. The dark figures fell to their knees in unison. The scene is grand and tragic. It is said that the Daxia dynasty through the years, the court has a demon division to eliminate demons. There is the Qintian supervisor in charge of incense book ghosts and gods, and there is the Kunlun mountain Taoist and Buddhist gods and goddesses to sit down. The world peace, the world scene. However, those are just illusions of grandeur. The truth is that instead of being bullied by the demons and ghosts in the mountains, the common people are oppressed by the ghosts and gods enshrined in the shrines. The drought has prevented rain. The land has no harvest. There is a lack of water and food, and people are living in dire straits. Today, the people of the suburbs organize themselves in the foothills of the Taihang Mountains and are overcrowded. I light high incense to honor the gods against my heart. The smoky incense fires of 100 rivers converge on the sea, and the smoke and haze are intertwined, one after another. They drifted towards a certain area of the Taihang Mountains. At the same time, inside the ancestral hall of a certain village, a statue on a Buddhist niche shook. It was obviously a ghost or god that the people worshipped, but the statue's brow was even fierce. Outrageous! These foolish pariahs! How dare they betray this deity? A furious voice resounded in the ancestral hall, only to see smoke rising from the statue of Buddha, incredibly transforming into flesh and blood. Finally, it transformed into a red-robed deity of more than 10 feet jumping down from the Buddha's niche. There was a greenish-colored aura of smoke and fire lingering around him. That's the incense that the people offered to it. These aroma chi were like spiritual snakes that pranced about in the clouds, flying around his body in an extremely agile manner. The red-robed demon god arrived at the entrance of the shrine, sank his face, and looked in the direction of the foothills of Taihang Mountain. There the incense curls up, the clouds steam, a good piece of incense like clouds of scenery. The words begging for the Dragon King's manifestation were even more incessant, echoing in the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Foolish, foolish, where in this world is the dragon? Begging the legendary Dragon King to send rain. It is better to give those joss sticks to this god to enjoy. This god may be in a good mood and send rain to you and others. This red-robed demon god looked at the rising incense, and a hint of flesh pain flashed in the bottom of his eyes. If all that incense was given to it to enjoy, it might be able to skyrocket its mana for 100 years. At the same time, the statues enshrined in the shrines of the major villages also manifested themselves into flesh and blood. Like the red-robed ghosts and gods, they were initially furious and jumped to their feet, but in the end, when they saw so much incense drifting toward Taihang Mountain, they were heartbroken. It's as if you've lost a great deal of wealth. If not for the fact that they had restrictions on their bodies and could not easily leave the village shrine, they would have killed at the foot of Taihang Mountain and broken into a frenzy. Chapter 022 Heavy Rainfall from Heaven. A great sun on one side. The people knelt at the foot of the mountain and begged the true dragon to manifest itself and send rain. On the other hand, the ghosts and gods enshrined in the people's villages are like shrews, each lively. It's kind of a different picture. Who would have thought that the ghosts and gods enshrined by the Qintian supervisor would get into such trouble with the people they blessed? The people would rather put their hands on high incense to beg for the imaginary real dragon of legend than to offer it at the shrine. This also signaled that the Qintian supervisor was ineffective. The court had lost face, and the so-called enthroned ghosts and gods had lost their majesty and credibility. Pray for the true dragon to show its spirit and save us. The suffering common people. The people at the foot of the mountain whimpered. The rituals had been going on for days, and the incense in his hands was about to burn out. In this world where there is a god at the top of the head, there is no true spirit to serve the nation and the people. The legendary true dragon has become the only light in the hearts of the underclass. Because the reason why the Daxia dynasty was founded was that the divine dragon assisted the founding emperor and suppressed the demons and ghosts in the world. The dragon is the totem, the true faith of the underclass. God is killing the people of suburbia. Unconsciously, the incense in their hands was completely burned out. and some of the elderly people wept bitterly. And when the ghosts and gods in the village saw this scene, a hint of pleasure flashed in the bottom of their eyes. Seeking a true dragon. What a big joke. There are no dragons in this heaven and earth for a long time. Might as well just beg the Lord of Heaven for rain. Ha ha. These stupid pariahs go out and hit a south wall. In the end they still have to obediently come back to bow down with this god. Humph. At that time this god will double the incense and marry 10 concubines, just as these ghosts and gods were laughing uncontrollably. Rumble. A loud sound of thunder exploding came from the sky. In a whirlwind, the sky in the suburbs darkened all of a sudden, with dark clouds and gusty winds. The smiles of the ghosts and gods instantly froze. Looking up at the sky, his expression gradually darkened. Wind and thunder converge. Water vapor condenses. This is the method of rainfall. Ah, not good. Who is it that wants rain to spoil them? The people at the foot of the mountain braced themselves in disbelief as they watched the rolling mass of dark clouds, their breath stuttering. It's going to rain. This is clearly a sky warning for rain. Could it be that the true dragon lord had heard the people's wishes and had torn open the canopy of heaven, preparing to pour the water of the heavenly river onto the earth? The people were both amazed and delighted, and were afraid that it was all a hallucination. It's all a sham. And yet, above the dome of the sky, a bolt of lightning crossed like a sharp sword with a crisp crack of thunder, kicking off the rainfall. Wow! The sky was suddenly pouring with rain. The raindrops were like pearls, drifting and slanting, waving on the suburban land. Again, it seems to carry some kind of magical power. When it falls on the grass turns green. When it falls on the flowers bloom. When it falls on the dry fields, the crops come alive. Woohoo! It's raining. It's really raining. We're saved. The blackened people at the foot of the hill burst into hugs and cried out in pain. If the rain doesn't fall on this festival, when everyone returns to the village, they will be faced with difficulties from the ghosts and gods of the shrine. That's really not a good day. The clouds in the sky cried out, and the people on the ground cried their hearts out. If heaven and earth were inverted, it would likewise be a pouring rain. Darn it! Darn it! Who is raining for these untouchables? Stop it! The ghosts and gods of the shrine were so angry that their nostrils smoked, and when they did, they looked toward the Taihang mountain sky like light. The next moment, dazed, his eyes filled with horror. There was actually a sinuous dragon shadow looming in that dark cloud, roaring up to the sky. The images are regal. How is it possible that there really is a real dragon manifesting itself to send rain for the people? Each of these ghosts and gods was as if they had been struck by a bolt from the blue, unable to accept such a reality. The people, however, were already chanting, "Long live the true dragon." No, it can't be. The great Xia dynasty dragons have long been extinct. That's a scaly dragon, not a true dragon at this time. The ghosts and gods have remembered that some days ago there was a snake walking Jiao crossing the Taihang mountain. With a bang, he managed to evolve from a snake into a dragon. Damn it, to have our good deeds spoiled by a scaly dragon. Outrageous! It is so bold that it dares to send rain without authorization, cheating the people of incense, and breaking the court's law. It is simply 10 evils that are unforgivable, and the crime should be stripped of its skin and thrashed to ashes. It is important to realize that rainfall is a right that can only be exercised by ghosts and deities enthroned by the Qintian supervisor. One was to show the might of the Daxia dynasty, and the other was to make the people fully believe in the ghosts and gods sent down by the imperial court. Developing cohesion. Whoever breaks this rule is violating the imperial court scales and is openly opposing the Daxia dynasty. There are countless demons of the Taihang mountain race, all of them lawless, but no one dares to send rain to the people privately. Because 100 years ago, there was a case like this. There was a rising 10,000-year-old demon in Taihang Mountain, who came down the mountain and transformed into a Taoist priest in order to improve his cultivation as soon as possible, going around cheating the people out of their faith. The people were allowed to build temples and offer incense to it, and in return it rained and irrigated the people's farmland. That's still all one localized drizzle, but that's just it. Later, it was perceived by the Qintian supervisor, and a wanted notice was directly issued for that 10,000-year-old demon, and the experts of the Demon Beheading Division were mobilized to apprehend it at the ends of the earth. The 10,000 years demon ended up seriously injured and escaped back to Taihang Mountain, protected by the demon king of his own race. It made the experts of the Demon Beheading Division only return without any success. But who knows? When the experts of the Demon Beheading Division went back, they ushered in the sword immortal of the Kunlun ruins to step in. A sound of riding on the wind and riding the sword, cutting down the demons between heaven and earth. That sword immortal descended from the sky and killed the race territory, forcing the Demon King to hand over the murderer. The Demon King weighed the pros and cons and could only throw his weight around. In the end, that 10,000-year-old demon was unauthorized to gather incense and private rain, and was escorted to the demon beheading platform where his head was separated from his body, and his body flew on 5 horses. Since this incident, no matter how lawless the demons were, even if they went to wreak havoc on one side, they did not dare to send rain privately. Right now, this pouring rain, under the bombardment, under the farmland recovery, under the suburban people cheering, but the consequences are very serious. The abominable Jiaolong hides in Taihang Mountain. We ghosts and gods have no way to take it. We can only go to the Qin Tian supervisor to find the first grade of the God of Righteousness to report that the Jiaolong is reigning for the untouchables, and must be severely punished. A flash of hostility flashed under the eyes of those ghosts and gods in the village. By bringing rain to the people in the suburbs, the augur is moving them. He who cuts off the interests of others is like killing one's parents. Just as the people were cheering, those ghosts and gods left the shrine and went to the Kyoto Chinatown. Chapter 023, Qin Tian Supervisor. City God. The Qin Tian Supervisor is a very noble and special institution of the imperial court, with a high position of authority, observing the weather, holding incense, enshrining ghosts and gods. The power of the authority is so great that it dominates the dynasty. It can be said that when a person dies, he or she will fall into the 6 paths of reincarnation or be enthroned as a ghost or god and stay on earth forever. It's all up to the word of the gods inside the Chinatown. And the one who is in charge of the Qin Tian Supervisor is a first-grade positive god, known as the City God, who in his lifetime was the senior brother of the current headmaster of the Kunlun market, the Holy Land on earth. Once the high moment was to fight the 4 major demon kings of Taihang Mountain, beheading one of them, injuring 3 of them, and finally falling gloriously. After his death, he was so meritorious that he was appointed as the first grade of Zhengshan Cheng Huang, who was in charge of the Qin Tian Supervisory Bureau. Under the organization, there were also 4 major judges of the right and left civil and military authorities, 8 mighty generals, and 24 chief officials. Each of them will perform his own duties, clean up the administration, and return clarity to the heavens and the earth, and all the ghosts and monsters in the world. All their lives want to be recognized by the Qintan. As long as you are enthroned, you are no longer a lone soul in the world, and you can even say that you are honoring your ancestors. However, ghosts transformed by general grievances are usually only wanted for decapitation. The only way you can be enthroned after death is to do good deeds and possess merit wrapped up in your life. Fong can have a chance. However, with Emperor Jiaolong ascending to the throne, the government was in chaos and the ghost officials in the Qin Tian Supervision Bureau began to reap the benefits. If you want to be enthroned as a ghost or god, there is a back door, provided that you have a family with a lot of money and can afford to pay the price. At this time, a regular meeting was being held within the Chinatown Supervisor. The first grade god City God sat in the main seat, tall and domineering, with righteousness and majesty revealed between his eyebrows. It makes you look at it and lose your 3 souls. The right and left civil and military 4 judges, the 8 mighty generals, and the 24 road masters under his command all obediently took their notes and waited for the leader to admonish them. I've heard that the ghosts and gods of various places have been oppressing the people lately. Is this true? There was no idle talk from the city god's mouth, and when he spoke, he went straight to the point. Although the Qin Tian Supervisor's morale has turned a little bad in recent years, this first-grade positive god can't be half watered down. Still very much for the country and the people. It's just that this city god's words seem to be a bummer, making the great hall turn unusually quiet. But yes or no? No one stepped forward to reply for a moment. The city god frowned, circled around, and faintly named. Judge Lu Yudao of the Inspection Division came out to answer. Lu Yudao wore a green robe, his eyes were like electricity, and he was rigid and upright. He is in charge of a department where the good is rewarded and good deeds are promoted, where the wicked are punished as they deserve, and where the unjust are vindicated. Back to the words of the immortal. Ghosts and gods oppressing the people, this kind of thing the next official is also vigorously investigating. The forest is big, what birds have, but as long as there is the next official to find out, will certainly be severely punished. Please immortal, don't worry. Lu Yudao replied with a righteousness, and the city god nodded slightly at his words. Obviously there is still trust in this judge. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has been very muddy lately. As the gods of the Qin Tian Supervisory Authority, we must not slacken off, and must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the people. We follow the teachings of the immortal master. The gods that filled the great hall agreed in unison. I think so. However, there were some of the deities on the scene whose eyes flashed with a flash of disdain in the depths of their eyes. The gods are high and mighty, and they are not just little boys working for the people. Flipping this phrase over and over every day, bothered or not, the city god was ready to open the next topic, but suddenly his face changed slightly and his eyebrows moved quite a bit. A pair of eyes that sharply contained peerless pressure swept outside the great hall. Where is it going to rain? Rainfall? The 4 great judges and the 8 great generals in the temple looked perplexed as they looked towards the sky outside the temple. But what I saw was a clear sky and peace. One of the demons is trying to reply that it's not raining. But who knew that in the next second? Rumbling. There was the sound of thunder exploding. Everyone was secretly surprised. The first grade positive god city god was indeed unfathomable. It's all unforeseen. One of the chief officials was quick to vanish towards the outside of the temple, his eyes sweeping across the four directions of heaven and earth. Look it over and come back and talk back. Immortal. It's a pouring rain in the suburb. It's raining heavily, enveloping tens of thousands of villages throughout the suburb. I'm afraid it's not those ghosts and gods from the shrine that can do it. The gods at the scene were shocked when these words came out. Doesn't that mean someone is reigning privately? The ghosts and gods of village shrines, although they have the ability to bring down rain with incense, can at best only do so with the rain of a village's territory? A rainfall like this that enveloped the entire suburb. Other than the gods of this great hall, it would only be the demons of Taihang Mountain that had a high level of Taoism. Poof! The city god let out a heavy cold snort, and a supreme pressure of a god permeated out. In an instant, the 4 great judges, the 8 majestic generals, and the 24 chief officials all changed their faces drastically. Sincerely, he knelt down. Officials are big and they crush people. Immortal master, calm your anger. Wait for my humble servant to investigate in detail and see what demon dares to commit such a crime. No need. My father will see for himself. Before the words even fell, the city god's magnificent body had already disappeared into the main hall. In the next second, it appeared on the boundary of a suburb outside the city. The gods could only obediently follow the leader's footsteps. At this moment in the suburbs, the rain was pouring down as if it had been poured down in a basin by the Lord of Heaven. After the city god appeared, the rain did not touch his body. Observing the amount of rain with the rain, his eyes flashed a touch of surprise. This is not the rainfall technique of wind and thunder converging and water vapor condensing, but the divine magic of calling out the wind and summoning the rain. A good tactic. Shingo then got up in surprise. The immortal master is as insightful as a fire. His eyes are like a torch, and he really has the skill of calling out the wind and rain. It's remarkable. The gods next to him slipped up. Look everyone, there are dragon shadows flickering in the dark clouds, and the people are chanting long live the true dragon? Could it be? What's all the fuss about? It's just a dragon making waves. The city god glared at that main official who spoke. His eyebrows wrinkled up again, secretly thinking in his heart, the district augur. How can it call the wind and rain this kind of magical power? That's the means of the real dragon in the legend. Judge Liu Yudao stood out. It is said that the dragon in Taihang Mountain has just been born for a few months, and now it can't wait to please the people, to establish prestige, to receive incense, and to fish for merits. So it seems that the ambition is not small. Is it true that it really wants to turn into the real dragon? Delusional. The transformation of the true dragon is a dead end, but it is now on a dead end. The people begged for rain, so it dared to reign privately, openly challenging the public trust of my Qintian supervisor, provoking the prestige of the imperial court. It must be apprehended, and will not be tolerated. Yes, that's right. This augur is bold, harboring evil and enlisting people. He must be severely punished. These high and mighty deities rose up in righteous indignation, itching to rush to Taihang Mountain and settle the score with that scaly dragon. The people begged for rain, and the augur brought it down? The city god captured a crucial piece of information, and a pair of majestic and peerless eyes swept across the group of gods next to him. Every village has ghosts and gods sitting on it. Why would the people send rain to the augur dragon? Can any of you give this honored one a perfect explanation? The gods who were originally still filled with righteous indignation were suddenly silent, collectively becoming mute. Get the local landlord to come to the Qintian monastery to meet my father. Saying that, the city god looked deeply at Cha-Cha Si Liu Dao again, very disappointed. He still needs to force check such a clear-cut thing? It is obvious that they are deliberately seeking to cover up for their own interests. Liu Yudao instantly felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the sky. Immortal. Just when you wanted to explain, he saw the city god dissipate into green smoke. Chapter 024 Merit and Virtue. Sacred and Limitless Taihang Mountain. Snake Nation. Wulong Pond. The words of the people's incense and sacrifices, begging the true dragon to reveal itself and send rain, were constantly reaching Junzai's mind. The black crowd at the foot of the mountain was even more clearly visible. Junzai, who was originally interested in accumulating good deeds and fishing for merit, naturally would not let go of this good opportunity. Directly to the tens of thousands of villages on the outskirts of the foot of the mountain, he cast the art of calling the wind and rain. Calling the wind and calling the rain belonged to the great spell of controlling the heavenly phenomena. With its great power and wide range, it's all in the mind. However, since it was a great spell, it naturally needed a strong mana to back it up. However, Juniper still underestimated the exertion of this call to arms. Once it was cast, the entire augur body's mana, which was as rippling as a river, was instantly drained. It was even almost as if it had been sucked dry. Full body weakness. It was a good thing that Junzei was now lying at the bottom of the pool and was not in a sorry state. Juniper then observed the amount of rain followed by the time. The rain poured down in torrents and roared down. But it only lasted about 10 minutes. 6,000 years of Taoist mana made it rain for 10 minutes. Junzei also cried and laughed at the dark thought. It's like being a laborer in the last world, where it's hard to make money but easy to spend it like water. A month's paycheck can be spent in a day. The good thing is that mana is expended and can be recovered. But it wasn't that Junzei's mana was watered down, it was that his heart was too big. The rainfall was surprisingly extensive, covering the entire suburb and encompassing tens of thousands of villages. One could be said to be a frog in the well, ignorant of the geographic size of the suburbs. A place that can accommodate tens of thousands of villages can be compared to a large city of several million. That it's still pouring rain for 10 minutes has been remarkable. Like those ghosts and gods enshrined in village shrines, they can only send rain to one village in one place, and for a very limited period of time. Another difference between the two was that Junzei used mana spells to send down rain, while those ghosts and gods relied on the power of the incense they absorbed on weekdays to send down rain. The rain was also very different. After Junzei subsided, he prepared to perform the Great Phase Dragon technique, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to restore his mana. Those people at the bottom of the hill will be sorry that the rain will only go so far. Trying my best. But at that moment, Junzei suddenly sensed something strange and a hint of probing flashed under his eyes, only to see that above the water of the pool, it was as if a layer of golden sands had been sprinkled down. A silky, hair-thin holy light enveloped towards himself. In the next second, the holy light was added to the body, resembling auspiciousness, blessing, and the power of the God of heaven, containing the wonders of the universe. All at once, Junzei felt his soul sublimate and his heart in soul delight, and he couldn't help but want to moan and sing. In a meditative, trance-like manner, he perceived that his augmented body had received some sort of great enhancement. However, this enhancement was again very subtle, not at all like a mana enhancement, not improving their overall strength. On the contrary, I feel that my wisdom has been improved and my blessings have been aggravated. There is a sense that you can turn misfortune into good fortune and have many blessings. In a flash, Junzei had a flash of insight and blurted out, "This is the descent of merit." Merit wrapped around the body as the words came out. He saw the augur dragon's forehead flashing with holy light, and a piece of scale was renewed as if it had been gilded with a layer of gold. It looks just like the Buddha's seal between the bodhisattva's eyebrows, glittering and sacrosanct. I'll go. This change caused even the always calm Junzei to draw in a breath of cool air. His expression agitated. His own augur scales were transformed into merit scales, equivalent to a meritocracy. The so-called merits and virtues protect the body. All laws will not invade. All evils will not approach. Heavenly fire will not melt. Heavenly thunder will not be extinguished. And the innate is invincible. That's the horror of meritocracy. Just one merit scale? Junzei was a bit unsatisfied, as the single merit scale on his forehead alone was a bit too overwhelming. Can't afford to carry a heavy load. However, as the first merit scale took shape, wow! Between the flashes of holy light on his forehead, a large number of merit scales manned out. 1, 10, 100. Merit scales were springing up like rain, between the golden light. In the end, an entire 1,000 merit scales were imprinted on the head of Junzei, the augur dragon. It made his augur head seem like he was wearing a crown studded with dazzling gems, adding a supreme majesty, apparently transcendent and sacrosanct. In layman's terms, that's really brightening up other people's eyes. 1,000 merit scales added to your body? This reign of mine is too worth it, isn't it? Juniper was incredulous. Does it seem like the merit is that good to fish for? But what Juniper doesn't realize is that what looks like he's only had a 10-minute downpour has rained on millions of lives in the suburbs. It is still a long way from quenching the thirst, but it does the miracle of inspiring people and reviving farmland. Besides, saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. The gold content of this rain is by no means something Juniper can imagine. More than that, it is not summed up by doing good deeds. Therefore, the heavenly merit. If one day, Junzei could manage to protect his body with merit scales all over his body, then will be immune to any attack damage. Do not die. The same life as the sky and the same girth as the earth. Ascension to the heavenly realm. It's a shame it only rained for 10 minutes. If it had rained for 20, I would have made a fortune. Junzei secretly made a decision that the rain could not stop, recover his mana, and pick up where he left off tomorrow. What Juniper didn't know, however, was that the rain had also gotten him into a lot of trouble. If merit was that easy to get, none of those monsters in Taihang Mountain would eat people. Changed to charity. Chinatown. Inside the Great Hall of the Gods. The first-grade positive god city god has been furious since he returned from observing the rain, and the invisible majesty that radiates from him is simply daunting. Even if the most terrifying ghost king of today came, he would be so scared that he would hate to be reincarnated. In the temple at this time kneeling a but more than 10 feet high white-haired old man, wearing a long robe wearing a head of black hat, hand also shivering holding a walking stick, is receiving the wrath of the city's god. You're a landlord. I've given you such a large piece of land in the suburbs, and you've neglected your duties, sleeping and doings off every day. Tens of thousands of villages on the outskirts of the city are in a severe drought, and the ghosts and gods sent down by the Chin Tian supervisors are deceiving the people into inaction. So why don't you restrain the control? Do you still want to be a land god? The city god was so angry when he sent down a thunderbolt of fire. The landlord of more than 10 feet high kneeling in lofty trembling, helplessly said, "Non-small god does not constrain, but control cannot." The old man on a small god of the end of the stream. The majesty is not enough. The Taoist line is limited. No one listens to Amph. You're just going to use those words to put off my father? The city god's copper bell eyes stared at him. You are the god of the land issued by his majesty and appointed by the heavenly superintendent. You are the glorious god of food, and the tens of thousands of villages in the suburbs are under your jurisdiction. So you have your own status, and those little ghosts would dare to disrespect you? The ghosts and gods enshrined in village shrines, though worthy of the word god, are but the lowest ranking in spirits. I've accumulated some virtue in my past life to enjoy the incense, but even so, those ghosts and gods can only live on incense. Not even a body of flesh and blood can't leave the shrine easily. Nothing. As a land god of a party, you have absolute power of life and death over those ghosts and gods. When you meet a grumpy one, you can make them not even a ghost. Chapter 025, whether the dragon is male or female. In the face of the city god's questioning, this landlord also laughed bitterly. The chaos of ghosts and gods in the suburbs is not a day or two. Even if he had the will, he was powerless. Seeing the land in this state, the city god did not bother to be accusing, and he also understood in his heart that the land, being the most virtuous and good, had always been only bitter. The mind is incapable of killing. Otherwise, you can't be a blessed god. If you can't control it yourself, why don't you report it to the Chintian supervisor in the end? That's what made Shingo the most angry. In his position, he could not control his subordinates, and he knew and did not report. The little god is reported dozens of times a year. Just no one cares. No one? When the city god heard this, he became furious, and his big copper bell eyes that contained absolute pressure swept across the gods in the great hall, wanted to throw a thunderbolt. Please don't be angry. Over the past 10,000 years, the court and the Chin Tian supervisor have enshrined too many ghosts and deities. Cumulatively, it's really a bit too heavy to return to. It's impossible to manage. Not that we're not doing our best. 24-way supervisor on his knees. It's within their purview to report things all over the provinces. It seems like it's time to put a lot of effort into straightening things out. The city god's gaze is murderous, since there are too many enthroned ghosts and gods. Let's kill a good batch of them. When they were human beings, they still knew how to accumulate virtues and do good deeds, but when they became the gods above the Buddhist shrine, enjoying the people's incense and fire, instead, they aided and abetted the evildoer. If you eat incense and have evil thoughts, you should be executed. Where's Judge Zhong Kue? Department of Punishment and Evil. Once again, City Hall is blatantly naming names, but this naming of names set off a furor in the entire hall. There were some chief officers whose faces went straight up pale. You should know that there are 4 judges in the Chintian Supervisory Bureau, who are in charge of rewarding the good, punishing the evil, inspecting and checking, and the laws. The 4 judges, in no particular order, all have similar positions of power, but when it comes to cynicism, rewarding the good and punishing the bad, Zhong Kue takes the brunt, and it doesn't do anyone any favors. He has always adhered to the 4 no's and 4 no's in his behavior. The 4 no's: disloyalty, unfiliality, disloyalty and disbelief. The 4 no's: no manners, no righteousness, no honesty, and no shame. Minor offenses are punished lightly. Serious offenses are punished severely, and some are even directly dragged off to become cows and horses, insects and dogs. The city god had summoned this grumpy one out, and it seemed that he was really determined to straighten out the ghosts and gods of the suburban shrines. It would even ripple through the many gods on the scene, only to see a burly man dressed in purple robes with angry eyes and a businesslike appearance walk out of the great hall of the gods. Zhong Kue is here. Please command the immortal. The city god said indifferently. You assist the god of land in checking the ghosts and gods in the suburbs. If there are those who oppress the people and those who eat incense without doing anything, all of them will be deprived of the qualification for reincarnation and their gods will be destroyed. The words came out with a bang. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves, turning the tables. the great hall of gods immediately turned silent. Shocker! The gods looked incomparably shocked. Eyes are wide. Disqualified from casting? The gods are dead? This is too heavy a punishment, not giving any room for survival at all. Please think twice, immortal. Even if there are wrongdoers in the ghosts and gods sitting in the suburban shrines, they should still be disposed of by having the Zhongkui judge escort them to the Xingtai of punishment and evil. They have to plead for suburban ghosts and gods because the nest is covered. However, Zhongkui's furious expression was greatly pleased, and he busied himself with saying, "Your humble servant takes orders." There was a flash of wide-open murder in his eyes. Although the land god has a heart of reluctance, but the thought of Zhongkui to the suburbs will be able to destroy the evil and sweep away the evil. Return a clear sky to the people. The matter is settled. You need not speak much. The city god gave the final blow. A flash of hatred flashed under the eyes of Cha-Cha Silu Yudao. The city god shouted out Zhongkui. That is, he is completely disappointed in him. Damn. I'm afraid he's going to have a hard time in the future. It all comes down to that nosy augur. What rain is falling for a good reason. You think you're a real dragon? Immortal. Shouldn't we be discussing how to deal with that scaly dragon that reigns privately? My humble servant is willing to redeem his honor and personally lead men to Taihang Mountain to apprehend that scaly dragon. Lu Yudao spoke righteously. No need. Jialong belongs to demons. That's the matter of the Demon Beheading Division. Send someone to the Demon Beheading Division to say something. Let Xiaoshuzuan file a case to arrest Jialong. It's also time to give the Demon Beheading Division something to do. The court organization that beheads demons and removes devils is almost reduced to a pimp who finds beauties for his majesty. Lu Yudao was in a hurry. He could not wait to skin that augur dragon now. Immortal. Although the dragon belongs to the demons, it is not the evil scaly dragon that has plagued the heaven and earth. It has not harmed the heaven and earth, but it has violated the law and discipline of the Qing Tian Supervisory Commission by privately sending down rain. So it is not proper to let the Department of Demon Beheading intervene, right? The city god glanced coldly at Lu Yudao. Since you know that it hasn't harmed heaven or earth and isn't an evil augur, why are you biting on it this? Lu Yudao was dumbfounded and cold. Inwardly, he was even more puzzled. This first great god has always hated demons collecting incense and fishing for merits. Why was he so lenient to that dragon? Taking the wrong medication? However, the city god's heart is clear. Wan Fang is guilty. The crime is in the Qintian supervisor. It is true that the dragon is guilty of reigning privately, but there is a reason for that. If it were not for the collective inaction of the ghosts and gods in the suburbs dispatched by the Qintian supervisor, there will not be a major drought in the suburbs, and the people will not be begging the true dragon to manifest itself and send rain. It was enough to have the Demon Beheading Division out to apprehend them now. The Department of Demon Beheading was set up in the center of Kyoto, and the entire building was 33 stories high, signifying the meaning of 33 heavens. On the roof of the building regulars stood an expert in opening the eyes of the sky. But whenever any demon or evil spirit appears in Kyoto, it is hard to escape its eyes. Once upon a time, the Demon Chopper Division was a very respected organization, relied upon and trusted by the people. However, since the last First Father stepped down, a new First Father has taken the throne, and this heavy responsibility of cutting down the demons and eliminating the devils, it basically rests on the shoulders of the Kunlun market Taoism. The new head honored with the surname Xia, a high-powered position, is the red man beside Emperor Jialong, deeply trusted by Emperor Jialong. A book of 12 flower leaders and the creation of 4 concubines in the palace made this Xiaoshuzuan famous. Only the prestige is not a beautiful name, but a curse. The city god of the Chinatown supervisor had more than once said that this Xiaoshuzuan was a pimp. The so-called demon elimination. Give the whole special catch beautiful female goblins. This is like words. Moreover, they are not detained in the prison of the Demon Beheading Division, but are sent directly to the public palace, fearing that Emperor Jialong's comforter would go cold. At this time, Xiaoshuzuan was very busy on all fours, his head not touching the ground. The Holy Spirit opened the consort selection ceremony, and he was the very person to be the examiner. I'm so dazzled by looking at beautiful women every day. I don't even carry the same ones. Those royal families, nobles, and princes and ministers who sent their Myoling maidens could still be handed over to others for scrutiny. But the beauties sent by those racial demon kings of Taihang Mountain would have to be personally gated by him. The head honcho. What a spider beauty, a lute beauty, a snake beauty, a crane beauty. They're all 1,000-year-old goblins. Sloppy. The slightest accident and injury to the emperor is the end of the family. On the contrary, Emperor Jialong was still good at it, and tastes are getting heavier and heavier. Unusual women don't even take a look at them. No. Xiaoshuzuan had just finished scrutinizing a female goblin and was about to take a break when a guard came running outside. Xiaoshuzuan rolled his eyes for a moment. It's that race demon king from Taihang Mountain sending beauty again. That's all that's coming in these days. People are starting to not shy away from it. In the past, people and demons used to be different and incompatible, but now the harmony is unlike anything else. Thinking of this, Xia Shouzuan silently towards the palace cupped his fist and saluted a bit. Lamented, the world all scolded the saint is dim-witted, favoring the demon chaotic world, but do not know that the saint in order to achieve the unification of the great cause of the demon race, paid too much. That really can only be described as bowing down and dying. Your Majesty is wise. Lord Shouzuan has misunderstood. It was the Qin Tian supervisor who sent someone to report that there is a Jiao dragon out of the Taihang mountain, reigning privately, collecting incense, and fishing for merit. So we, the demon beheading division, were told to go and apprehend it. The guard had just finished his words when Xia Shouzuan became furious. What kind of a thing is the Qin Tian supervisor to command my demon beheading division to do its work? Although the city god is a first-ranking proper god out of the Kunlun ruins, in charge of the netherworld, this head-honored one has always taken orders from His Majesty alone, and is on the same level as it in terms of official rank. Besides, when the dragon sends down rain, it is also raining on the people, and it is not making waves and wreaking havoc on the party. So why should I let the Department of Demon Beheading catch it? I'll grab it by a grandma's leg. The guards were startled by Xia Shouzuan, and asked weakly, we ignore the Qin Tian supervision is. Why is Lord Shouzuan so angry? Can't this honored one be angry? The city god explicitly and secretly called this honored one a pimp. When this honored one doesn't know that, now he still has the nerve to let the demon beheading division catch the scaly dragon for them. The guard smiled sarcastically. What the head honored said is true. This Qin Tian supervisor has always boasted of being a god, and condescendingly doesn't put mortals like us in his eyes. A bunch of sinners who don't eat rice and should eat joss sticks. What's with the bull? Xia Shouzuan then said. You now give this father to go to the Qin Tian supervisor to reply. Say that this father has a lot of work to do not have time to give them to catch what augur, have the patience to catch their own, or let the Kunlun market to catch can also be. Really? I don't think so. The guard swallowed his saliva. Usually not accustomed to see the Qin Tian supervision return to not accustomed, but offend really dare not offend. Who doesn't have a time to die? By then it will be in the hands of the Chinaman. Xia Shouzuan naturally understands this reasoning. That's just it. Just pretend you don't know. Suddenly, Xia Shouzuan's eyes lit up as he stared at the guard and asked, did the Qin Tian supervisor say whether the scaly dragon was male or female? That's not true, but does it matter if it's male or female? The guards were dumbfounded at the words. It's really hard to keep up with this brain circuit of the head honcho. You fool, if this scaly dragon is a female, maybe there will be a dragon lady in the palace. The saint will surely be pleased with the dragon's face. Emperor Jialong has played with nothing but dragon ladies. Although the dragon is not a real dragon in the world, but it can be used as a matter of course. Squire, listen to the gentleman a seat. Better than reading 10 years of books. Looking at Xia Shouzuan with a gaze full of admiration. He deserves to be the head honcho. Go, hurry up and find out if that augur is male or female. Yes, sir. Chapter 026, Building a Temple for the Dragon King. Junzai, who stayed in the Snake Clan's crouching dragon pool, would never have imagined to death that he would one day be thought of for gender issues. This augur, dang it, before it had transformed into a real dragon, it had already gained fame. At the very least, both the human and demon races knew that Taihang Mountain had his #1 existence. Even those 10,000-year-old demons with profound Taoist skills, many of them were silent. Of course, being famous was not Junzai's original intention, and he still wished to be a little transparent when he had not yet risen to prominence. Nay, the district had completely exposed itself with a single walking augur, completely unable to do the small hidden in the city and the big hidden in the mountain. Another day passed in the blink of an eye. Junzai relied on the great phase dragon skill, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and filling in place as much of the mana that had been depleted by the rainfall as he could. Usually, lying at the bottom of the pool, he did nothing but cultivate. When since yesterday, he had invariably had the small task of signing in. That's rain for the people down the hill. There's no way around it. Merit smells too good. Who can refuse? However, the so-called rash is headstrong. He also doesn't think about why no one does this with the demons that roam the hills. It's stupidity. Come on, call me the wind and the rain. With a loud shout, the 6,000 years of mana within Junzai's body was instantly drained. Rumble. The sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and the wind swept through the clouds, darkening the tens of thousands of villages and hamlets shrouded in the outskirts of the city. This movement occurred and confused many of the people at the bottom of the hill. They are preparing to go to the foot of the mountain again as a group with incense and candle offerings to make sacrifices for rain. That rain yesterday was mammoth though, with plenty of rain and rain all around. But the staying power is terrible. The people hugged and cried for a while. and before they could crack a smile, the rain stopped. Emotions are all disjointed by the whole thing. A group of old village chiefs went back and put their heads together and came back today to ask for rain. After all, the shadow of the dragon manifested within the dark clouds and heavy rain fell from the sky, indicating that there really was a dragon king responding in the mountains. This is the way to go. Today, if everyone prepares more offerings and kneels with more and more devotion, maybe the dragon king will make it rain a little longer. But suddenly, rumble, early in the morning, the sky, which had just brightened up a short time ago, quite capriciously went dark again. The imminent rain was heck of a clear indication of the sky, and it delighted the people of the suburbs to no end. Woo woo, the Dragon King is too understanding. This time we don't even need our sacrifice. It must be that the Dragon King knows that we're having a hard time and saves everyone's sacrifices. Raise your head 3 feet and there's a Dragon King. The heavens have eyes. The people were both thrilled and moved. And before the rain fell from the sky, their tears poured down. But also, as the people cried, rain poured down from the sky accompanied by lightning. Once again it rained down on the suburbs. Dragon King, let the rain come harder. Ha ha ha. Some big old man going wild in the pouring rain. Make them happy. If you didn't know, you'd think it was gold raining from the sky. It is said that people are more angry than people and goods are thrown away. Look at the bosom of the Dragon King. No need for everyone to make sacrifices. This rain is given. In such a comparison, the ghosts and deities of the shrine that they worshipped year after year were spirits and demons. It will only be a bully and suck the blood of the people. I, Tai Kang's I, will make clay figurines of the Dragon King of the mountain, build a temple, and worship him day after day. Everyone's eyes lit up at these words. That's a good one. With the Dragon King in charge of raising clouds and spreading rain, people will never need to worry about drought again. In past years, it was more difficult to ask the ghosts and gods of the shrine for rain than it was to ask for smoke to come out of one's ancestors' graves. No more of that shit. I, Jing Yang Village, will also build a temple for the Dragon King and erect a longevity tablet. Many village chiefs responded. Everyone calm down first. To build a temple for the gods, only the Imperial Qin Tian supervisor has this authority. We are breaking the Great Xia law by building a temple privately. A calm old man splashed cold water and opened his mouth. Manage his mother so much. The Imperial Court annually enthrones so many ghosts and gods. There is a sincere for us common people it. Ubaishi village afraid. Cannot build. It's not a matter of being afraid. It's a crime of being copied and destroyed. Humph. This village chief only thinks about his village having water every year. Good weather and good crops. A group of old village chiefs stood under the rain to discuss that old body, not afraid of drenching out a good or bad. But before we could discuss it for long, the roaring downpour stopped when it said it would. Has it stopped raining? Someone panicked. It must be that just now you and other pikers said something disrespectful, and the Dragon King in the mountain heard it, and the dragon was so angry that he didn't send rain for my suburb. Dragon King, please don't be angry. I, Tai Kong Village, will be your most loyal follower from now on, and I will definitely build a big Dragon King temple for you. I have to say that the people of the suburbs have a lot of ideas. There's a self-righteous way of saying whether it's raining or not. Pure overthinking. The reason the rain stopped is also simple. Junzei that augurs mana is exhausted. Today this rain can only end until the end. 6,000 years of Dao magic power was said to be strong, but not weak. If you follow a village to rain for 10 days and a half months, perhaps directly to the flooding can be done. The bias is to cover the entire suburb. Then it would have to come and go. Here it comes. It's raining. Junzei saw a flash of holy light above his head as merit descended. No more, no less. Another 1,000 merit scales were added to his head. Nay, the head was too big. And if he wanted to inlay the entire augur head with all the merit scales, I was afraid that it would be at least tens of thousands of them. There is still a long way to go. But the benefits are endless. The whole head is fully armed. All laws are inviolable. All evils do not approach. Heavenly fire does not melt. And heavenly thunder is not extinguished. The key is that the thunder of heaven is not extinguished. When the time came for the dragon transformation tribulation, Junzei would directly take his great head of merit and virtue to resist the thunder. That image, it's exciting to think about. Surely brightens the eyes of the world. Restore your mana, raise your cultivation, and build on it. With a cry of self-cheer and the sign-in task done, Junzei immediately entered the state of cultivation. For the next few days it rained day after day in the suburbs, and early in the morning for no apparent reason. Sometimes the early folk are just opening their eyes before they get up and get dressed to go out and see some rain. And the rain stopped abruptly. The whole thing is like a rooster crowing and yelling at everyone to get up. But even so, the people at the bottom are the kindest. And some of the villages that are still in decent condition, having already found a place of precious water in the village and begun to build a temple for the Dragon King on the mountain, all but ignoring the widowed, Grumpy little eyes of the shrine's ghosts and gods. Of course, Juniper was completely unaware of all this. Chapter 027, Demons Not Allowed. Must first carry the pressure of the demon race to the east of the Taihang Mountains. There is a huge hill called Nyoto Mountain. This is cattle territory. Cattle are everywhere. The king of race, King Bull Demon, is one of the 72 cave lord demon kings of Taihang Mountain, very powerful and short-tempered. The other day, the Bull Demon King came back from Venerable Evergreen's tree castle and tried to find trouble with that ogre dragon. It was because everyone at the banquet could hear the meaning outside of Venerable Lord Evergreen's words. It is also well known that rulers do not like dragons. Nay, this old cow drank too much that day, and slept as soon as he came back, and slept for a month. It was only when I woke up groggy at this point that I remembered this errand to run. Come on, man. Outside the door of the cave a bull chief came in with a steel fork in his hand, tall and powerful, with a thick breath coming out of his nose. To be able to be a leader in a race, they were all at least at the 10,000-year-old demon level. When he came in, he knelt down on one knee. What is the king's command? The Bull Demon King did not say anything, casually said, Taihang Mountain Snake Clan is not out of a scaly dragonet. Go to this king to catch. This king to peel the skin and cramp to the evergreen venerable to make soup to drink. Yes, my lord. The cow chief was also brief and to the point, took his orders and left. Nor did his expression show any surprise. For 10,000-year-old demons like them, as long as they weren't true dragons, they were just a longworm. They're all just demons. No big deal. At this time, a fox beauty got up with a bowl of sobering soup and said with her eyes flowing, Great king, why did you catch some kind of scaly dragon as soon as you woke up? Did it mess with you? If I wanted to mess with my old ox, I would have punched him out long ago. Do I still need to catch him? The Bull Demon King hemmed and hawed and took the fox beauty in his own arms and gave her a fierce kiss. The fox beauty was caused to giggle and giggle, her flowery branches fluttering in a flirtatious manner. The dragon was captured by my old ox to offer to His Eminence Evergreen. It's not easy to please His Eminence on weekdays. So this is an opportunity, the Bull Demon King said, going up and down on the fox beauty. But those bull's eyes flashed with a flash of wisdom. Dasha Emperor choose consort. All the Demon King to the palace to send beauty. Favorite cattle tribe did not do so. It wasn't because of backbone or fear of losing any demon's temperament. Simply because the women of its bovine incarnation that one is tall, fat and round. Not to mention beauty. It's hard as hell to find one that's even remotely decent. How can I enter the palace? Even it, the great king, looks for a concubine from the Fox clan. Surprisingly, he was unable to send a beauty to the palace, so he could only hold on to the thigh of His Holiness Evergreen. The Bull Demon King also believed that there would be quite a few racial demon kings who thought like it. After all, catching the ogre was nothing more than a show of hands, and sending it over was a favor. Who would want to miss out on such a good thing? A brawny black man with exuberant black hair broke into the snake clan silently with 3 half-beast pigmen. This pig demon had also been ordered by his own pig king to come and capture Jialong. It itself was a pig demon with 10,000 years of cultivation fully transformed, and its subordinates just because they didn't have enough Dao. It can only be half human, half pig-like. It's ugly. And they all had big swords in their hands and were so fierce that if the children in the village down the hill saw them, it's bound to be a nightmare for a few days. Little ones, the king said, after catching the scaly dragon and going back. He might be able to give us a piece of dragon meat to eat. It said that dragon meat is so delicious that eating it will increase your cultivation. The eyes of the 3 orcs with large swords glowed. Obviously, it's a beauty. They traveled through the dense forests of the mountains of the Snake Clan, with their destination straight to the Wulong Pool. Come to catch the dragon. Naturally figure out where the ogre is hiding. However, suddenly, the ground shook extensively. Ahead of them a line of trees came crashing down, revealing a behemoth. It was an astonishingly huge python with black scales covering its entire body, and when it appeared, it almost blocked all sight from the rear. Titan Python. There was a flash of surprise under the eyes of the chief pig demon. They had been very careful when they broke into the Snake Clan's territory. They just didn't want to startle the Snake Clan's forces. No one expected to meet a titanic python. This is bad luck. This Titan Python is said to be the largest python in the snake branch. With their bloody mouths open, they could swallow a village under the mountain. Not to mention the geometry of this Titan Python's Dao cultivation. Just this kind of lofty mountain-like body made people feel powerless. But the 3 orc minions around the pig demon weren't eating their words either. Seeing the Titan Python approaching towards them, it shifted into 3 porcupines like small mountains. Prepare to come to blows with your opponent. Don't do it yet. If we startle the Snake King, we'll be in deep shit. The pig demon still had more sense, but he was shocked when the words were finished. This was because the pig demon saw an obese middle-aged man standing atop the Titan Python's head, looking at it with a smirk. That smile, as if it had become meat on the chopping block. waiting for the chop. Candle 9. King of Snakes. The pig demon screamed out in horror, barely able to reveal his original form. It wouldn't be that unlucky, right? Just breaking into the Snake Clan and bumping into the Snake King Candle 9 riding a Titan Python on a tour of his territory? It would be a stupid unenlightened pig if it really thought that. Obviously, Snake King Candle 9 had discovered them, the few intruders, and had come specifically. Crap. Trouble. The pig demon had a deadpan look on his face. Abruptly, a powerful Snake King Overlord aura enveloped the sky, making people feel as if they had fallen into an infernal hell. Those three porcupines that had manifested their original, mountain-like forms all of a sudden exuded fear. For hooves kneeling on the ground, the body of the naked eye visible shrinkage, small zero into the ordinary pig-like. I, under the Pig King, pay my respects to the Snake King, Lord Candle 9. The pig demon, barely able to maintain his human form, flung himself to his knees in fear. It was said that amongst the demon kings, they liked to call the Snake King Jujio the fat snake due to the fact that it was an ancient divine beast, the heaven-swallowing python, in its original form, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. It was huge. After transforming into his form, he was also a big fat figure. But other than the ruler and the cave master demon king, no one would dare to call the Snake King Fat Snake by that nickname. Taihang Mountain 72 Cave Master Demon King, the strength of Snake King Candlejo can be ranked in the top 5. Top 5. Then with a little effort, in the future, all of them could hopefully become a terrifying giant crocodile existence like the Deep Mountain Demon King. Don't look at it as at least a 10,000-year-old demon. But in front of the Snake King Candle 9, it was a minion. It's not worth it. Come to catch an augur? The Snake King Candle 9, who stood atop the Titan Python's head, spoke faintly. The pig demon couldn't help but fight back a jolt, not knowing how to reply. To admit it, that augur dragon is at least a snake-walking augur, belonging to the Snake Clan. But to say otherwise, trespassing on the Serpent Clan is a much worse death. Vaguely, cold sweat beaded on the pig demon's back. Just then, the Snake King said something else that surprised the pig demon. You stay, and let the 3 minions around you go in and grab it. The pig demon suddenly understood. Since his own family's great king dared to send it to capture the Jiaolong, it must be that some kind of tacit agreement had been reached between their demon kings. Otherwise isn't it for it to feed the snakes? Thank you, Lord Candle 9. The pig demon paid his respects, then ordered his 3 minions to go in and get the augur. There was no fear that it would miss, but the augur that had just gone augur had a limited Dao. These few little brothers of its, although not at the 10,000-year-old demon level, were all equipped with 5,000 years of Dao. Get your ass outside the serpent's boundaries and wait. The pig demon didn't dare to hold any objections and turned around. Snake King Candle 9 then watched the 3 orcs walk towards the crouching dragon pool, as flat as water. Not to say that this king won't help you. After stopping the pig demon with 10,000 years of Dao, you can always deal with these 3 minions, right? Humph. Just know to give this king trouble, and dare to reign privately. What comes now is the demon race. I'm afraid it won't be long before what comes is the human race experts calling the wind and the rain. The means of a true dragon. That's quite impressive. But this king has already placed his bet on you. Candle 9 stood atop the Titan Python's head talking quietly to himself. In fact, he could have not put a single demon in there. But jade is not cut into pieces. And whether it's a mule or a horse, it has to be pulled out for a walk. If you want to transform into a true dragon, you have to carry the pressure from the demon race first. You can't do it by talking big. Next, the Snake Clan successively had experts from other races break in, but without exception, where the 10,000-year-old demon level, they were all stopped by the Snake King. Below 10,000 years, even 9,000 years of Taoist behavior, all random lines. This was because the 10,000 years demon level was a realm of leaps and bounds in strength. 9,999 years of cultivation and 10,000 years of cultivation were both vastly different in terms of combat power. The Snake King has good intentions too. Chapter 028 Lord Jiaolong's terrifying strength. The 3 half-orc pig demons arrived at the crouching dragon pool without any problems. At first glance, you are struck by this watery blessing, with green hills and waterfalls pouring from within. The surrounding spiritual chi was rich, and demons could do twice as much with half the effort when they stayed in this place to clear their minds. If an ordinary people in such a precious place to live in seclusion, but also must be blessed with a long life, the dragon should be hiding under the deep pool. A pig demon said viciously. We don't know how to swim, shouted out. The remaining 2 demons nodded their heads, but before they could shout, all of a sudden, the surrounding woods rustled and snakes scurried. A terrifying snake demonic aura swept in from all directions. It makes you walk on thin ice and fall into an abyss. The temperature in a 10-mile radius plummeted, just like a cold winter month. The 3-headed pig demon shivered its body and subconsciously gulped. One does not need to look with one's eyes to sense that the mountains are strewn with swarms of snakes and snakes watching, and none of the cultivation levels are low. The three-headed pig demon couldn't help but think, Snake King Candlejo put them in. Was he allowed to catch the scaly dragon? Or was he feeding the snakes? How it feels is clearly the latter. Don't do anything rash. Let's see what happens first. A pig demon was clearly abashed. Where would it dare to shout at the surface of the pool? It wasn't long before a new visitor came to Wulongton. There were 6 of them, covered in black and gray. A ferocious and sharp-faced weasel. This weasel has the name of Yellow Fairy in folklore. This animal cultivation. There are 100 years of yellow, 1,000 years of black, 10,000 years of white. Apparently, all 6 of these upright weasels possessed several thousand years of Taoist skill. If you put on a piece of clothing, it's very similar to a person. 6 of them stood in a neat row on the bank of the pool, a pair of fluorescent eyes staring venomously at the surface. Let out Jia Jia Jia's strange cry. It seemed to have seen the underwater figure of the augur. That's when they spotted the 3 pig demons. Are you also here to capture the scaly dragon on the orders of the great king of this house? The lead yellow rat demon asked. The pig demon nodded, but a touch of happiness swept up in his eyes. Then why don't you do it? The yellow rat demon asked suspiciously. Hard to believe that he was still waiting for them. There's only one augur, so we're all competitors. It's early. There's no hurry. If you're in a hurry, you go first. The pig demon replied kindly, polite beyond words. How crafty and smart was the weasel. Moreover, it was still a weasel demon that had cultivated to the black hair realm. He looked around and towards the mountains, and he almost didn't scream at the sight. What they saw was no row of trees, but a horrible snake's head. It seemed that if they made a slight move, those snakes came like a flood. It's scary as hell. Jie Jie, it's still early in the day. We're in no hurry. The 6 yellow rat demons also wimped out. The 3 pigs and 6 wolves, just like this, stood hard and wide-eyed on the bank of the pool. No one dares to do anything rash. Not long after the good morning, 5 more minotaurs came, each tall and powerful, armed with steel forks. There was a great intention to fork the augur away directly back to the office. Jiaolong, get out. We are here to capture you back to the bull clan on the order of our own bull demon king. The minotaur was reckless, and just came in with a mean message. 5 cow brothers, look around you first, the pig demon kindly reminded. However, the 5-headed minotaur, without looking away, worked very efficiently and flew straight up. Coming over the crouching dragon pool, the steel fork in his hand swung towards the surface of the pool. Boom! Splash! Jiaolong, come out and die. The 3 pigs and 6 wolves immediately looked around and realized that the group of snakes in the mountains and forests were just looking viciously. There was no intention of rushing out. They are instantly speechless. Dare you to be an audience member? Tell me about it. Let's go too. There's only one augur. We can't be captured by the bull clan. The 6 yellow rat demons exchanged a look and also flew towards the surface of the crouching dragon pool. The 3 pig demons that came the earliest couldn't care less and flew over as well. When they were all hanging over the surface of the pool, their whole body's aura suddenly let go, and their breath suddenly tumbled, violent and bloodthirsty. A ferocious demonic aura swept wildly across the sky. They are not ordinary demons. They are all great demons of the race. Even if they weren't at the 10,000-year-old demon level, they were all strong one by one. Otherwise it wouldn't have come to catch the augur. Jiaolong, get out. Get out quickly. Don't be a shrinking turtle under the regal demonic aura that rolled wildly. They began to arrogantly clamor. As long as the group of snakes in the woods stay out of the way, they run amok. Jiaolong, get out. This demon's great sword is already hungry and thirsty. The 3-headed pig demon also called out. Ha ha ha. Did you guys see that? That scaly dragon is scared. Now I'm afraid it's trembling at the bottom of the pool. The shouting changed to taunting. The 3 pigs, 5 cows, and 6 wolves have laughed out loud, full of contempt. So what if the dragon is not Taoist enough? It is just a longworm. What waves can be made? However, just then, there was a mighty shout roaring like thunder, coming straight up from the bottom of the pool. The wave of sound shook a few of the carefree clouds high above. The laughter of the 3 races of great demons came to an abrupt end, instantly revealing a fierce light in their eyes as they looked towards the surface of the pool in unison. At that moment, only the surface of the pool rippled up, presenting a huge whirlpool in the center. In the next second, a huge augur head drilled out of the vortex, stone cold. The Jiaolong's candle-like golden pupils glanced coldly and without waves towards the great demons suspended in the sky above. Just a glance. The winds are rising and the sky and earth are changing color. Just a glance. The entire space of the crouching dragon pool was turbulent, and the air was like boiling water, evaporating white aerosols. An abyssal and oceanic augur pressure resembled the collapse of the green sky, heavily enveloping their bodies. The sky is dark. The great demons of the 3 races were instantly shocked. Eyes that had been fierce rounded up. Gosh! The auger is so powerful. The pressure is like a mountain. Like walking on thin ice. Didn't it just go auger not long ago? Why did it give them a feeling like they were facing the intimidation of a racial demon king? It's daunting. It makes people too terrified to create a hint of resistance. Is this the auger? It could ignore everything. And the aura pressure emanating from the light had already knocked you into the 18 layers of hell as it were. Forever and ever. You and others told this auger to roll out. This auger rolled out. What do you intend to do? Junzei's demeanor was bland as he looked at the racial great demons hanging in the sky above. A flash of playfulness in the bottom of his eyes. The three pig demons were holding large swords, looking at the huge auger head on the surface of the pool. And they couldn't even speak well. Shut up if you stutter. Get a better speaker. Junzei looked at the 6 yellow rat demons covered in black fur with a pair of eyes that contained pressure. Their claws are long and slender like swords, visible as blood. The always sharp-tongued yellow rat demon shivered. You guys shut up too. Juniper looked to the tall minotaur. The minotaur's nostrils spewed thick air. His mouth opened. And he didn't even let out a fart. It was not that they were timid, but the auger aura pressure was too terrifying. This is not a dragon that has just gone auger. It is clearly the return of a king who has been cultivating for many years and has a terrifying strength. Since you all can't speak well, don't even say anything, but you're all guests. And even though you're all evil guests, this Jiao will still treat you well. Welcome to the crouching dragon pool. There was a piercing wind whistling out at those words. In the next moment, one could only see the entire water of the crouching dragon pool turning over. A monstrous wave was raised. The giant wave transformed into a hideous scaly dragon and devoured towards the racial great demons. That image is thrilling. The horror is overwhelming. The group of snakes in the woods all braced themselves to watch everything with horrified gazes. The miserable screams of those great demons soon came to his ears. Shocked beyond belief. Those great demons are all equipped with more than 5,000 years of Taoism. It's not a generalization. How is it that just as the battle begins, it's this screaming and unbearable? It's not that these great demons are unbeatable, but Lord Jialong's aura pressure has already crushed them. In addition, this hand of water becoming a jiao, killing the enemy invisibly, is still performing a great spell. Elder Snake's gaze flickered, his eyes venomous. Seeing some of the doorways, the group of snakes heard this and were filled with adoration. Originally, these racial great demons came to attack, and they wanted to help Lord Jialong retreat from the enemy. But who would have thought that the Serpent King's majestic command came from his mind? They will just have to watch. There is one more thing. Do you see? Our Lord Jialong came to the Wulon Lake to cultivate only a short time. But even enhanced thousands of years of magic power. The group of snakes sucked in their breath in disbelief. Thousands of years of mana? Really? This is too much. Elder Snake sighed quietly again. Truly a cultivation genius that doesn't come out in 10,000 years. Born to transform into a dragon, the group of snakes were hindered by the fact that they hadn't yet transformed into forms and had limited expressions. So they could only stare at a pair of big snake eyes and suck in air furiously. For a moment, it drained the air from the surrounding mountains and forests in an instant. Bang! At that moment, a pig demon in the sky ruthlessly smashed near their forest. A large deep pit appeared. Bang! A minotaur smashed down soaking wet. Bang bang bang! Those racial great demons had fallen from the sky and smashed into the forest. All dying. Just one breath left to hang on to. Is the fight over? Haven't looked at it a couple times yet. The group of snakes had just listened to Elder Snake's words and were just shocked. Not far away came a cold and majestic word. These losers. I'll reward you. Thank you, Lord Jialong. Your Majesty. The mountains in all directions resounded with deafening excitement. These racial great demons are all over 5,000 years of Tao. It's a great tonic. When the group of snakes ate it, they could all easily enhance their mana for hundreds of years. Spare yourself some hard work. In a flash, a large snake greedily pounced towards those dying great demons. Wind up and feast. Junzei showed a big head out when he dealt with these racial great demons, but when the battle ended, he slowly moved instead. The sinuous auger body gradually detached itself from the surface of the pool and stood up, looking towards a certain direction. He faintly said, Senior actually doesn't need to help me stop those 10,000 years demons. It's not necessary. The words fell, and a moment later, the voice of the Snake King Candle Nine's leathery smile came from across the space. Then it seems the king is meddling. Junzei smiled slightly, his magnificent augmented body half bowing in the direction of the distance. Senior's kindness in lifting me up is something that I will keep in mind. Humph. I don't dare to take it. This king is just a snake that doesn't dare to turn into a dragon and doesn't have a big heart. I can't take your big gift from the dragon. Juniper froze and rolled her eyes. You're not only not broad-minded, but you're also petty and vindictive. A moment later, the Snake King's voice came back. Those demon kings won't let you go easily. This time they just sent some minions. Next time I'm afraid it's going to be a big battle. No harm done. Soldiers come and go as they please. You're quite confident. I hope that you'll be this breezy when those racial demon kings kill over race demon king? Elder has a suggestion. Say, let the snake clan seal the mountain. Get out. Chapter 029, 10,000 years old demons. Just like this, the Snake King's attitude actually surprised Junzei. It was already rare for him to not make a move on himself or drive himself out of the Wulongton, a piece of watery blessed land. Right now, it's even helping him. Were the words he had said earlier when he confronted the Snake King really so golden? It's quite a bit hard to talk about enemies as allies, Junzei was secretly thinking in his heart. But suddenly two powerful demonic auras rolled in front of the crouching dragon pool. The terror of the demonic aura was not at all comparable to those racial great demons from before. 10,000-year-old demon? The Snake King's gloating words rang in his ears. Since you don't need this king to stop the 10,000 years demon for you, then you can entertain them yourself grass. Junzei burst out in a foul mouthful, and immediately saw two figures explode over, carrying rolling demonic chi, fierce and vicious. In a moment, it manifested not far from the augur. The visitor was no other than the leader of the pig vein, the leader of the Hex clan. They were a pig and a cow, and although they were both in human form, their whole body muscles were as gnarled and rolling, and they were hideous and ferocious. It's like a killing machine, rampaging. When they saw the hundreds of feet of the majestic augur dragon standing in the center of the pool, the first glance was slightly surprised, because this augur was much more ponderous than everyone remembered. No wonder his minions never returned. Jiao Long, I didn't expect you to grow so fast. Everyone underestimated you. The great pig demon stared at Jiao Long in death and opened his mouth gloomily. She Fox also said, gird your loins, my ox demon king is ready to take you to make soup, and is waiting for you. You belong to different races, so who exactly am I going with? Junzei did not panic when faced with the two 10,000-year-old demons and spoke calmly. Naturally, I'm going to the pig clan with this demon. Bullshit, of course it's back to my cow tribe. No, to the hogs, cattlemen. Junzei's one sentence actually made them quarrel. Or else the two of you will first take down this cow of mine and then discuss it? The big pig demon and the bull chief looked at the augur dragon in surprise, not expecting the other party to be so considerate. That's a good idea. There's no point in arguing about it now. Let's take it first and discuss it. If you can't, let the two demon kings fight it out themselves. Ha ha ha. Jiao Long, are you going to follow us directly, or 1-on-2? Who knew that Junzei had a touch of playfulness? I'd like to go 1-on-3. Or else you'll be shouting for one to come over. Bold. Hubris. The big pig demon and the bull chief burst into a rage at his words. That's not taking them seriously. Not even 10,000 years of Taoism is an augur. What's with the bull? Does he even know what a 10,000-year-old demon contains? Hubris? As soon as the word well came out, we only saw Junzei's aura of this dragon suddenly open up, and the brilliant and majestic pressure roared towards the two 10,000-year-old demons to suppress them. It was a moment of darkness and wind. The faces of the two chiefs, pig and bull, changed violently. Instantly, he revolved the demonic chi around his body to resist that terrifying pressure. And in the mountains around the crouching dragon pool, groups of snakes shivered. It felt in the dark that this was not an aura that an augur dragon could emit. It was clearly a real dragon. Even though the pressure wasn't enveloping them, it was still being affected like a fish in a pond. In fear and trepidation, he couldn't wait to rush out and pay homage to Lord Augur. Ha 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 ha, a dragon is a dragon. It's really extraordinary. It's a pity that you don't have 10,000 years of Taoism yet. Or else there's a real possibility that we could be pinned down by you. The big pig demon slowed down and laughed, and did not look down in fear. The cow chief also just changed his face and stabilized. There was a flash of surprise in the bottom of Junzei's eyes. A 10,000-year-old demon was a 10,000-year-old demon. It had actually blocked the intrusion of his own pressure. This was good. He could also have a good practical battle to test the strength of his augur body. You're all in this together. If you want to die, I'll let you. The big pig demon wasn't pretentious either. With an explosive cry, he surged up in place, his entire body turning over with muscles. As his body skyrocketed and completely manifested his body, the pig hairs on his body, one by one, thickened up. It became as if it were a sharp sword, sharp and incomparable. In just a split second, this pig demon turned into 100 feet humanoid ferocious beast. At a hidden stop, there was the sight of a landslide in flying sand. Not to be outdone, the bull leader bent himself down with a few puffs of air from his nostrils. This bending, while his body's demonic aura boiled, it skyrocketed in place and knuckled down. In the end, it also turned into a big black bull that was 100 feet huge, topped with a pair of terrifying horns. The mountains are destroyed. The two 10,000 years demons, pig and bull, knew it well in their hearts. The dragon's body is so lofty that they must also make their bodies this big in order to fight. It's kind of fun. Junzei laughed as he looked at a humanoid beast in front of him along with a large black bull with huge horns. The group of snakes in the mountain forest braced themselves to look at the sight of the crouching dragon pool with horrified gazes. Compared to them, all these big snakes of their own became miniature little pipsqueaks. This motionless manifestation of 100 feet of body, fighting the heavens and the earth. Who suffers? But the group of snakes also saw it, whether it was the humanoid ferocious beast of the pig demon, or that big black bull, even though it was 100 feet. In terms of size, there was still a considerable gap with Lord Augur, and apparently, that's as far as they go. Originally, the original bodies of the two 10,000-year-old demons, the pig and the cow, were not this huge, but were hardened and catalyzed with mana. It's about to start. Today we'll not only have the pleasure of eating, but also the pleasure of seeing. The group of snakes were vaguely agitated. Lord Zhelong battles two major races of 10,000-year-old demons. This is the kind of drama that you don't just want to see. The great war ensued, only to see that humanoid ferocious beast of the pig demon roar the heavens and the earth. Swinging its heavenly pillar-like arm, it blasted towards the Zhelong. A crackling, blasting sound came from the air. The power was so great that even a mountain could be crushed, and the big black bull, with its horrible horns, ran up and made a savage charge. The entire territory of the snake clan followed the huge tremor. However, there was no sign of Lord Zhelong doing anything, just a dragon tail sweeping away in a mountainous row. In an instant, the pig demon, a humanoid ferocious beast, was entangled in the high heavens. Toward the big black bull it violently smashed. Boom! A loud bang. This smash, the pigs and cows collide, smashing them both to the ground. They fell to the ground with stars in their eyes. Immediately afterward, the augur dragon opened an abyssal mouth, and a terrifying flame jetted over, blazing hot, burning everything. Oh my! It's dragon breath? The group of snakes were shocked, incredulous. The dragon actually spewed out dragon breath out. That's a tactic unique to true dragons. Rolling dragon's breath. It sprayed crazily at the 200-foot 10,000-year-old demons. The picture is tragic. Ah! There were mournful screams that shook the heavens. That howl was more miserable than a severe ghost. In no time at all, the aroma of burnt meat filled the air. Wait for the dragon's breath to end. Whether it was the pig demon, a humanoid ferocious beast, or the big black cow, they all fell to the ground dying, scorched black, burned to death by the dragon's breath. Soon, their 100-foot bodies began to shrink. It's over? Just this. The group of snakes looked confused. Battles come and go quickly. In the next moment, they saw Lord Zhelong take one bite and directly swallow both 10,000-year-old demons into his stomach. The whole process is a quick and easy one. When the group of snakes reacted, the augur dragon turned around and sank to the bottom of the pool, out of sight. The augur's teasing words came from his ears. It's no fun. Chapter 030, Finding a New Cultivation Mode. Brushing monsters and practicing levels. The group of snakes were stunned, as if it was quite pointless. It wasn't at all the big battle like a dragon fight or an even match as one would expect. The two 10,000-year-old demons were actually easily defeated by an augur dragon that hadn't even had 10,000 years of Tao, and swallowed it in one bite. I'm afraid no one would believe this. The augur dragons were already terrifying to such an extent. So what about the true dragons? The group of snakes were hysterical, and the desire in their eyes climbed even higher. Secretly, he made a great determination that even if he died under the heavenly tribulation, he would definitely walk the augur and transform into a dragon. The saying that a snake is a worm if it doesn't transform into a dragon doesn't mean that the snake is weak, or that the dragon is really too strong. But the augur is so out of this world. Whoosh! As the augur dragon sank to the bottom of the pool, only the Snake King Candlejo's figure suddenly appeared above the crouching dragon pool. The group of snakes in the forest crept down almost out of instinct. Greetings, Lord Snake King. In unison, the mountains cry out. However, Snake King Candlejo did not look at the group of snakes, but instead looked deeply at the surface of the pool, his eyes flickering in all directions. He had watched the battle just now as much as he could. The group of snakes were shocked, and he, the Snake King, was also very surprised. In the simplest and crudest way, quickly resolving a strong enemy without holding back, without entanglement. Not only a cultivation genius, but also a combat genius. It's rare for the Snake King to boast. Don't look at the augur dragon just flinging its serpentine tail and then ending the battle with a mouthful of dragon's breath. But while the outsiders are watching, the insiders are watching. The big pig demon transformed into a 100-feet humanoid ferocious beast, but it was not a golden flake. It was important to know that the greatness of a 10,000 years demon was never any Taoist magic power, but rather the strength of the physical body. The dragon was able to wrap its tail around the opponent, then lift it high in the air before slamming it hard into the big black bull. This simple set of movements requires a very strong force to accomplish. Otherwise pigs and cows collide and let them stone against stone, and they are not both seriously injured. Especially that last dragon's breath. It was simply the finishing touch. Stunning the world. A dragon's breath? Unheard of. In fact, in the Snake King Candle 9's opinion, that augur dragon had fully possessed many of the qualities of a true dragon. Whether it's the avatar of calling the wind and rain, or the dragon spitting breath, it's all over the top. Suddenly, Candle 9 recalled being flirted with by many demon kings at the Evergreen Zuni's Great Tree Castle the other day. Flirting with him and wanting the Snake Clan to produce a true dragon is not an option. Humph. He Candle 9. This heaven-swallowing python is not likely to transform into a dragon. But right now, he still wants to protect the road and open the way for this arrogant little guy in front of him. Protect him until he takes the step of crossing the dragon transformation heavenly tribulation to ascend to the heavenly gate. Fight for a future for the serpents. Also create a worldly true dragon for this heaven and earth. In this way, is it not with honor? Junzei, who had devoured two 10,000-year-old demons, sank to the bottom of the pool, and in the next moment realized that the aura around him had instantly skyrocketed. An internal inspection test surprisingly revealed that he had enhanced his mana by a full 2,000 years. Devouring a 10,000-year-old demon to enhance my mana for 1,000 years? Junzei's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. That was fast. He himself staggered at the speed of mana enhancement. Just go augur success but 3,000 years. Turn around but 2 months. Will be towards 10,000 years of Taoist impact. Due to the sudden enhancement of 2,000 years of mana, a heaven and earth wonderful law was introduced to Junzei's mind. The art of summoning clouds. As the name suggests, you can summon the auspicious clouds in the sky and come and go without a trace. Juniper glanced towards the sky from the bottom of the pool. Just a glance. A cloud that looked like cotton candy in the sky looked like it had been instantly activated, possessing a spirit of its own. In a puff of smoke, he swooped down towards the crouching dragon pool. It ended up hanging over the surface of the pool, looking like a small boat from a distance. Junzei was interested. Was this the same as being able to ride the clouds himself? But with its augur body, no matter what cloud could bear its weight. It was a good thing that Junzei had long since comprehended the size Rui technique. The huge and lofty augur body could change at will with one's intention. It can be big or small, rising or hidden, and is no longer confined for a moment. Just turn into a small snake and you can soar above this cloud at will. But Juniper didn't go about it that way. It wasn't at a point where he could act recklessly and waste time. Secretly, he thought, reach 10,000 years of Dao and reward himself with one time to vacate the clouds. Take a good look at the mountains and landscapes of this world as well. For the time being, it's better to stay in the crouching dragon pool and cultivate first. Today alone, there were 3 major races of demon kings sending their experts to capture themselves. I'm afraid there will only be more in the future. But instead, a hint of excitement flashed under Junzei's eyes. Devouring a 10,000 years demon can get 1,000 experience value, which is not the same as brushing monsters and practicing leveling. The speed was even faster than one's own cultivation of the great dragon phase skill. This where he dared to go out and run around. What if he accidentally missed a wild monster? What a shame to lose this experience value. As for those demon kings, Junzei thought that they would be concerned about saving face and would not easily strike out at this newly born Xiaolong of his. Junzei was now vaguely looking forward to those demon kings, sending more 10,000 years demon wild monsters over for his own leveling. But this wish of his was soon answered by the demon kings of many races. The day after that, Juniper started the morning by signing up for a meritocracy quest to bring down a heavy rain for the people of the suburbs. Due to the surge of 2,000 years of mana, this time it rained heavily for 20 minutes. This could make those people happy. Could it be that their own village started to build a temple for the Dragon King? When the Dragon King was pleased, he increased the amount of rain. With this idea in mind, many villages and hamlets have raised a village's efforts and increased their horsepower. Strive to be the first one to eat the crab. To them, the significance of the first LWT in the suburb is extraordinary. Maybe on the day the temple opens, the Dragon King can manifest himself, and by mid-afternoon, the crouching dragon pool attracts new guests. No, it's the new wildlife. That guy, but whenever he comes, he opens his mouth and says augur roll out. By the time Juniper rolls out, their little lives will be gone. Unfortunately, it wasn't even a 10,000 years demon leading the way, or a group of minions. Juniper swallowed no experience value to claim and was not happy. And the next day, it was interesting. A giant lion descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into the shore of the crouching dragon pool. It shook the water of the pool with shocking waves. Jiao Long, your lion master is here. Quickly get out and suffer death. An earth-shattering roar stirred the 4 fields. Junzei's eyes at the bottom of the pool lit up, and through the other party's demonic aura emanating, the 10,000 000-year-old demon level that came steadily with experience value. When he revealed the surface of the pool and looked around, he was shocked. This giant lion was overbearing and formidable, and it even had 6 lion heads, which were ferocious and terrifying. All 6 pairs of eyes emitted a chilling light. The aura is very strong. It was clearly not comparable to the pig demon and bull demon from before. The experts of the lion clan are here. I'll go. Juniper thought darkly. This lion clan is a great race in Taihang Mountain, and its headman is a golden 9-headed lion with 9 heads and great powers, known as the 9 Sacred Demon King. Among the 72 demon kings, all of them were at the top of the list. The race is said to be all practicing towards a 9-headed pattern, with each head cultivated, strength skyrocketed. Whether this kind of demon is strong or not, no need for Taoism. Just look at how many heads it has grown and you will know in your heart. Chapter 031, What the hell are you bullshitting about? Animals cultivate. Although there are not as many sects of immortal laws as human immortal cultivators, and 100 flowers bloom, but each race still has a different mode of cultivation. 9 in heaven and earth is the extreme number, transformed by the extreme. From there, the cultivation direction of 9 heads, 9 tails, 9 colors, etc. With 9 as the peak was derived. The lion clan cultivated with 9 heads, and once they cultivated into a 9-headed lion, they were demon kings in general. And there are quite a few of these 9-headed cultivating demons. Well-known ones include the Hydra of the Snake Clan. If a snake doesn't turn into a dragon, it's really a worm. Not really. When the Hydra comes out, it dares to call for heaven and earth to change colors. The last Snake King of the Snake Clan was a 9-headed evil snake. No, 9 infant. In addition, there was also the 100 Bird Clan's 9 vultures, which was definitely in existence that made people turn pale. In addition to the 9 heads, it is the 9 tails cultivation mode. The representative characters were the 9-tailed Sky Fox of the Fox Clan, and then the 9-tailed Demon Cat of the Cat Clan. 9 tails, comparable to any divine weapon in the world. It also has the power of transformation. Next is the 9 colors of cultivation. 9-color cultivation is the transformation of strength by the hairs of the body. As in the Weasel Clan, 100 years gray, 1,000 years black, 10,000 years white. It is said that the present-day Yellow Rat Elder Ancestor not only possesses a coat of pure white like snow, but is also known as the Yellow Fairy Lord. The Tao is profound. However, the character most represented in Taihang Mountain by the 9 colors of cultivation is not the old Yellow Rat ancestor of the Weasel lineage. Instead, it was Candle 9, the Snake King of the Snake Clan, the original ancient divine beast, the heaven-swallowing python, swallows the sky and devours the earth. Full name, 9-colored sky-swallowing python. Its body is 9-colored. Its pupils are 9-colored. Its body is not solid, and its power is heavenly. In addition to the 4 great underlying rulers of Taihang Mountain, Snake King Candle Jiu was definitely one of the most outstanding demon kings of Taihang Mountain in the last 1,000 years. Of course, this is a bit of a tangent. Back on topic. Junzei's eyes were kinda opened when he saw that the one who had come to his door to provoke him this time was the Lion Clan's 6-headed lion. Secretly, cast a lookout for insight. The 6-headed lion possessed a Tao of 15,000 years, and it stood there vaguely, its terrifying demonic aura also carrying a shocking baleful aura. The fury was black and purple. Invisibly, you can also see a dense cloud of grievous spirits draped around it. This showed that this 6-headed lion with 15,000 years of Tao in one body had practically eaten its way through eating mortals. Such cannot be described as monsters, but demons. Jialong, even show your face, still show your head and hide your tail for what? Are you scared silly by your grandpa lion? The 6-headed lion sneered, his demeanor very arrogant. Scared silly? Junzei glanced at the other party with a cold, stone-cold glance. A terrifying beam of light suddenly shot towards the 6-headed lion in a single strike. In an instant, the arrogant 6-headed lion's entire body was seen petrifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just 1 second, it was transformed into a stone statue of a lion in front of the wannabe temple. However, and only for a second, there was a bang. The 6-headed lion erupted a terrifying demonic aura, cracking the petrified means and sending debris flying all over the sky. Ha ha ha, a mere carving skill, and you dare to bring it out to make a fool of yourself, petrifying your grandpa lion. Simply, the 6-headed lion did its best to display a wildly paradoxical stance and mocked with a loud laugh, but it didn't mock for a few sentences before its expression froze. At some point, the auger on the surface of the pool had already stood in front of it like a prime. An overshadowing shadow enveloped it tightly in the sky and on the ground. Blackout. This scaly dragon? How can it be so big? The 6-headed lion was stunned, visually measuring at least 300 to 400 feet, making it unattainable and out of reach. Standing in front of himself, with golden scales all over his body, as if he were a yellow robe, He was mighty and domineering. It gives people a sense of intimidation and a sense of oppression. Just looking at it can scare you out of your wits. The six-headed lion gulped and made to look up, trying to take in the entire auger dragon, but saw a pair of golden pupils as huge as lanterns. The golden pupils flashed with a refined light, taking in the heart. Touching his eyes with them made the six-headed lion's heart stutter, as if it was a bolt from the blue. An urge to worship it rose hard from the depths of his soul. It unconsciously held its breath and stared, gradually sweating. In a trance, it was thought that he was in front of the true dragon of the world. The fear and powerlessness, like a shadow, lingered. Damn, didn't this auger just go auger not long ago? Why is the oppression so terrible? The six-headed lion shook his six large heads violently to calm down. The six large heads collided with each other, making a metallic clanging sound. It was hard to suppress the trepidation in his heart. The six-headed lion's eyes were filled with ferocity up. Under the terrifying demonic aura, the entire body began to skyrocket. He, the six-headed lion of the lion clan, was not intimidated. Bearing 15,000 years of profound cultivation, a lion's gall also dares to roar to the sky. How can a mere walking scaly dragon attempt to override it? However, when the six-headed lion was about to turn itself into something as huge as a dragon's tail swept through the mountains, carrying thousands of pounds of force. It was like a Tarzan pressing down on the top of the mountain. Boom! The six-headed lion that hadn't completely grown in size was like a heavy blow. The six large heads spat out blood at the same time, and their entire bodies flew out uncontrollably backwards, toward the mountain forest behind the crouching dragon pool. He smashed hard, but still in midair before landing. The six-headed lion was frantically entangled by that dragon's tail, then pulled back hard and hung in midair. Can't move. The whole thing was a 1-2 punch and flowed like water. Junzei lifted the six-headed lion to his eyes, those candle-like golden pupils looking indifferently at the other party's wretchedness. Snickering, he asked, "What the hell were you bullshitting about just now, six-headed lion?" Inside, it had been a shock. Shocked beyond belief. 6 pairs of eyes, 18 of them glaring. It lost? But it clearly hasn't started anything yet. A powerful strength was not exerted. And that's how it was captured by the auger. Suddenly, its body fell at extreme speed, wrapped around the dragon's tail, and slammed hard into the ground. Boom! The ground shook. The six-headed lion made solid contact with the ground, being smashed into a blackout and starry-eyed. Before he could catch his breath, he was lifted up again, and the cold voice of the auger came to his ears. "Answer me, answer you what?" The six-headed lion's entire body was in a state of confusion. Bang! 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 The six-headed lion under the control of the dragon's tail kept smashing towards the ground. A dozen strokes in a row. The smash tore at the heart and liver. 6 big heads full of blood. "Can you answer me now?" After being raptured up again, the auger once again indifferently asked a question. The six-headed lion looked at the auger with a terrified gaze at the demon, his heart trembling with fear. "Jiao Long, Lord Jiao Long, we have something to talk about. What exactly do you want me to answer you?" It's scared. Stoned. If it continued to smash, I'm afraid all 6 of its heads would explode. "What the hell were you bullshitting about?" Junzei had a touch of playfulness in his eyes and solemnly repeated the question. The six-headed lion was going crazy when he heard that. What can you answer for yourself with ghost questions like yours? Will you admit defeat? Or apologize? Or do you want to admit to yourself that you were just too arrogant and spoke too loudly? Jiao Long, this lion admits that he has lost. Kill me or die as you wish. But don't you dare humiliate me, the six-headed lion shouted angrily. A soldier can be killed but not humiliated. Do as you wish? Very well, then this dragon will eat you without ceremony. Eat? The six-headed lion was scared all of a sudden. It had always been the only one to eat others, never imagining that it would be eaten one day. However, an abyssal mouth opened up towards. The six-headed lion could not control itself as it flew towards that huge mouth. It's like a moth to a flame. No, no, Jiao Long, you have to think clearly. If you eat me, my king will not let you go. When the time comes to kill to your crouching dragon pool, even the Snake King Candlejiao, I'm afraid may not be able to protect you if you spare me. I promise that when I return, the Lion Clan will never target you again. Grandpa Augur, you're my grandpa alright? Don't eat me. The six-headed lion spoke faster and faster as it got closer and closer to the huge mouth. An aura of death came over me. Jiao Long, you ate this lion, you will pay the price. You will regret it sooner or later. A huge mouth clicked shut, and the six-headed lion burdened with 15,000 years of Tao completely disappeared from this world. Junzei murmured coldly after swallowing the six-headed lion into his stomach. What it will cost to eat you, I don't know, but what it will gain, I know well. Chapter 032 Wulontan Jiao Long rises to fame. Junzei sank to the bottom of the pool at the first opportunity, consuming the six-headed lion and thus gaining experience points. It was as if he had heard the kind of system beeps depicted in novels. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1,500 experience points. That's right, after consuming the 6 lions, Junzei's aura once again skyrocketed. The already looming augur body also grew vaguely larger, thereby increasing the mana by 1,500 years. Right now, the stream of mana in his body was unending and prolonged. It was finally fixed at 9,700 years of cultivation. It's pretty incredible. Just one step away from the 10,000 year level. As long as Junzei cultivated for a few days and a little bit, he would be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the ranks of the 10,000 years demon. This cultivation came as if it was a pie in the sky. It's a dream come true, but it had to be said that Juniper fell in love with this mode of cultivation. It was even more addictive than cultivating a great Dao power like the Great Dragon Phase skill. Another thing was that no matter if he had devoured the pig demon cow demon before, or the 6-headed lion just now, in addition to absorbing the mana from their native parts, Junzei also took over their memories. Memory equals treasure. It will enrich Juan's knowledge and enhance his experience. There is a clearer one between the races of Taihang Mountain. So-called ignorance is a form of stupidity. As far as cultivation was concerned, Junzei adhered to the principle of developing obscenely and waiting to rise. He is bound not to flirt with others if they don't mess with him. Too much wind. Since ancient times, geniuses have been the most likely to fall, being envied for being good. He walked the augur and transformed into a dragon. As well, obviously doing nothing and cultivating silently, he had attracted many racial demon kings to strike at him. As far as combat was concerned, Junzei adhered to the principle of striking first. Try not to bleep if you can. Surprise! Is the 6-headed lion weak? No, it's strong. 15,000 years of Dao magic power, and having eaten countless people, he was still able to escape the manhunt of the human court and get away with Taihang Mountain. Can this kind of demon be weak? The blame lies in the fact that it didn't know how strong Junzei, the augur dragon, was, and before the battle, it had to act like a beeper first. If you don't die, who will? Villains die from talking too much, a truth that Juniper deeply believed in. Junzei, who was sinking to the bottom of the pool at this time, reaped the benefits and summarized his experience, oblivious to the fact that the group of snakes in the mountain forests in the 4 directions of the crouching dragon pool were still in a dazed, jaw-dropping state. Originally, the 6-headed lion descended from the sky, making the group of snakes nervous. They knew that Lord Jialong was very strong, but the 6-headed lion was equally very strong, and the reputation is there. The dragon and lion battle was another great play. The winners and losers are unpredictable, leaving a sense of anticipation of not knowing the answer to the mystery. However, the Great War came and went in equal measure. The whole thing looked like the 6-headed lions of the Lion Clan suspected that their lives were too long, didn't want to live anymore, and came specifically to send them to their deaths. From beginning to end, it was not seen to perform any divine means. Sketchy death. Worship +1 worship +1 worship +1. All the group of snakes could do was look at the sparkling surface of the pool with eyes full of adoration, thus calming the mood. Gradually, the snake clan crouching dragon pool Jiaolong caused a burst of discussion among the small beasts and demons in Taihang Mountain. The pig clan, the ox clan, the weasel lineage, the unicorn clan, and the lion clan all sent experts from their clans to capture the Jiaolong. In the end, without exception, stealing a chicken is not a good idea. How strong was that augur dragon? The small beasts and demons that roamed the mountains were going to discuss this topic with gusto. An augur is not a snake, nor is it a dragon. Obviously, his base was slightly shallow and his Dao was not deep, but he had made several 10,000-year-old demons miss, not to mention losing their lives. It can be enough to show that this kind of demonic beast, the Jiaolong, is powerful in itself, even though it has not yet reached the point where it is like a true dragon, overriding all things, but also fully inherited the might of the dragon. In these 10,000 years, no dragons appeared in the world, and both humans and demons understood the power of dragons from legends. But as to how strong it really is, no one has ever been able to name a doorway. But now, the rise of the crouching dragon pool Jiaolong had given the small beasts and demons a gradual cognizance. But there were also great demons who expressed a different opinion. It wasn't that the creature itself, the augur dragon, was very strong, but rather the terror of the augur dragon that was born right now. It lifts the augur, a creature that is not a snake or a dragon, to a height where it does not belong. Even if that scaly dragon in the crouching dragon pool starts to not go scaly, I'm afraid that with his own natural talent, he will definitely be able to become the future seed demon king of Taihang Mountain. You have to know that when the other party walked the scaly crossing, it was only a snake demon with 1,000 years of Dao. Then he crossed the 72 great tribulations laid down by the heavenly master. This kind can be called a certain death heavenly calamity. Even if a 10,000-year-old demon went to cross it, he would basically die for sure. However, the other party had succeeded in crossing the tribulation heart and thus metamorphosed into a Jiao. This does not want to not know. When you think about it, Wulongton, that augur dragon, it can be described as a legend. If the other party doesn't transform into a dragon, up to this point, he can even establish himself as a king in Taihang Mountain, become the great king of the Jiaolong clan. But wherever there are creatures that turn into augurs in these 9 heavens and 10 earths and the 4 seas and 8 wastelands in the future, they can be cast at its door, not homeless deviants. Also due to the fact that the reputation of the crouching dragon pool Jiaolong could rise, the demon kings of the major races also began to pay attention to it, not sending some random minions, or a 10,000-year-old demon over to deliver heads. Because 10,000 years demons were the mainstay of the major races. Cultivating a head is not easy. The Lion Clan's 6-headed lion out of the horse fell to the miserable end of being swallowed alive by the augur dragon. It was said that the golden 9-headed lion 9 sacred demon king of the Lion Clan was furious, because the dead 6-headed lion was still its full-blooded kin. The 9 sacred demon king even let out a word in the end that he would personally go and capture that augur dragon and skin it to the bone. A relief. When this was said, the shock was great. The race demon king personally came out to catch the Jiaolong. It was definitely a big event that could stir up the entire Taihang Mountain. It's also a joy. In the end, the small beasts and demons that roamed the mountains began to bet on how long the crouching dragon pool Jiaolong would be able to bounce around in the end, would fold at the hands of that demon king. But no matter how you bet, no one is betting on whether or not the crouching dragon pool augur can take advantage of the opportunity to rise, thus finally transforming into a dragon. Because the answer to this is obvious. It is always known that rulers dislike dragons and are afraid of them. If the 10,000 years demon can't handle it, there will be a race demon king. And if the race demon king can't do it, then the race demon king will do it. Behind them was a top-notch big shot like the ruler Deep Mountain Demon King. In a word, no real dragons are allowed to appear in Taihang Mountain. The 4 Deep Mountain Demon Kings had already divided the cake of Taihang Mountain clearly. Each of the 72 Cave Lord Demon Kings defected to his command. It's impossible to be letting a piece of it go. Maybe not even a star. Chapter 033, the race demon king appears and loses his face. A few days passed in a row, and there were more and more voices discussing the scaly dragon in Taihang Mountain. Instead Wulongton was quiet. Junzai sank to the bottom of the pool, since he was not listening to anything outside the window, and was waiting for the wild monsters to come and practice. But strangely enough, since devouring that 6-headed lion, a few days had passed and no guests had come to fluff up the house. This was a bit out of Juniper's expectation. He thought about the fact that there were 72 Cave Lord Demon Kings in Taihang Mountain, and that each of the great demons sent a 10,000-year-old demon over to himself to brush up his experience. Wouldn't he or she tearfully and angrily rise 60, 000 or 70, 000 years of Taoism? At that time, would he still be afraid of any demon king or not? Come on, like a mouthful. However, plans can't keep up with change. This is just where to where. Not just started it. How their own Wulongton cooled down. The mountain rain is coming. Juniper caught a whiff of danger descending. Could this be the calm before the storm? Cultivating creatures were sensitive, and that sensitivity didn't come from any sixth sense. Rather, it is through karma, the sense of the underworld. Someone should be about to zoom in on themselves. Juniper pondered for a moment, and took a bite out of it. It seems that I need to step right into the 10,000-year-old demon level, so that I can have a little bit of backbone. In the past few days, Junzai had raised the mana in his body to the peak ground of 9,999 years. It was just 1 foot short of the proverbial door, and it would be able to leap into the ranks of 10,000-year-old demons. It's a big realm boost. It is also the threshold of a true master. Otherwise, 10,000 years demons wouldn't be the mainstay of the major races. Backbone. Once you step over it, you'll get an amazing boost in strength. However, for the average demonic creature, this kind of threshold was actually not easy to cross. It may even stop there for the rest of your life. Demons with sins attached to them even need to cross the tribulation in order to become 10,000-year-old demons. Juniper wasn't worried about that, though. He cultivated a terrifying power of the great Tao laws like the great dragon phase skill, and his body had no shackles to speak of. As long as the mana was up to it, a little meditative and concentrated sprinting would be enough to step through. Just for today, the day of his choosing, the 999 years of mana in his body was ready. Once you become a 10,000-year-old demon and possess 10,000 years of Tao, Junzai also waited to get the qualifications that would allow him to transform into a dragon and ascend to the heavenly gate. At this moment, Junzai took a deep breath and prepared to meditate and concentrate on the breakthrough. However, just at this critical moment, the sky enveloping the sky over Wulong Lake abruptly changed color. Blackout. There was a horrible dark cloud rolling in, covering the sky. At the same time, there was a terrifying pressure that invaded, as if it was going to tear apart the universe and the heavens, penetrating the Qiankuan and the heavens and the earth. Such a movement was rather like a vision of a heavenly tribulation coming. However, the group of snakes in the mountains and forests near the crouching dragon pool were spitting blood from their mouths and their breath withered. Bracing his horrified gaze, he looked at the dark clouds that had already covered the sky with great shock. No, it wasn't a dark cloud that coalesced. Instead, it's a demon cloud. It was a race demon king who had gone out and exerted great magical powers to target the crouching dragon pool. Terrifying demonic clouds, in all directions, converged over the crouching dragon pool, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside into an iron bucket. The daunting, suffocation-filled feeling of oppression invaded down in waves. It is simply terrifying. Immediately afterward, the 4 directions of demonic clouds began to change, and a mass of them turned into a terrifying giant lion. In the blink of an eye, the number of giant lions was densely packed, as many as stars as far as the eye could see. They growled and hissed in hideous unison at the crouching dragon pool. Poorly. That image can be described as more than just a thought. It's almost as if one has instantly fallen into the 18 layers of hell. The group of snakes in the mountain forest once again collectively vomited blood and prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. The horrific scenes were clearly directed at the crouching dragon pool, but they were in the neighborhood, became the first wave of victims to be caught in the crossfire. The snake demons with slightly weaker cultivation were even seriously injured and fainted. With such a big commotion, not to mention the group of snakes hibernating near the crouching dragon pool, even the small beasts and demons of the entire Taihang mountain were startled. Those racial forces, even more so, locked their eyes in unison on the snake race's crouching dragon pool. A look of amusement was revealed. Jiao Long, a great disaster is approaching. Why don't you quickly get out and suffer death only to see a path open up in the middle of the densely packed giant lions that enveloped the crouching dragon pool? A magnificent man filled with a terrifying demonic aura walked out with his hands behind his back and his eyes like those of a god. His breath was like an abyss, and his aura was incomparably powerful. He took one step in the air and walked halfway to the crouching dragon pool under the gazes of countless attention. It's like a god coming down from heaven. The air is swallowed by the mountains and is invincible. Tian Na. It's actually the 9 sacred demon king of the Lion Clan. He actually came to the Wulong Pond in person to catch the Jiao Long. Many demonic creatures sucked in their breath in awe. This was a ruthless man, and since he had set out, there was no reason to return empty-handed. So it looks like the crouching dragon pool logger is drawing to a close. I'm afraid it ends here. To know the gold content of the race demon king, even the human race Kunlun ruined sacred ground had to bring up 100,000 points of attention. When he went mad, he could easily destroy a city. Crouching dragon pool logger is strong, and he hasn't really grown up yet. Nowadays, comparing with the 9 sacred demon king, it was like eggs touching stones. There are no surprises. As soon as the 9 sacred demon king appeared on the scene, the entire demonic creatures in Taihang Mountain all sighed. Crouching dragon pool Jiaolong is also a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers. Swallowing who is not good, but will swallow the 6-headed lion of the Lion Clan. It's not a death wish. It was being talked about. A pescatarian sound. The crouching dragon pool splashed with water, and a huge auger head drilled out, gazing at the 9 sacred demon king with his terrifying aura. As soon as the 9 sacred demon king saw the Jiaolong show up, he sked and smiled. A little bit of guts. This king thought that you would hide at the bottom of the pool and not dare to show up. Junzai looked at the arrogant and domineering 9 sacred demon king with a look of contempt. What's with the bull? Nima's face is gone. As a race demon king, burdened with more than 100,000 years of Tao, he personally came to capture his own auger dragon that had not yet stepped into the 10,000-year-old demon level. It's shameless. The 9 sacred demon king's face sank when he caught the scaly dragon's look of disdain at himself. A small auger dragon. How dare you look at yourself with such a gaze? His eyes should be filled with fear right now, with dread. It's only right to wag your tail at yourself. However, the 9 sacred demon king was also surprised to find that the other party's contemptuous eyes were flooded with flames once they passed. Battle spirit surged. What a scaly dragon. He really doesn't know the sky and the earth. He even wants to fight with himself? Ha ha ha. When the 9 sacred demon king thought of this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. His eyes contemptuous. Tiny Jiaolong, believe it or not, this king can pinch you to death with just one finger. Junzai was unafraid, and those candle-like golden pupils were like 2 calm, wave-free lakes at this moment, bland and cold, penetrating to the core. He retorted without losing. The last sinner who was so arrogant in front of this Jiao dragon has already been swallowed into his stomach by this Jiao. Do you know who it is to describe it? It has 6 big, ugly heads and spits feces out of its mouth. Unbridled. 9 Saint Demon King was furious. the body of the horrible demonic gas such as a hurricane wildly soaring, enveloped in the Wulong Lake and the sky densely packed lion toward the dragon crazy hissing up. It's like the drums of war beating up and deafening. Shut up! Shut up! Once Junzei's augur aura opened up, he roared up to the sky, and the terrifying waves of sound destroyed the world. In an instant, the lions coalescing in all directions were like a mirage like smoke. All gone. Heaven and earth cleared up instantly. Immediately, Junzei stared at the 9 sacred demon king full of wariness. The old thing that doesn't even want to face. What are you pretending with your grandpa Jiao? If you want to fight, fight. Pretending to be a Nima success or failure is just a line. Life or death is just a thought. Strong enemies unexpectedly came to the door. Even if they were not defeated, they still had to fight to the death. The big deal is that the world loses when you die by spilling blood on the yellow sand road. Grass. Chapter 034 Two Great Cave Lord Demon Kings go head to head. The augur dropped some words. Stonebreaker. The entire Taihang mountain was shaken by the shock. The demonic creatures that roamed the mountain stared with wide eyes and shocked expressions. The Wulongton augur is so lawless. Surprisingly, he even angrily rebuked the 9 sacred demon king and wanted to fight with him. Did he know what level of terrifying existence the 9 saint demon king was or not? Such headstrong rigid behavior is staggering. But then again, it was also precisely because of the Jiaolong's tough and unyielding attitude that many of the mountain's demonic creatures showed admiration in their eyes. Secretly, he gave it a nod of approval, indicating that the other party had gained his approval. Recognition plus 1 recognition plus 1 recognition plus 1. It seems that only such a mixed-up, heaven unafraid character is worthy of walking the augur and transforming into a dragon. In a trance, everyone was enlightened at once. That's right, the other party even dared to transform dragons? Would they still be afraid of your regional race demon king? Without the courage to battle the heavens and break all the rules and restrictions, I'm afraid that the other party would have died under the heavenly tribulation of the walking Jiao long ago. In addition, it was clearly also this 9 sacred demon king who was shameless, leaning on his old age and bullying others. You sent 6 lions of your own to capture someone else, and you don't allow them to fight back? The 6-headed lion's own skills were not good, and it deserved to be swallowed alive by the Jiaolong. You're a cave lord demon king, and you don't have that kind of temperament. He actually had the face to come to Wulongton in person to flaunt his power. If you're capable, you'll wait until this augur dragon really grows up and is also burdened with more than 100,000 years of Tao. At that time, I'm afraid that you, the golden 9-headed lion, will also end up being swallowed alive. Unconsciously, the eyes of the demonic creatures of Taihang Mountain looking at the 9 sacred demon king also changed to scorn. Perhaps even the 9 sacred demon king himself could not have imagined that he had descended upon the Wulong Lake like a god from heaven today. It will discredit itself. It's like a street rat that everyone spits on. But would the truly strong care about the opinions from the weak? Strength determines everything. The weak are destined to be dominated by the strong. This is the truth of this world. Your weakness is your own problem. Do not attempt to gain the mercy of the strong. After Junzei spoke the words to fight if he wanted to fight, his entire lofty and huge body was like a swimming dragon coming out of the sea, rocking upwards. The 9 sacred demon king was blocking his doorstep, and he could not hide or escape. Since this was the case, he would properly see just how powerful the race demon king was today. If the other party couldn't kill itself today, it would kill itself later. Snakes had always been vindictive, and Junzei, who had metamorphosed into a dragon, couldn't change that. And yet, what Junzei didn't expect was that only just after half of his body had stood up, he was rigidly suppressed back by an invisible and majestic force. What's going on? Junzei was shocked in his heart, vaguely knowing that this was not the 9 Saint Demon dynasty striking out on its own, even though the other party didn't even want their faces, but not so much as to engage in a sneak attack. But soon enough, Juniper knew what was going on. Ha ha ha. 9 Saints buddy, you came to my Candle Nine's territory. Why don't you greet me first? That's not polite. One could only see a middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing fancy clothes appear out of thin air beside the 9 sacred demon king. He was no one else but the Snake Clan's head honcho, Snake King Candle 9. Also as Candle 9 appeared, many of the race demon kings who secretly were paying attention to the dynamics of the crouching dragon pool furrowed their brows. I don't know what to think about. And the person in question, the 9 sacred demon king, looked at the Snake King Candle 9 and faintly said, Fat Snake, you shouldn't have appeared, man. What are you talking about? Crouching Dragon Pool is my Candle 9's territory. I'm the one who should show up the most since you've come to my Snake Clan. I, the host, can't fail to fulfill the landlord's friendship. Let's go. Treat you to a drink. We're not going to get drunk today. The 9 sacred demon king, however, didn't move at all and just coldly looked at Candle 9, who was full of smiles. It's fine if you want to drink. When this king captures that augur dragon, then I'll have a drink with you. Fat Snake buddy, not I say you, but a small dragon. Do you need to make such a big fuss? Not afraid of being made a joke by the group of demons. Let's drink first and then talk. It can't run away. Who knows that the 9 sacred demon kings said with a smile on his face. It looks like you, fat snake, are determined to protect this dragon. Do you know the consequences of doing so? When these words came out, the face of the Snake King Candlejo, who was originally still full of smiles, suddenly turned gloomy. This king invited me with good words. You stinking lion, you don't give face, do you? After saying that, Candlejo put one hand in the 9 sacred demon king's wrist. In an instant, the wind picked up and the sky changed color with it. Candle 9 radiated an extremely terrifying overbearing aura around his body, and the silhouette of a shocking python manifested behind him, swallowing the sky and roaring up to the heavens, but obviously as a shadow. But you can clearly see the python body scales flashing layer after layer of intimidating demonic light. The pupils were like 2 large lanterns, demonic and terrifying, and also carried the terrifying aura of an ancient ferocious beast. Fierce fury pervades the sky. Humph. It's said that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. If this father dares to come to this snake clan of yours, he's not afraid of this heaven-swallowing python of yours. Roar. A lion's roar rose to the sky, only to see that a towering giant lion had similarly manifested behind the 9 Saint Demon King. The head is 9 heads long, fierce and brutal. The lion stared at the shocking python. No less important. Rumble. The silhouettes of the 2 great demon kings' main bodies manifested, causing the sky to tumble with waves of air and space to crack inch by inch, a sign of doom and gloom. In particular, the 2 racial demon kings' auras were in full swing, pinpointing each other, and that wave of pressure emanated. It made the entire demonic creatures of Taihang Mountain couldn't help but be terrified. The fear in your heart can't hold you down. It was clearly the 9 sacred demon king who came to capture the crouching dragon pool Jiaolong. But how did it suddenly evolve into 2 great cave lord demon kings battling against each other? Jesus, this kind of scene has not been seen in Taihang Mountain for 100 years. If they really fought, it was enough to describe them as mountains and rivers shattering and destroying the heavens and the earth. And a lot of innocence will be involved. The Jiaolong Junzai, who was standing in the water of the pool at this moment, was the closest person to the 2 great cave lord demon kings. They were needle sharp and tit for tat, making Junzai feel as if he was in the middle of a terrifying storm vortex, destroyed by the ravages of the invisible. It was also fortunate that he was the augur dragon with an incomparably strong physical body, invulnerable to swords and spears, and invulnerable to water and fire. It didn't hurt a bit. This is the strength of the race demon king, Junzai murmured to himself, secretly sighing that his strength was still too weak, and could only barely withstand the aura rush of the demon king, and did not possess the strength to fight the demon king hard. If he really fought, it was not clear whether he would die or not, but he would definitely lose. At the thought of this, Junzai felt deeply ashamed, and those candle-like golden pupils instantly lit up with a blazing flame. Getting stronger. He wasn't strong enough fast enough, wasn't obvious enough, to the extent that you have to hide behind someone else's shelter to survive. It's a hell of a feeling. It was as if a million ants had devoured his heart, and it was difficult to feel comfortable with his aggression and suffocation. 9 sacred demon king, right? I'll remember you. We're done with this. Junzai engraved the name of the 9 sacred demon king on top of the little book in his heart. If he is able to transform into a dragon in the future, he will be the first one to settle the score with him. However, what Junzai didn't know was that he wasn't even a 10,000-year-old demon at the moment. To actually be able to withstand the aura hedge of the 2 major races of demon kings unharmed was already very remarkable. In exchange for a random 10,000-year-old demon, I'm afraid that nowadays, all of them would have already ended up in a 7-orifice bleeding death. Looking at the entire Taihang Mountain again, I don't know how many demonic creatures are trembling in fear and trembling at this moment. You have to know that both the Snake King Candle 9 and the 9 Sacred Demon King of the Lion Clan are both carrying a terrifying cultivation of over 100,000 years. Moreover, one's body was a 9-colored sky-swallowing python, and the other was a golden 9-headed lion. These 2 were the representatives of the most powerful demon kings in Taihang Mountain after the 4 great rulers. If you still feel humiliated like this, then I'm afraid that all the demons in the entire Taihang Mountain would have to commit harakiri. Chapter 035. Only strength can control everything. The scene shifts to the tree castle. As one of the 4 great rulers of Taihang Mountain, Venerable Evergreen's deep gaze was also watching the situation at the Wulong Pool at this moment. The aura of the Snake King Candle 9 and the 9 Sacred Demon King clashed in a shocking manner. It made the entire mountain's demonic creatures terrified. But in the eyes of this evergreen venerable lord, they were all like mirrors and not worth mentioning. But even then, the ruler's demeanor gradually cleared and sombered. This was because his true gaze was not on the 2 major demon kings at all. Instead, he gazed deeply at the scaly dragon in the pool. The more you look at it, the harder it is to keep your inner peace. Wow, The Demon King is the Demon King. Too powerful. People stay in the tree castle of His Eminence, so far away from the crouching dragon pool, actually feel scared. A heart fluttering and jumping, the 100-spirit fairy patted her high breasts and couldn't help but marvel. Gu Changming's attention was not attracted by the elegant and beautiful beauty beside him. Instead, he continued to gaze ahead. The ghost said, "Fear is because your cultivation is too low. Bearing capacity is too poor. Let you usually diligently cultivate is not listen. You earth gas and born. Unique. Mo waste their own talent. Your holiness is also too strict. Where people are not diligent, they have long been a 10,000-year-old demon. Can be much more powerful than that scaly dragon in the crouching dragon pool. You also have the nerve to compare yourself with that dragon. You and he are simply different from each other. How can a grain of rice compete with the sun and the moon?" "What?" 100-spirit fairy was greatly shocked, and immediately refused to comply, gasping, "Your holiness is too abominable. Will people depreciate a penny worthless? That scaly dragon is not even 10,000 years of demon." Gu Changming suddenly turned his head and looked at the beautiful person in front of him and said in a serious tone, "It's because the Jiaolong isn't even a 10,000-year-old demon, but it's in the heart of the two major demon kings' aura hedge, and it's still able to remain unharmed and in a state of calmness. Do you think you're comparable?" This statement is spot on and angled. It was like a bolt from the blue for the originally self-important 100 spirits fairy. The whole thing froze in place. It was hard to come back for a long time. Yeah, obviously she was a 10,000-year-old demon level. Obviously she was still in the tree castle, and was far away from the crouching dragon pool, yet she could still feel fear. And that augur dragon, which wasn't even a 10,000-year-old demon, was able to be in the danger zone without being affected. So much for a comparison of the highs and lows. The difference is not even close. Only after a while did the 100-spirit fairy come back to her senses, guffawing and falling. "Alright, people admit that augur dragon is more powerful than them," knew that ancient Changming said. "This honored one also has to admit that scaly dragon is much more outstanding than this honored one imagined." The 100-spirit fairy was dumbfounded at his words, revealing an even more shocked look than earlier. The four great rulers of Tianqing Mountain, the Deep Mountain Demon King, were able to say something like this. "Your Holiness, are you raising the spirits of others to destroy your own?" Gu Changming pulled the 100-spirit fairy into his arms. "Spirit, my father has a premonition that if this augur dragon is not removed, sooner or later it will become a great danger to my father's heart, Your Holiness." The 100-spirit fairy was once again shocked by Gu Changming's words. Shocked this time, he didn't even know what to say. Obviously one is in the sky and the other is in the ground, and the two simply cannot be mentioned in the same breath. A 9 sacred demon king stepped out, and that scaly dragon could only hide behind the Snake King Candle 9. "Your Holiness, how instead? You think even more highly of each other. And that Snake King Candle 9, I don't know if he's drunk on wine or not. The 9 sacred demon king wants to kill Jiaolong. Why did you come out to protect him? Isn't this a blatant confrontation with His Holiness? Messing with His Holiness is getting to be a godsend. Right now, I'm afraid that the 9 sacred demon king has made a trip to the crouching dragon pool for nothing. In that case, Linger, you will have to make a trip to the races below for this honored one, and tell them that whoever can kill that scaly dragon without having to send it to the castle on the tree will be rewarded with an everlasting fruit by this honored one." What everlasting fruit? That's the world's first-class divine spiritual fruit. It's unattainable. Your Holiness, why so much trouble? You only need to reach out towards the direction of the crouching dragon pool now. Won't that scaly dragon be captured? Gu Changming spread his hands and said helplessly. This father also wants to but the status is too high. Can't disregard the face. The dragon has to be killed. Face has to be saved. Well, Your Honor's face is bigger than the sky. Fairy 100 spirits suddenly smiled wryly. Other people can have an everlasting fruit for killing a scaly dragon. So what benefit can Spirit get from making a trip on behalf of His Eminence without saying a word? Gu Changming picked up Fairy Bailing and headed for the inner room. The aura hedge between the two major races of demon kings in Wulon Lake lasted for a whole half hour. It seemed bombastic and hard to let go, but strangely enough, that was all there was to it. The two big shots froze without really getting into a big fight. The reason is actually quite simple. Because they understood very well in their hearts that if they really fought, it wouldn't be a matter between two demon kings. Instead, it became a battle between two major races. At a certain moment, the 9 Saint Demon King's aura clearly weakened, and in the end, it simply subsided. Fat snake off fat snake. This king is really convinced that you are an old 9. That's all. Just for your sake, let that augur dragon go today. Candlegeo also took back his aura. The shadow of the amazing python behind him disappeared in the twinkling of an eye, and cheerfully said, That's right, you stinking lion listened to me a long time ago, and now that we've all had several jars of fine wine, what's the point of blindly tossing it around? It's not too late to go drink now. But you can't just drink. This time when this king came to Wulongton, I'm afraid I've lost a lot of people. You have to send me a few watery snake beauties that can cha out of water, okay? I'll send you 10. My snake palace has nothing else but snake beauties in abundance. The 9 sacred demon king was instantly overjoyed and directly hooked up with Candle 9. In the entire Tai Hang mountain, besides the fox beauty of the fox clan, the snake beauty of the snake clan was the most beautiful. That poise, that body, and crucially, pasturing. The 2 major demon kings were still full of gunpowder a moment ago, but in a twinkling of an eye, they were laughing and hooking up as they left the crouching dragon pool. It seemed like it was just going through the motions and fooling around before. However, it was the small beasts and demons on Tai Hang Mountain that suffered. For the entire half hour, they were shrouded under the domination of the 2 demon kings' terrifying pressure. Shivering, suffered this unwarranted disaster for nothing. Junzei did not show a happy expression when he saw Snake King Candlejo leaving with the 9 Saint Demon King. Instead, he took a deep look at the 9 Saint Demon King's back and sank headfirst into the bottom of the pool. After sinking to the bottom of the pool, the aura of this augured dragon, Junzei, was in full bloom, and his forehead was covered with thousands of merit scales glistening. The scaly armor on the top and bottom of the body opened and closed along with the breathing. Into a state of breakthrough. He wanted to step into the 10,000 years demon level immediately, and couldn't wait a moment. In this world, only strength can gain respect and the right to control everything. Chapter 036, Jiao Long steps into the 10,000 years demon level. Purple breath comes from the east an hour later. Boom! Only to see the crouching dragon pool was as if a heavy bomb had been thrown into it. And with a loud bang, the surface of the pool set off a shocking wave. The waves splashed about as if they were pouring down rain. What's going on? The hibernating group of snakes in the mountain forest was startled at once. It couldn't be that the 9 Saint Demon King has killed back again, right? Thinking about this, the group of snakes' eyes showed fear. This crouching dragon pool had only just quieted down, and before anyone could take a breath, their hearts were in their throats again. No, it's not the 9 Saint Demon King, it's Lord Jialong. The mountain forest group sensed that deep in the bottom of the pool, a scaly dragon pressure was intensifying and climbing. It makes them uncontrollably terrified. Couldn't help but shudder. It's not controlled at all. No good. It must be Lord Jialong throwing a tantrum at the bottom of the deep pool. The 9 sacred demon king killed the crouching dragon pool with great fanfare. And although he was stopped by the Snake King in the end, how unruly Lord Jialong was. Definitely can't swallow that. The group of snakes could show understanding after a little thought. Guts. The bottom of the pool was now constantly filled with a powerful pressure that was suffocating to the point where it was hard to breathe. That mighty pressure cascaded, one wave stronger than the other. The entire crouching dragon pool turned into a huge whirlpool that surged. Quite a few snake demons with slightly less cultivation were shivering and prostrate on the ground, as if they had been poisoned. The whole strip jerked up. Officials are big and powerful, and the augure's pressure seems to have an innate restraint on the group of snakes. Lord Jialong, calm your anger, please close the divine power. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore either. The pressure is too strong. It feels like there's a huge mountain pressing down on me one after another. The snake demons let out miserable screams. Put. What's more, some of them directly spit out blood and their breath shriveled up. The most unlucky ones today were definitely these groups of snakes near the Wulong Lake. Not long ago, he had just been invisibly abused by the 9 sacred demon king who had killed him, and now he was enveloped in the augur dragon's pressure. Throwing up blood twice a day. Who can take that? At that moment, in the mountain forest, the snake elder with the highest Tao wandered out, his huge snake body shaking. A whirlwind swept out and swept those painful snake demons away from the area. This was because the closer one was to the crouching dragon pool, the stronger the pressure one endured. Elder Snake is keeping them alive. After doing so, Elder Snake's pale eyes stared deeply at the whirlpool sweeping through the Wulong Lake. Snapped out of it. Lord Jialong isn't losing his temper. He's making a breakthrough. A breakthrough? The words came out like a thunderclap. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Is it hard for Lord Jialong to step into the 10,000-year-old demon level? Some of the snake demons that were still able to stabilize themselves revealed expressions of disbelief. Heavens, how long has it been? Lord Jialong is actually about to step into the ranks of 10,000-year-old demons. Wouldn't that mean that Lord Jialong possessed the qualifications to ascend the heavenly gate and transform into a dragon? Everyone sucked in their breath at the thought. It was hard to calm down for a long time. Boom! The crouching dragon pool let out another shocking explosion, and a blazing golden light rose up to the sky. It penetrated through heaven and earth, triggering heaven and earth visions. Only a purple cloud of purple energy came from the east and enveloped the sky above the Wulong Lake. Immediately afterward, the silhouette of a scaly dragon emerged. It echoes and complements the purple cloudy air. This vision is transcendent and unparalleled. Ha ha ha. Lord Jialong has made a breakthrough. Officially entering the 10,000-year-old demon-level elder snake looked at the purple cloud chi with the augur dragon shadow in the sky above and spoke excitedly. When he finished speaking, he stared deeply at the purple cloud of chi and couldn't move his eyes. Historically, purple clouds have represented auspicious omens. Only the appearance of emperors, sages, etc. will cause such omens to appear. Inside the Snake Palace Hall, at this time there is a song and dance. There were musicians playing and beautiful people dancing in extravagance and desolation. Come, brother 9 saints, drink, and drink this together. Snake King Candle 9 raised his own wine cup ready to clink and drink with the other party. However, the 9 sacred demon king on the opposite side of the room was simply not interested in drinking, nor was he able to pay attention to it. Holding a charming and beautiful snake beauty in his arms and kissing her all the time, Candle Geo was not annoyed, so he drank the cup himself. Fat snake, it's still good that you're a snake clan. There are beautiful female goblins everywhere. It really makes this king linger. My king's lions, those lionesses incarnate, are mediocre, vulgar, and no fun at all. The 9 saint demon king spat up. Brother 9 saints is overstating it. I think some of the lion goblins have a unique look to them. Fat snake, let's put it to you this way. In terms of strength, this 9-headed lion of mine does not submit to you. But in terms of the beauty of the clan's beauties, I am willing to bow to you. But the word's over. My lion clan's female goblin growth is no longer good, but also better than the cattle clan. The cattle clan, those cows once transformed, are all tough female man, can only be a brother, touch cannot be touched. Ha ha ha. The 9 sacred demon king drank a little too much and spoke obliviously. If the bull demon king hears you say that, I'm afraid he's going to get you in a fight. Let's do it. I'm not afraid of that old cow. As he said that, suddenly, there was a shaking of the ground from outside, and then a powerful aura flickered away. The 2 demon kings had sideways glances, and their faces suddenly stared. A flash of surprise flashed underneath Candle 9's eyes, but he quickly returned to his normal self. On the contrary, the 9 sacred demon king froze for a long time, and his eyes flashed with essence as he stood up and pushed away all the snake beauties in his arms. What a good scaly dragon! This king just left in the front foot. He broke through the 10,000-year-old demon level in the back foot. Is this demonstrating with this king not? Candle Geo smiled and said, Brother 9 saints, overthinking, that augur dragon, whether it's a 10,000-year-old demon or not, what's the difference with you? Let's continue to drink. The 9 sacred demon king wasn't even in the mood to flirt with beauties now, not to mention drinking, just staring sternly at the snake king with a pair of eyes that contained might. Fat snake, be honest with your brother. Do you have to forcefully protect that augur? Candle Geo looked calm and collected the wine cup and slowly took a sip, slightly raising his chin to meet the other party's stern eyes. Speaking faintly, what if I said yes? The 9 sacred demon king didn't storm into a rage either, and stood in place for a moment to ponder, and blurted out, you don't really think that augur dragon can turn into a true dragon, do you? I don't dare to make a guarantee if the augur dragon can turn into a real dragon, but after all, that augur dragon comes from my snake clan, and the dog has to look at the master. He can only die in the hands of the heavenly elder cut. The 9 sacred demon king snorted. If you have the ability, say this in front of his holiness Evergreen. Candle 9 fell silent. Fat snake, today this wine, old man drink good, just kindly advise you, don't lose big because of small. Today you stopped my 9 saints. What about tomorrow? What about in the future? You can stop a few people below the demon king. I don't care how many experts want to catch the dragon, but at the demon king level, if you want to catch the dragon, you have to pass through this king first. When these words came out, the 9 saints' eyes lit up. Good, this is what you said. If my lion clan sends another expert to the crouching dragon pool, you are not allowed to make things difficult. Whatever. It's not like this king is that augur's bodyguard. Candlewick smiled and raised his glass again. Chapter 037 Vertical 1000 feet Jiao body. Huge increase in strength. Crouching dragon pool. Bottom of the pool. Junzei's augur dragon was glowing brightly all over at this time, and its entire body had violently soared to the point of 1,000 feet of terror. Such a body caused the water of the crouching dragon pool to churn and rise, turning the tide. After a long time, Junzei lifted his eyes. His golden pupils flashed with refined light, and a terrifying beam of light suddenly shot out, sweeping out of the surface of the pool. He surprised himself by passing through the purple clouds of the purple breath, straight to the clouds. 10,000 years of demonic levels. There really is a huge increase. A flash of joy flashed across Junzei's eyes as his augur body now spanned thousands of feet. The mana in his body was like a river flooding out of control. His body was filled with a terrifying power like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It was said that 10,000 years demons were the mainstay of a race, a symbol of mastery. This is true. The 10,000-year-old demon that I have achieved by practicing the great dragon phase skill, I'm afraid it's far from being comparable to it. I should have no problem beating 10 great demons of the same level, Junzei murmured to himself and smiled in his heart. The haze that was brought about by the 9 Saint Demon King before gradually dissipated, without blowing it out of proportion. Beating 10,000 years demon Junza of the same level of Dao cultivation is really no big deal. He was a 1,000-foot augur, and he also possessed several great spell aptitudes, and his true combat power was far superior to that of the realm of his own body, not to mention being at the same level, even if the opponent's cultivation was 10,000 years higher than Junzei's. I'm afraid it doesn't matter. Also, as Junzei stepped into the 10,000 years demon, there were more senses in the underworld, sensations from the heavens. As long as he communicated that induction, he could immediately cross the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly gate transforming dragon. However, Junzei was not Xiaobai right now, and it was impossible for him to cross the threshold right now. Previously, he had started to walk the augur after 1,000 years of Taoism, which was actually very foolish. Fortunately, blessed with a great life, 10,000 years of Dao can transform into a dragon, which is actually a qualification for an entrance ticket. It doesn't mean that you have the strength to successfully cross the threshold. Snake King Candlegio's phrase "heaven forbid" made Junzei deeply wary. He had to be fully prepared before he could transform into a dragon and cross the threshold, because there's only one chance. There's nothing left when you die. According to what Junzei could do at the moment to securely do, was to at least raise his Dao mana to 50,000 years, plus rake in a little more merit. Aim to cover your entire head with merit scales first. The whole head was protected by merit. Heavenly fire would not melt. Heavenly thunder would not be extinguished. When the time came to cross the catastrophe, even if the whole body was gone, he would still be able to stay alive. If one was lucky and comprehended a restoration-type grand spell, it would be even safer. Speaking of recovery-type spell aptitudes, 2 appeared in Junzei's mind. One is the divine ability of the divine beast, the phoenix, reborn in fire nirvana. After death, one can get a new life in a roaring fire and get an amazing boost. And the second one, the legendary great spell, the blood drop rebirth. Rebirth by dripping blood, as the name suggests, means that when all limbs are broken and the head is destroyed, a drop of blood can be revived and the flesh and blood can be extended. This kind of great spell was most suitable for transmigration to use. As long as there was one drop of blood left, he could still be king. This time, having successfully stepped into the 10,000-year-old demon level, Junzei had actually comprehended several more heaven and earth mysteries in his mind. Unfortunately, neither the fire-bathing nirvana avatar nor the blood-dripping rebirth were among them. The first type, a cave in a pot, which can open up a space within the sea of consciousness, calling itself Qianquan and accepting all things. This one takes in all things, including living things. The second type, Yuan Shin out of the body. Simply put, is that the spirit transcends the physical body? The soul can feasibly travel for thousands of miles, without restraint. The third one, the fixation. This kind of spell couldn't help but remind Junzei of the Monkey King from Journey to the West. That's right. The fixation technique can immobilize a person's body and soul, and even divine birds and beasts are all objects, so that they cannot move. The prerequisite is that you are stronger than your opponent. Otherwise, you can't fix your opponent. It was just as petrifying as Juniper's eye gaze. Weak strength, struck by a beam of light, instantly petrified, unable to break free, becoming a stone. However, those who are strong can shatter the effect of the petrified attack. And the third comprehended spell was quite interesting. The art of moving mountains. It was possible to coalesce a great mountain with one's mana, or to remove a great mountain. Don't underestimate this spell. It's the original 5-finger mountain. It was through the art of moving mountains that Rulai coalesced the 5-finger mountain and suppressed the Monkey King. However, the fact that the Monkey King was truly suppressed at 5-finger mountain was not actually due to the power of this spell. Rather, it is the 6-word motto that Ka affixed to the 5 fingers mountain. But moving a mountain to press down. Simple and rough. This kind of spell. Junzei still likes it very much. Damn it, in the future, I'll use this spell to suppress that sinner, the 9 sacred demon king, in my own crouching dragon pool. Then, take a whip to him every day. Juniper gave a wicked thought. All in all, these 4 brand new spells that Junzei had comprehended this time as he stepped into the 10,000 years demon were all very useful. Although the first door was an auxiliary type of spell, it was of great use, opening up space and storing everything. When the time comes to go to another race and ransack it, there's no fear of running out of room for your stuff. The remaining 3 disciplines, whether it was the Yuan Shin out of body, the fixation technique, or the mountain moving technique, all had wonderful uses. This made Junzei understand that as his mana increased, the spells he comprehended became more and more powerful. Perhaps one day, one will finally realize the kind of divine spells that change one's life against all odds by dropping blood to be reborn. After learning about the strength of his body, along with the spells he had comprehended. Junzei remembered that he hadn't done the rainfall quest he had signed up for today. Nowadays, he was not what he used to be, and the mana in his body was like a river flooding. I'm afraid that if I cast Call of the Wind and Call of the Rain now, it could rain heavily for a whole day in the suburbs. No pause at all. 10 minutes before, now a whole day. A world of difference. It could be seen just how great the enhancement of Junzei, the augured dragon, breaking through the 10,000-year-old demon was. Come, call me the storm. Rumble. It turns dark in the suburbs. Between the lightning and thunder, the rain poured down in torrents. The rains were all incredibly heavy. Enough for a thunderstorm. And it's still the kind of thunderstorm that can last all day. I'm afraid this rain going down could completely solve the serious drought problem in the suburbs. Any more than that, and it won't be a rainy day. It'll be a flood of natural disasters. With the downpour, the people of the tens of thousands of villages and hamlets on the outskirts of the city were collectively plunged into the sound of laughter. Instead, those ghosts and gods at the village shrine broke into a collective fit of rage. The people have believed in the mountain scaly dragons and still let them live or not. Now, not to mention eating sacrifices such as chicken, duck, fish and meat, even incense and candles are almost impossible to eat. A red-robed ghost god was seen jumping out in the form of a flesh and blood body, leaving the shrine and arriving in front of an embryonic building that had just been built. The embryonic building is the new Dragon King temple built by the people of a village for the Dragon King. All that remains is for the clay statue of the Dragon King to be moved in and decorated a little. Humph. A mere scaly dragon is worthy of owning the Dragon King's temple. It's really a travesty. The red-robed demon god sneered a few times and took advantage of the people's inattention to cast the power of incense. In one fell swoop, the embryonic building was destroyed into broken walls and ruins. And this is not the only red-robed ghost god. Look around, but wherever there are villages are building the Dragon King temple. All of them were silently destroyed by the ghosts and gods worshipped in this village. Build one and destroy the other. It has caused serious economic losses to the people. Crybaby. Chapter 038. The dragon enters the snake palace. Junzei, who was far away in Wulongton, was so focused on giving rain to the people that he didn't realize that the people in the suburbs had built a lot of Dragon King temples for him. And those Dragon King temples were just like Junzei's real estate. So if you were in a good mood, you could stay there for a few days one by one. Unfortunately, it all ended up being destroyed by the shrine spirits. It was also good that Junzei didn't know about it yet, or else he'd have another sign-on mission. That's one demon destroyed a day. After casting Calling the Wind and Rain, a large amount of mana within Junzei's body was drained away. He restored his mana while waiting for the merits to descend. The mind was full of anticipation, thinking that the amount of merit should be given in full this time. After all, he wasn't the man he once was for 10 minutes at a time. A day later, once the rain stopped in the suburbs, Junzei was then enveloped by a holy light, like a spring breeze that soothed his mind. Immediately after that, a large number of merit scales manifested inch by inch on his augur head, a whole 10,000 pieces. But these 10,000 merit scales in turn caused Junzei to frown. A look of being punked. He gets 1,000 merit scales for 10 minutes of rain for the suburbs. Now stepping into the 10,000-year-old demon level and raining on the suburbs for a whole day in one breath. Only to give 10,000 pieces? Grass. Can the god of heaven count? Give me the whole metaphysics, right? If you mess up like this, who will work for you again? Fark. After a few tirades, Junzei was ready to start cultivating. However, the voice of Snake King Candle 9 came from above the pool of water. Little one, come up and chat for a few moments, little guy? Junzei froze. The old man is 1,000 feet across, and you call me a little guy? Blind your snake eyes. But in the end, Junzei obediently surfaced, only to see the fat Snake King in fancy clothes standing in the air. A large wine vat stood next to it. There is a strong aroma of wine wafting around. The newborn is fearful. This king didn't expect you to be able to step into the ranks of 10,000-year-old demons so quickly. Counting that you still have something, bringing a vat of good wine, counting it as a celebration for you demon cultivation. To be able to cultivate to the 10,000-year-old demon level is basically equal to Junzei's last life as a senior high school student who got into an ideal university. The future is so promising that it's worth setting up a 3-day running feast. Junzei looked at the kindly-faced Snake King Candlejo, his face full of eccentricity. This one had been since the first time he confronted himself and was angrily disliked by him. It was as if he had recognized him as his godfather, and he was getting better and better at it. After helping himself to stop the 9 Saint Demon King, Junzei hadn't even had time to thank him. Instead, he came back to say congratulations. The whole Juniper thing was a bit disconcerting. It always felt like the bastard wasn't holding his farts and was counting on himself. As the saying goes, if you don't have anything to offer, you're either a traitor or a thief. Your Excellency wants to buy me a drink, right? But this wine jar of yours is big. But it's not enough for this augur dragon of mine to take a sip. Candlejo was speechless when he heard this. Since you have become a 10,000-year-old demon, you won't turn into a human and drink with the king. Otherwise a lake's worth of wine wouldn't be enough for you. The dragon. Become human? Junzei shook his head in decisive refusal. The Snake King was a bit surprised. What? Do you have a deep grudge against the human race? Surprisingly, you're not even willing to turn into a human. Know that man is the chief of all spirits and the ruler of the world. Demons cultivate, and in the end, they all do it to become human, and are proud of it. Here's another bit of knowledge. A demon taking on the form of a human is a completely different concept than becoming a human. Ordinary demons and perhaps goblins take on human form. But incarnation is but a false appearance. It's like a mirror. It's unbearable. But whenever it is affected by any external factor, it reveals itself. Turning into a human is different. One must reach the 10,000-year-old demon level and have a complete 3 souls and 7 spirits, thus demonizing the form. Turn yourself into human flesh and blood, completely and utterly. After this kind of transformation, you will not show your original form even if you are seriously injured. Only death will. I'm so tired of being a man. Now I just want to be a dragon. After a long time, Junzei said quietly. Candlejo listened to a little confused, but also not entangled. Demon morphing, this kind of thing, all depends on the individual will. Since you don't deform, this wine will be saved by the king instead. Province? Junzei laughed. He was also a good drinker in his previous life, and busily said, although I don't turn into a human being, I can become smaller. With that, his lofty body that spanned thousands of feet became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Big and small. Good skills. Candle Nine's eyes lit up and he quipped. In the end, Junzei shrunk from 1,000 feet of augur to 10 feet in size. No, it's still too big. Make it smaller. The smaller the body, the less alcohol you drink. The king of a generation of races had actually hit on this idea. Juniper wanted to drink someone else's wine and had to behave. Smaller, keep going smaller. Smaller, smaller. Candle 9 commanded one by one from the side. Junzei is really confused. Dare to take him as a wish to use the golden hoop, is it? Do I want to be small enough to become an embroidery needle and drink with you? At the end of the day, Juniper turned into a miniature, delicate little snake, brightly colored throughout, with a gleaming body, especially that little head. It was as golden as if it was encrusted with 999 pure gold, bright and blinding. Heck, it becomes a pet snake with a great face, and it's a headliner when you put it in a pet store. Well, that's good. That's a much better look. Candlewick revealed a pleased smile. The king will take you to the snake palace for a drink, he said, extending an arm, meaning for Juniper to plate up. Juniper, as if he didn't see it, glanced up towards the sky. With just a glance, an auspicious cloud in the sky was activated, and with a whoosh, it swept in front of Junzei. This is the art of summoning clouds. Jumping onto the auspicious cloud, he faintly said, lead the way. Soon, Junzei was led by the Snake King to an opulent palace. Once inside it, he was in a bit of a trance. What kind of place is this for a snake demon? This is clearly the palace. This snake palace of this king is not bad, right? Back then, in order to build this palace, this king specially infiltrated into Dasha's Kyoto and captured a group of great craftsmen used by the royal family to come here, so that they could build it in accordance with the emperor's palace. Candle 9 said with a smug look on his face. Ha! Junzei smiled a little in his skin. What's the point of having fun with himself? When he turns into a dragon later, he must build a dragon palace. A few moments later, on a wine table, Candle 9 was sitting and Junzei was levitating in the air. With a glance at the wine glass, it automatically flew in front of Junzei. The snake's mouth opened and easily took the drink. The flavor is good, but the degrees don't seem quite right. As soon as the empty wine glasses landed on the table, a snake beauty waitress came to pour and fill them. But pouring wine was just pouring wine, and that maid's eyes couldn't wait to grow on this little snake that Junzei was now. Can't move half the time. All of them made Junzei look a little bit numb. Your Excellency, aren't you a bit boastful? Just the two of us drinking, why surrounded by a group of maids? Nice guy. Next to the wine table, crowded with 70 to 80 snake beauties standing there in a mortar. The keys are all eyeing the little snake that is Juniper. They're not the ones the king called over to serve. They're the ones who don't want to see what the dragon looks like in the crouching dragon pool. Since the snake clan has produced a dragon like you for thousands of years, I can't help but be curious. Junzei instantly had a black line. Dare he take him as a living fossil to see it? Quietly, he exuded a hint of augur pressure. In the next second, this group of snake beauties thundered from a clear sky and lost their colors. There were prostrations of fear and trepidation, turning into one big, Colorful snake. He fled. Chapter 039. If you can keep the green hills, you don't have to worry about not having firewood to burn. After scaring off those snake beauty attendants, Junzei felt much more comfortable. Using mana to control the jug, he suspended it above his head and poured it down. That's a really big gulp. Over the top. Snake King Candlegio is on the sidelines smiling and watching. That the eyes are still more and more benevolent up is what is going on. Those who didn't know thought that the Snake King had claimed the bastard child from outside. Halfway through the wine. After this drink, you will leave Wulongton. Junzei sniffed and froze. This goods if not glimpsed still fart. Dare to use this drink to get rid of their own. Who knows Candlegio Yui said. You know how sensitive your identity as a dragon is, and the entire Taihang Mountain doesn't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at you, and you stayed in my Snake Clan's crouching dragon pool again. It's too flashy. The 9 sacred demon kings are just the beginning. I'm afraid there will be more and more demon kings to kill you in the future. Junzei was speechless. Those demon kings are so big that they can't tolerate a scaly dragon in their eyes? Those demon kings are nothing to worry about. You are being targeted by a deep mountain demon king. Dragons are a taboo in the hearts of those superior rulers. They would rather be killed by mistake than spared. The other party is still concerned about the face of their ruler and won't personally move you now. But as you grow stronger in the future, there will come a day when they won't be able to resist the demon king of the deep. The gold content of these 4 words was as clear as day, even for Junzei, a first-time traveler. How powerful is the deep mountain demon king? And how many years of mana does he possess? He asked curiously. Candlegio also knew everything. At the level of deep mountain demon king, mana is just a number. Not much meaning. If you really want to use an idiom to describe it, it's boundless mana, little one. Do you think this king is strong? Junzei looked deeply at Candlegio, remembering the image of him and the 9 sacred demon kings' aura going head to head, and nodded. If this king fights to the death with the deep mountain demon king, he can force the other party to move. But the end will definitely be certain death. Junzei was confused when he heard that it took a fight to the death to force the other party to move their bodies. The difference between a demon king and a deep mountain demon king is that big? Understood. After I finish this drink, I'll roll out of Wulongton and get out of Taihang Mountain. Juniper blurted out. A hint of surprise flashed under Candlegio's eyes. This king thought that you would vehemently refuse and put on a wildly paradoxical stance that you don't put any enemy in your eyes. So you're also afraid of death. You know that when he first met this little guy, he went there with murderous intent. Unexpectedly, the other party was unafraid, and his sharp teeth were close to pointing at his nose and cursing. Where's the backbone? Lost? Junzei did not blush. The deep mountain demon king wants to kill me. Of course I'll run away. I'm not stupid. If it was just those king of races, Junzei was thinking of stepping into the 10,000 years demon level, and was really not afraid of them. Even if you can't beat them, you can still run. The deep mountain demon king was different. As if an elephant was stepping on a mole cricket. Griffins don't even have an escape. Ha ha, you little guy has impressed the king again. That's right. Never put on a stupid look like you don't take life seriously. Living is more important than anything else. The stronger the person, the more they know how to cherish life. It's like the older a person gets, the more they fear death. Those who are not afraid to die are young, because they don't know what life is yet. There's no point in waiting for the moment of death to understand. Elder, don't worry. This auger dragon of mine is very life-sparing, Juniper said, taking a sip of her drink. Thought how perfect it would be to have a cigarette at this time. When Candlegio saw that the other party suddenly did not speak, he thought that he had been bluffed out of the shadow by the name of Deep Mountain Demon King and had lost his heart. So he said, you don't need to take the Deep Mountain Demon King too seriously. To avoid its front is the reason why the Deep Mountain Demon King is powerful, is not more talented than us, noble bloodline, but just lived longer than us. When he said this, there was a touch of arrogance in Candle Nine's eyes. If he was given enough time, he, the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python, was not afraid of anything. Junzei laughed and looked at the fat Snake King in front of him as well. He was right. The Deep Mountain Demon King was strong, but only by living long. No big deal. Imagine, Junzei had only come to this world for a few short months. Then he became a dragon and stepped into the ranks of 10,000-year-old demons. Thank you, Senior, for helping me many times. When the kid turns into a true dragon in the future, I will definitely repay, Juniper suddenly said with a straight face. It is said that a drop of kindness should be repaid by a spring of water. Besides, the Snake King had saved his life. Candlegio heard but was not happy. Little fellow, if you want to say that, I'm afraid that this king will never wait for the day when you return the favor, Juniper. Shit, go down the mountain. With your current strength, even if you run into a human expert, you will be able to defend yourself. Remember, when will you cross the heavenly sect of ascension? When will you come back finally? Candle 9 gave a long-winded reminder. Junzei nodded and turned to leave the snake palace. After that, He didn't stay in the crouching dragon pool, summoning the auspicious clouds. He flew directly in the direction of the lower mountain. If it wasn't for the Snake King's reminder, Junzei wouldn't have known that he was being targeted by a big shot like the Deep Mountain Demon King, continuing to stay in Taihang Mountain to cultivate. It could be said that the stronger he was, the more dangerous he would be. It's not wise to hold your life in someone else's hands. There is no fear of being left without wood. Candle 9 stood in front of the snake palace and watched the auger dragon, which had transformed into a delicate little snake, leave, his expression gradually becoming gloomy. Without realizing it, both fists were clenched. The heart was stifled. This auger dragon, to say 1,000 words, is also produced by the Snake Clan, and Candle Geo helps with it. One is this reason. Secondly, he also saw that this little guy was truly extraordinary. Some of the dragonizing remarks made that day were word for word, and they are jarring even now in retrospect. Since he had decided not to kill Jialong, he would not allow Jialong to die in the hands of others. To die can only be under the heavenly tribulation. However, Candle Geo understood in his heart that the one in the tree castle was going to make a move, and he couldn't protect him. You can only let the auger go down. But now that he had watched the auger dragon leave with his own eyes, his heart was becoming more and more unfavorable. After all, he, the Snake King, is not capable of protecting his calf. I can't waste my time. I have to become stronger. If there are still snakes in the clan that have transformed into scaly scales, I can protect them from the moment they ascend to the heavenly gates. After saying that, Candle 9 resolutely walked into a secret room. There is a pool of blood in the chamber. The blood inside was boiling and bubbling as if it had been boiled. A very strong odor of blood came over the room, making it hard to gag. In a trance, you'll see countless vipers flopping, hissing, and snarling inside. It's scarier than the night ghost. 10,000 Serpents Pool. This is a secret of the Serpent clan not known to its people. The blood inside was the life essence blood left behind by successive generations of Snake Clan experts, drop by drop, generation by generation, through countless years. It's what saved this pool, all essence energy. Only the Snake King was qualified to go in and immerse himself in cultivation. But it's funny to say that when this pool of 10,000 snakes was full of blood, not a single Snake King dared to go in and take a dip, because it's horrible. Countless serpent blood gathered. The energy was against the heavens, like magma. If your strength is not good, once you go in, you yourself will instantly turn into blood and water and merge with it. But once you withstand it, absorbing the energy from the blood pool will cause your own serpent bloodline to increase drastically, and will cause your strength to skyrocket. Candle 9 stood at the pool of 10,000 snakes and took a deep breath, jumping straight in. Instead of being a loser and being stepped on by the Demon King of the Deep Mountains, it would be better to be rich and famous. Chapter 040, The Deep Mountain Demon King Strikes. There is no escape. The Snake King jumped into the pool of 10,000 snakes for closed-door training. It's not clear if this one bold move was improvised or well thought out, but one thing is for sure. It definitely started after the birth of that auger. Since Candle 9 set up the rule that snakes are not allowed to walk the auger and turn into dragons, he was then labeled by the clan as a jealous man, fearing that the dragon would appear and threaten his position as Snake King. But they do not know that their big king. I'm afraid that the Taihang Mountains 72 Road Cave Master Demon King and the most protective of the existence of the calf. Candle Geo was afraid that his people would give up their lives in the heavenly calamity for nothing. Candle Geo is even more afraid that when the clansmen have gone through a lot of trouble to cross the threshold to become a Jiao, they won't be able to protect them again. Now, this jump of the 10,000 snake pool, or else it is changed to be able to break hands with the Deep Mountain Demon King, or die. Junzei sat on an auspicious cloud and transformed into a meteor swooping down the mountain. According to Candle Geo's words, as long as he wasn't in Taihang Mountain, no matter how powerful the Deep Mountain Demon King was, he couldn't do anything about him. Juniper was obedient and didn't stay a second longer. How could he have imagined that he would just go out for a drink and say bye-bye to his crouching dragon pool? If I had known that, I would have taken a good look at it first. That piece of watery blessed land. Since he augured into the pool, he didn't bother to view it properly, and has been bored with cultivation, practicing and practicing and practicing for this result. Leaving at this time, Junzei's heart is still a bit of a pity. He is in the crouching dragon pool. At least there are wild monsters baby to send experience value. It could help him raise his cultivation faster. In hindsight, it was him who was naive. A man under the roof has to bow his head. Junzei appeared to be going down the mountain with an open mind, but in his heart, he was holding back more than anyone else. To put it bluntly, he had heard the name of the Deep Mountain Demon King and fled. But reality is cruel. Only the strong are qualified to decide everything, and the weak can only survive in the cracks. If you are mediocre, live in depression and futility. If you are stunning, wait to rise and return as a king. Let all the living beings in the world submit to your feet. The eye, Junzei, swear that I will bow my head this once in my life, and if there's a next time, I won't take a step back even if my sword seals my throat. Evergreen Demon King, right? Although I've never seen you before, please wait for the return of the old king after an oath. A large portion of Juniper's depression went away. One must know how to comfort oneself, turn shame into strength, and more than that, learn to get up from where one falls. Han Xin still suffers crotch humiliation. That's bullshit. Junzei began to think about where he would go after descending the mountain. However, suddenly, his heart tightened, and a feeling of great difficulty arose. He blushed instantly. Not good. I made a cheap and stupid mistake. At the same time, the tree castle. His Eminence, Gu Changcheng, was drinking tea and playing chess, and the chess was played with himself, but it also went down hard. For a demon king like him, who almost lived with the heavens, it was important to learn to pass the long hours of light on his own. At this time, Gu Changming suddenly frowned, receiving a sense in the underworld. It's someone who reads him. As the king of the deep mountain demons, his magic power is limitless, and he is able to perceive the first opportunity through karma, only to see ancient Evergreen pinching his fingers and a sentence floating in his ears. Evergreen Demon King, right? Although I've never seen you, please wait for me to return as the king of the dragon. Gu Changming laughed and laughed heartily. What a little scaly dragon. If you sneak away, this honored one will be hidden from you. But you still have to put a harsh word against this honored one. Don't you know that you can't speak ill of the demon king of the deep mountains? Ordinary people still know that there is a god who raises his head. Whoosh! Gu Changming's domineering figure appeared in the sky above the tree castle, a pair of eyes containing the majesty of a superior person glancing for 1,000 miles. No one can escape these eyes of his. After a glance at the target, said a sigh. It's a pity. After all, my father can't save this little face of his, so he'd better do it himself. Say it. Ancient Changming stretched out a finger, and a flash of light at the tip of the finger suddenly flickered up, gathering enough power to shake heaven and earth. Phew! A lightning-like laser burst out from Gu Changming's fingertips, plummeting in the direction of the mountain. In an instant, lasers cut through the air. All the space along the way collapsed. After one finger, Gu Changming didn't even wait for the result and directly went back to the house to continue playing chess. It wasn't that he was confident, but under the heavens, there was no demon with a mere 10,000-year-old demon cultivation that could block the deep mountain demon king's strike. Not even a true dragon. Don't look at the fact that Gu Changming only shot out a laser, but the commotion was even greater than a heavenly thunderbolt. For a moment, the entire Taihang mountain was startled. A demon king was horrified. His Holiness Evergreen made a move? Who is it that has such great face for many demonic creatures? How was it ever not an honor to die in the hands of the deep mountain demon king? And the honor isn't something you can get if you want to die. Don't use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. In the hearts of the many demon kings, they could barely remember the last time Venerable Evergreen had made a move. Who was the target? Those demon kings with profound Taoist skills glanced sideways, but they saw a delicate little snake sitting on an auspicious cloud and prancing around, and it's heading downhill. Although what he saw was a small snake, how poisonous were the eyes of the demon kings. It was instantly recognizable as a crouching dragon pool auger. Then everyone gave a hard-to-see look. The dragon tried to escape down the mountain, which triggered His Holiness Evergreen to strike without regard for his face. The window pane, after all, has been pierced. After Junzei exclaimed that it was not good, he urged the auspicious clouds to fly towards the bottom of the mountain at breakneck speed. Unfortunately, one must always pay for one's mistakes. An infinitely terrifying laser seemed to strike like lightning. It's too fast. So fast that Junzei didn't even have time to manifest the body of 1,000 feet of auger dragon to fend it off. It was too strong, and with that laser shock, Junzei felt like he was dead. It's like a big truck coming at you, and at that moment, you know you're going to die. In a flash of lightning, Juniper decided to take a gamble. Take your head to meet that devastating, unavoidable laser. This was the only glimmer of life Junzei could think of at the moment, but in the eyes of those demon kings, one could only see the auger that had transformed into a small snake being instantly drowned by the laser. Then, there was a shocking bang. Somewhere in the mountains, a super deep pit appeared. The dragon was reduced to ashes, and the small beasts and demons in that area were all reduced to ashes. They don't even know how they died, because it's too fast and too powerful. It was over in the blink of an eye. As the super deep pit appeared, those demon kings' faces complicated up. Such an amazingly talented augur just died like an ant. The death of the dragon taught countless living beings in Taihang Mountain the simplest truth. Don't go scaly and turn into a dragon. No matter how brilliant you are, can you be as good as the dragon in the crouching dragon pool? No matter how gifted you are, can you resist the 72 heavenly tribulations that are bound to kill you? No matter how blessed you are, Can you escape the deadly attack of the deep mountain demon king? Vaguely, countless pairs of eyes looked in the direction of the castle in the trees, both fearful and hateful. Fear its power, hate its dominance. Who has the right to cut off the path of the world's living beings to transform into dragons? Higher ground? No, it's cowardly. So timid that he didn't even dare to let the crouching dragon pool augur cultivate until the descent of the heavenly ascension gates calamity. Too cowardly to let a real dragon appear in the world. Abominable. Hateful. Pathetic. Chapter 041 A Little Snake from the Heavens. Gifted by God. The scene shifts. In the shallow mountains of Taihang Mountain, there was a ragged teenager who was climbing the mountain. He carries a bamboo basket on his back. His feet are tied with straps, and his body is so athletic that he walks on the uneven mountain paths as if they were flat. Looked skinny, but had strong, rigid arms, a pair of black and white eyes, clear as a stream, penetrated with a firmness unlike that of age. At first glance, there's a bit of martial arts in it. Recently there are many abnormalities in the mountains. I really shouldn't go to the mountains at this time, but if I don't go to the mountains to catch snakes and exchange them for money to buy those precious herbs, I'm afraid it will be difficult to suppress the coldness in my body. The climbing teenager whispered softly to himself. His name is Fong Zhang, the village of Wudong under the mountain. This year 17 years old, long and clean cut, hardworking since childhood. People in the village praised him for his tough character and his promising future when he grows up. By growing up, I mean coming of age at 18. Yet the founder knew he would have a hard time surviving to adulthood. He has a peculiar destiny. His body is different from normal people, suffering from malignant diseases, and there is always an inextricable frost spreading between his eyebrows. The reason is that he was born in a Een year, Een month, Een day, Een hour, Een stem and Een branch, obviously a male child. But the 8 characters are pure Een. Een energy is strong and Yang energy is weak, so it is easy to catch diseases from outside. Not long after his birth, he killed both of his parents and became an orphan in the village who grew up eating 100 meals. According to theory, Fong Zheng, this male child is burdened with pure Een body, is extremely easy to die young. Not only cold and sick, but also easy to attract ghosts and evil things. Still in his luck, when he was 6 years old, the village passed by a Buddhist monk, saw his little aging cold chi overflowing, about to perish, with the goodness of God, under the heart of the world, gave little founder a piece of enlightened Buddhist jade as a protective jade pendant to suppress the Een and cold chi in his body. He was also taught a Buddhist style of vigorous boxing, the powerful Vajra palm, which is used as a means of strengthening the body and nourishing male virility. That's what kept founder alive until now. But even with the Buddha jade protection and the powerful Vajra palm practice, it is still difficult to make up for the innate Een cold physique. He also needed to purchase precious Chinese herbs and soak in medicinal baths day after day to strengthen his body, so that he could barely suppress the Een coldness in his body. In order to be able to have money to buy medicine, Fong Zhang did not know how much suffering he had suffered since he was a child. And then he realized that his Een cold body was not only prone to attracting ghosts and evil things, it also tends to attract poisonous snakes. It's easy to die in the mouth of a snake if you're not careful. In order to stay alive, Fong Zhang learns how to catch snakes from a snake catcher in the village. This move not only solves the snake scourge, but also allows you to exchange snakes for money to buy medicine, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Also due to the fact that Fong Zhang had cultivated the great powerful Vajra palm since he was a child, his chi was amazing and he was bold. He soon became a famous snake catcher in the village of Wudong. He has always been a snake hunter in the shallow mountains of the Taihang Mountains, and he is not afraid of encountering any demons or monsters. This is not it. Fong Zhang came to catch snakes again, due to his special Een cold physique, to the forest so stop. Soon there were tons of venomous snakes swimming out. Let him catch them one by one. But Fong Zhang looked at the vipers and had no intention of doing anything. Instead he even shook his head in disappointment, because ordinary snakes no longer satisfy his needs. The family had basically run out of herbs and he needed a lot of money to buy precious herbs, and it needs to be soaked from time to time. As he got older, the coldness in his body was almost too much to suppress. It was mainly because the piece of protective Buddha jade given to him by the Buddhist monk back then had dulled after 10 years of wear and tear. It was almost on the verge of becoming an ordinary jade pendant. Unable to suppress the Een and cold chi in his body, he could only survive by a medicinal bath of expensive herbs smashed down. Go a little deeper in. Fong Zhang gritted his teeth. They all knew that Taihang Mountain was infested with demons and monsters. The deeper the mountain, the more dangerous it was. But he had no choice. Left and right are dead. It is easy to encounter cultivated snake spirits in the depths. That's right. It's scary how bold founder's long illness has become. Going up to the mountains to catch snakes. Since you're trying to capture snake charmers, one must know that any snake spirit has at least 100 years of cultivation. However, for the other side, there is only wealth and danger. The snake charmer is dangerous. but also very valuable. The whole body is a treasure. When you come down the mountain and sell it, you can get a lot of money. The snake catchers of the villages in a 100-mile radius were the only ones so newborn as Fang Zhang. After Fang Zhang went a few hundred meters deeper again, he didn't have time to observe his surroundings. Just then, suddenly, boom, an earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the deep mountains. The ground shook up in a whirlwind. Fang Zhang's brain turned chaotic all of a sudden. Only feeling as if the ground had been lifted up, he immediately flew out. It flopped and hit the ground hard, and rolled down a couple of times. The whole body is falling apart from the fall. Fortunately, he looked thin and weak, but at least he was someone who grew up practicing Buddhist boxing. It's barely bearable. Damn! What bad luck! What's all this? No! I have to catch a snake spirit to go back today. I must not return empty-handed with that. He looked up at the sky with a steely gaze, his eyes as clear as a stream, revealing an ill-fated destiny. God, don't play tricks on me, okay? I just want to live. Snap! By coincidence, it seemed as if something had fallen from the sky and hit Fang Zhang squarely on the head. From there, he landed softly in front of him again. Fang Zhang looked down and was dumbfounded. The black and white eyes were wide. What's falling down? Exactly a snake. This snake was no more than 3 feet, but it was covered in gold and yellow. There was a faint luster. It's as if it glows and shines just like a firefly. One is instantly drawn to this little snake. It's just so, too handsome. Fang Zhang had read little, and didn't know if the description of handsome was appropriate on a snake. Anyway, the private school teacher in the village always said that he was handsome and would be a handsome boy in the future. Ha ha, God has an eye for that. Fang Zhang laughed out loud. Although he was young, he had been catching snakes for almost 10 years. Sort of a veteran snake catcher. See how venomous the eye of the serpent is. A quick glance told me that this snake was of extraordinary quality and was not a small one, because any snake hunter with a little experience knows that the more colorful and pretty a creature like a snake is, the more dangerous it is. Not only is it heavily poisoned, there's a high probability that it's become fertilized. Fang Zhang then saw that the handsome little snake that had fallen to the ground was not moving at all, so he took his fingers and rubbed them together, but there was no response at all. He simply grabbed the small snake directly and scrutinized it. His hand was silky smooth and cold, and his hand felt unusually good. And what surprised Fang Zhang the most was that the more his eyes stared at the small snake, the more his heart trembled. An illusion of wanting to worship this little snake rose hard in his heart. There's something odd about the snake. It's just the king of snakes in the mountains, isn't it? Fang Zhang's eyes flashed with inquisitiveness, but he quickly shook his head, thinking that he was overthinking. How could a snake that small be as terrifying as a snake king? Whatever. It must be worth a fortune. Fang Zhang was juvenile and thought very simply. Putting the handsome little snake in the bamboo basket behind himself, he hummed a folk tune and went merrily down the mountain. Into the night. The evening breeze was cool. The night was like water, and a bright moon hung over the tens of thousands of villages and hamlets in the outskirts of the city, radiating a bright light. Returning home, Fang Zhang first put the handsome little snake on the dinner table for dinner. Seeing that the little snake never reacted, the heart is getting anxious too. This can't be a dead snake. It shouldn't. He can't tell a dead snake from a live one? Besides, God wouldn't be so bored as to get some dead snakes to tease him. Anyway, it's getting late and he won't be able to take this snake out for money until tomorrow. Let's just observe it for one night and then we'll talk about it. Fang Zhang casually went to get a little bit of thin rice to deal with it, and then lay down in front of the table and kept staring at the handsome little snake. The more you look at it, the more you can't understand it and the more alarmed you are. What the hell kind of snake is that? Unheard of. Without bragging, don't look at Fang Zhang, this year is not yet 18, but from his hands over the hand of the snake, no 10,000 also have 8,000. I've seen all kinds of snakes, all kinds of strange snakes, even a snake charmer with a human mouth has been encountered. There's just no snake like it. Obviously 3 feet so small, animal harmless, but all glittering, invisible as if there is a body with the body of the power. No one is allowed to stare. Seeing too much of it is just as big a disrespect. Thinking about it, Fang Zhang once again grabbed the small snake and observed it. Must see a way out. It would also make it easier for him to bargain with the snake-buying merchant tomorrow. After a while of looking and touching, Fang Zhang's eyes were still foggy and impenetrable. But suddenly, when Fang Zhang touched the head of the small snake, he was suddenly stabbed with an electric shock. Fang Zhang froze, incredulously realizing that this small snake had a sharp horn on its head. The whole person was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Dumbfounded, a saying immediately came to mind: a snake with horns is a dragon. No way. Won't happen. Fang Zhang was bold, but at this time, he was also scared and put the small snake lightly on the table. Then his whole body stiffened and he stared blankly at the small snake on the table. Nothing to do, obviously. Even if Fang Zhang was a pig now, he understood in his heart that this little snake that fell from the sky in front of him was not a gift from God, nor was it a real snake. Instead, it's a dragon. His disorganized mind couldn't help but ring with the scene of lightning and thunder the other day, when a dragon's shadow manifested high up in the Taihang Mountains and rained down for the people. I brought home the Dragon King of the mountain? He actually really couldn't believe it and had trouble believing it. This small snake in his hand was really hard to associate with the impression of a behemoth dragon king that could raise clouds and spread rain. How spectacular and shocking was the sight of the dragon's shadow manifesting itself in that mountain. It's a look you'll never forget. Just as Fang Zhang was dumbfounded and dazed, the small snake in his hand suddenly opened its eyes. In an instant, the stone was broken. A pressure that seemed like that of a god spread out with the little snake at the center. Rumble! A thunderbolt cut through the long sky of the suburb, triggering heaven and earth visions. Chapter 042 Snake-catching boy's body is weird. After Junzei opened his eyes, he cleared them after a slight confusion. What came into view was a human teenager. The human teenager was also scared out of his wits due to him opening his eyes and fell to his knees with a thud. Rushing at himself, he cowed out and made amends. Lord Dragon King, atone for his sins. Lord Dragon King, atone for his sins. Kid Fang Zhang has no eyes and brought you home as a snake. Please don't eat me. Junzei glanced at the teenager in a cold and incomparable manner, not taking him seriously. Instead, there was a glint of conspiratorial brilliance emerging from the bottom of his eyes, shining brightly. He's not dead. Ha ha. The gentleman was happy at this point, and it looked like he had made the right bet. But, by betting right, Junzei did not mean taking the Merit Protector's head to fend off the Deep Mountain Demon King's attack. Instead, he managed to escape from the Golden Cicada and disappeared into the Taihang Mountains with his death. At the Snake Palace, Candle 9 said that a Deep Mountain Demon King was watching him, so he was told to come down from the mountain, retreat and cultivate in seclusion. However, Junzei knew very well in his heart that I was afraid that it would not be enough if he just went down the mountain. That Deep Mountain Demon King would still be like a ghost in the afternoon, staring at him all the time and giving him trouble, until he's dead. In that case, one will die by its hand, as it wishes. Settle the heart of that Demon King of the Deep. How could he not know that the Deep Mountain Demon King could not be red, cursed, or even cursed? Lian Junzei's Taoist skill nowadays would be able to meditate on his own senses, not to mention the Deep Mountain Demon King with boundless magical power. He was about to force the Deep Mountain Demon King to make a move on himself in plain sight as he fled down the mountain. Let the entire demon race of Taihang Mountain see it with their own eyes, seeing that he, the crouching dragon pool augur, had died in the hands of venerable Lord Evergreen. Only then could Junzei completely disappear from the demon race's view. A small hideaway. Time to win for yourself so that you can cultivate enough to ascend to the heavenly gates and make a comeback. Otherwise there is always a vicious dog behind you and no peace until you shake it off. The only thing Junzei miscalculated, or perhaps it was that even though he had overestimated the strength of the Deep Mountain Demon King, he had actually underestimated it. I didn't expect the other party's casual strike to be so earth-shattering. Let yourself resist even if you take your merit-protected head. But he was still knocked unconscious. After a moment's thought, Junzei then set his eyes on the human teenager who was kneeling on the ground and shivering. Between the flashes of his eyes, he spat out the words of a human being. Little Junior, you just said that you would bring me back home. Could this be the village under the mountain? Fang Zhan, who was trembling on his knees, was dumbfounded once again when he heard the small snake on the table speak as if it were a thunderbolt. Talk, what are you afraid of? It won't eat you. Don't worry, Fang Zhang sniffed. And only then did he return to his senses, cautiously looking up at the small snake on the table. Obviously so small, obviously looks animal and harmless, but it gives the feeling of heavenly gods descending. Back to the words of Lord Dragon King. This is exactly the village under the mountain. Wudong Village. My home. Junzei smiled. It looked like his luck was really good. He had been worried if his plan had gone well, where to settle down after the descent. No, the human teenager set himself up. Why don't you get up and talk? Juniper's tone calmed down quite a bit. Thank you, Lord Dragon King. Fang Zhang climbed up warily, and after standing up straight, his legs were still trembling uncontrollably. This could not be blamed on Fang Zhang being timid and weak. It was really because the impact of the Dragon King on the mortal people was too great. Besides, how old is he? Although he is a snake catcher, but snakes and dragons are the same concept. The fact that he's still on his feet right now says a lot about mental fitness. Junzei observed the surroundings of the teenager's home, which was full of dislike without looking. This home is too shabby. It can only be described as penniless. Wouldn't it be too much to ask if you took this place as a place to settle down? Juniper subconsciously tried to change places. At least he is also a hall dragon. Stay in this such a broken place. It is so broken that it cannot be used to describe the ugly room. After a long time, Junzei couldn't help but spit out. Little Junior, isn't this home of yours a bit too broken? Have you ever thought of repairing it, fix it, and maybe you can stay yourself? He knew full well that he'd better settle down a bit at the moment. Even if he got off the mountain, the more inconspicuous the place, the safer it is. I'm afraid I still have to recognize people in the posture of a small snake, and I can't easily expose my auger body. God knows if that deep mountain demon king really believed in himself by death. However, the general direction of Junzei's current cultivation was still the same, which was to raise his mana and rake in more merits. The benefits of merit protection no longer needed to be expressed. More accurately, his mana could go up without him, but the merits had to be raked in after all. This was the key to his ascending to the heavenly gate to cross the threshold. Junzei was still waiting for the teenager to answer his words. Who would have thought that the teenager's eyelids would roll over and he would fall to the ground with a thud? The whole man was balled up on the floor, convulsing and just about foaming at the mouth. Juniper was stunned. What did that mean? Didn't he just say something about whether or not your house was too broken? And that was so damning? As for that, you're playing with yourself here, aren't you? Are you still going to blackmail him for a fortune? Junzei didn't have any money, and hadn't seen what money looked like when he came to this world. So cold. The teenage Fang Zheng fell to the ground and wobbled, his whole body trembling as if he was in the middle of an icy place. Nope. Junzei's eyes narrowed as he realized that a very chilly aura emanated from the teenager's body, causing the temperature within this broken house to plummet. It's like a cold winter month. What a heavy aura. What's going on? Junzei was all confused. Could it be that he was blind and what was in front of him was not a teenager? Or was it a teenager? How could a man have such a heavy source of yin and cold aura emanating from him? A fucking female ghost comes and sighs to herself. Gumby. It is said that the darkness of the night is heavy, but it seems that it is not as heavy as this teenager in front of me. At this time, there were also unusual sounds coming from outside the house, with the sound of the wind hunting, and as if there were gusts of sobbing voices floating around. Junzei looked towards a window with greasepaper on it, and there were quite a few ghostly shadows fluttering around outside. Seems to be trying to break in. Dragon King, my lord, help me. I was born on a cloudy day in a cloudy year in a cloudy month in a cloudy time. I've been cold since I was a child. I'm prone to attracting ghosts. Fang Zheng's whole body shivered and let out dreamy words. Ha! Junzei froze. Wasn't this the legendary daughter of pure yin? I'm sure there's such a thing as a purely feminine man. If this had been in his last life, shouldn't he have run off to a kimchi country and had minor surgery? This unlucky kid, obviously male body, came a pure yin body. Seen bad. Never seen so bad. It's not easy to live until now. Junzei was still talking smack. If it wasn't for the fact that his status as the Dragon King had scared the teenager with a shock and unsteady breath, the yin and cold chi in his body started to storm out as if it had broken the seal. In addition, the protective Buddha jade that had been hung around his neck by the teenage Fang Zheng had also quietly shattered, and could not help him suppress the yin and cold chi in his body either. It could be said that Founder's life was at stake. The most crucial thing was that as the yin and cold chi in his body diffused out in large quantities, it would trigger the ghosts and monsters in a 100-mile radius to come to him. At this moment, the door and windows of this humble mudroom had begun to shake violently. It was windy and haunted outside. Vaguely, you can faintly hear a ghostly cry, sobbing like a wandering spirit. It seemed that a large number of ghostly creatures had unsealed themselves and wanted to rush in and enjoy the food, since the cold aura emanating from his body can cause ghosts to rush after him. A flash of surprise flashed across Junzei's eyes as he sensed the vision outside. It's a man of pure yin. It's too hard to live. Chapter 043, A House Full of Ghosts. Heaven help me ghosts? Junzei smiled. Coming to this other world and staying in Taihang Mountain to dive into his cultivation. Haven't really seen what a ghost looks like. It wasn't that there were no ghosts in Taihang Mountain. It was just that Junzei had been staying at the Wulong Pool and hadn't had the chance to come into contact with them. Pong! Bang! Suddenly, the doors came crashing down and the tar paper windows fell off. A cold winter-like ghostly aura poured in, and a ghostly shadow loomed in the doorway. The brunt of this was an old man in a birthday suit. Windswept, it strides into the house, its eyes glowing with regal luminescence. The skin on his entire body was dry and shriveled. His face had large areas of rotting flesh, and his entire body emitted a sickening corpse-like odor. The old man in the birthday suit had just entered when a footstep sounded behind him. Following the footsteps, all that was seen was an embroidered shoe. 1 foot in, 1 foot out, one alone, not a pair. In the next second, the embroidered shoes manifested a woman wearing a cape. Tall, beautiful features, end-to-end a beautiful bride. But what was generally the same as the old man in birthday suit was that this beautiful bride even carried a rotten corpse odor. As the old man in birthday suit and the beautiful bride broke in, one after another, different ghosts followed closely. There are quite a lot of varieties of ghosts: starving ghosts, hanging ghosts, blood-smeared ghosts, whistling ghosts, headless ghosts, returning ghosts. It's dazzling and spicy to look at. All of them are lonely ghosts made of grievances. Before long, a group of ghostly creatures gathered in front of the straw mattress and wooden bed, almost nearly filling the small space. With greedy glowing eyes, they looked eagerly at the teenager who had collapsed on the ground and was trembling all over. The teenager seemed to be the only light they could see in the darkness. Lifesaver. However, in the next second, these lone souls revealed shocked expressions. Tuan Tuan, a young man with clear features, his whole body emitting a gloomy and cold aura, fell into a coma and was left to be slaughtered. But he had a small delicate snake coiled around his body. The little snake was old and calm, using the teenager's body as a mount and looking at them with a pair of snake eyes that were cold and unmoving. Spirit snake of subduing the house? The ghostly creatures were confused. You looked at me and I looked at you. Due to the vastness of the suburb, there are tens of thousands of villages and cottages living in the suburb, with a large population. Plus the world is not at peace. Starving, dying of plague, being eaten by demons. Anyone who dies with a deep sense of grievance has a high probability of turning into a ghost. Therefore, some people like to keep some young pets to watch over the house and protect the family. But basically some canines, cats, with roosters. There is a popular saying that dogs control the people in the sun, and cats control the ghosts in the underworld. Roosters, on the other hand, are yang and can repel ghosts. The ghostly creatures are clueless in the fact that fewer people take snakes to the house, because snakes are also in creatures. What do you want to do with this human boy? Junzei looked at the room full of ghostly creatures and spat out human words with interest. His voice permeated with a lazy teasing. The ghosts were confused and then froze, but it turned out to be a snake spirit. Spirit snakes are still only partially spiritually intelligent and humanized, but snake spirits are different, and are on the path of cultivation. Get out of the way, snake charmer, and don't keep us from enjoying our meal. The body of purine to these lone souls and ghosts is like the meat of the Tang monk. Sucking in yang energy and devouring blood and flesh can enhance their cultivation. Little ghosts become big ghosts, and evil ghosts become severe ghosts. Junzei rolled his eyes. Rolling was not going to roll a bit. At best he could crawl away or fly away. The teenager had brought him from the mountains to the bottom of the mountain. And to put it mildly, Junzei owed the teenager a favor. That aside, why wouldn't it be a good thing for him to rake in the credit if a ghost came to claim his life? People die and turn into ghosts. Ghosts die and turn into smoke. They even lose their reincarnation. Is that right? The group of ghosts heard the words and became furious. How many meanings? Do you want to kill all the ghosts in this house? But in the next second, a terrifying pressure emanated from the body of the little snake. Mighty pressure filled the air. Brilliant, supremely strong and yang, as vast as the might of the heavens. The group of ghosts were all of a sudden horrified, shocked like thunder and lightning, and terrified. Immediately afterward, one by one, the ghosts cried and howled, unable to maintain their human forms, and they all turned into black smoke and dissipated. This, the old man in birthday suit, who is slightly stronger in ghost power, let out a hoarse scream. It is not snake essence. Snake essence belongs to Een, and its breath is strong and unparalleled. Under the sky, only the dragon's power is so powerful. After the sentence was finished, the old man in birthday suit screamed miserably and also turned into black smoke and dissipated, completely disappearing from this world. In just a few moments, the room full of ghosts instantly turned into wisps of smoke and passed away. It comes with a lot of movement and dies quietly. It's too weak. I've only slightly released a little bit of pressure out. Junzei did not expect the ghosts of this world to be so weak. This was too unbearable. Perhaps it's fair to say that these are brats. It was like some small beasts and demons in the mountains that had only just cultivated. At that moment, a holy light flashed above Junzei's head. A single merit scale manifested. The last full 50. It didn't seem like much, but Juniper's snake eyes lit up. A mosquito is still meat. After all, what he had just dispersed were just some small ghosts. If the quality of the ghosts were high enough, surely the merit descended could be more. The mountains are full of monsters and monsters, while the mountains are full of ghosts and ghosts, and the mountains are full of merits. Juniper's mind opened up and was enlightened. Turning to look again at the teenager who was still giving off an eerie aura, Juniper was relieved. By the looks of this, it definitely wasn't the end just now. Rather, it's the beginning. It's a dark and gloomy moon. A good night to kill a ghost. As Junzei expected, it wasn't long before the gloomy aura emanating from the teenager attracted a second batch of ghosts to the door. Each one was hideous and ugly in more ways than one. Seeing the teenager was like seeing some heavenly treasure. Impatient, greedy to the core, Junzei and the other ghosts crowded the room one after another and smiled in relief. A single glance over, Gusts of smoke rose like the smoke of a farmhouse. Merit scale plus 100. Junzei had actually calculated in detail how many merit scales it would probably be if he covered his entire auger head. 100,000 pieces. Covered by 100,000 merits. It was like an iron barrel. Solid as gold. All laws will not be invaded. All evils will not approach. Heavenly fire will not kill. Heavenly thunder will not be extinguished. This head, which may live forever, may not die. Currently, the merit gained from rainfall is 15,000 pieces. 150 just now. 15,150 meritorious guards. A far cry from 100,000 pieces. However, Junzei once again looked at the teenager who was shivering all over his body, and his eyes were no longer disgusted, but full of admiration. With this pure boy present, why would he worry about not being able to rake in 100,000 merits? There will be ghosts swarming in all directions since, helping Junzei a little bit. Thinking about this, Junzei couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Being picked up and taken home by a purely feminine boy was a godsend. Chapter 044, taking the auger dragon to worship the gods. The night passed quickly and it began to dawn. The Yin retreats and the sun rises in the east. Junzei had reaped a good harvest, and thanks to the pure Yin Junior's blessing, he had exterminated 9 waves of ghosts. 8,000 merits were raked in. 8,000 merit scales were scattered around the head, gleaming. It's worth saying that the quality of the ghosts in the later waves gets higher and higher, and many of them are sin-addled and hurtful. When it is destroyed, the merit is delightful, especially the 9th wave, which was actually led by a ghost general. Little ghosts, big ghosts, evil ghosts, severe ghosts, ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost honors. The ghost general is equal to the 10,000-year-old demon level, carrying more than 10,000 years of dousing, and is covered with a thick ghost chi and baneful chi that surround each other, and after extinguishing it, contributing a whole 1,000 merits to Junzei. It's very empowering. Although Taihang Mountain was the world of the demon race, it was also infested with ghosts. One of these rulers is the Deep Mountain Ghost Sovereign, who rules over the ghosts of the world, and the 72 cave lords. There were also several waves of Ghost King forces. The ghost general that Junzei had exterminated would never have imagined that he had come to an ordinary village with a high level of Taoism. It can still be guttural. If a ghost dies, it's gone for good. Fishing for 8,000 merits in one night. This speed was even faster than Junzei's rise in cultivation. The way he looked at the purine teenager was getting friendlier and friendlier. After dawn, Fang Zhang woke up in a daze and realized that his protective Buddha jade had actually shattered. Big surprise. Back then, that Buddhist monk had repeatedly told him that if the jade was broken, people would die. So he must protect this piece of Buddhist jade. But Fang Zhang got up and checked his body. All whiskers and all tails. Still a big living man. Not only were they not harmed in any way, they were refreshed and glowing. Sleeping unusually well. What's going on here? Instead, they then saw that the house had broken windows and doors and was in a state of disarray. Something must have happened last night. He understood in his heart that the protective jade pendant was shattered, and a horrible ghost must have come to his door. But there was nothing wrong with myself at all. Fang Zhang instantly thought of something and exclaimed, "Lord Dragon King, why are you screaming so loud in the morning?" In the next second, a small snake with a glittering body flew down from the roof beams and hovered in front of Fang Zhang. In a trance, it was as if a beam of light was reflected down towards Fang Zhang. Fang Zhang propped up a pair of big, dazed eyes and looked at the small snake levitating in front of him, stunned for a while before reacting by kneeling on the ground, filled with awe. "Thank you, Lord Dragon King, for saving my life. I will never forget this favor." When he finished, he began to kowtow. Junzei let out a calm voice, "No need to kowtow. Get up. You picked me up from the mountain. I pulled you back from the ghost gate. It's also considered 2 for 2. We don't owe each other." Fang Zhang stood up and shook his head. "How can this be the same? Lord Dragon King is a divine creature in the sky. Even if you are not picked up by the villain, you will not be in any trouble. But if the villain did not have the rescue of the Lord last night, he would have died, and would have long since been divided into 100 ghosts and devoured. You're still a goddess in heaven, and you have a sweet little mouth." But when it really counted, it was true that the teenager owed him a little more. Juniper helped him deal with the ghosts, not to mention the light teenager source constantly emitting that gloomy and cold aura was extremely consuming his longevity. In the long run, you're bound to perish. When it was almost dawn, Junzei also deliberately channeled a portion of his mana for the teenager. Help him recover. How else could he be radiant and glowing? "I'll be lucky if I don't die. Little Junior, since you feel you owe me, it should be okay with you if this dragon stays in your house for a while." When these words came out, Fang Zhang man was dumbfounded, feeling smashed by the sudden happiness. The Dragon King of the mountains lives in his own home? My goodness, what kind of luck did you have in your life? Is it possible that your ancestors' graves are smoking? No comment. No comment. It's a blessing for the little man, founder giggled. I have a small request for you. No fainting this time. Your home is too broken. Go and fix it. And you can see that the doors and windows are still broken because of the ghosts and monsters that came to invade last night. So by the way, we can fix them together. It's going to be fixed. It's going to be fixed. It's just. Fong Zhang blushed up, embarrassedly poking at the corner of his coat, having trouble speaking. No money, right? How could Junzai not see that? And said indifferently, you go outside and pick up some gravel over here. Although Fong Zhang didn't understand what the purpose of asking for crushed stones was, he obediently went to do it. Soon, a pile was picked up from outside and laid out on the floor. Junzai suddenly glanced at the gravel with a twinkle in his eye. Something magical happened. A pile of crushed stone heads blinked gold and glittered up. It all turned to gold. Ha! The teenager Fong Zhang saw even more violently, sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Stunned. Could this be the folkloric art of turning stones into gold? It's been a long time coming. You take this gold and go fix this broken house, and all the extra money that comes out of it goes to you as well, as rent for this dragon to live in your house. Junzai also didn't want to take advantage of this human teenager. In fact, whether this broken house was broken or not, Junzai was actually not going to leave. The reason was simple. The cold land emanating from this purine teenager could attract ghosts and monsters. This doesn't become the bait in Juniper's hand. The artifact of fishing for merit. When he had cultivated to 50,000 years of Taoism and raked in 100,000 merits, then he would return to Taihang Mountain, return as a king, and ascend the heavenly gate to transform into a dragon. During this time, Junzai decided to stick with this human teenager and never leave him. With excitement in his heart, Fong Zhang put away the gold on the ground with a face that he couldn't hide at all. This was great. He could afford to buy any expensive herbs. And you don't have to go up into the mountains to catch snakes. If you follow Lord Dragon King, you'll get gold. Afterwards, Fong Zhang went out to do some errands, but soon returned. And when he came back, he scratched his head and said, Lord Dragon King, I'm afraid I won't be able to repair the house today. What? You can't spend the gold? That's not true, but I forgot that today is the first day of the month. A day for all families and villages to worship the gods. Everyone has to go to the shrine to worship the gods, so they can't find the manpower to repair the house. Worship? A flash of surprise flashed under Junzai's eyes. What god could there be to worship in a small village in the district? In that case, this dragon will go with you to worship the gods. Junzai also took it all as going to see the world. After all, when he went down the mountain, he always needed to see more of the world. How can Lord Dragon King go to worship the god with the villain? You are the real true god. The one in our shrine, said to be a ghost god, only oppresses our people, is a landlord bully. Bad. Fong Zhang first complimented Junzai and then snorted and spat. Junzai didn't particularly understand the situation at the bottom of the mountain, but Fong Zhang's remarks surprised him as well. Compare the ghosts and gods of your own village shrine to landlords and bullies, and describe them as bad. What kind of god is that to worship? An hour later, as Fong Zhang walked down the village avenue, Junzai, a small snake that had changed into a scaly dragon, lay on his shoulder. One man and one snake became a unique sight. Originally, as a snake catcher boy, Fong Zhang had a snake on his body. In fact, the people in the village had long been surprised. But the problem was that the small snake lying on Fong Zhang's shoulder was just too stunning, vaguely glowing as if it was glowing, making it hard to ignore at all. Can't help but look twice. But after a couple of glances, he found himself unable to control the urge to kneel and kowtow to the tiny snake. The feeling was inexplicable. Junzai was coiled on Fong Zhang's shoulders, looking at the scenery along the way with interest. The road was also very busy. He noticed that the whole village was busy going to worship the gods and heading in the direction of the shrine. After paying a little attention to those villagers, Junzai came to the conclusion that it was not just Fong Zhang's family that was poor. The whole village seems to be unaffluent. The villagers were all looking green and obviously undernourished, and in rags. But the interesting thing was that they were all holding chickens and ducks and fruits in their hands. For those who don't know, they think they are so religious. But according to the words of the teenage founder, everyone is actually forced to worship God. Because if you don't give the shrine spirits good food and drink, the spirits will lose their temper. It's the big guys who will suffer. Fong Zhang finally followed the crowd and arrived at an opulent shrine. The decor was excellent and totally out of keeping with the poor tone of this village. It's as if everyone in the village is poor. But the bully landlord's house is the most luxurious. No wonder the founder compared the ghosts and gods to landlords and bullies. Very apt. Lord Dragon King. Perhaps you don't know, but originally some days ago people paid to build you a temple of the Dragon King. But who would have thought that the ghosts and gods of the shrine would make trouble and destroy the Dragon King's temple, which had just been built a little. If the Dragon King's temple is built, I can guarantee that everyone will go to the temple to worship you. Founder spoke softly. What else is going on? Juniper was surprised. Dare I say that the ghosts and gods of the shrine are arch-enemies and rivals with him, right? Dare to destroy his temple. Looking for death. Junzei's eyes narrowed slightly as his essence flickered. Inside the shrine, smoke curls up and clouds vaporize. Those villagers who came to worship the gods signed in to do the task of generally lighting a stick of incense and sticking it in a huge incense burner. Looking down the incense burner, you will find a clay idol as big as 10 feet tall standing on the Buddha niche inside. It had a large green body and was clad in red robes. Green and red. And not only did it look like it didn't have any semblance of the majesty of a deity. Instead, it gives off an unorthodox, menacing look. Is this a god? Junzei couldn't help but laugh at the sight of how it looked like the evil spirits of hell. Its appearance. Interestingly, the villagers' incense and candles inserted incense and fire, those out of the smoke into the nostrils of the clay idol, being sucked away in big gulps. No matter how much incense you burn, it doesn't carry any waste at all. As the clay idol gradually inhaled the incense, its chest puffed out as if it had awakened, and all of a sudden it transformed into flesh and blood. Ha ha, this god can feast again. The red-robed demon god laughed out loud when he recovered. Jumping down from the Buddha's niche, he grabbed the chickens and ducks that everyone had offered on the offering table and tore into them. While eating happily, he also grabbed a thick jaw stick from the incense burner as an ingredient and stuffed it into his mouth and chewed on it. Such a treacherous picture. But the villagers have long been strange, accustomed to it. I just pray that this demonic god is happy with his meal and doesn't find things to make things difficult for everyone. Chapter 045, The Snake-Catching Boy's Little Thoughts. This picture of the ghosts and gods eating in front of us is not only true in this village. This is basically true of the tens of thousands of villages and cottages on the outskirts of the countryside as far as the eye can see today. Because the first 15 days of the year is the day of the Daxia dynasty's special seal to worship the gods. Tens of thousands of village shrines or some large temples. The idols, carved in wood or clay or bronze or iron walls, each woke up to the incense. He was transformed into a body of flesh and blood and enjoyed the incense and food offered to him by the people. Even the gods inside Kyoto's Shinton temple were no exception. To summarize, it is a day when the people break the bank and the gods eat and drink well. At that moment, inside the shrine, the red-robed demon god was feasting on the people, who were kneeling down and bowing down. But after kneeling down, they didn't dare to get up until the ghosts and gods spoke. Junzei was also considered to be an eye-opener, and thought that the folk people were worshipping the gods to worship some powerful big shot. It turned out to be nothing more than a few demons and ghosts. As a traveler, a modern man, Junzei had also been to temples to worship gods and Buddhas, and at that time, worshipping gods had even become a more fashionable thing in contemporary times. The young man was between going to work and getting ahead, and he chose to go to the incense. Between seeking others and seeking himself, he chose to seek Buddha. Between trying to make money and hard work, he chose to move heaven first. Burning dozens of dollars of incense and making millions of wishes. The main focus is one of piety and obsession. Junzei also secretly thought, the temple incense burner inserted full of incense and candles, there will really be God and Buddha to enjoy it. No one had given him an accurate answer in his last life. But good lord, what a crazy world in front of us. The deity enshrined in a Buddhist niche comes straight out of the woodwork, jumps out, and binges right in front of your eyes. The food was so good. It's the same as a starving man. Lord Dragon King. In fact, what the red-robed demon god is eating right now should have originally belonged to your incense and offerings. Fong Zheng said softly again, his words smacking of provocation. Do you want me to go over there and slap the hell out of that demon god? Junzei spoke faintly. Who knew that Fong Zheng nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice and did not hide it. You hate the ghosts and gods of your own shrine that much. It's not that I hate it, it's that the whole village hates and fears the ghosts and gods, but they can't resist. Is the Dragon King-sama sure he can kill the demon god? Junzei was speechless and glanced at the teenager. Please remove the word? Okay. This is simply the biggest insult to him, though the teenager had the intention of provoking. But Junzei really wasn't the scaly dragon he was to think highly of himself. This demon god in front of him looked tall and fierce, but in fact, his Taoism was very weak. It's only a few hundred years of cultivation, still cultivated by the power of incense. The combat power was not even as good as the latter waves of ghostly creatures that Junzei had exterminated in the middle of the night. Totally a silver gun candle head. It's a good look, but it's not good enough. Without bragging, he could blow his soul away with a breath of air. This kind of goods can only bully the people who have no hands, to the point that it's not like all ghosts and gods are that weak. Rather, the ghosts and gods of the village are all mortals who were enthroned after their deaths and then began to cultivate by absorbing the incense. How awesome can it be? If the incense was constant, it might even be able to raise your cultivation quickly. But how much more can the incense of a village be? It would be a different story if the entire suburb worshipped a single demonic deity. Lord Dragon King, if you can kill the ghost god of our shrine, you will be a great benefactor to our entire village. Founder was still blowing Juniper's ear off. Shut up, are you ordering me to do something? Junzai spoke indifferently. Feng Zhang was so shocked and frightened that he wanted to kneel down, but realized that he was already kneeling on the ground originally. He could only panic and say, I don't dare, I don't dare. Junzai wasn't really bothered with the little teenager. Perhaps it was true that he hated the red-robed demon god who was now feasting on him too much. Take yourself as the savior of the whole village. But Junzai didn't come down to the mountain to weed out the strong and help the weak, to uphold any kind of justice, and to save the people from the fire. He was hiding from the demon race, from the eyes of the deep mountain demon king. Then dive into cultivation and try to transform into a dragon as soon as possible. Therefore, he had to be peaceful and try not to reveal his identity. This shrine ghosts and gods in the bad again, but also the Imperial Court Qin Tian Supervision Register. Kill the easy, but there's always going to be some kind of furor. Unless that demonic god messes with him ungratefully. It's upsetting him. And yet, what the red-robed demon god did next really made Junzai look bad. It turned out to have been eating well, but who wanted to eat and eat? A thick eyebrow frown, pointing at a few plates of vegetarian food on the tribute table, loudly questioning, this is the tribute offered by that unruly person. Outrageous, don't you know that this god has always eaten only meat? Since you take these green vegetable dumplings to send this god off, this crime should be punished. Speaking of which, the red-robed demon god actually had the intention to make trouble. Some days ago, these unruly pariahs betrayed and wanted to attempt to build a temple to the Dragon King and change course. Humph, delusional. Today, taking advantage of this day when the whole village is present, I will not take advantage of the god's majesty. The eyes of these unruly pariahs are almost godless. The red-robed demon god also pointed at the joss sticks in the incense burner and shouted, who brought these joss sticks that are thinner than the hairs of this god? And who brought them? And the green vegetable dumplings, and such tiny joss sticks, to fool this god like this? You guys are so bold. As the saying goes, if there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is the king. In a village, the spirits of the shrine are invincible. With this outburst of its anger, the people kneeling at the shrine were suddenly trembling and looming in fear. Many people who understand this smile helplessly and bitterly. It seemed that he had expected the red robes to deliberately make a mistake. Not me, not me. The little man served a pig's head in 3 large joss sticks, 3 large candles for the little man as well, and a plate of braised carp. In an effort to be clear, the villagers began to testify against themselves. I was afraid of this unwarranted disaster, because you can't take this kind of pot for someone. It'll kill you to take it. Nowadays, for the people of the village and cottage, offending goblins and ghosts are not even the most frightening thing. Offending the gods is the real catastrophe, and there's nowhere to run. The red-robed demon god wouldn't just let it go so easily, and directly and simply named them out loud. Chen Fuguwei, Zhang Degu, Li Erden, Little Feng Zheng. You must be the poor ones. Is it you who are teasing this god? Taking these buried things to make offerings as a village shrine deity. Blessing the people, do not see to do anything, but the village are what people? Called what? But no, exactly. Several of the people named were known to be poor in the village. The first 3 immediately kowtowed to the red-robed demon god in fear and explanation. Spirit Great Master, the villain's family is really poor and can't uncover the pot. It's not on purpose to slow down the master. Next time, the villain will definitely make up for it, another person said. Spirit Master, you also know the recent drought. You also do not give rain. Everyone's life is not easy, if not the mountain dragon king to give down a few heavy rain. I'm afraid that these tributes, the villain cannot take. This person did not say the dragon king of the mountain and it was fine, but with this explanation, he seemed to have touched the red-robed demon god's scales. All at once, he burst into a rage. Outrageous! What a bold and unruly person! Are you accusing this god? I wouldn't dare. I'm just telling the truth. Asshole! Only to see the red robe's arm flinging out, an aroma of incense and fire churning. The man was directly struck by a sudden blow, spraying blood and flying backwards, ruthlessly hitting the stone pillar and landing unconscious. Rest in peace, Master Divine Spirit. Rest in peace. The people throughout the shrine begged for mercy in fear. How can I rest my anger? How can this god rest his wrath? Every time you make offerings to this god, you want this god to send rain for you. But do you really think that this god eats without working? To tell you the truth, last night, there was a large wave of ghosts attacking the village. If not for this god standing up and repelling the ghosts, you unruly pariahs would have become dry corpses with no yang qi by now. When these words came out, the villagers looked at me and I looked at you. It feels as if there is such a thing. Last night was suddenly haunted, and we all heard a sound of ghostly wailing from outside. No one dared go out to see it because they were too scared. Fear of great evil. I didn't expect the night to go by, but it was calm. Everyone had expressions of disbelief. The ghosts and gods of their shrines had started to do their jobs? Since it will help everyone drive away the ghosts that come to their door to claim their lives. For a moment, everyone was mortified. If they had known, they should have brought a little more tribute today. The red-robed demon god took in everyone's expressions and was secretly pleased. That's the effect it wants. This god actually loves the people like a son. As long as you make good offerings, this god will make sure that you have good weather and plenty of food. The villagers were quick to take a stand. Thank you, Spirit Elder, for your forgiveness. We will certainly honor you in the future. Ha ha ha. Red Robe laughed out loud, very pleased with himself. This is the means by which it is imperial. But laughing, it couldn't help but wonder in its heart. Last night at first it felt especially chi permeating the shrine. There is a special allure to the stream of ghosts and gods. Originally, Red Robe wanted to look along to check it out. Instead, it saw a large wave of ghosts drifting in, and it was so frightened that it hid in the shrine, not daring to show its head. It was expected that many villagers would suffer. Who thought that everyone was at peace with each other and came to worship the god in droves? You're lying. There was a ghost attack last night, and it wasn't you who exorcised it. Just as the scene was quiet and the ghosts and gods were pleased with themselves, the teenager Fong Zhang stood up with clenched teeth. The red robe's thick eyebrows raised, like a vicious wolf's eyes shot over. Little founder, every time you take something out of the way to discuss this god hasn't found you to take it to task. Since you still dare to jump out and question this god now, who gave you the bear heart and leopard gall invisibly? A sigh crept out. Juniper said darkly, I should be the one to give it to. By the looks of it, the teenager wouldn't stop until he pulled him down. The human heart is complex. This point Junzai knows better than anyone. There will always be hidden selfishness. Fong Zhang, however, stubbornly said, I'm just telling the truth. And you, a shrine demon god, are full of nonsense. Ha ha ha. Little founder, it looks like you don't want to come of age. The red robe stared at the teenager founder, but stared seemed to notice what? Eyes put light. Why is the yin chi so heavy on you? It turns out that the yin and cold chi from last night came from you. You're a purine body. The words were deafening. The ears of the people throughout the shrine rumbled. Chapter 046, Ghosts and Gods Kneeling and Begging for Forgiveness. Humble as pigs and dogs, there is a special kind of physique in this world, born extremely yin and extremely cold, and it is hard to come up with one for hundreds of years. Ben is a wizard at cultivation. At the same time, it is also an excellent cauldron for the stream of ghostly creatures in the world. The aura emanating from it made the ghosts feel like drinking manna, and its blood was even better than agar. It allows the stream of ghostly creatures to rapidly increase their cultivation, and its meat is comparable to dragon meat. There are endless wonderful things to eat. Even if you die, the corpse can be refined into a yin and yang zombie. The red-robed demon god thought of this message and looked at the teenage Fong Zhang in surprise again, because the body of pure yin basically only appears in women. If it wasn't for the fact that Fong Zhang was standing in the ancestral hall at the moment, close enough to it to bump against it, the red-robed demon god had smelled the yin chi on him, or else he would never have imagined that a man would be a pure yin body. It's really rare. What was even more rare and valuable was that Fong Zhang possessed this special physique and was still able to survive until now. What a heavenly miracle! The red robe began to get agitated and instantly rampaged past. The kneeling people were all knocked out and wailed. Little founder, were you born in a yin year, month, day and hour? This god is really blind. Only now did he realize that you are a pure yin body. Fong Zhang's face paled and he couldn't help but fall back. The red-robed demon god was like a vicious wolf in this current state, itching to eat him alive in one bite. Only to see the agitated red robe turn around and look towards the offering table. A large bowl for drinking flew out of thin air and floated in front of Fong Zhang's eyes. Quickly, put out a bowl of blood so that this god can taste it first. Purine. Blood is a great tonic and can't be found. The red robe felt that the happiness came too suddenly, incredulous that he would have such an amazing creation, and had to drink a mouthful of the other party's blood first to confirm it completely. What? You want me to bleed? Fong Zhang was shocked beyond belief. While the people at the shrine also changed their faces drastically upon hearing this. They began to plead on behalf of the young man. Spirit Master, he is still just a child. Don't make things difficult for him. This child has had a hard life since he was a child. Both parents died early. He grew up eating 100 meals. You have a lot of generosity. Don't bother with the child. Shut up. I need you to say something about what this god does. Get out of here. The red robes snorted. If it were usual, the red robes would have told everyone to get lost, and the people would have been relieved. But Founder is the one everyone grew up watching. How can you bear to leave it alone? Great Lord of the gods, be merciful and spare. Before an old man could finish his words, he saw the red robe raise his sandbag-sized fist in demonstration with fierce eyes. Shut up in terror. But a man couldn't stand it, and stood up with courage. Spirit Master, the Chin Tian supervisor sent you to our village, is to let you bless us, not oppress us. You really think that you are a landlord and bully, do not want to do anything, and even want to drink the blood of human beings. Red Robe sneered, and his sandbagged fist blasted out. The Hanyu screamed miserably. He was directly knocked out several feet away, falling to the ground and spitting out blood, and his ribs were instantly broken 5 times. Ah! A woman screamed. The frightened face was like a white sheet of paper. A bunch of unruly people, pariahs, telling you to get lost and still not getting lost, still talking nonsense to this god, simply looking for death. The Red Robe was impatient, once again staring at Fang Zhang. See, that person was injured because of you. If you don't want to involve the innocent, quickly put a bowl of blood out for this god. Don't force this god to help you. Put Wei was furious, his chest burning with fire. Perhaps it was also the little snake on his shoulder that gave him courage. His fists clenched and full of murderous rage. He shouted, "Red-robed ghost, go to hell." Saying that, he blasted over with a fist, which actually turned crimson in color, and there was if anything a Brahma sound appeared. It's hard to see, little founder. You actually cultivated the Buddhist sect's basic fist technique, the powerful Vajra fist. But the Red Robe's eyes were contemptuous, and laughed coldly. You think you can fight against the gods with this? Ignorance is fearless. This god will let you see what is called a god. The Red Robe lifted his sandbag-sized fist and slammed it over fiercely. His 10-foot large body was immensely powerful. Fang Zhang felt as if he was touching an egg against a stone. When the big and small fists collided, there was a huge difference in power. Fang Zhang directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The whole person flew backwards, but not before hitting the stone wall behind him. He was then lifted up in the air by a giant hand of the Red Robe around his neck. Gah! Little founder. I told you to bleed but you didn't agree. You have to spit out your own blood to be satisfied. Your blood is a treasure. You know. Fang Zhang was strangled and said in a strained voice, "Save. Help. Man. Saving you? Ha ha ha. Ask the entire shrine. Who can save you?" The Red Robe heard a loud laugh. However, at this very moment, suddenly, a brilliant, terrifying pressure appeared out of thin air, weighing as much as Mt. tie on the body of the red-robed demon god. Bang! The red-robed demon god fiercely knelt down on both knees, kneeling down with such force that it directly cracked the floor tiles. A look of shock and disbelief passed over his face. Who is it? What a terrifyingly intimidating pressure. It was a strong man from which Wei rushed himself. The red robes were arrogant and domineering a second ago, but this moment they were terrified and terrified up. A high hand is a high hand. Red Robe knew how much he weighed and could be a bully in front of the mortal people. However, it was timid when it encountered even a more powerful great demon. And at this moment, the pressure that was suppressing itself was the same as the Five-Finger Mountain, leaving it completely without the slightest ability to resist. It's almost as if life and death are at the other person's fingertips. It was then that the Red Robe was surprised to find that a small snake, no more than 3 feet in size, had appeared above Fang Zhang's head at some point. Obviously, it looked harmless, but its snake eyes contained a terrifying and overwhelming might. In a trance, you seem to see the divine dragon looking out of the sky. It doesn't give you any courage to fight it. Just want to submit and worship. Want to die or want to live? The red-robed demon god was stared at by the small snake above Fang Zhang's head, and a clear, cold, and merciless sentence appeared in his ears. I want to live. I want to live. The red robes released Fang Zhang and kowtowed to Fang Zhang, begging for mercy. The look turned extremely humble all of a sudden. This action of the red robes directly froze the people at the scene. One jaw dropped. What a situation! How the deity kowtowed to the founder. I'm not getting old. And that head banging is so loud. It's deafening. Go and kowtow to every villager in the ancestral hall and apologize for your mistake. Say that you are a watchdog raised by their village. Without incense offerings, you are a homeless and lonely soul begging for forgiveness. Go now. The red robes were shocked and lost their colors at the words. Just like a bolt from the blue. Make it kowtow to these pariahs to make amends, and make yourself say you're a dog owned by everyone. It might as well just kill it. At least he is also the ghost god of the village. Really want to do this? In the future, how can this god still be a god? Not only were they disgraced, but they lost all their prestige. It seems you want to choose death. A clear and cold voice came without a trace of emotion, and the red robe saw killing intent appear in the eyes of the small snake above Fang Zhang's head, and the pressure on himself intensified violently. It was pressed with a withered description and no semblance of blood. It was as if the whole body was about to fall apart. It is important to know that this flesh and blood body of its is not real, but is merely an illusion of the power of incense and fire. It's not resistant to beatings. I beg your honor's mercy. Can we change the request? Pescadores. One of the red robe's thick arms directly turned into ashes. I'll do as I'm told. I'll do as I'm told. The red robe has 3 souls missing, and the small snake on top of Fang Zheng's head is not a snake anywhere. The power is so strong that killing it is like slaughtering pigs and dogs. It's a dragon. It's a dragon from Taihang Mountain. It must be that he had earlier destroyed the Dragon King's temple that the people had built for it. It came down the mountain to settle a score with itself. Chapter 047. What in the world is the red-robed demon god who kills demons? Figuring that out, Red Robe could only blame himself for his own sins. It's no wonder that little founder is different today. So it turns out that he's protected by the dragon in the mountain. At that moment, where was the red robe to care about any face? He turned around and knelt down in front of an old man who was past his prime. A loud head kowtowed down. Old man, sorry. I red robe pig dog worse than. I'm just a watchdog you raised. Please forgive me. The old man was instantly petrified and shocked. How was it not enough for the spirit elder to kowtow to the little founder? He kowtowed to him again. Then he said fearfully, Spirit master, what are you doing? I can't afford it. Get up quickly, you're a cheap old man. How can you? Of course you can't afford to be worshipped by this god. The red robe growled darkly and said in a pleasant manner, Old man, can you forgive me? Forgive. Spiritual master, rise quickly. With joy in his eyes, the red robe turned his head towards a woman and knelt down to kowtow. I, red robe, am worse than a dog or a pig. I beg you to forgive me. The woman was overwhelmed with surprise and felt like she was dreaming. The gods of the shrine, who had always been high and mighty, gave themselves up to kneeling. That's really something to think about. To them, the people at the bottom, it was all right for the gods to keep from oppressing them. Come on, say you forgive me. Red Robe urges. The shrine is overcrowded. It's a lot of work. Can't delay on this woman. Original. Forgiven. The woman said woodenly. The red robes were forgiven and turned their heads toward the next one to kneel. It was a busy time, and such an unusual move was puzzling to the people. Some young people are bold. Red-robed ghosts and gods, everyone kneels, their eyes showing anticipation. This is really a peasant turning over a new leaf. Ha ha, Red Robe, you have your day. Red Robe was kneeling in front of a 17 or 18-year-old teenager at this point, speaking fluently. I'm a pig's dog. I'm your watchdog, begging for forgiveness. I don't forgive. The Red Robe was all set to turn the next one, and then he froze, and then his eyes showed a fierce light, and the pariah was bold. Who knew that teenager's eyes were full of hatred, fearless of the Red Robe's ferocious light, and spat at it. What kind of deity are you? You bully and bully. You do wrong. You are an evil spirit that crawls up from hell. My sister is as old as a flower. Shang Xiang was given a look by you. You forcefully spoiled it. And the next day it is a cold corpse. The teenager spoke with tears in his eyes. And the more he spoke, the angrier he became, and he simply kicked the Red Robe hard. Although the kicking itself was raw instead, the heart was overjoyed. At last, I've taken the heat for my own sister. The Red Robe was furious. Unruly pariahs actually dare to be so unbridled. Stomping on the nose. Outrageous. When a pariah insults the gods, he should have his tongue plucked out and go to hell. The Red Robe was furious and just wanted to get up, but the invisible and terrifying pressure once again enveloped its body. It was daunting to look at, like a knife or a sword, like the hand of the god of death gripping it. Looks like you want to choose death now. The cool voice appeared again. No. The Red Robe rattled its head, and the augur stared at it, also intent on teasing it. If it can't suppress its violent temper, I'm afraid it's really screwed. If he gave the other party an out, maybe the Jiaolong wouldn't blame himself for destroying its Dragon King temple. Junior, please forgive this god. This god is wrong. You can beat or scold me if you want. The Red Robe turned to look at the people throughout the shrine. You are the same. To have anger in your hearts towards this god, despite coming to beat and curse, this god will not fight back, and will not curse back. The words came out like a thunderbolt. The shocked people's brains were in turmoil, but soon everyone was in a state of excitement. Public discontent boiled over at once. The young ones, without a second thought, rushed over and surrounded the Red Robes with a flurry of punches and kicks, and the women took leaves of greens and threw them. The shrine's ghosts and deities, which had been enshrined by the Qin Tian supervisor, had all of a sudden become street rats. Red Robe shielded his head and cowered, letting these villagers beat him. Hitting doesn't hurt, cursing doesn't feel. A couple of the boys got the hang of it, and instead of using their hands, they went out and brought shovels and sticks. It's a rare opportunity, so it's best to kill this red-robed demon god today. The whole village will be peaceful. It was only after the shovel followed by the wooden club greeted him that the Red Robe let out a scream. For a while, the shrine was a hive of chicken and egg. Fang Zhang didn't bother to join in the fun because he was still in a state of extreme shock at this point. Lord Dragon King turned out to be more powerful than he thought. It had clearly done nothing to make the red robes not even want the majesty of the gods. One by one, he kowtowed to the people he usually despised the most and begged for forgiveness. It really did look like a dog. It was a lot of fun to watch, but at the same time, Feng Zhang's heart could not help but be terrified, because what he had just done must have angered Lord Dragon King's dragon face. Let's go. A cool voice came to his ears. Feng Zhang nodded his head obediently and left towards the shrine, but he still couldn't help but feel disappointed in his eyes. Lord Dragon King did not choose to kill the red-robed demon god for him, just tossed the other side. Red Robe is still a shrine ghost god of Wudong village after today. For this reason alone, it will even intensify its oppression of the people. However, Feng Zhang no longer dared to play his little bit of cleverness, and could only walk towards the outside of the shrine until he left completely. The red-robed demon god noticed that little Feng was leaving with the little snake above his head, and in particular, the terrifying pressure that had enveloped him had also disappeared. He laughed out loud, which meant that the augur had gotten out of breath and wasn't counting on himself. At this thought, the red robe stood up with a loud bang, his face abhorrent and fierce. You pariahs, how dare you blaspheme and insult God? You all deserve to die. The people in the group were immediately intimidated by the red robe's aura, followed closely by inexplicable. Didn't you beg us to fight? What's with the flip-flopping? Everyone began to back away in fear. Unruly people, untouchables, see how this god will clean you up. The red robes felt the majesty of their deity return and were ready to have a field day. And yet, pescadores. The red robe exploded in place for no apparent reason, and there was an explosion of flying sand and dust. When the people came back to their senses, incredulous and shocked beyond belief, a pile of dirt cubes appeared on the ground, scattered all over the place. The shrine was in the absence of the red-robed figure. The divine master is dead? There was a collective silence. Long after, ha ha ha, great, our village is liberated. No more oppression. A mountain of voices rang out from the shrine. It didn't take long. In one corner, a green smoke emerged, manifesting an old white-haired man of 2 feet tall, the local land god, the court-appointed Fu Zhengshen. As soon as the land god showed up, his eyes got complicated when he saw the pile of broken stone cubes and the people's cheering. The chinchilla was sent down, and the ghosts and gods that guarded the villages died, while these people were so happy. You can see how ironic it is. Who killed Red Robe? The land god is puzzled. Although the Red Robe is not good, but at least it is also sent down by the Qintian supervisor, and it cannot die for no reason. It is important to realize that there are demons and ghosts in the Taihang Mountains, but it rarely happens that village ghosts and gods are killed. The reason is also simple. The village ghosts and gods are good to kill, but the dog has to look at the master. The village ghosts and gods are behind the Chinatown. It's the same concept as stealing incense. Some heads are not to be opened. If you open it, it will damage the face of the Qintian supervisor, and it will be the same as the court losing face. How could the land god not know that this red robe oppressed the people and deserved to die? City god has sent Judge Zhong Kuei down to correct the crookedness in the suburbs. According to Red Robe's behavior, falling into the hands of Zhong Kuei is even worse. It would be lucky for Red Robe to die at this point. The shrine still retains a regal demonic aura. The land god's eyes flickered as he sniffed the air, and for a moment he couldn't tell what demon had done this. Strange, the aura of the demon race is the best to recognize, and this demonic aura is not evil, but rather brilliant and strong. It's really mind-boggling exactly what kind of demon in Taihang Mountain could possess such a demonic aura. The land god's brow furrowed in meditation. Chapter 048, Master Zhong Kuei Taihang Mountain, Tree Castle. Gu Changming, who was dressed in white, drank tea and played chess as usual. The difference was that although his deep eyes were staring at the chessboard, his mind was not on the chessboard. Brows furrowed in uncertainty. 100 Spirit Fairy came in style, saw that there is a difference, smiled and asked, Your Honor, how depressed look? Jiaolong is not already dead. Your Honor should no longer have to worry about Ahwu knew that Gu Changming's expression was cold and he didn't even lift his head and said, Jiaolong didn't die. What? Not dead? The 100 Spirit Fairy was shocked. How is it possible that the crouching dragon pool Jiaolong didn't die? That was a personal strike by Your Holiness. Yes. This honored one personally took action and he managed to stay alive. It seems that this honored one is really old. Gu Changming couldn't help but flirt with himself. He is more than described as old. Demons cultivate. What with thousands of years of Taoism and tens of thousands of years of Taoism? But you have to understand that Taoism doesn't mean your years. Those who rely on their years to accumulate Taoism are basically mediocre. There is no future in it. Truthfully, many demons that are hundreds of years old basically have the ability to possess thousands or even tens of thousands of years of Tao. As for this one in front of him, although his magic power was boundless, his true age was just as big and scary, almost comparable to the Daxia dynasty. Imagine the horror. It is important to realize that the Daxia dynasty can be created for more than 10,000 years. It is said that trees can live, and this old tree is even more exaggerated after spring. Your Holiness, you said that Jiao Long didn't die, but there's no trace of Jiao Long in Taihang Mountain anymore. Isn't it that your Holiness is overthinking it? Gu Changming shook his head, his gaze certain. He personally struck out, and originally also thought that the other party would surely die, but afterwards, he got a sense in the dark. The dragon is still alive. At his level, any senses and feelings were half wrong. Today he had a good look back and came to a conclusion. Crouching Dragon Pool Jiao Long is taking his hand and deliberately faking his death to disappear into the demon race. His hallowed Deep Mountain Demon King was actually counted by a small augur dragon. It's also ridiculous. Thinking about this, Gu Changming even lost his expression management a bit. Your Holiness, if Jiao Long is really alive, where would he be hiding? And does he already know that your Holiness is targeting him? 100 Spirit Fairy asked suspiciously. Under the mountain. It can only be under the mountain. He doesn't dare to continue to stay in Taihang Mountain. Otherwise he doesn't need to fake his death to blind the public's view. Your Holiness is right, but it's really a bit troublesome for the augur to deliberately hide under the mountain. It's like a muddy cow entering the sea, looking for a needle in a haystack. Gu Changming suddenly laughed, his deep eyes narrowing. He can hide the first day, but not the 15th, and if he can escape the monk, he can't escape the temple. You go to the Mouse King of the Mouse lineage and ask him to find it. He'll surely find it. Ginger is still old and spicy. 100 Spirit Fairy's eyes lit up. Your Holiness is wise. The villages under the mountain are as numerous as the stars, but as long as there are people, there will be rats present. It's wonderful to give this matter of looking for the augur dragon to the Rat King to do it. You tell the Mouse King, this thing it quietly do. Don't make a noise. This honored one can't afford to lose this person. The 100 Spirit Fairy nodded, deeply impressed. The Deep Mountain Demon King personally made a move, and since he was survived by the Jiao Long, it would indeed be detrimental to the majesty of His Holiness Evergreen if this was spread out. Taiping Village, a village that is not very impressive and geographically remote, called Taiping Village, is actually not very peaceful at all. The ghosts and gods in the village rely on the sky to be high. Lawlessness rises up, marries day after day, and makes a bridegroom out of him day after day. It's stirring up a lot of public resentment. Just a few days ago, in the middle of the night, the Yin soldiers in the village opened the way, and a Zhong Kuei judge wearing a purple robe with angry eyes came to Taiping Village in an imposing manner. At that moment, the demonic god who was a bride day by day was taken down. Zhong Kuei is the strictest judge of the Qintian Supervisory Authority and is cynical enough to see the ghosts and gods being so ridiculous as to dishonor the authority of the Qintian Supervisory Authority. Directly convicted, he was dragged to the 18 layers of hell to serve 100 years, and after the sentence was completed, he was then dragged to the Palace of Reincarnation to be reincarnated as an ox, and after being an ox, he was reincarnated as a horse. Let it pay for the sins of this world by working as an ox for the people. This is not a bad penalty. First serve 100 years in the 18 layers of hell, then reincarnate as an ox. That's pretty fucked up. In terms of ruthlessness, it's still Zhong Kuei. Since the first stop was at Taiping Village, Zhong Kuei also directly used this place as his temporary office. On this day, Zhong Kuei made a small list after several days of investigation. The records on it are all about the ghosts and gods that have committed crimes in some nearby villages and hamlets. Where's Bullhead and Horseface? Zhong Kuei calls the shots. A fierce man with a bull's head and a steel fork, whose strength could roll mountains, came out from the side. Walking out with it was a horse-faced Rakshasa, armed with a gun and spear, and just as bluff-looking. Bullhead and Horseface, the famous hooker of the Chinatown. Zhong Kuei came to the suburb this time to rectify the crookedness of the ghosts and gods, and was an admired official of the city god. Not only did he bring out the famous pair of soul-snatching messengers, but he also brought out the famous ghosts, black and white irregulars, to be his fighters. Discretion is evident. You two take people to go and apprehend the ghosts and deities of Taishi Village, Donyang Village, Xinjian Village, Wudong Village, and Liang Village, these 5 villages, and bring them here to this official. I want to question and convict them. Zhong Kuei said faintly. Yes. Oxhead and Horseface didn't say anything, and led the order to go to work. Wait. Suddenly, a puff of green smoke rose from the ground, and the land god drilled out, saying to Oxhead and Horseface, there's no need to go to Wudong Village. Bullhead and Horseface froze and looked at Elder Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei frowned. Why? The land god said bluntly. The ghosts and gods of Wudong Village are dead. If you're dead, you don't need to be catching it, so why make a trip for nothing? Zhong Kuei sniffed and his eyes flashed sharply. Killed by whom? Ghosts and gods are supposed to be people who have died, who have been enthroned by the Qintian supervisor, who enjoy incense, and who can't die again. There is only the possibility of being killed and completely erased from the world. The land god hesitated and said, My humble servant did not see the murderer, but only detected a demonic aura left behind at the scene. A demonic aura that contains dragon power at first. The land god couldn't figure out what kind of demonic energy was so strong and prevalent. Then he looked back. Are you saying that the demon god of Wudong village was killed by the Jiao dragon of Taihang mountain? Zhong Kuei is very smart and knows a thing or two. There are no dragons in today's world. Since the demonic chi contains dragon power, it could only be a dragon. After all, augurs are dragons too. I suppose so. The land god laughed bitterly. He hadn't seen it with his own eyes and didn't dare to pack his bags. Humph, can't be wrong. That scaly dragon in Taihang mountain is lawless. It rained many times some days ago. It doesn't put my Qintian supervisor's law in its eyes, and now it dares to go down the mountain to kill my Qintian supervisors and shrine ghosts and deities. It's simply unforgivable. Zhong Kuei glared up angrily. Your Excellency, my humble servant feels that this matter can't be too arbitrary yet. According to the latest news my humble servant has received, that scaly dragon in Taihang mountain has died in the hands of a deep mountain demon king. What? Zhong Kuei stood up in surprise. Accurate information? Can't be wrong. This matter has been rumored in Taihang mountain for a long time. It's not a secret the land gods have one thing to say. Zhong Kuei was speechless. Can it be that there is a second augur dragon existing in Taihang mountain? Saying that, Zhong Kuei gave the land god a deep look, very much questioning what he said. This blessed positive god's greatest skill has always been to doze off and get things done. Otherwise the city god wouldn't have sent him to the suburbs to rectify the crookedness of the ghosts and gods. Chapter 049, The family snake claim in the mouth of a purine teenager. Was the death of the Wudong village demon god killed by the Jiaolong? Or was it the work of another demon? Zhong Kuei pondered for a moment and felt that there was still a need to investigate properly. Can't die for nothing. Where is the black and white? Zhong Kuei let out a soft bellow in front of the land god. All of a sudden, there was a ghastly wind, only to see two shadows emerge from the house. All at once the ghostly atmosphere rose. The silhouette gradually solidified, revealing two strange men, one black and one white. They wore the official uniforms of the Qintian supervisor and appointed official hat, handcuffed and shackled. Standing by, a man in a white official uniform was full of life, but tall and thin, pale, and crucially spitting out a long tongue. It makes you shudder at the sight of it. His official hat also has the words, "At first sight, wealth" written on it. Obviously, he was a ghostbuster, but on the contrary, he exuded a young aura that was heavier than that of a living person. It's a rarity. And the man in black official clothes, fierce face, wide body fat, small face black and ugly. On the official's hat are also written 4 big words, peace in the world. However, this person's gloomy aura was as if an evil spirit had climbed up from the 18 layers of hell. Keep away from the living. Black and white impermanence can be said to be the most outstanding head of the ghosts of the Qintian supervision. With a smile and spit out the long tongue is the white impermanence called Xiebian. The one with a fierce, fat and ugly face is called black impermanence Fan Wushang. Specializes in apprehending ghosts and assisting in rewarding good and punishing evil. What do you want, my lord? The black and white irregulars bowed and opened their mouths as they appeared. Zhong Kuei to black and white invincible. This pair of brothers is still relatively trusting. Light said, you go to check a good Wudong village. Ghosts and gods died in the hands of what demon? After checking, there is no need to report. Directly take down and bring over to see this official. The ghosts and gods of Wudong village have a very serious history of oppressing the people. This time was going to send Bullhead and Horseface to catch it. Death is considered cheap, but after all, they are the ghosts and gods enthroned by the Qintian supervisor, and their deaths can only be in the hands of the Qintian supervisor's laws. Death at the hands of a demon is not worthy of the name. Therefore, the demon will also be held accountable. Yes, after the black and white irregulars received their orders, they didn't beep and directly disappeared in place. But the sight of the land god face hesitation. Cannot help but open the mouth. Adults, whether it is the dragon, or other demons, checking to let the black and white invincible directly apprehend, is not too risky. After all, they are two ghosts, not the demon police. As the saying goes, there are specialties. Zhong Kuei, however, said lightly, although the black and white impermanence is only a ghost difference, but their strength in the Taihang mountain, those 10,000 years of demon are only strong not weak. Two people join hands, but also has never missed. Demons and ghosts are the same. In the face of absolute strength, all paths are the same. Okay. When the land god saw that Zhong Kuei had said this, he couldn't say anything more. But he didn't know why. But he had a bad feeling about it. It feels like the black and white will not be able to come back after they go. 3 days have passed since the worship. Fong Zhang, the snake catcher boy, had been living on thin ice for the past few days, due to the fact that he had played a little bit of caution that day, forcing the Lord Dragon King to make a move. The Lord Dragon King hadn't paid much attention to him in the past few days. with both shame and fear in his heart. He has spent the last few days concentrating on fixing up his dilapidated house. I thought I could make the Lord Dragon King stay better. Although Lord Dragon King didn't pay much attention to himself, Feng Zheng's heart was still filled with gratitude. Now that he doesn't have his protective Buddha jade, every night he sleeps, ghosts and monsters come to his door to claim his life. But every time he fell asleep and woke up at dawn, nothing bad had happened and he was still in good spirits. Feng Zheng knew that all of this was the Lord Dragon King sheltering him. The bottom line is that the red-robed ghost god of the shrine was still killed by Lord Dragon King. The whole village was liberated. No need to be oppressed by the red-robed ghosts and gods, for which a day of firecrackers was set off to celebrate. As for how the red robe actually died, I'm afraid that only Feng Zheng knows in his heart throughout the village, but he didn't go out into the world about it either. It was because he vaguely sensed that Lord Dragon King seemed to be intentionally hiding his identity. Otherwise it wouldn't have been in the form of a small snake. Although Feng Zheng was young, he still had this bit of eyesight. Secretly thought, the last time to provoke the Lord Dragon King displeased. In the future he must not in the error. Be sure to do your best to share your worries for Lord Dragon King. Its old man didn't want his identity to be exposed, so he himself covered up for it properly. However, since the small snake transformed by the Dragon King was again too stunning, it had already attracted the attention of some people in the village. It even became the center of discussion after dinner. It said that the snake in Little Founder's house was not to be trifled with, possessing magical powers, and must be an old demon in the mountains. Some people even think it's highly likely that it's the king of the snakes in the mountains as well. Others had already associated the death of the red-robed demon god to be the work of that little snake. The reason was also very simple. On that day, the red-robed ghost god all but strangled Little Founder's neck and was about to kill him. But dramatically, the red-robed demon god kowed out to Little Founder again and begged for forgiveness. Some things don't feel right beforehand, and when you think about them afterward, they all make sense. On top of that, the always poor founder was surprisingly able to come up with the gold to find someone to fix the broken house. One can't help but be more suspicious. All of this was a change brought about by the appearance of that little snake. Feng Zheng knew that if he continued to let the villagers talk like this, he was afraid that the identity of Lord Dragon King would not be able to be concealed. This has been guessed on the Serpent King, so is it far from the Dragon King. Clever as he was, his mind whirled and he came up with a set of sayings for the family snake. It says that there is such a thing as a spiritual snake that will come home with you and live with you if it wants to. It becomes the house snake. It is said that if the family snake is there, the family will prosper. If the family snake is gone, the family will fail. The family snake can calm and protect the home and watch over the family. The family snake can also help you dish out blessings and gather wealth. Even if your rice bowl is empty, with a house snake in the house, the rice jar can automatically fill up with rice. Such remarks went out, and immediately provoked the entire village. Everyone envied the snake-catching boy Feng Zheng. If the family snake is that powerful, wouldn't it be a good idea to eat and drink? So many people specialize in catching a snake from the mountains and just keep it in their homes, and don't close the door. According to the founder, as long as this snake doesn't wander off and stay quietly in your home, it just might become the family snake in your house, because snakes are the most spiritual of beings. Stay if you want, leave if you don't. Junzai had also heard about this whole family snake argument that Feng Zheng had come up with, so he could only say that the young teenager had a heart. Feng Zheng thought that Lord Dragon King was angry and blamed him for playing smart, but in fact, Junzai didn't put it in his mind at all. People are born to be used by others, if you are even qualified to be used. Instead, feel sad, because you're nothing. The young teenager wants to use the power of the Dragon King of Juanza to kill the landlord's bully like Oni. Wrong. Exactly. The beneficiary is still the whole village, and it is also a return of the favor that he grew up eating 100 meals. If Juniper was a small teenager, he would have done the same. It's not easy for a big man to appear by his side. It's silly not to take advantage of it. In addition, Junzai also felt that this was quite good. The young teenager used himself to kill the red robe, and he used the young teenager's special ghost recruiting physique to fish for merit. Everyone's relationship is clear and will not be tainted with any karma in the future. It's that kind of unclear relationship that's the most feared. It's a lot of tugging and pulling. A few days passed, and Juniper's process of fishing for merit was fast. Every night as soon as the little teenager fell asleep, a large wave of ghostly creatures lined up to contribute their small part to Junzai. The holy light on top of his head flickered non-stop, and the merit scales spread with the naked eye. You can basically rake in 10,000 merits in one night. It's just not cool. Today, almost half of Junzai's head was covered in merit scales. If he manifested his augur body, he could simply light up other people's eyes. Thinking of this, Junzai's heart was also happy. This merit came too easily. Originally, he was thinking of dropping more rain for the suburbs, but try a 10-minute downpour and find no merit coming down. It indicates that the suburb is not currently experiencing water shortages, droughts or floods. It all boiled down to the fact that Junzei himself had overreached himself that day when he stepped into the ranks of the 10,000-year-old demons. It rained heavily for a whole day in the suburbs, which is not to cut off their own financial road. It was good that Junzei now had this purine teenager by his side. It was only a matter of time before he saved up 100,000 merits. He was now practicing to enhance his mana during the day and exterminating ghosts at night to fish for merit. 2. Without delay. Everything is under control. And this little teenager knows his way around and doesn't bother himself easily. Chapter 050. The black and white irregulars are held in check. Another night descended, and Junzei stayed coiled on the beams of the room cultivating until the young teenager, Fong Zhang, fell asleep. It wasn't until the wee hours of the morning reached a point where he began to radiate the coldness of his body. Only then did Juniper wander down, ready to start. He was also extraordinarily eager to try tonight, because through mana enhancement, Junzei had newly comprehended a brand new spell. The name, Exorcism. As the name suggests, you can enslave the stream of demons and gods that you have defeated to your own servitude. It can also detain and summon as well as mobilize the local mountain gods and lands. This is a great spell of the Dominion and Summoning class. Junzei had actually comprehended the art of beast gathering at a very early age, and could summon nearby beasts and birds of prey over. Instead, this door of exorcism is tailor-made for the flow of ghosts and gods, sort of a definite upgrade. The main role is to serve and detain. Enslave the stream of demons and gods that have been defeated by you, submit to you, and thus become enslaved to you. It's about collecting ghost slaves. That's something that Juniper wanted to jump on tonight. Custody, on the other hand, is simple and difficult. When I watched Journey to the West in my previous life, I could often see the Monkey King moving to call the land elder out for questioning. It was the detention transmission in this art of exorcism that was performed. It means to summon a summons. Juniper could have detained and summoned the local land god even now if he wanted to. Let it give itself a treat. The difficulty, however, is that detention targets have to be measured. You can't mess with the summons. It's easy to get self-absorbed. Summoning a bigot over here would not be an invitation. It would be a beating. As the purine teenager Fong Zhang's body emitted a constant stream of cold chi, a burst of ghostly cries and howls rang out from Wudong village. The inside of the village was also whistling in gusts. The earth dogs in each house began to woof and bark, but the villagers all seemed to be so used to it that they were a little scared at first, fearing that the ghosts and monsters would come to their door to claim their lives. Then it turned out to be all thunder and no rain, and each night passed without incident. It's also time to sleep and make babies. When a large wave of ghosts flooded into Fong Zhang's home, Junzei's eyes lit up. The moon is pretty good tonight. We are in a good mood, and while fishing for merits, we will collect a few powerful ghosts and monsters as our minions. Mezzo. Then, after waiting for Juniper to look around, it was a little disappointing. A room full of ghosts and monsters. Not a single powerful character. Not even qualified to be his ghost slave. One could only release the auger pressure with a shake of his head, and wisps of black smoke began to rise. A room full of ghosts and goblins blinking away. Ghosts and monsters are most afraid of spirits with sufficient yang energy, but Junzei, the dragon, already possesses a powerful dragon's might. Supremely strong and prevalent, the mighty pressure enveloped them, and there was not even the slightest bit of resistance, unless you're cultivated, as in Ghost General level. Below the Ghost Generals, Junzei did not place them in his eyes at all. If it wasn't for the sake of raking in merit, he wouldn't even bother. Subsequently, several more waves of ghosts also came one after another, but none of them were of high quality. Not even the Ghost General level has appeared. Junzei then couldn't help but start thinking, could it be that those powerful ghosts and monsters had returned to their senses? Knowing that the place is set for a Hongmen banquet, there's no coming back. Even Purine Junior's cold chi couldn't catch them. Humph, do you really think there's nothing I can do? Junzei's tiny snake eyes flashed with essence, and he simply directly performed the exorcism of detention transmission. Detain the summon ghosts and gods and show yourself quickly. Purely random, depending on which unlucky person is in the neighborhood, such as those powerful mountain gods and lands, if they were not personally named. It's basically impossible to be detained and summoned here. Coincidentally, just a moment before, within the ancestral hall of Wudong village, two black and white figures appeared to manifest. The black and white irregulars have been ordered by the judge, Master Zhang Kuei, to look into the murder of the ghost god. So, the pair of ghostly brothers came to the scene of the crime at the first opportunity. The white impermanent Xiebian used his own long, spitting tongue to catch any remaining scent of the murderer inside the shrine, but they came too late. A few days had long passed. Not to mention any supreme and prevalent aura in the land god's mouth, not even an unusual demonic aura. The entire shrine was empty. Even the Buddha's incense burner had been moved out. There is no useful information. Crap. It doesn't look good to check. Zebian frowned up and shook the handcuffs in his hands. Black Impermanence said hoarsely. Not necessarily. As long as there are any powerful demons in the vicinity, we will target them up first normally. It was impossible for an ordinary village to have any powerful demons lingering around. If it's there, it's a suspect. It's got to be something. Ha! Makes sense. White Impermanence looked at his dark, short and ugly brother with surprise. That's smart. The two reached a consensus and were just about to leave the shrine, but suddenly both their faces changed drastically. A horrible summoning power locked onto them from the underworld. White Impermanence reacted with a shocked expression. What kind of high-ranking person, so unscrupulous, actually dares to forcibly detain and summon our two brothers? Black Impermanence was also dumbfounded. This kind of outrageous thing could not be encountered in 100 years. They are the famous Ghostbusters of Chinatown. It's the existence that makes the ghosts of the world scared, and automatically come looking for a fight? Without waiting for them to figure it out, their forms began to dissipate. The next moment, when they reappeared, they appeared inside a simple mud house. Looking along, he saw a straw mattress and wooden bed, on top of which lay a clean-cut teenager. What surprised the black and white irregulars the most was that this teenager's body emitted a constant stream of yin and cold chi. It makes the indoor temperature as cold as a winter month, making you walk on thin ice. Pure yin body? They speak in unison. White Impermanence staggered. Pure yin body, a few hundred years hard to come out of and very easy to die young. This has still appeared in a teenager. How he lived until now. Really a miracle, Black Impermanence said. Could it be that he detained and summoned us here? It can't be him. Can't you see he's in a state of sleep at the moment? Then it's strange. Which high person is it that has forcibly summoned us here? Is it possible that it's purposely for us to discover the existence of this Purine Jr.? The black and white invincibles began to make all sorts of guesses. Hey, you two are blind. Look here. Only to see that by the wooden bed, a delicate little snake stood upright like chopsticks, with a pair of bright, light-bearing snake eyes staring at them in death. Ha! The black and white invincibles were amazed to see the little snake on the bed. A snake charmer? But ignored for a second. The white erratic Sebian said loudly, Higher man, show yourself. Since our brothers will be forcibly detained and summoned, why hide naturally? They would not believe that this tiny snake spirit in front of them would be the one to detain and transmit them here. As the famous black and white irregulars of the Chin Tian supervisor, they were held by the snake spirit of the district. What a joke. It gets out that they are still mixed up. The high rollers must still be hiding in the shadows. However, it wasn't until a majestic pressure as terrifying as it was enveloped the two of them that black and white were shocked beyond measure, eyes wide with disbelief. He looked at the small snake on the bed. Is that a fucking snake? Distinctly. Chapter 051, accepting the black and white irregulars as ghost slaves. Junzei was sometimes helpless. Before in Taihang Mountain, he felt that his size had skyrocketed too fast and too big. Anyone who moves around attracts attention. It's very inconvenient. This time, he went down the mountain and turned himself into a small snake, which was again easy to ignore. That's a size issue that needs to be addressed right now. What Juniper didn't expect was a random detention pass of his own. Both the big-name ghosts, black and white, were detained and summoned to the front. That's too much luck. They were a great hand at catching ghosts, and very much fit Junzei's outlook on ghost slaves. He had a small question in his mind right now. If he took in a ghost slave, let the ghost slaves go and do good deeds, then who does the credit go to? Is it counted on himself as the master or on the ghost slave? It's supposed to be counted on the owner, but this point still needs to be practiced. No can answer this question of Juenza. Your Excellency, is the Taihang Mountain Jiaolong? The black and white impermanence was enveloped by a powerful pressure, and did not give a knee with a flutter like those village ghosts and gods that were so indisputable. A mere blush, though it's not too obvious when their faces change. Junzei didn't know that his fame was so great that even the Ghostbusters knew of his #1 existence. And no more hiding. Yes, it's me. Black and white, no common bed, little snake admitted. Eyes complex up. They've come to track down the murder of the ghosts and gods of Wudong village. And there's no sign of them yet. It was then forcibly detained and transmitted by this augur. That means the land god's information is not accurate. What scaly dragon was killed by the deep mountain demon king? Bullshit. But the strange thing was, how did this augur know the actions of their two brothers? Or is it that the Taihang Mountain Jiaolong is so skillful that someone has tipped him off? Thinking too much is useless, since the face-to-face, black and white impermanent also do not need to secretly investigate what. Simply ask openly, wanting village ghosts and gods but you killed. Yes, it's me too. Junzei was very cooperative, and in his heart, he already considered the black and white irregulars as his own people. It is important to be honest. The black and white irregulars looked at each other and were both surprised that the other party had just graciously admitted it. That's how you get away with it. The two of them are also innately a bit bottomless due to the fact that they were forcibly detained and summoned here. Now that he saw Jiaolong this calm, he couldn't help but gulp. Knowing that, I'm afraid I won't be able to make good today. The white impermanent Xie warned, Jiaolong, don't be too arrogant. You killed the village ghosts and gods. It's not a complete offense to my Qin Tian supervisors, but if you make a move on our brothers, it will be a big crime. They are a bit overthought, but the central idea is correct. Junzai was trying to make a move on them, but this move was not to kill them, but to take the black and white irregulars as his ghost slaves, at your own disposal. Will the two ghostly lords be willing to change their ways and change their ways? What? The black and white invincibles were instantly numb to hearing. Junzai didn't bother to talk nonsense. He was eager to practice the questions in his mind. The small snake body immediately opened up its aura, and the pressure of the dragon swept towards the black and white irregulars in an overwhelming manner. Instead, in the eyes of the black and white irregulars, what they saw was a huge auger dragon appearing above the little snake's head, open the mouth of the abyss, toward them dimly devoured. The sound of thunder roaring was deafening. This swallowing seems to be true and false, but in the next second, when the black and white invincibles came back to their senses, they found themselves deadlocked by a sinuous body. Can't move. An auger head looked down on them from top to bottom, like a heavenly god descending from the heavens, mighty and disdainful, looking down on the world. Not to mention that they were merely ghost messengers. Even if the true gods within the Qintian supervisor's divine hall came, I'm afraid that they could only be caught with their hands tied. Exorcise the god. Recognize the Lord. Submit. Black and white. Regard my dragon as your lord. A mysterious and powerful force enveloped them. The light blazed. It was only at this moment that the black and white irregulars realized what Jiaolong had meant by changing his family. He had the audacity to take them as ghost slaves and enslave them. Jiaolong, stop it. Stop it quickly. We are the ghost dispatcher of the Qin Tian supervisors. You're breaking a big taboo. The black and white irregulars screamed in panic. The mysterious power that enveloped them was the art of exorcism. It is the nemesis of the stream of ghosts and gods. It really is possible to force them into ghost slavery. As in, they were just forcibly detained and summoned here. Don't! The black and white irregulars at this time looked no different from the red-robed ghosts and gods of the shrine. Scared, almost pissed. Even if they were killed, they would never have imagined that there would be someone under the sky who would be so bold as to take them, the black and white irregulars, as ghost slaves. The most crucial thing was that the other party was still casting the legendary art of exorcism, and it was not delusional and whimsical. Wudong village resounded with the voices of the two black and white irregulars brothers tearing their hearts out. They perceive that their souls are gradually being devoured and eroded, will lose themselves completely. Meanwhile, inside the Kyoto Chinatown, there was a side hall, which was brightly lit and contained a life lamp. Each life lamp represents one of the gods of Chinatown. Since gods are no different from ghosts, they are people who have died once. Therefore, all the core figures of the Chinatown Supervisory Authority will have the lamp of life. It's kind of a sign of things to come. When the lamp goes out, it means that the deity has completely disappeared from this world. And let's all have an idea of each other in our minds. Normally, it is unlikely that the life lights placed inside would go out. Over time, this offshoot became a special honor for the Chinatown. A lamp of life is given as a reward to anyone who has done something meritorious for the Chinatown. At this moment, the two life lamps placed at the very end of this remote hall instantly went out at the same time. Some of the ghost soldiers on duty were shocked to see this scene. Hustle over to check whose life light it is. Eyes went wide at first glance. Taking a few deep breaths, he immediately went to report to the first-grade positive God City God. What? You're saying that the life lights of the black and white irregulars and their two brothers went out at the same time? The majestic and unassuming city god was also shocked to hear this news. At that moment, came a 1,000-mile message. Master Zhong Kuei, who has his office in Taiping Village, is convicting the ghosts and gods captured by Bullhead and Horseface in the village. That one charge set down will assist the office of the land god. Cannot help but listen to the whole body shivering. It's either a cow or a horse or a cat or a dog. The key all must still go to the 18 layers of hell and be tortured before changing. It is said that Zhong Kuei is cynical and does not allow sand in his eyes. That is really ruthless. Might as well give someone else a form of pain. Zhong Kuei has always used the 4 no's and 4 no's to mete out punishment in his cases. But the 4 no's and 4 no's are for dead mortals. Demons and gods like these who eat incense and still commit crimes. That's how ruthless they are. There is no half-heartedness. Is Zhong Kuei the judge of the Department of Punishment of Evil? Here, Zhong Kuei, who was still convicting the ghosts and gods, froze violently, and a voice like thunder came from his mind. What can I do for you, immortal? Although Zhong Kuei was far away from the suburbs, he still knelt down, shocked in his heart. How could the city god give him a 1,000-mile message? This must be something big. I ask you, how did the black and white die? What? Black and white are dead. Zhang Kuei dropped the judge's pen in his hand when he heard this, very shocked. He didn't just send the black and white irregulars to investigate the murder of the ghosts and gods in Wudong village. How to die? There is no such thing as resurrection when you are originally a ghost and then you die. Zhang Kuei all of a sudden blamed himself, and the judge's purple robe he wore was windless in hunting up, and the land god on the side was instantly petrified, because its premonition hit the mark. The black and white really can't come back. Chapter 052 Exorcism Successful. Ghostbusters beater Zhang Kuei couldn't figure out how a small village could make the black and white irregulars never return. One must know that the black and white irregulars, no matter how bad they are still the fourth-grade gods of the Qin Tian supervisors. When the two brothers joined forces, they were much more powerful than the average 10,000-year-old demon. The realm of ghosts and gods is divided into 9 grades, with the first grade of positive gods, city god, being the most important, and the counterpart is the level of Deep Mountain Demon King, and Zhang Kuei, the judge, was of the 3rd rank, against the level of an ordinary demon king. According to Zhang Kuei's understanding, even if Wudong village was a dragon's den, it was not so bad that the black and white irregulars would completely disappear from this world. The reason is simple: no matter if it's a human, demon or ghost, they all have to give face to the Chinatown supervisor. If it wasn't for the city god himself transmitting 1,000 miles, he would have killed himself not to believe that the black and white irregulars would die. Zhang Kuei, I order you to find out what happened to the death of the black and white irregulars and punish the culprits severely. The city god's booming voice blasted Zhang Kuei's ears almost ringing. It shows that this first-grade god is very angry. Yes, I will take the order. If I can't find out, I will take off this divine official uniform and return to the Qin Tian supervisor to be punished. Zhang Kuei knelt on the ground and cut out in the direction of Kyoto. Then he stood up, his face grim, his aura around him instantly morose. Landlord, what do you think about the black and white irregulars dying when they went to Wudong village? Zhang Kuei was the first to point his spear directly at the 10-foot-tall white-haired old man. Originally, it was only the death of the village ghosts and gods, although they should also be held accountable. But those ghosts and gods are not worth anything. It's only about a Chinaman's face. But the black and white irregulars are a different story. It's the head of the famous ghost duty of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, a 4th-grade god. It is also a household name in folklore. Even if there were 10,000 village ghosts and gods, they wouldn't be as good as the two brothers, the black and white irregulars. Although the land god had a bad feeling, it couldn't tell a doorway out. Maybe they really did meet the Taihang Mountain Jiaolong. Zhang Kuei glared angrily. Didn't you say that the Jiaolong had been killed by the Deep Mountain Demon King? The land god laughed bitterly. But that's just the way things are. It was also confused. But then his eyes lit up as he said, My lord, do you think there is such a possibility that the Deep Mountain Demon King did strike but did not kill that augur dragon? Zhang Kuei sneered. Indeed there is such a possibility. 1 in 10,000 probability. This can miss. That Deep Mountain Demon King also do not need to go out to see people at home to die of shame. Forget it. What level of existence is the Deep Mountain Demon King? Not to mention killing a recently born augur. Even killing it, this 3rd-grade judge of the Qin Tian supervisor, would be easy. Your honor is right. The probability is too low. Unless the other side is deliberately letting off steam, that's even more impossible. So big characters against the just-born augur. Face or not even want, but also let the water. Nothing to hit their own face to play at. The land god smiled sarcastically. Your Excellency's analysis makes sense. However, Venerable Lord Evergreen, who was far away from the castle in the tree, sneezed heavily. He was sensitive to the fact that someone had the audacity to talk about himself. Immediately pinch your fingers and calculate that it is a stream of ghosts and gods, but also scoff and do not care. This official is going to personally make a trip to Wudong village to see if it's the Jiaolong that's making waves, or if it's some big shot from another demon clan who's bold enough to do so. My lord. No. The god of land stood out to oppose. Now that the enemy's identity is unclear and the black and white irregulars are all going nowhere, as one of the 4 judges of the Qin Tian Supervisory Authority, and with the important task of rectifying the demonic and godly ethos of the suburb, Your Excellency can't take the risk with your own life. The city god ordered me to investigate. If I don't go, who will? I'll go. I'm the parent official of this suburb. I can't absolve myself of the blame for the death of the black and white irregulars. Zhang Kuei looked at the land god in surprise. And it was only at this time that this old man had a bit of the appearance of a Fu Jingshan. But Zhang Kuei did not dare to take the risk of agreeing. Do not look at the other party, a lower official. But the status of the land god is significant, especially in the folk. That prestige is not even too much inferior to the city god. Allow me to think about it. However, the land god transformed into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Wudong Village, home of Fang Zhang, a snake-catching teenager. The black and white irregulars wearing one black and one white Xintian supervisor's official uniforms knelt down on one knee. White impermanence Xia Bayan, black impermanence Fan Wu Shang, pay respects to the master. When the entire Xintian Supervision Bureau was shaken by it, when the first-ranking positive god, Chang Huan, and the third-ranking magistrate, Zhong Kuwei, as well as the land god were all incredulous over the death of the black and white irregulars. Instead, this pair of ghostly brothers knelt in front of Junzei, the augur dragon. Being successfully exorcised, he was reduced to a ghost slave and spent his whole life for Junzei to drive and follow his orders. As to why their life lights went out inside the chintz, the reason is also very simple, because even if they are alive, they no longer belong to the officials of the Xintian Supervision Bureau. Now even if the first-grade righteous god city god came, he couldn't command this pair of ghostly brothers. Black and white, the fourth-grading god, belongs to my ghost slave now. Junzei smiled as he looked at the pair of black and white brothers. The handcuffs and shackles in their hands that could be transformed into hooks and chains. It has some restraint against ghosts and monsters. As soon as they are locked up, they become unarmed. Normally, they face ghosts and basically don't need to make any big moves. As soon as a set of hook and chain is thrown, the ghosts and monsters can only follow them obediently. Let's go east and not dare to go west. Juniper's first step of the plan was successful, just waiting to be practiced. Practice if the pair of brothers can rake in merit for themselves. It's also a good idea to save yourself some time for practicing. At this time, there was a large wave of ghostly shadows drifting towards Wudong Village, obviously coming towards the purine teenager Fang Zhang. Black and white, let this master see your strength. Yes, master. The black and white irregulars respectfully returned, then turned around and walked towards the door. This walk, a horrible lean chi from their body diffusion. The sky has rustling down the white paper scattered in the sky. The atmosphere was instantly in place. A large wave of drifting ghosts was led by a 10,000-year-old ghost with a high level of Taoism. The old ghost stared at a house in the village and said, "Little ones, it's that house in front that has been emitting cold air these days, attracting ghosts and monsters in a 100-mile radius." And several waves of brothers from my 10,000 ghosts cave went in, but they didn't come out again, and they lost their soldiers. The Ghost King was furious and ordered our brothers to find out what secrets are hidden inside. Yes, a group of evil spirits attached themselves to the night ghost. However, by the time the 10,000-year-old ghost landed in the open space in front of Fang Zhang's house with a group of evil and severe ghosts, the wind was strong and ghostly, and the white paper in the sky drifted like fallen leaves after the fall. But that effect is not what they bring. Instead, it emanates from the house. The 10,000-year-old ghost's expression stared. Encountering a kindred spirit? Or did a powerful ghost race master get there first? In the next second, two figures slowly walked out from the house. One black and one white, with pointed official hats on their heads. The white ones are holding handcuffs and the black ones are holding shackles. But when they stood in the doorway, the handcuffs and shackles in their hands had transformed into an iron chain permeated with pressure. Chains of souls, black and white. The 10,000-year-old ghost screamed in shock as it took a good look. Abruptly, all at once, something became clear. No wonder several waves of brothers from the cave of 10,000 ghosts went in and didn't come out. It turns out that this house is a trap set by the chintz, for the sake of fishing them out and catching them all in one fell swoop. Good tactics, good intentions, but falls into the category of overthinking. Chapter 053, The Might of the Land God. The 10,000 Ghost Cave was the newest force of ghosts to rise in the Taihang Mountains, specializing in taking in tens of thousands of orphan souls and ghosts from villages and hamlets in the suburbs and giving them a new home. Due to Emperor Jalon's lethargy and the world's turmoil over the years, the 10,000 Ghost Cave had developed very quickly and was no longer to be underestimated. It is said that the head Ghost King was once still a big official in the Daxia dynasty. Then he died tragically and his grievances turned into ghosts, beginning a ghostly path of his own. Ambition wants to grow his power and then ask the Daxia court to make a claim for himself. However, this is not an uncommon situation, but often the new forces rising from the ghost race are slightly larger in scale, and then they are destroyed by the Xintian supervisors. It's even more of a pure fool's errand to ask for a lawsuit. Do you want the court to apologize to you? Or the present human emperor to apologize to you? It's all gone ghostly. Who's going to listen to you? Even if there was a Xintian supervisor who couldn't handle it, there were still the Vajrapani Bodhisattvas of the Great Thunderbolt Temple in the Kunlun Mountains at the back. Right now, this wave of forces from the 10,000 Ghost Cave came to the door, and as soon as they saw the black and white irregulars, the first thing they felt was that they were being targeted by the Xintian supervisor. When they were just about to withdraw, they saw the soul hooking chain in the hands of Black Impermanence Fan Wusu tossed out. The chains were drawn in a circle with the group of ghosts and monsters at the center. One evil spirit's body touched a piece of chain and directly screamed miserably as smoke rose from its entire body. The hook and chain in white impermanence's hand acted as a whip, breaking through the air towards a group of stern ghosts. With this draw, a group of stern ghosts screamed miserably and dissipated into black smoke. Originally, as Chintian supervisor ghosts, their purpose is to catch ghosts and apprehend them back. But now that they are reduced to ghost slaves, they are naturally nonchalant when ordered by their masters. There is no mercy in the hand, and the main fight is a soul-crushing one. The soul chain comes with the attribute of ghost restraining, and is like a sharp sword that seals the throat at the sight of blood. The 10,000 years old ghost was shocked and angry, shouting, "Little ones, don't be afraid. The black and white irregulars are no longer powerful. There are only two of them. Do it together and kill them." A ghostly battle between a ghostly monster and a ghostly messenger begins in ghostly fashion. The commotion could be heard throughout the village. The good thing is that these people have had experience. As long as no ghosts or monsters come into their houses to claim their lives, it's none of their business even if they stab the sky outside. Wake up in the morning and it will be another beautiful day. Inside the room, Juniper's eyes began to glow and his head flashed with holy light. This is the appearance of merit descending. Yes, he bet right again. The black and white invincibles who have been reduced to ghost slavery exterminate ghosts. And the ones they exterminate are all evil and severe ghosts. All of them are sinners, since it is a good deed for heaven. But of course this virtue ended up being counted on Junzei, the master. Because if the master doesn't give orders, the ghost slaves won't do anything. Juniper grinned. In the future, he thought he wouldn't need to guard the snake-catching teenager Fong Zhang to fish for merit. This task was heinously given to the black and white irregulars to do. All he had to do was sit back and wait for the merit scales on his head to manifest. In addition, Junzei made a mental note to send a message to the black and white impermanence, telling them to kill all the little ghosts and finally leave the 10,000-year-old ghost behind. He's going fishing. It would be nice to wipe out a ghost race's forces in one fell swoop, and this auger head of his would be immortal. At the current pace, Junzei instead felt that his cultivation could not keep up with the speed. Although the Great Dragon Phase technique was cultivated 10,000 times over, it still relied on the heaven and earth aura to accelerate it. The denser the aura of heaven and earth was, the faster his mana grew. This demonstrates the benefits of the Wolverine pool. The watery blessed land is rich in a constant flow of spiritual chi, and now being in a suburban village littered with people, the aura was thin. It would seriously affect Junzei's cultivation progress. Maybe he should think about how to practice and brush up quickly. It would be nice if a 10,000-year-old demon came to the door. It's a shame this isn't Wulong Pond. Outside the door, the ghosts and gods fought. Junzei fumed in contemplation, and the holy light above his head flickered. Nothing is delayed. And in a dark corner near Founder's house, a puff of green smoke rose, manifested the 10-foot-tall land god. The land god had planned to come to Wudong village first to scout around, at the very least to figure out the identity of the enemy. But once you come to Wudong village, you don't even need to look for it. There was so much commotion over here that it was an instant attraction. When the land god let his eyes go, he was shocked in the next second. There are two men, one black and one white, who are slaying in the midst of a group of ghosts and monsters in a mighty manner. Those evil ghosts and spirits with 1,000 years of Taoism had screamed miserably and dissipated into black smoke. Among them, there was also a 10,000-year-old ghost that stood out in particular, was cursing at the black and white irregulars. "I scolded everyone for being ghosts, so why should we drive each other to death? What's going on here?" The city god's 1,000-mile message said that the black and white impermanent is dead. How come the black and white impermanent is not only fine, but also destroying ghosts? The land god looked dumbfounded. Even a first-grade god can falsely transmit information? No, black and white is not right. The land god looked twice more and realized that there was no branding of the Chintian supervisor on the black and white irregulars at all. It's not that different from ordinary ghosts and goblins, especially the official uniform, which was dull and drab. This shows that the black and white irregulars are completely detached from the Chintian supervisory authority. And even if they are wearing official uniforms, they have no more official authority. Looking at both of them again, their gazes looked stern, but they were listless and empty, like it's lost its soul. Ghost slaves. My ass. Spare the parents of this suburb. At this time also shocked 5 thunderbolts. Inhaling cool air. A 4th-ranking god, the head of the ghost guards of the Chintian supervisory authority, was actually taken in as a ghost slave. If this news gets out, it's going to create a huge uproar. To the China Trust, the black and white might as well have been killed. Who, exactly, is that lawless? The house? The land god then sensed that there was something odd about that house, with a constant stream of yin and cold chi emanating from it, like the source of all evil. The land god didn't think much about it and silently disappeared towards the house. When he reappeared, he found a teenager lying on a bed. It was from his body that the cold aura permeated out. Pure body? With a glance, the land god came to a realization. Figure out where that wave of ghosts out there came from. But what does this have to do with the black and white being taken as ghost slaves? Who's really behind all this? A big question mark floated in the land god's mind. At this time, a pair of eyes were fixed on it. The land god leapt forward to meet it. And it was a pair of snake eyes. Extremely powerful snake eyes. No, that's not snake eyes. It's the eye of the dragon. Overbearing and disdainful. When the land god took a good look at the owner of those eyes as well, he rose up in consternation. Both a miniature little snake with a superb full body character, looking at the animal and harmless, but the small snake body gave the illusion of the gods descending from the sky. Being prepared for this, the land god was not surprised this time. It's really you who's making waves behind the scenes, Taihang Mountain Jiaolong. The land god said it word for word, and his always kind eyes went ice cold. Even if the other party turned itself into an earthworm, it couldn't hide its aura of a dragon. Junzai saw a white-haired old man suddenly appear on the ground and rose with interest. After a few looks, it's all in your mind. Because the other person looks so graphic, the identity is not hard to guess. The suburban parent land god? No, the old man is a blessed positive god, personally enthroned by the human emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, a deity of the Qin Tian supervisor. After saying that, the official uniform and cap of the land god proper manifested with a blazing light, and his entire body instantly exuded a terrifying divine aura. It illuminated the interior harshly. Space is in turmoil. Chapter 054, Suggestion of submitting to the Daxia court. There is a popular saying that don't fail to take the land god as your master. People have always been fond of worshipping the strong, and especially for those high and mighty figures, they like to add a master to the end of their address. For example, God, Dragon King, Long Live the Lord, City God, etc. Anyone who addresses the bandmaster is definitely a great man with a great reputation in one side of the world. The people like to call the god of the land the lord of the land to show their affection. But many people forget that this supremely virtuous and righteous god, though compassionate and friendly and bitter, but once upon a time it was also called the landmaster. But it's not just a snooze fest, it's just a good heart. Junzai's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw the divine pressure emanating from the land god. He didn't really mean any offense to gods like the land, either in the last life or this one. He was all in awe. It's not about anything else. It's about the four big words: supreme virtue, supreme goodness. At that moment, Junzai's entire tiny snake body unexpectedly began to change. Changed back to the ogre's native form. But due to housing restrictions, the body size is just a few feet. However, the might was like a mountain that swept away. The aura of the dragon was as thick and overbearing as a god descending, brilliant, and supremely strong and prevalent. You can't help but want to submit to it and worship it. The righteous divine official authority emanating from the land god was instantly suppressed by the dragon's might, making it shadowless and imperceptible. The entire house began to shake violently, looking like it was about to collapse at any moment. The land god's eyes widened. He wasn't intimidated by the power of the augur. Rather, he was dumbfounded by that big head on the other side. The head gleamed, the holy light flickered, and it was expensive. Merit is turned into scales to protect the body. The land god's jaw dropped as almost half of the other party's head was covered in merit scales, holy and inviolable as eternal life. That's amazing. This augur is endowed with great merits and virtues, and is blessed with deep blessings, and has made a great creation, and is a beast of auspiciousness. The land god was shocked very much as to why it showed its official authority aura of a positive god as soon as it showed its face. After a single sentence, it is that it subconsciously treats the Taihang Mountain Jiaolong as an evil scaly dragon that makes waves. It's only then that you come to a downward spiral to show the other side. Who would have thought that the other party was not only powerful in dragon power, but also meritorious? Playfully, the land god remembers the continuous downpour in the suburbs, thinking about the murder of the red-robed demon god in the village cottage. The other party has violated the law of the Qintian supervisor by sending rain privately, and the other party's killing of the village ghosts and gods is tantamount to slapping the face of the Qintian supervisor. But for a change, put yourself in the people's shoes. Did the other guy do something wrong? No, that's exactly right. It is said that it is a private rainfall, but it is raining on the suburbs, and it is the people who benefit from it. Killing the village ghost god is more that ghost god deserves to die. So the people cheered. In fact, there was one more thing that the land god had not reported to Judge Zhongkue. That is, the people of many villages and hamlets in the suburbs have joined together to build temples for the Dragon King. Who is the so-called Dragon King referring to? It's the one in front of me. The villages and cottages decided to choose a piece of feng shui land right in the center of the suburb. This is also thanks to the blessing of those ghosts and gods who do nothing. Originally the villages and cottages only want to build a small temple at the head of their own village. But whoever thought it was all ruined by the ghosts and gods of the shrine. But that didn't stop the people of the suburbs from wanting to build a temple for the Rainfall Dragon King. Simply don't do it. Everyone contributes money to build together and build the biggest and most magnificent Dragon King temple out there. At this point construction has begun. Since this matter was a big one, the god of land had not yet figured out how to handle it. Little Dragon Juanza, meet the landlord. At that moment, Junzei, who had manifested his augur dragon body, did not flourish, but instead bowed slightly and made a salute to the white-haired old man. With a proper attitude. It was like a junior meeting an elder. The land god frowned and instead took a large step back in shock. The expression was astonished. Even if he saluted, he even called it the landlord. The Jialong could be said to have lowered his seniority. Your Excellency, what are you doing? I wouldn't dare to accept a dragon's gift. I can afford it. I can afford it. I'm just a dragon. Even if I turn into a real dragon. You can afford it, Juniper said with a smirk. Your Excellency knows that you are not a true dragon now. So why are you so bold? The land god blew his beard and eyes out. Where did that come from? Juniper thought he was kinda careful with his words. The mountain went down. And for the first time, the augur body was manifested. The manifestation was not for any other reason, but simply as a sign of respect for the supremely virtuous and good landlord before him. Seeing that the other party was pretending to be confused, the land god pointed outside. Let's not talk about the other old men. But you took the black and white irregulars of the Qin Tian Supervisory Commission as ghost slaves. That's not bold enough. This kind of behavior is tantamount to rubbing the entire Qintian supervisory authority, the face of the city god, on the ground. It's no longer as simple as blasphemy. That was their willingness. I just asked them if they were willing to change their family, and they nodded and said yes. Juniper was babbling in a serious manner. But it wasn't all nonsense, after all. They hadn't struggled much in the matter of taking in the black and white. It was easy. A bunch of nonsense. I see that your Excellency is burdened with merits and virtues. It is rare and precious. If you let the black and white irregulars free now, I can go to the Qin Tian supervisor to intercede on your behalf. Junzei was also quick. Then please trouble the landlord to take them back. I will never stand in the way. The land god was almost not angry. Your Excellency has already taken them as ghost slaves. What's the use of bringing them back like this? It's like bringing back a pot of dirty water. It will only soil the lintel of the Chinatown. Then I can't do anything about it. Anyway, the Qin Tian supervisor's family is very big. And it's okay to have one less pair of black and white invincibles. So just raise your hand and pretend that you don't know about this matter. The first grade god of the city, the city god, thinks the black and white irregulars have been killed and is in a rage. Killed? Instead, Junzei's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that be better? To be killed is to be dead. To be dead is to be gone. The land god sighed up. Did this augur know the seriousness of the matter or not? The eyes of this supremely virtuous and kind old man got complicated. If the other party was a vicious scaly scout, that would be fine. As long as it's official. It doesn't need to do anything. Just go back and report. On the other hand, this augur is burdened with great merits and virtues, and has also become a faith-like existence in the hearts of the suburban people. If he went back to report now, there would not be half a point of turnaround to speak of. And wouldn't that be cutting off the augur's life? Moreover, after the conversation just now, it was hard for the land god to be hostile to Jialong. I don't know if I'm influenced by the other person's attitude or by the other person's merit. In short, the land god didn't think the other guy deserved to die. After a long time, the landlord came up with a countermeasure. Your Excellency Jialong must not want to fight against the Qin Tian supervision. Right. Then would like to listen to the old man to point out a clear path for you. The landgrave. Please. Juniper follows good advice. You have merit and virtue, and you have prestige in the folklore. You can return to the imperial court, and I will personally go to the Qin Tian supervisor to ask for your ordination. And only in this way will it be possible to suppress the matter of you accepting the black and white impermanent as a ghost slave. The Qin Tian supervisor was originally a place to enshrine ghosts, gods, and demonic spirits. It's just that it's a little harder for demons to get enthroned. But the only dragon in the world has its own weight, enough to be qualified by the Qin Tian supervisor to be enthroned as a righteous demon spirit. When the time comes to return to the imperial court, it will also be a good sign that the people's hearts are in the right place. Junzei did not expect the land god to say something like that. It knows how to do business. He used the black and white wonders of the district to exchange himself, a dragon with a promising future, for himself. Great idea. But he, Junzei, was reborn in this world and stood between heaven and earth, walking the scaly dragon. The idea is to be the king of the world and look out of the 9 heavens. I will not stoop to the level of a man. Chapter 055, The Complete Body of an Augur Dragon. I thank the Landgrave for his kindness, but there's no need to bother. Junzei's tone lightened a few points down. If he submits to the court, he will directly lose the dragon's pride, and there's no more standing. The land god sniffed in dismay. It was the best it could come up with to get the best of both worlds. Unfortunately, it would have been so nice if such a scaly dragon had submitted to the imperial court. Suddenly, the land god stared deeply at the augur in front of him, and his heart shook fiercely. A horrible thought came to mind. Although the other party had just transformed into an augur not long ago, he had a high level of Taoism and was now hiding in the suburb under the mountain. The land god could figure out the cause, which was being targeted by the deep mountain demon king in the mountain. But what surprised him was that even if the other party was hiding in the suburbs, there was no need for him to show himself as a small snake. Wouldn't that dishonor the augur? He was perfectly capable of becoming human and living in the village as an ordinary citizen, not more godless. But why doesn't he change people? Even at this moment, when two and two conversed, the other party changed from a small snake back to a dragon. Instead of going from a small snake straight to a human, can it be that this augur dragon with great merits and virtues is against the Daxia court? Therefore, he does not care to show himself in human likeness. That's why he dared to take the black and white irregulars as ghost slaves. The more the land god thought about it, the more alarmed he was to really be as he thought. Wouldn't the world be in chaos if the dragon turned into a real dragon later on? But the land god is not a figment of his own imagination. Throughout the world's demons and devils, from the smallest to the transformation of elves and monsters, to the transformation of deep mountain demon kings into human beings, that's the norm. The land god had lived for an unknown number of years, and had never seen the existence of an incorruptible man. Furthermore, it really didn't make sense for Jelong to reject the proposal of submitting to the imperial court in one breath just now. Getting on good terms with the human court and being enthroned as a demon spirit by the Qin Tian supervisor would do no harm. Not only do they not have to worry about the demon beheading division and the Kunlun ruins to eliminate demons, but they can also be believed in by the people and enjoy the incense in a fair and square manner. Besides, at the moment, it was not a time when people and demons were at odds and swords were drawn. The emperor chose a consort, and the racial demon kings of Taihang Mountain are all butting in to send beauties to the emperor. The more the land god thought about it at this time, the more he felt that this augur dragon in front of him was getting dangerous. However, just as the land god wanted to question the augur, a purple smoke rose from this tiny house. A tall man in a purple robe, not angry, was manifested. At a glance, the land god was surprised. Lord Zhongkue, why are you here? Zhongkue? Junzei was also slightly surprised that the man who appeared had a full beard and a fierce look. But standing there, it gave off an air of uprightness and righteousness. Looks and temperament can be a mix of each. And it's not a fucking conflict. As soon as Zhongkue appeared, a pair of stern eyes branded Junzei's body. The airwaves rippled up nearby. The judge's mighty pressure leaps to the fore. What a majestic dragon. Zhongkue's first words were surprisingly a compliment, even though the augur in front of him was only a few feet in size. But in Zhongkue's eyes, the scaly dragon loomed large, enough to shake mountains and rivers. Seeing the other party complimenting himself, Junzei also politely replied back. Good to have a judge who has an eye for appreciation, land god. In the next second, Zhongkue's words changed and his words were sharp. Your Excellency was able to survive in the hands of the Deep Mountain Demon King. It turns out that you are burdened with merit and virtue, and you are able to turn good fortune into good fortune. This is your creation and your ability, but since you have already left the mountain, you should have found a place to cultivate and keep your peace. But you killed the ghosts and gods of the ancestral hall and accepted the black and white irregulars as slaves. This is a mortal sin. This official will arrest you and escort you to the Qin Tian supervisor's punishment for the evil Xingtai. A serious crime and a serious punishment. Do you have any objections? Zhongkue's words are powerful, containing a righteous majesty, brilliant, without half hiding. It's all about convincing others. No objection. Junzei's candle-like golden pupils swept through a cold aura, then said, but I bet you can't hold me, ha ha ha. Try it then. Zhongkue laughed out loud, exuding an aura of a daunting god. The spectrum of life and death and the judge's pen appeared in his hand. We can't fight here, or the people of the village will suffer. The land god, because of the thoughts he had just had, neither advised the fight, but reminded up, do you dare to go with me to a quiet place to fight, so as not to hurt the innocent? Zhongkue stared at the scaly dragon with a death glare. Why not? Junzei would like to see how capable this Zhongkue, the third-grade judge of the Qin Tian supervisor, really is. A few swishes, the house was empty. A few breaths later, several figures appeared on a wasteland in the suburbs. As soon as Zhongkue appeared, the pressure of the gods intensified, roiling away like a tidal wave, rolling and boiling. The land god appeared immediately afterward and said worriedly, Your Excellency must be careful. The Jiaolong is not easy to deal with. I have the spectrum of life and death in my left hand and the judge's pen in my right hand. I can still not deal with the small scaly dragon. He, Zhong Kuei, hadn't seen any demons or monsters. Junzai appeared on the opposite side of Zhong Kuei and looked in one direction for the first time. It's the Taihang Mountains. The heart grew vaguely concerned. The third-grade judge Zhong Kuei is still a bit of a Taoist, and he's afraid he'll have to get real. But if you move for real, you'll be exposed for sure. Junzai whirled around and blew a breath towards the top of his head. Between the rising smoke, a huge curtain of light buckled down like a glazed bowl. A self-contained boundary that circumvents all sound. Wouldn't mind fighting inside. Juniper glanced at Zhong Kuei. It's better this way, lest the commotion be too great and disturb the peaceful sleep of the people. Zhong Kuei took a step inside. Junzai also hid into it, his body invisible. The land god also tried to follow in on his hind feet, but was blocked from entering. Landlord, go back to bed. Ageless, stay up late. Juniper's teasing words came out, mostly worried about what they would do when two of them beat one of him. It's always right to take precautions. Inside the boundaries, without a second thought, Zhong Kuei pinched his fingers and chanted, and with a stomp of his foot, his body under the purple official robes surged up. There was also a power of incense lingering around his body, but only in the blink of an eye. It became a giant god, 100 feet in size. The aura of a smoldering god emanated from his body. One can't help but feel a sincere desire to kneel and worship. Junzai looked in his eyes and was happy in his heart. Zhong Kuei is not seeking his own death. Still trying to compare sizes with yourself. Manifest your original body completely. Let this official have a good look at how much of a true dragon's dominance the augur dragon that has only metamorphosed after crossing the 72 heavenly tribulations of the heavenly elder has. I won't let the judge down. But don't regret it. Junzai's candle-like golden pupils glowed and glowed, and his aura of controlling everything erupted abruptly. In an instant, rolling dragon chi filled out. In the next moment, only the augur body, which was no more than a few feet in size, instantly began to pull up in sections. An augur head flickering with holy light rocketed upwards, as if the rising sun was rising in the east, breaking through the sky. I want to try to compete with the sky. A covered golden scale armor filled with loftiness up as his body size skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, it was 100 feet, riding alongside Judge Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei's eyes flashed with essence as he calmly watched. Next up, 200 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet. The dragon became bigger and bigger, and the Zhong Kuei judge was set off smaller and smaller. Rumble. The sky and the earth changed color, and a sound of thunder resounded through the heavens and the earth. There was a shock of thunder surfacing and scurrying in all directions. This is a heavenly phenomenon that amazes the world. Chapter 056, Crushing. Submission. Give me a rise. Since Candle Jiao, the Snake King of the Wulong Lake, invited Junzai to drink, his 1,000-foot augur body was transformed into a small snake. Since coming down the mountain and settling into a tiny roof, Junzai then did not release the full body of his augur. At this moment, he was like a rocket flying up. Take off all pretenses, be free and unrestrained, and be bold. The body's enlargement was not a divine ability. It was merely Junzai releasing his body completely. 800 feet. The sky is turned upside down and the ground is shaken. Zhong Kuei began to raise his head and look up, only to feel waves of dragon power invading down from above, only to feel the space around him violently shaking. His purple-robed official uniform was hunted by the gale. That augur was still persistently surging. 1,000 feet. However, Junzai, the augur dragon, was still surging. 1,000 feet was merely the size he was when he was still in the crouching dragon pool. Never now. He was going to completely transform into the prime pillar that stood in heaven and earth, and he was going to make this Lord Judge look at it with wide eyes. What Chinatown gods! What a third-rate judge! In front of this huge and lofty augur of his, nothing. Zhong Kuei was still calmly watching, but gradually waves of shock began to rise within him. In a trance, I felt that it was not some kind of dragon that stood in front of me and rocked up. Rather, it is the true dragon of the world. That dragon's might, that dominance, that disdainful stance. It is not something that a waterlogged augur can have. He wanted to slap himself right now, letting the other party manifest some kind of full body out for a good reason. How will this battle be fought then? Take what hit? Such a lofty and domineering augur, moving its body, is a heaven and earth anomaly. If not in the boundary at this time, it had long since alarmed all living things in the four directions of heaven and earth. No wonder the deep mountain demon king of Taihang Mountain would have the face not to take a shot at this augur dragon. The power of a dragon was already comparable to a true dragon. So stunning. If he were to be transformed into a real dragon in the world, who else could get into his eyes in these 9 heavens and 10 earths, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands? Who else suppressed him? Zhong Kuei's heart gradually fell to the bottom as his opponent's size skyrocketed. 1,200 feet. The dragon was still rising, and with every 100 feet of surge, the dragon's might around it boiled with it. That damned sense of oppression was already making it almost difficult for Zhong Kuei, a third-grade judge, to fight. The end of the end. The dragon was fixed at 1,300 feet. Unreachable. Zhong Kuei now felt how foolish it was for him to change into a 100-foot body. Clown-like. His 100 feet was still the result of his mana being catalyzed, while the 300 feet of auger in front of him, but real flesh and blood, no moisture at all, standing vaguely that way, it gave a sense of oppression that the heavens were crumbling. Invisibly, it disintegrates your will, your desire to fight, thereby breaking you down. Give up without a fight. Lord Zhong Kuei, is it still necessary for us to fight? A voice like thunder came from above his head. Through a strong sense of self-confidence, Zhong Kuei heaved a cold snort and glared angrily. Your Excellency, don't be wild. We have to fight to know who wins and who loses. What kind of person was Zhong Kuei? Would he admit defeat without a fight? He's got the flip-flop, because he had the spectrum of life and death and the judge's pen in his hands, both of which were first-rate magic treasures of the Qin Tian supervisor. With great power, it may not be impossible to wrestle with that dragon. However, just then, the lofty and seemingly boundless auger body snaked up, and like a lasso, it circled and circled and circled layer by layer down towards Zhong Kuei. Then, the inches snapped together tightly. In a trance, Zhong Kuei felt like he was instantly sent to the 18 layers of hell. The surroundings were all of a sudden surrounded like an iron barrel, and as far as the eye could see, there was a piece of scale armor that was as solid as a rock, as hard as a branded iron, and invulnerable to knives and spears. Those are dragon scales. Zhong Kuei was completely flustered at this time. The Jiaolong wanted to draw him in, and his body of 300 feet was the five-finger mountain. To suppress him, the judge's brush in Zhong Kuei's hand turned into a divine weapon and slashed furiously at the surroundings. Clang, clang, a sound of metal striking came out, but it didn't work half as well. Instead, with the sense of oppression brought about by the auger dragon's powerful body, it caused Zhong Kuei's 100 feet body to start shrinking. Wait for Zhong Kuei to return to his normal form. With a sudden glance back, he, the third-grade judge, was completely coiled underneath the auger. It's like being locked in a small dark room, dark and airtight all around, and the auger was like a huge mountain in the shape of a snake at this point, looming. It was a good thing that the land god was outside the boundary, otherwise he would have been shocked out of his mind when he saw this whole process. The prestigious Zhong Kuei judge of the Department of Punishment and Evil fighting with the dragon. It's over before it's begun. Jiao Long could be considered a fighting genius, utilizing his strengths to the fullest extent, leaving Zhong Kuei completely without the slightest bit of power to fight. Just ask who could have recruited such a rogue hitter. The huge auger carcass just plopped downward, circled around in a circle, trapping the enemy, and it was victorious. Unless you can use to break the dragon's dragon scale defense and deal horrible damage to him. Obviously, it couldn't be done with Zhong Kuei's third-grade strength. Lord Zhong Kuei, would you like to change your family? Inside the darkened hut came Junzei's thunderous voice. Arrogant. Your Excellency has taken the black and white irregulars as ghost slaves. You also want to turn this official into your ghost slave. Your honor is a third-grade judge. You have your own identity and status. How can you be treated like the black and white irregulars? As a ghost slave puppet, this Jiao only needs you to submit to me and listen to my command. Delusions of grandeur and dreams. Zhong Kuei scoffed and burst into a rage. Exorcise the god. Submit. Recognize the master. A vast voice came out, followed by a terrifying forbidden power enveloping the area. Jiao Long, I am a third-grade judge of the Department of Punishment and Evil of the Qin Tian Supervisory Authority. How can I submit myself to you? Zhong Kuei glared angrily, frantically resisting that terrifying forbidden force. Nothing in this world is impossible. I dare to risk universal condemnation. Walk the scaly dragon. Dare to fight with the sky. Fight with people. Fight with the demons. What's the point of accepting you as a third-ranked magistrate as big as the heart is? The world is as big as the heart is. If I want to have the strength, I will even dare to accept your Qin Tian supervisor's first grade of positive god. City god Zhong Kuei, Junzei. This augur is destined to turn into a true dragon and reign over the world. Follow me. You won't lose out. I'll make you the city god of the Qin Tian Supervisory Authority in the future. Junzei's words, spoken with more and more lawlessness, made people's scalps numb when they heard them. Zhong Kuei is enveloped and subdued by the forbidden power of the art of exorcism and cannot be distracted. But hearing the augur's lawless words, he was shocked beyond words. In the dark, a thought surfaced in Zhong Kuei's mind. A thought that was the same as Snake King Candle 9 in the first place. This augur might really be able to transform into a true dragon in the world. This tone and arrogance alone is unmatched. It was also due to the appearance of this thought that a break and a loophole appeared in his will. Zhong Kuei screamed miserably and dropped to one knee, and the life and death spectrum judgment pen fell to the ground. Terrible invasion of forbidden power, disintegration of the will, laxity of the eyes. Long after, Zhong Kuei stood up again and picked up the life and death spectrum and judgment brush, and his eyes began to gleam. Only this gleaming gaze had an extra touch of adoration in it. Chapter 057, Questioning from the entire Chinatown gods. The land god waits anxiously in the wasteland. It couldn't even see the picture of the battle inside the boundary, and it didn't know what kind of result was inside now. According to normal logic, the third grade judge of the Xintian Supervision Bureau, and holding the life and death spectrum with the judge's pen, dealing with a 10,000-year-old demonic Daoline augur should not be a problem at all. But strangely enough, the land god's eyebrows had been moving quite a bit, and there was always a very bad feeling. That augur dragon was not an ordinary augur dragon. It was one that possessed great means and great magical powers. And it's growing very fast. I remember when the other party performed the art of calling the wind and rain to bring down rain for the people in the suburbs. And that rain poured down even though it was pouring. But it was only down for but 10 minutes. People who are interested in a little finger counting can calculate the augur dragon at that time. I'm afraid that the magic power is stuck in 5 or 6,000 years of Taoist behavior or so. But then 5 or 6 days passed. The other side, however, in one breath, rained heavily for a whole day for tens of thousands of villages in the entire suburb. It was obvious that the other party had stepped into the 10,000-year-old demon ranks. Strength skyrocketed. It was staggering to see such rapid progress in Dao cultivation. The most crucial thing was that the other party was able to survive the Deep Mountain Demon King's hands, seemingly protecting his body with merits and virtues and turning misfortune into good fortune. But there is no doubt about the power of the body. The more the land god waited, the more the bad feeling became apparent. It's the same as earlier when Zhong Kuei sent the black and white irregulars to investigate the murder of the ghosts and gods in Wudong village. It won't be. The Lord Judge will surely be able to take down the dragon. The land god whispered softly to himself in comfort, and suddenly smacked himself on the head in an uncontrollable manner. He should be worried for the augur. The two are not yet on the same realm level. One must know that the strength of a third-grade judge was against the level of an ordinary demon king of Taihang Mountain. Although he is an ordinary demon king, his magic power is also 100,000 years of Dao. The spectrum of life and death and the judge's pen are not a meal. He simply couldn't think of a reason why Zhong Kuei would lose, unless that augur goes against the grain. However, after Mo had waited for a full hour, the boundary disappeared. Dressed in a purple-robed official uniform with a full beard, the cynical Zhong Kuei flew out with his entire body glowing with divine light. The land god's eyes lit up and hurriedly congratulated him. Lord Judge is really brave. Even if the dragon is powerful, it is not your opponent. After saying that, he looked towards the back. Normal logic would have it that the augur should be heavily injured and collapsed in a pool of blood at this moment. But behind Zhong Kuei, where was the figure of a scaly dragon? Zhong Kuei came to the land god and said lightly, "Although this official won by a fluke, the Jelong was far stronger than we thought, and it escaped." Oh, the land god sniffed, slightly disappointed, but didn't think much of it. The other party was able to escape from the Deep Mountain Demon King's hands down the mountain. So what is this? Then what is your lordship going to do next? Although the black and white invincibles didn't die, they were reduced to ghostly slaves of the augur dragon. Living is even more difficult to deal with than dying. It's a very tricky thing. Zhong Kuei seemed to have thought this through long ago and simply said, "Since the Xintian Supervision Department, from the city god down to the ghost pawns, all believe that the black and white worthless died, we will just assume they are all dead. And if we bring the ghost slaves back, it will only degrade the lintel of the Xintian Supervision Department, and it will be a joke to spread the word." The land god was stunned for a moment, and it dawned on him that Zhong Kuei was doing this, and I'm afraid that he was also suspected of looking out for his own official reputation. Whether the black and white invincibles are dead or ghost slaves, the person behind the scenes is Jiao Long. But the point is that Zhong Kuei himself has not apprehended the scaly dragon. That's poorly done. There is a negative city hall order, but the land of the most virtuous and the most good will naturally not hold on to that. This treatment is not impossible, but the eyes of the city god cannot tolerate sand. The murderer dragon. How to do? Under the wanted notice at Zhong Kuei looked at the land god indifferently. This is a matter that this official has his own decision to make, so I won't bother the land with it. There's no time to lose. I'll go back to Kyoto's Xintian Supervisory Bureau now and resume my orders with the city god. After saying that, Zhong Kuei did not give the land time to react and directly turned into purple smoke to vanish. The land god stood still and froze for a long time, always feeling that something was strange, but in all honesty, the land was rather relieved when the augur escaped. The scaly dragon is burdened with great merit and virtue, and has merited the people of the suburbs. If it falls into the hands of Zhong Kuei, It will be escorted to the Xingtai of the Qin Tian Supervisory Authority for punishment of evil and conviction. The end is nothing more than peeling off the skin, sealing the augur soul and suppressing it in the 18 layers of hell for eternity. Let's hope the scaly dragon that got away is not what the old man thought earlier. The idea of not changing people and being anti-Daxia courtiers terrifies the land a bit. Chinatown. Inside the main hall of the gods, the city god sits high on the chief seat, and the rest are the 3 great judges, the 8 generals in front of the temple, and the 24 chief officials of the road, all gathered together. The murder of the black and white irregulars has already created a furor in the Chinatown. It has to be taken seriously. At this time, Zhong Kuwei, the judge of the Department of Punishment of Evil, returned from the suburbs and appeared on the main hall of the gods. To the first-grade positive god city god, he saluted. My subordinate pays his respects to immortal master. All checked out? The city god's eyebrows were filled with a hidden and unrelenting murderous spirit, and his tone was deep. Ever since black and white's lifelight went out, this first-grade righteous god was reflecting. Could it be that the Qintian supervisor's majestic status had slipped under the reign of him, the city god? Someone even killed the head of the ghosts of the Qintian Supervision Bureau, the black and white irregulars, at the drop of a hat. Not even half a bit of face for Qintan. And even more so, he ignored the majesty of him, the city god. This was simply unthinkable before. I'm sure I've got it all figured out. Zhong Kuwei replied respectfully. Abruptly, the gods of the entire hall converged their gazes on Judge Zhong Kuwei. Everyone was also curious as to what kind of demon was it that was so lawless and dared to disregard the Qin Tian supervisor. Demons or ghosts? Demons. The city god had a look of surprise in his eyes and looked deeply at Zhong Kuwei. Obviously this answer surprised him. The gods that filled the great hall also revealed odd expressions. If it hadn't come from the mouth of the cynical and fair-minded Zhong Kuwei, I'm afraid there are people who poo-poo a load of nonsense. It's not really hard to guess the forces behind the accidental killing of the black and white irregulars. None other than either the demon or ghost race. The human race is impossible. Normal logic would dictate that the odds would be that it would be the ghost race. After all, the black and white irregulars were ghost catchers with a reputation for catching ghosts. This time, he went with Zhong Kuwei to the suburbs to rectify the crookedness of the ghosts and gods. It was inevitable that they would encounter experts from the ghost race forces. People die and turn into ghosts, complaining about heaven and earth. The more profound the Taoism of the ghosts and monsters, the more violent the behavior. Act evil and take revenge on the living. If the black and white irregulars encountered a powerful force of ghosts and were outnumbered and killed, there would be a trail to follow. Because those stern and evil ghosts won't give face to the Chinatown supervisor, it can be said that good and evil are at loggerheads. Saying that the demonic forces had killed the black and white, one could not really think of a reason. What kind of forces of the demon race? City God composed himself and stared at Zhong Kuwei and asked. Zhong Kuwei is calm and meticulous. I have found that it is the 72 holes of Taihang Mountain. The main force, the Lion Clan, is not the Demon King is a 9-headed golden lion. The Tao is profound and powerful. Why did the Lion Clan kill the black and white irregulars? It doesn't make sense. Judge Shon, are you looking into this wrong? One of the chief officers couldn't help but speak up. The surrounding gods couldn't help but question what Zhong Kuwei said, because the murderer in his mouth is a bit of a departure from the bullseye and donkey's eye, so to speak. Even if we don't find out the real culprit who killed black and white, just find a scapegoat. Nor should the pot be thrown to the lions to take the blame. However, what Zhong Kuwei said next rendered the entire Hall of Gods speechless. Even the city god couldn't help but believe a few things. Chapter 058, The Unwarranted Disaster of the Lion Clan. Only the purple-robed official Zhong Kuwei took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming as he scanned the gods. Colleagues, I, Zhong Kuwei, was ordered by the immortal master to go down to the suburbs to rectify the demonic culture. But indirectly, I found that the demon race in Taihang Mountain is also particularly serious in its scourge of the people. We all know that demons like to devour people in order to quickly improve their cultivation. Although the Kunlun Market and the Demon Beheading Division are in charge, making the demon race less daring. But there are still many races that have no regard for the world and act arbitrarily, of which the lion is representative. Zhong Kuwei slightly paused. Observe everyone's reaction. See a show listening to the shape. Also continued, golden 9-headed lion known as the 9 sacred demon king, temperament violent, like to eat boys and girls. Every month will order his men down the mountain to the various villages to catch a number of children on the mountain, for their enjoyment. The ghost god of the shrine in Wudong village was unfortunately killed by a lion clan expert in order to shelter the people's children. At first, this official only knew that it was the work of the demon race. So he sent the black and white irregulars to Wudong village to investigate. Who would have thought that the black and white irregulars would arrive at Wudong village only to find that the lion demons were slaughtering the village, and that the people had been reduced to eating out of their mouths. Although the black and white irregulars are ghosts and ghosts, they also have the responsibility to protect the people. In the heat of the moment, they fought with the lion masters, and in the end, they were outnumbered and unfortunately sacrificed. Zhongkue said he couldn't help but have tears in his eyes, as if he was honoring the death of the black and white irregulars. What? The Lion Clan is actually so unbridled. Not only did they come down the mountain to scourge the people, but they also openly killed the ghosts and gods of the shrine. Even the black and white irregulars were tragically killed. Outrageous. The Lion Clan should be put to death. Do you think that I, Qin Tian's supervisor, am a good bully? This is a blood debt that must be paid dearly by the lions. As soon as Zhongkue finished his words, the hall full of gods directly exploded. Each one is filled with righteous indignation and anger. Originally, the demon race was the responsibility of the demon beheading division and the Kunlun market, which is not related to the Qin Tian supervisor. Everyone is kind of in the well. But now, the lion tribe is bullying people too much, all riding to the top of the head of the Qin Tian supervisor to pull urine. It's just as well to kill the ghosts and gods of the shrine. Even the black and white irregulars dare to kill them. A tall and mighty general of the temple front stepped forward and knelt in front of the city god, saying with a murderous air, "Immortal, the lion race has bullied me too much in the Qin Tian supervision. A wanted order must be issued for them to do so, and all lion race beings are to be apprehended and sent to hell, so that they will be subjected to the punishment of the frying pan." Yes, that's right. Not only will I, the Qin Tian supervisor, issue a wanted notice, but I'll also have the demon beheading division do the same. To round up the Lion Clan, the city god did not immediately lash out, but looked at Zhongkue here again and asked in a deep voice, "Is the Lion Clan really so bold and reckless?" It was reasonable to say that over the years, the racial forces in the Taihang Mountains had settled down quite a bit, and many of them were interested in easing their relationship with the imperial court. "Immortal, this matter is of great importance. My humble servant does not dare to speak presumptuously. If you don't believe me, Immortal, you can send someone to take a look at the Wudong village right now. It is now full of mutilated limbs and blood, almost to the point of extermination of the village." Zhongkue whimpered. City god waved his hand. "That's not necessary. Judge Zhong is upright. How could I not trust you?" One of the chief officials came out and said, "Immortal, I have some dealings with the head of the demon beheading division, and it is said that this time when His Holiness chose the consort, most of the demon kings of the races in the Taihang Mountains sent their beauties to the palace to show their heart for peaceful coexistence with the Dasha court, and I have seen the list of races, and there is no lion race among them. This shows that the lion race doesn't want to coexist peacefully with the human race at all. The beast is hard to tame. That's why it's reckless." It was a good thing that these words were not heard by the 9 sacred demon king of the Lion Clan. Otherwise it would have felt like it had died unjustly. It's not that it doesn't want to send beauties to the palace, but it's a racial characteristic that can't produce lion beauties. It would be a disgrace to send it over there, and perhaps the great Xia Emperor would even think that the Lion Clan was deliberately trying to disgust him. At this moment, Zhongkue's words and the words of that chief official just now both indicated that the lion race had a big problem. It's like a tumor that has to be weeded out. The city god already had a number in his mind, and the killing chance between his eyebrows intensified. Judge Lu Yudao, the judge of the inspection division, saw the city god's expression in his eyes and knew that this was a good opportunity for him to perform. The righteous stood out and asked for orders. "Immortal, I would like to personally lead the Yin soldiers and ghosts to go up to the mountain to crush the Lion Clan, to avenge the people, to avenge the black and white irregulars, and to make them pay for their blood debts." The city god glanced at Lu Yudao and said faintly, "Why bother? Since we know it's the Lion Clan, things will be easier. Come on, pass on this seat's order. Turn on the heavenly thunder formation, aim at the Lion Clan's location, and let those demons know what it means to be punished by heaven." What? Turn on the heavenly thunder formation? The gods of the Great Hall were astonished. This was the killing move of the Qin Tian supervisor, and in the past, it would only be used when encountering the toughest and most terrifying Ghost King. As soon as the formation was activated, thunder rolled in the sky, as if the heavenly lord had opened a calamity, powerful enough to destroy the sky and the earth. Everyone then realized that the city god was really angry and wanted to make the Lion Clan pay a terrible price. As the city god's orders went down, at an altar in Chinatown, 12 whole gods of high magical power walked up to the altar. They were seen with dignified expressions, simultaneously pinching up their hands and chanting terms. "Heaven and earth are limitless. Qiankuan borrows the law. The heavenly Luo Wei Net. The earthly Yen Maluo. The heavenly thunder goes out, beheads the demons and removes the lions. Urgent as a lawful order." In an instant, the altar formation blazed with light. A terrifying pressure filled out. Next moment, rumble. The sky of Taihang Mountain changed color with it, and a thick dark cloud coalesced. In an instant the wind was howling and the lightning was thundering. In the sky above the land of the Lion Clan in Taihang Mountain, the sky changed color. Rumble. Suddenly the wind blew and the lightning flashed. Immediately afterward a majestic and shockingly terrifying pressure invaded down from the sky. It was like the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, the universe turning upside down, and the mountains and rivers shattering. What's the situation? Another demon is going to cross the threshold? The lesser beast demon kings looked up with puzzled faces. This was clearly a vision of the descent of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded through the heavens and earth, deafening the ears. Immediately, a thunderbolt snaked out of thin air and blasted down towards the Lion Clan's territory. A few moments later, the terrified screams of the lion demons were heard. Ha! Is it the Lion Clan that has an expert crossing the threshold? Rumble! As the first thunderbolt kicked off, it was as if the thick, dark clouds had gone into a frenzied mode. Lightning flashed and thundered. Dozens and hundreds to thunderbolts snaked out, opening up a frenzy of bombardment against the Lion Clan's territory. Under a shaking of the ground, the voices of the lion demons screaming and panicking came out. It seems to be suffering an extinction. Geez, what's the situation? The Lion Clan is collectively crossing the threshold? Such a big commotion had startled the demon kings of many races, and they all projected their gazes onto the lion race. A big brother spoke in awe. This isn't a tribulation, but a desperate means for the human race to decapitate the demons. Could it be that the Lion Clan has messed with the demon beheading division? No, this is not the tactics of the demon chopper division. It's more like the work of the Qin supervisor. How can that be? There are countless ghosts in the world. The Qin supervisor is too busy himself. How could he come against our demon race? Unexplained murmurs rang out in quick succession, but it was quickly drowned out by the deafening thunder. These drama-watching eaters looked in the direction of the Lion Clan with sympathetic gazes and shook their heads sadly. It's too bad. The lions are too bad. Under the furious bombardment of a thunderbolt, it was feared that the energy would be greatly injured. I don't know how many lion demons should die. At that moment, a berserk angry voice roared out. Who is targeting my Lion Clan? I'm so angry. Only to see the 9 sacred demon king rushing up from the Lion Clan, directly manifesting his own body. The demonic aura suddenly covered the sky. That lofty and majestic body, the terrifying 9 lion heads swaying, all of them emphasized the might of its demon king. But this demon king seemed to want to die right now. A calamity fell from the sky for a good reason, and the Lion Clan experts it had carefully cultivated were killed or injured, suffocating it with heartache. Someone please tell it what the hell is going on. Chapter 059, 100,000 merits in place. The 9 sacred demon king was afraid that he would never think to death that this was someone using a knife to kill, borrowing the sword of the Chinaman to kill the head of its lion tribe. The blade was not unsharp either, making it difficult for the Lion Clan to recover for at least 100 years. And who is behind it? The sight is drawn to the village of Wudong, the home of Fang Zhang, a snake-catching teenager. Zhong Kuwei, the judge of punishing evil, who had earlier been reporting at the Great Hall of the Gods of Kyoto's Qin supervisor, had arrived here at an unknown time. As the cynical, public-spirited, felonious Zhong Kuwei, he was now faced with a small, delicate-looking snake. It was such a small snake, but it made Zhong Kuwei respectful, and his eyes, which were like light and electricity, showed a touch of admiration. Usually, this kind of demeanor would only appear if Zhong Kuwei faced the first-ranking positive god of the Qin supervisory authority, the city god. My lord, it's all done. Your woe is to the east. The Qin supervisor is activating the heavenly thunder formation to bombard the Lion Clan. The Lion Clan is now suffering heavy losses. Zhong Kuwei meticulously reported on the battle, and the exquisite little snake opposite him was Junzei, who was transformed by the dragon. Junzei's eyes flashed with fastidiousness as he sniffed. He fought with Zhong Kuwei in the Badlands and won a great victory, and later used the art of exorcism to force Zhong Kuwei to submit. But Zhong Kuwei is also worthy of being a third-ranked judge of the Qin supervisory authority, and is essentially worlds apart from the kind of ghostbusters like the black and white irregulars. Even after being successfully exorcised, he still retained his soul and did not become Junzei's ghost slave puppet, just become a devotee of his augur. This was also the reason why Zhong Kuwei addressed Junzei as lord instead of master. But for Junzei, it was enough that Zhong Kuwei could serve himself. Also, Zhong Kuwei was more useful to him without becoming a ghost slave puppet. It was equivalent to Junzei planting an undercover agent in the Qin supervisor as well. Any windfalls can be preempted with insight. But then again, taking in Zhong Kuwei doesn't solve all the problems. Killing the shrine demon god and accepting the black and white irregulars as ghost slaves had already touched the Qin supervisor's scales. It's never going to end well. Junzei and Zhong Kuwei have a little talk and decide to find an unlucky person to take the blame. Taking this big black pot for myself. He instantly remembered the 9 sacred demon king of the Lion Clan. When he was in the crouching dragon pool, the other party was bullying others, using the strength of a demon king to kill him. A small augur dragon. Don't even bother with your face. This vendetta was written down in Junzei's little black book for life. It is not too late for a great man to take revenge. Now it was just him and the 9 sacred demon king collecting some small interest first. In the future, he would descend upon the Lion Clan with the body of a true dragon and return fire for fire. You did a great job. Hard work. Junzei was now smiling as he looked at the unsmiling Zhong Kuei, living as if he was looking at a big baby. Being able to take Zhong Kuei as his little brother was definitely Junzei's biggest gain since he came down from the mountain. This third-grade judge's identity, status, and strength were all unparalleled. The reason why he had easily lost to Junzei was not because he was not strong, but because his luck was too bad. The stream of ghosts and gods, cultivated with incense, are refined in mana and weak in body. When he encountered an invincible fleshly augur like Junzei, he could be said to have nowhere to utilize all of his skills. The 300 feet of augur body directly transformed into a 5-fingered mountain to suppress it, and Zhong Kuei could do nothing at all. Without breaking Junzei's defense, any means would be a fiction. The art of exorcism is even more of a nemesis for ghosts and gods. By the way, what are you doing in the suburbs? Juniper asked. My lord, the city god sent him down to the suburbs to rectify the crookedness of the ghosts and gods. Then do what you must. If something happens, I'll summon you. If nothing happens, you'll continue to be the judge of the heavenly palace and work for the welfare of the people. Thank you, your honor. Zhong Kuei perked up, and he became worried that Junzei would keep himself around to serve. Junzei suddenly said with a straight face, Zhong Kuei, this lord will be able to ascend to the heavenly gate to cross the tribulation in a few days. If he succeeds, he will be transformed into a real dragon in the world, which will not be an insult to your status as a judge. If he fails, you will still be you, and no one will know that you have subjugated the Jiao dragon of Taihang Mountain. This lord even said, as long as you submit to me, sooner or later, one day, I will make you as the city god of the Qintian Supervisory Authority. Remember, submitting to me, the augur dragon, is not an opportunity for you to degrade yourself and fall into the darkness, but it is an opportunity for you to rise up, and for the light to come down. Zhong Kuei's entire body shook as he sniffed and looked at the overbearing little snake in front of him. What echoed in the ears seemed to be the sound of a dragon's roar. One can't help but want to worship. After Zhong Kuei left, Junzei recruited the black and white irregulars and a 10,000-year-old ghost that he had just taken in. This old ghost was the leader of the 10,000 Ghost Cave, and the inside of the 10,000 Ghost Cave was even more haunted, with countless evil ghosts. What's that? That's a lot of merit. But unfortunately, the main altar of the 10,000 Ghosts Cave was in a swampy and miasmatic place in the Taihang Mountains. Junzei couldn't go up the mountain right now, and relying on the black and white irregulars alone didn't have the ability to be able to exterminate a ghost race force. Then he came up with a brilliant plan. Just take the old ghost as the ear and bring the black and white irregulars to ambush near the 10,000 Ghost Cave, then slowly exorcise the ghost. Come out a group. Destroy a group. Come to a guerrilla warfare fight. As the general altar, the ghosts and monsters there were all of high quality, and would certainly allow Junzei to quickly accumulate 100,000 merits. After the black and white irregulars followed the 10,000-year-old ghost up the mountain, Junzei also focused on cultivating up and getting his mana up as soon as possible. For the next 2 months, Juniper entered a very quiet period of development. No one is disturbed, no one is in trouble, and the only thing you can focus on is practicing your cultivation. Although the aura of the village and the mountains is insufficient, Junzishing is in the golden finger enough to go against the grain. The rate of mana growth was methodical, and 2 months down the line, he broke through to 20,000 years of Dao. The size of the augur body also skyrocketed, but since Junzei stayed in the folks' residence, he practiced in the posture of a small snake. Therefore, it has been suppressed, prepared to repress and then raise. Truly speaking, the most worthless attribute of the great dragon phase skill, the power of the great Tao of the chaotic beginning dragon, was the rapid enhancement of mana. Being able to constantly transform the body, condense the dragon soul, and practice the dragon pattern was the true mystery. Just by augmenting the dragon, the body was built to resemble a real dragon, and no one would believe it if they said it. Previously, whether it was the land god or Zhong Kuei, when facing Junzei, they would often be in a trance thinking that they were facing a real dragon, and that's exactly why. Along with this, the dragon authority emanating from Junzei was becoming more and more orthodox, the ability to innately overwhelm your opponent and be undefeated. Oftentimes, Juniper wasn't sure just how strong he was. It only felt as if he wasn't at that level of an ordinary demon king. Especially recently, with the rapid growth of mana, the sense of having to cross the tribulation in the underworld was also stronger than one wave. It seemed as if the Heavenly Lord was asking him to hurry up and cross the threshold. All Junzei could do was to deaden that nebulous sense of the transition. I'm only 20,000 000 years old and you want me to cross the threshold. Wasn't trying to chop me up while I was at it. But in these 2 months, Junzei's greatest gain was not mana, but merit. The black and white irregulars ambushed the general altar of the 10,000 ghost cave and exterminated the ghosts as they saw fit. Thanks to the undercover old geezer as a curator, that effect was immediate. The 10,000-year-old ghosts alone had killed dozens of them, and those under 10,000 years old were even more numerous. Junzei's entire head was now covered in 100,000 merit scales, solid as gold. The meritorious scales that followed also began to cover towards the area below the head. It could be said that the current Junzei was at the bottom of the heap even if he were to cross the threshold immediately. At least it's guaranteed not to go up in smoke. But he still wanted to wait. He had been off the mountain for less than 3 months. This amount of time is too little for a cultivating creature. On this day, Fong Zhang, the snake catcher boy, returned from the marketplace to purchase some daily necessities. Along the way, he noticed a very strange phenomenon. How is it that lately we're always seeing big rats, and one bigger than the other? The founder murmured. He had just heard in the marketplace that in the next village, a rat as fat as a rabbit had also been found, and it was very scary. In the end, he was surrounded by a group of people and beaten to death with a wooden stick for good measure. Rats are reasonably common, but a rat of that size could never be raised by a village or a pick. Must have come down from the mountains. The people in many villages are already talking about whether there is going to be a rat infestation. One was scared out of his wits. Well, no, there must be a demon when things go wrong. I need to report this matter to the Dragon King Sama. The founder nodded fervently, but he was unaware that behind him, he was now followed by a flickering fluorescent rat spirit. Chapter 060, The Rat King's Stronghold. Lady Taihang Mountains. The Rat Pack. Inside a cave on a mountain, there were fragrant images being presented. A man with a lean figure and ugly face was pressing up and down on a voluptuous and beautiful woman. Desire to commit misdeeds. LOL. What's your hurry, Your Majesty? I'm not going to run away. The beauty of the woman's appearance is delicate. The complexion is white. The eyes are drawn to look at the lean man who pressed on his body, subtly and gently pushed away. Beauty, can I not be in a hurry? It's been days since I've made out with you. The great king still says so. My concubine thought that she was old and disliked by the great king. No, the lean man hurriedly explained. It's not that His Eminence Evergreen sent a mission to this king, asking him to find the scaly dragon hiding in the village under the mountain for him. This gives this king busy. Beauty, you come from under the mountain. You should know. Want to find people from tens of thousands of villages inside. Undoubtedly as a needle in a haystack. It turned out that this lean man was the rat king of the rat lineage, and his body was a flying divine rat with an extraordinary lineage, born with wings. And there's a unique aptitude. It's just that you can drip urine into a rat. A pea down. Dripping into a rat. It's more exaggerated than scattering beans. However, this rat king was not a 72 cave lord demon king, and his strength was only at the level of an ordinary demon king. Taihang Mountain, with its many races, that race wanted to become a 72 cave master power, and had to meet 2 requirements. One is that the race itself is powerful. The second is that the racial monarchs themselves are powerful. You can't have one without the other. The rats don't fit the bill on either count, and the beautiful woman underneath him is not a rat demon in disguise, but the rat king in the village under the mountain robbed the pressure of the lady. It is said that as soon as the rat king saw this beautiful woman that day, his eyes glowed, and he fell in love at first sight, and he could not stay away from her any longer. The beautiful woman has a husband and children. How can she obey the rat king? Has been to death, vowed not to obey. It wasn't until the mouse king threatened her husband and children down the hill that she had to comply. But it must be said that the rat king can be 1,000 times better for the beautiful woman. Not only day after day mountain delicacies, silk, but also give her to eat heavenly treasures. When that fruit is eaten, the face is radiant, the skin is white and tender, just like an 18-year-old girl. Compared to her days at the bottom of the mountain, it was a time when she didn't have enough to eat, couldn't wear warm clothes, and was either worried about ghosts and monsters claiming her life or demonic scourges, and you have to labor at times, in the wind and sun. But even so, the beautiful woman was still preoccupied with her husband and children. How could he be truly in love with the rat king? Also, this rat king is really ugly looking. It's one of those old colored skins that's short, old, and ugly. In their village, they are the kind of people who can't find a daughter-in-law. Every time the beautiful woman got into bed with it, she couldn't eat for days, but with an ugly appearance. You can't blame the Mouse King. When a demon takes form, the phase is originally born from the heart. It is not up to you to decide what you become. A creature like a rat was born with thieving eyes, and basically, after transforming into a human, its appearance was very ugly. Of course, it's not 100%. Breed pedigree is important too, The rat line isn't all ugly. There is said to be a golden-nosed, white-furred mouse of excellent character that resembles a fox, once transformed into human beings. The male is handsome and looks better than Pannon, and the female possesses the face of a sinking fish and falling geese. But the golden-nosed white-haired rat is very rare, belonging to 1,000,000 rats, cannot come out of the existence of one great king. You just said that His Eminence Evergreen asked you to capture the scaly dragon. Is that true? The beautiful woman's eyes suddenly lit up. The rat king grasped the fair hand of the beautiful woman and stroked it. Not grasping. This king is responsible for finding, and after finding it and reporting to His Eminence, this task will be completed. The king is confused. You are not often said that the Evergreen Venerable do not pay attention to you. Now there is such a good opportunity to show merit. How can you let it go in vain? To find what credit? Only will you go down the mountain personally will be captured by the scaly dragon. This is a great merit. The Mouse King smiled sarcastically. Beauty, you don't know. That ogre dragon seems to have been born not long ago, but it's a perverted monster. It's not easy to catch. The beautiful woman drew her hand back and pretended to be angry. Your Majesty, you usually do not always boast about how powerful you are. You can fly to the sky and hide from the world. Omnipotent. How? Now the original form is revealed, right? When these words came out, the Mouse King jumped to his feet. Beauty, you don't think that this king is afraid of that little scaly dragon? Don't look at it as a dragon, but it's as easy for this king to pinch it to death as it is to pinch an ant, as the saying goes. People fight for a breath of air, and Buddha fights for an incense burner. How could the Mouse King suffer being belittled by the woman he loved? The beautiful woman smiled coldly. In that case, the great king will go and capture the dragon under the mountain. When I was a child, I heard the old man say that the dragon meat in the sky, the donkey meat under the ground. If you eat the dragon meat, you can prolong your blessed life and live forever. After saying that, the beautiful woman looked deeply at the Mouse King again. Concubine is just a flesh-eyed mortal, now over 30, soon to be old and yellow, thinking that I can't accompany your highness for long. But if I can eat a piece of dragon meat, I may be able to accompany your highness for a few more 100 years. Doesn't your Majesty want to be with my concubine for a long time? The Mouse King's heart melted as he listened to the words, and his head nodded like garlic. One clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. Beauty, don't worry. Once we find the whereabouts of the ogre dragon, this king will go down the mountain and capture it, fulfilling Beauty's heart of wanting to eat dragon meat. Saying that, the Mouse King once again pressed the beautiful woman underneath him, impatiently, totally unnoticed a touch of cunning and disgust in the eyes of the beautiful woman underneath her. Report, Your Majesty, the dragon has been found. The Mouse King froze, and the eyes of the beautiful woman underneath her lit up. Got it. Go gather the clan's elites and go down the mountain with this king tomorrow to catch the dragon. The beautiful woman pushed the Mouse King away. Great king, since the ogre has been found, what are we waiting for tomorrow? Let's go down the mountain to catch it now, lest there be a sudden change. Don't worry, Beauty, the dragon can't run away. The Mouse King could not wait to become one with the beauty now. How could he leave? Your Highness, catching the scaly dragon is important. My concubine will personally cook and wait for your highness to return from his triumph. The Mouse King thought about it and could only get up helplessly. Alright, then this king will go now. After giving the beautiful woman a hard kiss on the cheek, the Mouse King had to leave reluctantly. The beautiful woman on the bed wiped her face with her own handkerchief at the first opportunity, then looked at the back of the Rat King's departure, her eyes filled with hatred. The Mouse King threatens her husband and children in order to force her to throw in the towel. But the beautiful woman knew in her heart that her husband and children had long been brutally murdered by the Rat King. The only reason she's still alive now is because she wants to get revenge and watch the Mouse King die. At that moment, the beautiful woman got up, knelt down, folded her hands, and whispered to herself, Lord Jiolong, I have no intention of offending you. I really have no choice. I hope that you will be able to use your might to kill the Rat King and avenge my husband and children. As the words left her mouth, she picked up another sharp dagger and slashed towards her left palm. The blood trickled out like running water, dripping crimson. She raised her left hand and said solemnly, Lord Jiaolong, my concubine hereby swears to you with the blood in my palm that as long as the Mouse King is dead, my wife will hang herself from a beam to atone for her sins. To you. Chapter 061 36 Big Dipper 72 Earthly Furies. Wanning Village, Fong Zhang's house. You say a lot of big rats have appeared in the nearby villages, looking like they'd become sperm? Junzei was coiled on the beams of the room, listening to Fong Zhang's words in deep thought. After a while, you don't have to worry about it. Just do what you have to do. Oh, Founder answered and left. Junzei quickly put a confident smile on his face as his mana reached 20,000 years of Dao. Comprehended a very useful great spell aptitude. It's called Reverse Knowledge of the Future. As the name suggests, this spell, once cast, can see into the past or present as well as the future, and is good at understanding heaven's opportunities and foreknowledge. It can be wonderful. A little bit of arithmetic can make one's luck turn. Not will step on the wrong side. Junzei instantly closed his eyes up and cast reverse knowledge of the future to start projecting. Soon he deduced what was going on with the big rats that Founder was talking about. And soon he knew who had instructed these rats to come. Even a picture appeared in Juniper's mind. A look at what was soon about to happen. He saw countless rat demons surrounding Wudong village. And he saw a giant rat king with a pair of wings descend. And one has a life and death battle with the rat king. The entire population of Wudong village will be affected. Junzei even saw himself rejoining Taihang Mountain in a murderous mood. Opened the ferry. As for what caused Junzei to suddenly choose to cross the threshold, he could not calculate it. It was as if continuing to project was going to backfire. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Junzei opened his eyes. This spell aptitude of knowing the future in reverse was truly terrifying. It allowed Juniper to put what was about to happen right away into perspective. When he had first escaped from his golden cicada and left Taihang Mountain by faking his death, he really couldn't hide it from the deep mountain demon king for too long. Real trouble is coming. But it's trouble and an opportunity. It's an opportunity to brush up on monsters and practice to increase your experience value. In addition, as he continued to comprehend the spells and aptitudes, Junzei also finally knew the provenance of these heaven and earth mysteries. The so-called 36 methods of the Big Dipper and 72 techniques of the earthly fury. The wonderful laws of heaven and earth are all there. The 36 methods of the Big Dipper are about 3 inexhaustible and 6 infinite, with 36 representing the meaning of infinity, the great changes of the Big Dipper. And the main use of the earthly 72 techniques is to avoid the damage caused by the 3 plagues of heavenly thunder, in fire and by wind, and in this way to realize the wish of eternal life. In Journey to the West, the Monkey King chose the 72 transformations in order to live forever. Many of the spells that Junzei had comprehended in the early stages were spells within the 72 changes, such as the opening of the valley, the devil's prayer, the gathering of beasts, the summoning of clouds, and even more so, the exorcism of the gods, which belongs to the 72 changes of the earth's fates, while the sighs of the Rui, turning rivers and seas, calling the wind and rain, raising the dead, and knowing the future against all odds, belong to the method of the Big Dipper. The spells within the 36 heavenly deities were basically all great magical powers, possessing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, such as which mediate the creation, mending the sky and bathing in the sun, back to the sky, but also all the great power to change the sky and the earth. One random door and you're invincible. Of course, Junzei also believed that as his magic power became stronger and stronger, no matter if it was the 36 heavenly deities or the 72 earthly deities, there were spells in there that he could comprehend. But it's a matter of time. Right now, however, Junzei began to hesitate whether or not he should call Feng Zhang to come over and disperse the people in the village. But that doesn't really help. He had already projected it just now. Even if he asked Feng Zhang to do it, and asked him to tell the people of Wudong village that a calamity was about to happen here, and no one will believe it, much less will anyone leave. After all, who would labor over empty words? Everything is destiny. In fact, if Zhong Kuei were around, just turn over the life and death genealogy in his hands and you will find that the people of Wudong village have long been shown to have reached the end of their lifespan. In other words, the people of Wudong village should have all died long ago. The reason was simple. Because Feng Zhang, a teenager with a purine body, when his protective Buddhist jade cracked, it emitted a gloomy and cold aura, inviting the ghosts and monsters in a 100-mile radius. Not only did he die himself, but the entire village of Wudong had all its yang energy sucked out by the ghosts and monsters. The village was thus delisted in the suburbs. But because Junzei, the augur dragon burdened with merit, came and protected Feng Zhang, it was also equivalent to preserving the entire Wudong village. What about this one? As the saying goes, save a man to the end, send the Buddha to the west. After all, after staying in this village for a few months, Junzei still didn't want these innocent people to die a horrible death. He had wanted to just pull away on his own. But the result of the projection was that he himself had gone away, and the Rat King had pounced with the rat demons. The people have been given the opportunity to take out their anger on the people in a fit of rage. The result is still the same. The only best outcome was to let these people leave the village for the time being. Junzei suddenly had a plan and called Feng Zhang, a young snake catcher, and ordered him to hold a large piece of gold and go to the village to call out. He said that he had discovered a place with a gold mine, and if he didn't go there to dig, it would be discovered by people from other villages. Nice guy. Just because of that statement alone, the whole village rioted, from the children down to the elderly. A swarm of people followed Feng Zhang. Then don't even let go. It didn't take long for Wudong village to become an empty fortress. It's quiet. It's frighteningly quiet. Junzei understood human nature too well. The so-called money makes the world go round. In the face of absolute interests, people can even become crazier and scarier than ghosts. Next, Junzei came alone to the center of the village and waited, silently, for the rats to attack. Since I've been down the mountain, all I've come into contact with are ghosts, and demons are rather uncommon. Nostalgia for the days when devouring a 10,000-year-old demon could skyrocket 1,000 years of Tao. If Junzei hadn't gone down the mountain and stayed in the crouching dragon pool to cultivate, his current Tao is definitely more than 20,000 years old. But then again, you can't rake in 100,000 merits if you want that. After a moment of boring rambling, Juniper's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt the demonic aura, like a wild storm coming in. Between the whisker roots, it seemed as if the entire heaven and earth had become oppressive, and the dust on the ground began to fly. A vibration came from the ground. Immediately, there were countless rats as fat as rabbits swarming into Wudong village. The clutter of voices made one's head spin. There were also dozens of 10,000-year-old rat demons that had turned into humans that descended from the sky and spread out around Junzei. It could be said that all the experts from the mouse lineage had come. Only a sharp voice could be heard at first. That little snake is what the auger dragon is transformed into. Don't be confused by its appearance. Junzei was as calm as water. He had seen this image when he knew the future backwards. What I'm experiencing now is like a replay of the next day. There were more and more fat rats around, almost to the point of being waterlogged. They surrounded a small snake in 3 layers. His back arched involuntarily and his body exploded. Make an attack. Cut. These goods are here to disgust him? Junzei's pair of candle-like golden pupils plainly swept the group of rats, and wherever his gaze went, it was like 2 razor-sharp fronts. It was also like a famous sword that had been hidden in its sheath for years and years was suddenly pulled out by its owner. In an instant, the surrounding densely packed group of rats were shocked and began to shiver in sincere fear. What a coward! Junzei snorted, his eyes narrowing in a muddy, stone-faced manner. At this instant, the group of rats only felt that in their minds. They were slammed in by a mountain that came across the sky. There was a buzzing in his head. And then, boom boom boom, countless rats collectively exploded with a loud bang, turning into gusts of blood mist. The scene was so bloody that the entire ground of Wudong village was instantly dyed red. Why did you send so many minions? Juniper said softly, quite unintelligibly. Daredevils, they don't even dare to die like this. What effect can they have? Ha! He looked like he was talking to himself, but he suddenly looked up at the sky. Mouse King, this Jiao is asking you. A huge rat's head appeared in the sky, hideous and demonic. P.S. I've noticed that a lot of people don't know much about the realms in the book, and I blame that on me for not writing it out systematically. Demon race, 100 years into the essence of the small beasts and monsters, more than 1,000 years for the small demon, more than 5,000 years for the big demon. Breakthrough 10,000 years, called 10,000 years of demon. 50,000 years for the demon chieftain. 100,000 years, is the race of demon king? More than 200,000 years, for the cave master demon king, and then it is the highest level of the deep mountain demon king. The level is no longer the mana to calculate the strength of the stream of ghosts and gods, from 1 to 9 grades, the 4th grade against the 10,000-year-old demon, the 3rd grade against the racial demon king, the 2nd grade against the cave lord demon king, and the 1st grade of the rightful god against the deep mountain demon king. Don't confuse the demon king with the cave master demon king. Whereas the human realm is measured in orders, the plot of the human race begins when the protagonist transforms into a dragon. Chapter 062, 2,000 feet Jiao-long body, sweeping away everything. Ha ha ha. The dragon is actually hiding in a small village, showing itself as a small snake. Don't you think it's dishonoring the dragon's identity? The giant rat's head in the firmament screamed a strange taunt. Junzei snorted at his words. What's wrong with the little snake? The little snake is scaring your lineage of racial demon kings who don't dare to show their true bodies. What are you afraid of? Nonsense. This king 100,000 years of Taoist behavior plus body. Why fear you, a small dragon? To catch you. Why need this king to personally go out? Whoosh. Dozens of 10,000-year rat demons instantly landed 3 feet away from Junzei, eyeing him intently. The demonic aura boiled over. Junzei laughed and looked around the circle. These rat demons had powerful breaths, creepy demonic auras, and ugly looks that were really unpleasant to look at. If he turned into a human being with this appearance, he would simply whip himself to death. 1,000 experience value for one wild monster. 10 will be 10,000. There are 34 of them here. All of them were given to devour, and were able to pull Junzei's 50,000 experience bar right up to full capacity. That's good, Mouseketeer. Thank you. The giant rat's head hanging in the firmament froze, confused at the sound. Thank him for what? in the next moment, only to see the miniature little snake's aura open up. A terrifying and incomparable dragon's might swept out, calling out to the heavens and the earth. Immediately, his size began to skyrocket, and as it did, each and every scale under his torso was as raw as precious jade, flowing with the dominance of Gaius. Immediately afterward, a brilliant sense of oppression, like Tarzan pressing down towards the nearby 36 10,000-year-old rat demons, suppressed them. These rat demons braced their horrified gazes as they watched a scaly dragon reveal its original form, knuckle-dragging its way up the mountain. That terrifying dragon's might was terrifying. Put. There were several 10,000-year-old rat demons who could hardly withstand the pressure of the auger dragon. Actually couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of heavy blood. How is this possible? Those blood-spitting rat demons themselves couldn't accept such a fact. You have to know that this auger dragon is only at the 10,000-year-old demon level. Everyone is in the same realm. But the other party actually made them spit out blood just by the pressure they emitted. It shows that it looks like everyone is in the same realm. The truth is that there is a world of difference. Luckily, only a few slightly weaker rat demons lost their lives. The rest barely withstood it. But at that moment, a thick shadow overpowered them. The original small snake, transformed into a towering and huge pillar of the prime, stood in the suburb. And all of them, the rat demons, had become mole-like existences. Geez, over 2,000 feet? The rat demons looked up and couldn't help but rise up in trepidation. That's too big. So much so that this auger body became even bigger and more terrifying when it faced Zhong Kuei in the first place. Junzai's Dao hadn't risen for nothing. A bunch of fools. Don't be shocked by the auger. Do it together. Marveling at the power of your enemy only weakens your own momentum. The giant rat's head in the sky growled shrilly. The rat demons were reminded by their own great king. Their fear tightened and their eyes glazed over. One after another, they shifted and manifested their original forms. It turns into a mountainous giant rat with long fangs in its mouth. The sharp claws of the limbs were even sharper, like swords. Due to the appearance of these giant rats, the entire Wudong village's houses were razed to the ground at once. The dragon stood up in the sky, surrounded on all sides by giant rats like mountains, giving the illusion of Ultraman fighting monsters. The people of the surrounding villages and hamlets were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene, and each one of them dragged their families and fled. Stay away from Wudong village, a place of wrongdoing. However, as big as the giant rat was, it was still too worthless compared to the 2,000-odd feet of the auger dragon. But these 10,000-year-old rat demons had no choice. The Jiaolong was too huge. If they didn't manifest their original form and fight with the body of a human, there's no fight at all. He himself wasn't as big as a dragon scale on the other side. The saying that dragons are above all things is by no means a play on words. Just one auger alone is so daunting. More than 30 of them fighting one. Obviously they were all at the 10,000-year-old demon level. But it made these rat demons feel like they were the weaker party. Before the fight even really started, the heart was already in the right place. Junzai's pair of candle-like golden pupils eyed everything at that moment, completely manifesting his auger body. He then had a feeling of invincibility. A dragon's might swept out in a mountainous row. A dozen or so giant rats were instantly sent flying. Unstoppable. The abyssal mouth opened and rushed downwards with a mouthful of dragon flame. The blazing temperature and power destroyed the world. It directly burned a few giant rats to the point of screaming without the ability to fight back. Take the mountain. Junzai's mind moved and he began to cast attack spells, only to see one meteorite after another appear in the sky, smashing down hard towards the giant rats below. Tanshan is the art of moving mountains, the original form of the five-finger mountain. Those rat demons were smashed in the head and eyes. Junzai has always adhered to the principle of striking first and suffering later, taking advantage of your illness. As soon as the attack begins, the enemy will never be given a moment's respite. Moreover, these rat demons were not in his sights at all. When he had just broken through the 10,000-year-old demons, Junzai felt that he could fight 10 of them by himself. Now 20,000 years of Taoism is 100,000 merits to protect the body. These goods, they're just not good enough. It would be a tough battle if the Mouse King himself came out to do battle with Junzai. On the contrary, this Rat King was too conservative and did not have the dominance of a Demon King, choosing to let his subordinates step in. Then Juniper will not be polite. A dragon power wrapped around a wounded giant rat and threw it into the sky. The dragon's mouth opened, clicking and devouring in one bite. 1,000 experience points in hand. Next, it's all this scene. A head of giant rats screamed and wailed as they fell into the mouth of the dragon. The images were brutal and violent, but the benefits were too great for Juniper. The breath of his auger rose in power by swallowing a mouse. The mana in his body was even soaring. The 2,000-odd feet in size drew up with it. 30,000 years of Taoism. 40,000 years of Taoism. The rat's head in the sky looked on in horror. What is this auger? It's too brutal. The Mouse King has always been cautious by nature and has always preferred to pick up soft pinches. This time when it went down the mountain to catch the scaly dragon, it also chose the safest way to fight. Wanting to use his men first, he digested the power of the auger and distracted him. He himself hid in the shadows, and when he saw the right moment, he gave the auger a killing blow. This is foolproof. Obviously, as a racial demon king, with 100,000 years of Tao in his body, he still couldn't get rid of his rat's mentality. Just loved to hide in the shadows and get shady. But who would have thought that this Jiao Long is far more perverted than the Rat King imagined, and his Rat Clan's experts are nothing in the other party's eyes. And now a bite. The Mouse King had clearly sensed that the Auger Dragon had devoured his men, and his aura began to skyrocket. It gets scarier and scarier. It can be called a stolen chicken. No, the king cannot wait any longer. Only the huge rat head of the dome of the sky turned psychic and regal. In the next second, a lean and strong black-robed man stepped out from within the giant rat's head. His demonic aura was monstrous, covering the sky, and a dark gray aura was boiling around him. It caused the surrounding space to start distorting at an extremely high speed. Jiao Long, go to hell for this king. Dressed in a black robe, the Rat King's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and under the powerful demonic aura, he slapped a palm with one hand out of thin air towards the Jiao Long. This palm was like thunder on the flat earth, and the roaring sound was unceasing. This palm contained the power of the Mouse King's 100,000 years of Tao. Due to the nature of the rat's heart, the Rat King never underestimates his opponents, but whenever he strikes, he will do his best. This is very similar to Junzai, who can kill his opponent directly and never make a second move, only to see a huge palm hundreds of feet in size appear out of thin air right above the scaly dragon. The darkness and the shock, with the power of destroying the sky and earth, it slapped down towards the auger's head. It was also at this moment that a dozen villages below were instantly razed to the ground due to the appearance of this palm. Became a ruin. Chapter 063, Deep Mountain Demon King strikes again, destroying the world. In fact, the Rat King had chosen the right time to strike at this time. As Jelong Juanza devoured the 20th 10,000-year-old rat demon, he fell into a state of sluggishness. With the extremely rapid increase in mana, 2 heaven and earth mysterious laws were comprehended in the tripod lake in his mind. It's not the 36 Big Dipper or the 72 changes of the earth's fury. However, it is a great magical power of the first class in heaven and earth. At 30,000 years of Tao, Junzai comprehended and dripped blood to be reborn. At 40,000 years of Tao, Junzai comprehended that the law of the heavens was like the earth, and the appearance of these 2 spells' great avatars made Junzai feel like the entire world had brightened up a few points. All of a sudden it turned hyper. The blood drop rebirth would need no introduction. A great recovery type spell that Junzai had been waiting for. After comprehending this spell, it doesn't matter how badly you are injured, even if your entire body is destroyed, even if your flesh and bones are thwarted, but as long as there's a drop of blood left, then flesh and blood can be derived. Resurrection. It's like the undefeatable. Junzai could love this spell aptitude too much. He didn't dare to easily cross the heavenly tribulation of transforming dragon. Firstly, he wasn't strong enough, and secondly, he mainly wanted to wait until he had comprehended this blood drop rebirth technique. In this way, in conjunction with the merit protection body, Junzai was innately invincible. Even if he failed to cross the threshold, the Heavenly Lord couldn't fuck him up. There's still a chance for a comeback. And the spell aptitude, Fatian D, was even more remarkable. This divine power can be arbitrarily changed into big and small. The power also changes with the change. Once performed, the body can be up to 10,000 feet huge, up to the 33 heavens, down to the 18 layers of hell. It can be said to have its head in the sky and its feet on the ground, truly looking out of the world. There are 3 invincible forbidden arts in the journey to the west. Rulai's Buddha kingdom in the palm of his hand, Jin Yuanzi's Qiankuan in his sleeve, and then this door of the Dharma heaven and earth. Junzai's auger body was originally known for its strong physical body, and now as his mana rushed to 40,000 years in one fell swoop, his body size followed suit and skyrocketed to 4,000 feet. Right now, if he wanted to perform the Dharma heavenly palace, it wouldn't be as simple as 10,000 feet. It could be said that the comprehension of these 2 spells and aptitudes had allowed Junzai's bottom line to increase infinitely. He's not afraid of anyone anymore. At this moment, Junzai couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. However, there was a loud rumbling above his head, and a destructive intrusion came down. Junzai suddenly looked up and saw a huge palm of hundreds of feet descending from the sky, the power and strength of which was rare. The rows of space explosions along the way began with chaos. After only one look, the pupils of his eyes shrunk and filled with contempt. Mouse King, you are too late to strike. it's already too late. What if this Jiaolong suffers this slap from you? Junzai did not dodge or avoid. The huge augur head that was protected by merit and virtue was radiant with holy light, erupting with a divine and inviolable light. The giant palm slapped solidly on Junzai's head, and the heavens and earth shook with it. Rows and rows of violent airwaves swept out in all directions. The Rat King who was standing in the sky had a stern look in his eyes as he heatedly laughed strangely. This Jiaolong really doesn't know the sky in the sky. The power of his own palm is definitely something you can't imagine. Relying on your big head to carry it? It's the same as carrying your own life. I don't know how to die. In the next second, the Mouse King almost fell from the vault, and the smile on his face froze with it. After one palm, the augur dragon was still the same augur dragon that stood between heaven and earth, not even bending its body. The palm it struck with 100,000 years of Taoism did no damage? Monster! That's one big indestructible monster. A wave of coolness rushed from the soles of the Rat King's feet straight to the sky, and a pair of eyes were wide open, transmitting incomparable shock. I'm afraid this king can't take the Jiaolong. It's better to retreat here and let Venerable Evergreen take action. The Mouse King's heart was in retreat. It didn't want to fight with the Jiaolong in a life and death battle. At the end of the day, that's not what it's supposed to do. The Mouse King wouldn't even have come down the mountain if he hadn't been compelled by his own squeeze. Poof! Mouse King, who told you to take action against Jiaolong without authorization? Suddenly, a majestic voice appeared in the Mouse King's mind, permeated with dissatisfaction. The Mouse King's mind shook, and the pupils of his eyes contracted as he fiercely looked in the direction of the castle in the trees of Taihang Mountain. Almost gave a knee. On the tree castle, Gu Changming stood with his arms folded, his white clothes fluttering, as if he were an exiled immortal, untainted by mortal dust. His deep eyes took in the suburb. It's said that it's better to be impressed when you're not in the same place as the rest of the world. That augur that faked its way out of his hands grew up really fast. It was so fast that this deep mountain demon king, who had lived for 10,000 years, was astonished. With 40,000 years of Dao and 4,000 Zhang, he was able to completely rely on his physical body to withstand a demon king's attack without being injured. That alone is sick enough. If the other party wasn't taking the route of a transforming dragon, Gu Changming really wanted to receive this outstanding person under his command. He had seen many amazing cultivation geniuses. The one that can be so stunning that it makes Gu Changming uneasy is one example of this. That stupid bastard, the Mouse King, who had accomplished more than he had accomplished, had actually concealed his strike from him, giving the Jiaolong an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Let's end it here. A flash of killing intent flashed underneath Gu Changming's eyes as he once again stretched out a finger remotely towards the scaly dragon. Under one finger, there was a shocking and terrifying power condensing at great speed, and the void of the castle on the tree immediately presented a shocking and terrifying vision. Obviously, this time, Gu Changming was serious. This finger didn't venture out, but rather, it was continuously storing up its strength and condensing its majestic power. And as the majestic power intensified, a sound like muffled thunder rapidly stirred in the sky above. The violent hurricane-like power ripples swept out wave after wave with that finger as the center. The mountain peaks near the castle on the tree suddenly crumbled apart, and boulders continued to rumble and roll down. Little fellow, you're also proud enough. This honored one hasn't made a serious strike, and I don't know how long. The corners of Gu Changming's mouth were slightly hooked, and his killing intent was already hard to hide. Boom! A pillar of destructive light of unparalleled power erupted from his fingertips. The pillar of light was blazing from the top down, destroying everything, and pointing directly at the location of the suburb. It's like a super missile launch. The visuals presented are unprecedented. Wherever the light pillars went, whether they encountered mountain peaks or rows of trees, they were all destroyed. With an unstoppable momentum, it went straight for the jugular. The most terrifying thing was that this pillar of light power, it wasn't bursting out of Gu Changming's fingertips offhand, but rather a continuous output. There is a constant infusion of energy. This deep mountain demon king of Taihang Mountain was determined to see that scaly dragon completely pinched to death by himself before he was willing to give up. He wouldn't allow any more surprises this time. The face of the ruler, the majesty of the ruler, all of them are thrown aside first. It's only been a few months since the dragon came down from the mountain, and it's already become a real powerhouse. To not kill again this time, the consequences are endless. It is not good to say that the landscape of Taihang Mountain is about to change drastically, and there will be a fifth ruler. Chapter 064, Committing Heavy Sins. Karmic fire descends. Junzai, who had just received a slap from the Mouse King, was unharmed, and the battle intent in his eyes was instantly high. This big head of his was protected by 100,000 merits. If he couldn't even block the Rat King's attack, it's not funny. I just swiped a bunch of wild monsters, so it's the boss's turn this time. Race Demon King? Junzai really didn't put it in his eyes now. At the end of the day, It's just a stinky rat. A rat's heart can't make it big after all. If the Mouse King had struck out at the beginning, Junzai would have been a little wary of it. Prejudiced cringing. Right now, Junzai couldn't look at those 10,000-year-old demonic wild monsters. If he could devour the Rat King, wouldn't he be rich? He was about to step on the Rat King's corpse, thus opening the path to transforming into a dragon. Just when Junzai was being ambitious, but for no reason a warning sign popped up in his heart. Hoheim looked up, only to see a devastating pillar of light power bursting forth. Containing a shocking and terrifying might, it had completely departed from the level of the Demon King. No good. The Demon King of the Deep Mountain. He's making a sneak attack on me again. Junzai exploded. And in the next moment, his looming, gigantic augur body was enveloped by the power of a blazing pillar of light. Devoured. And the terrifying power of the pillar of light completely struck the augur, instantly penetrating through heaven and earth. The suburb boomed with a terrifying explosion. The power was so great and the range so wide that the village land in a 100-mile radius was destroyed in an instant. It was reduced to a barren wasteland, with not an inch of grass. No life could escape from such a terrifying force. No. And at the same time, Kyoto was being affected by a wave of earthquakes. The ground seemed to be lifting. The royal grandchildren and nobles of Kyoto, the dignitaries, all of them panicked. And the face of Xia Shozuan of the Demon Beheading Division, who was sitting in Kyoto, changed greatly, rushed out at the first time, flew up to the sky, looked at the suburb from afar, and was shocked beyond words, eyes wide open. Even his breathing couldn't help but stop. Good end of the suburb, dotted with villages and villages, the people of the world. At the moment, appeared a large piece of land in ruins, thick smoke tossing, such as falling into the sea of smoke. The voices of countless grumbling ghosts sobbing like wandering souls could be seen faintly. How could this happen? Which Deep Mountain Demon King struck out and dared to be so reckless? Xia Shozuan was stunned and could be shaken in the sky. Just by taking a look at the size of the ruins, he knew that the people of at least hundreds of villages and hamlets on the outskirts had turned their eyes and died. This will definitely shake the court and alarm the world. And I'm afraid that he, as the head honcho of the hallowed Demon Beheading Division, won't have a good time either. But whenever a demon strikes out and wreaks havoc on a party, he is to blame. The same is true of the Kunlun Ruins Holy Land. It turns out that recently Xia Shozuan chose a consort for His Majesty, resulting in public discontent, and all the officials are also dissatisfied with him. Said that he occupies a latrine and does not pull it. As the head honcho of the Demon Beheading Division does not subdue the demons and does not get rid of the demons, but instead acts as a pimp for the emperor, netting the world's demon girls. But since there has not been any major demonic scourge recently, and he was ordered to choose a consort with the backing of His Holiness, the 100 officials can't do anything about him. But right now, hundreds of villages on the outskirts are destroyed and countless people are dead. The gravity of the situation cannot be overstated. Xia Shozuan could see the scene of impeachment of himself flying all over the place. I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on to his position as head honcho. Even if His Majesty wanted to protect it, he couldn't find a way to say it. Damn it, is the Deep Mountain Demon King crazy, or has he taken the wrong medicine? What's the point of striking out at the mortal people in the suburbs for a good reason? Isn't it afraid of the wrath of heaven? Xia Shozuan broke down and cursed. Looking at the size of the ruins, he was able to do this. The only one is the Deep Mountain Demon King on Taihang Mountain, but he couldn't figure out why. Normally, the stronger a demon is, the less likely it is to strike out at mortals, as it is easy to be tainted with evil. In the lesser case, the fire of karma is added to the body, and in the greater case, the wrath of heaven is inflicted. And that's just one of the reasons. The second reason is that when the Dasha dynasty rules the world, there is no room for such things to happen. You can kill hundreds or thousands of mortals and pretend you didn't see it, but you commit such a sin all at once. The court can't even pretend to be invisible if they want to. If there is no action, how can I explain to the people of the world? Citing, the Qintian supervision is even more greatly shaken. The first grade of the positive God City God's eyes exploded with a cold aura, and he saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood in the underworld. The image of the wronged souls floating around. Asshole, asshole, asshole. The city god said 3 assholes in a row, his nostrils smoldering with anger, and a projected image appeared in front of his eyes, exactly where the suburban ruins are. When the gods that filled the great hall saw this image, their expressions were hard to remain calm. One by one, they sucked in their breath there. Immediately afterward, he felt a terrifying pressure from the Masamune god permeating out. It's hard for them to breathe when they're pressed. They all knelt down and said in unison, "Please calm your anger, immortal master. Quit being angry." The city god is so angry that he is going to spit blood. He can say very responsibly, with the current public sentiment and public voice, how many of those people who died tragically died? How many resentful ghosts will appear in the world? because those ordinary people have no idea how they died. How can you not resent or hate or turn into a ghost? Willing to go to the casting? Who did this to you? I'm not done with it. The city god had a murderous look on his face. Hundreds of villages on the outskirts of the city were destroyed, and the head honcho of the demon beheading division could not be blamed, while he, the Chintian supervisor, was responsible for cleaning up the mess. The simple phrase is that the entire pantheon of gods have their hands full. Looking at the power, the Deep Mountain Demon King can't escape. I'm afraid it's the one in the tree castle. As for the reason, I'm afraid I still need to investigate in detail. One of the chief officials said with fear and trepidation, fearing that a word not spoken well would provoke the city god to take offense. Immortal. Look, what a big head. At the ruins in the projected image, when the smoke gradually dissipated, a head the size of a mountain rolled out of the deep pit. The gods took a closer look and their jaws dropped. It's actually an augur head. It looked as if it had been cut down by a large knife in the hands of an executioner. No body was visible, and a large head alone looked shocking. And what was most alarming was that this augur head had lost its body but not its vitality. The entire head glowed with a blazing holy light. Merit protects the body. What an augur head! With a glance, the city god marveled. And in the next second he seemed to understand something. It looks like what the Deep Mountain Demon King really wants to kill is not the mortal people, but this scaly dragon. The people of those villages were just unlucky in their luck and lost their homes and their lives to the calamity. Immortal. Could it be that it is the Taihang Mountain Jiao dragon that privately rained down some time ago? It's unbelievable. The whole head is protected by merit. It managed to avoid a disaster. While the mortal people suffered innocently, the people have suffered innocently, and I, the Chintian supervisor, have been innocently implicated. It's really abominable. The gods rose up in righteous indignation. On the flip side, the Taihama Tree Castle. After Gu Changming struck the destructive finger, he learned to be cautious this time and didn't turn around to go back. Instead, he stared at a large, smoking ruin on the outskirts of the city. He had to see that augur alive and dead with his own eyes before he could feel at ease. Just as Gu Changming was about to spit out a mouthful of demonic chi towards the location at the ruins at the bottom of the mountain to disperse the smoke, the whole body burned up weirdly. And the flame that burns out is still blue after all, and can burn from your flesh to your soul. Gu Changming wasn't alarmed, but only frowned a little. Void karma flame. It's coming really fast. It looks like my father committed a grave sin with his finger just now. What is karmic fire is the existence of fire that transcends mundane fire and has a very terrifying killing power. There are 8 kinds of karmic fires in the world, the first of which is the void karmic fire, which can burn everything, pass through the 9 hells and fall into the yellow springs, and is specially designed to deal with those who have committed great sins. Anyone who descends can burn all 3 of your souls without a trace, wipe you completely off the face of the earth. Chapter 065, If the world can't tolerate my augur body, I'll have to turn into a dragon. In addition, 7 of them, which are the 9 real flames, the chaos real flame, the sun real flame, the fire of nirvana, the red lotus karmic flame, the Nanmingli fire, and the hell ghost flame. Each has its own horrors, but no matter what kind of fire, as long as you get caught in it, I'm afraid you won't even be qualified to reincarnate. This is not the first time that this void karma flame has been taught. It can't help me. Ancient Changming snorted coldly and his body shook as heaven and earth swung. The blue flames that emerged from his body were immediately routed into nothingness. At his level, there were few things in the world that could truly threaten. When Gu Changming dispelled the void karmic flame on his body and once again turned his gaze toward the suburbs, the smoke gradually dissipated. An augur head as big as a mountain jutted out in particular. In a flash, Gu Changming's eyes narrowed, and with his eyesight, he could instantly see the reason why that head had survived. Merit protection can protect you for a while. Do you really think it can protect you for a lifetime? Little Jiao Long. None of the people this father has tried to kill have survived yet. It's just a little more work. But suddenly, there was a flash of surprise under Gu Changming's eyes, and an angry voice appeared in his mind. Old tree demon, you failed to kill this augur dragon of mine with your 2 strikes. Just you are still the Deep Mountain Demon King. You are not useful even if you are given a chance. Active provocation? Audacious? Looking for death? Gu Changming couldn't help but laugh in anger. That lingering augur dragon actually dared to send him a 1,000-mile message. It's so gutsy. It's scary. Thinking that the other party was losing his mind and didn't even want the only remaining augur head. Stupid. A wise man should come to his knees at this time to beg for forgiveness, to submit, and to regard him, His Eminence Evergreen, as his lord. Maybe there's even a silver lining to fighting for yourself. Old tree demon, do you think you still have a chance to kill me? No more. Not at all. In the future, only I, the dragon, will kill you, because I am getting stronger every moment. And you, long ago. That's all. Keep your eyes open and watch. Watch old me, the augur dragon. Transform into the world's true dragon from right under your nose. The series of words made Gu Changming, the deep mountain demon king, tremble with anger. Arrogant. No one had dared to speak to him like that for years. To be so insolent. It seems that those who dare to walk the augur into a dragon are really a bunch of crazy people. Ancient Changming now felt that his precautionary approach was not wrong at all. Just the augur dragon was already so arrogant. If he waited for the other party to really become a true dragon in the world, still not riding on his own head to pull the piss. In an instant, the murderous intent in the eyes of this deep mountain demon king was like a soaring wind, and his gentle and scholarly demeanor disappeared without a trace. This time, this honored one will strike, and he will surely set your bones to ashes. Gu Changming had just let out a vicious sentence, but he froze in the next second. The huge augur head in the ruins of the suburb had unexpectedly disappeared. Escape? This time, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, my father will personally hunt you down. However, go back 10 minutes. Junzai took a devastating blow from the deep mountain demon king solidly, and in that instant, the dragon scales covering his entire body were like leaves meeting a gale after autumn, rustling down. Blood and flesh, bones and bones with meridians, were rapidly destroyed. The entire process was too late for Junzai to even react and resist. By the time he slowed down in pain, only his large head protected by merit scales rolled like a watermelon in the land of ruins. Isn't his dragon body strong? No, it's been indestructible for a long time. Even at the level of a demon king, it would be difficult to cause substantial damage to Junzai. However, the one who had struck out at him was a powerful existence that could regard race demon kings as ants. That terrifying and overwhelming power just now was too terrifying. That said, Juniper is also proud enough of herself, because the deep mountain demon king's terrifying strike was not survived by him all the same. The gap between the two of them would have been like a chasm. At this moment, Junzai's entire head levitated, surrounded by thick smoke. Between the thick smoke and the churning, he vaguely heard the voices of countless sobbing as if they were wandering away from the wrong souls. The smell was chilling and scalp-numbing. When Junzai looked around the circle, the blazing fire in his eyes boiled violently. The suppressed anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Damn, Evergreen Demon King, you really deserve to die. The villages he remembered from one to the other were all reduced to nothing. As far as the eye can see, it's ruins, and it's a hell on earth. The air was thick with the voices of the wronged souls, and every puff of boiling smoke carried a thick aura of resentment. Juniper couldn't help but feel guilty. Countless innocent people died horribly because of him. Originally, Junzai foresaw the future and calculated that there would be a great war, and purposely had Snake Catcher founder trick all the villagers of Wudong village out with a scheme. Don't want them to get caught in the crossfire. Today, however, the results are even more tragic. He had counted on the Mouse King, but he couldn't count on the Evergreen Demon King making a move. And so reckless. Grass. The golden pupils in Junzai's eyes instantly turned cold as he looked in the direction of the highest part of Taihang Mountain, straight to a 1,000-mile message. A mouthful of words passed, and his eyes went cold as he seemed to smile. If this side of heaven and earth can hardly accommodate my augur body, I will have to ascend to the heavenly gate to become a dragon. As these words fell, the head with no visible body suddenly disappeared into thin air. By the time it reappeared, it had arrived at the bottom of the Taihang Mountains. Only the head emitted a brilliant and dazzling light, like a holy object. Then, it unexpectedly flew alone in the direction of the mountain. During the flight, the flesh and blood underneath its head gradually derived, recovering its original body form at an astonishing speed. As time passed, a complete augur was revealed. At the same time, a hallowed augur dragon pressure gushed out, sweeping across the entire mountain range like a raging storm. The birds and beasts in the forest felt this powerful aura. Their eyelids rolled and they slid down from the trees. The small beasts and demons in the mountains, on the other hand, lay on the ground in fear of the dragon's might. Those great demons of the race hidden in the shadows also detected this terrifying aura, and a pair of fire-hardened gazes plummeted over. When they saw this augur dragon, a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Crouching dragon pool augur. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, not to mention those small beast demonic creatures. Even the race demon kings were all dumbstruck one by one, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. The dragon is still alive? The calamity in the suburb just now was seen by all the bigwigs of the major racial forces. Venerable Evergreen struck out at the augur for the second time, and there was no semblance of water in his previous strike. It caused a 100-mile radius of the suburb to be instantly reduced to rubble. But the damned dragon didn't die, and those who didn't, died in countless ways. With countless shocked voices, a 4,000-foot augur dragon rose up with its head held high. Lofty, greatness, out-of-this-world dominance. One could not help but feel a sense of awe and adoration rise within one's heart at a single glance. Thoughtfulness swept across the eyes of many of the demon race bigwigs. and they began to feel something in their hearts. The crouching dragon pool auger looks like it's really growing up. A few months ago, the other party transformed into a miniature snake and attempted to confuse the public and escape from the mountain. Unfortunately, he was discovered and hit by the finger of the demon king of the deep mountains. Originally, everyone thought the auger was dead, but it was only when the one in the tree struck again for no reason just now that everyone realized. It turned out that the auger wasn't dead. Now, the auger was once again attacked by the one from the castle in the tree. And not only was he thick-skinned and undead, right now it is still bright and upright, like a pillar of the sky standing in the Taihang Mountains, 4,000 feet. My god, the dragon's body really has no limit shackles. What is he going to do? Making such a big fuss, appearing as the return of the king, is this making it known to the world? Is he not afraid that the one in the castle on the tree will strike again? A query was raised. Leave as a miniature serpent and return as a looming auger. Return of the king is an understatement. I'm afraid I can't hide. It looks like we're in for a treat. Chapter 066 Heavenly Tribulation. At that moment, only the 4,000 feet of the auger dragon's entire body suddenly shone brightly with golden light, and the entire dragon's might even rose greatly with it. Rumble! Heaven and earth changed color with it, and countless shocking thunderstorms surfaced in the firmament. The bigwigs of the various mountains and forces stared with horrified eyes open, staring, watching. The auger that was already lofty and magnificent enough, accompanied by a golden light all over its body, all of a sudden skyrocketed. 5,000 feet, 6,000 feet, 7,000 feet. His terrifying augmented body drew up in sections, rocking upwards, wanting to test himself against the sky. That momentum, that vigor, was like a flying dragon in the sky. At the same time, a divine dragon's might that dominated the world and looked down upon all things permeated around him immediately afterward. The demonic creatures that pressed down on the mountains were almost out of breath. 8,000 feet, 9,000 feet, 10,000 feet. It instantly rushed into the clouds and stood on top of them. Every single scale on his entire body was as bright as precious jade, flowing with a world-defying majesty. At this moment, this auger dragon was too dazzling and too world-renowned. Even the entire Taihang Mountain couldn't hide his world-covering sharpness. My god, how is it possible? 10,000 feet? The demons and devils that roamed the mountains all looked collectively dumbfounded at this point. Shocked. Nothing but shocked. This is a dragon? This is clearly the descent of the true dragon of the world. The overwhelming dragon might that emanated was too oppressive. A demon leader all exclaimed. This demon's 50,000 years of Taoist skill feels like giving in the midst of disbelief. Many demonic creatures looked and watched, and a thick awe and reverence surfaced under their eyes. It had been too long since a true dragon had appeared in the world. So long that it could only be heard from legends. Now, at this moment, everyone believes that even a true dragon is nothing more than that. A whole 10,000 feet. No head could be seen at the top, no tail could be seen at the bottom, and the Optimus Prime-like dragon's body went through the sky and the earth. More and more intense power of the dragon. The mountain, those tigers, leopards, wolves and insects, full of mountain groups of monsters, scared kowtow worship, just short of trembling souls fly away. The commotion was too great, so great that no one in the four directions of heaven and earth was unperturbed. Ancient Changming from the castle on the tree had an iron face, but underneath the iron, it was hard to hide his shock. 10,000 feet. How could this be done by a mere auger? Besides, he's only had how many years of Tao magic power? No way. No way. Could it be that this auger dragon is the reincarnation of a true dragon? The bloodline that was targeted by himself awakened at this time? The hallowed deep mountain demon king also began to think wildly. But things weren't over yet. What was even more desperate was that the auger that had skyrocketed to 10,000 feet was still rising. The body seemed as if it had no boundaries. 11,000 feet. Golden light shone in all directions, shocking the world. 12,000 feet. People are going crazy. Countless people in the suburbs rushed out of their homes, looking up at the glittering golden body of the dragon, holding 3 sticks of incense and raising them above their heads. They kowtowed and knelt in unison, shouting for the Dragon King to reveal himself. Kyoto Kunlun Mountains. The Taoist bell in the door of the Kunlun ruins, a sacred place on earth, had no one to strike it and emitted a shocking bell sound on its own, and the Buddhist bells in the Great Thundersound Temple also emitted warning Sanskrit sounds at the same time. The two ancient bells of Taoism and Buddhism simultaneously chimed out. Wow! In the next second, the experts of the Taoist and Buddhist religions flew out of the mountain gate in an endless stream, looking incredulously toward Taihang Mountain. The majestic dragon body with the bright golden light stood between heaven and earth. A true dragon emerges? 10,000 feet. My infinite heavenly father. Am I blind? The sound of pouring cool air appeared. Daojin, the current head of the Kunlun ruins who was in charge of the world's bull's ear, appeared out of thin air high up in the sky, with the two divine and immortal chi lingering around his body and his eyes gleaming 1,000 miles at a glance, seeing images that normal people can't see. Law of heaven, ancient divine art. Daojin blurted out, his expression unable to hide his surprise. In this heaven and earth, there were talented people coming out of the rivers and mountains, whether it was the human race or the demon race, or even the ghost race. No matter how stunning you are, I'm afraid that in front of this augur dragon nowadays, you are nothing but the light of a grain of rice. This augur, it seems that only this honored astrological apprentice can be compared to one. The Daojin palmist finally came to a conclusion. At this time, in front of the Kunlun mountain gate, a weak young man who was slightly and still a bit young walked out. His temperament was unique, and his whole body was permeated with an extremely moving charisma. It was as if the aura and chi of heaven and earth were all converging on him alone at the same time. With an innocent smile on his face, the teenager glanced at Daojin, who was suspended high in the sky, and he lifted his foot and stepped up. With this step, an auspicious cloud was born under his feet, and he lowered himself to act as a step for the teenager. The young man walked idly, 1 foot in one auspicious cloud, expensively ascending to the sky. Finally stepping on the auspicious clouds, he came to Daojin's side, and following his gaze, his eyes were instantly glowing. Wow, master, the dragon, what a big dragon, so cool, handsome, love it. The teenager jumped up and down with joy, but no matter how much he jumped, an auspicious cloud would appear under his feet and catch him steadily. And Q-tip, Daojin master status lofty, although people in good, but if replaced by other disciples will certainly not dare in front of him so unseemly, but this one is an exception. Daojin instantly looked at this shut-in junior disciple of his with a doting gaze, with not only doting but also a hint of pride in his eyes. Yes, that's right, pride. Can you believe that? It was important to know that the Taoist true sect leader could be said to be a true divine figure in this world, and Emperor Jia Long had to be respectful when he met him. The first grade of the Qintian supervisory authority, Chang Huangdi, had to call him senior brother. It can be imagined that this teenager must be a peerless demonic existence. His name was Xian Yuan Zichu, the 19th son of Emperor Jialong, 16 years old. It is said that Xian Yuan Zichu was born that year, born with a vision, purple gas to the east, followed by manna from the sky. There are cranes in teams and flocks of cranes flew to the palace, spit 5-color gas into the cloud. The tiny baby just landed on the ground and presented a transcendent image, illuminating the room with red light. The Daxia dynasty's national fortune instantly skyrocketed by 10%. Daojin came all night from the Kunlun mountains and looked at this newborn young son of Emperor Jialong and exclaimed, Xingshu, or the stars in the sky come down to earth. Master, didn't you tell Zichu that there are no more dragons in the world, so you've been lying to me all along? That's not a real dragon. It's just a scaly dragon. Jialong is also a dragon. Master, what is it doing? How the whole body golden light, and look also more and more big. The teenager also held his hand and made comparisons to how many times bigger the dragon was himself. What's the dragon doing? Taoist true sect leader's eyes were complicated as he pondered for a moment. I'm afraid that it's going to be. The words were only half spoken, and just then, rumble, a terrifying thunderclap shocked the 4 fields, and the heavens and earth were violently shaken. It was as if the god of thunder in the sky had suddenly become furious and wanted to take his anger out on the mortal creatures. Accompanied by the astonishing thunderclaps, one could only see a large and massive robber's cloud coalesce in the land of the firmament, covering the sky and the sun. The sky, the earth, the sun, the moon, the mountains and the rivers went dark all at once. The apocalypse is upon us. Chapter 067 Heaven's Gate Manifestation. The apocalypse came without warning. The sky coalesced with incomparably thick roboclouds, spreading in all directions with black pressure, and finally covering the entire sky completely. The surging and horrifying aura wanted to crush the mountains and the earth, the sun, the moon and the mountains. At this moment, everything in heaven and earth seemed to have become open-eyed and blind, unable to reach out. A brilliant heavenly might invaded from the top of the dome of the sky in an ear-splitting manner. The heavenly might is vast and supreme, making the multitudes of beings uncontrollably fearful and uneasy. Under the heavenly might, no matter what your status, position, or strength is, you are all ants. It's not worth it. Right now, the sound of thunder was like a tidal wave, and the sky-covering robbery clouds tumbled over, like the sight of the end coming. However, right at this moment, the thick robber cloud shot out 10,000 golden rays of light violently. The golden light ran through the center of the southeast, northwest, and north, dazzling so brightly that people could not look directly at it. Then the incredible image appeared, only to see a magnificent gate manifesting out of thin air above the dome of the sky, amidst the clouds and smoke and vapor. This door weighty thousands of spray purple mist, blue sinking, glazed to create a general, bright front and like a precious jade makeup. The golden light rolled red, and it stood majestically over the heads of the world in this manner. I also don't know which big shot with amazing eyesight. Once he saw this door standing in the firmament, his voice trembled as he exclaimed, Heaven's Gate. Yes, this is the legendary Heaven's Gate, the entrance to the immortal world. An old saying goes, a python is in the mountains, a river becomes a scaly dragon, and a dragon is transformed by ascending the gates of heaven. Mortals enter the gates of heaven and ascend to immortal bliss, and when the augur enters the gate of heaven, it is transformed into a dragon. When this heavenly gate truly stood in the firmament, the people, demons, and ghosts of the entire Great Xia dynasty were excited to go crazy. One by one, braced with incredulity, stared longingly and yearningly at the door for a long time. Who would have thought that in this life, one would have the honor of seeing the legendary Heaven's Gate, entering the heavenly gate and ascending into immortality? One transcends the world and enjoys eternal life without the 3 calamities, 6 diseases and 9 difficulties, jumping out of the 3 worlds, not being in the 5 elements, living forever and existing eternally. It's something that many people dream of. At this moment, it didn't matter if it was the current generation of the Kunlun Ruin sect leader who represented the human race, or the most terrifying Deep Mountain demon king of Taihang Mountain. All craned their necks to look at the heavenly door. Deep down, how I wish this door of heaven was open for them. Inside the imperial palace in Kyoto, long time no court, always only focus on enjoyment. Jialong Emperor led a group of concubines standing in the imperial garden to enjoy the flowers. But suddenly the heavenly tribulation descended and the heavenly gates manifested. The Jialong Emperor, who was dressed in imperial robes, raised his head one to look at the sky and was dumbfounded at that moment. Heaven, heaven, Tian Men, this can't be a hallucination of mine. But in the next second, this human emperor reacted. No, not a hallucination. It's true. He could feel wave after wave of vast heavenly might encroaching down from the firmament. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Emperor Jialong began to tremble. As a generation of human emperors, he understood all too well what the heavenly gate represented. If he could ascend to the heavenly gates, he himself, the earthly emperor, would not be able to do it. However, even if he was the 9 to 5, even if he was the controller of the most supreme power of the Great Xia dynasty, ascending to the heavenly gate was nothing more than a delusional dream. The heavenly gate does not recognize the earthly emperor. Who in the world wants to ascend to the gates of heaven? And on what basis does it? Emperor Jialong's eyes were red with envy at this point, and he cried out in indignation. The expressions of the group of eunuchs accompanying and serving around them stiffened up one by one. The heaven's gate appeared so suddenly that no one had time to check it out yet, but there was really no need to look it up, because the next moment, the answer was there. As the celestial gate in the vault of the sky stood up, there was a layer of celestial stairs in front of the gate that manifested and spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. There are too many layers to count the number of steps. It had been stretching from the land of the firmament, in the direction of the Taihang Mountains. Those who ascend to the heaven's gate are required to cross the tribulation. No matter who it is, they must keep their feet on the ground and walk one step at a time from the heavenly ladder to the heavenly gate. The whole process is more than a 999. The eyes of the world also began to shift with the heavenly ladder, and where the steps of the heavenly ladder landed, were those who had ascended to the heavenly sect to cross the threshold. However, in fact, many people have long had their hearts in the right place, but many more are filled with curiosity. Who on earth could be so amazing as to make the legendary Heaven's Gate manifest on earth? Finally, an augur dragon whose entire body shimmered with golden light, like a pillar of the sky, was reflected in the world's eyes. It was majestic, disdainful and domineering, exuding a magnificent aura. Often, at first glance, it puts people in a trance, mistaking them for the real dragons of the world. When the steps of the heavenly ladder fell in front of this augur, it was like the spotlight of the world hitting the augur's body. Truly $1,000,000. Whether it was the emperors on earth, the immortals in the Kunlun ruins, or the gods and Buddhas in the great Thundersound temple, or even the demons and devils in the Taihang mountains, even a mortal with no hands. I don't know how many pairs of eyes branded the augur's body, but everyone watching couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and be shaken. 14,000 feet. Jesus, that augur dragon was astonishingly large, majestic and golden since Taihang Mountain, standing between heaven and earth. It's like the golden band of will, wanting to break the sky. Those candle-like dragon eyes seem to be an undying beacon of light in the world, to show the world the way. Vaguely, a question subconsciously surfaced within countless people. Is this what the dragon looks like? No, this is clearly the image of a real dragon. But if the dragon is so domineering and disdainful, what about the real dragon? Perhaps today is the time for the entire Great Xia dynasty to have an eye-opening experience. The gates of heaven have appeared, and the dragon has been set up. When the augur dragon enters the heavenly gate and emerges, it will be the only true dragon in the world. At that moment, the 14,000 feet augur slowly moved. With this movement, the nearby space instantly twisted up, and there were rows and rows of airwaves sweeping out and exploding in succession. The moment the augur stepped onto the heavenly ladder, the entire precious jade heavenly ladder gleamed and the light radiantly flowed. The heavenly gate that stands from the bottom to the top of the connection to the firmament. Heck, this 14,000 foot dragon became the only protagonist between heaven and earth. The wind is in the sails. In these 9 heavens and 10 earths, in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, at this moment, it was unknown how many strong people's gazes were locked onto that augur dragon. Attention is instantly drawn full. They were both envious and jealous. And with this encounter, even if they died in front of the heavenly gate, it would be worth it. For the world will remember this day. Even if he failed to cross the threshold, he would still be famous for ages. Rumble. A burst of earth-shaking thunder began to rise and fall, and the vast heavenly might filled the entire heaven and earth. As the augur stood on the heavenly ladder, the robber clouds above his head tumbled up like a tidal wave. The unthinkable is once again treacherous. The robbery cloud that covered out with the heavenly gate as its center blossomed into a profusion of flowers in an instant. One after the other was born, and it was a direct sight to behold. Each flower, delicate and beautiful as a dream, each flower, gorgeous and colorful, radiates a stunning light. What a flower! Hijacked cloudflower. This flower is only found in heaven, and it is rare to see it on earth. This flower also blooms only for those who have crossed the threshold. Flowers blossom and die 9 deaths. Chapter 068 10,000 Thunders. Immortal or not, my God Lord. I didn't see it wrong, right? This robbing cloud flower actually bloomed all over the sky. How many of them should this be? Those who wish to count them find it impossible to do so. It's as if you're counting stars against the sky and you never get an exact number. The head of the augur standing on the heavenly ladder was covered with bright and colorful robber cloud flowers. Flashes of regal thunder. Beautiful as it is, one look at it will make one's heart tremble and one's soul scatter. And the heavenly might of the vault of heaven also intensified even more along with the birth of these robbery cloud flowers. Mortals are unhindered. However, for beings who have cultivation added to them, they have to have VIP access. PSSST. All of a sudden, there were beings from various forces of demons and ghosts spitting blood from their mouths for no reason. The face turned pale. They were inwardly horrified, but after the horror, they could not wait to dig a hole in the ground, because they realize they have no business watching. Watch this only calamity of the dragon transformation of the ascending heavenly gate that has descended on the great Xia dynasty in the past 10,000 years. The scale and class of this calamity was even more terrifying and advanced than the world had imagined. Not just anyone can watch. When I think about it, when the augur snake walked the augur, it was enough to make people surprised. The heavenly Lord manifested 72 certain death heavenly tribulations down. The 72 flowers of the robbing cloud contain 72 heavenly thunderbolts. It's also kind of scary as hell. But now, it was as if that 72 certain death heavenly tribulations had become a joke. It's not even worth mentioning. Small wizardry. Right now, the head of the augur is full of robber cloud flowers. How many heavenly thunderbolts should that be? The vague thought of it makes the heart despair. Sure enough, transforming dragons was a desperate path with no chance of survival. 3 simple words. God forbid. In order to prevent the transmigrants from ascending the heavenly gate to transform into dragons, Elder Heaven was not without heart. What's the best way to get through this sky full of robbing clouds and flowers? I'm afraid 100 lives won't be enough. Ha ha ha. Ancient Changming in the castle on the tree laughed out loud when he saw the birth of countless robbing cloud flowers. If he had known that was the case, he wouldn't have made a move to deal with that augur dragon. How nice to be left to its own devices. Now he had struck out twice, lost his ruler's demeanor, and still couldn't kill the augur. It's even more disgraceful. Gu Changming regretted. Due to his fear of the dragon, it made him lose his usual calm judgment. He should have known that it was impossible for a true dragon to be born. Master Tian is up there. Why should he mind his own business? Ever since that scaly dragon came out of Taihang Mountain, Linger hasn't seen your holiness laugh this freely in a long time, the 100 spirit fairy said radiantly. Ancient Changming swept this young girl with a soulful aura into his embrace and gave a hard kiss to the forehead. Linger, order down. Get some good wine and meat. This father will watch the calamity with you. Do you know that this father has lived for 10,000 years and it is the first time that he has watched this kind of heavenly calamity? You people in this period of time, you are really blessed. People are naturally blessed, but their blessing isn't because of this heavenly calamity of transforming into a dragon. It's to be able to accompany his holiness, the 100 spirit fairy said with deep emotion, earthy love words at her fingertips. After that, he went to prepare the wine and food. Gu Chang stood in front of the castle with his white coat floating, a touch of smugness on his face. Throughout the world, he should be the closest person to view the robbery. his castle in the trees would have towered over him. Right now, the view is better this way. It had to be said that this deep mountain demon king was in a good mood right now, but it doesn't realize how good it is now and how bad it will be afterwards. Of course, those are afterthoughts. At this moment, the sky is full of robbing clouds of flowers are already in place, watching the world dazzled at the same time but also fearful. There are two kinds of flowers in this world that do not belong to the mortal world. They are beautiful to the extreme, but they are avoided. See it as if to see death. One type of flower for the sky and one type of flower for the ground. The heavenly flower was naturally the robbery cloud flower in front of him, dainty and bright, with the stamens containing terrifying heavenly thunder. And the second earthly flower is the flower of hell. It grows on the path of the yellow springs and is called manzanita, but it also has a much louder flower name, the flower of the other shore. The flowers on the other side of the river are the only scenery and color on the road to the yellow springs, and it is said that the fragrance of the flowers has magical power and can bring back the memories of the dead in life. Smallpox, those who see it will die. Ground flowers, those who see them are dead. A few moments later, the dragon transformation tribulation was about to begin. Once it started, the world seemed to be able to foresee what a fiercely tragic scene it would be. Hey, vaguely, some people began to sigh. What a good augur. Its domineering dragon rhyme. Its disdainful stance. It can be completely fake and act as a real dragon in the world. It's a biased attempt to get through some kind of ascension gate. Now wouldn't that be a step too far and rip the crotch? Almost no one would think that the augur standing on the heavenly ladder could successfully cross the threshold. If a good person opens a handicap to press, I'm afraid that no one will bet even 1 to 10,000 if the pressure augur can succeed, because of the pure white delivery. At that moment, between heaven and earth, a voice filled with Buddha nature suddenly rang out, acting as a host to warm up the scene. During the flood period, since Pangu opened up the sky and earth, Nuwa divine ancestor mended the sky and created man, created the 3 realms of living beings, set up the law of heaven, and from the time the 3 emperors and 5 emperors sealed the gods and set up the heavenly court, they have been ordering all living beings with the heavenly tribulation since then. The sound of the Buddha's voice instantly calmed one's heart, and one could not help but prick up one's ears to listen. The divine might of the heavenly calamity is vast and infinite, ordering the 3 realms to follow it without fail. Wherever the world's living creatures cultivate to a certain realm, there will be a heavenly tribulation, a calamity, a test, but also a baptism of rebirth. Which Buddhist master is this? Solving the world's problems? For a moment, countless living beings looked in the direction of Kunlun's western mountain. The number of heavenly robberies. The only one whose power reaches great fulfillment is the heavenly gate, and once the heavenly gate is set up, 10,000 thunderbolts will be at the head of it. Never ending, never dying, never drying up. The world came to a realization with this statement. 10,000 thunderbolts when the head refers to the sky is full of robbery cloud flowers. Forever and ever? Immortal or not? And it never runs out? The last 3 sentences make you want to die just listening to them. Not dead yet. Sure enough, the augur must die. The Buddhist master himself spoke up and explained to the world why there were so many hijacked cloud flowers. At the same time, it is also the same as indirectly telling the augur that you are dead. However, the augur on the heavenly ladder unexpectedly began to move, its candle-like golden pupils flickering with unyielding fighting spirit. It seemed to completely disregard the Buddhist sound just now. This movement of the dragon was tantamount to proactively pulling off the prelude to this heavenly ascension gate robbery. On the great land, many people gave a thumbs up at the augur. I respect you as a man. Rumble. At this moment, the firmament violently rioted. The sky was filled with robber cloud flowers as if they had arrived at their flowering time, and with a single movement of the augur, they turned into an instant collective bloom. Countless robber cloud flowers bloomed and blossomed in an instant. What kind of concept is this? In the sky and on the ground, the thunder was monstrous, and the sound of thunder was deafening. The heavenly Tao pressure that encroached down also steeply increased by a notch. It was as if it had gone from 10 times gravity to 100 times gravity. PSSST. On the great land, countless cultivation in the body of the living beings with the collective bloom of the robbing cloud flower. They collectively sprayed blood. Apparently, they don't have enough levels of VIP. Can only see stopping here. In staring at the firmament with your eyes, it's easy to lose your little life. At the same time, a blazing celestial thunderbolt snaked out from the blooming robber cloud flower, vast and majestic, like a waterfall declaring, carrying a terrifying heaven and earth pressure. It poured down towards the scaly dragon on the heavenly ladder. The moment is stunningly beautiful and spectacularly fine-tuned. However, all the experts who could still continue to observe the robbery were moved, propped up with horrified gazes permeated with disbelief. It's only just begun. And it's this horrible? 10,000 thunderbolts to the head. That's a real mouthful. It looked like Master Tian was prepared to fight a quick battle and get off work by getting the transitioner Jelong killed. Chapter 069, Vanguard Warrior of the Transformed Dragon. The Heavenly Tao can't mess with my heart. The Heavenly Thunder can't destroy my will. Standing on the heavenly ladder, Junzai softly murmured. His gaze hardened as he began to ascend the heavenly gates heavens. The steps of the heavenly ladder were long, and before he could measure exactly how many steps there were, the answer came naturally to his mind. 10,000 steps. No matter how far the distance between heaven and earth, it's a whole 10,000 steps from the head and tail to standing in front of the heavenly gates. These 10,000 steps represent almost as if you were going through 10,000 trials by the Lord of Heaven. The world was shocked as soon as the sky was filled with robbing clouds and flowers were manifested. But Junzai, who was a ferryman, was instead the one who was most calm and collected, because he has long been prepared for the worst intentions, regardless of the eye of the heavenly master Hole What Moth. This heavenly road, he will go forward. Fearless climb. Fear and dread will only lead you deeper into the darkness and sink you. It seemed that Junzai's sudden opening of the dragon transformation was a bit hasty, and it seemed to have been stimulated by being forced by the Deep Mountain Demon King. Actually, no. Now he, the Augur Dragon, was burdened with 40,000 years of Tao and 100,000 years of merit, comprehended the blood drop rebirth technique and the law of the heavens. He was opening the crossing with a bottom, never a brain fart. Right now, with Junzai's 14,000 feet augur body, the divine art of Dharma heaven and earth did not just pull his body up by 10,000 feet. Instead, it skyrocketed his strength on all fronts. Although even Junzai himself could not have imagined that he would cross the threshold today. But that's how life has always been. Plans can never catch up with change. No harm done. The only thing in his eyes right now was the heavenly gate with its golden light rolling in red. Rumble. The robbing clouds blossomed in unison, and countless heavenly thunderbolts snaked out, thundering in unison. A flash of coldness swept up under Junzai's eyes. Even if the heavenly Tao stops me, I will transform into a dragon, because he came to this side of the world, not to be a man, not to be a demon, but to become a divine creature of the dragon. Either die quickly, or stand in front of the heavenly gates, standing at the head of all the world's living beings, overlooking the world, and opening up their own legend of the divine dragon. Roar! Junzai raised his head and roared angrily towards the countless heavenly thunders in a tit-for-tat manner. In the next moment, 10,000 thunderbolts struck his head, all of them above his augur body. That one heavenly thunder was like a giant python that wrapped around his body, letting loose with a rip. The 14,000 foot body was filled with terrifying currents, attempting to destroy Junzai's defense and sap his fighting spirit to transform into a dragon. At this moment, in the eyes of the world, the augur thunder and light, the ears are full of thunderbolts, so that people's brains become chaotic. Thoughts are beginning to be messy. Crap, 10,000 thunderbolts in the head. Numb. Old man, look at it, feel like I'm going to fly out of my soul. What a powerful augur. He didn't even go up in smoke the first time. The dragon might he emitted even tried to fight against the heavenly might. It's no use. It's all just a struggle to survive. Some people marveled. Some people were honest. And some people weren't impressed. It was too terrifying. The augur dragon had only slightly started to advance towards the heavenly gate, and it had attracted such a terrifying situation. It's so hard to get to the far side of the sky. Can dragon pass this first hurdle? It's like a cliffhanger, but it doesn't seem to be that much of a cliffhanger. Go Jiao Long. The situation where there are no dragons in heaven and earth depends on you to break it. I, the East Sea Water Clan, support you. The coast of the East China Sea is endless, and it is rumored that the waters belong to the territory of the Dragon Clan. However, in this world, no matter what kind of sea it was, there were no dragons underwater, much less an opulent dragon palace. Some of them are just shrimp. All the aquatic beings are capable of transforming into dragons. Those turtle crabfish spirits were once the vanguard of dragonization, but after experiencing more failures, he gradually lost his heart to transform into a dragon. In these 4 seas and 8 wastelands, augur dragons are never the only ones who want to transform into true dragons, but all the beings who had once wanted to transform into dragons were now waving flags for the dragon on the heavenly ladder. As long as the augur can ascend to the heavenly gate in front of the whole world and thus transform into a dragon, then the world will usher in a new pattern. What pattern? The pattern of all things being transformed into dragons. In today's world, there is also a need for such a role model to emerge. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and this difficulty is only for the present augur to break through. Look everyone, 10,000 thunders attempted to press the augur dragon to rub against the heavenly ladder, but the augur dragon's 14,000 foot body didn't bend because of it. Heavens, how powerful should his augmented body be to stand like this above the heavenly ladder? Junzai was submerged in the sea of thunder. but his candle-like golden pupils were still flickering with refined light. If the world could see the expression on the augur's face, it would be astonished, because the augur is laughing. How can it even laugh? Thousands of thunderhead. Although the quantity is enough, but the intensity is not enough. You want to strangle me? Stop here. Get out of here. Junzei bellowed as his entire body shook. Under the enchantment of the Dharma sky divine art, he erupted into an unprecedented and astonishing power. Pescadores. The 10,000 heavenly thunderbolts that were entangled in his body were all of a sudden shattered and collapsed. Terrifying thunder wave aftermath bloomed like fireworks in all directions. Countless currents of lightning, ripping and tearing, tore through space. It was as if it was going to tear the sky in half. Many of the remaining electricity landed on a scene of a shattered mountain and river, and the augur dragon stood majestically on the heavenly ladder, its disdainful stance showing. Hiss! My God! Not only did the augur dragon carry it, it also shook away the 10,000 thunderbolts on its body. It's too perverted. It's true that there's no falsehood in the name. If the dragon dares to open the dragon transformation tribulation, it still has two brushes, can't you see? This 10,000 feet body of the dragon is actually relying on the magic heaven and earth that divine art added to the body, and now it is the time when it is in full bloom. But how long can the divine art be added to it? I'm afraid that once it disappears, it will be the moment of its fall. The chatter between heaven and earth was like a pop-up screen, constantly floating by. On the Kunlun mountain, the Daojian sect leader's eyes burned as he watched the calamity with his own shut-in junior disciple. Wow! Master, that dragon is so powerful. It's not afraid of so much heavenly thunder. It's so strong it's an augur, not a dragon. Daojian once again corrected his young apprentice's words. The world could easily confuse augurs with dragons, but only top-tier powerhouses like him understood it in their hearts. The gap between the two was like a chasm. No matter how strong the augur on the heavenly ladder was now, compared to the true dragons of the world, that is how a grain of rice can compete with the sun and moon. But his little apprentice wasn't wrong about one thing. That augur dragon was indeed very strong. Strong enough that it was really easy to overlook the fact that he was merely an augur. The first step in this kind of ascent to the gates of heaven is often the hardest. Master Tien clearly intended to do this. As long as the augur goes to his death at this first hurdle, I'm afraid it will take another 10,000 long years before a second warrior appears in the world. However, the fact that the augur dragon had succeeded in breaking through the barrier had undoubtedly given those beings who wanted to transform into dragons a shot in the arm. Should there be true dragons in this world or not? Daojian, as the current sect leader of the Kunlun ruins and also the most powerful immortal cultivator of the human race, had actually pondered over this question countless times. The world was in chaos with demons and ghosts claiming their lives, and they thought that by relying on the Kunlun ruins and the Buddhist sect, they would be able to suppress everything. But for 10,000 years, the two factions had done their best to maintain only a superficial peace. If there is really a powerful person in the world who can deter the evil spirits in the world, the only one who can do so is the divine dragon. Precisely, and precisely because of this, there are no more dragons in the world. Chapter 070, The Tribulation of Yin and Yang. On the heavenly ladder made up of precious jade, Junzei carried over the hurdle of 10,000 thunderbolts, and then proceeded towards the front without a moment's pause. Since the moment he stood on the heavenly ladder, the vast heavenly might was like an abyssal and oceanic gravity pressing down on his body. Again, it's as if you're carrying countless mountains on your back. It forces you to lift your feet. However, Junzei was not affected by it, and his pupils blossomed with two brilliant divine lights that were too powerful to be seen. Climbed the steps quickly. 30 paces, 100 paces, 500 paces. The robbery cloud flower that had already bloomed during this period had absolutely no intention of wilting. Instead, it was constantly flickering with lightning. An endless stream of heavenly thunder struck Junzei, the augur dragon, on his body. This is also true to the saying that all thunder is never dead, never wilting, never ending. Either Junzei will be struck to death by heavenly thunder, or he will end up standing in front of the heavenly gate. Otherwise the roiling hijacking clouds of flowers would not have disappeared. Junzei let those heavenly thunderbolts strike his body and carried his weight forward until he came to the 1,000th step. This was considered a minor hurdle, and counting, he had already traveled a tenth of the heavenly road, 9,000 paces from the heaven's gate. When Junzei took the 1,001 step, the firmament changed up and the heavenly might became heavier. From within the radiant and mesmerizing robbery cloud flower, a bull-thick blue heavenly thunder struck out. The thunder is so terrifying that heaven and earth change color. When it struck the augur's body, it did not present any terrifying power. However, a blue sea water was derived, and the sea water quickly drowned the augur dragon in it. A large number of electric snakes appeared in the seawater, and the power of each of them was not inferior to the power of ordinary heavenly thunder. The electric snakes flashed ferociously, swarming up to tear at Junzei's lofty body. A bite that nourishes. The sound of electricity was unrelenting. What kind of heavenly thunder is this? It even comes with a spell change, using seawater to trap itself to be strangled. Awesome. Junzei was amazed to see this kind of heavenly thunder with its own water attribute for the first time. Luckily, he was blessed with Dharma heavenly elements and the scales on his body were invulnerable to swords and spears, and his defense was not broken. The great land to watch the robbery of the melon masses are also greatly shocked. Obviously, this blue heavenly thunder was extraordinary and possessed the art of change, which was really unheard of. The imperial garden of the palace. Emperor Jialong's original good flower viewing had now turned into a robbery viewing. Simply ordered people to set up a banquet in the imperial garden, sitting next to 4 stunningly beautiful concubines. Any one of them, if pulled out, would be enough to amaze the heavens, as if a fairy from the 9 heavens had descended to the mortal world. These 4 are the fox concubine Daji, the western concubine Cheng Shao, the flower concubine 100 Flowers Fairy and the ghost concubine Cheng Shi Maiden. Your Majesty, this blue heavenly thunder is so terrifying. My concubine has also crossed the threshold, but I've never seen this kind of heavenly thunder. Is there anything to say? Fox concubine Daji was next to Emperor Jialong and asked suspiciously. Who knew that this emperor, who was known as the dim emperor, spoke without thinking? This is the water robbery thunder. It looks like the augur is now crossing the yin and yang 5 elemental robberies. Your Majesty, what is the yin yang and 5 elements hijacking? The 4 stunning concubines all looked at Emperor Jialong with a lack of knowledge. It greatly satisfied Emperor Jialong's vanity. Ladies and gentlemen, this gate of ascension is the greatest of the great catastrophes, and the 10,000 thunderbolts at the head is only an appetizer, and it is only now that it is considered to be the main event. The yin and yang 5 elements within the robbery cloud flower split out of the robbery, which contains gold, wood, water, fire and earth, 5 different attributes of heavenly thunder, each of which is not only powerful, more people cannot be defended against. As long as there is one attribute of the augur dragon, heavenly thunder did not resist the past. It is equal to the end of the game. As the saying goes, the way of heaven is merciless. Heaven's behavior is constant. Not for Yao to survive. Not for Jia to perish. Watch. The augur will have its share of suffering. Emperor Jialong said with a smile. Ascending the heaven's gate, there's death and no life. Not just for fun. Even if the augur had resisted the yin-yang 5 elemental tribulation, there was still a bigger surprise waiting for it later. Since the heavenly gate was manifested, the dragon has crossed the threshold. Emperor Jialong was calm except for a bit of envy and jealousy at first. There was not the slightest fear that if the augur dragon were to really transform into a true dragon, it would threaten the position of the great Xia dynasty. Because this emperor knew better than anyone the difficulty of transforming a dragon. Though heaven forbids it, man forbids it, and demons forbid it. However, he never issued any prohibition against living beings walking on scaly scales and transforming into dragons. Very emboldened. I didn't expect your Majesty to know so much about the heavenly ascension gate's calamity. My concubines have really grown to know it, and on the heavenly ladder, Juniper didn't want to be trapped by the seawater. Drawing a blank, a terrifying power surged out from within the augur's body. Boom! There was a shocking bang. It was a shocking moment, and the ladder of heaven was splashed with water. The visions and attacks brought about by the water-jacking thunderbolt all dissipated into nothingness in an instant like smoke. This kind of water-jacking lightning can't hurt me yet, but it will delay my ascent to heaven. I can't get hit again, Juniper said darkly. Great idea, but heaven forbid. Inside the robbery cloud flower, water-robbing thunderbolts came one right after the other, striking towards the Jialong in all directions. Junzei cast a sidelong glance. Really think he can't do anything about heavenly thunder? A strong and powerful dragon's tail, raised high, slapped towards the falling water-jacking thunder. A tail slap in the center and boom. The water-jacking thunderbolt exploded before it could fall. This was followed by a splash of water that turned into a downpour that swung toward the land. But the scary thing is that the rain is carrying a horrible current. This rain is definitely not to be dipped in. One drop and you're electrocuted. But Juniper didn't care that much. When he saw that it worked well, he used his tail as a fly swatter and swatted at the thundering heavenly thunder. For a moment, the roar of explosions was unceasing, and a great deal of rain descended carrying electric currents. This kind of operation, watching the eaters on the earth for a while in bewilderment. How can you cross the threshold like this? Isn't it too much to take Sky Ray seriously? Have you ever considered the face of Master Tien? And nifty comebacks. Shouldn't you be trembling and walking on thin ice? Suddenly, a number of screams rang out from the land. Someone got wet and was instantly numbed by electricity. The look was dismal. That's a lot of heavenly luck. However, the rain continued to fall from the sky, causing everyone to flee in panic. A single slip of the guardian hijacker will cost you dearly. There were quite a few people who broke out in curses. as the augur dragon was undergoing a calamity. But it was them, the innocent people, who suffered. Who to talk to? It was hard to wait until the water-jacking thunder that split out from within the Jinyun flower was no longer blue, and was replaced with a gold-colored gold-jacking thunder. But what one didn't expect was more serious consequences. After the dragon's tail slapped the golden robber's thunder, an explosion, blow up a large number of swords, spears, swords and halberds, axes and hooks and forks, rolling down towards the ground. They're all murderous weapons. If you hit your head, you'll lose your life. This watching the robbery is really frightening. Subsequently, fire-jacking thunder, wood-jacking thunder, and earth-jacking thunder took turns. Each has its own horrors. And without realizing it, the augur had actually walked to the position of 3,000 paces. It was getting closer and closer to the Heaven's Gate. Whether it was the 10,000 thunders or the yin-yang 5 elements robbery thunder, neither of them caused any substantial damage to the Jiaolong. This phenomenon, however, made many people's hearts stutter. The face grew somber. If this plot goes on, there's a real possibility that the augur will ascend to the Heavenly Gate. Vaguely, many powerful bigwigs move to kill in their hearts. The dragon can't survive the calamity, and everyone is happy to watch the show. But where the augur shows signs of success, that's another matter. Chapter 071, the most fearful divine thunder in heaven and earth. Junzai had survived the yin-yang 5 elemental robbery without any danger. 3,000 steps later, his mind was suddenly alert, and he had a very bad feeling in the dark. He looked up at the sky filled with the flowers of the robotic clouds and was surprised to find not a single thunderbolt in the sky. It seemed like some big move was brewing. The calm before the storm. That's not a good sign. Junzai thought darkly for a moment, took a deep breath, and simply sprinted up in one breath, as many steps as he could. It's now or never. With a whoosh, he ignored the gravity of the heavenly might on his body and instantly rushed 5,000 paces away. This made Juniper almost happy. Those 2,000 steps are considered a waste. The gates of heaven are no longer out of reach, but vaguely visible. But unfortunately, by the time he reached the 5,000 steps here, Junzai could not rush past, invisibly limited in his sprint by a terrifying force. It can only come one step at a time. The heavenly master reacted very quickly. In a little later, Junzai could rush to 8,000 paces in one breath. At that moment, the firmament rioted, and there was a roaring thunder that was deafening. The sky was filled with robber cloud flowers that once again flashed with dazzling lightning. It looks like it's almost brewing and ready to zoom in. An unprecedented pressure of heaven and earth invaded with a terrifying and suffocating oppression, almost to the point of bursting. The people, demons and ghosts of the great land of all kinds of experts also instantly felt this super strong pressure. Many of those who were not as strong spat out blood from their mouths, rolled their eyelids, and fainted. That scene was truly a military defeat. It was as if the robber watchers had to go through layers of trials and tribulations as well. It's too hard, especially the demons and ghosts on Taihang Mountain. They were closest to the heavenly tribulation and received the strongest sense of oppression. Below the racial demon king, no one could watch the calamity in a calm manner. Especially those who were burdened with sins were taken extra care of. It felt as if he and the augur were transiting together. It's too damn painful. At the same time, many people understood that the real main event of the Ascension sect was coming. To be honest, the augur had surprised many people in standing at the position of 5,000 paces. It can all be considered a miracle. At that moment, a bizarre scene occurred, and a portion of the roiling robber cloud flowers began to mutate. It turned crimson, looking demonic and eye-catching, and a large number of robber cloud flowers had approached towards those crimson flowers and merged with them. The more they blend together, the bigger they become. Thousands of them, fused into one. In the end, under the world's horrified gaze, the countless robber cloud flowers turned into 9 giant crimson robber cloud flowers. Each one is as big as a small house. It's frightening and unnerving to watch. To keep staring at it, you realize that there is a huge mountain slammed into your head across the room, giving you a headache. My God, what kind of terrifying heavenly thunder is going to be struck by such a large robber cloud flower? Someone gulped and spoke in fear. I'm afraid what came out wasn't heavenly thunder, but divine thunder. The augur's death seems to be really coming. Rumble, rumble. As soon as the 9 crimson robber clouds came out, a thunderous sound resounded in the heavens and earth, and it became more and more deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire dome of the sky apart. Not good. This is the 9-9 divine tribulation. It will thunder out the most terrifying 9 heavenly thunder in heaven and earth. What? 9 heavenly thunder? But all those who heard the words began to tremble, eyes wide. Disbelief rose within them. The mighty name of the 9 heavenly thunder was as good as thunder, although people have only heard about it and never seen it. But it is said that all things perish when thunder comes out, and no one can resist the power of the 9 heavenly thunder. Even a race demon king would be terrified sincerely by this kind of divine thunder. It's the kind of robbery that belongs only to a god. Hiss. Countless voices that sucked in cool air appeared. The Ascension Gate is so terrifying that even the 9 heavenly thunderbolts will make an appearance? Wouldn't that augur have no chance of survival at all? No wonder the robbery cloud flower had become so huge. It turned out that it contained the 9 heavenly thunder. At this moment, 9 giant crimson-red robber cloud flowers stood in the firmament, beautiful and bewitching, emanating a regal light. Junzei also realized the dangerous aura of death descending upon him, and those candle-like golden pupils turned as sharp as razor blades. The 40,000 years of mana in his body ran wildly, like the ebb and flow of the ocean's shocking waves. The merit scales covering the top of his head shimmered and glittered with holy light, becoming sacrosanct and inviolable. The dragon's might rolled around his body and filled the air with a majestic aura. It changed as if a true dragon had descended and was reigning over the world. Junzei was very clear that this current calamity was the key to whether or not he would be able to stand in the Heaven's Gate. The previous ones were small hits. 9 giant robber cloud flowers. Just looking at them was going to make the heart tremble. And what was contained was still divine thunder. This is the Lord of Heaven trying to bring him to his death. Juniper got serious. He had to go all out now to make it work. Under the world's lifted gaze, Ka-ching. The first giant hijacking cloud flower bloomed and everyone began to panic. Flowers bloom. Thunder comes out. One could only see a purple divine thunderbolt that resembled a divine dragon snaking around, containing endless heavenly might and endless killing. With a majestic and destructive momentum, it devoured towards the augur on the heavenly ladder. At this moment, the thunder light rushed to the sky, and it was as if heaven and earth sank with it. Terrible, terrible. In an instant, Junzei was overwhelmed by this 9 heavenly thunder under a blanket of blazing lightning. Subsequently, a destructive thunder wave violently began to sweep through the heavens and earth. When the 9 heavenly thunder comes out, ask who can resist it. The nearest mountain, Taihang Mountain, began to shake violently. A steep mountain collapsed for it, and countless small beasts and demons turned into flying ash. Rows and rows of buildings in the lands of the major racial forces collapsed, especially the towering tree castles, which were shaking at the moment, were being destroyed by violent gusts of wind and lightning sweeping through them. It was only after forcing ancient Changming to send out a force to form a light curtain protection shield outside the castle that he was spared. After a handful of moves, Gu Changming didn't feel the slightest bit annoyed by the fact that his castle had been affected. Instead, he had a smirk on his face. The entire earth was casually blown and ravaged because of this 9 heavenly thunder. One could imagine what kind of power this divine thunder contained. The augur on the heavenly ladder was already invisible in body, enveloped in the destructive power of the divine thunder. It's not impossible to just go up in smoke. The heavenly gate of ascension tribulation was able to trigger the 9 heavenly thunder to come out. What an unexpected surprise. One must know that his hallowed Deep Mountain Demon King had not even experienced the 9 heavenly thunder. Little Jiaolong is really blessed to be able to try the power of this divine thunderbolt. It really makes my father envious. The corners of Gu Changming's mouth were slightly hooked, and he had a completely gloating expression. If you are blessed, you don't know if you have a great life. Even if he carried through this one, there were still 8 giant robbery cloud flowers waiting to bloom and blossom behind him. This heaven's gate was still visible, but it was still out of reach after all. Ha ha ha. Chapter 072. The augur's demands were responded to by Elder Heaven the moment Junzei was flooded by the 9 heavenly thunder. He was completely enveloped in the blazing power of the divine thunder. His invincible defense was directly dismantled in an instant, and the scales of the sword impenetrable augur dragon were uprooted. Flesh and blood below the head began to explode. Segments of morose bone were revealed, worthy of being the most terrifying divine thunder in heaven and earth. Its power simply shouldn't be able to be withstood by an augur dragon of Junzei's current cultivation level. Even the race's cave lord Demon King was afraid that it would be difficult to resist. It fucking hurts. Ever since he stood on the heavenly staircase to cross the tribulation, Junzei had not been injured no matter if he faced the 10,000 thunders or the Yin-Yang 5 elements tribulation thunder. But just bearing a single 9 heavenly divine thunder, even with the Dharma heavenly elephant earth enhancement, defense is also as good as fiction. He was in pain and his liver was broken, and only his head was preserved by the flickering of holy light and the protection of merit. But even then, the brain was buzzing as if it were about to explode. The power of the 9 heavenly thunder was too terrifying. God forbid. Heaven forbid. I'm just a dragon, and you've brought out all the divine thunderbolts. Junzei's golden-pupiled dragon eyes flickered with a blazing fire, and even more so with a light of unyielding indignation. So what if the heavens don't allow it? Laozi's choice to transform into a dragon was originally against the heavens, and doesn't need your promise or anyone's nod. Ha ha ha. Fighting with the heavens is fun. This 9 heavenly thunder has a good flavor. It's a bit spicy, but that's about it. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the heavens and went straight from the heavenly ladder to the firmament. In fact, since the moment the 9 heavenly thunderbolts descended, there has been no distinction between black and white in this heaven and this earth. The blazing light of thunder was more dazzling than the sun. No one could ignore this thunderous light and see the battle on the heavenly ladder. When the world was in horror and thought that the dragon was afraid that it would surely die, a dragon roar shook his ears. The dragon is still alive? It's incredible that the sound of its roar can still transmit a high level of battle intent. The great land. Countless marveling sounds rang out. The experts who were watching the calamity on land, all felt as if they were going to die once the 9 heavenly thunder came out. The sky and earth turned white, and the pressure of heaven and earth was like walking on thin ice. The sense of oppression was suffocating. As for the Jiaolong, who was a transitioner, he was flooded by the 9 heavenly thunder, and not only did he not die in his body, he did not die in his body. It can also fight against divine thunder. I have to say that this augur is just too tenacious. I don't know how long later, only a loud explosion could be heard in the sky above, and countless nuisance electric current sounds swept in all directions. The blazing lightning began to dissipate. When the world could see the view of the heavenly ladder clearly, they were shocked and their scalps went numb. The dragon was still alive, and it was surprising that it was still ascending the heavenly stairs. Only the look was very miserable. Aside from an augur head that shimmered with holy light that was intact, all that was left below the head were sinuous, morose bone segments, no scales, no flesh, and even less blood. With that, the dragon held the naked skeleton and took a surprise step towards the heaven's gate. This perseverance and indomitability infected countless people at once. Jiaolong, good job. You will definitely succeed in ascending the heavenly gate. Some people excitedly looked up to the sky and shouted, cheering for the augur. His eyes were filled with respect and admiration. This augur is indeed inspirational. It's all injured like this and still carries the weight. Unfortunately, there's no way it can succeed. There are still 8 giant robber cloud flowers in the firmament. What can it take in this state to fight against it? A big man opened his mouth in a deep voice. Not that he deliberately said anything to discourage him. The facts are clearly in front of us. And there's one more thing. These 9 divine thunderbolts of the 9 divine tribulations. It's one that's stronger than the other. In today's world, I'm afraid that no one can survive in front of 9 heavenly thunderbolts. No. However, augurs always like to surprise the world, and it is clear that only bones remain below the head. But as he took one step forward, his skeleton flickered with a strange light. After the strange light, it was like a nirvana rebirth, with flesh and blood growing in scales covering it, changed intact. It still gave people the feeling of being majestic and dominating out of the corner of one's eye. In a trance, it made people feel as if the augur had not experienced the 9 heavenly thunder just now. Holy shit! What kind of divine art did the Jiaolong use to instantly recover from his injuries? And his breath doesn't seem to weaken much either. The world was stunned and showed expressions of disbelief. It was like a person who was about to die and instantly came back to life with full blood. It could even be said that the heavenly lord had wasted a 9 heavenly thunderbolt for nothing. For nothing. I'm afraid the only way to have such an amazing recovery effect is to be reborn by dripping blood. That kind of divine art. There are big men with poisonous eyes who see right through it. The head is protected by merit. Heavenly fire does not melt. Heavenly thunder does not extinguish. And even though the body is not protected by merit, it can be restored by rebirth with a drop of blood. This augur is too well prepared for this heavenly ascension gate calamity, sufficiently unconvincing. It can be said that augurs are almost undefeatable. Rumble. A second giant hijacking cloud bloomed. Flowers bloom. Thunder falls. The lightning blazed so brightly that the world once again became blind, unable to see anything. The only thing that kept coming was the roar of the dragon on the heavenly ladder. By the time everyone was well enough to see, the augur was once again holding his morose skeleton forward, step by step, gradually, back to as good as new. And the next thing you know, this drama keeps repeating itself. The whole thing makes everyone feel like they're watching a replay. It's not even new with the reversal. The only difference was that the 9 heavenly thunder in the back became more and more terrifying. It was so horrible that the sky was breaking up in general. It was so terrifying that countless experts with cultivation in their bodies spat blood, fainted, and convulsed over it. But the augur is still the same augur. It is so tenacious that the Lord of Heaven can't seem to do much with it. Unconsciously, the 9 heavenly thunderbolts had already struck down 6 times, and the Jiaolong had unknowingly arrived at the position of 8,000 paces, getting closer and closer to the heaven's gate. Underneath the sky covering robbery clouds, there were only 3 giant robbery cloud flowers waiting to bloom all alone. TSK. There's only 3 left. Why don't they bloom together and give me a good time? Junzei raised his head to the sky and roared, his wildly paradoxical stance on display. The words were a shock. No one who heard the voice changed color. What kind of behavior is this? He is provoking the heavenly master. Is it really that emboldening to let 3 hijacking cloud flowers bloom and blossom together? Now if there is a handicap to press the augur to be able to ascend to the gate of heaven, I'm afraid it's a different story. Whether it was the augur's self-confidence or its powerful recovery ability, gradually one begins to believe it. The impossible became possible. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The dome of the sky seemed like someone was violently beating a drum, and the terrifying heavenly might was vast and diffuse, emitting a heaven and earth pressure that made people not submit. Click, ka-ching, click. 3 giant crimson robber cloud flowers bloomed at the same time, and the heavens and earth began to violently shake. It was as if space had been torn apart. It makes one as good as being nickel and dimed. 2. It's. Juniper froze, dumbfounded. His own words just now were responded to by Elder Heaven. Grass, you've taken so many chops yourself, you can't even brag and fill a cup? Nothing else? Just want to vent out the bitterness in my heart. I'm outta here. Junzei was really convinced of this heavenly elder. Chapter 073, the transforming dragon is just around the corner in the next second. Only 3 terrifying and hideous 9 heavenly thunderbolts were seen, carrying unrivaled might as they devoured towards Junzei. That horrible scene makes you not even half think of struggling against it. 3 words came unbidden to mind: I'm dead. That's pretty much what happened. After 3 of the strongest and most terrifying 9 heavenly thunderstorms enveloped Junzei, his proud augmented body was as white as a sheet of paper, instantly torn apart. There didn't seem to be any sentence in the world that could describe the terrifying nature of these 3 9 heavenly thunderbolts. If it wasn't for Junzei's big head being protected by merit, I'm afraid that it would have gone up in smoke in an instant. But since this was the case, after Junzei's body was destroyed, he was shocked to find that the holy light flickering from the merit had dimmed quite a bit. 100,000 merits began to subtract as they were escorted one at a time. It's not so solid. This discovery caused Junzei's heart to panic. Good thing that these were the last 3 9 heavenly thunderbolts. 2 more, and he's afraid he'll die for sure. There's the blood drop rejuvenation spell that doesn't work, because under the destructive might of the 9 heavenly thunder, you wouldn't even be able to keep a single drop of blood. Can Jiao Long survive this time? 3 9 heavenly thunderbolts together. My god. Scary. Some people are impatient to know the answer. Nay, the eyes simply couldn't be opened. Even if they were forced open, the entire heavens and earth were filled with blinding lightning. But where you dare to open your eyes, it dares to make you blind. The terrifying vision of the 3 9 heavenly thunderbolts lasted for a long time, and when the lightning gradually disappeared, a single augur head on the heavenly ladder. This time without even a body skeleton. It's shocking to watch, and your scalp is numb. It was as if the dragon had been decapitated by the executioner, and there was a break in that merit-protected head, no longer muddy and covered in merit scales. Almost a third of the merit scales had fallen off. This was so tragic, so one could imagine what kind of power the 3 9 heavenly thunderbolts possessed. However, Junzei himself smiled, and although he was almost hollowed out, he had managed to break through the most terrifying 9 divine tribulation in heaven and earth. It can be said that the 3 main levels of the Gate of Ascension have fallen. The next step is for him to enter the heavenly gate and transform into a dragon. As the 9 divine tribulation came to an end, the vault of heaven also began to calm down. At this moment, the great land resounded with mountainous cheers. Hurrah for the augur! Rejoice for the true dragon that is about to emerge. This ascension is too much, and the world is about to witness history after a heart-stopping viewing of the robbery. Witness the miracle. Witness the emergence of the only true dragon in these 10,000 years. This is an honor that even if you die in the future and go to hell, you can brag to your ancestors. However, this is only part of the picture. Many of the powerful people who were afraid of the true dragon's appearance began to sit up and take notice. Watching the robberies to the end, the dragon is not only still alive, it looks like it will succeed. This who suffered. If in the press, I am afraid that we really have to watch the world's true dragon descend. Suddenly, deep in the Taihang Mountains, a super strong beam of light cut through the sky and shot towards the augur head on the heavenly ladder. The power was so strong that the space along the way burst by inches. In the end, it hit the augur's head with unparalleled precision, not giving the augur a chance to drip blood and be reborn at all. Junzei immediately let out a miserable yelp, feeling like he had been viciously knocked on the head. The pain was excruciating. Worst of all, under this strike, it failed to pierce Junzei's head though. However, it caused a large number of merit scales to rustle down. The world was instantly in an uproar over this sudden situation. It's the race demon king striking. It's going to force the augur to have to fall. Someone spoke in horror. Once the 9 heavenly thunderbolts had passed, some people were completely unable to hold back. It was important to know that the most taboo thing for a transmigrator was for someone to sneak up on them in the dark. Greatly increases the probability of death. Ga ga ga. Now is the real highlight of the Jiaolong's tribulation. If it wants to enter the heavenly gate, it will first ask the people, demons and ghosts of the three realms, if they will agree. There were sorrowful voices resounding between heaven and earth. Heaven forbid, man forbid, demon forbid, forbid the world to have a real dragon. This is definitely not a tease. Straw mud horse. Junzai ate a blow for nothing and was enraged, his golden-pupiled dragon eyes suddenly sweeping towards the depths of the Taihang Mountains. But the man who struck was hiding in the shadows. There was no way to know who had sneaked up on you. In other words, Junzai's current big head was now a living target for everyone to hit however they wanted. He was at the top of the ladder, and he couldn't help himself, plus he was at his wit's end. Unless one drills headfirst into the heavenly gate to transform into a dragon. Junzai also naturally understood this, and couldn't be bothered to burst out again, or even to waste the little mana he had left to restore his body. Alone had levitated up and rushed towards the heavenly gate. At this point, it was only about 1,000 paces from the heaven's gate. Shoo shoo shoo. There were all sorts of terrifying attacks, shooting, blasting, and hitting towards this head of Junzai's from all directions, all hiding in the shadows and striking out, not just in the direction of Taihang Mountain. There were even human masters. Boom boom boom. Junzai's head continued to explode with pain that tore at his heart and his teeth with hatred. This situation where he could only be passively beaten made him too angry, but he could only grit his teeth and bear it, and only by charging into the heavenly gate could he turn the tables. When the time comes, none of them will be able to escape. Jiaolong, don't be delusional. Although your head is protected by merit, it's almost worn out now. You can't enter the heavenly gate. An icy cold voice full of killing intent rang out. This was followed by a terrifying attack on Junzai's head. It directly knocked Junzai down to the skyladder in a very sorry state. His current state was also very poor, and the 40,000 years of mana in his body had long been depleted. I have carried over the 10,000 thunderbolts. I have carried over the yin and yang and 5 elements of robbing thunder. Even the 9 heavenly thunder has carried over the 9 heavenly thunders. Victory is in sight. Should I be destroyed in the hands of these curmudgeons? Juniper was not happy, his eyes almost spitting flames. On land, there were countless sympathetic gazes looking at Jiaolong, sighing darkly for him, but no one had the courage to stand up for the augur at this time. Those who were able to watch the robbery until the end were all the top powerhouses of the major powers. The fact that many people could choose not to throw stones now was the greatest kindness and help to the augur. In the final analysis, in this heaven and earth, apart from the mortal people, almost no one would like to actually see a true dragon descend. True dragons are better left in legends. Now that the pattern of humans, demons and ghosts in the world has long been stabilized, the pattern will change drastically once the true dragon comes out. You and other despicable people, what kind of heroes are you to strike at Lord Jiaolong at this time, when my snake clan doesn't exist? Roar! Taihang Mountain Snake Clan. Countless hissing sounds rose to the sky. Immediately, one could only see an astonishingly huge python emitting a terrifying snake demon aura as it snaked upwards. It appeared near the heavenly ladder, forming a solid wall of flesh for the augur. I, the Snake Clan, would like to escort Lord Jiaolong into the heavenly gate. Chapter 074, Candle 9 appears. What? The snake tribe is trying to protect the dragon. The tribe is crazy. To be a leader at this time is to risk universal condemnation. As a shocking giant python stood in front of the heavenly ladder, the world was suddenly shocked. There was a lot of outcry. Every python's Tao was extremely profound, the least of which was a 10,000-year-old demon, and many of them were over 50,000 years old. It could be said that the Snake Clan had almost come out of the woodwork to protect Jiaolong. A sentence of being willing to protect Lord Jiaolong's path into the Heaven's Gate was tantamount to openly declaring war with the forces of the 3 realms of humans, demons, and ghosts. How can one not be shocked and moved by such courage and determination? Even if the Snake Clan belonged to a first-class great race in Taihang Mountain, the bottom line seemed thin when it came to calling the shots of the forces of the 3 realms, or even egg on the face. Seek your own death. However, some people, when they think about it in the final analysis, do understand this kind of life-threatening approach of the Snake Clan. Although folklore has it that all things can be transformed into dragons, the Snake Clan has never been a pioneer warrior in the transformation of dragons, super obsessive about incarnating as a dragon. There is even a saying that a snake is a worm if it does not turn into a dragon. But since the founding of the Daxia dynasty, dragons have not been allowed in the world. However, the Snake Clan has still continued to have experts in the clan go augur to dragon in these 10,000 years, thus perishing in large numbers. This method of dying before and after has only changed since the current Snake King, Candle 9, took charge. But even so, there were still a vast majority of snakes in the Snake Clan that had not given up, and even if they were to die, they wanted to die under the heavenly thunder. It could be said that the serpents need a role model so badly right now, an example of a true dragon coming out of the gates of heaven. breaking the pattern of a world without dragons. Ha ha ha. Snake tribe looking for death. Just with you guys also want to protect Jiaolong. This is your King Candlejo's intention. Or you guys take the liberty to make decisions. Where is Candlejo? A questioning voice came from the depths of the Taihang Mountains. Don't look at the giant python standing up one by one next to the heavenly ladder. But there was no Snake King Candlejo's figure. The pythons didn't answer, but instead used their huge, sinuous bodies to wind the heavenly ladder into an impenetrable passage. The exit of the passage was none other than the heavenly gate. Masters of the Snake Clan, this seat warns you, leave quickly or don't blame this seat for not giving face to Candle 9-inch. There were icy voices making death threats. In the dark, there were pairs of terrifying gazes containing might staring at the heavenly ladder, watching what those giant pythons were doing. Full of sarcasm, using his body as a meat shield, he bought time for the augur. Sure enough, those who want to transform into dragons are a bunch of crazy people. Right now, the Jiaolong resisted the 9 divine tribulations, and the heavenly elder's hurdle was passed, but the bigwigs of the human, demon, and ghost forces in the 3 realms is never going to sit back and watch the augur enter the gates of heaven. It's useless for anyone to bail. Quickly go. It's not easy for you to cultivate. Don't give up your lives for nothing. Junzei's soul augur head drooped down on the heavenly ladder and spoke at the group of snakes entwining the ladder. Don't worry, Lord Jiaolong. You are only a few hundred steps away from the heavenly gate. Even though we are not talented, we will definitely be able to protect you to the top. No need. Transforming into a dragon is my own business. It has nothing to do with you guys. Go, Junzei yelled anxiously. Many attacks had just hit his skull. Each attack disintegrated his merit scales. It showed that but whoever secretly made a move at this time was a top-tier powerhouse in the heavens and earth. Although all of these snake demons in front of them had high cultivation levels, they were still a far cry from the powerful people who had secretly struck. It's just a few hundred paces away, and he's taking a smothering, gritting his teeth, and he still might make it. However, these snake demons used their own flesh and blood as a shield for him, although it allowed Junzei to successfully succeed in reaching the top without any problems. But I'm afraid most of them are going to perish. This favor was too big for Junzei to dare to owe, and he couldn't afford to pay it back if he did. After all, no one has but one life. Lord Jiaolong, don't say anything. Charge all attacks. We will block for you. Those despicable people want to kill you. They must step on our corpses first. Junzei's heart shook and he was greatly moved, but his eyes turned bloodshot and growled. Get lost. All of you get lost. Save your lives and transform into dragons yourselves. A strong snake's tail appeared, pushing Juniper's head forward. It looks like it's only a few hundred steps away, but it's a step in the right direction. You're really looking for death? Then this seat will fulfill you. Humph. These snake demons want to die, so let them die. Not knowing what's good for them, Candlejo did not appear. They are afraid to take the liberty to protect the augur. All killed. Candlejo cannot blame us. A cold voice rang out, and a terrifying and overwhelming aura erupted from multiple places in Taihang Mountain. There were racial demon kings and ghostly ghost kings. A terrifying attack tore through space and blasted towards the heavenly ladder. At the same time, in the direction of the human race, there were also terrifying sword chi and blade lights sweeping in. For the human experts, it was a good time to behead the demons. Boom boom boom. Juniper's location was bombarded as if it were wildly bombarded. The roar was unrelenting. However, he was perfectly protected, but in his afterglow, he saw the scales of a snake demon with a powerful aura and high level of Taoism being blown apart, and blood and flesh began to fly horizontally. The writhing muscles and white bones were shocking. Damn it! Damn it! Junzei felt like he was going crazy. Those golden-pupiled dragon eyes were so stern that they wanted to eat people. His throat rolled to say something more, but he took a deep breath and charged toward the heavenly gate. If he rushed to the heaven's gate 1 second faster, he might be able to kill a few less snake demons. These are the elite underpinnings of the Snake Clan. He was heartbroken for the Snake King even after his defeat at his hands. All that he had suffered now, whether it was a favor or a blood feud, would be liquidated with a stroke of the pen when he succeeded in transforming into a dragon. 300 paces, 200 paces, 100 paces. The heavenly gate with its golden light and rolling red haze was getting closer and closer, and Junzei's brain was now turning chaotic. The only thing in his eyes was the heavenly gate with its bright curtain of light, and he just wanted to dive in headfirst and end this suffocation. However, the short few hundred steps came at the cost of one terrifying python after another. Their flesh and blood flew everywhere, their strong bodies shattered, and their blood gushed like a spring, hardening this white jade makeup heavenly path and coloring it red. The Snake Clan is crazy, really crazy. For the sake of protecting the true dragon, all of them don't want to die. Is it worth it? Some people couldn't look at it anymore and covered their eyes, unable to bear to look at the cruel and bloody images. From so far away, they could all still smell a strong odor of blood in the air, but it was all so tragic. and there were still horrible attacks coming out from all directions, blocking the big head of the auger dragon. In the Snake Clan's territory, there was still a giant python rushing up to the sky, going forward to serve as a meat shield. It's so sad that you feel suffocated just looking at it. The dome of the sky is densely covered with robberies and clouds, and there seems to be some kind of voice that howls up to the sky in the underworld. Suddenly, a rain of blood fell from heaven and earth. Since this epidemic, I'm afraid that the Snake Clan will be faced with a break in experts. It will be difficult to recover for hundreds of years. Stop it, all of you. Do you think I, Candlegio, am dead? A furious cry rang out from heaven and earth, deafening the ears. In the next second, only the Snake Palace of the Snake Clan's Holy Land shook as countless powerful demonic chi converged to form a terrifying python silhouette. The giant python silhouette appeared in the firmament and roared madly at the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was only a mere shadow, but the hissing sound came down from the sky like a giant wave, stirring in all directions. It was so horrifying to hear that one couldn't help but shiver all over. In an instant, all the bigwigs who had secretly struck out gave a start, and scorn swept up under their eyes. At this time, in the blood pool of a secret room in the Snake Palace, a fat man who was neither tall nor short slowly walked out. His entire body was wrapped in firelight, and his red flames burned like flames, dazzling to the extreme. The demonic aura emitted was even far beyond the realm of a cave lord demon king. It's a pity. Just one step short of this king can step into the level of deep mountain demon king. That's just it. Let's tighten up that little guy to transform into a dragon first, Candle 9 said, and a cold killing intent stood at the corner of his mouth. It was also time to let everyone in the world take a look at what it meant to be a 9-colored heaven-swallowing python. This king can make heaven and earth change colors. Chapter 075, Successful Entry into the Heavenly Gate. The world is terrified. Candle 9 disappeared into the Snake Palace and appeared above the heavenly stairs in the next second. As soon as that chubby figure manifested, the heavens and earth violently swung. A pair of cold and stern gazes whirled around in all directions. A warlike feeling quietly swept through the hearts of countless experts like electricity. This Snake King? Seems a lot tougher. A cave lord demon king opened his mouth in surprise. Great king, you've finally come out of the gate. Great! The snake demons that were entangled in the heavenly ladder wailed in excitement when they saw Candle 9. Candlegio glanced at the scaly clansman and at the sky ladder that was dyed red. Killing intent in his eyes shot out like a soaring wind. Go down and heal your wounds. With this king here, I will make sure you see the true dragon come out. The snake demons nodded excitedly, and one slid down the heavenly ladder like a kite with broken strings. In fact, they not only had to withstand the fatal attacks from the bigwigs of the various forces, but also the invasion of the vast heavenly might. After all, they are not fairy men. Candlegio looked towards the augerhead that was less than 100 paces away from the heavenly gate, and sked and scoffed. Little fellow, this king has only closed the door. Why are you mixing so much? You've mixed up your body. Juniper had been hollowed out all over his body, and was almost on the verge of not even having the strength to speak. Don't look at the fact that the heavenly lord had not sent down the calamity now, but that intensifying heavenly might was still pressing down on Junzei like countless great mountains. Every step he took forward now was by sheer force of will. Ascending the heavenly gate was indeed too difficult, and he finally understood why the Snake Clan had so many snake demons with high levels of Tao. After all, not a single true dragon appeared. At this moment, seeing Candlegio, that fat man, Junzei suddenly felt very kind, but his mouth was hardened. Wretched? When I come out of the heavenly gate you can see it again. It will definitely brighten your eyes, huh? The first time we met, this king said he would watch you transform into a dragon with white eyes, said Candlegio. Little guy, you have to remember, you are not for their own dragon. You are for the millions of living beings under the sky who want to become a dragon and dragon. You are the hope of everyone. You are only allowed to succeed, not allowed to fail. A glint flashed in Junzei's eyes and he nodded heavily. Go on. Just now the Serpent Clan gave you protection. Now the king himself will give you protection. As soon as Candlegio said this, the sound of eating and drinking rose to the sky from the depths of Taihang Mountain. Candle 9, do you know what you're saying? Do you want the Snake Clan to disappear from the Taihang Mountains? Candlegio hovered above the heavenly ladder, faintly looking towards the location of the voice, his body surging, demonic aura surging out. A fat hand reached out and grabbed through the air. A roaring sound came out from the location of the voice just now, and immediately, a race demon king flew out screaming miserably. In full view of the crowd, he flew up the ladder to the sky and was choked by the fat hand, unable to move. I thought who was so loudmouthed, but it turned out to be you, the poisonous centipede. The centipede king looked at the domineering Candle 9 with a shocked and appalled gaze. Incredulous, how are you so much stronger? Could it be that you have stepped into? Shit, bad breath. Candle 9 didn't wait for the other party to finish his words, and a slap was whistled towards the other party's head. Bang! The centipede king's head was just like a watermelon. It directly exploded and the blood mist swept away. But in the mist of blood, a golden elixir of life floated out, containing the centipede king's Yuan Shen. He panicked and tried to escape. Candle Geo's mouth opened, and he sucked this benthic golden pill that wanted to run into his mouth and swallowed it directly. Then the headless body in his hands was thrown away as garbage. Oh, this scene instantly shocked the four fields, and countless voices sucking in cool air rose and fell. The eyes of a pair of bigots in the shadows glazed over. They all knew that Snake King Candle 9 was strong, but the Candle 9 at the moment was a bit outrageous. The one he had just killed was the Demon King of the Centipede clan, carrying 150,000 years of Tao. That's no minion. Just like that, he was easily slapped to death by Candle 9, and even swallowed the intrinsic golden pill. Even the one in the tree castle was shocked. TSK. It turns out that the race Demon King's essential golden pill tastes so good, it can more or less rise in mana for 10,000 years. Candle Geo's eyes flashed with divine light as he stood in front of the heavenly ladder with an arrogant and domineering look. Fat snake, what do you want? If you leave now, my father can forget about it in the tree castle. The voice of ancient Changming's cold voice came out. The threat was overflowing. In normal times, Candle Geo's face would still show awe, but at this time, his aura was fully open. Ignoring the heroes of the world, looking towards the tree castle, he faintly said, "Back to the words of the honored one. Candle Geo complied with your original order to protect the true dragon out of the world. You at first, but you personally said that no one else is allowed to interfere with the augur ascending to the heavenly gate. Gu Changming was angry and speechless, and everyone knew that he had said the opposite in the first place. I didn't expect Candle 9 to disgust himself with this now." Ancient Changming's face was slightly chick-twisted. A dense black fog permeated around him, staring at the augur head on the heavenly ladder, actually just a few steps away from ascending the heavenly gate. Damn it, can't let Candle 9 confuse and disrupt the vision. Immediately, Gu Changming stretched out a finger at it, and the terrifying energy condensed at great speed. Boom! A terrifying pillar of light blasted towards the augur head that was approaching the heavenly gate. The power is so great that it turns the world upside down. Candle 9 took a step through the air, and without waiting for the energy wave of the light pillar to shoot in, he backhanded it. Stiffly, this terrifying light pillar energy wave was jerked away from the trajectory of the attack and turned its head towards a certain mountain in Taihang Mountain to blast away. In the next moment, that mountain exploded with a loud bang and was instantly leveled to the ground. Oh, a stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The strong Candle 9 caused all the powers of the three realms to have their jaws dropped in shock. It was just as well that he killed the race Demon King, but he was also able to easily beat away Deep Mountain Demon King Ancient Changming's attack. This was definitely not something that a party of Cave Lord Demon Kings could do. Fat snake, recognizing 3 days when you are impressed. You have actually stepped into the realm of the Deep Mountain Demon King. It seems that this father will have to call you brother, and brother Ancient Changming's words with a sneer further confirmed the strength of the Snake King. My goodness, it's not good news that the 5th Deep Mountain Demon King has appeared in Taihang Mountain. Even the pupils of Emperor Jialong's eyes in the imperial garden of the palace began to contract, revealing scorn. Who knows? But Candle Geo laughed out loud and said, "It's just a half-step Deep Mountain Demon King, but it's still no problem to deal with your 10,000-year-old tree that won't die, an old tree?" Many racial demon kings in Taihang Mountain were confused. Snake King Candle 9 is turning over a new leaf, daring to fight hard with Gu Changming like this. This was completely tearing his face off. Suddenly, someone screamed in fear. "Look everyone! The augur is standing in front of the heavenly gate." In an instant, countless gazes looked towards the heaven's gate in unison, and under one glance, their hearts were about to pop out. The dragon really stood in front of the gate of heaven, proudly looking down on the world. His transformation into a dragon was no longer out of reach, but just a step away. Those golden-pupiled dragon eyes flashed with an unusually astonishing light. "Listen, if I emerge as a dragon, I will suppress all enemies in the world. Cherish the time you have now." Boom! The heavens rioted, and a blazing thundercloud cut through the black robbery clouds that covered the sky. It was even more like a sharp sword, sticking into the hearts of those bigwigs who had just made a move to block the attack, hard enough to force them to start being on edge. Someone wanted to make another shot, but unfortunately it was too late. The dragon put down his harsh words, and then drilled into the void in slim heavenly gate, completely disappearing from the eyes of the world. Chapter 076, Nine-Colored Heaven Swallowing Python. Out of the blue, the imperial garden of the palace, Emperor Jialong saw the augur leaping into the gate of heaven, and all of a sudden he felt that the beloved concubines around him did not smell good. Self-absorbed in some kind of thought, seems to be weighing the pros and cons of something. Suddenly, he summoned a competent eunuch and whispered a few words in secret. The eunuch listened and retreated with shivering feet. After the explanation, he began to meditate again. The 4 major demon consorts beside the emperor didn't dare to interrupt, but just had their beautiful eyes looking at the heavenly gate that stood in the firmament, as if they couldn't get enough of it. For all the living beings in the universal world have a question to ponder at this time. Then it's this heavenly gate of golden light rolling in red. Was it the first time he had seen it in his life? And would be the last time he would see it. Inside the imperial garden, besides these 4 ding-ding favored demon consorts, here are some other new concubines whose recent choices have been quite popular with Emperor Jialong. There were more than 30 new consorts in this batch, but shockingly there were actually less than 5 consorts from the human race. Basically, they're all female goblins of stunning beauty. One of the consorts was bright but not dazzling, confident but knew how to be restrained, intelligent but not ostentatious. It was Minglan, the snake beauty sent to the palace by Candlegio of the Snake Clan. Minglan, being a new consort, sat in the very last seat. Her appearance at this moment was similarly looking up at the heaven's gate, seemingly calm, but inwardly shocked like waves. The dragon enters the gates of heaven. When that augur dragon was still a snake-walking augur, she was still serving the Snake King in the Snake Palace. In less than half a year, she stepped into the palace while the other party logged into the heaven's gate. The same snake life. Looks like Minglan into the palace to serve the emperor, rich and enjoy the glory and wealth, but she knew very well in her heart, compared to the augur that had logged into the heavenly sect, she can be lowered to the dust. There is absolutely no comparison. But Minglan was happy in her heart. The augur dragon became a true dragon, and in the end, it was from the Snake Clan. She could have advised the Snake King not to kill it in the first place, and that would have been a good result down the line. Report, Your Majesty, the city god of Chinatown is here to see you. Emperor Jialong returned to his senses. Then he got up to greet them. A first-grade positive god could not be slowed down. Usually, you can't even invite them if you want to. After a mutual salute, Emperor Jialong smiled and said, Immortal Master is here for the true dragon that will soon come out. The emperor does not seem to be in a hurry. Is the promise of a real dragon out of the world? Is not forgetting the royal ancestral training. The city god's eyes glared and he spoke without any ceremony. Though I'm a fool, I don't dare to forget the royal ancestral training. The city god rolled up his eyes again. You still know that you are dim. Look at this side of the consort. All that emanates is demonic aura. Where is this a palace? If you don't know, you'll think it's a goblin nest. The city god was furious. Emperor Jialong smiled awkwardly and changed the topic. Immortal, when a dragon enters the heavenly gate, it may not always come out as a true dragon. What a statement. Please sit down, Immortal, and we'll wait and see what happens. Candlegio was relieved to see Junzei leap into the heavenly gate. A grin rose up on his face, feeling like he had done something great. It also indirectly filled the regret of not being able to transform into a dragon. He wasn't strong enough in the beginning and was afraid that even if a snake became a dragon, he wouldn't be able to protect it. Now, Candlewick felt capable of protecting his calf. Thinking of this, Candle Nine's gaze flickered with divine light as he hovered in front of the heavenly gate. He shouted to the world, listen to my snake tribe. After this, all of you can walk on the scaly scales and turn into dragons. And you don't have to worry about small conspiracies. The king can protect you. When these words came out, the wind rose and the sky and earth changed with it. A mountain of excitement soon came from underground. Long live the Snake King! Long live the Snake King! Long live the Snake King! Ha ha ha! Candle 9 laughed out loud. It hurts. Today is really painful. Ever since he became the Snake King, he had been lying in wait, planning and not daring to act recklessly. Fear of bringing the serpents to their death. It was clear that he was the existence under the heavens that had the most talent to transform dragons. Yet he personally cut off his own path to transforming dragons. All because of a lack of strength. Afraid of arousing the scorn of that old tree demon, Ancient Changming. Right now, his strength had risen without fear of Ancient Evergreen. And right now, he had personally sent the augur into the heavenly gate. The future of the serpents is coming. Candlegio, don't think you're getting carried away just because your strength has risen so much. You want all the Snake Clan to transform into dragons. Could it be that you want to turn the Snake Clan into a dragon clan? You're so ambitious. There was a shouting sound. Candle 9. If the Snake Clan really becomes the Dragon Clan, will you, the king, still be their king? Another sharp questioning voice came. Candle 9 took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming as he scanned the world's groups. Creatures cultivate. What path they cultivate, what path they take, it's all up to their own hearts. Why do they need other people to interfere? And what are you guys? What gives you the right to cut off the path of the world's creatures to transform into dragons? I Candle 9 the Snake King when it does not matter. I will be for the world of dragon living beings plan. For my snake tribe plan. You wait to see, and so on. When the true dragon of the heavenly gate, it is the world of dragon people's heyday to come. Candle 9's words rumbled and shook his ears, echoing through the heavens and earth. No one who heard it was shocked or moved. Who would have thought that a snake king in the district could have such grandiose words? For the sake of all the dragon-based beings in the world? With this one sentence, Snake King Candle 9 would rise in reputation and become the most prestigious demon king of the demon race, worshipped and revered by the world's dragonized beings. Just when everyone was still immersed in the Snake King's domineering quotes, a sharp and eerie voice came out from heaven and earth, who said that if a dragon enters the heavenly gate, it can turn into a real dragon and come out. If this heavenly gate is going to be gone, there will be nothing left. The words were horrifying. It was even more shocking and unbelievable than what Snake King Candle 9 had just said. After a long time, countless pairs of eyes containing intimidating pressure glowed and glowed. It's like a dinghu dunking. Yeah, if the heavenly gates were all gone, naturally there wouldn't be any true dragons coming out. This line of thinking is honestly crazy and pie in the sky, and it seems like no one has ever thought towards this logic before. Ancient Changming in the tree castle even laughed out loud. What kind of smart person says that? Genius. On the contrary, Candle Geo was shocked at the words, and he detected countless powerful breaths boiling up in the dark, punching the sky. Countless pairs of sharp gazes looked towards that radiant heavenly gate. The killing machine is all around. Not good. This king's mission to protect the road is not over yet. Roar. Candle Geo opened his mouth and actually let out a snake whistle. His gorgeous clothes exploded, and there was a monstrous burst of demonic power raging in vast within his body. The sea is turning over. A superb pressure from the Snake King enveloped the entire Taihang mountain like an abyss. The pressure was so great that countless race creatures couldn't even catch their breath. Immediately after that, Candle 9 shifted and directly manifested his own body. It instantly became a monstrous python of 9 colorful and eye-catching colors. Large and boundless, every piece of snake scale on his entire body flickered with 9-colored light, emitting a woozy sound. At this moment, in all directions, earth, fire, wind and thunder surged together. Shocking visions began to erupt. The heavens and the earth changed color with it. All at once red, all at once orange, all at once purple. Red, orange, purple, white, green, blue, red, yellow, black. The 9 colors of the color. The rotation of the change. Dazzling and dizzying. Gosh, this is the ancient beast 9-colored heaven-swallowing python. It can really change the color of the earth and sky. With the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python coming out of nowhere to block the heavenly gate behind him, instantly shocked the group and looked out of the corner of his eye. A terrified awe rises in all who see it. Chapter 077. Listen to the dragon's voice. Who would have thought that what appeared in front of the heavenly gate was not a true dragon of the world, but a terrifying 9-colored heaven-swallowing python. That superb Snake King's pressure along with the majestic demonic power, all of them made people's hearts tremble with fear. It is said that a snake is a worm if it does not turn into a dragon, but this argument was in front of the 9-colored sky-swallowing python that came out of nowhere in front of him. It's just bullshit. It is enough to stand proud and look out of the world. It was also enough to be on par with the 4 deep mountain demon kings of Taihang Mountain, become the heart of the human race. As Candle 9 completely manifested his main body, the abyssal snake's mouth opened. Listen, you villains, with this king, the heaven-swallowing python here, whoever dares to move around and wants to destroy the heavenly gate, first ask yourself if you can shake this king's world-defying serpent body. When the Snake King's domineering words came out, they instantly swept through heaven and earth. Silence. The 4 directions of heaven and earth all turned incomparably silent at once. 9-colored heaven-swallowing python, the transcendent supreme bloodline of the snake clan lineage. Its body is 9-colored. Its power is heavenly, and it can swallow the sky and devour the earth. Those who attempt to make a move do weigh themselves first. The most crucial thing was that this 9-colored heaven-swallowing python had already taken a step into the level of a deep mountain demon king, possessing majestic and boundless demonic power. It's really hard to know how to deal with it. I'm afraid that only the 4 deep mountain demon kings can shake Taihang Mountain, and I'm afraid that the only way for the human race to do so is for the land gods of the Kunlun ruins to step in with the ancient gods and Buddhas of the Great Thunderbolt Temple. But the ancient Changming in the castle on the tree laughed coldly. This fat snake really regarded the world's masters as nothing once it rose to power. It is ultimately its subordinate when all is said and done. If one wanted to oppose his heaven and create a rebellion against him, merely being a half-step deep mountain demon king would not be enough. Immediately, he sent a 1,000-mile voice transmission, explaining a few orders down. Suddenly, a lion roared from a certain place in the Taihang Mountains, roaring with a terrifying sound wave that could make people's souls go out of their body with the shock. In the next second, a huge-sized 9-headed lion shot up into the sky and flew directly in front of the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python. Confront each other. Its 9 lion heads are exceptionally ferocious. Its body is golden as if it was poured in gold, and its demonic power is even stronger. Who is this? It's the 9 sacred demon king of the lion clan. Fat snake. I'm sorry. When this king made a move to catch the auger dragon, It held a grudge long ago. So I couldn't watch it transform into a true dragon and come out from the heavenly gate. Candlejo's pair of huge snake eyes looked faintly at a glance at the nine-headed lion. In the past, everyone was a cave lord demon king, and it was troublesome to fight. But at this moment, he calmly said, "Just you aren't qualified enough. It's better to let that old tree demon make a move himself plus my old cow." The ox demon king of the ox clan rises up to the sky. His body shape is intimidating, thick and majestic, casually moving with the might of a landslide. It came to the side of the golden nine-headed lion and separated itself from the nine-colored heaven-swallowing python. Candlejo wasn't surprised and still said indifferently, "In the past, you were still able to compete with this king, but now this king regards you as ants." Boom. Only to see a strong demon king aura pulling up one after another in Taihang Mountain. In front of the nine-colored heaven-swallowing python, one racial demon king after another appeared. King of pigs, king of antlers, king of cats, ancestor of yellow rats, king of heavenly dogs. All of them have defected to the banner of His Holiness Evergreen. At this moment, there were more than a dozen demon kings. Among them there were also 3 cave lord demon kings, and each of them had a demonic aura and a formidable body shape. All of them stared dead on at the nine-colored heaven-swallowing python that was blocking the heavenly gate and hanging across the sky. Ha ha ha. This king will fight the group today and show the world that even if my snake race doesn't transform into a dragon, it's still the most powerful race in Taihang Mountain. One sentence down. The nine-colored light on the heaven-swallowing python's body was as vast and undulating as a tsunami, sweeping across the sky and resembling waves lapping at the shore. Boom boom boom. The heavens and the earth were in turmoil, as if the end had come. The nine-colored heaven-swallowing python was in front of the heavenly gate, battling a dozen or so race demon kings, and this fight was the sun and moon, and the mountains and rivers were shattered. That scene instantly shocked the world. Heavens, what's the situation? The true dragon hasn't come out yet. But the demon race of Taihang Mountain has killed each other. Ha ha ha. The more gruesome the fight, the better. My human race will reap the benefits, and the death of a random race demon king will be a great joy. They want to destroy the Heaven's Gate. If the Heaven's Gate is destroyed, the true dragon can't really come out. Today is destined to be an extraordinary day and one that is hardly peaceful. When a dozen or so race demon kings fought, the commotion was truly even more terrifying than the previous heavenly tribulation. The sky roared and whistled repeatedly, and the sound of breaking air was even more incessant. It was also more alarming to watch. The people watching the show were shocked. The demon kings who were fighting were even more shocked. The Snake King Candle 9 was only missing for a few months, but his strength had actually increased so much. It is far beyond the Cave Lord Demon King here. A dozen of them fighting one, and surprisingly, they hadn't taken any advantage. Saying something about a half-step Deep Mountain Demon King. This is a fucking Deep Mountain Demon King. If it wasn't for Candle 9's distraction to take care of the heavenly gate at the back, he was afraid of being sneak attacked. I'm afraid that a few demon kings must perish at the scene. The same is true of the facts. As this great battle began, from time to time, terrifying attacks from the 4 directions of heaven and earth blasted towards the heavenly gate through the air. We all know in our hearts that by destroying the heavenly gate, the purpose will be achieved. As powerful as the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python was, there was only one, and besides, it was being held up right now. A few powerful attacks hit the heavenly gate as expected, causing it to shake. This also caused the eyes of many secretly powerful bigwigs to light up. Sure enough, Heaven's Gate is capable of being destroyed. As long as a strong enough force impacted the heavenly gate, it naturally disappeared. Nothing in this world is absolute. Damn. A bunch of little people. When Candle Geo saw the situation, he knew that he couldn't tangle with the group of racial demon kings in front of him, and ancient Changming sent these people out. Nor was it to kill him, the heaven-swallowing python, for interfering with yourself. Get the fuck out of here. Candle 9 bellowed angrily, a snake tail flipping and sweeping out, sweeping back the crowd of demon kings afterward, just coiled up towards the Heaven's Gate with his infinitely strong snake body. The advantage of this was that the sneak attacker's attack wouldn't be able to hit the Heaven's Gate, it would only hit him on top of the snake's body. The bad thing was that it acted as a meat shield as those snake demons did earlier. Let the people blast away. Candle Geo, in order to protect the true dragon out of the world, you really even want to give up your life? The weight of your 9-colored sky-swallowing python can be completely no less than a real dragon in the world. The crowd of demon kings were surprised to the extreme. I didn't expect my opponent to be so playful. Is it worth it? Ha ha ha. At the cost of this king, this heaven-swallowing python, for the pattern of having dragons in the world, it's worth it. The voice is powerful and ear-shattering, and it can't help but make people's blood boil. Wanting to make history and witness a miracle never comes without paying the price in blood first. The world looks overhead and marvels at it. In the land of the heavens, a monstrous python that shimmered with 9-colored divine light coiled up with the heavenly gate as its center. Then roar the heavens and the earth. with a casual hand. Countless terrifying attacks came from all directions, slicing through the long sky. It blasted at that heaven-swallowing python's body. Deafening roars were incessant and intense, as if the entire sky was about to collapse. The world can't tell what the legendary real dragon looks like. After all, it's never been anything more than an earful, never actually seen. However, at this time this nine-colored sky-swallowing python, which is capable of ensuring the emergence of the true dragon, is remembered by the world. Time passed by, and it wasn't a short period of time for the augur to enter the Heaven's Gate. Ancient Changming of the tree castle finally sat down completely and levitated above the castle with his white clothes floating. In an instant, the wind was at his back. Fat snake, it's better to let my father personally give you a ride, so you can disappear into the heavens and earth along with the heavenly gate. This was the first time that the deep mountain demon king of Taihang Mountain stood under the world's gaze and struck out. A super powerful beam strong enough to invert the 6 chakras struck out. The hearts of the demon kings were trembling and their faces changed greatly. Everybody go. They all flew away from the location near the Heaven's Gate. Rumble. There was a shocking bang. In an instant, the sky collapsed in general. When the world thought that heaven-swallowing python had gone up in smoke, amidst the smoke of the explosion, the Serpent King Candlejo's heavily injured voice was heard. Little fellow, if you don't fucking transform into a dragon and come out, this king really can't carry it anymore. All of a sudden, a high-hanging heavenly gate suddenly shone brightly with golden light, and there was a hazy light and auspicious clouds lingering out. A cold voice came out from the heavenly gate. Elder Candle 9. Listen to the dragon's roar. Chapter 078. The true dragon emerges from the world. Celebrated by all heaven roar. A domineering and overwhelming dragon roar roared out from within the heavenly gate in a high-pitched and loud voice. At this moment, the sky-shadowing robbery clouds in the firmament tumbled like a tidal wave, and there were countless thunderbolts rioting up. Immediately, it presented a horrifying vision that shocked the world. Is this the true dragon coming out? The great land, all living things are a tremor. The sound of the dragon roar sound like from the vast universe, penetrate the depths of the human mind. One can't help but feel submissive. Plop, put. For a moment, countless people who heard the sound of the dragon's roar fell to their knees as their legs went limp. With the sound of the dragon's roar, an orthodox Herculean dragon's might strongly filled the 4 fields within the Heaven's Gate. The dragon's might invaded. Countless demonic creatures in Taihang Mountain trembled and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, manifesting their animal bodies. Trepidation. Emperor Jialong and the city god inside the imperial garden of the palace turned pale and stood up at once. Obviously, they didn't expect a true dragon to come out. The pupil of Kunlun Ruin's current patriarch Daozhen's eyes contracted as he stared at the dome of the sky, not knowing whether it was a blessing or a curse. The ancient divine Buddha walked out of the great Thunder Sound temple, looked up in the direction of the heavenly gate, and began to pinch his fingers. Ancient Changming, who was hanging from the castle on the tree, had a gloomy face and his teeth were about to be clenched. His own super strong strike just now could be said to have used the full power of the Deep Mountain Demon King. It actually failed to destroy the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python and the heavenly gate. Oops. His eyebrows were twitching quite a bit as a very bad feeling came over him. Damn fat snake. Mistake me. The 72 cave lord demon kings with more than 20 years of Tao, looking up at the sky, all began to be a bit terrified. The world is really going to have a real dragon. It's going to change. Those races that had once gone to the crouching dragon pool to catch the augur dragons felt even more of a catastrophe. Ha ha ha. Little one. This king is staring with big eyes. Come out now. The heavily injured 9-colored heaven-swallowing python Candle 9 left the heavenly gate at the first opportunity, giving up this large stage that gathered the gazes of all living things. At this moment, under the gaze of countless worldly eyes, a blazing golden light erupted from the heavenly gate. Immediately, a brilliant and dazzling dragon head emerged in a domineering manner. It was also at this moment that the sky-covering robbery clouds in the firmament dissipated into nothingness in an instant, and the night ended and the sky dawned. Above the 9 heavens, a blazing reddish haze enveloped the sky, and outside the 4 directions of heaven and earth, purple energy came from the east, and there were endless sunlight, precious clouds, and auspicious energy, coming through the southeast, northwest, and north. Moment. The heavenly flowers are falling, and the earth is gushing with gold. Such a splendid sight directly stunned all living things instantly as they watched. Is this an image they'll be lucky enough to see in their lifetime? This is so beautiful. It's like a dream, like entering the fairy world. My goodness, is this the true dragon coming out of the world? What an auspicious sight for the world in full bloom. The world is truly shocked beyond words by the images in the sky. The heavenly gate then alone a dragon's head comes out, and there is a spectacular scene of universal celebration. This is the row of a true dragon, unparalleled. A mere glance calls for a lifetime of remembrance and unforgettable memories. A mere glance made all beings in heaven and earth worship with it. In the dark, many people can't help but wonder if they live in this human world and go through all kinds of suffering just to wait for this moment of picture. Wasn't it just to welcome the true dragon? It's worth it even if you die now. Roar! Another high-pitched and loud dragon roar stirred out, causing the world's hearts to tremble. After the dragon's head emerged, the true dragon's magnificent body also began to slowly snake out of the heavenly gate in a domineering manner. The dragon's body was fit and very long, flowing continuously like the Yangtze River without end. The world stared with wide eyes and held their breath for a long time without seeing the dragon's tail appear. It's true what they say. It wasn't until a long time ago that the true dragon completely and utterly leapt out of the heavenly gate. Throughout the body up and down, the luminous body of the dragon gives people a magnificent and solemn, sacred and inviolable beast of God majesty. It has whiskers at the corners of its mouth, a bead under its forehead, and 2 dragon horns standing out. Its magnificent dragon body, which covered the sky and was as long as a river, and its dragon scales were like jewels, crystalline and glittering with light, like feathers spreading out. Again, it was like a sharp blade with a cold light. That dragon's tail seemed to be able to pluck mountains and rivers, and with a casual jerk, it seemed to be able to sweep through the entire cloudy sky. Herculeanly, a true dragon came out of the sky in full whiskers, and was placed in front of the world in all its splendor, majestic and dignified, with an extraordinary appearance. That orthodox dragon's might was even calling out to the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, the true dragon's golden dragon eyes cast a sidelong glance towards the bottom. Just a glance. The dome of the sky invaded down an irresistible brilliant pressure. The sky is falling in general. The world's top powerhouses couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. What a downer. At this moment, countless living beings knelt on the ground and looked up to the sky in frantic pilgrimage. At this moment, even the imperial parade of Emperor Jialong of the Daxia dynasty could not snatch away the elegance of the true dragon. At this moment, the world only knows the true dragon, not the king. It was also more of this moment when endless sunlight, precious haze, auspicious clouds, and auspicious chi lingered around the true dragon. The gate of heaven was first set up to shake the 9 heavens, the golden scales driving the fog want to become immortal. The bodies of all the beasts in Qianquan are offered. Kneel down and worship the true dragon over the world. The great land. Countless people were shocked by the true dragon's great majesty, caught up in a state of stagnation. A true dragon in the world. No wonder it's hard to appear for 10,000 years. Such a godly thing, and a hero of the Gaijin. There's a reason why it's not allowed to show up. Heaven is not allowed. Heaven is jealous. People are not allowed. People are afraid. Demons are not allowed. Demons are afraid. It's enough to have a piece of the sky looming above your head. Why should there be another dragon over all things? However, 10,000 years later, the true dragon was still born. Right now, no matter what kind of status and strength you have, you can't help but look at it and be convinced. Just want to punch it in the face. Otherwise it would be as if it was a great disrespect. In one of the lakes in the Taihang Mountains, a huge fish head emerges, which whirls and changes into a beautiful young girl. The young girl, her face solemn and worshipful, knelt on the lake and whispered softly, "Thank you, Senior, for me to open the road of ascending dragon for dragonized beings. Snakes can go augur into the gate of heaven to transform into dragons, and this fish spirit of mine that has been cultivating for 1,000 years will take off its scales 100 times, and the carp will leap the dragon gate on a mountain peak." A pure white snowy fox appeared with a powerful aura and 8 tails behind it. Shake it off and it's a stunningly beautiful woman. Daji is my fox clan's 9-tailed fox, but defected to the human race and became the emperor's favorite concubine, insulting the holiness of my Qingqiu lineage. The 9-tailed fox was also stained with a tainted name. This lady abandoned this cultivation path after saying that. The stunningly beautiful young woman knelt down and worshipped towards the true dragon in the firmament. "Thank you, Senior, for showing me the way. Since the road to transforming the dragon has opened, the little woman will abandon the fox and transform the dragon, become the fox dragon of heaven and earth." With a determined gaze, a sharp dagger appeared in her hand and she dryly severed each of her 8 fox tails. Meanwhile, on the surface of the East Sea, the heads of countless aquatic creatures emerged, looking up at the true dragon that emerged from the heavenly gate. It's all about awe and adoration. The East China Sea is now under our control. Let's build an underwater dragon palace for Lord True Dragon. The day it's completed will be the day Lord True Dragon comes to the East China Sea to move in. Chapter 079, Daji's demonic speech. The Imperial Garden of the Palace. Emperor Jialong looked at the true dragon spanning the firmament, waves of dragon power encroaching down, and he vaguely heard the voices of the 4 directions making pilgrimages. This made the emperor's heart thump. It seems that he lost count. The Taihang Mountain Demon Clan had sent out a Deep Mountain Demon King and so many other racial demon kings, and they were actually able to make the Jialong transform into a true dragon. Waste. This time, The Jialong Emperor did not give orders to intervene when the augur ascended to the heavenly gate to cross the threshold. Then he was anticipating that even if Jialong could carry the calamity sent down by the heavenly lord, he could not resist the targeting of the demon race. And most crucially, the news that the heavenly gate could be destroyed was still put out by Emperor Jialong. No matter which way you look at it, it's impossible for a true dragon to come out. But all the impossibilities were finally turned into possibilities. Emperor Jialong's expression was gloomy as he withdrew his gaze, and then he became even more furious. Who told you to kneel down? I am the 9 to 5 of the world. You can only kneel me. All of you get up for me. Looking around, the entire imperial garden, both the concubines and eunuchs and the guards with swords, clearly and sincerely kneeling on the ground, shivering. Only his 4 beloved concubines and the city goddess were still able to look calm, unaffected by the dragon's power. Especially the new consorts that came in and knelt and manifested themselves in their original animal form. Hard to turn the imperial garden into a zoo. Unpleasant to look at. No matter how beautiful the female goblin was in her transformed form, at this moment, her original form was revealed. So it could be said that she was full of ugliness. Your Majesty, rest your anger. Your Majesty, rest your anger. We are not purely want to kneel. It is really not enough cultivation. It is difficult to resist the dragon's power. A group of eunuchs and guards consorts begged for mercy in fear. Eunuchs are okay. This is purified. No more shame. Just afraid of the emperor to descend. The guards with swords who wore flying fish costumes were in an awkward position. As a master of the palace's inner sanctum, he shouldered the important responsibility of protecting the emperor and escorting the palace. At the moment, he couldn't even resist the dragon might emanating from the true dragon. Can be said to make the emperor lose face. This body of flying fish suit I'm afraid to wear to the end. And those consorts, not to mention, became fertilized animals. And their Taoism is not deep. With what to resist the dragon's power? Your Majesty, calm your anger. The true dragon's pressure is indeed terrifying. I can't help but be terrified. The magnificent fox consort Daji walks out to plead for mercy, taking the opportunity to buy people's hearts. As expected, once her words came out, one by one, the eunuch guards threw in grateful gazes. Your Highness is joking. The pressure of the true dragon is powerful, but you are the body of the 9-tailed fox. You have your own position. How could you be affected? Emperor Jialong's face eased a little and looked at the city god. Seeing the city god at the moment, but his eyes closed tightly. He could not help but be shocked. Immortal chief, could it be that he is also affected by the dragon's power? It's a bit of a rip-off. The dragon might could affect a first great orthodox god, isn't it? But the city god said lightly, this father is just out of sight, out of mind. Afraid that if he looks at it more, he can't help but slap it over. Is the immortal trying to capture the true dragon in the sky for me? Emperor Jialong's eyes lit up. The city god opened his eyes. My father is afraid that if one palm goes down, the emperor will have to choose a new consort again. Emperor Jialong froze and smiled sarcastically. He knew that the city god was upright and righteous and could not see these female goblins around him, especially now that these female goblins have been revealed in their original, ugly forms. It's really unseemly. It's no wonder that the city god said out of sight, out of mind. Get the hell out of here. Emperor Jialong opened his mouth, yet no one moved at the scene. The guards' legs were weak, and the goblins prostrated themselves on the ground, not to mention eunuchs, wastrels, pissed off. This emperor's nostrils smoldered. The city god couldn't stand to watch, and with a wave of his hand, a fierce wind swept through, rolling the original goblin consort away in droves. Immortal, blame me for being too careless. Now that the true dragon is out, how should I deal with it? The dragon can be left alone, but the true dragon court can never let it go. The city god snorted coldly and just wanted to open his mouth. Who knew that the fox consort Daji stood out again and opened her mouth smilingly. I congratulate your majesty. Congratulations? Emperor Jialong frowned at his words. The true dragon and the heavenly gate came out, and the living beings in all directions worshipped, more powerful than he, the emperor. What a congratulations! The city god's cold gaze looked at Daji, vaguely wanting to slap her in the face. The emperor asked him about this positive god's words, and she dared to interrupt. He's getting more and more licentious, as the holy favor is getting stronger and stronger. What a scourge and a demon! The city god felt that the fox consort in front of him could be much more dangerous than the real dragon. True dragons are, at least, spiritual deities, beloved by all the people. The image of the heavenly flowers and the earth's golden lotus just now is a further indication that the true dragon is positive. Only when the founding father left the royal ancestral tradition, do not allow the Dasha dynasty in the emergence of real dragons. And this fox princess, once was the fox king of Taihang Mountain, 9-tailed fox. Not only the cave master demon king level, powerful, the heart is also very deep. Until now the city god also cannot understand this dodgy good demon king improper. Why to come to the palace? But it's definitely harboring evil. If want to congratulate me on what true dragon out of the world. I have violated the royal ancestral training. I am a sinner, your majesty. You are the king of the 9 and 5. The Daxia dynasty under your wise and godly rule. The 4 seas are peaceful. The people live in peace and work happily. It is only in such a prosperous time that a true dragon can come out of the world. This is an auspicious omen. It must be that the heavenly lord, recognizing your majesty's achievements, has promised a true dragon to descend and help your majesty ascend to immortality as soon as possible. Ascension to immortality? Emperor Jialong's eyes lit up, but again, he didn't quite get it. Your majesty, dragons are a great tonic. Capturing the real dragon and killing it will not only follow the royal ancestral tradition, it will also allow your majesty to live forever. Isn't this the best of both worlds? Fox concubine Daji's words, the more she said, the more outrageous, will make Jialong Emperor are listening to lose concentration. Even more, the 3 demon consorts beside him were shocked to hear it. Breathing is messed up. Even the city god was staring at him with rounded eyes. Big surprise. What do you mean by demonic talk? This is typical. A load of crap. The city god immediately scolded, Demon Fox, shut up. Augur dragon can be captured casually, but the real dragon cannot be captured. This matter involves a hair move the whole body 10,000 years. It is not easy to come out of a real dragon. Although the court cannot be left unattended, but can never be captured to kill and eat. That would trigger the wrath of God. Daji relying on her high Tao, and have the holy favor. Also not afraid of the city god, royal ancestral training. The Daxia dynasty cannot have a real dragon. Do not kill, do not let the real dragon to become stronger. And then in the threat to the status of the court saying that, Daji's beautiful eyes flashed. And in her heart she secretly thought, if I can eat dragon meat, I will be able to advance from a 9-tailed fox to a 9-tailed divine fox. Many people don't understand Daji as the cave master demon king of Taihang Mountain. Why should she go to the palace as some kind of consort? It looks like glory and riches, but it's condescending to itself. The real reason is that Daji's heart is higher than the sky and her ambition is great. She wanted to become the legendary 9-tailed god fox. Once she succeeded, she could be invincible. Even the land gods and the deep mountain demon king were no match for her. By then, wouldn't the world belong to her? Daji. She had wanted to absorb the national fortune of the great Xia dynasty to promote herself. But it is too difficult to steal the national fortune. There is the Kunlun ruins above and the Qintian supervisors below. So it is as difficult as climbing up to heaven to steal the national fortune. But right now, when Daji saw the true dragon come out of the world, she invariably saw her hope for promotion again. Chapter 080, Settling Accounts. True dragon's flame. The city god was furious and blew his beard and eyes out. This demonic consort entered the palace, and she really did not have good intentions. What a bad idea. Capture the real dragon and kill it for food, and talk a good game, using some royal ancestral training as an excuse. Emperor, since the real dragon has come out, kill is certainly cannot kill. Should be by the emperor you personally for its enthronement of the position of the beast of God to invoke peace, give each other the honorary title, for its building temples and temples, by the people enshrined, forever subjected to incense. In this case, the name is justified. The court has subdued the true dragon. The 4 seas have returned to their hearts, and the people have their own beliefs and are blessed by the true dragon. This is truly the best of both worlds. The words of the city god are well written and well reasoned. It's convicting to hear. Originally, Qintian Supervisor is the organization that enshrines the ghosts and gods, but the true dragon is a matter of great importance, enshrined by the emperor to invoke peace, and more show the sincerity of the court. For 10,000 years, the world has been devoid of dragons, and all kinds of demons and monsters have come out. Now that the true dragon has come forth, it is time to recognize its status. It shouldn't be targeted anymore. Otherwise, an unsuccessful capture would be forcing the true dragon to go against the court. The words of the immortal and the ape are both reasonable. Allow me to think. Emperor Jialong's eyes flickered as he once again raised his head to stare at the true dragon that stood horizontally. The city god was so angry that he wanted to brush his sleeve away. It's infuriating to talk to this dim-witted king. It's better to kill than to collect. Don't you understand? Emperor Jialong naturally understands. Except that Daji's sentence of immortality speaks to the emperor's heart. Long after, come on people, to the Kunlun market, the great thunder sound temple at the same time to send a message. The founding father left the royal ancestral tradition. Daxia dynasty territory. Not allowed to have dragons on earth. I do not dare to disobey the ancestral teachings. The order of the 2 religions to seize the real dragon. Whoever captures the true dragon for me, I will enthrone him as the first protector religion of the great Xia dynasty. When these words came out, the entire imperial garden shook. Both Taoist and Buddhist religions have a very high status in the Daxia dynasty and are indistinguishable from each other, with the former cutting down demons and the latter driving out ghosts. Right now, Emperor Jialong has allowed the Taoist and Buddhist religions to compete with each other in order to capture the true dragon? After all, the significance of the first protectorate religion of Daxia was extraordinary. Dim-witted, dim-witted, dim-witted. The city god cursed the emperor for his folly and disappeared at once. Demon concubine Daji's beautiful eyes flickered continuously. Your Majesty is wise. After Junzai leapt out of the heavenly gate, he looked down on all things in heaven and earth from a high vantage point. The true dragon, himself, had finally evolved into the divine creature of dragons. Compared to the augur, this brand new body was too powerful. There was a majestic and boundless power emanating from his hands and feet. A casual movement is a vision that shocks the world. That orthodox dragon's mighty dragon chi was not at all like a miscellaneous dragon that had been cultivated and evolved later in life. It was more like the son of a dragon spawned by the ancestral dragon, bearing the purest dragon blood. That's how terrifying the great dragon phase skill is. Obviously, it's an afterbirth, but it's even more powerful than an innate. It was also precisely because of this that Junzai had led those beings who wanted to transform into dragons into a misconception. To think that all the true dragons in the world were as powerful as him. When the dragon's might came out, the world knelt. Today's Junzai, once he had transformed into a dragon, the 40,000 years of mana in his body had skyrocketed to 100,000 years, reached the level of race demon king. The dragon's body, which was as long as a river, was even more exaggerated at 20,000 feet. It was even more terrifying than the time when he had executed the Dharma heaven and earth before. The overall strength did not know how much more powerful it was than in the augur period. There is no comparison at all. It is true that once the power is up, it can be lawless. Most crucially, Junzai had also mastered several instinctive divine abilities. It is said that dragons are natural gods, controlling the power of heaven and earth, wind, fire, thunder and lightning. Now this wind, fire, thunder and lightning were all at Junzai's whim, especially the power of lightning, controlling thunderous killings. A single thought of the 9 heavens mixed. The heavenly Tao orders all living beings with the heavenly tribulation, and Junzai, the dragon, also grasps the most powerful natural force in this heaven and earth, thunder force. However, Juniper wasn't overwhelmed with joy either. Cultivating the great dragon phase skill and transforming into a true dragon was merely the first step towards success. In this world, the human race has land deities, and the demon race has deep mountain demon kings and mere true dragons. It didn't allow Junzai to be proud and look out of the world. Just a certain amount of self-preservation. Even if a powerful and strong person struck out at him, he could still retreat in one piece. Only by continuing to evolve the dragon body would Junzai be able to stand on top of the world. According to the Great Dragon Phase Technique's cultivation and evolution system, the next stage was to evolve into a green dragon. It is said that there is no one more noble than the green dragon, the god of heaven. The green dragon is one of the 4 sacred beasts of the past, too expensive for words. And after the green dragon, it was an evolution towards the dragon race overlord, the 5-clawed dragon. After the 5-clawed long, there was the strongest king of the dragon race, the 9-clawed golden dragon. After the 9-clawed golden dragon, is the real dragon king, the ancestral dragon also. However, the ancestral dragon was not yet the best complete body for Junzai to pursue. He's practicing the technique of the cosmic chaos beginning dragon. Eventually, of course, it evolved into the chaos beginning dragon. With this kind of math, Junzai still has a long way to go. However, according to the pattern of the Grand Xia dynasty, Junzai felt that he had evolved into a 5-clawed long. It would be enough to push across everything. Ha ha, little one. Congratulations, you didn't let the king down at this moment. Snake King Candle 9's words came. Junzai looked back and saw that Candle 9 had reverted to his human form and was covered in blood, badly injured. The breath also appeared to wilt. Thank you, Senior, for protecting my path. This favor is greater than the heavens. I will definitely repay it properly, Juniper said solemnly. Ahem. Candlejo coughed a few times. As soon as he coughed, blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. You kid really should repay this king properly. This king for you. Almost even lost this old life if Senior has any orders in the future. Senior will definitely bow and die. Don't die. It's not easy for the world to produce a true dragon like you. What a pity to die, Candlejo followed. Right now there is really a small thing. This king this time suffered a lot of injuries. I'm afraid that I have to immediately shut down. Just now in order to protect you. This king is also a little arrogant. I'm afraid that as soon as I shut down, the Snake Clan will be targeted. I'll leave the Snake Clan in your care when I'm in seclusion. Junzai laughed. This dragon of mine evolved from a snake. The Snake Clan is my own family. So what's the point of looking after it? This sounds good to the ear. This king did not look at you wrong. Let's go. This king went back to Snake Palace to retreat and heal. You go back to your crouching dragon pool to claim the throne. Senior will go down to heal his wounds first. Senior still has a little something to do. Saying that, those golden-pupiled dragon eyes flashed with killing opportunities. Candle Geo understands. The new official also has 3 fires. This augur has worked hard to evolve the true dragon. It was natural to vent the aggression he had suffered before. Take it easy, although you have evolved into a true dragon. After all, your heritage is still shallow. Just get out of breath after Candle 9 disappeared. Junzai's 20,000-foot dragon body hung majestically across the sky, looking towards Taihang Mountain. Out of breath, he had a lot of anger in his heart. The big one just wants to stir it up. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky, which had been clearing up so easily, went dark again. Between the roots of the whiskers, the mountains and rivers change color, and the sun and moon are lost. The entire sky seemed to be collapsing as if it was going to collapse, and a terrifying sense of suffocation invaded the entire world. One can't help but be terrified. What's going on? Is there another heavenly calamity coming? What a great pressure! But the might was not heavenly might, but dragon might. True dragon lord this is. The world looked up suddenly, horrified. The auspicious chi lingering around the true dragon disappeared and was replaced by a stream of black clouds coalescing behind the true dragon. It looks like it's going to look like the real dragon is going dark. One thought becomes a Buddha, the other a devil. Boo! In the next second, a majestic wave of flames burst out from the true dragon. Just like a fire-bathed phoenix, bears are burning. He became a fire dragon. No good. The dragon has turned into a real dragon and is looking for us to settle the score. A horrified voice came from Taihang Mountain. Chapter 081 Tyrannical Abuse of the Golden Nine-Headed Lion. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. It's a very inspirational quote. Juniper loved it. Ever since he became a Jiaolong, he has been targeted by the Deep Mountain Demon King along with all the major races, and was forced to give up his watery blessing and go to the mountains to hide from the disaster. But when we got to the bottom of the hill, we still weren't spared. Even though the Ascension Gate was transiting, it still kept tripping over itself. That mouth of resentment Junzai had been holding for a long time, and at this time, it was finally time to not spit it out. Right now, he just wanted to make a fuss like the Monkey King. Junzai's candle-flame dragon eyes stared dead-on at some of the racial territories in the Taihang Mountains. He could deduce through karma which demon kings had secretly rushed at him when he was crossing the tribulation. Whether they show up or stay hidden, none of them should try to escape. The wind comes. Afterwards, Junzai simply spat out 2 words. In the moment, the wind was blowing. A black tornado suddenly blew up in the sky and earth, and the tornado was permeated with a terrifying killing intent. The more you roll it, the bigger it gets, and the more destructive it becomes. Hundreds of tornadoes were spawned to brutally sweep towards the various regional lands of Taihang Mountain. Wherever the tornado went, rows of trees were uprooted and sand flew. Among them, the Lion Clan, the Ox Clan, the Pig Clan, the Weasel Line, the Canine Line, and the Blood Wolf Clan became the first victims. The tornado wreaked havoc in their racial territory, leaving no one behind. But all the monsters were caught in the center of the storm. Straight away, they were rolled into blood clots and limbs. For a moment, the major races of Taihang Mountain resounded with a cry for help. Countless small beasts and demons died in the storm. Those racial demon kings who had struck out at Junzai earlier were dumbfounded throughout when they saw this scene. Karma comes that fast? He watched with his own eyes as his territory was swept into a tornado and countless of his people lost their lives. There were even quite a few 10,000 years demons that were caught in the strong winds, and it was difficult for them to survive. This has caused incalculable damage to the racial forces. True dragon, don't go too far. Give me the right amount of time. A furious voice rose to the sky. It's raining. While horrible tornadoes were still raging across the land, torrential rains poured down. The rain seemed like sharp silver needles, rustling down towards the major racial territories. Seeing blood. When it landed, it was a bloody wound. The killing power seems to be no less than that of a tornado, and it makes it impossible to hide, because the trees in any buildings in the racial territory have been destroyed by the strong winds. It can be razed to the ground. What kind of rain is this? It's killing people. The demons screamed in terror as a gust of rain fell on them, feeling as if they were being cut by 1,000 knives. It is said that when one man wins, his chicken and his dog get rich, but when one man fails, the whole clan suffers. But both the strong winds and the heavy rains are targeted. And it's also very targeted. Many of the races that had not taken the opportunity to sneak up on Junzai earlier were now looking at the miserable state of the neighboring races around them. It was unnerving to watch and heartbreaking. Tapped his chest. Luckily, this king didn't fall into the well at that time, or else he'd be finished too. The dragon scales can't be touched. Everyone, look at the Lion Clan. The other day it was said that they were inexplicably struck by a wave of lightning and suffered heavy losses. And now they're even worse. That's what the 9 sacred demon king deserved. When it ignored the dignity of the demon king and personally went to the crouching dragon pool to catch the Jiao dragon. This is a deep hatred. And when the heavenly gate was destroyed earlier, the 9 sacred demon king was the first one to pick it out. The lion clan looks like it's finished. And I'm afraid the 9 saint demon king is going to become a bare-knuckle king. Those racial demon kings who had been spared were talking. And while they were glad that they didn't get involved in the muddy water, they marveled at the power of the true dragon. After the dragon transformed into a true dragon in the world, it directly controlled the power of heaven and earth. This strong wind, this torrential rain, this is not a natural phenomenon, but a great power. Damn demonic dragon. This king was only trying to kill you alone. Yet you want to destroy this king's entire clan, bullying people too much. The worst of the lions. A golden lion appeared on a certain mountain, its 9 heads hissing in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. Roar, roar, roar. The 9 saint demon king roared angrily at the true dragon in the firmament. However, it was not a shrew cursing and spitting, but it had performed its innate divine ability. The lion's roar. The lion's roar kung fu is incredibly powerful. With a wide-range group attack, all 9 heads roared. The sound waveform had a quality, and the sound waves were as rough and undulating as a tsunami, like waves lapping at the shore. The power is terrifying. Under this continuous roar, the nearby mountains were torn apart, and some boulders even exploded into pieces. Waves of sound rushed toward the firmament. The space along the way was wildly distorted. When the crowd of demon kings saw this scene, they were in awe. The 9 sacred demon king was really strong for being at the cave lord level. If you get pissed off, it doesn't matter if you're an ogre or a real dragon. However, what surprised everyone even more was the tsunami-like wave of lion's roar kung fu that washed over the land of the firmament. It just inexplicably dissipated. It didn't do a single bit of damage to the real dragon that was hanging across the room. I don't believe I can't help you. Seeing that his lion's roar kung fu did not achieve any effect, the 9 sacred demon king was furious and rose up to the sky. Today there are dragons without lions and lions without dragons. Good to be here. Junzei saw a golden male lion charging up, and murderous intent surfaced in his dragon's eyes. Thunder, rumble, the dome of the sky rioted. A violent thick lightning snaked out of thin air, and the sound of electric current nuisance was unceasing. The violent and thick lightning was like a giant sword, ruthlessly thrusting into the golden male lion. No good. The 9 saint demon king was unable to dodge the lightning as he was charging upwards. Directly hit a full big one and eat full damage. Lightning ran through its body. And even a 9 sacred demon king as strong as a cave lord level couldn't help but scream miserably. At the same time, it was secretly shocked. How was the power of this thunder so strong? Completely inferior to the power of heavenly thunder. The next second it realized. Damn. This lightning also contained dragon power. The reason why heavenly thunder was terrifying was that it contained heavenly might, innate suppression of living beings. And this thunder contained dragon power, which was also terrifyingly abnormal. It's like you weren't hit by a lightning bolt. You were bitten hard by a dragon. Pain to the bone. The 9 sacred demon king just rushed up and ate a thunderbolt from the true dragon. It's so tragic. It's the first time I've heard a miserable scream from a cave lord demon king. Why the world's true dragon, transcendent and above all things, is because it controls wind, rain, thunder and lightning. Those melon-eating demon kings secretly smacked their lips. It is the same reason that true dragons are not allowed to appear in the human world. No matter how strong you are, how can you face the natural power of heaven and earth? In full view of everyone, the 9 saint demon king was first struck by a thunderbolt, and was immediately greeted by a river-turning dragon tail. The 20,000 feet huge majestic dragon body. One tail strikes out, mountains and rivers will be shattered. At this moment, the knot slapped solidly on the golden male lion's body. In the next second, the 9 saint demon king transformed into a meteorite and ruthlessly smashed towards a certain mountain forest. Boom! The ground shook. A huge deep pit with black smoke appeared. Rumble. However, what made the crowd even more dumbfounded was that an overwhelmingly powerful thunderbolt from the land of the dome of the sky thundered down crazily towards the deep pit, one after the other. Blazing thunderbolts, as if the sky and the earth were connected in a white line, completely not giving the 9 sacred demon king a chance to catch his breath. It's simply deranged. This is too brutal. Is this the wrath of a true dragon? A hint of fear could not help but sweep up under the eyes of those demon kings who were watching the show, watching the theater to see the whole body shudder, behind the cold sweat. With such a set of lightning punishments coming down, could the 9 saint demon king still live? Chapter 082, Don't Go Too Far. The race demon king who was ravaged by the strong winds and storms would have also wanted to charge up into the sky and compete with the true dragon. Otherwise not a single grunt. And what face! However, when he saw the miserable state of the 9 sacred demon king, not to mention rushing up to find the true dragon to compete. The entire group was as terrified as the birds of prey. Although true dragons do not come out of the world for 10,000 years, their fame has never disappeared. Otherwise, how could the Deep Mountain Demon King be jealous? Now that the true dragon was at their head, it was really strong and perverted. If the Cave Lord Demon King was abused when he went up, wouldn't they, the average demon kings, be looking for death? Suddenly, the eyes of the men were turned toward the tree castle. Why hasn't Venerable Lord Evergreen moved? In the end, everyone had struck out before, but they had also gotten orders from him. His old man wouldn't see a true dragon come out and just leave it alone. Have we become the unlucky ones for the true dragon to spread its anger? The discerning eye could already see that the true dragon was fuming, but didn't look for the culprit, Gu Changming. Instead, they were looking for them, the race demon kings, to take out their anger. Because Gu Changming was the Deep Mountain Demon King, even if he was a true dragon, I was afraid that he would be difficult to shake. Some things make sense when you think about them a little bit. On the contrary, the tree castle. Gu Chang stood in front of the castle with his white coat floating, looking at the sky and looking at the dome of the sky as a thunderbolt struck towards the 9 sacred demon king in the deep pit. At this moment, Ancient Changming was silent and also treated himself as a bystander, because he wanted to take a good look at what kind of level of strength this augur-turned-true dragon had reached. Before, Ancient Changming could bully the small with the big and strike at will. It must now be discreet. If he didn't kill the true dragon before venturing out, he would instead raise the true dragon to the same level as the Deep Mountain Demon King. This greatly increased the true dragon's temper, influencing the Taihang Mountains pattern. Anyway, the other party had become a true dragon, so Gu Changming wasn't in a hurry. It's just a shame. Thinking of this, a rage swept up in Gu Changming's eyes. It's all because of that fat snake messing up. How else could the true dragons of the world come out? The situation at hand was actually quite tricky for Gu Changming. If the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python candle 9 teamed up with the true dragon, it could almost become the 5th ruling force in Taihang Mountain. A 5th ruling force? Suddenly, the corners of Gu Changming's mouth hooked in a cold smile as he looked towards the even deeper region of Taihang Mountain. Taihang Mountain is not only a Deep Mountain Demon King, the other 3 should also be a little bit of movement. Although he was the weakest of the 4, don't let him do all the dirty work. At that moment, a weak 1,000-mile transmission voice landed in Gu Changming's mind. Venerable Lord Evergreen, save. Ancient Changming frowned and looked towards a deep pit in a certain mountain forest. He had been contemplating for quite a while, but the thunderbolts in the land of the firmament were still splitting down one by one. It looked like the true dragon would not rest until the 9 Saint Demon King was cleaved to death. Even though the other party is in control of thunder power, in the end, it's still mortal thunder. How could it kill a Cave Lord Demon King? Ancient Changming ignored the 9 sacred demon kings' pleas for help. Choose to remain on the sidelines. Let's figure out the true dragon's land first. And there's been nothing on the human side. He just didn't believe that the one within the human palace could sit still. As for the 9 sacred demon king, it was just a matter of suffering a little bit and not dying. When he made a move now and didn't take down the true dragon, his face would be completely swept away. It would even become a joke for both the human and demon races. Rumble, rumble. The heavens and earth were filled with the sound of thunder, and it was as if the 9 sacred demon king was also experiencing a tribulation. One thunderbolt after another struck at it, not even giving it a chance to climb out of the deep pit. Just as he tried to go up, he was struck down by a terrifying thunderbolt. His entire body had long been numbed by electricity, and his own majestic demonic power was also sealed by lightning. The lightning was destroying its strong physical body and destroying its foundation. The 9 sacred demon king was almost on the verge of being cleaved into a retard. His chi and blood constantly weakening and his injuries worsening. Why doesn't the evergreen venerable king help us? Didn't you hear my 1,000-mile message? If it continued to be struck, it would not be able to keep its flesh. The physical body could not be saved, nor could the original spirit escape. At this moment, a cool voice came, and the 9 Saint Demon King's eyes lit up. I thought it was Ancient Changming, but who would have thought it was a real dragon? You have a choice. Submit or die. The voice was permeated with an undeniable killing intent. What? The 9 Sacred Demon King exploded with anger at the words. The true dragon actually wanted to take it as a demon servant. He really dared to think about it. He himself is the Cave Master Demon King of Taihang Mountain, and he is even the Lion King, commanding the lions of the world. What a noble status. Besides, it was only at a disadvantage because it had momentarily fallen into the path of the true dragon. If they were to do it for real, the true dragon might not be a match for its golden 9-headed lion. Submit or die. The cool voice came again. Get lost. Kill the king if you can. A soldier can be killed, not dishonored. The 9 Saint Demon King roared angrily. Suddenly, the incessant thunder and lightning stopped. and the 9 sacred demon king laughed heartily. It looked like the true dragon's mana had been depleted. After all, the bottom line was still shallow, and even if he could control the thunder and lightning, he still needed powerful mana to dominate. Just now, he was clearly swindling himself. The 9 sacred demon king couldn't help but praise itself for its chi node. If it wimped out and chose to submit, that would be a big joke. In the next moment, the 9 sacred demon king supported his numb and severely injured body towards the outside of the deep pit, just climbed to the pit and subconsciously looked up at the dragon. Instead, it ushered in the gaze of the true dragon. The other man gazed at it from above. One in the sky, one in the pit of the earth. The cold and frosty eyes were like the gaze of the god of death, permeated with a terrifying killing intent that made people's hearts stagnate. A hardened submissive feeling of wanting to worship rose up. Unfortunately, these terrifying eyes were gazing at the Lion King, the cave master of Tai Hang Mountain. It carried the eye pressure. True dragon, I admit defeat today. We'll settle this score later. The 9 Saint Demon King suppressed the fear in his heart and prepared to flee. However, the firmament rioted. Countless thunderbolts floated above the true dragon's head. What? It still has mana to control the thunder power? The 9 sacred demon king almost peed in fear, truly frightened by the lightning. Countless thunderbolts coalesced into a giant thunderbolt, and the blazing light of the thunderbolts made it seem as if they had gone up in smoke just by looking at them. The most incredible image emerged. When the giant thunder coalesced, it was like the Milky Way falling in front of the true dragon, whose dragon claws gripped towards the giant thunder, substantially given a grip in the claws. With this grip, heaven and earth were filled with the sound of crackling electricity. Such a shocking scene instantly shocked the world. Countless voices sucking in cool air rose and fell. The heavenly Tao orders all beings by the heavenly calamity. The true dragon uses thunder and lightning as a divine weapon in his palm. Don't go too fucking far. The 9 Saint Demon King hissed at the sky. Controlling thunder and lightning is equal to holding it? In the next moment, it braced its horrified eyes to see the true dragon holding the giant thunderbolt and making a gesture of projecting it towards itself. A sense of deathly crisis quietly enveloped the moment this pose was taken. The 9 Saint Demon King couldn't help but tremble. It clearly felt that in its current state it would never be able to resist this perverted strike from the true dragon. Could it be that he was going to be the first Cave Lord Demon King to die in a true dragon in over 10,000 years? Chapter 083, True Dragon's Ruthlessness. It was an honor of sorts, but it was clear that this Golden Lion King didn't want that honor. Death was just too far away for a Cave Lord Demon King level bigot like it. But right now, the sense of the crisis of death was like walking on thin ice, and the 9 Saint Demon King completely panicked. I surrender. I submit. True dragon, you win. The 9 sacred demon dynasty shouted out in fear towards the sky. What dignity of a demon king! What face! In front of death, all of them were worthless. Cultivation is not easy, and dying at its level is too much of a loss. What? The 9 Saint Demon King wants to submit to the true dragon? The group of demons in Tai Hang Mountain couldn't believe what their ears were hearing. Propped up with horrified gazes, he watched as the bruised and weakened golden 9-headed lion fell down beside the deep pit in obeisance. Bowed all 9 of his lofty heads deeply. The move was a stonewall. If possible, the 9 sacred demon king now wanted to go back to the deep pit. It's a disgrace for the world to see. Fly up. A cool voice came down from above. The 9 sacred demon king gritted its teeth, and the sense of deathly crisis did not dissipate just because it surrendered, for the giant thunderbolt that the true dragon held in its claws was still locked onto it. At the moment, it was fish and meat, and the true dragon was the chopping board. It does whatever the other side says. The 9 sacred demon king slowly flew up, and under the countless gazes of the 4 directions of heaven and earth, he prostrated and knelt in front of the true dragon that stretched across 10,000 feet. True dragon, I, the 9-headed lion, would like to serve you as my master, and from now on, I will look up to you and follow your orders. It gritted its teeth and uttered the words with difficulty. When he finished speaking, a flash of deep hatred in the bottom of his eyes looked vaguely in the direction of the castle in the trees. If it hadn't taken orders from venerable Lord Evergreen itself, how would it have dealt with the ogre? How did we end up in this situation? The lion clan was devastated, and it, the king, became a demon servant. The Evergreen venerable lord relied on his deep mountain demon king, and once the true dragon came out, he was instead unconcerned, hateful, infuriating. Junzei's dragon eyes flickered as he looked at the golden lion kneeling under his eyes, the resentment in his heart dissipating all of a sudden. But he wasn't prepared to let the golden lion go. It's a rare opportunity. His purpose of concentrating his firepower against this golden 9-headed lion wasn't just to retaliate alone, nor was it true that he really wanted to take the other party in as some kind of demon servant. Rather, they want to make an example of the man to set an example. Junzei was about to take the head of this golden lion to lay claim to his true dragon's prestige. No one has dared to mess with it since. Right now, It's working well, too. Countless astonished voices rang out from heaven and earth. The true dragon is also too powerful. It just came out and beat the Golden Lion King into surrendering and submitting. You should know that the 9 sacred demon king is at the cave lord level, the golden 9-headed lion kneeling in front of the true dragon. This image is unbelievable. The lion race is finished. Completely fallen. I'm afraid that after today, it will withdraw from the 72 racial forces in Taihang Mountain and be reduced to an ordinary race in the lion clan's territory. A young 6-headed lion trembled as he looked at the image in the sky, his expression full of humiliation. Father, what are you doing? Even if you lose, even if you die, it's better than disgracing the Lion Clan now in front of the eyes of the world. He just knelt down in front of the true dragon. How can the Lion Clan's people still mix in Taihang Mountain in the future? This 6-headed lion was on the verge of exploding with anger, looking at the straddling true dragon with a gaze full of hatred, almost spitting out fire. While in the firmament, Junzei spoke indifferently to the 9 Saint Demon King. Golden Lion, do you really think that this dragon wants to take you in as a demon servant? But it's just to return the humiliation of you killing your way to my crouching dragon pool. Back then Junzei was very vindictive that the other party had come to Wolongton to catch himself with his face in the first place. It made him feel greatly stifled and humiliated. If it wasn't for the Snake King standing up to protect him, Junzei would have long since become a prisoner of the Lion Clan, at the mercy of others. There was nothing for the 9 Sacred Demon King to argue about this point. One payback for another. It's what it deserves. But the 9 Sacred Demon King really didn't want to die. Besides, his face was lost, and it would be too unprofitable to lose his life in. It forced itself to be calm and said, True Dragon, now that I, a lion, have lost all my face, you're almost done with your anger, aren't you? If you leave me behind, not only am I the Cave Lord Demon King, but I have the entire Lion Clan behind me, which will be of great use to you if you want to fight against the Deep Mountain Demon King in Taihang Mountain. You need to grow your power. Grow your power? Junzei looked at the 9 Sacred Demon King. What you say makes sense. But I still want to kill you. What? The 9 Sacred Demon King's eyes rolled in surprise, having made his words so clear. The other guy still wants to kill himself. Wouldn't that be a small loss? You know he's a super hitter with an entire Lion Clan behind him to do his bidding. But anyone who is smart knows what to choose. But in the next moment, the 9 Sacred Demon King watched in horror as the giant thunder in the true dragon's grasp was raised high and sharp. The killing machine is all around. No, I'm on my knees to you, and you're still pushing me around. Bullying me too much. The 9 Saint Demon King panicked, his eyes filled with blazing lightning flashes. Rip! The giant thunder was projected by the true dragon, and at this moment the heavens and earth violently shook. Large areas of space twisted up. The crackling sound of electricity filled the entire world. Just when the 9 Saint Demon King felt that he was going to perish, he realized that the giant thunderbolt was not projected at him. Instead, it burst forth in the direction of the castle in the trees in a devastating manner. The terrifying thunder force was astonishing. So the real dragon is scaring himself. The 9 Sacred Demon King escaped and let out a fierce sigh of relief. But his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. But luckily, true dragons aren't stupid. Gu Changming, who was acting as a bystander in the castle on the tree, however, his eyes contracted violently, and he opened his mouth and shouted angrily. The true dragon is bold, not being able to say anything else. Gu Changming's black mist rolled and surged out around him, forming a thick protective shield condensed by demonic power in front of him. Go against the giant thunder. Giant thunder, if it shoots at his tree castle, I'm afraid that the castle would completely go up in smoke, and the people inside the castle would all die from the terrifying power of the lightning. It had to be said that the Deep Mountain Demon King deserved to be the Deep Mountain Demon King. It seemed like a hasty strike, but it still managed to block the terrifyingly huge thunder. But the tremendous force of the impact still caused the entire castle to shake. The sound of thunder and lightning raging was all around his ears, sounding out the east and taking the west. Not being able to do anything with my honor. You want to destroy my honor's castle, right? Ridiculous behavior. Gu Changming smiled contemptuously. However, in the next second, Gu Changming was once again shocked. He saw the true dragon suddenly open its abyssal mouth towards the Golden Lion King kneeling in front of him. In a flash of lightning, he swallowed the 9 Sacred Demon King alive in one bite. Heaven and earth all seemed to change color with this sudden scene. It's too sudden. No one expected it. The crowd watching the show didn't expect it. And I'm afraid that even the person in question, the 9 Sacred Demon King, didn't have time to react. True dragons are so ruthless and vindictive. They are worthy of being snake-turned dragons. You can't lose what's in your bones. Ancient Changming's face quickly turned gloomy. Although the 9 Sacred Demon King had rushed the true dragon several times, but in the end, it didn't do any substantial damage to the real dragon. Right now they all surrendered and submitted, kneeling before it, and not letting go, swallowing it alive in one bite. What about yourself? It seems that only one of him and True Dragon can survive in Taihang Mountain. Chapter 084, The Holy Decree to Take the Dragon. The True Dragon's act of swallowing the golden nine-headed lion alive startled many people, because the nine-saint Demon King was able to abandon the dignity of the Demon King and kneel before him in submission. There would be no sense in taking things that far. However, to Junzai, it was naturally good to take the nine-sacred Demon King as a demon servant, but there are more benefits to devouring it. It's the bulls and horses that need to be in a herd, the strong will only walk alone. Junzai understood very well that even though he was now transformed into a true dragon, his Tao was still too low compared to the deep mountain Demon King. He also had to rapidly increase his strength. Nothing could elevate him faster than devouring a cave lord Demon King. Growing power was necessary, but only if one was strong enough first. With the devouring of the golden nine-headed lion, Junzai's true dragon aura surged up, releasing a dragon's might that was even better than the might of the heavens. It's terrifying. It was full of suffocating oppression. He wanted to be the first to absorb the nutrients that the cave lord Demon King had brought to himself. It's over. It's over. It's no good for the cave lord Demon King to submit. It's still being swallowed alive by the true dragon in one bite. These demon kings such as us who made a move before are dead. Those race demon kings who were ravaged by the strong winds and storms were like birds of prey at this time, getting up in a panic. It seemed that he had already seen what would happen to him if he was swallowed alive by a bite of the true dragon. The heart that regrets. I should have known better than to get involved in this mess, sowing the karma of death for nothing. As it turns out, the dragon's scales really can't be touched. Kunlun Mountain. The human experts of the Kunlun ruins were also shaken beyond belief by the image of the true dragon swallowing the golden nine-headed lion alive. But after the shock, on second thought, that's great news. With one less cave lord Demon King in Taihang Mountain, the strength of the demon race was weakened. One must know that even though there were countless sword cultivators in the Kunlun ruins, there were few such magnificent battles that could kill a cave lord Demon King. Every cave lord Demon King represented the strongest battle force of the demon race. A party of lords. That's a pretty casual death. The dragon transforms into a true dragon, truly a leap above all things. The first sword that comes out of the world. First beheads the Demon King of the Cave Lord, a sensation in the world. The current sect leader of Kunlun Market, Daojin, whose body was haunted by the two chi of immortality and divinity, was silent. A pair of sharp eyes looked deeply at the true dragon in the sky. He was sensitive to the fact that the true dragon's aura was skyrocketing. Is the real dragon taking revenge on the enemy who poisoned him before? No, it's killing three birds with one stone. One bite solved his enemy, and he also improved his strength, and even more so, he established himself in one battle. Good mind, good tactics. The Daojin sect leader flooded his eyes with a cavernous gaze, staring deeply at the true dragon as if he wanted to see it through. At first the other side of the snake walk augur, the road really have a hunch that this demon blessed deep, never a pool of things, so through the color of appreciation. The ancient gods and Buddhas had urged him to cut down the demons in the first place, and Daojin had not been moved. As long as the other party didn't harm the heavens and didn't wreak havoc on the party, the Kunlun ruins didn't have a reason to kill. Right now, Daojin absolutely his original choice was correct. The other party from the snake walks the augur, and now ascends to the heavenly gate to turn into a true dragon. A leap to become the world's gods, above all things. Most crucially, the other party was burdened with merit and virtue, a true dragon with a heart toward the sun. Thinking back to that year, the founding father of the country was amazingly talented and was the reincarnation of a great emperor in the sky. In order to return clarity to heaven and earth, create a human dynasty, and rule over 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. But at that time, the world was in chaos with demons, each of them ferocious to the extreme. It is difficult to suppress the world's demons by relying on the founding father alone. Therefore, the great ancestor swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the 4 seas and the 8 deserts with the help of the power of the dragon race. The demons were killed, and only a small, weak demon force was left to hide in the Taihang Mountains to languish. Taizu also founded the Dasha dynasty as he wished, and worshipped the dragon as the divine beast totem of the human race, which was worshipped by the faith of all the people. After his abundant achievements, Taizu flew up to the immortal world and the dragon clan disappeared with him. With no dragons in the world, with 10,000 years passing by, the demons that remained in the Taihang Mountains back then re-emerged. No matter how hard the human race tries to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, the effect is also overstretched, treating the symptoms but not the root cause. It seems that demons can only be truly suppressed by the true dragons of the world. Before the augur dragon out, Daojin heart has a trace of expectation. If the other party can from the augur dragon again into a real dragon, then certainly let the world pattern produce a big change. Only transforming into a true dragon is harder than reaching the sky. Daojin was also just a glimmer of expectation. But who would have thought that it would actually come true today? The other party was burdened with merit and creation, and had experienced the baptism of 10,000 thunders, the yin-yang 5 elemental tribulation and the 9 heavenly thunder. In the end, it was interfered with by the deep mountain demon king of the demon clan. In this way, it still transforms into a true dragon out of the world. It means that the other person is destined for heaven. Unstoppable. Right now, the first thing that came out of the world was to kill a demon clan's cave lord demon king. So it seemed that the situation of the Taihang mountain demon race would change drastically with this true dragon. Perhaps, the other party would also be like the dragon clan back then, suppressing the world's demons, returning clarity to heaven and earth. Realize that the world is meant to be one big wheel. If the true dragon were to suppress the world's demons for the Kunlun ruins, then wouldn't the Kunlun ruins be cool? Thinking of this, Daojin looked at the disdainful true dragon in the sky. The more he looked at it, the more he was pleased with himself. Report, Master Sect Leader. An imperial decree has come from the palace ordering the Kunlun ruins to apprehend the true dragon who wanted for a real dragon? Daojin frowned at that. The Daxia dynasty does not allow dragons in the world. This is an iron law that has remained unchanged for 10,000 years. However, Daojin had always felt that it was never necessarily a good thing to stay the same for 10,000 years. Can't everything stand still and be stuck in place? Moreover, Emperor Jialong was dim-witted and favored a demoness. The court's culture changed drastically. The world began to be in turmoil, and the people did not want to live. The demon race and the ghost race are getting stronger and stronger. The first thing this true dragon in front of him, who was burdened with merit and creation and came out of the world, did was to behead a cave lord demon king of the demon race, Sensei's opponent for whatever purpose. But at least, the human race is benefiting. Allowing the true dragon to stay in Taihang Mountain to stir up the storm and contain the demon race is the most correct choice today. If the human race made a move to apprehend the true dragon now, it would instead force the true dragon towards the demon race. When the time comes for the true dragon to turn his head and regard the human race as a great enemy, will the world not be in chaos? With the strong winds and torrential rain just now, if it swept through the human city, I don't know how much disaster it would bring to the human race. Humph. This emperor hangs out with demonesses daily. Though getting more and more confused, Daojin snorted in displeasure. If Emperor Jialong had given the order while the augur was still in transit, he would have understood. Now they have all transformed into true dragons and are unstoppable before ordering their apprehension. That's putting the cart before the horse a bit. Master Palmist. It is said that the demon consort Daji advises that eating dragon meat can make you immortal, which makes the emperor order the arrest. But also angry at the time present city god whisked his sleeve away. Daojin's face turned ugly. The Kunlun ruins cut down the demons and eliminate them, but the emperor of the dynasty favors the demon girl. It's not a big joke. It said something about choosing demonic beauties to enter the palace for the sake of human-demon peace. That kind of talk. Fooling around. No need to pay attention to this holy decree. I, Kunlun Market, am only responsible for apprehending the demons that plague the people. I am not a fighter for the imperial court. Doesn't the imperial court have a demon beheading division? If you have the ability, let the demon beheading division go and catch the true dragon. Daojin's original good mood was ruined by the holy decree. Lord Sect Master, I heard that this holy decree was not only given to my Kunlun ruins, but also to the Buddhist Great Thunder Sound Temple. The emperor also sent out the word that whoever of the Taoist and Buddhist sects who captures the true dragon will be enthroned as the protectorate's first divine sect. As soon as these words came out, Daojin directly exploded and broke into a fit of rage. Ridiculous, ridiculous to the extreme. Jialong is saying this because he expects that this seat will not pay attention to this holy decree of his, the protectorate's first divine sect? Ridiculous. I, Kunlun ruins, don't care about it. And naturally the Buddhist sect doesn't care about it either. Daojin scoffed, growing more and more disappointed in the emperor. The Daxia dynasty had been in decline since Emperor Jialong ascended to the throne of the Great Treasure, and the dynasty's qi had begun to weaken. If it wasn't for the fact that his shut-in junior disciple, Stargazer, had come out of the world and boosted the nation's fortunes, I'm afraid the dynasty is starting to fall apart. Master Sect Leader, look, the Great Thunder Sound Temple suddenly has a great Buddha's light. It looks like it's going to comply with the decree and take action against the true dragon. What? Daojin suddenly looked towards the western direction and was then shocked. Chapter 085 Vajrapani Bodhisattva's Dharma. After Junzei had given the golden nine-headed lion a thorough digestion, his Dao mana rose angrily by 30,000. All of a sudden, he possessed 130,000 years of Dao. It was important to realize that before ascending to the heavenly gate, Junzei was only burdened with 40,000 Dao. This is 130,000 in a flash. Riding a rocket is not as fast as he rushes. The main reason was that the devouring opponent was too strong. The Cave Lord Demon King, and the bottom of the barrel was too strong. The pleasure was just like hitting the dirt. In addition to growing his mana, Junzei had not only absorbed the memories of the 9 sacred demon king, but had even comprehended the 9 sacred demon king's innate divine ability. The golden lion roars. This was a superb sound wave feat with terrifying group damage. A roar that shatters mountains and rivers. It can roar the 3 souls of the opponents. A very powerful divine ability. And one that was perfect for Junzei. A true dragon. His dragon's roar already possessed a certain degree of shocking power. Now with the lion's roar, you can maximize your opponent's ability to disarm and surrender without a fight. In fact, normal devouring objects, in addition to absorbing mana, can also all comprehend the other party's mastery. But Junzei's requirements were too high. Like normal mana aptitudes, he couldn't even look at them. Having them was equal to nothing. Right now, this golden 9-headed lion's divine ability was not only incredibly powerful, it also fit perfectly. The natural heart is overwhelmed with joy. Devouring the 9 Saint Demon King was indeed right. Taking in a demon servant was at best just one more fighter, which was not as important as becoming stronger yourself. When you are strong enough for yourself, the world will be courteous to you. This was a truth Juniper had realized in her last life. It's about time to close the show. Junzei straddled the dome of the sky, and made a point of glancing in the direction of the castle in the trees, his eyes rising in contempt. His guess was right. The stronger he had acted after his own emergence, that deep mountain demon king who had been targeting him instead hadn't moved. Even just now, when his own giant thunderbolt blasted over, the other party merely resisted it, and after resisting it, he didn't even get annoyed and settle the score with himself. Just a bully, Juniper concluded in his mind. If it wasn't for the bullying, the other party wouldn't have gotten rid of him during his augmentation period. Just worried about him growing up. Evergreen Venerable Lord Ancient Changming. We'll play slowly later. Still, Juniper would only get stronger, and that one would have long ago been nothing more than that. Of course, right now, Junzei couldn't do anything about his opponent, and he was afraid that he would have to promote his next dragon body before he could take his revenge. At that time he would devour the golden 9-headed lion as he did today. Devour the deep mountain demon king and turn it into his own sustenance. Wait and see. With that in mind, Juniper prepared to leave the field. However, just then, there was a thud. There was a loud bang. It's the sound of the Buddha's bell. The bells resounded through heaven and earth. With the sound of this Buddha bell, suddenly the Buddha light shone brightly, and immediately afterward, the 4 directions of heaven and earth also resounded with a wave of woozy Sanskrit sounds. It makes you want to disappear into the void and the 4 great emptinesses when you listen to it. What's going on? Juniper froze, uncertainly rising. The Buddha's light began to shine to the land of the firmament, and only under the Buddha's light, a holy white lotus flower bloomed in the sky. It's similar to the hijacked cloud flower from before. Junzei's golden-pupiled dragon eyes flickered as his heart was alerted, and he had a very bad premonition in the dark. The Buddhas are going to take a shot at themselves? Grass. Junzei recalled that when he had succeeded in walking the auger, there was a sword cultivator from the Kunlun ruins who had chopped out an overwhelming sword chi towards him. Now that his own true dragon has emerged, the Kunlun ruins are quiet, but they have attracted the Buddhist sect. Is he that hated? Didn't they say that the Kunlun ruins decapitated demons and the Buddhist sect exorcised ghosts? Come on, he's a dragon's god thing. Okay, the land of the vaults doesn't just blossom with white lotus flowers, but then a Buddhist plant also appears, such as the Bodhi tree, the Yama tree, the Hala tree, and the Carefree tree. One by one, were scattered around Junzei. Every Buddha tree and lotus emitted a blazing Buddha light. Junzei was in a trance as if he had seen the shadow of the great Thunderbolt temple. How many meanings? Is this to fulfill me as a dragon? Dang! Another loud Buddhist bell resounded through the heavens and earth. The Buddha light emanating from the various Buddha trees and Buddha lotuses coalesced at great speed, turning into 2 golden, solemn and sublime Dharma phases. The Dharma phases were thousands of feet in length, towering over the left and right sides of Junzei, the true dragon. A clinch was formed. Vajra Dharma, Guanyin Dharma. Grass Junzei's dragon eyes contracted and he sank his face, his eyes cold and stern in a dignified manner. Fruity is the Buddha rushing at himself, and when he does it for real. The specifications of these 2 Dharma phases were not something that an ordinary Buddhist monk could cast, also due to the appearance of these 2 phantoms in the firmament. Once again the multitudes of the world were shocked. Countless pairs of gazes gazed at the 2 Dharma phantoms, and their hearts couldn't help but rise in compassion, unable to resist chanting, Namo Amitabha Buddha. On the left, the Vajra Dharma, holding a Vajra pestle, is the protector god of the Buddhist Dharma, which majestically shocks, subdues ghosts and monsters, and suppresses the evils of the ages. Its Buddha-like ferocity is chilling. What a dragon subduing Vajra phantom! I've heard that each of the 4 great Vajra of the Great Thunder Sound Temple is incredibly powerful. The one on the right side of the true dragon, a Guanyin Dharma image, was even more impressive, making people unable to move their eyes. It has a solemn and graceful demeanor, with a crown of jewels on its head, a celestial garment, a waist girded with a body-hugging skirt, and a vase of pure yangji in its hand. That universal, compassionate countenance, so that people with bad intentions will not be able to look at it and will not be able to resist abandoning their lives. Convert to my Buddha. It's unbelievable. I didn't realize that the true dragon had just devoured the golden 9-headed lion, but it even drew out the Buddhist sect to strike. What's the reason for this? This is the question on the minds of countless people. Moreover, the Vajra Dharma phase and the Guanyin Dharma phase were all deployed at once, so it was definitely not a joke. It's clear that he wants to suppress the true dragon. Ha ha ha. Ancient Changqing in the castle on the tree couldn't help but laugh when he saw these 2 Buddhist phantoms. He knew that the human race couldn't have stayed still. It was just that the one who made the move that Gu Changming didn't expect was not a sword cultivator from the Kunlun ruins, but a Buddhist Vajra Bodhisattva. It's true that you have to be calm to be surprised. It's not as good as hiding down there and watching the show when you're on your own. If the Buddhist sect could suppress the true dragon, it would save him some trouble later. The imperial garden of the palace. Emperor Jialong hugged demon consort Daji as he looked at the 2 phantoms in the firmament, and his face couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile. The Kunlun ruins didn't move, and the Buddhist sect took the lead. But for this emperor, no matter whether it was Taoism or Buddhism, as long as one of them made a move, everything would be fine. A real dragon? He is the true dragon's son. He is the most honorable being in the world. Eating dragon flesh, drinking dragon blood, living forever. How wonderful. He will be the emperor of this earth forever. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The Buddhist sect is out to apprehend the true dragon. Your Majesty will definitely get what you want, and when the time comes, I hope Your Majesty will also reward me with a piece of dragon meat to taste. Daji's overwhelming smile mesmerized people. This idea is from Ifei. Naturally, I won't treat you poorly. Emperor Jialong's dragon face was greatly pleased. To be honest, he hadn't really thought about eating any dragon meat or drinking any dragon blood at first, but some desires, once turned on, are like 1,000 levies bursting out of control. He ate the true dragon, gained immortality, and followed his ancestors' teachings, the best of both worlds. Chapter 086, Contemporary Ancient Divine Buddha Strikes Kunlun West Mountain. In front of the magnificent Great Lain Temple, there stood a Vajra warrior who was not angry and powerful, and a female bodhisattva with a kind face and a kind heart. Vajra's hand squeezes the Dharma seal, and Bodhisattva's hand squeezes the orchid finger. They slightly raised their heads to look remotely at the true dragon that stretched across 10,000 feet in the firmament, and their mouths burst into chanting Sanskrit. At a certain moment, horribly, one let out a roar as loud as a bell, and the other let out a whisper of sadness and compassion. Vajra rage. The Bodhisattva lowers his eyebrows. As soon as these 2 voices came out, the heaven and earth were filled with Sanskrit sounds and Buddhist light. Only the Vajra Dharma phase was seen dancing, the Vajra pestle in his hand, and the pestle's shadow filled the sky with layers and layers of shadows. Carrying the terrifying aura of suppressing 10,000 evil spirits, he headed towards the true dragon. This pestle and mortar, with its earth-shattering power, in which all beings are born and destroyed in 100 phases, carries the power of the Buddha's wisdom, and at the same time, the Guan Shirin Dharma phase's eyes were closed tightly, indifferent to fame and fortune, cultivating his body and mind. Just slowly lifting his right palm, he lifted his weight and slapped it towards the true dragon. It was clearly a casual slap, but it was stone cold. 1,000 palms evolved, and as the sun and moon rose, they all imprinted on the body of the true dragon. The 2 Dharma phases struck out at the same time, seemingly compassionate to the heavens and the earth, but killing everywhere. They are not for the sake of universalizing all beings, nor are they for the purpose of subduing demons and eliminating devils, but only for the purpose of suppressing the only true dragon that has come out of the world in the past 10,000 years. At this moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be in disarray, and a great upheaval began. My goodness, this Buddhist Dharma phase is too terrifying. The strength of a cave lord demon king is completely unparalleled. Once it strikes, this you don't understand. One is the Vajra undefeated Dharma phase and the other is the Guan Shirin Great Compassion Dharma phase. Both of these are Buddhist high realm Bodhisattva Dharma phases, and I'm afraid that the only one who can override them is the Mahayana Buddha's Rudraksh Dharma phase. Rudraksh Dharma. It's said that only the ancient gods and Buddhas of the current age can perform it. I don't know if the true dragon can resist the attacks of these 2 Buddhist Dharma phantoms. The world was murmuring, while watching with braced expressions of horror, afraid of missing a detail. Today's big show was a great one after the other. However, the land of the firmament roared endlessly as the Vajra pestle of the Vajra undefeatable Dharma phase smashed into the true dragon. All of Guanin's 1,000-hand Buddha palms of the Great Compassion Dharma phase were also imprinted on the scales of the true dragon. A left and a right, both sides of the attack. There was no way to dodge. The true dragon could only take it hard. But when the turbulent firmament calmed down a little, the true dragon was still the same true dragon, still domineering and disdainful across the world. Not a single wound on his body, and his scales are not falling off. A pair of candle-like golden pupils swept the two Dharma phantoms coldly like frost, and the bottom of their eyes swept up a blazing flame. Roar! The true dragon let out an ear-splitting dragon roar towards the two Dharma phases. The dragon's roar called out to the heavens and earth. Looking out of the corner of the world, there were terrifying golden ripples rushing up layer after layer, as vast and undulating as a tsunami, covering the sky and vibrating the heavens and earth. Ah, this keening sound? It's like my head is going to explode. The small beasts and demons of Taihang Mountain rolled up on the ground in pain, while those cultivators of the human race covered their ears and knelt on the ground. Great signs of bleeding out of the 7 orifices. The expressions of many powerful bigwigs were all shocked as to how the true dragon's roar had suddenly become so terrifying, with horrible attack damage, obviously so far away. But the heart trembles with fear of being caught in the crossfire. If one was in front of a real dragon, one would certainly be roared out of one's mind. 2 phantoms? Only the 2 Dharma phases to the left and right of the attacking true dragons were seen bearing the sound of the dragon's roar from a close distance. Immediately there was a chipping. Then it began to fall apart. The Vajra warrior standing at the Great Thunder Sound Temple and the female Bodhisattva opened their mouths to spray out a mouthful of heavy blood. His face paled and his expression rose in shock. They all looked up at the true dragon with unbelieving gazes. What a powerful dragon's roar! Amitba. After shaking his head, the 2 phantoms standing in the firmament laxed into nothingness. After Junzai finished roaring, he watched the 2 Dharma phantoms that had attacked him disappear and also revealed a smile. The dragon's roar contained a golden lion's roar, and was surprisingly more powerful than he had imagined. A roar that shattered mountains and rivers was not an exaggeration in the slightest. However, he had just been attacked by 2 Dharma phantoms and was in real pain. Luckily, the true dragon's fleshly defense was strong and resisted, replacing it with the body of an augur. I'm afraid that only a head would be left again. Why did the Buddhists rush themselves? Juniper was still struggling with this because it didn't make sense to him. The Buddhist sect is universal, preaching the non-involvement of cause and effect, and the creation of transmigration. What good is it to the Buddhist sect to get into a fight with a dragon like yourself for no good reason? Before Junzai could think about it, a pervasive Sanskrit sound rang out from heaven and earth. Namo Amitba Buddha, Namo Amitba Buddha, Namo Amitba Buddha. In the sky and on the ground, in all directions, all the voices of Amitba Buddha resounded in an endless stream, making your scalp numb. Liver and guts. Come again? Junzai's eyes narrowed and sharpened. The clayman has a little fire left in him. And again, he's going to hold a grudge and pull out his little black book to keep track of it. But the Brahmins of heaven and earth didn't finish playing and chanting more and more frequently. A bad premonition gradually rose in Junzai's heart as a blazing Buddhist light enveloped him and his body from above. Juniper looked up suddenly, only to see the void above the dome of the sky, 1,000,000 feet. Monstrous and majestic great phantom of the Dharma coalesced. Not only is this Dharma an exaggeration of greatness, but the Buddha nature is unprecedented. One can't help but look at it and want to kneel down and convert to Buddhism. What? Rudraksh Dharma. There were screams and exclamations of surprise. The world looked incredulously at the Rudraksh Buddha Dharma phase in the void that was like a dreamy phantom, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. It's the contemporary ancient divine Buddha of the Great Thunder Sound Temple who strikes. Only he cultivates Mahayana Buddhism and only he can perform the Rudraksh Dharma. It looks like the Buddhist sect seems to be unable to suppress the true dragon. That's too much. I've never seen the ancient divine Buddha make a move. He's a true Buddha who walks the world. The 1,000,000-foot Rudraksh Buddha Dharma phase in the void stood, turning the 10,000-foot giant true dragon into an incomparably small one. Not in the same league at all. Even if it was the deep mountain demon king who faced this Rudraksh Dharma image, he would have to shiver and rise up in fear. At this moment, no matter if it is the people, the demons in the mountains, or the ghosts and monsters with grievances, all of them began to uncontrollably kneel and worship toward that monstrous and lofty Rudra Dharma phase. You have to understand, that's not a statue of Buddha that you see in a temple. It's a Dharma image. It is equal to the presence of Ka himself. That sense of impact is worshipped around the world. When Daojin, the current sect leader of the Kunlun ruins, saw Rulai Buddha's Dharma phase come out, his expression also changed greatly in shock. At first he saw the Buddha sect strike, manifesting the Vajra Dharma and the Guanyin Dharma. Thought it was just a way to cope with dealing with Emperor Jalong and make a show of it. But nowadays, Ka Dharma is coming out. This shows that the Buddhists are taking the dragon and are determined to win. Daojin stared towards, deeply staring at the direction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Looking and looking. more and more unable to understand. Could it be that the title of the first protectorate divine sect of the Great Xia dynasty could move the hearts of the ancient gods and Buddhas who practiced Mahayana Buddhism? Chapter 087, The Real Truth About There Being No Dragons in the World. When the Dharma image of Rudraksh in the void is revealed, all the world can worship it. The only one who couldn't was Juniper, the dragon. He only felt the superb sense of oppression that the Buddha's boundlessness brought upon him. What stood in the void was not a Dharma phase, but the strongest divine ability exerted by practicing Mahayana Buddhism. Throughout the Rudraksh Dharma, the golden body up and down the body is radiant, majestic, dignified, and every bodily detail is lifelike. With flesh and blood, the 32 phases of the Buddha and the 80 followers of the Buddha's form are used to represent the perfection of all the virtues of the Dharma body. All of them stand out as being the highest among the human beings and the heavens, and the king of all Buddhas. In layman's terms, it's awesome. Convinced, Junzei had been in the limelight since the emergence of the true dragon. But right now in front of this Rudraksh Dharma, all at once it was eclipsed by seconds. Today was destined to be a day that would go down in the annals of the Daxia dynasty. The true dragon came out of the world. The demon king of the deep mountain struck out, and the Dharma phase of Rudraksh Buddha manifested. The whole day was a blast, and it was a sight to behold and a sight to behold at the same time. And for Junzei, he also faced the strongest crisis he had ever encountered during his true dragon days. Only the Rudraksh Buddha in the void gave him a faint glance. Just one glance. The Buddha's law was boundless. All the images were born and destroyed. Theon of its incomparable Buddha hands tumbled out, and in an instant the winds of heaven and earth rose up, and Buddha's light shone in all directions. There was a deafening sound of Brahma wailing away. Junzei's heart was like falling into an infernal hell as that terrifying Buddha's hand suppressed down towards him. The trance only makes you feel like the whole sky is pressing down towards the boom. There is no place to hide, no place to run. There is no place for you in the whole world. This is truly a palm strike from the sky. Rudraksh? No. Junzei's eyes narrowed and he forced down the awe in his heart. This was Rulai's palm Buddha kingdom. The swastika, the seal of Buddha, also appeared in the palm of the Buddha's hand, rotating continuously, suppressing all enemies. It was one of the three most powerful divine arts between heaven and earth. It was on par with the Dharma heaven and earth that Junzei had comprehended. Simply put, the Buddha kingdom in the palm was a spatial transfer technique that could transfer objects directly to another dimension. However, anyone who enters the Buddha kingdom in the palm is at the mercy of control, and the caster of the spell is the controller of this space. Journey to the west in the Sun Wukong was then the strongest demon saint of the mountain of flowers and fruits, a somersault cloud of 180,000,000 miles, but he could not fly out of the palm of Rulai's hand. It is to enter the spatial realm of the Buddha's kingdom in the palm, to be sealed and transferred. Seeing the Buddha's hand pressing towards him at the moment, Junzei subconsciously tried to cast Dharma heaven and earth to counteract it. But one look at Rudraksha's millions of feet of Dharma. Even if he performs Dharma heaven and earth, the dragon's body was hundreds of thousands of feet at most, and it was impossible to withstand the Buddha kingdom in the palm. If he waited until he entered the spatial realm of the Buddha's kingdom, he would only be suppressed. It wasn't that his Dharma heaven and earth didn't work, but that there was too great a gap between him and the great man behind the casting of the Rudraksh Dharma. You win. I'll run away. As the Buddha's hand pressed down, Junzei's thoughts flashed quickly and he made an immediate decision. Junzei discarded his Dharma heaven and earth divine ability and performed Sai's Rui, rapidly transforming his 20,000-foot dragon body into a smaller one. At the same time, he fiercely shouted, "Ten Shan!" A certain mountain forest in the Taihang Mountains rumbled and quaked, instantly sending sand flying. Countless pieces of debris coalesced at great speed, and a huge mountain formed and then flew up, smashing towards the Buddha's hand. However, when the giant mountain smashed into the palm of the Buddha's hand that was suppressing it, it turned into pieces in an instant. But looking back, the true dragon fled without a trace in this gap. Genius. To be able to escape from the hands of the Rudraksh Dharma. Unbelievable. The crowd of powerful people from heaven and earth who were watching the show then couldn't help but let out a gasp. The Buddha's hand suppressed it, and everyone subconsciously thought that the true dragon was finished. What are you going to use to resist such a divine ability? And even more so, there is nowhere to hide. But no one would have guessed that the true dragon had played a handful of tricks, and he used this huge mountain to confuse the public. Be your own scapegoat. What is this if not genius? To be in such a critical situation and not wait for death with fear and trepidation. Instead, respond calmly, wrestled a silver lining for himself. It could be said that if any other expert came over, I'm afraid that at this moment, he had already been pinched in the palm of that Buddha's hand. With such a stunning escape, no one would think that the true dragon was a wimp and a disgrace. They would only marvel at the wisdom of the true dragon, because it wasn't originally on the same level. To be able to escape is a godsend. That Buddha's hand crushed the giant mountain, and at the moment, it was hanging stiffly high in the air, at a loss for words, because the goal is gone, and the entire great and magnificent Dharma phase of Rudraksh was just like a stone statue, motionless. It seems to manifest only for the world to worship. This can also run. That dragon's creation is so deep. Damn it. Ancient Changming in the castle on the tree all looked dumbfounded, then stormed out, his face completely twisted up. Even he didn't dare to make a guarantee that he would be able to escape in the palm of Rudra's Dharma realm. And that true dragon performed a miracle. There hasn't been a dragon in the world for 10,000 years. Could it be that all of the dragon clan's chi is now gathered in its body? After Gu Changming was furious, he thought calmly, because as far as he was concerned, that dragon was simply undefeatable. However, during the augur period, he, the Deep Mountain Demon King, couldn't get it dead with 2 strikes. Such a creation must be the result of being blessed with great fortune. Now transformed into a true dragon, it was even more heavenly. If the dragon clan's fortune is truly all in the other party's possession, then, Ancient Changming, who was as strong as the Deep Mountain Demon King, suddenly shivered all over and felt a trace of fear. He had lived for 10,000 years, and many of the secret stories of the Great Xia dynasty that were not rumored by outsiders were clear to him. An old tree demon, because he was the only one who had actually seen a real dragon. Meet the dragons that once were. It is said that after the founding of the Daxia dynasty, Emperor Xianyuan of the human race accomplished his merit, and after enthroning the dragon race as the faith totem of the human race, he flew up to the immortal world with the dragon race. This also results in the absence of dragons in the world. This is the version handed down from the palace. However, only Ancient Changming knew clearly that after Emperor Xianyuan joined forces with the dragon race and suppressed the demons in the world, he began to fear the might of the dragon race. He didn't take the dragon tribe to ascend to the immortal world, but the cunning rabbit died and the dog cooked. Since the dragon clan had already lost their troops and their vitality in order to suppress the demons in the world at that time, Emperor Xianyuan in order to the human race can rule the world territory for generations. He handheld the Xianyuan sword. Hard to kill the world without a real dragon. Ancient Changming was scornful of dragons and afraid of them, and the ultimate reason for this was that he had witnessed the last battle in which Emperor Xianyuan had slaughtered the true dragons. It was an incomparably powerful 5-clawed Inglong, known as the overlord existence of the dragon race. The great battle between Emperor Xianyuan and the 5-clawed Inglong fought a heavenly, bloody battle. He still cringes when he thinks about it. That battle lasted for 10 days and 10 nights, and in the end, Emperor Xianyuan managed to stick his Xianyuan sword in Inglong's head. Inglong looked up to the sky and cursed before he died. Humble human race, Yu Xia was founded because of my dragon race. Sooner or later, one day, it will also be destroyed because of my dragon race. Wait for it in the end. Ancient Changming saw a monstrous amount of chi rushing up from Inglong's body and dissipating into the heavens and earth. Although Emperor Xianyuan succeeded in slaying the last dragon in the world, he was also seriously injured and had a short life. Returning to the palace, he left an imperial decree forbidding dragons in the world and then passed away. This is the real truth that there are no dragons in the world. Chapter 088. The Dragon Clan's power has a promising future under Junzei's escape from Rolai Dharma's hands. The first thing he did was to return to his watery blessed land, Crouching Dragon Pool. After months of living in the mountains, he'd missed his old watering hole so much. The dragon's shadow manifested in the Crouching Dragon Pool, and in the next second, the nearby mountains and forests were in an uproar. There were countless snake shadows scurrying about, followed by a mountainous sound in unison. Congratulations to Your Excellency for successfully ascending the heavenly gate and transforming into a dragon. Your Excellency's heavenly destiny and deep destiny will surely reign over the world and override all things. The nearby snake demons were the first to send their asses. Junzei laughed out loud at his words, not in the slightest bit irritated by his gray escape. He looked around with his torch-like eyes and saw a large number of snake demons around him looking at him with gazes full of admiration and excitement. A sense of triumph also rose in his heart. The iron law of no dragons for 10,000 years was broken by him. It's only right to get carried away. I transformed into a dragon. The Snake Clan has contributed a lot of effort. The Snake King is a great force for me to protect the road. You later if you go augur. This lord for you to protect the road. These words were a pill of reassurance, and the group of snakes immediately became excited. Thank you for your lordship's support. We will be at the head of Lord True Dragon. In the mountains and forests, the sound of mountains and seas resounded once again. All cultivate well and go. I look forward to your future. Go augur. The mountains gradually calmed down. Juniper is sure that in a few days there will be a lot of snakes that walk the scales. True dragons have appeared, and scaly dragons will spring up one after another. He was also happy to see that kind of phenomenon, as soon as the number of augurs increased. After this, I'm afraid that Taihang Mountain will also have an additional force, the forces of the Dragon Clan. And he, the true dragon, is the existence of the Dragon King. Right now, Junzei could be said to have enough ability to defend himself, so the next natural step would be to take a place in Taihang Mountain. Let's not talk about claiming the throne, but at least form our own power first. In fact, the Snake Clan has long had a large number of experts with the strength to walk the auger, and in the past there dared not. Firstly, there was the Snake King Candle 9 pressing down. Secondly, he was afraid of the heavenly tribulation. And thirdly, he was worried that someone would take advantage of the opportunity to sneak in. Right now, Snake King Candlejo has already released the word that all the snake clans in the world can go scaly and turn into dragons, and the fear of a sneak attack. Juniper also just said that he would like to be a protector of the path. Only that demon's own strength passed and resisted the heavenly tribulation, then it will naturally metamorphose into a dragon. Nowadays, it can be said that the best era for the world's living beings to cultivate walking the auger and transforming into a dragon has come. As long as your own strength resists the apocalypse, all will be well. According to Junzei's current understanding, no matter if it was a snake, or any other living being, it would be best to cross the threshold when they had more than 9,000 years of Dao magic power, 1,000 years to walk the auger, 10,000 years to turn into a dragon. Having 1,000 years of mana is nothing more than a qualification card. Never turn on the transits without a fight. As long as you don't cultivate to the 10,000-year-old demon level, it's possible to go auger. Junzei was inexperienced in the first place. Sensing the message of the heavenly tribulation, he directly opened the tribulation. This kind of doing is very dangerous. The probability of death is too high. And the same goes for transforming dragons. 10,000 years of mana to 90,000 years of mana. As long as you don't reach the level of Demon King, you are able to transform into a dragon. The higher the mana, the higher the natural chance of success. For example, Snake King Candle 9 had lost the qualification to transform into a dragon because he had long passed this threshold. There is a law for everything in the world. If you miss it, you miss it. At this moment, Junzei's dragon body was immersed in the ice-cold pool of water. Indescribably comfortable. There's a sense of coming home. A real dragon came out of the crouching dragon pool, and I'm afraid this watery blessing will be famous. At that moment, Junzei subconsciously looked up at the void, and the Rudraksh Dharma had disappeared at some point. He was also relieved. As for why the Buddhists targeted themselves, Junzei now returned to his own territory and had no more worries, closing his eyes and casting the reverse knowledge of the future avatar. Begin to divine the unforeseen and avoid the evil. There is an enemy against you. If you can't even figure out what it is, wouldn't that be irresponsible? You'll die without knowing how. Only by making the potential dangers clear could Junzei have peace of mind and be able to guard against them. It was a long time after this reckoning before Junzei opened his eyes, and without realizing it he was actually sweating. Because of this divine calculation, many big names of the human race were implicated. Even with Junzei's current strength to do the math, he was still hitting multiple walls. But whenever it was counted on a certain human bigwig, it was just like hitting an iron plate, prone to backlash. But it was good to see that Junzei's exhausting efforts were not in vain. He sidestepped the divination from many angles and finally figured out the originator of the source. At this time, Junzei's eyes swept through a hint of coldness. The demon consort Daji into the slander. Jia Long Emperor wants to eat the dragon to get long life. Ordered the Kunlun Ruins Great Thunder Sound Temple to take the dragon. It turns out that Buddha's Dharma manifested itself to suppress himself. And the originator of everything is actually from a nine-tailed fox in the demon. How dare you count yourself out? Junzei's killing chance surfaced in his heart. He and the nine-tailed fox Daji can be said to be irrelevant and have never crossed paths. But the other party compelled the human emperor to eat himself. The dragon. It's really the most poisonous thing of all. This revenge, Junzei kept in his little black book. As for the human emperor, Junzei can't do anything about the other side. It is rumored that the human emperor is very dim. It looks like the name is true. Instead of thinking of pulling yourself together, you think of eating yourself. It's really the emperor who dares to think of anything. He is now a true dragon, and his strength is not enough. When he evolves twice later, the emperor he dares to pull down his horse. Forget it this time, and don't ever mess with yourself again. There should be a change in my great dragon face technique. Junzei put aside these distractions and put his mind on this great Dao technique. He had previously cultivated the first great Dao dragon phase technique, and as he transformed into a dragon, this great Dao technique would be unlocked as well. Entering the next field is much more effective to cultivate. The effect of absorbing the aura of heaven and earth is increased to 100,000 times, and it possesses the special ability to mobilize the aura after some fresh understanding. Juniper's eyes lit up. 100,000 times more cultivated. Mobilize the aura of heaven and earth. Previously, he had absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. and cultivating for one day was equal to 10,000 days for others, which was already terrifying. The effect of cultivation was now even more directly increased to 100,000 times. That's more like it. The most perverted is still the ability to mobilize the aura of heaven and earth. Imagine the Junzei was cultivating in the crouching dragon pool at this moment. Originally, the aura here was very rich, but he could still transfer all the aura from other areas to the crouching dragon pool. It directly raised the aura of the crouching dragon pool by a notch. Maybe it can reach the point where the aura condenses the beads. The benefits of doing so would benefit not only Junzei himself, but those demonic creatures that stayed in the crouching dragon pool to cultivate would also receive amazing benefits. Cultivation speeds by leaps and bounds. With this alone, Junzei was almost able to attract a large number of demonic beings to join him. Especially the beings who went augur and transformed into dragons came to the crouching dragon pool to cultivate. Not only could they rapidly increase their mana, but they could also get their own protection. In this way, Junzei's dragon power naturally became a reality. Plus, it grosses people out, draining the aura from within the forces of the race that had previously targeted them. All wither to the Wulong Lake. See how they practice later. Chapter 089, The Era of Dragons and Snakes reigning supreme is coming. Never underestimate the privilege of mobilizing the aura of heaven and earth. It was almost like having his imperial sword that could determine the future of a race. You can even hold the emperor hostage. In the future, anyone would have to look at the face of the dragon, Junzei, to live their lives. Racial ground without aura. You cannot cultivate. Cannot cultivate, you can only decline. Junzei was thrilled in his heart at just the slightest thought. This is a fucking mastery of the artifact in hand. Try the effects first. Junzei performed the second level of the Great Dragon Phase technique. And once he did so, wow. In an instant, with Junzei, the true dragon, as the center and the crouching dragon pool as the container, endless heaven and earth auras surged in, like waves lapping at the shore. Rolling coalesced in the land of the crouching dragon pool. The gathered aura gradually broke through towards condensing into substance as the speed of the naked eye increased. And since Junzei was the center, auras were lingering around him. Gradually, the aura transformed into immortal aura. You can clearly feel the air in the Wulong Lake has become pure as well. Any mortal who comes to take a breath of air is refreshed and gets up disease-free. 10 minutes later, the aura of the mountains and forests in a 10-mile radius all converged at the crouching dragon pool. An hour later, all the auras in a 100-mile radius converged on the crouching dragon pool. Without realizing it, the aura of the crouching dragon pool had been boosted to 100 times in its entirety. At that moment, the group of snakes that stayed near the crouching dragon pool and cultivated were shocked beyond measure. What's going on? Such a rich aura. Never seen before. Why do I have an illusion? It feels like one day of cultivation now is equal to 100 days of usual hard cultivation. I'll look at Lord True Dragon. Groups of snakes look. A shock. Only to see the real dragon standing in the pool surface, surrounded by immortal gas floating. The entire pool surface is like the heavenly fairyland. Streaming light, dense, colorful clouds steam. Could it be that because your excellency transformed into a true dragon, the aura of the crouching dragon pool began to multiply? The dragon's aura filled the air and drove the aura of heaven and earth? The group of snakes could only think the same thing. But anyway, they're excited now. As the aura of the crouching dragon pool is elevated, they cultivate faster. It is simply better than the effect of devouring a child, boy or girl. The most unbelievable thing was that the aura of the crouching dragon pool was still in the process of rising. From time to time, drops of water dripped out of thin air in the air. The droplets were crystal clear and brilliant, so much like holy water. Aura condensing beads. My God! The group of snakes stared in disbelief with wide eyes. Some snake demons with quick reflexes had already begun to open their bloody mouths to catch the water drops that fell out of thin air, drinking it and absorbing it as mana. On the contrary, the mountainous area near the Wulong Lake, the air became dry, the aura gradually became scarce, and everything lost its vitality as if it were alive. What happened? How did the aura suddenly dissipate? There were small beasts and demons that were unsure, and when they squinted their eyes to look, they invisibly saw the aura as if 100 rivers had become rivers, surging in one direction. It was a big shock to see it clearly. Crouching Dragon Pool, once the land of the augur, now the blessed land of the true dragon. True Dragon Lord has drained all the aura from the neighborhood. So what do we do? Oh my God, how did it do that? True dragons can mobilize the aura of heaven and earth. It's over. Taihang Mountain is going to change. As Junzei gradually gained control over his proficiency in mobilizing aura, he began to stop absorbing the aura near the Wulong Lake. Instead, it was very targeted towards extracting aura towards the territory of the racial forces. The first one is the Lion Clan. Although the Lion Clan's great king, the golden nine-headed lion, had been devoured by Junzei, it did not mean that Junzei had completely spared the race. He wants the Lion Clan to be completely lost. Since it's targeted to the end. At this time, the Lion Clan was in ruins. The earliest encountered a lightning strike, and then a strong wind and rainstorm ravaged, coupled with the Golden Lion King perished. It's too much of a blow to this race. Most of the clan's elite also died. Luckily, the 9th Saint Demon King's son stepped forward and was the first to take the throne, gathering his clan to clean up the mess. A morale booster. By the way, little ones, don't be angry, don't be sad. It looks like now is a catastrophe that my Lion Clan won't encounter for 10,000 years, but in reality it's a new birth. As long as we firmly occupy this piece of cultivation treasure, as long as we work hard enough, we can surely re-emerge, and surely let the sound of the lion's roar spread throughout the entire Taihang Mountain. Once again, the new king is the 9th son of the 9 sacred demon king, who has been ambitious since he was a child and aspires to be the Deep Mountain Demon King, became one of the rulers of the Taihang Mountains. Right now, the clan's eyes brightened at his slogan. As the saying goes, one generation of the son of the emperor is one generation of his subjects. And with the new king on the throne, as long as everyone follows the new king well, there is still a bright future ahead of us. It's only when the old ones are dead that they rise to the top. Little ones, after today, this king announces that the Lion Clan will seal the mountain. Everyone will cultivate behind closed doors, and after 100 years, we will definitely be able to. The new king's pie is not yet finished. Suddenly, the aura of the Lion Clan's territory rioted and surged towards other regions in a brainstorm. What's going on? The new king was dumbfounded. How could the aura still automatically grow legs and run away? What a situation. It is said that the world is not as cool as it should be. How come the heaven and earth aura is also snobbish? When he saw that the lions were in great trouble, he abandoned them. Come back, come back. The new king roared in an anxious square. If you know what is the most precious thing in the racial land, it is naturally the aura of heaven and earth. The denser the aura, the faster the demons cultivate and the more experts are born. If the aura was gone, even the highest talent would be in vain. Your Majesty, it's bad. The clan's aura has plummeted by 30%, no, 50%. After a while, 70%. The new king sat on his butt on the ground, his face pale, a mouthful of heavy blood spurted out, and he roared towards the sky. The heavens are going to kill my Lion Clan. When the lion race's aura was drained, wailing sounds came from multiple races immediately afterward. Everyone was unsure how aura could still run once the aura disappeared, not to mention not being able to cultivate. Even the grass on the ground turned into withered grass, a dead air, and the crouching dragon pool's aura had increased a full 1,000 times under Junzei's efforts. That is not even called the aura is rich, but the sky is full of immortal chi flowing light dense. If a mortal lives here, he or she will live a long and blessed life, not only free of disease and disaster, but also living at 200 years is not a problem. The demon race cultivated in this place, and their cultivation speed increased by 1,000 times. 1 day of cultivation is equal to 1,000 days. Once Junzei had raised the aura of the crouching dragon pool almost to the top, he began to raise the aura of the entire Snake Clan territory upwards. Many powerful people of the Snake Clan had perished because of him before, and it was time for him to repay the Snake Clan. Not all snakes go scaly and turn into dragons, either. But no matter what path those snake demons took, Junzei helped the Snake Clan. He wanted to let the Snake Clan know what it meant for one man to win and a chicken to rise. He wanted to let the Snake Clan know that preserving himself as a dragon was definitely the most correct choice. In the future Taihang Mountains, the Dragon Clan will be first and the Snake Clan will be second. The time has come to walk the auger and transform the dragon. The era of the dragon and serpent's domination of the Taihang Mountains has also arrived. Chapter 090, the great races send gifts to beg for forgiveness in this way. A few days passed as the Dengtian Gate transformed into a dragon. Junzei was actually busy boosting the aura of the crouching dragon pool with the Snake Clan's territory these days. Originally, he had planned to raise the crouching dragon pool aura to 1,000 times and forget about it. But then he realized that there were too many racial forces that had previously transited against him. Casually counting through karma, it's just dozens of them, and the lions are just the representative ones. Previously, those races had secretly attacked and prevented themselves from transforming into dragons, a breath that Junzei easily could not swallow. Right now, how can we make it easy for them? With a thought, Junzei simply raised the aura of the crouching dragon pool to 10,000 times and forget about it. In this way, revenge was taken on those races, and it would also make the aura of the crouching dragon pool completely turn into a mortal aura. What's not to like? And the Serpentine land, due to its size, could only be boosted up to 1,000 times at most. However, this retaliatory and constant extraction of aura from other races' lands by Junzei soon caused the Taihang Mountains to shake. The major races of demon kings have started to curse, but after figuring out the originator, they gradually did not dare to curse. One is justified. And the other is that there's nothing you can do with a real dragon. Gone are the good old days when they used to move and send people to kill and catch dragons in the Wulong Lake. In addition, ancient Changning from the castle in the tree had no intention of striking out against the true dragon. It made these race demon kings even more afraid to make a move. That's one thing and another. The good thing was that the aura thing could still be recovered slowly when it was gone. It just took time. If I want to recover to my peak, I'm afraid I won't be able to do so for a few years. Many demon kings began to gather and discussing whether to fight the true dragon hard or shake hands and make peace. Figured I'd play it safe and shake hands. After all, the golden nine-headed lion of the Lion Clan was a bloody example. With the strength displayed by the true dragon, it was not possible for the Deep Mountain Demon King to deal with it. At the mere level of racial demon king, going over there was just giving away one's head. No one is stupid. Since no Deep Mountain Demon King had stepped forward at the moment, it was better for everyone to try not to get tough with the true dragon. It's good to bide your time. On this day, many of the targeted racial forces had sent people to send gifts to the crouching dragon pool. That delivery screams hilarity. The Wild Boar clan congratulates True Dragon Lord on his appearance and sends a 10,000-year-old ginseng. The Centipede clan wishes the True Dragon Lord great blessings, and sends a 1,000-year-old 7-leaf grass, blood crystal grass, and dragon elephant horn, one each. The Heavenly Dog clan sent a bottle of Xianjin Jade spiritual marrow. Drink it for a blessed lifespan of 100 years. The new king of the Lion Clan has sent a mountain of gold, and I hope that Lord True Dragon will let the Lion Clan off the hook regardless of past enmities. The Rat Clan sends a silver mountain and 10,000-year-old spirit fruits, kneeling to beg forgiveness from Lord True Dragon. Unconsciously, the bank of the Wulong Lake was filled with all kinds of valuable gifts. Especially the gold and silver mountains are especially prominent. Simply blinding. Generally, the races send some heavenly treasures, but the lion race and the rat race went off the beaten path and sent treasures. One sends a building, for fear of being unappreciated. The Lion Clan didn't need to think about it much, because they had been so badly avenged by Junzei that the new king couldn't even close the mountain and cultivate behind closed doors if he wanted to, because the aura was drained. You can only send a golden mountain of gold begging to be spared. The Rat Clan is even more interesting. The Rat King himself went down to catch Junzei and lost his wife. Now that the true dragon was up in arms, the timid as a mouse naturally knelt in fear and begged for forgiveness. And not a whole lot of falsehoods. Just send a silver mountain. Junzei looked at the gifts sent by the major races and couldn't help but be happy. To be honest, this was a result he hadn't expected. Speaking of which, it was also because his move of extracting aura was too ruthless, directly hitting the major arteries of the major races. It can only be whispered. Junzei also realized that this kind of demon race is very particular about giving gifts, almost depending on the degree of offending oneself to give. A lot of it was when he was transiting, coming together to sneak in secretly. Later on, the damage also hit the snake demon meat shield. This situation, everyone has a number in mind, not counting the deep hatred. Send a heavenly material. What spiritual fruit ginseng is almost the same, but when a mouth-like gift-giving opens, it simply doesn't stop. Many of the racial forces that had not offended Junzei also sent gifts one after another. In the name of congratulating the true dragon on its birth, it was actually trying to make good relations, fearing that Junzei would also extract the aura of their race. It really hurts. Anyway, throughout the day, those who had been offended, those who hadn't been offended, small and large racial forces, had sent people to send gifts. It ended up filling up all the empty space in the Wolverine pool. This dazzled those cultivating snake demons in the forest. Mainly those gifts were of great value, either heavenly materials or gold and silver treasures. The eyes of the people watching are glowing with gold. Junzei does not refuse, no matter who sends a gift, just accept it as it is, receive the end, and didn't care what race actually gave it away. Anyway, he's white-knuckled and gives away whatever he likes. In addition, it also won out because Junzei had comprehended a spatial stowage spell in the early stages, allowing him to open up a separate space to put things in. Otherwise there were so many gifts, he didn't really know what to do with them. Another interesting thing happened during this period. It was the Fox clan that sent an emissary to Wulongton, and it wasn't with a gift. Instead, they came to question. My Fox clan has never targeted Your Excellency. No matter if Your Excellency was in the augury period or in the transition. He has never made a move. So why is Your Excellency extracting my Fox clan's aura? Junzei just laughed coldly and said. Demon concubine Daji is from the Fox clan. That messenger shuddered at his words and turned around. Then came the heavy gifts. There were 10 whole night pearls, 9 of which were as big as a fist, and the last one was as big as a basketball. It made Juniper look dumbfounded. However, these 10 night pearls, Junzei didn't put them away in an independent space. but instead placed them directly at the bottom of the pool. From a distance, the bottom of the pool is glowing and beautiful, just like a full moon. Looks like every race is so rich, Juniper snorted. However, on second thought, he thought that if the Snake King could have a palace that was comparable to a palace, the other races were naturally no worse. He was also the only true dragon who was poor. Fortunately, a fortune was made today. However, Junzei was not satisfied, and he felt that he should take the opportunity to get a little more of the good stuff over. Make your home base a little stronger. After all, he was going to build a dragon palace in the future. It's an astronomical sum when you think about it, but Junzei did not know that. On the shores of the East China Sea, there are already water clans that have built an underwater dragon palace for him, and the people in the suburbs below the mountain are building a large Dragon King temple in his honor. There's a place for him to stay later. Speaking of the people under the mountain, Junzei seemed to remember something and turned his gaze away to the suburban land. Tens of thousands of villages, a large chunk of which became scorched ruins. That scorched earth seemed to have become a shadow in Junzei's mind as well. Lingering, the deep mountain demon king struck out in order to kill him, Junzei, and ended up turning 100 miles around the suburb into scorched earth, with the people of hundreds of villages dying in an instant. Although the murderer is Gu Changming, the ultimate source lies with him. He had to make some amends, but the problem is that people are dead. How can we compensate for that? Junzei also counted the people of Wudong village, although at that time was called Founder, to make out. But these people didn't go far. The Deep Mountain Demon King also all went up in smoke under one strike, including the snake-catching teenager Founder. Where is Zhong Kuei? Come and see me. Chapter 091, Heaven's Punishment for Performing the Art of Raising the Dead. Junzei remembered the third-grade judge Zhong Kuei of the Qin Tian supervisor whom he had taken under his wing. He was in charge of the spectrum of life and death. So let's call him in and ask him first. With 1,000 miles of sound going out, only to see a green smoke in the mountains drifting towards Wulongtan in Taihang Mountain. Half an hour later, a purple-robed, upright and cynical Zhong Kuei then appeared at the Wulong Lake. Zhong Kuei's expression was calm, and it was only after he saw Junzei that his eyes began to show a look of adoration. After bowing, the first thing he said was, "My subordinate congratulates you on your ascension to the rank of true dragon." Zhong Kuei, you're not the one who slips up. There's no need to say these polite words. Let me ask you, the people who died in that scorched earth in the suburbs, are they under your control? Zhong Kuei froze and quickly reacted. How could he not know what those people died for? If he hadn't been taken in by Junzei a long time ago, he would have been furious and asking for punishment at this moment, because you alone came down from the mountain. But let the people of hundreds of villages and hamlets die because of you. You dragon. What should be the crime? It's a good thing that Zhong Kuei can't say such things now, because he's been exorcised. Although he has not been reduced to a ghost servant such as the black and white irregulars, he also belongs to Junzei's lackeys, and a lackey can't contradict his master. My lord, I am indeed in charge. Junzei thought for a moment and said, then please try your best to arrange for those dead people to be reincarnated in some rich families, suffering in this life and enjoying happiness in the next. Zhong Kuei, however, shook his head. My lord, I'm only responsible for the aftermath. But the reincarnation of the people after their deaths is not within the scope of my subordinate's duties. Besides what? Besides, when people in the suburbs die innocently, many of them have ghosts that don't want to be reincarnated and only want to take revenge on society. People dying and ghosts living has almost become a true depiction of the world trend of the Daxia dynasty nowadays. Grievances into ghosts? Junzei couldn't help but feel sad. He knew that as long as he became a ghost, after hurting someone, there would be no turning back at all. Originally, Junzei thought of asking Zhong Kuei to arrange for those innocent dead people to be reincarnated into a good family. In hindsight, that thought was naive. But if that's the case, then there's only one last way. Zhong Kuei, I want to perform the raise the dead technique for those innocent people who died. When these words came out, Zhong Kuei's expression was greatly shocked up. He didn't think that this master of his would even know this kind of forbidden art. However, he immediately refused. Your Honor, there are too many innocent people who died. A rough estimate of the number of deaths is not less than 100,000. Your Honor can't possibly bring them back to life one by one, right? Besides, no matter how those people died and because of whom, it was their destiny to die. And even if Your Excellency has the ability to bring them back to life one by one, you can't do that, because such a move is against the order of the young world. Junzei looked deeply at Zhong Kuei. According to you, I'm their destiny? Zhong Kuei was speechless. Factually, it does. All the more reason for me to resurrect them then. It's none of my business if they die in the future. But now that they're dead because of me, I'm responsible one man for all. Junzei has always been one to return favors and take revenge, but ask for a clear conscience. My lord, If you really go against the grain, you'll be punished. The wrath of God? It's not just being struck by lightning. Juniper was too afraid of that. My mind is made up. It's settled. I will resurrect those innocent dead people, otherwise the raise the dead technique he had comprehended would be of no use. We can't waste this forbidden art. Zhong Kuei suddenly knelt down. On behalf of the people, I would like to thank your excellency for your renewed kindness. Why don't you keep trying to persuade me? Juniper was surprised. My subordinate has already informed your excellency of the stakes. Since your excellency is not afraid of the wrath of heaven, and resurrecting the people is not something that will harm the heavens, my subordinate, as a god, will not be able to stop it again and again. Fortunately, it's only a few days past now, and it's not yet the seventh day of the head. If it's past the seventh day of the head, even if His Excellency has mastered the raising of the dead, there's still no way to return to heaven. Junzei's candle-like golden-pupiled dragon eyes flickered and glowed up as he looked deeply into the scorched earth at the bottom of the mountain. In that case, there is no time to lose. Raise the dead. Resurrect me. Junzei bellowed, and his dragon body glowed with a mysterious aura. In the next moment, the 130,000 years of mana in his body was directly drained away. Raising the dead was, after all, a forbidden technique that went against the heavenly harmony and could not be performed easily. Even if it is cast, it is for individuals. And the raise the dead technique cast by Junzei was still a group image. Not to mention that he only had 130,000 years of mana. Even if he had 300,000 years, he would be instantly drained at this moment. But as Junzei's mana was all drained, a figure gradually and strangely manifested itself at the scorched ruins of the suburb. It's all the local people who died innocently. Once these people were resurrected, their eyes were dull and confused. It takes a little time to react. One after another. 3 or 5 of the people came back from the dead. It's just like the rain coming up. It's unbelievable. Zhong Kuei, as a third-ranked judge, has seen many dead people, and for the first time he saw a large number of dead people come back to life. So he couldn't help but get excited to know the art of bringing the dead back to life. Throughout the entire Qintian Supervision Bureau, I am afraid that only the first-grade positive god, Master Cheng Huang, would know it, but the city god will not blatantly violate the order of the young world. Now, Zhong Kuei watched as one of the people was successfully resurrected, and he couldn't help but get teary-eyed at the sight. There was also a growing admiration for Junzei, the master. Loyalty is up. My god, I was dead, but now I'm alive again. I'm not dreaming, am I? Ha ha, there's a shadow. There's a shadow. We're alive. How do I remember I become a ghost? The resurrected people look at me. I look at you. First confused, then excited. Then, seeing the appearance of a large number of familiar faces in the neighborhood, they fell to their knees and hugged each other, crying out in pain. Undoubtedly, they were unlucky, but also lucky. Who can die and come back from the dead? Junzei shook his head in slight disappointment as he finished casting the raise the dead technique and looked at the silhouette that had appeared in the scorched earth. With his 130,000 years of mana, it was surprising that he could only resurrect a few hundred people at once. This amount is completely below expectations. After all, more than 100,000 innocent people died. It definitely seems like a big project now. How many times did Juniper have to perform the rise and return technique before it was completed? And you can't take your time. Once the 7th day of the first month is over, even if he wants to resurrect the people again, there's nothing he can do about it. Aura of heaven and earth. Condensed. Junzei bellowed again, only to see a stream of immortal chi materializing from the crouching dragon pool drilling towards the dragon's body, quickly restoring mana for Junzei. In just half a moment, the drained mana in Junzei's body was energized. Immediately after that, he performed the raise the dead technique again. And so it goes, week after week, back and forth a dozen times. This left the Zhong Kuei at his side looking dumbfounded. All he wanted to do was kneel down and kowtow to Junzei in worship. Because it's too much. Such a feat could not be done even if the city god came. The mana of a true dragon seemed to be inexhaustible. Gradually, thanks to Junzei's efforts, a few thousand people gathered at that scorched ruin. However, this is not enough. There are still too many innocent people waiting for Juniper to be resurrected. Rumble. Suddenly, the firmament rioted with dark clouds and a torrent of thunder. Zhong Kuei's face changed drastically. No good, my lord. The wrath of heaven is coming. Such a large number of resurrected people has completely disorganized the order of the young world. And the heavenly lord will not sit idly by. When a person dies, he dies. No matter what the reason is, he can only go to the netherworld. It is not possible to stand in the sunlight again. Chapter 092. Ignoring Heaven's Wrath. True Dragon's prestige soars. Junzei didn't even raise his head for a moment, not even bothering to look at the vision of the wrath of God descending upon him. He's a one-way street. Since he had decided to resurrect those innocent people, he would see this through to the end. As he transformed the dragon, immortality, raise the dead, resurrect, rumble. A lightning bolt from the sky cut through the sky like a sharp sword thrusting towards Junzei's dragon body. When the lightning struck, a blazing current instantly covered his entire body. A crackling nuisance. Junzei's dragon body shook and clattered. The power of the lightning coverage was shattered right away. A touch of contempt swept up under his eyes. One's own heavenly ascension sect had even resisted the 9 heavenly thunderbolts. So how could one be afraid of the lightning that came down from the heavenly condemnation thunderbolts? Rumble. The sky flashed violently, and there came a sound of heavenly thunder. It seemed like the heavenly lord was warning Junzei to stop quickly. Raise the dead. Resurrect. Juniper did what he did. He had a huge workload, and he hadn't even resurrected a tenth of the people yet. There's no such thing as a halfway house. Rumble. One thunderclap after another shook the sky like a lion roaring. At the same time, lightning thundered down one after another, radiating an ever more intense and horrifying light. Like a sword and an axe. Like a stringed arrow. It is frightening. This sudden arrival of a great commotion startled the countless racial forces in Taihang Mountain. Countless demonic creatures raised their heads to the sky as lightning radiated, shocking the group of demons. Stinging beyond belief. What's going on? Is this the robbing thunder? Why is it splitting madly towards the crouching dragon pool? The true dragon has already come out of the world. Could it be that the heavenly lord is not ready to let it go? This is not a calamity thunder, but a heavenly punishment. It must be that the true dragon has done something harmful to the heaven and angered the heavenly lord to send down a heavenly punishment. It must be the true dragon's mobilization of heaven and earth's spiritual chi, destroying the ecological balance, and thus suffering the wrath of heaven. Many racial demon kings laughed out loud. After all, mobilizing heaven and earth aura was too perverse. Even the deep mountain demon king couldn't do it. Such a demon would not be tolerated by heaven. Master Tian, split the true dragon of crouching dragon pool to death. And we won't have to give him gifts or look at his face to live our lives. Some people get more and more excited the more they look at it. Typical to see what's going on. However, some wise demon kings secretly shook their heads, clearly not optimistic about the power of the lightning that came down from the heavenly condemnation thunderbolt. It looks like the movement is getting bigger and bigger, but it's purely the Lord of Heaven's blindness. And it was true, because the crouching dragon pool true dragon didn't even really go on the defensive from start to finish, allowing a bolt of lightning to thunder through his body. A look of heavenly lord, you're happy. That kind of invisible emanation of the kingly aura caused countless demonic creatures to marvel. It's still a real dragon after all. Not even the wrath of heaven is in his eyes. You have to know that demons are the most afraid of the wrath of heaven, and are wary of trying to do a little bit of harm to the heavens. I'm afraid that if things go too far, the wrath of God will come down. And look at the true dragon, who regards the wrath of heaven as nothing. How enviable. Unconsciously, true dragon's prestige in Taihang Mountain had invariably skyrocketed, gained a bunch of little demonic fans. As the heavenly wraths intensified without end, everyone was able to see a little bit of what was going on. It wasn't long before someone exclaimed, the true dragon is actually resurrecting the dead people, and in large quantities. No wonder the heavenly elder is sending down the wrath of heaven. This is against the heavenly Tao. The yin and yang are in order, and fate is unpredictable. Bringing the dead back to life one by one has never been done since the beginning of time. Also, no one can do it. Junzei was able to do this because once his mana was drained, he immediately absorbed the surrounding aura and recovered quickly. 10,000 times the amount of aura materialized into immortal chi. This innate advantage was unmatched. It could even be said that Junzei was innately invincible when he stayed in the crouching dragon pool. If we really want to compete in terms of mana, I'm afraid that when the Deep Mountain Demon King comes, he'll have to bow down. Right now, Junzei's resurrection of the dead people while suffering the wrath of heaven has finally alerted the Qintian supervisor in Kyoto. The city god took in what True Dragon had done and was first shocked and then stunned. Raise the dead technique. What a masterstroke. The city god said this after a long time. And it's not a scolding, it's a compliment. As a first-grade positive god of the Qintian Supervisory Authority, this kind of behavior from True Dragon was naturally undesirable, but his old man unexpectedly didn't make a big deal out of it. Instead, one of the chief officials stepped forward. Immortal Master, the True Dragon's action is against the order of the Yang world. We should step in and stop it immediately. Stop? The city god said lightly. True Dragon is saving people, not killing them. Who are we, the Qintian supervisors, to stop it? On the contrary, you have to thank True Dragon. If he resurrects one person, there will be one less ghost in the world. And that's not good. The main official was speechless. The reasoning seemed to be how it was, but it always felt strange. After all, the city god is the city god. See things see through. before the deep mountain demon king out, causing a scorched earth in the suburbs. People from hundreds of villages died. He raged once. It didn't make sense that he was still raging now that someone had stepped in to resurrect those innocent people. If that is to be the case, should those people die? Or should they live? One can't contradict oneself. The dragon's divine creature can call the wind and rain, can raise the dead, can be said to be the people's blessing. It should be enthroned as a divine beast. For the use of the court, the city goddess sighed and glanced indignantly at the palace. How dare the dim-witted ruler even think of eating a dragon? Completely unrecorded for the rivers and mountains, not for the people. Just thinking about your own immortality. Sad. Sad. I'm afraid that if he is allowed to continue to be the emperor of this Dasha dynasty, I'm afraid that he will falter. For 3 whole days in a row, Junzai kept resurrecting the people of the suburbs. The miracle of the resurrection of the dead people also spread thoroughly through the tens of thousands of villages in the suburbs. People came to that scorched earth to watch, and watched as the dead people came back to life out of thin air. Look at the eyes drop. I've never heard of medicine curing the undead and Buddha ferrying the fated. When have I ever seen a dead person being resurrected? Even in a world where there is a god who raises his head, it never happens. What kind of god is this that has such power? It's even greater than the bodhisattva who saves suffering. Some of the people who were resurrected were agitated towards the ground with tears streaming down their faces. It was the true dragon in the mountain that brought us back. It is the true god of the world. This statement was a stone's throw away. Everyone looked up at Taihang Mountain, a sky of lightning and thunder, a dragon shadow looming. The look on his face was filled with awe and admiration. Wow! For a moment, the black crowd fell to their knees, bowing down in worship toward the looming dragon's shadow. Many of the people even rushed home, picked up joss sticks and candles and lit them, holding them high above their heads. Hail the Dragon King! Since then, the people in the suburbs only recognized the Dragon King in the mountain for worship. Don't nobody good. For the mundane people, life and death are bigger than heaven. It is natural to hold on to the God who can raise the dead. Maybe one day when he dies, he will be resurrected by the Dragon King of the mountain. Chapter 093, Tens of thousands of snakes waiting for the walking Jiao. The scene of the suburb chanting "Long live the Dragon King" was taken in by Junzai. But his heart is like water and his mind is not distracted, constantly recovering mana, constantly performing the raise the dead technique, and even more constantly being condemned by the heavens. It was only when the last of the dead people were successfully revived by Junzai that he broke into a smile. The mountain he descended, the karma he had dabbled in, has since been completely ended. Among the hundreds of thousands of resurrected people, Junzai also paid attention to the shadow of Fang Zhang, the snake catcher boy. It was a relief to see the teenager confused and staying in the crowd. After all, they had been together for a few months. Not to say that they had any feelings, but at least it was a destiny. Only Juniper's destiny with him ended there. From then on, it was also impossible for Junzai to appear in front of Fang Zhang as a small snake. The two were never meant to be in the same world. Barely brought together and tainted with special karma. It's a curse, not a blessing. This could be well explained from the fact that the Deep Mountain Demon King had made a move this time. Junzai would have to not go down the mountain. Naturally, there was no such thing. This is the cause and effect relationship. However, these people in the suburbs did not die a single death in vain. The group of people who had been revived by Junzai's rise from the dead technique right now were as if they had been transformed. All the injuries and pains that had been on the body disappeared. Even the old scars that were once on the skin are nowhere to be seen. The resurrected body is in perfect health. Let's take Founder, the snake-catching boy, as an example. His purine body contained a yin and cold aura. Now that he is resurrected, his body becomes like a normal person, and there is no need to worry about attracting ghosts and evil spirits by exuding chilly air from his body when he sleeps. Phew, so tired. Uninterruptedly performing forbidden techniques such as raising the dead. Although mana could be restored by the immortal chi of this Wulon Lake, but the drain on the mental plane exhausted Juniper. Even a true dragon can't stand it. All he wanted to do now was sleep. Thunderbolt! Thunderbolt! The dark clouds over the Wulon Lake were still pressing down, and still radiating lightning down. This heaven's wrath seemed to be consumed with Junzai. Even if he stops resurrecting the people now, he still pesters them. Give me a break. Roar! Junzai let out a roar up to the sky, and the dragon's roar rose up to the sky, containing the power of the golden lion's roar kung fu, instantly shocking the dark clouds that covered the sky into seeming smoke and dissipating. Once the dark clouds were gone, the wrath of God was drawn to a close. Sleep. I can't wait to sleep for the rest of my life. Junzai's divine dragon swung its tail and drilled into the bottom of the pool, and was silent from then on. And with the true dragon of Wulongton entering a hibernation-like slumber, Taihang Mountain also entered a short period of calm. Time flies. It is a year in the blink of an eye. That's right, it's a year. They say dragon things are sleepy, but this is too sleepy. It was worth mentioning that during this year, the snake demon living and cultivating near the Wulong pool had made rapid progress. Cultivation skyrocketed, the serpent demonic chi tumbled like a tide, and the temperature of the surrounding mountains and forests was lowered to the apex. Every now and then, you'll see a giant python rocking up to the sky and snaking up to the sky. Insight into the Taoist cultivation of that snake demon for 9,999 years. As long as it wanted to, it could step into the ranks of 10,000-year-old demons at any time. And the most terrifying thing was that snake demons with this kind of cultivation became the norm near the Wulong Lake. It can literally be found everywhere. This was thanks to Junzai raising the aura of the crouching dragon pool to 10,000 times. It would be hard for any creature that stayed in this place to cultivate to progress faster. Moreover, snakes are born with spiritual awareness, and their cultivation talent is higher than other races. Otherwise, they wouldn't all be trying to go scaly and turn into dragons. True Dragon Lord has been sleeping for a year. How come there's no sign that he's going to wake up? What should we do? The snake demon's helpless voice rang out from the mountains. Their cultivation was already at its peak, and they could step into the 10,000 years demon at any time. But they can't break through. Once you become a 10,000-year-old demon, you lose the qualification to walk the auger and transform into a dragon. Nowadays, a large number of snake demons were waiting for walking Jiao to cross the threshold. But the problem was that the true Dragon Lord was sleeping, and they didn't dare to cross over without a protector. Fear of being envied by other races and taking advantage of the backstabbing. There is only one life, and no one dares to risk it. The most disturbing thing was that it was just as well that the true dragon was sleeping, but the Snake King had also been in seclusion. The two great figures were all absent, causing these snake demons to look at the ocean every day, wide-eyed. And I don't know when the wait is over. One day, out of the blue, the surface of the pool of the crouching dragon pool flipped up and the water surged. Countless pairs of excited snake eyes flashed up in the nearby mountains and forests, and that image would surely scare the shit out of a normal person. Anon, a sound of contentment rang out from a stretching body, and thus a sound of satisfaction. Soon there was a bang and a splash. A radiant, dazzling dragon's head drilled out of the stone. Yes, that was a good night's sleep. Junzai's dragon eyes were resplendent as he breathed in the fresh air, and the mana in his body was as vigorous as an ocean rising and falling, turning over. The whole thing was indescribably soothing. The whole body is filled with explosive power. Congratulations to Lord True Dragon on waking from his sleep. Near the mountains and forests, a mountainous sound rang out, shaking the heavens and earth. The birds and beasts in the forest were scared and flew around in groups. The feathers are rustling. Junzai's face was speechless. What nonsense is this? Waking up from sleep also needs to be congratulated? His candle-flame dragon eyes looked around the mountains and forests in all directions, and surprise flashed slightly under his eyes. What a powerful, dense group of snake demonic auras. It's gotten to the point where it can't be ignored. Please ask the true Dragon Lord to protect the path for us by walking the scaly scales. Another mountain of voices rose to the sky, voices that carried excitement and leaping. Going for the Jiao? Juniper couldn't help but smile. It looked like he had slept for quite a long time. The snake demon that grew to the forest had the confidence to walk the auger to cross the threshold, but it was normal to think about it. How exuberant the aura of the crouching dragon pool was. Plus, those snake demons' own Taoist skills were not low. How many of those who were going to walk the auger? Stand up and show them to my lord, Juniper said casually, but he was completely oblivious to the gravity of his statement, because the picture that appeared in the next moment made him the only true dragon in the world. Look at it with his jaws dropped and freeze up. Just see the moment. There were a large number of hideous giant snakes slithering straight up in the forest, ferocious and terrifying, with demonic chi rolling and boiling all over their bodies. Much too dense. Much to the image of that moment, it was as if the entire forest of trees had risen to the sky all at once. Makes one think hard. When each giant snake stood up, it was 100 feet in length, standing up to the sky in the middle of the heaven and earth. It creates a unique visual impact. Punch you in the head. Hiss. Juniper couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he took a cavernous look at those snake demons were not only large in size, but also had all reached 999 years of capped Taoist magic power. What the hell is this? It seems like he's been asleep for how long exactly? How come it feels like every snake in the snake clan has the ability to walk the auger? At a slight count, there were no less than 10,000 entries. My goodness, such a number of giant snakes stood up, not to mention scaring Junzai to death. It also simultaneously and instantly alarmed the entire Taihang mountain. Chapter 094, Grouping Up to Cross the Tribulation. Crazy behavior of the snake race. Many racial forces had converged their gazes in the direction of the crouching dragon pool. A single glance at it is a great surprise to the mind. Couldn't help but shiver. Densely packed giant snakes rose up into the sky, and from afar, it looked just like a bamboo forest. Each bamboo was still huge and thick, emitting a rich black demonic aura. Geez, I'm not blind. Where did the Snake Clan come up with so many snake experts? 9,990 years of Capdao behavior, 1 foot into the 10,000 years of demonic success level. What do they want? Could it be that the Snake Clan wants to demonstrate with us? For a moment, shocked murmurs spread from Taihang Mountain. So many giant snakes standing up, scaring the hell out of people. Humph. The true dragon reversed the process and transferred the aura of other races to the crouching dragon pool, allowing those snake demons to cultivate by leaps and bounds in a single day. Someone with a clear eye has stated the problem. Everyone can go to the crouching dragon pool to take a look. The aura there is so strong that it has reached the point where the aura condenses into beads and turns into substance. Not to mention snakes. Even if it's a maggot, after a year has gone by, it will become a 1,000-year-old demon. No way. The aura of the crouching dragon pool is that exaggerated? What's the exaggeration? Crouching Dragon Pool is now the cultivation mecca of the entire Taihang Mountain. Whoever goes in to cultivate is like flying up to the branch as a phoenix. When these words came out, countless exclamations rang out, and it was called envy and jealousy. But hate is not dare to hate. Hate the true dragon will be retaliated. A snake-turned-dragon. A vindictive one. As the major races debated, Junzei reacted and looked at the densely standing giant snakes inside. I'm really impressed. You've really surprised me. If that large number of snakes had all become augur dragons, wouldn't one's own dragon clan be heck of a lot more established? At the vague thought, Juniper couldn't help but get excited. Even if these snake demons don't metamorphose into scaly dragons, or break through into 10,000-year-old demons, they are a force that shakes the heavens and the earth. Any race can be given a cross-pollination. Ouch. I didn't think I'd go to sleep and wake up with a big job to do. Suddenly, the snake demons that stood up argued. I'll cross first. Everyone line up one at a time. No, I'll transmute first. You guys go down and watch first to summarize the experience. Summarize what experience? There is a true dragon lord to protect the way. Afraid of a beg. Emperor Snake must be the first to go augur. They were all giant snakes of 100 feet. And this noise rumbled. It's no wonder they're anxious. They've been waiting too long in the main. Plus there are so many snakes to walk the augur that if you wait in line, you don't even know how long it will take. Early to go augur, but also early to fulfill the long-cherished wish of the heart. What's all the noise about? Let's walk the augur together. Juniper hit the nail on the head. What? Together? The snake demons were dumbfounded at the words. My lord, we have so many snakes to cross the threshold together. Can this be done? It's never been heard of since the ancient times. Junzei, however, rightfully said, it's only good that it wasn't there before. So you've become the pioneers of history and should feel supreme honor. The snake demon's eyes sparkled up at that. Wouldn't that be unprecedented? Little ones, let the whole Taihang Mountain, let the whole world witness you making history. My lord is proud of you. Juniper's morale-boosting chant, mainly because he didn't have the patience to watch a snake cross over. You're kidding. That many snakes? How long would it take to cross? If you don't feel sorry for him, you should feel sorry for Master Tien. What about exhausting its old man to death? Successful king. Survival of the fittest. Little ones, meet your apocalypse. Rumble. The heavens rioted. The dark clouds that covered the sky tumbled and coalesced. There were earth-shattering thunders that shook the ears. For a moment, day turned into night all at once. The racial forces of the Taihang Mountains were originally still marveling at the snakes that had been erected in Wulongtan. Instead, they ended up seeing the hijacking clouds dense up. Pairs of eyes began to be appalled, to be afraid, to be terrified. The apocalypse, the apocalypse, the apocalypse is coming. What do you mean? So many snakes standing up. So it's not a demonstration with the major races. Instead, you're going to cross over and walk away from the augur? The most unbelievable thing was that so many snake demons all stood between heaven and earth. Wait quietly for the apocalypse. No article went down. Could it be that they were preparing to cross the threshold together in a group? But anyone who had such a thought began to tremble all over. The snakes play that big? The 9 deaths of the fairy. How dare you come in a group? I don't think you're going to make a fool out of yourself. Crazy, crazy, crazy. The demons of the snake clan were mad. However, the sky coalescing robbery clouds covered the sky and became more and more massive in size, and the thunder had begun to intensify. It was as if there was a thunder god roaring madly at the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What does it mean to be heard? Right now? Tree Castle of ancient Chongqing walked out, saw the sky blanketing robbery clouds, saw the crouching dragon pool densely stood up giant snakes, instantly confused. Even this deep mountain demon king, who had lived for 10,000 years, was as dumbfounded as a bumpkin entering the city at this moment. Soon, when he came back to his senses, a scornful smile rose to the corners of his mouth. Together? No. It's clear that we're going to die together. It's so gutsy. It's scary. Transitioning to the heavens and still being able to hold a group is unheard of in the ancient world. Gu Changming didn't need to think to know that this kind of bad idea must have come from that true dragon. But soon, his face clouded over. Sure enough, as long as the pattern of no dragons in the world was broken, there would be an endless stream of dragons in the future. In just 1 year, there are so many snakes that are going to walk the auger to cross the river. And that's just the serpents. What about the other races? Obviously, he, the Deep Mountain Demon King, was completely incapable of managing it. Right now, it's just a matter of seeing what's going on. The Chintian supervisors in Kyoto were also startled, and some of the chief deities came out to look up at the sky, puzzled when they saw the immense scale of the heavenly calamity. Strange, this calamity is not right. It doesn't look like some kind of creature crossing the calamity. Rather, it looks like a lot of heavenly calamities coming down together a lot. Together? The master officer whirled around and shook his head, because the claim itself is absurd. There can be a lot more. At this time, under the sky-covering plunder cloud, the familiar plunder cloud flower began to be derived. That's right, due to the true dragon's initial ascent to the heavenly gate, all beings in the entire world were no longer strangers to the hijacking cloud flower. With the birth of the first one, it bloomed all at once. More stars. Soon, the entire dome of the sky was filled with robber cloud flowers. What a familiar image. Hiss. This master officer looked dumbfounded. Could it be that another dragon is going to ascend to the heavenly gate to cross the threshold? That's impossible. I have not heard that there is a second dragon in the world. But the sky of the sky is filled with robotic clouds flowers is what is going on. It's clearly a robbery with 10,000 thunderbolts. Someone please tell it what the hell is going on. What the hell kind of creature is going to cross over? The first grade positive god city god stepped out with his eyes like a torch. This is the robbery of the walking scale. Immortal master. How did the walking augur derive so many robber cloud flowers? You have to know that a robbing cloud flower is a heavenly thunderbolt. Can't you see the snakes in a certain area of the Taihang Mountains? The serpents grouped together to cross over. It's bullshit, but the facts are out there. There's no room for disbelief. Chapter 095, The Great Way has its own selfishness. The way of heaven is merciless inside the palace. Emperor Jialong walked out of demon concubine Daji's chambers and looked in the direction of the Taihang Mountains. Seeing that the clouds of calamity covered the sky, there were terrifying numbers of giant snakes standing between heaven and earth. The sky-scattered robocloud flowers were radiant and stunningly beautiful. Another heavenly calamity. It's unbelievable that there are so many snake demons walking the augur at the same time. Emperor Jialong's face changed, and it was difficult to remain calm when he took a look. Daji came to the emperor's side with a light smile, and between her eyes, she hit the nail on the head when she said, "Your Majesty, it seems that true dragon is very ambitious, and it's just as well that it transformed itself into a dragon, but it also wants to create a dragon race out of it dragons?" Sparing the great Xia emperor, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at this moment. The color of his face turned ugly to the naked eye. A true dragon was fine, but if a dragon force appeared in the world, then I'm afraid the position of the Daxia dynasty will be shaken. Emperor Jialong knew better than anyone what the real reason was for the royal ancestral tradition of not allowing dragons to appear. He was absurd as he was absurd, and he was dim as he was dim, but he would not allow things that shook the foundation of the country to happen. Your Majesty, you can't let that true dragon do whatever it wants. It must be apprehended as soon as possible. When Daji seized the moment, she added fuel to the fire. Consort, I also want to catch that dragon, but you also saw it first. The great Thunder Sound Temple's ancient gods and Buddhas have failed in their attempts, and now the real dragon is hiding in the Taihang Mountains, and I want to catch it. How easy it is. Emperor Jialong frowned. This year, he thought day in and day out about eating dragon meat to gain longevity. But true dragons are so powerful that only the experts of the Kunlun ruins and the Great Thunder Sound Temple are capable of capturing them. But the problem is that the Kunlun market has been centrifugal with the imperial court in recent years, and often listens to summonses but not declarations. And since the Great Thunder Sound Temple had already blasted out once, it would be a bit inappropriate to have them do it again. After all, he was a Buddhist, serving the Buddha, not him, the emperor. There's a degree to everything. Your Majesty, why don't you have the Demon Beheading Division issue a special wanted notice and send someone into the mountains to get the dragon, so that the other races won't dare to help the true dragon against the court? I've long inquired. The true dragon rests in a deep pool in the Serpent clan's territory. That place is called the Crouching Dragon Pool. As long as the Department of Demon Beheading calls on the world's experts to attack the Yellow Dragon and kill the Crouching Dragon Pool, the true dragon will surely be apprehended, and His Majesty will get what he wants, and the hidden dangers will be solved. Daji kept blowing the emperor's ear off. However, Emperor Jialong appeared calm and collected this time and spoke faintly. The true dragon already has a lot of prestige among the people, especially after the incident of bringing the dead back to life. and I've also heard that there are quite a few key officials in Kyoto who have set up the True Dragon's longevity plaque at home and worship it day in and day out if we take the risk of letting the Demon Beheading Division issue a warrant for the True Dragon. It's a big deal, and I'm afraid it will have a very bad effect. The teacher has no name. After all, the dragon was the divine beast totem of the great Xiao dynasty. Is issuing a wanted notice not a slap in the face? Unless the True Dragon becomes an evil dragon. Daji saw the emperor hesitate and knew that perhaps the time had not yet come, and changed the topic. Your Majesty, let's watch the heavenly tribulation first, and I don't know how many augur dragons will appear in the world after this sensational heavenly tribulation. That's more than I can say for the people who say it. Emperor Jialong grew more and more somber. Royal ancestral tradition. The Daxia dynasty was founded because of the dragon, and it is highly likely that it will also be destroyed because of the dragon. Therefore, no dragons are allowed in the world. As Junzei watched the sky filled with the spreading of the robbing clouds of flowers, and watched the heavenly might invade down in a vast manner, he fell into a state of contemplation. Nearly 10,000 snakes crossed over to walk the augur. He knew very well in his heart that he was afraid that in the end, there would never be more than half of those who could successfully cross the tribulation. Hugging the augur is not hugging the augur. It only increases the chance of death. But there is no way. The only way to metamorphose into an augur is to have absolute strength and absolute vigor. Junzei was about to seal the back roads of these snake demons. We all go augmentation together. If you're going to die, you'll only have yourself to blame for your own lack of strength. Walking the augur to cross the threshold was originally to live towards death. If you can't even pass the hurdle of walking the augur, how will you ascend to the heavenly gate in the future? He was now the protector of the way, but the most he could do was keep outside elements from interfering with them. The heavenly thunder still needs to be carried by its own strength. Who is strong and who is weak? Who lives and who dies? There will be an answer soon. Rumble. As the sky's uncountable robotic clouds blossomed into place, and as a sky-shattering thunderclap intensified. It's starting. It was a serpent-walking extravaganza that began with the eyes of the world watching. The hijacking cloud flowers turned instantly and bloomed at the same time, competing for color. Countless heavenly thunderbolts of flashing lightning snaked out, thundering towards the group of snakes that stood between heaven and earth. Roar! At this moment, the sound of snakes whistling rushed to the sky. Thunder light. Snake whistles intertwined with each other. The heavens and earth were violently shaken. It was the first time Juniper had viewed the robbery from the perspective of a bystander. I have to say, for a spectator, the skyjacking was great viewing. Whether it was the hijacking cloud flowers or the dazzling heavenly thunder that snaked out, it was stunningly beautiful. Cultivating demonic creatures actually take pride in transmigrating, because only the gifted, only those with profound cultivation were qualified to cross the threshold. Mediocre people are doomed to have nothing to do with the apocalypse. No matter what kind of heavenly tribulation it is, as long as you get through it, you're off the hook. And that's how you can brag for the rest of your life. If you can't get through, you don't need to think about saving face, because you don't exist anymore. 9,999 years of capping the tribulation, and if one still fails, one will not have the creation of the dragon transformation either. After the first wave of heavenly thunder, to Junzei's delight, not a single snake died. Still standing with his head high between heaven and earth, still fighting spirit, not a trace of fear in his eyes. There is only the determination to make it or break it. Very good. Junzei couldn't help but quip. These snake demons could be much deeper than he was when he first went Jiao. Perhaps the vast majority of them can metamorphose into augurs. However, Junzei had only just thought this when the vault of heaven suddenly rioted. The second wave of heavenly thunder snaked out and didn't strike down first. Instead, they converged together to form a heavenly river that was radiant to the extreme. The heavenly river declared down towards the group of snakes as if it were a waterfall. That moment was full of heavenly imagery. It is also fraught with the crisis of death. A celestial river declared down, the beauty of which was dreamlike, but the sound was like 10,000 horses galloping, out of control. It is suspected that the Milky Way is falling into the 9 heavens. Spectacular. It's spectacular. It's so spectacular that nothing under the sun is worthy of it. The sky was black under the sky-covering robbery clouds, and at this moment it turned white again. The blazing thunder light filled the room, and only the strongest people whose perseverance was at the top of the world were qualified to appreciate it. In the next second, tens of thousands of transitional snake demons were simultaneously drowned by this heavenly river that was declaring down. The sky and the earth were filled with the crackling sound of electricity. You can't open your eyes, and you can hear your scalp. This was the most beautiful visual feast in heaven and earth, and a violent means of suppression by the heavenly lord. A group to cross the threshold? I don't know that there is a saying circulating in the Taihang Mountains. Don't cry, don't make fun of the sky. There is selfishness in the great way, and there is no mercy in the way of heaven. Chapter 096, The Ghost Emperor and the Avian King. Oh no. This wave of heavenly thunder is too strong. I'm afraid a lot of snakes will go up and smoke Junzei's candle like golden pupils contracted deeply. Ignoring the blazing lightning and looking at the essence through the phenomenon, he saw a giant snake's body begin to dissipate between hissing and pain. He saw the heavenly thunder that turned into flowing water like a life-threatening death god, cold and mercilessly reaping. In the blink of an eye, it was several hundred snakes that couldn't carry the pressure and dissipated between heaven and earth. The cruelty of the picture made Junzei's flesh ache as he watched. Those snakes were all 999 years of Captaoism, and they had a great future without going augur. They could obviously step into the 10,000-year-old demon level and become the backbone of the clan, proudly looking down on the mountains and forests. But for the sake of the obsession in his heart, he died as light as a feather. But it's a crossing. Living to the death is no joke. The heavenly tribulation was also worthy of being the ultimate tomb for cultivating creatures. You can go against the grain and you can have a dream. But one must first ask oneself if one can leap over the threshold of the heavenly tribulation. If you can't move past it, you can only blame yourself for not having enough creation in this life. Work on it in the afterlife. In another moment, nearly 1,000 snake demons died, and this heavenly river suppressed down, forming a terrifying thunder field storm. If the transiting snake can carry the pressure inside, then it is also a sign that one can metamorphose into an augur. But then, every second, a snake demon died. Junzei got cold and sweaty from watching. Tree Castle. Ancient Changming strengthened the pupils of his eyes and took in the entire process of the heavenly tribulation. The corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as he watched. He said that earlier. Crossing the river together? It's clear that we're going to die together. Although walking the augur is not as difficult as transforming the dragon, the level of danger is the same. But he was happy to see that image, but only as fun to watch. How many augurs were born? Ancient Changming no longer cared at all. Because that's the big thing. What he cared about was how that true dragon would screw up. Once a true dragon died, the dragon clan's chi was disconnected. That's the cure. At that moment, Gu Changming suddenly frowned as the space around him inexplicably fluctuated and rippled. There was a powerful figure that gradually manifested itself. What manifested was a man who looked like a heavenly god, and he was surrounded by an immortal aura that was like smoke and clouds. The whole person was very different in style and immortal. If he had appeared in the mortal world, the people would have treated him as an immortal in the sky. However, this one was really an immortal, but not a human immortal, but a ghost immortal. It is the supremacy of the ghosts and monsters of the world. It is the only deep mountain ghost king among the 4 rulers of Taihang Mountain. This ghost king had already cultivated himself to the point of peak perfection, quenched a ghostly aura into an immortal aura. This is Ghost Emperor Zhongli. It was said that there were actually 2 emperors in the Daxia dynasty. Human Emperor Jiao Long ruled over the human race, and Ghost Emperor Zhongli was in charge of the ghost race. Your men are, in effect, my men, unless euthanized. Brother Jiang has come to visit. My grass hut on the tree is really a place of great splendor. Gu Changming saw the visitor clearly and opened his mouth smilingly. Not surprisingly, for the only ruler who dared to appear in his tree castle like this was his equal, Ghost Emperor Jianli under the immortal gas dazzle. Look very free. Snickering back, Brother Gu does not blame me for this ghost of the netherworld. To bring bad luck to your castle will be good. Fluffy words like this is better to save it for the next big shot, the next big thing? This Taihang Mountain to say then the Ghost Emperor Jianli's identity is greater. Then the identity is actually called out. The nearby space was once again in turmoil. Before the figure of the visitor had even manifested, there was a burst of golden light that dazzled the eyes. Finally a tall, powerful man with a powerful aura and a pair of ornate wings on his back with a golden hooked nose appeared. As soon as this person appeared, Gu Changming's face changed slightly, and he was busy greeting. So it's Master Buddha's great visit. I didn't expect that this snake race hugging a group of people to cross over would have alarmed Master Buddha out. There was no doubt that this man with the golden hooked nose was also one of the 4 deep mountain demon kings. Moreover, the strength of its aura vaguely overpowered Ancient Changming. The Avian King, Buddha, in his true form, is the golden-winged rock eagle. According to legend, when heaven and earth first opened, everything began to grow, and the world began to have flying birds and beasts, with the unicorn as the head of the beasts and the phoenix as the head of the flying birds, and the phoenix gave birth to the peacock and the rock. The rock is the golden-winged rock eagle. Of course, this rock is not his rock, but it is a lineage. If Jiangli was the supreme of the ghost race, commanding the ghosts and monsters of the world, then the Buddha in front of us is the great king of the bird of prey clan in Taihang Mountain. But all birds of prey are honored by it. After all, in this world, the phoenix has long been unearthly. As for why the Avian King is also called Lord Buddha, it is said to be related to the Buddhist Great Thunderbolt Temple. Now, 3 of the 4 great rulers of Taihang Mountain had stood together, It was a good thing that this image was not seen by anyone, otherwise it would have instantly shaken the entire mountain range. Ancient Changming, this castle of yours is really well built. It's simply an excellent viewing platform for the calamity, as the Buddha said that. He looked at the image of the crossing, and the more he looked at it, the more joyful his expression became. I didn't think that this Buddha slept. The sky of Taihang Mountain has changed. Walking scaly. Interesting. So many snake molts become scaly dragons. Just enough to let this Buddha have a full meal. Gu Changming picked up the conversation. With your status as a Buddha, eating a scaly dragon is too much for you. You should eat a real dragon. That's a good point. Real dragons naturally have the right flavor, but I just don't know if it's going to hurt my teeth. After all, you, the oldest brother, are only looking at the immovable. Saying that, the Buddha glanced at Gu Changming. Gu Changming smiled sarcastically. His words just now were not an attempt to kill someone with a knife, but the one in front of him was a foodie. If he was the longest living deep mountain demon king of the Taihang Mountain demon clan, then this Buddha in front of him was the most evil, the most edible, and the most terrifying demon king of Taihang Mountain. Not even one of them. Back before he was a ruler, he was known to feed on people. As soon as the main body manifested, it flew into the sky above a human city, opened its mouth and sucked in, and hundreds of thousands of people were eaten. It was the most feared demon king of the human race, and it was also the #1 existence on the wanted list of the demon beheading division. It was also the demon that Kunlun ruins wanted to catch the most. No one is out of their league. Favor such a big demon called something like Buddha. It's also ironic. Where's the boss? Both of you are here. Why doesn't the boss show up? Gu Changming had originally waited for the nearby space to fluctuate up in the air, but there had been no movement. As soon as he said boss, a hint of respect appeared on the faces of both Master Buddha and Ghost Emperor Jiangli. This kind of scene isn't enough to alarm the boss. Besides, the boss isn't in Taihang Mountain. If the Buddha was the most evil and terrifying, then the only demon king of the deep mountains who hadn't shown his face was the strongest existence, and very mysterious. So mysterious that no one knows what it is in the flesh. Just know that it's strong. The undisputed #1 powerhouse in Taihang Mountain. The boss isn't in Taihangshan? Gu Changming really didn't know this. Ghost Emperor Jianli suddenly said. Some time ago, the boss seemed to say that he wanted to experience the red earth and marry a small wife to live a small mortal life. The avian king Buddha froze, and Gu Changming was dumbfounded. There was a flurry of speechlessness. What a game. Chapter 097. More than 3,000 Jialongs emerge from the world. I really don't understand why these snake demons are so obsessed with going augur into dragon. Experiencing 2 heavenly tribulations for no reason at all. Bitchy or not. A flash of contempt flashed underneath Ghost Emperor Jianli's eyes. Unlike Gu Changming, he, the ghost immortal, had never taken dragons seriously. It even feels stupid to take the chop. The heavenly thunder that contained heavenly might was so masculine that if you couldn't withstand it, you had to die. Only someone like it, who has died once, knows the value of life. Had. Only the weak think of turning over by transforming into dragons. The strong will only feed on dragons. The avian king Buddha's eyes were filled with greed. It had eaten everything, just not dragon meat. I heard that in the ancient times, the top powerhouses liked to feed on dragons so as to show off their power and extraordinary status. It had fantasized about eating dragons once. Nay, when it came out, there were no dragons in the world, so it could only feed on people. Now it's good that there are not only real dragons in the world, but also so many snake demons walking on scaly scales. Buddha felt his spring had come. You can have a big meal. I'm sure the two of you have something to say for your presence here. Ancient Changming of course knew that they wouldn't simply come to see what the calamity of the walking Jiao was. It must have its own purpose. Jiangli said indifferently, that true dragon in the crouching dragon pool is burdened with merits. But this emperor knows that those merits were fished from my ghost race, and as the king of the ghost race in the world, this emperor is going to look for him to ask for a statement. Ancient Changming smiled gratefully at his words and joked, if that true dragon knew that you, the ghost emperor, were going to settle the score with him, I'm afraid that he would hide in the crouching dragon pool and not come out. You can't hide. You can't hide. What goes around comes around. The ghost emperor seems to know this well. After those snake demons metamorphose into Jiao, this Buddha will start eating, and the true dragon will come out by itself. You guys say those snake demons managed to survive the heavenly tribulation and metamorphosed into Jiao. Before they could be happy, they were eaten by this Buddha in a single bite. How desperate that would be. I'm sure the grudge will be bigger than a stern ghost. It had a cruel smile at the corner of its mouth. Isn't it interesting and fun? This Buddha can't wait under the gaze of the 3 great rulers of Taihang Mountain. That crossing of the snake clan grouping to walk the augur roared through for more than an hour. Falling curtains. Nearly 9,999 years of Cap Taoist behavior of snake demons. And finally when the heavenly tribulation was over, only a third survived. But the amount has actually been very substantial. The birth of more than 3,000 augur dragons in the world all at once was as terrifying as it was to think about. One must know that the Jiaolong is the most powerful demonic beast under the sky. Combat power is far superior to demons of the same realm. Right now, as the curtain fell on the heavenly tribulation, each of those giant snakes that stood between heaven and earth was missing flesh and blood, with the only thing left was a set of morose white skeleton. The heavenly thunder had destroyed their flesh and blood long ago. More than 3,000 white bone snakes were laid bare before the world, and it was frightening to watch. Suddenly, the aura of these white bone snakes violently began to skyrocket. It became grand and powerful. Blood and flesh began to derive from the white bones, and brand new layers of scale armor covered them like iron buckets. A dragon's horn grows out of his head, and he is blessed. However, in a matter of the 3,000 or so white bone snakes had not only successfully metamorphosed into augurs, it had even stepped into the ranks of 10,000-year-old demons, and its combat power soared. Their metamorphosis into augurs under the heavenly tribulation by 1,000 hammer blows was an epic ordeal in itself. It could be said that these augur dragons, casually ordering out one of them, could be used to fight 10 in the same realm. Once a scaly dragon had shaken the Taihang Mountains, now that 3,000 of them stayed together, that powerful oppressive force, that visual impact, it's simply terrifying to the point of being outrageous. My God, more than 3,000 scaly dragons. The pattern of Taihang Mountain has completely changed. I'm afraid it will be the world of the dragons in the future. Each one of them is so powerful. Even if they don't transform into dragons in the future, they all have the strength to fight hard against the race demon king. How can other races live with this? It's too much. A terrified voice rang out. Undoubtedly, these scaly dragons were the super beaters of the true dragons of the crouching dragon pool. If you want to exterminate that race, you can exterminate that race. Who can compete with that? At this time, only one of the augurs was particularly conspicuous. Its entire body erupted with a strong light, and its huge augur body began to rapidly become smaller. As it changed, it even began to demonize its form, turning into a human man with a powerful aura. It knelt down in the air in the direction of the crouching dragon pool. True Dragon Lord, we are fortunate to have succeeded in walking the augur. The voice was as loud and deafening as a bell. It echoed throughout the Taihang Mountains. Ha ha, all of you are amazing. To be able to walk the augur successfully under the suppression of such a powerful heavenly calamity, I'm proud of you all. Junzei's magnetic voice came from the crouching dragon pool. All thanks to Lord True Dragon. How did the 999 years of capped Taoism come about? Anyone with a clear mind, and without the true dragon sitting in the background, giving everyone a bottom line, everything wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Junzei was very happy at this time because the number of snakes that had become augurs was higher than expected. That's over 3,000 bars. My goodness, what a dragon power that belongs to him. And they were all at the level of 10,000-year-old demons. It was important to know that Junzei had not even reached this realm when he first became a Jiaolong. It's only a few thousand years old. Today was definitely a day to be happy about. And if Candle 9 was there, I'm afraid he would have been surprised. I just don't know if he'll blame himself for stealing someone from him. The snake became an augur and had nothing to do with that snake king of his. Became a dragon of his own. Juniper thought maliciously. Suddenly, a terrible thing happened. Only a strong wind came and enveloped one of the augurs, and that augur let out a horrified scream. It clearly felt full of power all over its body at this time, but you can't break free from that strong wind. It then flew off in one direction. Flying, the massive body automation small. The body cannot be controlled. It ended up in a demonic mouth and was eaten and swallowed straight away. Holy shit! When Junzei saw this scene, he burst into a rage, his sharp dragon eyes sweeping across. A tree castle? Is that damn old tree demon giving himself a hard time again? Strange. I've never heard of that old tree demon having a penchant for blood devouring. When he dealt with himself he only killed. Never thought of eating. After all, it's a tree demon. It doesn't eat meat. No, it's not him. In the next second, Juniper saw a tall man with a pair of magnificent wings fly out of the tree castle. As soon as this person flew out, Junzei frowned. It was strong. A powerful aura came over him. It puts people on thin ice and creates no thought of resistance. Also, along with the appearance of the winged man, a horrified scream erupted from Taihang Mountain. Heavens, it's the avian king Buddha. It's a deep mountain demon king that's even more terrifying than his holiness Evergreen. And it's even set its sights on these freshly baked scaly dragons. Ha! Interesting. More than 3,000 Jiao dragons are enough to break the balance between the races in Taihang Mountain. The deep mountain demon king will not see it regardless. Master Buddha is a big eater. If he eats, I'm afraid none of these 3,000 dragons will survive. Who would have thought that these seemingly powerful rising augurs would become food for its people in the twinkling of an eye before they even had a few moments to shine? It's a dramatic turn of events that makes you sympathize. It's time and it's fate. Tossing and turning is just food for the strong. Not really. The augur has a true dragon behind it. Can it just sit back and do nothing? There are skeptical voices out there. Chapter 098, Sinful Dragon Fruity. Roar. Only an angry dragon roar could be heard coming out of the crouching dragon pool, followed by the magnificent and overwhelming true dragon rising up to the sky. The great dragon body of more than 20,000 feet stood up, and the powerful dragon might called out to the heavens and the earth. The mountain-like sense of oppression hardened one's heart to rise to the top. After Junzei appeared, at the first moment, he opened his mouth to the scaly dragons. Don't stand still. All of them retreat and hide. Yes, my lord. But be careful. That's the Deep Mountain Demon King, Lord Buddha. The king of the Flying Bird Clan. The leading augur shivered and spoke. They are self-aware even if they metamorphose into augurs. Compared to a great person like the Deep Mountain Demon King, it would be nothing. More than 3,000 augurs instantly retreated and disappeared. And that avian King Buddha who flew out and hovered in front of the castle in the tree didn't stop him even slightly. It was just flooded with greedy eyes, staring at the magnificent true dragon to death. Quite protective of the calf. This king has only eaten one of your small scaly dragons and forced you out. The Buddha excitedly continued. 3,000 scaly dragons. In exchange for one of your true dragons, this deal is still a good deal, Birdman. Just you? Junzei's eyes could see through all the emptiness in the world, even though the other party was in human form. However, what manifested behind it was a golden-winged rock eagle. It is true that there is no tiger in the mountain and the monkey is the king. The phoenix does not come out of the world. And this golden-winged rock eagle becomes the king of flying birds. Birdman? The Buddha froze, his excited expression frozen. No one had ever dared to address him in such a manner. Bold dragon, do you really think you're above everything? You're not even close. The Buddha's face was grim, and his eyes were filled with bloodlust. Today, he would devour this true dragon, or let all the racial forces in Taihang Mountain see it. In the face of absolute strength, everything is fiction. Only a hard fist is the eternal king. However, just as the avian King Buddha was about to display his terrifying means, suddenly, an ethereal immortal sound appeared in heaven and earth, giving people the feeling of a spring breeze. But the words that came out of the front of the room sent a cold shiver down one's spine. True dragon, you have killed more of my ghost race's people in order to rake in merit. I will now step in to teach you a lesson in the name of the ghost immortal, so that you will know what you are being punished for. A ghost fairy? Punished? Junzei snorted at his words. It was true that he had exterminated the ghosts in order to rake in the merit, but it was also a good deed to benefit the people of the area. What's wrong with that? Since they have become ghosts, they should go to hell. And they actually call themselves immortals. Sins. He ascended to the heavenly gate to transform into a dragon, and was so noble that he most looked down on the stream of ghosts and monsters. Dare I say that his opponent was not only a deep mountain demon king, but also a deep mountain ghost king. In the next moment, one could only see the wind in the sky and the earth, and the ghostly aura rushed to the sky, like someone had the audacity to open the gates of hell. There were countless hissing sounds of evil spirits and stern ghosts that swept through the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to be in turmoil. Those hissing sounds are more chilling than the roar of wild beasts, smelling as if they were in an abyss and getting chills all over their bodies. At first hearing, scalp numbness, soul trembling, invisible, you seem to see yourself being pounced on by the severe ghosts. No one can remain calm. A ball of wolf smoke like ghost chi, tumbling like a tide, covering the sky and the sun, thick but not dispersed, converged above the head of the true dragon. Inside, a face of abomination emerged one by one, cloaked and green-faced, constantly hissing and roaring at the true dragon. The depth of resentment is as deep as a mother's death. Humph! I am the divine creature of the dragon, the holy of masculinity. All evils are inviolable. The whole of these false heads Juniper scorned, his eyes looking towards the tree castle. There stood the Ghost King with the most terrifying cultivation under the sky. In favor of Junzei, the level of danger was not as great as the golden-winged rockbird's Buddha. He was the one in control of the thunder-killing device. It's the nemesis of ghosts and monsters. However, what Junzei did not expect was that the ghostly chi that churned like a tidal wave was not a bluff, and finally coalesced into a monstrous and terrifying sinister dragon. When the sinister dragon came out, the fury rushed to the sky. Roar! The sinful dragon suddenly opened its eyes, stone cold, and roared up in a violent rage towards Junzei, the true dragon. For a moment, heaven and earth were filled with cries of ghosts and wolves. This is the means of the ghost immortal, a hand of ghost energy transforming into a dragon, giving the world another dragon out of thin air. Sinner dragon. Its dragon eyes were like a source of evil, and meeting its gaze was like falling into the 18 layers of hell. Forever and ever. Hurrah! The scene shifted and became a two-dragon duel in which the true dragon confronted the sinful dragon. Calling the shots, Ghost Immortal Jiangli orders all the ghosts in the world. It is said that his strength is not inferior to the first grade of the Qintian supervisor's rightful god, the city god. It is really horrible with the deep mountain demon King Buddha in front of us and the ghost emperor taking the lead. It looks like the ruler of Taihang Mountain still can't tolerate the true dragon. Don't look at the tens of thousands of snakes walking augur crossing the robberies to make a ruckus. Even though 3,000 augurs came out, it's just a hot scene. It's only now that the good show is on the Taihang Mountains, which have been quiet for a year, are once again bustling with activity. The bigwigs of all the major races were excited. It's a hilarious sight to see. This time, let's see how the real dragon of the crouching dragon pool still jumps around. Ancient Changming from the castle on the tree laughed and said to Ghost Immortal Jian Li next to him, Brother Zhang's methods are getting more and more divine. Ruling dragons with dragons. Wonderful one that was transformed by the gate of ascension. Orthodox birth. Brilliant and noble. A collection of horrific ghostly chi that is deeply resentful and sinful. When the two dragons faced each other, it was as if it had become a confrontation between good and evil. It will be interesting to see if the evil is not good, or if the good is not evil. Ancient Changming's eyes were poisonous, and he could see that the sinister dragon wasn't a flowery figure. As strong as Ghost Immortal Jian Li can be, this sinful dragon is as strong as it can be, Brother Gu boasted. Against the dragon's behemoth, ordinary means are useless. I also had no choice. Besides, the true dragon is also equipped with great magical powers. I'm afraid it's not easy to teach it a good lesson. Otherwise, Brother Gu's repeated attacks would not be so bad that instead of failing to kill the other party, he also let the other party transformed into a dragon. Jian Li wasn't smug, let alone belittling his opponent. But his words caused the smirk on Gu Changming's face as he watched the show to freeze. My father praises you and you disgust me? He was disgraced, so he was now taking it easy. In a trance, Gu Changming's mind changed. He would hope that the true dragon would remain powerful this time as well, and punch these two rulers in the face as well. At the very least, don't be taken care of so easily. Otherwise it makes him look useless. The same ruler of Tai Hangshan cannot be the only one to be disgraced. Jun Zhe, who was the protagonist, was furious at the sight of the sinister dragon that was no less than his own size. Feeling raw and offended, the ghost fairy who was standing in the tree at the castle made this kind of stuff out of it. It's clearly disgusting. Who? The sin dragon once again roared violently at the true dragon, and the scales covering its entire body were a human face with a repulsive appearance. It hissed its teeth, its ghostly aura, and violently tore through grass. Jun Zhe exuded orthodox dragon authority, and when he saw the sinful dragon rushing towards him, every dragon scale up and down his body was as bright as the sun and the moon, flowing with the sound of nuisance electric currents. Thunder, rumble, a huge thunder in the sky appeared out of thin air, and struck towards the evil dragon with a headbutt. When the sinister dragon was struck by lightning, his body stopped and his whole body was electrocuted, hissing up at the sky in pain. Chapter 099, The Cramping Ghost Immortal. On the other hand, a burst of electricity also flooded the body of Ghost Immortal Jiangli, who was manipulating the sinister dragon at the castle in the tree. However, there was no color in Jiangli's eyes as he stomped his feet and shook his body, and the current dissipated. Ghosts in the world fear the power of thunder, but this immortal is not afraid. The electric current wrapped around the sinister dragon fighting the true dragon disappeared with it, but it was greeted by a flipping dragon's tail. The dragon's tail ruthlessly smashed into the body of the sinful dragon, and the heavens and earth shook fiercely. There was a large amount of ghostly chi stirring out from the sinister dragon, sweeping in all directions. The human face on that dragon scale was even more ghostly. So hard that it can withstand the force of one of my tails. Jun Zhe was a little bit slightly surprised. He had thought that this tail of his could directly hit the sinister dragon to burst and collapse. After all, the other side is not flesh and blood, but who wants to be so hard as a rock? The original Cave Lord Demon King Golden Nine-Headed Lion was all beaten from the sky to the ground by his own tail. I've got the means. Jun Zhe opened his huge mouth in the next second, and a stream of dragon's breath jetted towards it. The rolling flames burned everything, blazing hot, but whenever he made a move, he wouldn't give his opponent the slightest opportunity to take advantage of it. It doesn't stop until it's dead. Anon, the sinister dragon hissed in pain once again, as if entering a sea of fire. The ghostly aura on his body began to evaporate. The body of the ghost immortal Jian Li caught fire, realizing that he was the sin dragon and the sin dragon was him. The tail just now had all but forced Jian Li to take a few hard steps backwards. Do you need me to help you put out the fire? A touch of joy swept up under Gu Changming's eyes, but he said kindly, no need. Jian Li stomped his foot again and his body shook, extinguishing the fire. But who knew that the fire that had just been extinguished had flared up again? This was because the true dragon was at that moment spewing a steady stream of dragon breath at the Sin Dragon, forcing Jianli to stomp his feet and then stomp his feet again, repeating the action over and over again, like they have a grudge against the floor of the ancient Shangming castle. It was quite an amusing image at that moment. Within the castle, the clear and beautiful Bailing Fairy was carrying a pot of tea and wanted to come up to entertain the VIPs. However, seeing the ghost immortal Jianli constantly stomping his feet, he looked dumbfounded. She had heard that the people of the Ghost Clan were all temperamental and acted strangely, but the most powerful Ghost King in the world in front of him was a little too weird. If you didn't know, you'd think he had cramps. Your Holiness, the 100 Spirit Fairy called out softly, signaling if she wanted to bring tea forward. Gu Changming, however, waved his hand and brought up a tea to savor a mouthful of it, which was so fragrant and refreshing to the spleen and lungs that he couldn't help but say, "Good tea." Jianli glanced at Gu Changming, his eyes grimacing up. Gu Changming said quietly, "Brother Jiang, if it doesn't work, let's forget about it. The Sin Dragon taking a beating is the same as you taking a beating. There's no need for that. It's better to let Buddha take a shot." The evil dragon condensed by this dragon's ghostly chi only needs to rush to the true dragon and take a bite of it to have its ghostly chi enter its body and break its foundation. It's even more terrible than the poison that pierces the intestines. Well, good idea. Cheers. Brother Jiang. Gu Changming was also in a better mood for some reason. It was reasonable to say that he should be angry when the true dragon got winded, but seeing the same ruler, the Deep Mountain Ghost King, suffer defeat, the mood couldn't be stopped. It was said that of the 4 rulers of Taihang Mountain, he, Gu Changming, had been alive the longest, but was the weakest. The fact that he couldn't even kill the Augur Dragon when he dealt with it earlier reinforced this idea. Gu Changming also wanted to save face. The true dragon must die, but before he does, if he can rub the other ruler's face in it as well. He was still happy to see it. The Buddha who had originally flown out of the castle in the tree flew back in, and was dumbfounded to see Jianli constantly stomping his feet to put out the fire. Speechless picked up the tea held in the hands of the 100 Spirit Fairy, took a sip, also persuaded, "No, forget it. You this delay this Buddha to eat the dragon." Originally, it was agreed that Ghost Immortal Jianli would first make a move to teach a lesson to the true dragon, and then it would enjoy the food. But the situation develops down. That sinister dragon that was transformed by Ghost Chi didn't see any other strength, but it was really resistant to fighting. Jianli couldn't hang on to his face. He felt that his strategy had gone wrong. He shouldn't have played false with the true dragon. He began with the idea of teaching the true dragon a lesson with a handful of dragon transformation immortal techniques without showing up himself. It would also be good to show the racial forces of Taihang Mountain. What is the terrifying strength of the ghost boss, so that it also looks like you're pushing it. Who would have thought that this true dragon would thunder and breathe fire, forcing the sinful dragon to be beaten in place? He suffered along with it. Now that he has withdrawn the sinful dragon, does he, the ghost immortal, still want to lose face? It turns out that the Ghost Clan in the Taihang Mountains are not as deep-rooted as the Demon Clan. This shot to not be able to strengthen the reputation of the Ghost Clan. It's not like stealing a chicken, the opposite of being a joke. In fact, this is when the Taka chatter came out frequently. A true dragon deserves to be a true dragon. Any sinful dragon that the Deep Mountain Ghost King strikes can only be reduced to a tool to be beaten. Nonsense. A year ago, the true dragon just came out from the Heavenly Gate. The Great Thundersound Temple sent out the undefeatable Vajra Dharma and the 2 Dharma phases of the Goddess of Mercy and Compassion. They were all disappeared by the true dragon with a single roar. So what can this sinful dragon formed by this mere ghostly chi do? What do you demons mean? Is our Lord Ghost Immortal sinful dragon not as good as the Buddhist Dharma phase? If it were the Buddhist Dharma phase, it would have long been routed by the true dragon by now. The demon race sweated. And it was true. This sinister dragon transformed by demonic chi was truly resistant to beatings. But it's a pity that people didn't see the lousy appearance of the castle ghost immortal Jiangli in the tree. Otherwise it's a different sentiment. Spirits and demons of the Ghost Clan, let me tell you, if you want to deal with the true dragon, it will still have to be my Buddha of the Demon Clan. As the golden-winged rock bird, Buddha is invincible. Dealing with a true dragon is a matter of one bite birds of prey. But the first race in the Taihang Mountains, countless experts. Master Buddha can sit steadily in the Bird King. The strength is not to say suddenly. A clear and cold voice appeared. Buddha cannot represent the Birds of Prey clan. It cannot be counted as a real avian king. My Birds of Prey only Phoenix is worthy of this honorary title. Who's talking? What a big mouth. Dare to say that Master Buddha is not worthy of the title of avian king? The demon race and the ghost race who heard the words were all collectively terrified as cold sweat beaded up. If the Buddha hears this, I'm afraid they'll suffer along with him. Don't hide behind your back and talk nonsense to harm people. Dare to give your name. Listen up. I am Lichinga of the peacock lineage of the flying bird. The true dragons of the world have come out. And the phoenix of my flying bird lineage will also come out in accordance with the trend of the world. Wait for it, what? Phoenix? The demon race and the ghost race fell silent for a moment, their hearts shocked beyond measure. In a paradise-like deep forest, a young girl wearing a red dress was seen standing on a sycamore tree. Her face was pure and unassuming, her eyes bright and soulful. A touch of red lips shows elegance and an innate sense of coolness. She reported the name, and then whispered to herself, the world said that the dragon of God, overriding all things. Everyone wants to become a dragon, so that salty fish to turn over, and my birds of prey to the phoenix as the honor, not inferior to the real dragon half a point. How can the world only know the real dragon and forget the name of the phoenix? I, Li Qingge, have been cultivating on the sycamore tree for 1,000 years, and have long since qualified for nirvana as a phoenix, but I'm afraid that golden-winged rockbird of the Buddha won't allow me to turn into a phoenix so easily at this moment. Li Qingge looked up at the magnificent and majestic true dragon standing up in the crouching dragon pool. As he watched, the stars shone up in his eyes. Chapter 100, 1 year. Life and death. Junzai tyrannized the sinful dragon transformed by the ghostly qi, and that mouthful of dragon's breath kept spewing furiously at the sinful dragon. In his heart, he was secretly surprised that this sinister dragon was too tenacious. However, the ghostly aura that it was made of was able to resist its own dragon's breath for so long. Honestly, he felt incredible. But after a long time, it was as if he suddenly understood something. Sprayed even harder. The blazing temperature of the flames continuously evaporated the ghostly aura from the sinful dragon's body, and those candle-like dragon eyes swept up a touch of teasing playfulness. Suddenly, Junzai felt a flash of a different gaze. It seemed as if some special character was watching. This particular character is hard to define. I don't know if it's a person of great strength or a person of deep creation. All in all, it actually gave him a karmic induction in the underworld. He knew that at this moment, he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were silently watching him. The only thing that stood out from the millions of gazes was the one that was different, sensed by him. However, Junzai didn't think much of it and continued to furiously spray dragon breath, spraying the sinful dragon with constant wailing. Until the spraying hurts, Juniper thinks she should just see it through. For today's castle in the trees stands 3 rulers of the Taihang Mountains. It's hard enough for him to go one-on-one, let alone one-on-3. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. It's time to run. He couldn't beat the Deep Mountain Demon King anyway. But it's not just a matter of running away now. You have to do something to move the needle. In the next second, Junzai stopped his dragon's breath and made another divine dragon swing, smashing his tail on the head of the sinful dragon, sending him flying backwards for hundreds of miles. Immediately, he looked out of the corner of his eye in a domineering manner towards the castle in the tree. Is this the strength of the Deep Mountain Ghost King? It's really better to meet than to be known. This dragon counts to have learned. And to be honest, it's very disappointing once Ghost Immortal Jian Li heard this. The expression on his face was wonderful to the extreme. What a true dragon. Getting a bargain. Do you really think there's nothing you can do about him? Good. Good. True dragon. You're very good. This immortal was going to teach you a lesson. Now you've succeeded in making this immortal turn on you. Jian Li's words, icy cold, squeezed out from between his teeth. He, the head of the ghost clan in the world, had been publicly humiliated. A mere ghost. What kind of immortal is that? This dragon doesn't have the time to play with you today. That's all. As the words fell, Junzai's magnificent dragon body prepared to sink down. Just as he sank and disappeared. Ha ha ha. True dragon. If you want to run away now, have you asked this Buddha? Whoosh. The powerful man with a golden hooked nose and a pair of wings behind him, Avian King Buddha, flashed forth. A strong and overwhelming demonic aura emanated from his body, and that demonic aura deadlocked Junzai's dragon body. There was an evil smile on his face along with greedy eyes. Watching tens of thousands of feet of real dragons is like a gourmet meal. The confidence of the rulers of Taihangshan is on display. Sure enough, Junzai spoke darkly and was not surprised. That king of the birds of prey could not be inactive since he had shown up at the beginning. Let yourself go and leave. He also thought of a good countermeasure. Birdman, do you want to take advantage of the weakening of my mana from the battle just now to pick up the pieces? The Buddha froze at his words, and his expression turned gloomy. True dragon, what do you mean? You think this Buddha is taking advantage of people now? Isn't it? I seem to be fighting with the sinful dragon. In fact, I'm fighting with the Deep Mountain Ghost King. And you don't make a move in the beginning, and this time you come out, not taking advantage of people's danger. What is it? The whole living beings of the Taihang Mountain are looking at it. You're not afraid of being laughed at. Ha ha ha. Joke. Does this Buddha need to take advantage of people's danger when dealing with a freshly born dragon like you? Oh? So you're not taking advantage of people's danger. You're bullying the small and leaning on the old. Aren't you? The Buddha was speechless. He didn't expect this true dragon to be so sharp-tongued. And with a few words, He put himself in a very awkward situation. But he is a demon. Always want to eat who. Do not hide the killing machine and greed in the eyes, true dragon. Any you clever tongue is useless. Today, this Buddha will eat you, this true dragon. Ha ha. Junzei also laughed out loud. Not only unafraid, but also surrounded himself with the raging release of the domineering dragon might, posing as if he was the only one in heaven and on earth. Birdman, although this dragon has consumed most of its mana, it still has no problem dealing with you. Why don't you make a move together with that deep mountain ghost king hiding behind you? This dragon is still fighting even if it fights one. And it's also fighting even if it fights two. Anyway, you'll only be bullying the small with the big arrogant. The Buddha roared. This dragon was talking too much anger. While saying that he had consumed most of his mana, he asked him to strike with the Ghost King. You have to know that the entire racial forces of Taihang Mountain are silently watching right now. He was at least one of the rulers. More or less. The ghost immortal Jiangli, who had suffered a dark loss at the castle in the tree, had long been itching to rush out and clean up the true dragon. But the more true dragon said that, the more he couldn't show his face. Otherwise it would really become two major rulers bullying a newly born dragon. That face loss was even worse than Gu Changming's. Birdman, go ahead and make your move. Show this dragon how you can eat me. Roar. A dragon's roar rose up to the sky, and above the 9 heavens, thunder and lightning stormed up. The living beings in Taihang Mountain held their breaths, propping up their horrified gazes to look at the domineering true dragon who declared war. Their expressions shocked beyond measure. True dragon is too bold. Just too bold. Directly letting out words to challenge the Deep Mountain Demon King and the Deep Mountain Ghost King, even though the dragon is a divine creature of the world, towering above the rest. But after all, he has just been born not long ago, and his depth is not yet deep. So he is that emboldened? Look, the eyes of the avian king Buddha are spitting fire, but it didn't even make a move. Do it? How else is it going to do it? To make a direct move now is not only bullying the small by the big, but also taking advantage of people's danger. The birds of prey are all going to be disgraced with it. The Buddha's eyes changed uncertainly. The angry golden hook nose smoked. In all fairness, with its fighting strength, trying to deal with a true dragon of this period, even if it took a little bit of effort, it could definitely be taken down. True dragons are invincible and perverted, but there is a scale. It's not going to turn over. But the problem is that the words of a true dragon kills and kills. It actually put him in a dilemma. Damn. Hateful. This Buddha lets you recover your mana now. When you are at full strength. I will do it. He is at least the king of the birds of prey. Bullying the small and whatnot does not exist. A hard fist is the ability. But the charge of taking advantage of someone was a little too much for his untamed heart to bear. Why do you need to be so sympathetic? You are just like that old tree demon in the castle on the tree. You are also jealous of this dragon and scornful of this dragon. The Buddha frowned and glared viciously. This Buddha doesn't even put the human race Kunlun ruins in his eyes. He will be jealous of your districted dragon. Then do you dare to make an appointment with me? 1 year later, we will fight. And then life and death will each have their own destiny. Junzei spoke coldly. Good. This Buddha fulfill you. Just wait for a year later. In eating you dragon. Then see what you still have to say. A flash of conspiratorial joy flashed across Junzei's eyes. What he lacked most compared to these deep mountain demon kings was time to grow. The biggest fear is that they will bully the small with the big. Right now, he verbally attacked the Buddha, forcing him to not only not dare to do anything to himself now, but also to have an extra year of development, make a lot of money. And Buddha's face sneered up. How could he not see that true dragon was trying to stall for time? If he had said 10 years and 100 years, he wouldn't have dared to say yes so easily. But what does a year have to do with it? What can I do for a year? As a demon, it's a year to take a nap. Chapter 101 Peacock Lineage Lichinga. Greetings. What? True dragon about avian king Buddha a year later. Life and death battle? The beings of Taihang Mountain were dumbstruck. Master Buddha was the second most powerful person in Taihang Mountain. More terrifying than the Evergreen King and the Ghost Immortal. The power of the law is boundless. And the powers of the gods are great. Isn't it too risky for True Dragon to challenge this kind of deep mountain demon king after only 1 year? Challenging the Evergreen King is more like it. However, looking at True Dragon's stance just now, he dared to do so now, not to mention for a year. Convinced. Ancient Changming in the castle on the tree screamed bad when he heard the Buddha promise the True Dragon a year of war. He could understand the perverted cultivation speed of that dragon better than anyone. One must know that when the other party walked the augur and transformed into a dragon, it took just over half a year to come out of the heavenly gate. The other party was burdened with the great fortune of the dragon clan. Now that they had both become true dragons, after giving each other a year to develop, there was no telling how far they would grow. Yes, a year is short and fast. If you give it to another demon, you won't be able to do anything for a year. But give this true dragon and he can work miracles. Often, It's your enemies that know you best. This sentence, Gu Changming thought deeply. He had watched the other party walk the auger step by step and watched the other party transform into a dragon. Brother Jiang, what do you think? Gu Changming looked at the ghost immortal Jiangli, whose face was blue. What has this immortal got to do with the one-year life and death battle between a dragon and a bird? When he said that, the killing chance in his eyes was undisguised. Gu Changming breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Birdman, in a year's time, let's see if you eat me or this dragon of mine swallows you. Junzei threw in a word, and the dragon's body began to sink back into the crouching dragon pool. There's no worry about the other side sneaking up on you either. It was only when he actually returned to the crouching dragon pool that Junzei let out a fierce sigh of relief and secretly screamed that it was a close call. Almost overfilled the cup. If the Deep Mountain Demon King and the Deep Mountain Ghost King really made a move against themselves, he died without knowing how. Candle 9 is now in seclusion again to heal his wounds, and he doesn't have a helper. Fortunately, it's always good to drag it out for a year and a half now. As for how far he would have grown by then, that would be an afterthought. At least the immediate crisis was successfully weathered. Junzei couldn't help but begin to think that since he had gone augur, he had become a thorn in the side of others, and having transformed into a dragon, he had become even more of a target. A Deep Mountain Demon King had stared at himself just before. Now it's straight to 3. This huge Taihang mountain, with countless races of living beings, can't someone else keep an eye on it? Is he the only dragon in the world? Hey, it's true that people are afraid of being famous. At that moment, a figure with a powerful aura swept out from the mountains and forests, arriving at the shore of the crouching dragon pool and instantly lining up in a row. They dropped to one knee towards Junzei of the crouching dragon pool, making deafening sounds. Thank you, true dragon lord, for saving my life. My subordinates will remember this. More than 3,000 augur dragons, all of them in demonized form, knelt in front of Junzei. I promise to protect the way for you. Naturally, I will protect it to the end. So continue to cultivate hard in the future and strive to transform into a dragon as soon as possible. Yes, my lord. From now on, you will be responsible for guarding the Wulong pool, and no one will be allowed to enter the pool without my lord's order. Yes, sir. More than 3,000 Xiaolong experts immediately dispersed in all directions and hidden mountains and forests up. Just who would have thought that they had only just been hidden away when the unexpected happened? Your Excellency is really so powerful. More than 3,000 10,000-year-old demon realm scaly dragons, just to guard a bullet-ridden Wulong pond. Don't you think it's a waste? Only a woman in a red dress was seen descending from the sky, slowly floating towards the center of the crouching dragon pool, hidden in Junzei's dragon eyes. Bold. Seek death. Trespassing in the crouching dragon pool is punishable by death. The Xiaolong experts who had just hidden themselves in the 4 directions of the mountains and forests had stormed up. It felt like a hard slap in the face. Just now, the true dragon lord also gave them the responsibility of guarding the crouching dragon pool, and the aftermath has not yet dissipated. Turn your eyes on the intruder. A terrifying aura of a dragon boiled out, crazily sweeping towards the red-skirted woman. They had metamorphosed into augur dragons, which should have been the moment when their morale was at its peak. But they were extinguished by the alien King Buddha. The heart was already harboring a fire, and now, finally found a vent. But what was surprising was that so many terrifying augur breaths pressed against the red-skirted woman's body. She even smiled lightly, without changing her color, and finally hovered in front of Junzei's eyes, making a bow and performing a manifestation of happiness. Bird of prey peacock lineage Li Qingya, this is my salute. Whoosh! Seeing that the breath couldn't suppress the intruder, the Xiaolong experts shot out explosively, killing each other. Stand down, all of you. Junzei spoke faintly. Yes, the murderous Xiaolong expert did not hesitate for half a second and directly retreated to the mountains and forests to hide. There was no doubt that the woman who appeared was not a generalized person, at least at the race demon king level. Otherwise it was impossible for so many augur breaths to titanically press down and not change their faces. Junzei looked at the woman levitating in front of him with interest, secretly surprised that the other party was courageous. As long as he opens his mouth now and bites in a smooth manner, the other side then goes into his belly. However, this and a little person, bright and generous, fell in front of his huge and magnificent dragon body, flooded with smiles, delicate and stunning face, and a small pear swirl presented. It actually gave Junzei a glimpse of a dreamlike feeling. Peacock lineage? Junzei suppressed the sense of amazement given by the other party, and said coldly like frost, this dragon has just made an appointment with your avian king to fight to the death in a year's time. What are you doing here? The red-skirted woman did not answer at first, but instead gave an inch and landed on the dragon's nose along the front of Junzei's dragon face. Not only was this move an inch too far, it was offensive to the core. How dare she? The other party seemed to want to see the dragon up close, which also happened to give Junzei a very clear view of her face, an innocent and unassuming Englishman's features. To use the more vulgar words of his former life, the woman had the face of a first love. Time seemed to be frozen in this moment, and the appearance of the red-skirted woman caused the crouching dragon pool to darken. It was only after a long time that Junzei reacted and was not prepared to spoil the other party. A flame emerged from the dragon's eyes and the flame broke through his eyes. The red-skirted woman's face changed slightly as she lightly flew backwards, dodging the flames. True dragon, what is your name? He froze, coming to this side of the other world. It seemed like it was the first time someone had asked him what his name was. Since walking the auger, others have called him an auger. After he transformed into a dragon, he was called the true dragon, but those aren't his names. With just one sentence, Junzei looked at the red-skirted woman in a different light. Juunza, two simple word reply. Good name, king of the world, grace of the world. Junzei is a name worthy of you. Li Qingda levitated in front of Junzei once again and did not mince words of praise. I don't think you came up with your name yourself. I think it was given to you by the human race. Wasn't it? Li Qingda flickered her bright eyes. In her perception, demons had always had little cultural heritage and couldn't come up with names with such connotations. Unless the demon lived in the human race and learned by ear. Don't talk about these useless things. State your purpose? And don't blame me for being rude to you if you can't tell me one way or the other. This peacock-transformed woman was a bit self-conscious, but Junzei couldn't do without recognizing and talking to each other as soon as they met. In the Taihang Mountains, he was used to hostility from its people. It's very inappropriate to come to this one cold. I'm here to help you. Juniper. The name part, the bite is particularly heavy. Juniper was immediately at a loss for words, and had a feeling of goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 102, I promise you. What can you do to help me? Help me kill those deep mountain demon kings? Juniper gathered her goosebumps and teasingly began to flirt. In Taihang Mountain, only the deep mountain demon king was his trouble. Other than that, there was really nothing. Li Qingda stroked the messy hair in front of her forehead, blinked her eyelashes and said, My true dragon lord, my little daughter looks like she's that powerful. But although I can't help you kill those deep mountain demon kings, I can help you divert their attention. Transfer? Junzei was slightly surprised and looked deeply at the confident and calm woman suspended in front of him. Just by you? It's called diversion, but it's actually called stealing the limelight. Taking the limelight away from the true dragon alone. Everyone's attention was naturally not all on Junzei. But try. There are countless races throughout the Taihang Mountains. What living being could be qualified to steal the limelight from him? A true dragon, and be more stunning than him. It really wasn't that Junzei was looking down on the peacock lineage, nor was he looking down on the peacock incarnate woman in front of him. She was beautiful, and due to her body being a peacock, she came with a unique aura that made people feel good about her. And it's strong. There is the level of the race demon king, but that alone is not enough. Not enough to be taken seriously by the deep mountain demon king, much less scrupulous. LOL. This peacock of mine naturally can't, but the world's phoenix can. Li Qingda said, raised her eyes, and they glittered as if they contained the sun, moon, and mountains inside. Phoenix? Junzei froze for a moment, his heart shocked. That was a bit unexpected. Don't be so surprised. Junzei was only a small snake demon of the snake clan in the beginning, but you dare to have the ambition of transforming into a dragon and go against the sky. Can't I? Li Qingda, a peacock, have the dream of turning Nirvana into a phoenix? She strolled halfway across the crouching dragon pool. Step by step, she approached Junzei's proud and radiant dragon head once again, her voice dripping with clarity. You can finally climb out of the heavenly gate, shocking the world and breaking the pattern of heaven and earth of the Daxia dynasty, which has no dragon for 10,000 years. And this peacock of mine will surely be able to turn into a phoenix by bathing in the fire and nirvana. And when the phoenix descends to the earth, at that time, the whole Taihang mountain won't be staring at you, the true dragon, only. Junzei was suddenly in a bit of a trance. In a trance he saw his own shadow from the other person back then. You can never go wrong when you dare to think and act. I'm afraid you can't even think about it. There are no true dragons in the world, and Juniper makes it so. There is no phoenix in the world, and the woman in front of me wants it to have one. They are of the same ilk. After the trance, Junzei also completely understood and faintly said, after all is said and done, it turns out that you want me to protect the Tao for you to become a phoenix. Right, transforming a dragon is not easy, and naturally transforming a phoenix will not be simple either. Otherwise, the Birds of Prey clan is the No. 1 racial power in Taihang Mountain, with countless bird subveins and a wide variety of divine birds. It wouldn't even be a phoenix that couldn't get out. And by a golden-winged rock bird occupying the throne of the avian king. Li Qingda wasn't embarrassed when she was pointed out and admitted it graciously. That's right. I transformed into a phoenix since I have to go through the baptism of heavenly tribulation. But the difference is that you go augur to transform into a dragon to face the heavenly thunder. While my flying bird clan's beings who want to transform into a phoenix need to withstand the burning of heavenly fire only by withstanding the burning of the heavenly fire, and with the help of the power of the heavenly fire, reborn in the fire, so as to be able to nirvana into a phoenix, which is not at all inferior to the peril of your dragon's calamity. I'm afraid that's not all. Juniper wasn't a complete noob now. Protecting the way is not a heavenly calamity. The apocalypse can only be carried by the transgressor himself. That's natural. The dragon is the world's gods, unique, overriding all things, and my phoenix as the king of birds, the first bird of God, has its own not inferior to the status and identity of the dragon tribe, will not be cynicism, by the eyes of the people read. Juniper, for that matter, you've experienced it yourself and can best understand what I'm afraid of when you first ascended to the heavenly gate. You even resisted the world's most terrifying 9 heavenly thunder, but you couldn't rush in front of the heavenly gate, without the Snake Clan's escort, without the Snake King Candle 9's desperate efforts to protect you. You wouldn't say you'd become a true dragon, and I'm afraid that you wouldn't even have the qualifications to become a worldly ghost the other side of this. Although Junzei heard a little uncomfortable, but this is not false, any more of his means, but also cannot hold the world's villainous sneak attack. You've seen it, Buddha. It's cruel, violent and unbeatable. It will never allow me, a peacock, to transform into a phoenix and override it, taking the place of his avian king Junzei. Help me protect the way. This Taxing Mountain has been held by the 4 great rulings for too long. It's time for a new master. As Li Qingge spoke, she tried to lean towards Junzei's dragon's nose again, but she was fixed by the dragon's eyes that swept with murderous intent. Those dragon eyes were like the sun of the world, dazzling and hot. Even a little closer, there was a danger of being burned out. Even if Li Qingge was bold, she didn't dare to continue to be reckless. Junzei didn't expect a peacock in the district to not only want to transform into a phoenix, but also want to be the master of Taihang Mountain. A fellow traveler? I hope the other person doesn't have a heart of gold and a life of gold. However, for the flying peacock lineage to produce such an ambitious and strange woman, it was considered to be a great fortune. But Juniper had to think carefully. He could promise to protect the way for all the living beings in the whole world who walk the scaly dragon and turn into dragons. That's because if he himself had gotten wet, he didn't want others to get wet with him. When one man gets a government position, he can't do nothing about it. But the birds of prey were honestly no match for him. Whether or not there was a phoenix in the world was not something he cared about either. Ran. Li Qingge had said so much, but it was actually the last sentence that hit Junzei in the heart. Yes, it is indeed time for a change of ownership of this Taihang Mountain. A mountain range of that size should have had the capacity for everything to fit in, but held by those few rulers, it was too small to accommodate a dragon, too small to accommodate any of the world's amazing talents. It's not funny, okay, I promise. After a long time, Junzei looked at the red-skirted woman suspended in front of him and spat out softly with words. The voice carried an undeniable weight. Rumble. The sky and the earth suddenly changed color, only to see a lightning bolt in the firmament cut through the sky. Heavy rain poured down. The entire Wolongton turned silent instead amidst the crackling rain. This sky and this earth seemed to have ceased to exist, except for the true dragon in the center of the pool, with the woman of unrivaled beauty suspended in front of the true dragon's eyes. The two, heck, they're distinct. Pairs of eyes braced in horror in the nearby mountains and forests watched the image. The mind was in shock. That red-skirted woman was so powerful that she could actually make true Dragon Lord agree to her incomprehensible demands. Help her protect her path and transform the phoenix? Vaguely, they seemed to see the phoenix of worldly nirvana about to emerge. It's just that Lord True Dragon promised. It was also the first encounter between the world's true dragon and the future phoenix. They all have hearts that are higher than the sky, and they all have hearts that are in the clouds. He is bent on breaking the old shackles of this world and bringing a new weather to this heaven and earth. Chapter 103, Opening of the Dragon King Temple. After getting a promise from Junzei, a true dragon, Li Qingge flew away with a light smile. Before flying away, he also boasted about the beauty of the Wulong Lake and its exuberant aura. Juniper dived to the bottom of the pool. 10 night jewels glittered and streamed under the water lining the bottom. Such a piece of water and water-blessed land. When will he be able to stand up a dragon palace belonging to Emma? A flash of longing flashed under Junzei's eyes. By promising Li Qingge to protect the Tao for her, Junzei had invariably staked out a big job for himself. I'm afraid there will be many more enemies. The first to bear the brunt was the avian king Buddha, but Junzei was able to agree to Li Qingge so painfully precisely because of that golden-winged rockbird. Anyway, Junzei didn't care if he helped Peacock transform the phoenix or not. It's a life and death agreement with his Buddha. It's been an enemy for a long time and there are no scruples. Suddenly, Junzei froze and secretly sighed at Li Qingge's intelligence and heart. She doesn't seek herself out early. She doesn't seek herself out late. preferring to wait until he had antagonized the Buddha's golden-winged rockbird before showing up. If she had come to Junzei in the beginning, Junzei would have really balked. Originally, he was already consumed with the evergreen old tree demon, so there was no reason to be offending an even more powerful deep mountain demon king. Good timing. 1 year's time. I must evolve my dragon body within this 1 year's time and become a green dragon of the noble one of birth before I can do so. Only by evolving into a green dragon would Junzei have the certainty to battle a powerful deep mountain demon king like Master Buddha. As the saying goes, the rock rises with the wind in 1 day and rises 90,000 miles. The golden-winged rockbird is considered to be an ancient flood fae, with an outstanding bird bloodline and an inherent superb cultivation talent. More than that, it has a strong ability that surpasses the unattainable of its kind. Flight speed is the best in the world. Spreading his wings and sweeping, can easily cross the 4 seas and 5 mountains. No one can match it. Back then, he fed on people, and when he came to the land of the human race, he opened his mouth and sucked, and hundreds of thousands of people were reduced to rations. In the twinkling of an eye, there was no trace. Taking on such a tricky character could be much more troublesome than the old tree demon in the tree castle. Great Dragon Phase Technique. Kai. Junzei contemplated for a moment and entered a state of cultivation. At this moment, the exuberant aura of the crouching dragon pool surged and looked at the bottom of the pool to drill. Although Lichinga was at the level of a demon king of the demon race, she still had to make some preparations to open the Phoenix transformation tribulation. Therefore, Junzei didn't have to pay attention to it first. He'd take this time to cultivate a bit first. There is no sun or moon in the mountains, and time flies. 3 months after the turn of the year, one day, Junzei suddenly opened his dragon's eyes and seemed to feel something in his heart. A strong wish summoning power in the underworld. Invisibly hear a lot of giddy voices in your head. Ha ha ha. Great. The Dragon King temple that tens of thousands of villages in our suburb have joined forces to build can finally open today. Fantastic. This Dragon King temple took more than a year. Everyone can finally go in and burn incense and make a wish to the Dragon King in the mountain. The Dragon King has shown great kindness to the people of my suburb. With the drought rainfall before and the resurrection of 100,000 people after, we must make offerings for such merit. The Dragon King's temple? There was a touch of inquiry in Junzei's eyes. He had once heard from Fong Zhang, the snake catcher boy, that there were many villages and cottages where the people had contributed money to jointly build the Dragon King temple, but Junzei didn't take it to heart in the first place. It looks like today is the day that belongs to the opening of his Dragon King temple. It's good to think about it. Ultimately, if there is no Dragon Palace, a Dragon King's temple first would be good. Being believed and worshipped by the people is of great benefit, and the incense burned is the power of the mind. It can enhance the Tao of cultivating creatures. The ghosts and deities of the Chinatown are relying on the power of incense to increase their cultivation. Many demons in the mountains dream of having their own animal temple and enjoying the incense. Unfortunately, incense was tightly controlled by the imperial court, and only demonic spirits enshrined by the Qin Tian supervisor could have their own formal animal temples. Also, even if you have a temple, you have to have a group of loyal devotees who belong to you. The average demon doesn't have the patience to do good deeds. If the people were to be coerced, the consequences would be more than worth it. Well, since it's my Dragon King's temple, there's no reason why this Dragon King of mine shouldn't go and have a little fun. Juniper laughed, but he wasn't about to go down the mountain in real life. Traveling God in royal chi, God traveling to the Taishu, Yuan Shin out of the body. Give me a go. Junzei, who had stayed at the bottom of the pool, directly cast a spell of Yuan Shin out of body. In an instant, the dragon's soul left his body and transformed into a radiant light that flew towards the mountain in a vain manner. It is not visible to mortals. The Dragon King temple built for the Dragon King by tens of thousands of villages under the mountain stands in the center of the suburb. Since it is the major villages that contribute money and effort, the central geography is the most appropriate. The Dragon King sits in the center and blesses the people with fair winds and rain, and the country is at peace. The moral is also very good. But since suburban villages are basically one next to the other, it's hard to vacate a full open space. For this reason, the group also shifted a village of thousands of people out. This shows the sincerity of the people's hearts. At this moment, throughout the central location of the suburb, a palace-like ancient building loomed large. In front of the temple, there is a 2-meter-high lapis lazuli base with white stone standing platforms and even more emerald jade stone parapets. The architecture is very imposing. Once inside the temple, the pavilions, the dragon altar, the Dragon King's hall, each constructed carefully and meticulously and decorated with beautiful designs. The gold walls are stunning. The people of the suburbs are absolutely serious about their joint venture to build the Dragon King temple. I don't know how much manpower and resources were spent. To the people, this is the temple and moreover the palace of the Dragon King. It must be built with grandeur and atmosphere. so as to be worthy of the Dragon King in the mountain. Otherwise, what if you are disliked by the Dragon King? Therefore, the specifications of the Dragon King temple building are built to the highest level, even comparable to the city god temple of the Chintian superintendent in Kyoto. But unlike the many gods inside the city god temple, this brand new Dragon King temple only has one true form of the Dragon King. Other than that, there were no statues of any gods. At this moment, the vicinity of the Dragon King temple is overcrowded with numerous believers. Even many dignitaries from Kyoto have heard of the opening ceremony of the Dragon King temple. The scene was lively, and in a secluded corner of the Dragon King's temple, two streams of green smoke rose out of thin air. The land god, the parent of the suburb, and Zhong Kuei, the judge of punishment and evil, were manifested. The land god, who was 2 feet tall, looked at the unprecedented pomp in front of the temple and watched the smiles on the faces of the people, which were similar to those of the new year. A face full of worry rose. Lord Judge, how can this be? The people of the suburbs have actually built such a magnificent Dragon King temple out. I'm afraid it's going to end badly saying that. The land god also made a point of observing Zhong Kuei's face. Fearful of Zhong Kuei's words, he sent someone to tear it down. It is important to know that although the true dragon in the mountain has a high reputation among the people, it has not been enthroned by the imperial court's Chintian supervisor as an immortal spirit or a divine beast honored with the title. In other words, this temple of the Dragon King is illegal. Once the court pursued, not only will the people suffer, but also the true dragon in the mountain will be guilty of stealing the people's incense. If it was just a small temple or shrine, it would be fine, and the god of the land could turn a blind eye and pretend not to know. On the contrary, the people made such a grand gesture. On the contrary, the suburb is now also home to Zhong Kuei, the judge of the Chinatown. It can now be considered a Chinaman of the Chinatown. However, who knew that Zhong Kuei's face not only did not show the slightest sign of dissatisfaction, but also smilingly stroked his beard. My lord, do you not care about this? Zhong Kuei said lightly. I was only ordered to come down to straighten out the crookedness of the ghosts and gods in the villages in the suburbs. Everything else has nothing to do with me. The land god was dumbfounded at that. Was this still the upright and cynical Zhong Kuei he remembered? It's one of the 4 judges of the Chinatown. How can such an illegal temple of the Dragon King be ignored? Chapter 104, Smashing. It was a good thing that Zhong Kuei didn't make a statement. The most virtuous and kind god of the land also did not want this Dragon King temple, which the people had built with labor and resources, to be destroyed. In the end, the true dragon in the mountain did do a little something for the people, qualified to receive the incense of the people. But then again, he knew very well what this Dragon King temple represented. It represents the people's will, and the fact that the shrine ancient sent to reside by the Chinatown supervisor will be as fictional. Not only will there be no majesty, I'm afraid there will be no incense to enjoy in the future. It is important to realize that for tens of thousands of villages, there are tens of thousands of shrines and ghosts. Everyone worships the Dragon King. What about them? Can we just leave it at that? I can see the Dragon King's temple standing. The answer is self-evidently no. The land god thought in his heart that a big storm was bound to happen today. Fortunately, Judge Zhong Kuei was here to sit in on the situation, and he was able to feel quite at ease. Anyway, if the sky falls, the taller one will hold it. As a respected Confucian uncovered a large red cloth, a gilt-bodied plaque was revealed. The 3 words Dragon King Temple are powerful. Oh, worship the Dragon King. I don't know who excitedly shouted. A huge group of people toward the temple. The image was like a tidal wave. One shot. On the niche of the main hall, a statue of a dragon snakes around and is carved in a lifelike manner. The dragon's majesty and disdainful posture are displayed to the fullest. Burning incense, kneeling, making a wish. This is the process of worshipping God. The people have pulled out the biggest and best joss sticks in their homes and lit them. And in front of the dragon altar, a group of old men past their prime were holding a solemn invocation ceremony. The people who poured in, each holding 3 sticks of incense, began to kneel quietly near the dragon altar. The Dragon King temple was built, but the Dragon King needed to be invited to stay before it could be done. Without the presence of a real dragon, this temple would not be considered a real Dragon King temple. Therefore, the link at hand is very important. If you can't invite the real dragon, the temple becomes an empty shell with no credibility. At this time, a rectangular tribute table was set up inside the dragon altar, on which all kinds of chicken, duck, fish and meat were placed all over. One could only see a white-haired old man with a walking stick, exuding an age-old aura, hunched over, slowly walking towards the dragon ritual platform. Each step was taken with a trembling, as if he might fall at any moment. But no one is there to help, nor can they. This is how the heart can be honest. This old man wasn't simple. He was the famous birthday boy of the entire suburb. Almost 300 years old this year. 9 generations in the family. That's quite a feat, knowing that this is just a mere mortal, not a cultivator, not a demon. To be able to live to this anticlimactic age in a suburban village plagued by demons and ghosts claiming their lives is extraordinary. Absolutely blessed man. At one time there was also the name of the great Good Samaritan. If he passed away, he would be immediately enthroned by the Chintian supervisor as a ghost god, and could move into a shrine and enjoy the incense forever. Nowadays, even if they are still alive, everyone calls them old gods. It is said that if there is an old man in the family, there is a treasure. This old god is the treasure of the whole suburb. Today, the opening of the Dragon King Temple is a matter of great importance, and after thinking about it, we realize that only this old goddess has the qualifications to invite the Dragon King to manifest himself. The old god trekked his way to the dragon altar in front of the kneeling crowd, and immediately one of the stewards passed 3 burnt-up incense sticks into his old hands. The old goddess took a deep breath and looked towards the direction of Taihang Mountain with a solemn expression. Those eyes, which were obviously very cloudy, began to pivot. Gao Delu, along with millions of people in the suburbs, offer incense to the gods, and beg the true dragon to reveal itself and move into the Dragon King Temple. A statement that seemed to exhaust his entire body. The voice seemed low, but it echoed throughout the temple. Then, despite his old body, he heavily knelt down on the dragon altar. He can't afford it if the true dragon doesn't come out. That's the rule. At the same time, the people crowding the temple shouted in unison, "Seek the true dragon's manifestation and stay at the Dragon King's temple." The deafening sound rose up to the sky and went straight to the clouds. It's been a long time coming. In a flash, the city god inside the city god temple of the Kyoto Chintian supervisor suddenly opened his eyes and shone brightly. With a wave of his large hand towards the space in front of him, a scene of the dragon sacrificial platform of the Dragon King Temple in the suburb inviting the gods presented itself. Densely packed people knelt on the ground, each holding 3 incense burners, looking excited and solemn. With just one glance, this first great Orthodox god was in a bit of a trance. Trance thought it was him the people were kneeling to. Usually, only the city god's temple has such pomp and circumstance. The Dragon King's temple? The city god could not help but be bitter on his face. He did not move to anger, only a little helpless. Raise your head 3 feet and there's a god. This phrase used to be used by the people to describe the gods of Chinatown. However, in recent years, the court has become corrupt, and the ghosts and gods enshrined by the Chintian supervisor have begun to fail to act. It is losing credibility with the civil society. The birth of this temple of the Dragon King seemed to be the last straw that overwhelmed the majesty of the Chinatown. According to the city god's former temperament, he would have burst into a rage long ago. But right now, he was as calm as water and seemed to have expected this to happen. The true dragon had just been born, and he advised Emperor Jialong to recruit and enthrone him. The emperor listened to the words of the demon princess, completely disregarding the words of him, a first-grade righteous god. The city god is disappointed in Emperor Jialong. At that moment, in the picture, he saw a large group of village ghosts and gods ferociously breaking into the Dragon King Temple. He was as aggressive as a bully. The city god frowned up. Those goods are the ghosts and gods enthroned by the Chintian supervisor? It's no wonder the people changed their flags. The common people are interested in knowing what's going on. They offer up whoever is good to them. Since ancient times, the relationship between the gods and the people has been the same. You make offerings to me and I will shelter you. You can't burn incense in your hands for nothing. The people of the suburbs were able to mobilize their own human and financial resources to build a magnificent Dragon King temple. It's enough to say that the matter can't be reversed. The ghosts and gods enshrined by the Chintian supervisor are no longer gods in the minds of the people, but only ghosts. On the dragon altar, the old gods led the way, and the people shouted that the true dragon had manifested itself, but the one who welcomed them was not the Dragon King worshipped in their hearts. Instead, it's a group of fierce village ghosts and gods. A group of ghosts and gods over 10 feet tall with the power of incense lingering in their bodies cursed and broke in, kicking away the people on their knees along the way, one by one, as garbage. For a moment, there was a series of screams and the scene was in turmoil. You untouchables, who allowed you to believe in the true dragon? You are blaspheming. No. The incense in your hands can only be dedicated to the ghosts and gods of my Chintian supervisor. What Dragon King Temple? What a joke! Without the permission of the court, without the enthronement of the Chintian supervisor, this temple is illegal. The Dragon King in your mouth is nothing more than a demon dragon from Taihang Mountain. If the name is not correct, give me a break. One of the leading demons and gods barked out orders with an angry glare. Today they are here to smash the scene. Chapter 105, forcing Zhong Kuei to give in. If this Dragon King temple is not torn down for it, the ghosts and gods of the entire suburb will have to drink the northwest wind from now on. What chickens, ducks, fish, meat and incense have nothing to do with them since then. For this, the ghosts and gods know very well in their hearts. Stopping people's money is like killing their parents. Swear that you will not wear heaven with the demon dragon. Don't tear it down. Don't tear it down. Gods, you can't tear down this Dragon King temple. A dozen or so aged village elders rushed out and wailed. The leading demon god was fierce and vicious, glancing at the old men with a sneer. You have no god in your eyes. Tearing down the temple is just a prelude. You'll have a good time later. Those old village chiefs smelled the sky falling like the ground. All of a sudden felt a dozen years old, full of wrinkles, trembling and begging for mercy. Gods and goddesses, as long as you don't tear down the Dragon King's temple, you'll have your share of incense. With that, a strong man carried a box full of incense and candles and put them in front of those ghosts and gods. It has the look of a box of gold and silver. Do you think this god is here to beg for food? The lead demon god kicked over, towing the line, and a cloud of incense and fire breath turned into a blazing flame beside him, scurrying towards the temple building. With a loud bang, it caught fire. Heck, a murdering, fire-brandishing bandit. Folks, all pick up your weapons. We can't let them tear down the Dragon King's temple today, no matter what we say. An old, strong village chief bellowed, bringing his cane up in his hand as a weapon. This Dragon King temple is the heart and soul of tens of thousands of people from villages and cottages in the entire suburb. If it is torn down, people will not be able to afford to build another temple of such grandeur. At once, those bloodthirsty young men picked up shovels, sticks, kitchen knives, and short swords. Form a human wall. What ghosts and gods? You're just devils who eat people and don't spit out bones. If you want to tear down the Dragon King's temple, step over our corpses. We won't be afraid of you anymore. Yes, you're evil. Step over our dead bodies if you can. You are at least ghosts and deities registered by the Chin Tian supervisor. If you make a big deal out of this, you won't have any good consequences. There was a flash of shock in the eyes of the ghosts and gods who had come to cause trouble. These are still the same pariahs they remembered as being so submissive and outspoken. To save the Dragon King's temple, at the risk of your own life? It's so weird that this year is especially weird. Seeing how strong the people were, the ghosts and gods got a little flustered instead. The people weren't wrong about one thing, after all. They were the ghosts and gods enthroned by the Chin Tian supervisor, not the ghosts and monsters that claimed their lives. You can't kill the people indiscriminately. When word gets back to the Chinatown supervisor, they're afraid they'll have to eat their words. What to do? Things are a bit tricky. These pariahs are against us today. Then this Dragon King's temple we can tear down or not. The spirits who had come to haunt the place muttered. What's the point of panicking? Griffinized pariahs. If they want to die, let them have it. The leading demon god's expression grimaced up, exuding a daunting aura of godliness. A dozen or so green-colored incense and fire chi surrounded his body up and down. He swung his wine bottle-sized fist toward the wall of people in front of him. Space is directly distorted. Ah! Many of the women screamed. And people didn't expect the ghosts and gods to be so unscrupulous. Straw man. With this punch, I'm afraid I don't know how many people will lose their lives. Just at this critical moment, a figure of purple light suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the people's human wall. A smooth block. There was a flash of surprise in the eyes of the leading demon god, and his wine bottle-sized fist was firmly held. Just wanted to burst into a rage, but saw clearly the visitor was greatly surprised, and immediately after that, he could not help but be terrified. Lord Zhongkue? After a purple-robed Zhongkue manifested, he gripped his opponent's fist and twisted it fiercely, stiffly twisted his opponent's arm. Ah! The lead demonic god let out a miserable shriek. Zhongkue was expressionless as he tossed the stumpy arm aside. The stumped arm fell to the ground and turned into a pile of quicksand. The surrounding ghosts and deities looked at each other in dismay, and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Greetings to Judge Zhongkue-sama. The eyes of the people in the hall lit up. Master Zhongkue is here. Great! Finally, someone can take care of these lawless demons. Zhongkue, the judge, has a very good reputation among the people, and is very much loved and believed in by the people. Zhongkue ignored the bystanders and stared straight at the leading demon god who had lost his arm. Faintly, he said, Officer Su, when you were a human being, you were famous as a great benefactor for hundreds of miles around, believing in doing one good deed a day when there's a disaster. You open a shed to give porridge, when the roads are impassable. You build bridges and roads, when there are no books for the children to read. You pay for a private school to hire a scholar. While alive, I don't know how many people have been favored by you. This official remembers that the year you passed away, the family onyx, countless people cried into tears for you, remembering your merits and virtues. The heavenly monarch has named you as a ghost god, to sit in the temple of a town and enjoy the incense of more than 100,000 people. And now that you've enjoyed a full 100 years of incense, why you've gone from being a once great benefactor to being so repulsive. This official doesn't understand. Zhongkue spoke out word for word. looking deeply at the lead demon god who had lost his arm. Hate it. Su Wenwai's expression changed uncertainly up. In front of the judge of the third grade, the divine aura on it was gone. The words it heard made it even more speechless. But the long illness is not regarded as a demon. This Su foreigner as a party of ghosts and gods, gradually lost the original heart. Only seek their own interests. It gritted its teeth, and with a fierce heart, it gazed at Zhong Kuei's burning gaze, avoiding the question. Mr. Judge, I would like to ask if this Dragon King temple should be demolished. Zhong Kuei's icy voice ran out from between his teeth. Whether this temple is torn down or not, the Qin Tian supervisor will have his own decision. The city god will have his own decision. You're just a party of ghosts and deities. Your responsibility is to shelter a party of people. And what you're doing is that you're not only not sheltering the people, you're also oppressing the people and killing them. Do you know the crime? Su did not want to take this hat. The old cunning said, I'm the biggest ghost god in the suburbs. The Qin Tian supervision far away in Kyoto cannot be insight into world affairs. I see that there are illegal temples. Since I want to represent the Qin Tian supervision to manage my lord, is the villain guilty? Let's talk about it after this matter is pressed. There are priorities. The people have violated the court's law by building such a large temple for the demon dragon. They are all guilty. But right now, tearing down this Dragon King temple is the priority. Zhong Kuei stared coldly at Elder Su, feeling headstrong for a moment, because the words of the other side are not nonsense. To put it mildly, this LWT is illegal, and the other side seized on that. Zhong Kuei couldn't do anything about his opponent for a while. Your Excellency, as a third-grade judge of the Qin Tian Supervisory Authority, we'll have a backbone if you're here. So let's trouble your excellency to lead us and demolish this Dragon King temple. Zhong Kuei was speechless. Your excellency wouldn't be afraid of the demonic dragons in the mountains as well, would you? A load of crap. Elder Su laughed. Then please ask Lord Judge to order the demolition of the temple and we, the ghosts and gods, will do it. Forcing the issue, it nakedly forced Zhong Kuei into submission. Chapter 106, Dragon Temple recognized by the true Dragon Master Zhong Kuei. Please, this Dragon King temple can't be torn down. If you order the temple to be torn down, you might as well kill us. These ghosts and gods don't care about us common people. Only the Dragon King in the mountains protects us. We have to believe in the Dragon King. The people in the temple screamed in panic. Zhong Kuei's expression turned ironic, itching to slap the wily Su clerk into dust with a slap. Not to mention the fact that this Dragon King temple is the brainchild of the people of the suburb. The real dragon enshrined is Zhong Kuei's master. He could not order the temple to be torn down, either in reason or in conscience. Not to mention these ghosts and gods, even if the city god ordered it, he would have to grit his teeth and resist the pressure. My lord, the little people are waiting for your order. What are you thinking? Officer Su asked smilingly. It felt like it held the big-name judge. How dare you? I'm doing my job and I don't want you to say anything about it? Zhong Kuei's purple robe glowed and shone, and his official authority and divine authority pressed down on Su Wenwai, hardly forced it to its knees. Can't move. Sir, you can punish me anytime you want. But if you don't tear down this illegal Dragon King temple, you're disregarding the court's laws, and you don't deserve to be a judge of the Qin Tian Supervision Bureau. It's not up to you to decide whether this judge's position is worthy or not. Zhong Kuei released his eyes to look around and out, sweeping towards these haunted ghosts and gods. These are mostly village ghosts and gods. See, Zhong Kuei has long been scared of the heart confused, soul flying away. Immediately, he put his head down. Listen, this official orders you to exit this place quickly. Or this official will first convict you of leaving the shrine without authorization and neglecting your duties. They looked at each other in disbelief, and looked at Elder Su. I don't know what to do, Mr. Su said loudly. Strong dragons don't suppress snakes. This Zhong Kuei seems to be intentionally harboring the demonic dragon. Don't be afraid, as long as the temple is torn down. Even if we go to the Qin Tian Supervisory Commission, we're all justified, but if we don't dismantle it, the day will be a farce and will cost more than it's worth. The ghosts and gods clenched their teeth secretly. They knew very well in their hearts that this temple could never be kept. If they stay, they will have no incense to enjoy, and will become no different from the lonely ghosts. Today, not to mention Zhong Kuei, even if the city god came, it wouldn't be good. Let's all join hands and tear down the temple. The ghosts and gods had the power of incense and fire gushing out from outside their bodies, to turn this place into a ruin. How dare you? You want to rebel? Zhong Kuei was in a hurry, but as strong as he was only one person. It is difficult to suppress large numbers of rebellious spirits. However, just then, roar! A thunderous dragon roar came from above. As soon as the voice came out, heaven and earth changed color, and a brilliant and superb pressure invaded down. This, a demon dragon? Su Wenwai was shocked and looked up sharply. only to see a dragon's shadow manifesting in the sky above with a brilliant golden light. The disdainful and overbearing stance made one look at it harden one's desire to worship it. Even a temple-sitting ghost god like him looked at it and developed a feeling of being humbled to the dust. Great! Lord Dragon King has appeared. Everyone look! The people in the temple suddenly felt the world light up, as soon as they saw the golden dragon's shadow manifesting in the sky above them. Wow! Kneeling in an instant. The old gods who had been standing at the dragon altar and shouldering the heavy responsibility of inviting the gods laughed excitedly when they saw the dragon's shadow. Ha ha ha! I have lived for 300 years, wasted 300 years, and have been old but not dead. So it turns out that I was waiting for this moment. Invite the gods, inviting the true dragon to reveal himself. He did. You can die in peace. Flopping, the old god fell down on the dragon altar. A smile spread across his wrinkled old face. Departure. That sinuous and radiant dragon shadow crossed the sky above the Dragon King temple. Sacrosanct and inviolable. Those candle-like dragon eyes gazed like torches, instantly locking Elder Su in place. The first thing that appeared in its mind was a clear, cold, murderous voice. Just you. You want to destroy my dragon temple. You're looking for death. Su Wenwai's face changed drastically, screaming that it was bad. The demonic dragon had set its sights on him and was going to settle the score with him. It just wanted to shout for help. But at this instant, Member Su only felt that his body was smashed down by a mountain that came across the sky. Ruthlessly, the darkness of death instantly dominated him. Let's not say that he has enjoyed 100 years of incense. Even if he has enjoyed 1,000 years, 10,000 years, at this time also. Boom! Mr. Su exploded into a pile of quicksand. There was a strong aura of incense and fire tumbling out, transforming into fireworks and blooming. What? The ghostly god Su Wenwai, who sits in the temple, is dead? Killed by the demon dragon. Is it our turn next? Boom. The ghost god who spoke looked up at the dragon's shadow and directly exploded in place. The dragon's might had long since pressed down on the haunted ghosts and gods. It's like the grip of death's hand. Boom boom boom. One by one, the ghosts and gods on the scene exploded. Not one of them had the strength to resist. Those ghosts and gods that didn't die began to cry and flee. Lord Zhongkue, save me. You are at least a third-grade judge of the Qin Tian Supervisory Bureau. How can you stand aside and watch the demonic dragon slaughter us? It's killing. And it's hitting the face of the chinchilla. When Zhongkue saw the scene in chaos, and saw the ghosts and gods perish like ants, his face was flooded with pain. Cynical as he was, he had long felt that these demons deserved to die. Long ago, he did not deserve to sit in the shrine and enjoy the incense. Deserved to die. But, with a few flashes of thought, Zhongkue rushed over, spreading his arms wide and looking up. True dragon, stop. The number of ghosts and gods at the scene was so great that if they were all to be killed, I'm afraid that the Qintian supervisor would have to intervene to crush the true dragon. Zhongkue had to step in to stop it. A pair of dragon eyes was like a spotlight branded on Zhongkue, leaving the bellhop on thin ice. Zhongkue shook his head darkly, his eyes pleading up. Ask your own lord to stop. In the next moment, the encroaching dragon's might eased. No ghosts or gods are exploding. Zhongkue bellowed, get lost, get back to your shrines and wait for this official to demote you. Thank you, Lord Zhongkue. We know we're wrong. The ghosts and gods fled, but when they had just stepped out of the hall, an icy voice appeared in their minds. You can't escape death, but you can't escape life. Crawl back. A ghost god froze, looked up resentfully, and exploded in the next second. The remaining ghosts and gods were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to half hesitate. All prostrate themselves on the ground and begin to crawl. The people were greatly pleased to see this scene. There was a mountain of noise. Lord Dragon King is mighty, mighty, mighty. This is the true God they should worship and believe in. An old man past his prime walked out and meticulously bowed 3 times to the overhead dragon shadow, then let out an excited voice. I beg Lord Dragon King to stay in the Dragon Temple. The people of the suburb will surely offer incense day by day. I beg Lord Dragon King to stay in the Dragon Temple. I beg Lord Dragon King to stay in the Dragon Temple. I beg Lord Dragon King to stay in the Dragon Temple. There was an endless stream of words from the mountain. The sinuous dragon shadow above began to glow and glow, only to see a purple and gold dragon scale fall off. In the presence of the people's own eyes, it floated down. The dragon scale was the size of an adult palm, and its purple gold color flowed with luster. The texture is like fine jade. In a flash, the people rose up in tears. That dragon scale was extremely spiritual and flew towards the main hall under everyone's gaze, toward the forehead of the dragon statue in the Buddha's niche. He imprinted. With this seal, the dragon's might was added, and the dragon statue came to life as if it were a living dragon. It gave people a sense of inviolable pressure from the gods. The statue is alive. The Dragon King has moved in. Long live the Lord Dragon King. Once again, the people let out a mountain of noise. For the sake of this dragon scale, this Dragon King temple in the suburbs is the dragon temple recognized by the true dragon. Its authority is not to be questioned. If the world wants to worship the real dragon again, the only way is to come here to burn incense and make a wish. And it definitely works. Chapter 107 Incense Cultivation Route. As the people rejoiced, at some point, the golden dragon's shadow hovering above disappeared. It was as if it had never been there. However, this did not dampen the enthusiasm. Today, the statue on the niche in the main hall is equivalent to the Dragon King himself. The lifelike, majestic and unearthly look was awe-inspiring. I want to be the first to worship God and make a wish. A quick-eyed young man, holding incense, knelt headlong in front of the statue of the Dragon King. Just start kowtowing desperately. I hope that all my piety is seen by the Dragon King. The rest of them were greatly annoyed at the sight. Slapping himself hard on the head, he blamed himself for just being happy. The Dragon King temple opens and the real dragon appears to move in. To be the first to kneel before a statue of Buddha is definitely an honor that can be bragged about for the rest of one's life. How could I have missed it? Don't grab them all. Everyone line up. A good heart is a good heart. The main hall was suddenly so crowded that there was almost no place to even land. Soon, the Dragon King temple was filled with incense. The incense burned out turned into a wisp of smoke and haze, and 100 rivers entered the river and drifted in the direction of the Taihang Mountains. From a distance, it looked as beautiful as a rainbow after rain. The land god came to Zhongkuei's side and sighed with a slightly jealous sigh. Such a pomp and circumstance of worshipping the gods. Old me as the parent official of a suburb has never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Zhongkuei, who had always had an angry glare, rarely smiled, and his eyes flashed with adoration. My lord, although the birth of this Dragon King temple is beneficial to the people, it will ultimately be too great a blow to the ghosts and gods of the ancestral hall. If not handled properly, I'm afraid that the ghosts and gods enshrined by the Qin Tian supervisor will all be like fictions. The land god could not hide his worry. This official will return to the Qin Tian supervisor, and I'm sure the city god will have a decision to make. Zhongkuei spoke faintly. He mainly wanted to see what kind of attitude city god held towards this Dragon King temple. But according to Zhongkuei's understanding of the city god, since the opening of the Dragon King temple until now, there is not a bit of movement coming out of the Qin Tian supervisor. So I think the eyes of the city god are tolerant of this Dragon King temple. Otherwise it would have gone ballistic long ago. There's a very subtle message being sent in the middle of this. It is the city god who is disappointed with the ghosts and gods of the suburbs and, in other words, has much to say about the court. Let my old man accompany your lordship to the capital. The suburbs are after all under my jurisdiction. It is still too early to say whether the temple of the Dragon King will be preserved. It depends not only on the attitude of the city god, but also on the attitude of the court. The prestige of the true dragon is so high among the people that it is bound to be controversial in the imperial court. Zhongkuei looked at the land god and nodded. Then both of them turned into smoke and disappeared. Junzei's Yuanshan returned to his body and suddenly opened his eyes, a smirk flashing under his eyes. He didn't realize that the people in the suburbs had built such a magnificent Dragon King temple for themselves. That thought alone is invaluable. He has been defending it since. At this time, a wisp of smoke and haze converged towards the Wulong Lake, and between the incense and fire, it drilled into the bottom of the lake. The scaly dragons in the nearby mountains and forests saw the scene and were surprised, but at the same time, they were also envious. I didn't realize that the Lord's reputation in the folklore was so high. What a huge force of incense and faith after absorbing this power of faith. I'm afraid that Lord True Dragon will become even stronger. The incense of the people under the mountain has always been something that we demons can't ask for, and Your Excellency got it without any effort. Now that's what you call the dragon treatment. Juniper quickly sensed a large wave of warm power wrapping around his dragon body. He naturally understands what these are. It is the breath of incense burned by the people that carries the faith of the people. Without saying a word, Junzei opened his mouth and sucked in all of the incense and fire chi into his body. All of a sudden, a hot current was generated in the body. The heat flow began to spread throughout the body. It's very comfortable, soothing to the whole body and indescribably wonderful, as if bathed in golden sunlight. Soon, these hot streams had been transformed into pure mana like heaven and earth auras, and due to the large amount, it unexpectedly enhanced Junzei's mana for 100 years at once. That fierce? A mouthful of 100 years of mana? Junzei's eyes lit up. He had seen the world, and his own golden finger was the rapid enhancement of mana. However, this mouthful of 100 years of mana still stunned him. He knew that incense could enhance Dao magic power, but he really didn't know that the effect was that good. After all, the ghosts and gods in those villages had absorbed hundreds of years of incense. The strength is also unbearable. Even the gods of the China Trust don't seem to be very powerful. In Junzei's opinion, the stream of ghosts and gods were all trash anyway. It's not worth it. But I didn't realize that incense cultivation could work wonders for him. However, what Junzai didn't know was whether the incense was fast and furious in increasing the Tao. The main thing to look at is volume. Now inside the Dragon King's temple at the bottom of the mountain was a frenzy of countless people making offerings for him. The amount of incense he had just taken in that bite was terrifying. An ordinary village ghost or god would have at most hundreds or thousands of people making offerings for them, and it still adds up a little bit. In addition, since Junzai was also absorbing the incense for the first time, the effect was naturally a bit better. No wonder the ghosts and gods value the people's incense so highly. Inhaling a mouthful directly turns it into pure mana. I like this routine as Junzai absorbed the incense. His dragon body added an immortal godly flavor. That's what's called the incense cultivation route. This cultivation route is simple and doesn't even require you to do anything, but it has always been a ghostly privilege. This is because it is difficult for the demons in the mountains to be recognized by the people. And even if they are recognized by the people, they still need to be recognized by the Daxia court, who made incense a means of state policy for the Daxia dynasty. Juniper is definitely considered a special case now, without being recognized by the imperial court, without being enthroned by the Qintian supervisor. It was amazing that he could own a Dragon King temple of that size, and the amount of incense is so great that it carries the entire suburb with it. He got a taste of it all at once. In the future, while absorbing the spiritual qi, he could also absorb the qi of incense and fire, and one person could work 2 jobs and earn double the money. The speed of raising the Tao would definitely be even more terrifying than before. Come on, the more incense the better. An hour later, Junzai had invariably grown by 1,000 years of mana just by absorbing the energy of the incense. A steady stream of incense turned into smoke and haze drifted to the Wulong Lake. This means that the incense of the Dragon King temple at the bottom of the mountain is flourishing, and the people are frantically burning incense and worshipping the god. Juniper mused for a moment as he felt the need to make this the norm. If one day the incense at the Dragon King's temple ceased to flourish, he would suffer a great loss. It costs money to build the Dragon King temple. It costs money to burn incense and candles, and the people of the suburbs are not wealthy to begin with. Juniper had an idea in mind. He couldn't just eat without throwing up. That would be a bit too ugly to eat. Juniper remembered that he still had a mountain of gold followed by a mountain of silver. It kind of came in handy today. They say you can't drop pies, but you can drop gold and silver. He, the true dragon, would be a landlord for once with $1,000 to spare. The wind comes. Hoo-hoo. All of a sudden, the winds between heaven and earth were raging. The invisible, formless wind suddenly possessed its own color, the color of gold and silver. Chapter 108, Worshipping the Dragon King by all the people in the temple of the Dragon King. A steady stream of devout people knelt before the statue of the Buddha to kowtow and make a wish. Master Dragon, please bless me with good luck and fortune today. True Dragon Lord above, bless my family with good fortune and no illness. I beg your lordship to bless that my daughter can find a man of her choice this year and grow old together. Burning incense, kneeling, making a wish. This process, making a wish, is the key. The Dragon King temple is now not only filled with incense, but also filled with the sound of various wishes. But the people's big thing is to seek nothing more than a fortune and health. But more than that, it seeks to get rich, because they are all afraid of being poor, and when there is a disaster year, they can't even eat a full meal. The suburbs, unlike Kyoto, are backed by the demonic Taihang Mountains, and have always been the place where grandmothers don't love their uncles. Don't look at the major villages and villages that have a demonic god sitting in them. But it wasn't that the court valued the people of the suburbs so much. It was that it needed a place to arrange the ghosts and gods that had been continually enthroned out for 10,000 years, because temple incense is never the best means of recruiting demons and ghosts. And not many of those enshrined ghosts and spirits really take ordinary people seriously. They say that they are sheltering the people, but they are all here to be a bully. Nowadays, in the hearts of the people, only the true Dragon Lord in the mountain is the true god of the world. Therefore, no money was spared to build this Dragon King temple. With the sound of the wish echoing through the temple, suddenly, the sound of screaming rang out from outside. Look everyone, gold is falling from the sky. What? Down with the gold? The big guy who was still kneeling in the temple to make a wish heard that and didn't believe it at all. Gold raining from the sky, unheard of in ancient times. My goodness, it really is gold. And silver. I can't be dreaming. As these voices grew louder and louder, the people in the temple poured out in alarm. When everyone looked up, the wind rose above them, spilling gold and silver from the sky. That image is beautiful and dazzling at the same time. The people were instantly thrown into a frenzy as the gold and silver fell in crushed grains and glittered on the suburban lands. Immediately afterward, a dragon's roar rose up to the sky. It seems to recount where all this gold and silver came from. It is said that a good deed does not leave a name. Junzai is afraid that the people under the mountain do not know what is going on with this gold and silver. Wouldn't it be a huge loss for him to rest this credit on the Lord's shoulders? Fruity, with the sound of the dragon's roar, the people, who had just fallen into a frenzy, were enlightened. These gold and silver were rewarded down to us by the Dragon Lord. I just made a wish that I would seek to be rich this year, but I didn't expect to be answered by the Dragon King in the blink of an eye. Great. Gold. Silver. I've never seen that in my life. The people were in tears and then everyone started picking up money all over the place. The people who picked up the gold and silver, the first thing they did was to return to the Dragon King temple to kowtow violently to the statue of the Dragon King, excited and incoherent. Thank you Dragon King Master for the gift of gold and silver. With this money, my family of 5 will not have to worry for a few years. Who would have thought that the last moment he was offering incense for a fortune, he would be realized in the twinkling of an eye. This kind of efficiency in the work of the Dragon King's Lord made the people swoon with happiness. People think of the old days when they used to make offerings to shrines and ghosts year after year, and not only did they do nothing, and to be bullied. All those years of incense really fed the dogs. Worship the gods and the Dragon King, and your heart will be filled with joy. As gold and silver rained down on the suburbs, word began to spread like wildfire and soon the nation was in shock. Not only was the gold and silver dispersed 1,000 times over, but countless other people benefited. Even when it's unbelievable, it can't hold up to the reality that hits you in the face. Originally, the temple of the Dragon King was still nothing more than a matter for the people of the suburbs to do on their own. But when this miracle of gold and silver raining from the sky came out, it was followed on all sides, as close as the dignitaries in Kyoto, and as far as the states and counties. There was a rush towards the Dragon King temple in the center of the suburb. It's good to have a mouthful of soup without asking for meat, especially the dignitaries in Kyoto, who are so rich and powerful that they come to worship the gods and pull out joss sticks as thick as their thighs. There has always been a popular saying that how big the joss stick is, how sincere the heart is. The official comes to seek promotion and wealth. The rich girl came to seek the man of her dreams. Noble women come to seek eternal youth. For a while, the incense at the Dragon King's noodle became more and more prosperous, and people worshipped the god 24 hours a day without interruption. And it's growing. A few days went by and the number of people rose instead of falling, as many of the people who made wishes were answered by the Dragon Lord. In particular, when a noblewoman from Kyoto came to ask for eternal youth, a bead to set her face appeared on her bed that night. Swallow that bead and all of a sudden you're back in your teenage years. In addition, there was another person whose elderly mother was seriously ill and came to ask for a miraculous medicine from the gods. Before he could go home, while on his way, a bottle of water of the Holy Spirit floated down from the sky, which eliminated all diseases by drinking it. Such things were constantly happening and contributed to the growing prestige of the Dragon King's temple. It doesn't matter what your status or position is, but if your heart wants something, you can't help but give it a try. Soon, the whole of Dacia entered a kind of era in which all the people worshipped the Dragon King. This resulted in the gnashing of the teeth of the ghosts and gods of Chinatown, and the demons in the mountain were envious and jealous, because a steady stream of incense turned into a mushroom cloud drifting towards the Wulon Lake. Volume and size, there's something about it that makes you feel like a god for a second. Junzei was aware of operations, and some time ago, the demon kings of all the major races had made amends and sent him gifts. He now gives all those treasures to his devotees in droves. He took advantage of the fact that the temple of the Dragon King was now on fire, and he laid a good foundation. He is striving to make his Dragon King temple bigger and stronger, and become the #1 wish-granting shrine of the Dacia dynasty. During this period, Junzei also gained great benefits. The constant flow of incense caused his mana to begin to skyrocket after he absorbed it. Surprisingly, he was sprinting at a growth rate of 10,000 mana a day. The exaggeration doesn't work. In a flash, Junzei was now burdened with 200,000 years of mana. There were also several great divine abilities comprehended in his mind. Due to absorbing too much incense, he had even become immortal under the majesty and unearthly nature of this dragon. That raised hand is the flavor of incense. But with everything there are pros and cons. The higher the prestige of the Dragon King's temple, the greater the chain reaction it triggered. Emperor Jialong, who has never been a morning person, prepares for his court meeting, and it was ordered that no civil and military officials were allowed to be absent. Even the 2 great immortal Buddhas of the Kunlun Market and the Great Thunder Sound Temple had to attend. When the news came out, it instantly shook the court. People have speculated that it has something to do with the Dragon King temple in the suburbs. The next day, the Golden Palace. The 100 officials entered the court, and then stood in the courtroom in a well-organized manner. Emperor Jialong wore a bright yellow dragon robe and sat on the dragon chair like a king. The image of that moment made all the 100 officials start to drift off. All started wanting to cry after the trance, because this dim king hasn't even been to court for decades. That dragon chair, if there is no eunuch to clean up, fall up the ash or a layer thick. As the saying goes, When things go wrong, they go wrong. After today's morning court, I'm afraid that there has to be a big earthquake in the Daxia dynasty. Chapter 1, The Demon Dragon is Wanted. Shaking the state's foundations, this sudden morning court not only put the 100 officials in a trance, but even made Emperor Jialong himself a bit of a stranger. Because it's been too long since he sat in that dragon chair that reigns over the world and looks out of the corner of the eye. Sitting down at this moment, an unspeakable ambition instantly rose in his heart. This heaven and this earth, this all living things, were nothing but slaves under his feet. He is the 9 to 5, the man who holds the divine weapon of the nation's fortune. Any thought of his is irresistible divine power. In an instant, Emperor Jialong's eyes gleamed, looking down on the world, overlooking the light of the sun, moon, mountains and rivers. My Emperor won. The group of ministers and officials knelt down in unison and were about to shout long live. But Emperor Jialong waved his hand, preventing everyone from meeting the salute. 100 officials thought that Emperor Jialong wanted to exempt everyone from this king's kneeling ceremony. Who knew that the next moment he exultantly said, "It's better to wait for the people to be all together and then see the ceremony again." Waiting for everyone? The 100 officials had long since taken their places, and the two sides of the Great Hall were filled with important officials of the Great Xia dynasty. The column on the left, up to the king wearing a four-clawed python robe, in the middle of the respected granting four-colored cloud phoenix of the cabinet, and the high-powered 6 ministries of the Shangshu. Below that are various high-ranking officials. The column on the right is even more impressive, the head of which is the first-grade god of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, the city god, the first of the ghosts and gods in the world, a precious phase of the Taoist clothing, so that his immortal style and Taoist bones, the power cannot be seen, even without uttering a single word. One feels an unprecedented pressure. After the city god is the head honcho of the Department of Demon Beheading, followed by the head of the Imperial Household of Inspectors. Without an official rank of 5 or more, you are not even qualified to stand at this court meeting in the Great Hall. The Jialong Emperor's court meeting, which took place after a few decades, even put out the word that no one would be allowed to lack abandonment. Therefore, the Great Hall was glittering with stars, casually pulling out a character to stomp his feet. All of them could shake in the Great Xia dynasty. But even so, the personnel were not yet complete, for Emperor Jialong did not see the figures of Daozhen, the sect leader of the Kunlun ruins, and the ancient divine Buddha, the presiding officer of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. In this court meeting, the 100 officials and a group of important ministers were nothing more than irrelevant figures. The focus is on the Kunlun ruins and the Great Thunderbolt Temple. Therefore, the words of the two major sects were missing. Emperor Jialong was still patient, sitting half-closed on his dragon mount, fantasizing about images that would excite even this emperor enough. The last time the scaly dragon in Taihang Mountain emerged from the heavenly gate as a true dragon, Emperor Jialong ordered Kunlun Market and the Great Thunderbolt Temple to take the dragon at the same time. But the Kunlun ruins turned a deaf ear. Not even one person and one sword appeared. This made Emperor Jialong feel dishonored. It also made that true dragon more and more powerful now. This time, Jialong will take advantage of the fact that all the officials are present to ask that sect leader whether the Kunlun ruins is still a sect of the Daxia dynasty or not. Can he, the emperor, still command the Kunlun ruins? If he doesn't take the opportunity to make trouble and rub that old god's face, his Jialong Emperor's Majesty won't be able to stand up. Not long after, only a heavily armed black armored guard outside the palace walked in. One kneeled down on one knee and then opened his mouth. Your Majesty, news has come from Kunlun Market, saying that sect leader Daozhen will not be attending this pilgrimage. The Jialong Emperor, who was just still in a beautiful fantasy, was invariably smacked in the face with a big pussy pocket. The fire hurts. Where's the reason? He eyed the black armored guard in question. The black armored guards froze. A little difficult to mouth said that the Taoist true master is old and weak, inconvenient to act. Hope that the saint's sympathy, old and frail, have mobility problems? This reason made the civil and military officials confused, and even more furious. Emperor Jialong's face was instantly gloomy, because the reason is not only perfunctory, it's absurd. Emperor Jialong took a few deep breaths, his eyes flickered up. In the end, he was a land god. I'm afraid that he had already calculated that he would make a mistake. Surprisingly, they just don't show up. More accurately, the other party had calculated the purpose of Emperor Jialong's court meeting this time. Therefore, absent. A few thoughts flashed through Emperor Jialong's mind, and his discontent with the Kunlun ruins grew to the top of his heart. Also, the Kunlun ruins have long been heeding summonses and not declarations. I do not expect it. It's a good thing the Buddhists still listen. If it wasn't for the Buddha sect's intervention last time, he, the 9 to 5, would not have been able to hang on to his face. Emperor Jialing indignantly waved his hand at the black armored guard, and the other party retreated. Emperor Jialong thought that Kunlun ruins' absence was just as good as his absence. As long as the ancient gods and Buddhas of the Buddhist sect participated, this morning court would not have been in vain. Who knows? Not long after, another black armored guard entered the hall. Your Majesty, news has come from the Great Thunder Sound Temple that the ancient divine Buddha is also not attending this pilgrimage. What? The ancient gods and Buddhas are not coming either. Emperor Jialong stood up from his dragon chair in a flash, his expression shocked. The simple words of the guards triggered an uproar in the courtroom. The 100 officials were all of a sudden talking, and Emperor Jialong, who hadn't been going to the morning court for decades, managed to inspire a little bit of dedication. However, who would have thought that the Xia dynasty's immortal and Buddha sect's wordsmiths would actually be blatantly absent, completely disrespectful to today's saint? At this time, the 100 officials didn't even quite dare to look at the person sitting on the dragon chair, because the emperor's face must have looked terrible, but Karen's face was ugly. But what could he do? Can't even go after it. One is a land god of the world and the other is a true Buddha of the world. Although the emperor enjoys the greatest power in the world, there are always times when he is stretched to the limit. The disdainful stance that was initially sitting on the dragon chair gradually dimmed. Obviously, the Jialong emperor this time to open the early morning. The purpose is clear. And Taoism and Buddhism, this time is not going to spread this muddy water. The only thing that pleased Emperor Jialong was that the city god of the Qintian supervision was not absent, and had long been positioned in the first row on the left side of the courtroom. It wasn't that the city goddess willingly wanted to participate in this morning court. Rather, there is no way. As the saying goes, if you are not in his administration, you don't work in his office. Both the headmaster of Taoism and the presiding officer of the Great Thunderbolt Temple, although they are in high positions of power, they are not official officials of the imperial court. And he, Xingwen, is the supervisor of the Qintian Supervision Bureau. Can't even hide. Jialong Emperor tried to suppress the temper of the heart. The eye below the 100 officials a glance, fatally opened. Taihang Mountain demon dragons make waves. More and more disregard for the court law. I am ready to issue a special wanted notice to arrest the Taihang Mountain demon dragons. All the ministers can have objections. Boom! The moment the emperor opened his mouth, it was a stone that stirred up 1,000 waves. Even though many people had it in their minds that this morning court was directed at the true dragon of Taihang Mountain, but people didn't expect the emperor to be so dry. Not even a little foreplay. Step right into it. Perhaps it was also the absence of the two great figures of Taoism and Buddhism that made Emperor Jialong lose the patience to even do foreplay. Gave the 100 officials a 1-2 punch. Apprehend the demon dragon. For simple words, but they seemed to carry the weight of 1 billion pounds. The courtiers present, all held their breath. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe. That true dragon is now so prestigious and majestic in the folklore that it is not even close to the emperor on the dragon chair. The Dragon King temple in the suburbs is filled with traffic and the incense is so strong that it has even suppressed the city god temple in Kyoto. More than half of the officials present had gone to offer incense, and many had even made successful wishes. All of them have vaguely become followers of the true dragon. This sentence of the emperor's to apprehend the demon dragon made many officials secretly anxious. I don't know what position to take. There was definitely dissent, but for a moment no one dared to stand up to the emperor. The city god listed as the first on the left side looked grave, and there seemed to be a cloud hanging over his eyebrows. The 100 officials didn't dare to be reckless, as he was the supervisor of the Qintian supervisor, the only first-ranking positive god in the imperial system. There is no fear of the emperor's majesty. Blatantly stood out and said bluntly, "Your Majesty, it is better to take back the order. I have long said that the dragon in Taihang Mountain can only be recruited, but not to make a big fuss. Otherwise I am afraid that it will shake the country's foundation." When the 4 words shaking the national capital came out, it made the hearts of the entire court tremble. The emperor came to an apprehension of the demon dragon. 4 words. The city god also returned to shake the national capital. 4 words. It can be a pinch. It is the city god who dares to be so rigid. For other officials, they really don't have the guts. Chapter 110, Emperor, how do you get the dragon? Due to the fact that both the Kunlun ruins and the Great Thundersound Temple had not come, it had caused Emperor Jialong's heart to become very irritated. At this moment, the city god stood out and even refuted him with such heavy words as shaking the national capital. This made Emperor Jialong's face more and more ugly. A pair of sharp eyes flooded with the superior's eyes locked on the city god. Took a deep breath and said, "Immortal Elder is serious. A demon dragon in the district. How can it be said to shake the foundation of the country, Your Majesty? The dragon in Taihang Mountain is now very powerful and has a great popularity among the people, with many followers. Issuing a wanted notice to arrest him rashly will definitely cause an uproar. Besides, the other party is in the demonic land of Taihang Mountain. If the court sends people to the mountain to arrest them, how much manpower and material resources will it take? Has Your Majesty calculated that? Moreover, the other party is not an evil dragon. One has not harmed heaven and earth, and the other has not caused trouble to one side. Your Majesty only needs to issue a yellow book and a holy decree to recruit peace. Why do you need to make such a big fuss? The latter words, the city god had already told Emperor Jialong when the true dragon came out of the world. Right now it was said again, and at once many officials nodded their heads in recognition. I second the motion. A royal inspector of the Metropolitan Inspectorate stood out. Your Majesty, the city god is right. Instead of apprehending, it is better to recruit. The person who cuts down the strategy, talking about the great battle and yielding, the true dragon prestige. If it can be subdued, not only is it a great help to the court, but also can make the 10,000 people to return to the heart, so as to reflect the 10,000 years of my Daxia dynasty, will not decline forever. I second the motion. In the end, the other party is also the only true dragon that has been birthed within 10,000 years of my Daxia dynasty, which is a great auspicious omen. So how can we seize it and put the cart before the horse? I second the motion. I second the motion. With the city god taking the lead, many officials bravely stepped forward, with one word from you and one from me. All very well said. You guys, sitting on the dragon chair. Emperor Jialong was infuriated, and this speech seemed to be very reasonable, but in actuality, it was openly calling him, the emperor, to account. Outrageous. 100 officials these reasons, the emperor cannot understand. However, what's the point of knowing? This 10,000-year-old true dragon that came out of the world is too expensive for words. It is also precisely because it is so expensive that it can only be captured, not recruited. Being an emperor, enjoying all the glory and wealth, and holding the sacred weapon of the country in his hands, what is the last thing he seeks? Is not a long life. Now that such an opportunity for immortality was in front of him, how could he not cherish it? Recruitment is impossible. Emperor Jialong implicitly glanced toward one of the heavy ministers below. You are all full of nonsense, all of which is misleading and misguided. The Minister of Rights understood and stood out. No matter what you say, 10,000 kinds of benefits of the recruitment of peace. You have forgotten that my Daxia dynasty has a royal ancestral training, which is clearly written that the world is not allowed to have a dragon. His Majesty decreed to take the dragon. What is wrong with it? I second the motion. I second the motion. Emperor Jialong's eyes narrowed slightly and he smiled. The Minister of Rights brought out the royal ancestral tradition, instantly turning the scene silent. Even the city god could only blow his beard and stare. You guys are talking about breaking the sky, and the royal ancestral tradition is the biggest. How? Inside a certain pavilion surrounded by clouds and mountains in the Kunlun mountain sacred ground, two tall people were playing against each other. Directly above the pavilion, there was also an overhead projection broadcasting live. The scene of the live broadcast was exactly the scene of the 100 officials in the morning court discussing the controversy of taking the dragon. And these two tall men, one was the Taoist true patriarch with his solemn precious appearance, and the other was the ancient divine Buddha clad in golden robes. They were absent from the morning court. Who would have thought that they would hide here and play chess in an idle manner? So cozy. At this time, the Taoist Zen master held white chess. A chess fall. Opened his mouth to inquire. The master thinks that the dragon in Taihang Mountain. In the end, is it good to recruit, or is it good to apprehend? Ancient god Buddha was surrounded by a faint Buddha light, smiling back, recruitment or arrest. Everything has its own destiny. The sect leader was speechless. Saying this was tantamount to saying nothing. He added, I remember the last time my father played chess with the master here. It happened to meet the other side of the snake walks augur. My father in the way of killing, just in case, the master at first, but advised my father to let the other side go. Now the other side into a real dragon. The master's idea seems to have changed Amitba. The ancient divine Buddha instantly heard the hidden meaning in the palm sect's words. The last time the emperor expressly ordered down to the Great Thunderbolt Temple to take the dragon. The Great Thunderbolt Temple did not dare to disobey, but had to go through the motions, looking at the head teacher to understand. Although it is an important place of Buddhism, detached from the world, but not detached from the emperor's holy orders, because the gods and Buddhas of the Great Thunderbolt Temple need incense. Understanding Daojian spoke with understanding, but looked at the ancient divine Buddha with a burning gaze. However, Taoism and Buddhism are one and the same. It's better for the two factions to act in unison. Don't you think so? Master sect leader's words are reasonable. The Great Thundersound Temple naturally stands with the Kunlun ruins. Daojian once again revisited the old matter. In that case, what exactly does the master think of the true dragon of Taihang Mountain? The sect leader still wants a clear attitude from the ancient divine Buddha today. In desperation, the ancient divine Buddha had to say, the Great Thundersound Temple is originally a group of monks. Their bodies are Bodhi trees. Their minds are like mirrors, and they are always diligent in wiping them away, so as not to stir up dust. In a simple sentence, the true dragon of Taihang Mountain is none of the Greater Thunderbolt Temple's business. Daojian smiled, his heart in the right place. The ancient divine Buddha also turned to a question. It looks like the sect leader's attitude towards the true dragon has also undergone a great transformation now. When the other party was nothing more than a walking augur, it caused killing intent in Daojian's heart, and now the other party had become a true dragon. The hall's Kunlun Ruins sect leader had not even heard of it. Daojian stood up and looked squarely at the spaced projection. My father's attitude has never changed. The Kunlun Ruins beheads the demons. The augur is a demon, while the dragon is a godly creature in the world. Neither a demon nor a scourge to the people. What does it have to do with the Kunlun Ruins besides? The existence of a true dragon could check and balance the demon race of Taihang Mountain. This is a crucial point. Is your majesty determined to take the dragon? After some discussion among the 100 officials at the court meeting, the city god looked at Emperor Jialong with an iron face and asked a final question. Emperor Jialong faintly said, "The king has no words. In order to be able to take the path to immortality, the emperor couldn't care less about giving face to this first-grade positive god." Well. The city god said, "3 good, dare to ask the emperor." Kunlun Market and the Great Thunder Sound Temple did not participate in the meeting. That Taihang Mountain true dragon, the emperor is going to how to arrest. Rely on the area of a demon beheading division, or rely on a group of Jianghu sects. I, the Qintian supervisor, am nothing but a bunch of ghosts and gods. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it, as I'm not allowed to be on the stage. Emperor Jiao Long sniffed, his eyes looking straight at the city god, the color of anger in his eyes about to spurt out. 100 officials cannot help but tremble. This city god is also too rigid. Refute the emperors will even if, but also take off the Qin Tianjian. This is a clear message to the emperor that even if you want to take the dragon, you have no soldiers to send. After all, the true dragon that was above all things was not something that a shrimp soldier or crab general could go against. Xia Shouzuan of the demon beheading division coldly grunted in his heart. What does the city god mean? You're looking down on the demon beheading division? The demon chopper division is still very strong. It's just that it's gotten a bit out of hand in recent years. Only, this matter is not for the immortal to worry about. Retreat from the court. Emperor Jialong waved his hand and left in a huff. Chapter 111, The Poison Mark of the Demon Princess Daji back in the harem. Emperor Jialong is furious and drops everything in sight. Make the temple a mess. More scared eunuchs in palace made kneeling on the ground. The atmosphere do not dare to breathe. Your Majesty, calm your anger. The dragon's body is important. Demon concubine Daji came out smiling and comforting. Jialong Emperor seems to have found an outlet to vent. Said loudly, I Fei, rebellious ministers, all are rebellious ministers, full of civil and military actually have half of the openly with me to call the shots. Outrageous. Taihang Mountain that dragon. I still have to take cannot be your majesty is right. The dragon naturally needs to be taken. But without the help of the Kunlun Ruins and the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and without the support of the Qin Tian supervisor, taking the dragon is really a bit of a problem. Humph. As the king of a country, I do not believe that I cannot take a dragon. Love consort. You quickly for me to come up with ideas, Daji said sweetly. Your Majesty, you should announce the head of the demon beheading division to help you share your worries. I Fei, just with the demon chopper division in Xia Qing's hands can we take the dragon? If it was really that simple, Emperor Jialong wouldn't even need to hold a court meeting. Your Majesty, it would be wise to announce Lord Xia Shouzuan here first. My concubine will have her own words. Emperor Jialong saw Daji's look of confidence, so he had no choice but to beat a dead horse. Just as Emperor Jialong was about to order someone to summon Xia Shouzuan, a eunuch's feminine voice rang out from outside the hall. Head honcho Xia of the demon beheading division seeks an audience with your majesty. Emperor Jialong froze for a moment and said, Xian. The Xia Shouzuan outside the temple heard the word Xian and walked in with a straight face, playing a small game in his heart. The emperor today's court meeting did not go well. Is angry. According to reason, he should not now take the initiative to find the door to touch the thunderous anger. But Xia Shouzuan was smart enough to know that right now was an excellent time to show loyalty. Most of the people in the court were not in favor of taking the dragon, but he was strongly in favor of the emperor taking the dragon. It's the truth since the old days of snow. Even if the emperor did let the demon beheading division take out the dragon, he would still have an audience to follow the holy decree. As for taking it or not taking it, that's an afterthought. Just do your best. Anyway, there was no need for him, the head honored one, to enter the mountain himself, and he was not at a disadvantage either way. Xia Qing, you came just in time. What do you think about taking the dragon, your majesty? The Department of Demon Beheading is originally the court's organization to catch demons, and it is incumbent upon the department to take the demon dragon. Good. Xia Qing is Xia Qing, never let me down. Then the heavy responsibility of taking the dragon. I'll leave it to you, Demon Chopper Division, don't worry. Your Majesty, the Demon Beheading Division may not be able to take down the sun in the sky, but it's not a problem to take down the demon dragon. I'll have the demon beheading division's experts come out and take down the demon dragon at one stroke. To share your majesty's worries. Xia Shouzu in beautiful words without thinking out of the mouth, said the heart of the Jia Long emperor. I can't help but think secretly. It's still the head honcho of the demon beheading division who is reliable. The city god of Chinatown. Although he is a first-ranking positive god, has a big temper and is still disobedient. Let's just let the demon chopper division try it out first. Lord Shouzuan. In fact, catching the demon dragon doesn't need to be so troublesome, not to mention the need for the demon beheading division to come out in full force. My concubine has a mark that will allow the demon beheading division to help His Majesty fulfill his heart's desire without having to spend a single soldier or a single pawn. Emperor Jialong and Xia Shouzuan looked at Daji at the same time, wondering what drug she was selling. Come on, AI-chan. Daji, however, looked at Xia Shouzuan. If I remember correctly, you are not only in charge of the demon beheading division, but also of the world's largest demon-suppressing heavenly prison, which houses all the most ferocious demons under heaven and earth. That's right, but what does the demon-suppressing heavenly prison have to do with taking dragon? Xia Shouzuan was baffled. My concubine would like to ask what level is the most powerful demon within the demon-suppressing heavenly prison. Then of course it's a terrifyingly ferocious creature that's even more terrifying than the current Deep Mountain Demon King. Cluck! Great Daji laughingly turned to Emperor Jialong. Your Majesty, my concubine's brilliant plan is to use the other side's way to release the overwhelmingly ferocious creature in the demon-suppressing heavenly prison, so that it can take the dragon for us in this case. Neither His Majesty needs to send out any wanted notices, nor does the demon beheading division need to make a big deal out of it. To fight demons with demons, and to fight poison with poison, demon against demon, poison against poison? Emperor Jialong's eyes snapped open as he listened to the words, while Xia Shouzuan couldn't help but be jolted at the words. A terrifying monster with a reddish circumference and the shape of a lion and tiger immediately appeared in his mind. Instant chill down his back. Immediately after that, he looked at the stunningly beautiful and smiling demon princess Daji with shocked eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Daji was the emperor's beloved consort, and the holy favor was strong, he couldn't wait to slap him in the face right now. Exhaling is best. What the hell kind of brilliant plan is this? But the most diabolical poison note under the sun. It's almost worse than killing people. Your Majesty, the scheme the Queen is talking about is too absurd to be allowed. Emperor Jialong frowned. How can you not do that? Your Majesty, do not know. The deepest depths of the Jin demon heavenly prison suppression of the absolute ferocious origin is not trivial, is one of the ancient 10 ferocious beasts. When the great Xia opened the country, this beast scourge, a shot on the destruction of 18 cities, and finally your Xian Yuan Emperor himself, with the might of the God Emperor, only to that absolute ferocious beast to take down later. Emperor Xian Yuan also wanted to take it as the Emperor's horse, but the beast is stubborn, wild and difficult to tame. There is no way to do so. It will first be detained in the heavenly prison. I wanted to wait to slowly tame it, but who knows that later Emperor Xianyuan fought with the dragons and ended up seriously injured and fell. Therefore, that supreme ferocious beast had been imprisoned in the deepest part of the heavenly prison for the past 10,000 years. This matter is considered a top secret of the demon beheading division. This is not better. The more powerful this beast is, the more certain it is to help His Majesty take down the demon dragon. Otherwise what's the point of letting it out? Daji retorted. Xia Shouzuan's tone was a few points colder. Your Highness speaks so lightly. The danger of that absolute ferocious creature can be 10,000 times more terrifying than the Taihang Mountain Demon Dragon. Letting it out? What kind of heart do you have? That is a complete and utter evil beast. Once out, more than a life can be described. He was a head honcho, and he didn't even dare to think about that image. Besides, that absolute beast was unable to be tamed even by Emperor Xianyuan back then. Your Highness, on what grounds do you allow it to take the dragon for His Majesty? Even if it does take the dragon, what will that absolute beast do in the end? Will it still obediently return to the heavenly prison on its own? Daji was not willing to show weakness. This is simple. The other side was suppressed for 10,000 years. Even if it is one of the 10 great beasts of the past, I'm afraid that the strength of the 10 does not exist. It wants to restore the peak of the power. You have to eat the world's complementary things. As long as you tell it that there is a real dragon in the Taihang Mountain, it will look for the past. When the two fight each other, we'll sit back and reap the benefits, and in the end, we'll take them all down. The demon dragon will be offered to His Majesty, and the ferocious beast will be re-imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Jialong Emperor's eyes are bright again. Ifei is really smart. The so-called two tigers will be injured. I think this record is desirable. Spare the Emperor's lapdog. Xia Shouzuan, who right now wanted to shout into the sky, feigned king, putting out the 10 most ferocious beasts of the past to take the dragon? It's crazy. The city god is right. This demon concubine Daji is really a scourge of existence. Xia Shouzuan now bowels are remorseful. into the palace to show what loyalty ah. Originally, the first respect to help the emperor to choose the goblin into the palace as a consort reputation stinks. To really put the world's beast out, he is the great summer dynasty of sinners. At that point, it won't be as simple as a bad reputation. Rather, they are to be crucified on the pillar of shame in history. Chapter 112, Nine-Horned Red Flame. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, this plan really can't be used. The ancient beasts must not be released. Your Highness is taking it too much for granted since Xia Shouzuan took over the demon beheading division. It was the first time he had refuted the emperor. He knew too well what the ancient fierce beasts represented. Emperor Jialong looked at Xia Shouzuan with surprise, not expecting his attitude to be like this, but a bit different from usual. Those who don't know, they think it's some big loyalist who worries about the country and the people. But put a beast out, Xia Qing said. Afe also said. Then to catch back to re-imprisonment of the heavenly prison is. Xia Shouzuan shook his head. As the saying goes, it's easy to let the tiger go, but hard to catch it. The ferocious beast in the heavenly prison was captured by Emperor Xian Yuan himself back then. Who has the courage to do so today? Your Majesty, the Queen has just said that the ferocious beast has been suppressed for 10,000 years. Its strength is 10 times less than 1. If it is released, its first time will never look for the demon dragon to have a big battle, but will first scourge the people and slaughter one side. Only if it first recovers some of its strength, it will perhaps look for the demon dragon. Emperor Jialong, full of thoughts of capturing the demonic dragon and gaining immortality, waved his hand. No harm, but the lives of some pariahs. If we can help the ferocious beasts to recover their strength and deal with the demon dragon for me, this is a good thing. Those people are nothing but grass, and having cut a crop will soon grow. A man who achieves great things can't be bothered with such trivialities. Your Majesty is wise. Daji delivered a very well-timed ass-kissing, revealing a look of adoration. At once, it was very flattering to Emperor Jialong. Xia Shouzuan secretly sighed, knowing that nothing he could say would be of any use. This emperor in front of him, absurd and cold, sinister and violent, anyone and everything is not in his eyes. Only a matter of personal interest can move him. No matter what kind of scheme Daji comes up with, as long as it helps the emperor achieve his goal, it's just good planning. As for what effect it would have on the people of the world, it was simply inconsequential to him. The emperor. Your Majesty, I've been a bit sick recently and would like to take some time off. I'll leave the matters of the demon beheading division to the following several mirror ambassadors. I hope that your Majesty will allow me to do so. Emperor Jialong looked at Xia Shouzuan with some disappointment. He was still afraid of taking the blame. With a few sneers in his heart, he said, "Granted. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll leave you." Xia Shouzuan respectfully exited the Great Hall and then left the palace in a hurry. Those who didn't know, thought he was in a hurry to go to mourning. Concubine, since the scheme came from you, I'm afraid that releasing that ferocious beast will still require you to personally make a trip to the heavenly prison. After all, the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Daji's magnificent style performed a Wan Fu salute and laughed. I will obey the decree. Your Majesty, just wait and watch the show. She didn't half push it at all. Xia Shouzuan is afraid of taking responsibility and does not dare to take this task, but she is not afraid. She can't wait for the world to be in chaos. That would be interesting. Besides, what did the escape of the absolute ferocious beast from the heavenly prison of the demon beheading division have to do with her, a consort of the deep palace? Mr. Ci is so stupid. He's taking a leave of absence? Unless he resigns his position as the head honcho of the demon beheading division. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you won't get away with it. Late night, inside the heavenly prison of the demon beheading division, which was located deep in the ground, a burst of red smoke drifted from outside for no reason. The smoke also seemed to carry some sort of fascinating scent. In the heavily guarded prison, a jailer soon discovered the unusual smoke and just wanted to shout out a warning. Who knew that the smoke shifted and turned Tuan into a great beauty of absolute splendor? The beauty smiled at the jailer and poured out the words, "Am I beautiful? Beautiful." The jailer echoed back dementedly, and in the next instant collapsed limply to the ground. It was like being caught up in some beautiful dream that I didn't want to wake up from. LOL. I never thought that my concubine would one day come within the heavenly prison of the demon beheading division. How interesting. Daji walked within the heavenly prison, unhindered all the way, but any jailer who saw her face would instantly fall to the ground in infatuation. Even if there was a strong-willed and powerful expert present, Daji could easily take care of it. The woman in front of her was not just unrivaled beauty, nor was she just a demon consort in a deep palace. Before she entered the palace, she was the famous cave master demon king of Taihang Mountain, the nine-tailed fox king of the Fox clan. Back then, it was even hailed as the most promising existence to become the Deep Mountain Demon King. But no one expected that the nine-tailed fox king Daji actually will abandon everything they have to go to the human palace as a demon consort. It can be a big shocker. To this day, many people can't figure out why Daji did what she did. Figure what? As Daji made her way unimpeded, she soon came to the depths of the great prison, but she still didn't stop walking, and also towards the even more terrifying dark places. The surrounding fury was compelling, and there was also a faint shrill whistling sound coming from the air, which appeared to be some kind of demonic beast. A black iron prison room incarcerated not only the world's horrors of the demons and monsters, but also some of the evil devils and crooks who harmed heaven and earth. Anyone who elaborates is a powerful monster. Daji just walked down this deep and out-of-reach passage. She knew that the so-called absolute ferocious beasts must be held in the deepest part of the heavenly prison, so deep that they had long been forgotten by the world. Just what kind of ancient ferocious beast is it? Curiosity flashed in Daji's eyes. Even the head Zun of the Demon Beheading Division was so afraid of it that he even went so far as to take a break from his mu to refuse this mission. Luckily, though, she'll get to see it soon. An hour later, the heavenly prison of the Demon Beheading Division let out a shocking siren. The siren was so loud that it instantly spread throughout Kyoto, and everyone from the palace to the peddlers was startled. Immediately, he saw a stunning beauty slowly walk out of the heavenly prison. The beauty also had a miniature pet in her arms. The pet looks peculiar, at first sight resembling a cat or a mink, with a golden body and a sinister look. Concubine can only help you escape from this heavenly prison. As to whether or not you can escape from Kyoto, it's up to you. Daji looked down at the small pet in her arms and smiled lightly, and the little pet in his arms hissed and grinned, looking at Daji with eyes full of undisguised greed. I can't wait to eat Daji alive in one bite. Don't look at Concubine like that. Concubine is afraid. I know that you have been suppressed for 10,000 years. Your strength is not as strong as before, and you are in desperate need of tonic to restore your strength. But Concubine is not your tonic, said with a heavy hand, rubbed the pet full of fluffy face, as a punishment, and laughed. Taihang Mountain out of a real dragon out of the door of the sky. That is your best tonic. Swallow the real dragon. You, this ancient monster, not only can restore the peak of the power, perhaps also can be 100-foot pole on a higher level. A real dragon? A raspy voice came from the small pet in his arms. A moment of excitement. Concubine can't stay. A large number of experts are coming. Daji placed the small pet in her arms on the ground and smiled sweetly. Nine-horned red flame. Good luck. Oh, Chapter 113, Major events in Kyoto before the blessing tone fell. The stunning beauty Daji's figure disappeared in place, only to see that in front of the heavenly prison of the Demon Beheading Division, the miniature pet seemed to have sensed the difference as well, and between hissing and grinning, he shifted. In an instant, a terrifying baleful aura instantly filled the four fields. It was like an evil spirit crawling out of the 18 layers of hell. In the next second, in front of the heavenly prison of the Demon Beheading Division, a huge monster stood tall, its circumference golden, resembling a tiger and a lion. On top of his head there were 9 curved moonlight coral horns standing proudly, as if the sky was collapsing and could be held up by the 9 horns. Beneath the 9 horns, a pair of blue eyes glowed with a regal ferocity in the dead of night. Roar! The monster tilted its neck up and roared into the sky, its white teeth shining brightly. The roar was so loud that it went through the sky. It was signaling to the world that its 9-horned red flame beast, one of the 10 great fierce beasts of the ancient world, had returned. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was a beast that has been horned to cultivate, and every time a horn grows on its head, its strength increases greatly. When the 9 horns come out, it can even knock down the legendary divine mountain Buzhou Mountain. It was a truly terrifying existence with its head in the sky and its feet on the ground. Back then, at the beginning of the founding of the Grand Xia dynasty, there were countless experts of the human race, but when faced with this terrifying 9-horned red flame beast, it required Emperor Xianyuan to personally step in. Shoo! A dozen black shadows swept by at breakneck speed. What demon? How dare you escape from the heavenly prison? Get back! I let us do it. As soon as the experts of the Demon Beheading Division landed on the ground, they saw a terrifying 9-horned beast exuding a horrifyingly baleful aura as it looked at them spectrally. It's like looking at delicious food. No good. This beast is extraordinary. We can't deal with it with just one glance. The dozen or so Demon Beheading Division experts were ashen. Roar! The 9-horned red flame let out a roar, and with white teeth, it opened its abyssal mouth and violently sucked in. A dozen or so Demon Beheading Division experts were directly reduced to food in their bellies. No resistance at all. The 9-horned red flame, who had just beaten his teeth, looked toward the distance again as 3 streams of light flew in with the aura of a top-tier powerhouse. It greedily hesitated, suppressing the 10,000-year period of weakness. It is better not to be hard first. It shifted once again, turning into a black mass of baneful energy that flowed out, and being that it disappeared in just a few short breaths, Just 3 streams of light manifested in front of the Demon Beheading Division's heavenly prison. The experts that manifested were all top-notch powerhouses of the first class at that time. The identities are all extraordinary. The first one was wearing a flying fish suit, hanging a goldfish bag on his waist. His breath was like an abyss, and he was actually the famous mirror ambassador of the Demon Beheading Division. His status was only second to Xia Shouzuan. Even the qualification to enter the palace to meet Emperor Jialong. As soon as he appeared, he directly rushed into the heavenly prison and charged towards the deepest part of the passageway. His heart shocked. The second one wore a Taoist robe and held a sword with a stern gaze. A transcendent swordsman from the Kunlun ruins. The remaining one had a Buddha's head, was clad in a robe, and held a string of golden Buddha beads. And at first glance, he was a Buddhist monk from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. It's unbelievable that a demon could escape from the heavenly prison of the Demon Beheading Division. The Kunlun ruins sword cultivator's face became grave. Amitabha Buddha. What a terrifying aura of demonic fury. The poor monk can't even tell what kind of demon it is. The Buddhist monk shook his head. There are 2 smells remaining in this place. One hidden and extremely concealed, and one unbridled. I'm afraid it's not a prison break, but a demon expert coming to rob the prison. The senior monk thought it made sense when he heard it. But the demons were all so bold now? Daring to have the guts to come to the heavenly prison of the Demon Beheading Division in the capital to rob the prison. It's unbelievable. However, after a few words, the shocked and appalled voice of the Demon Beheading Division's palm mirror envoy resounded from within the heavenly prison, sounding as if the sky had collapsed. Not good. The one who escaped the prison is the supreme ferocious beast Nine-Horned Red Flame within the heavenly prison. Something big has happened. I have to go and report it to Lord Head Honored at once. The Kunlun Ruin sword cultivator and the high priest of the Great Thunderbolt Monastery changed their faces at the same time when they heard this. The ultimate beast, the Nine-Horned Red Flame? This is the legendary 10 ferocious beasts of the ancient times. It was captured by Emperor Xianyuan himself back then, which was a long time ago though. But no one expected that after 10,000 years, the Nine-Horned Red Flame would actually still be alive. Still report what? The movement is so big. Deaf and blind people are afraid to know. Quickly chase it. Must not let this beast escape from Kyoto, otherwise the world will be in chaos next. These 3 top experts, once again transformed into streams of light and shot out, chasing towards the scent of the terrifying bane. Knock, knock, knock. As the Nine-Horned Red Flame escaped from the heavenly prison, the Buddha bell above the Demon Beheading Division's 33 heavy buildings shook with no one ringing it. Ring the bell for a long time. The clock keeper on duty suddenly changed in color. His clairvoyant eyes opened, and 2 golden lights shot out, patrolling all corners of Kyoto, checking out demons and evils. However, a moment later, the bellwatcher's clairvoyance tracked a bloodlit fury, like a moving sea of corpses and blood. What a monstrous aura! What kind of demonic creature is it? Fix your eyes on it. My eyes are ruined. The bellwatcher screamed in agony the next second, his eyes popping and bleeding. Straight away, his body lurched, and he fell down from the 33-weight building. Life and death are unknown. Taihang Mountain, Wulongtan. The Dragon King Temple in the suburbs has a constant flow of incense energy converging here, and the real dragon in Tanzhong comes to the forefront. But at a certain point, the color of excitement faded between the flickering of a pair of candle-like dragon eyes. It's almost time. This aroma of incense is stagnating my cultivation. Before that, it went up 10,000 a day, making Juniper live like a dream. At this moment, although the incense chi was still being absorbed by him, his cultivation level was not moving at all. It looked like the physical state was saturated, and what he needed to do now was to consolidate his Tao, instead of just sprinting. 200,000 years of Tao. As if it was full of water. After a few moments of thought, Junzei stopped absorbing the aroma of the incense and prepared to dive to the bottom of the pool to consolidate. The body still carries a sense of fatigue from one bite. However, just then, Junzei seemed to feel something and detected a strange change. The majestic dragon body stood with its head high, looking towards the direction of the human race's Kyoto. But he saw that the sky in Kyoto was gloomy and gray, and there was a terrible aura of death hanging over it. It's like a cloudy and rainy day. With just one glance, Junzei was quite surprised. It's a weird thing that happens every year, and this year it's especially so. The Kyoto of the human race was actually enveloped by a terrifying baleful aura, and he almost thought that he was blinking. What's going on? Looking at that Kyoto's fury, Junzei had another not-so-good premonition in the dark. It seemed that the fury had nothing to do with himself. There is an unknown danger approaching oneself. Juniper was not willing to be blind. Zhong Kuei, return to Kyoto quickly. I want to know what is happening in Kyoto. Junzei gave Zhong Kuei a 1,000-mile transmission at the first opportunity. This third-grade judge was his informant. It is not possible to stay nestled in the suburbs. That wouldn't be half as useful to him. However, Zheng Kuei had not waited for this order from Junzai, but had already turned into green smoke and floated towards Kyoto. Chapter 114, Collective Attack. Capture the nine-horned red flame. When Zheng Kuei had just returned to the Qintian supervisor, he happened to run into the first-ranking god, the city god, who was in a rage in the main hall. The 3 great judges, the 8 great generals, and the 24 chief officers under his command were sincerely terrified. Humph, this demon beheading division is really getting more and more lunchbox. It's outrageous that a ferocious beast that has been suppressed for 10,000 years can be successfully broken out of prison. The city god clapped his hands in anger, his eyes flickering with furious flames. Immortal Master, now that the nine-horned red flame is fleeing in Kyoto, everyone is in danger. If it escapes from Kyoto, it will be even more of a scourge to the living world. One of the chief officers was also worried. First Duke Xiao really deserves to die for letting such a thing happen. Someone else chimed in. Nine-horned red flame? Zheng Kuei, who had just arrived, was shocked to hear that the anomaly in Kyoto was from the ferocious beasts that had been suppressed in the heavenly prison of the demon beheading division. No wonder the commotion was so loud. At this time, the green-robed judge Lu Yudao stepped forward and tried to calm the city god's anger. Immortal Master, calm down. The nine-horned red flame has been suppressed for 10,000 years. Now it's just a lingering beast. It's not enough to be worried about. Even if it's now fleeing in Kyoto, I think it'll be recaptured back by the Department of Demon Beheading sooner or later. Caught by the Demon Chopper Division? If they had this ability, they wouldn't have let the nine-horned red flame escape. The city god grunted coldly, deeply skeptical of the Demon Chopper Division's ability. Catching female goblins. Maybe the Demon Chopper Division is a good hand. Relying on them to catch ancient beasts is even better. Right now, the nine-horned red flame was raging through the streets and alleys of Kyoto, and wherever it went, fires were raging in the sky. People fled around in terror, and the whole of Kyoto was thrown into a state of chaos. And those demon beheading division experts were simply unable to lock onto the location of the nine-horned red flame, like a headless fly. What made the city god even more furious was that the Xia Shozuan of the demon beheading division, who was said to be the boss of a division, had not even shown up to preside over the situation. Instead, they're hiding from people. This made the city god wonder if there was something fishy about the success of the nine-horned red flame's prison break. After a few moments of deep thought, the city god in the main hall walked out of the hall with a solemn and dignified expression, raised his head and shouted loudly and sternly into the sky. Where is the Haotian mirror? In an instant, only a mirror that shimmered with bright light and streamed with color suddenly appeared above the sky of Kyoto. Immediately afterward, a mysterious and dazzling divine light reflected downward from above. This divine light was like a heavenly blessing, impartially irradiating the fleeing baleful gas, making the originally hidden and invisible nine horns red flame instantly disappear. Bring it back to me. The city god's tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable majesty as he softly gave the order. However, the gods in the main hall of the Chinatown were hesitant one by one. At this time, Judge Lu Yudao spoke up again. Immortal Elder, capturing the nine-horned red flame should have been the responsibility of the demon beheading division. Is it not a bit of overstepping our bounds if we, the Qintian Supervisory Authority, rashly intervene in it? The city god frowned slightly and looked towards Lu Yudao. When he was about to open his mouth to respond, Zheng Kuei, who just rushed back from the suburbs, said loudly and deafeningly, Brother Lu is wrong. The ancient beast escaped from the heavenly prison. This is a major event related to the safety and survival of the people in the world. To catch it back to the prison is everyone's duty-bound responsibility. And the demon beheading division and the heavenly superintendent of the Qin dynasty are not related. Immortal Master, my subordinate is willing to be the first to go and capture the nine-horned red flame. After saying that, Zheng Kuei directly turned into a green smoke and disappeared in the hall. I'll go with you. Afterward, many divine auras erupted from within the Chinatown, whooshing and shooting out. Lu Yudao's face turned an iron color as he pondered in his mind that this Zheng Kuei was acting in such a manner, simply making a public spectacle of him. And I'm afraid the city god will be upset with him if this happens. So he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Oh, Immortal Master, please listen to my subordinate. It's not that my subordinate is unwilling to go and apprehend that nine-horned red flame. It's really because I'm worried that the ghosts and gods in my Qintian supervision will rashly intervene in this matter. And in case I'm not careful enough to let that nine-horned red flame escape out of Kyoto again, then I'm afraid that the entire Qintian supervision will be implicated and it'll be difficult to shirk the responsibility. One must realize that this should have been the responsibility of the demon beheading division, but there was no reason for the Qintian supervisor to take the blame along with it. Lu Yudao's words struck a chord with many of the deities present, and they nodded along in agreement. However, the city god grunted heavily and said in a stern tone, Have you all forgotten that you are deities worshipped by the incense of the people? Being of such status, how can you fear difficulties and be afraid of wolves and tigers? Then, The city god looked at Lu Yudao again and continued. Especially you, Lu Yudao. The Cha-Cha division you work for has always upheld the belief that good will be rewarded and evil will be punished. So now is the time when you are needed to step up to the plate. So how can you back down? Hearing this rebuke from the city god, Lu Yudao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly bowed his head and responded, "What the immortal master said is very true. My subordinate understands. My subordinate will immediately go forward to apprehend the nine-horned red flame, and I will definitely not fail the expectations of the immortal master and the people." After saying that, he turned around and hurriedly left, ready to lead the gods under him into action. It had been more than half a day since the nine-horned red flame escaped from prison, and during this half a day, the entirety of the Demon Beheading Division and the Heavenly Supervisor of the Qin Heavenly Monastery were mobilized, launching their first ever joint operation. With the Haotian mirror hanging high above, the nine-horned red flame had nowhere to hide, and was soon trapped in a wasteland in Kyoto, surrounded and intercepted by the experts of the two organizations. Facing a heavy siege, the nine-horned red flame was in a desperate situation. Although this ferocious beast was powerful, it had after all been suppressed for 10,000 years, and was at its weakest at the moment. Moreover, not only were there experts from the Demon Beheading Division and deities from the Qin Tian Supervisor, but there were also senior monks from the Kunlun Ruins and the Great Thunderbolt Monastery in attendance. Only Zhong Kuwei appeared, all righteousness and vastness, and shouted under his breath, "Nine-horned red flame, don't bind your hands." The Taoist sect expert held a sword, pointed it out diagonally, and said sternly, "Sinful animal, if you try to harm the living beings again, we will never tolerate it. And we will definitely leave you behind today." The monk on the side folded his hands and recited, "Amitabha Buddha. This is a ferocious object and should not be reappeared in the world so as not to terrorize the living." The nine-horned red flame transformed from the original mass of baleful energy into a tall and powerful beast. It stood tall, reddish in circumference and shaped like a lion or tiger. In particular, the 9 sharp horns like a curved moon stood proudly on top of his head. The whole look is very fierce and scary, only to see the nine-horned red flame sticking out its tongue and licking its mouth, revealing a greedy expression as it sneered, "With just the likes of you, how can you presume to keep me? It's simply a fool's dream." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thrilling battle loomed open. Chapter 115 Red Flame escapes from life. At this moment, the experts from various sects and forces were displaying their powerful and unrivaled auras, and these auras were converging into an extremely terrifying pressure. They had landed on that nine-horned red flame beast's body like Tarzan crushing an egg. Even though this ferocious beast had been sealed for 10,000 years, its hefty reputation still dared not be taken lightly. Right at this moment, one of the experts from the Kunlun Ruins was the first to strike out. He shouted violently, his voice sounding like thunder rolling, and 2 brilliant and dazzling divine lights flashed out from his eyes. At the same time, the sword he held tightly in his hand seemed to have suddenly awakened, its body trembling more than once, emitting a clear and pleasing sword chirping sound. Immediately afterward, a creepy sword whistled out, covering the sky and the sun, and wherever it passed, even space was twisted and deformed by it. "Amitabha Buddha, little Buddha hand," one of the Buddhist monks chanted softly. Before the words fell, a huge Buddha palm filled with the sound of Brahma descended from the sky, carrying an endless majesty toward the 6-eyed golden guy beast to suppress it. This Buddha's palm was like the legendary Buddha Rudra's 5 fingers mountain, and once it hit the target it could suppress it completely. "Look at my divine ability," accompanied by a furious shout. An expert of the Demon Beheading Division finally couldn't hold back his inner urges and opened his mouth to violently spew out a purple-colored light. Not only was this purple light blazing exceptionally hot, the killing power it contained was even more staggering. It turned out that this was actually a rare innate divine ability. As we all know, the human race is good at martial arts, but they are also keen on cultivating the immortal way, and their cultivation system is even more varied and endless. Only a furious roar could be heard coming from that nine-horned red flame. After suffering from various attacks, tilting its head towards the sky and letting out a furious roar, its body began to ooze blood, which took on a bizarre green color and emitted a pungent stench. "Roar! Damnable human race, all of you deserve to die." At this moment, the eyes of the nine-horned red flame had turned blood red, and his entire body exuded an austere and sluggish aura. Only the strange eyes on the 9 horns on top of its head suddenly shone ferociously, the eyes transforming into a substantial presence in an instant. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A ghostly light shot out like an arrow. The power was earth-shattering, and it shook the surrounding space vaguely. Everyone be careful. In the face of such a terrifying attack, all the experts present had their faces changed greatly and retreated back and forth, not daring to easily try to catch these eyes hard at all. However, the experts of the Kunlun Ruins did not retreat. The sword awnings in their hands continued to chop out like rain. Each sword was incomparably sharp, as if they wanted to shatter this Kunlun ruin into pieces. This series of attacks was like a lingering torture, and the nine-horned red flame was in agony. Zhong Kuwei holds his own judge's pen, which can determine a person's life and death, and at this time, it is even more like a sword, and every time it points, it kills greatly. It can be described as going all out. The other masters also wanted to have a quick battle, and each of them were using their best moves. For a moment, the sky was turned upside down, and it was a pain in the ass. Ah, ah, ah. The nine-horned red flame stifled a strange cry. It had just gotten out of the prison, and its strength hadn't even had a chance to recover before it was surrounded and chased. And now he's being surrounded by experts from all walks of life. For a moment, it was simply difficult to fight. Gradually, it was bruised and bleeding all over. Despicable humans. If this seat has 30% of the power it had in its heyday, you will all die without a burial place. Think back to the ancient times. It red flame how powerful. A shot. On the destruction of human 18 cities, countless experts see it to see the wind scattered fear. Nowadays, it is a street rat. Humph. Sinful animal. Even if you were in your heyday, you were still defeated by Emperor Xianyuan back then, and finally imprisoned to the heavenly prison of the demon beheading division. Boom. 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 An endless stream of terrifying attacks cascaded onto the body of the nine-horned red flame. As things stood, there was almost no surprise in capturing this ferocious beast back, but I have to admit that this beast is really not to be missed. How can a thick skin and flesh can be described? So many experts had exerted their full strength, but they hadn't even knocked it down yet. You know it's at its weakest right now. It's not easy to defeat. It's even harder to kill. This ancient ferocious beast's body was simply an undefeatable existence. Damn it. Damn. The nine-horned red flame roared repeatedly, and in his heart, he couldn't help but start to despair a little. Could it be that he had just escaped that heavenly prison of 10,000 years of suppression, and now he was going to be recaptured back again? If that were the case, why would it have to suffer in this way? Where's the woman who saved you? Did she really leave her behind after saving her from heavenly jail? To realize that escaping Kyoto was much more difficult than can escape the heavenly prison. However, just at that moment, a chilling beam of light suddenly erupted from the sky. This beam of light was not an ordinary light. It was like the rage of the demon god, carrying an endless power that was enough to shake heaven and earth, as if it was going to swallow the entire world into it. The top experts on the scene instantly felt an unprecedented crisis, and their faces suddenly changed. In this instant, they reacted without hesitation, sprinting backward and striving to get away from this terrifying beam of light. However, even if they reacted quickly, the power of the beam was still far beyond their imagination. With a loud boom, the ground shook, rocks rolled down, and in the thick smoke, the original fast to be beaten down by everyone just called red flame unexpectedly disappeared without a trace under the impact of this beam of light. Run away? Someone cried out in shock, a hint of incredulity in their voice. Just now, just what kind of god made a move and actually managed to save a demonic creature like the six-eyed golden guy beast? The other asked in a puzzled tone. I can't run away. Zhong Kuwei immediately retorted. With my Qin Tian supervisor's Haotian mirror in place, I'm sure to be able to relock the red flame's position. But before Zhong Kuwei's words fell, the crowd was shocked to find that the Haotian mirror, which should have clearly illuminated everything, was now covered by a thick cloud, and the divine light was completely blocked, making it impossible to trace the nine-horned red flame any further. Without the guidance of the Haotian mirror, the nine-horned red flame was as if it had disappeared into thin air, leaving no way to trace it. The faces of the crowd instantly turned ugly. The nine-horned red flame was a supreme ferocious beast from the ancient times. Once it was allowed to escape from Kyoto, the consequences would be unimaginable. You have to know that there can be tens of thousands of villages in the suburbs, and it is feared that all of them will fall into the red flame's food. Everyone search quickly. We absolutely cannot let the nine-horned red flame escape from Kyoto, Zhong Kuwei shouted, his tone filled with determination. The various experts nodded their heads and transformed into streams of light remnants, scattering in all directions. Start searching every corner of Kyoto. They knew that this was a battle against time, and that they had to find the nine-horned red flame as soon as possible in order to avoid a greater disaster. The people of the demon beheading division were the most terrified. The nine-horned red flame had escaped from the heavenly prison of the demon beheading division, and every time that beast devoured a person in the future, the sin would be counted on the demon beheading division's body. However, a whole day and night later, Kyoto was still shrouded in tension. It was because the nine-horned red flame had completely disappeared. Zhong Kuwei angrily slapped his thigh and concluded, I'm afraid this evil animal has long escaped from Kyoto and fled to the suburbs. What about the suburbanites? Chapter 116. Adasha has no eastern palace yet. The atmosphere in the main hall of the Chinatown was unusually grave. The faces of the gods and spirits became unusually serious at a shocking news. Run away? There was incredulity in the city god's voice. According to his careful deployment, with the shroud of the Haotian mirror, as well as the tight defense of the demon beheading division and the experts of the Taoist and Buddhist sects, that lingering nine-horned red flame should have nowhere to escape. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. Yes, immortal, my humble servant is useless. Zhong Kuei was mortified. The city god took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, how exactly did you escape? This father needs to know every detail. Upon learning the full story, the city god's face grew more and more somber. He locked his brows tightly, an angry light flashing in his eyes. You guys said that a hidden powerhouse stepped in and not only broke up your encirclement, but also used a great divine ability to obscure the vast heavenly mirror, which allowed the nine-horned red flame to escape. Yes, immortal. Zhong Kuei nodded indignantly. The city god snorted coldly, his heart filled with doubt and anger. Originally a good reason to be suppressed for 10,000 years of ferocious beasts suddenly escaped from prison successfully, and now there is a hidden strong man to help. This nine horns of the red flame how to suddenly be missed by people on the so the question is, who actually misses it? How exactly does letting the nine-horned red flame escape benefit the people behind it? The city god was in deep thought, trying to find out the identity of this strong man hiding in the shadows. At that moment, the city god looked up at the sky, and a sudden fluctuation of light came from the depths of the sky. Only a flash of light coalesced into a beam that instantly shot towards where he was. The city god reached out his hand and caught the beam of light steadily. After the beam of light dissipated, what was revealed was an ancient mirror that was glowing with divine light, the Haotian mirror. This mirror is the divine weapon of the Qintian supervisor. Any demon or devil under the sky has nothing to hide in front of it. However, at this moment, the surface of the Haotian mirror was atomized by a gas, making it appear hazy and unclear, and revealing an even more bizarre aura. Demonic evil breath? Could it be that the demon king of Taihang Mountain helped the nine-horned red flame escape? The city god gently stroked the surface of the Haotian mirror and carefully wiped away the fog on the mirror. When the mirror became clear and transparent, a fox with 9 tails actually appeared inside the mirror. The sight was shocking. The city god also froze. The result was unexpected and even more shocking to him. 9-tailed fox? He murmured in his mind. The ghosts and gods in the main hall also saw the fox with 9 tails from the Haotian mirror, and every one of them revealed a look of surprise. In today's world, the 9-tailed fox is known to have only one, which is the demon consort Daji, who was kept in the deep palace by Emperor Jelong, once the fox king of the Taihang Mountain Fox clan. The ghosts and gods began to speculate that the hidden powerhouse who helped the nine-horned red flame escape would actually be Daji from the deep palace. This discovery means that it may be none other than His Majesty the Emperor of the Day who really wants to let the beasts go. The ghosts and gods in the main hall are all beings who have survived the vicissitudes of life and have deep wisdom. They were quick to conjure up the deeper meaning behind the event. The scene was in an uproar. The city god's eyes flickered and a look of realization appeared on his face, as if he had guessed the general truth of the matter. He slowly raised his head, his eyes looking through a building in the direction of the palace grounds. There was the source of questions and speculations in his mind. Why do you need to do that? Your Majesty. The city god sighed softly, his voice revealing a few moments of helplessness and incomprehension. But more than anything else, it was anger. The present Emperor Jalong held a court meeting a moment before to take the dragon, but he was dismissed by him and the 100 officials. But the emperor who wants to eat dragon meat to get longevity is not dead. Actually let the demon consort Daji out. Let out the suppression of 10,000 years of the 9 horns of the red flame out. I'm afraid that I want to use the power of the 9-horned red flame to deal with the true dragon of Taihang Mountain. What a painstaking effort. And I'm afraid that this bitterness must still come from the demon princess Daji. The more the city god thinks about it, the more angry he gets, the more disappointed he gets. As an emperor he even released the ancient beasts to come out to wreak havoc, just for my own selfish reasons. Do you still deserve to be the emperor of Daxia for such behavior? A supreme divine pressure erupted from the body of the city god, causing the entire Qintian supervisor to shake, and even more so, causing the major gods to kneel down in fear. Immortal master, calm down. This is too unbelievable. I'm afraid there's something else going on? A master officer said carefully. What could be so fishy? The facts are in front of us. Zhong Kuei was upright, his expression even angrier than that of the city god. Immortal. What does the emperor mean by this? What good does it do him to release the ancient beasts? Lu Yudao came out to refute. Judge Zhong is prudent. It is clear that the demon princess Daji did it privately. What does it have to do with His Majesty? His Majesty must have been kept in the dark. Zhong Kuei's eyes flashed with mockery. How could he not know what kind of person the emperor is today? And how many ridiculous things he has done? How ridiculous. The emperor ordered his own demon consort to release the ancient beasts. I'm afraid no one will believe it when I say it. However, all the ghosts and deities stood on Lu Yudao's side and argued. Yes, His Holiness has no reason to do this. It must be the demon concubine who wants to wreak havoc on the country and harm the people. No reason? Zhong Kuei contemplated what the emperor's reason for doing this really was. He didn't believe it was a private act by the demon princess. You know that's the heavenly prison of the demon beheading division. It is not a place for a demon princess to do whatever she wants. Suddenly, Zhong Kuei had a flash of light and was greatly shocked, and seemed to have thought of something that he wanted to get out of his head. But at that moment, the city god suddenly gave the order. Pass on this order. Order the 4 judges, 8 generals, 24 masters, and all the ghosts and gods to go to the suburbs to arrest the 9-horned red flame. There is no room for error. Brush. All the ghosts and deities stood up, their faces solemn, and said in unison, honor the immortal master's order. Suburbia? Red flame escapes Kyoto and heads for the suburbs. A thought process that Zhong Kuei recognizes, but the question is not inquired into. And the emperor's release of the ancient beasts is just brushed off? No deeper? Judge Shong, you're familiar with the suburbs, so you'll lead the team this time. City god looked deeply at Zhong Kuei and said faintly, immortal, but the emperor. Searching for ferocious beasts is important. Judge Zhong should distinguish between light and heavy. Zhong Kuei hurriedly arched his hands and bowed, knowing that the immortal was right, and that catching the ferocious beasts was what was important right now. A ferocious beast that had been suppressed for 10,000 years in a weakened stage arrived in the suburbs, and it was truly like drinking manna. The people of tens of thousands of villages were simply the best supply station for red flame. Thinking of this, Zhong Kuei also became anxious and hurriedly saluted and left, followed by all the ghosts and gods. Qin Tian supervision this time all out. Really rare. Originally should be by the division of demon beheading responsibility, but by the Qin Tian supervision to go to work. When the ghosts and gods had all left the main hall, the city god wandered alone in the hall, eventually whispering softly to himself but unheard. Great Xia has yet to establish the position of the Eastern Palace. It is time to determine a future crown prince. Chapter 117, Suburban Scourge? The landlord. Woe to the landlord. After Zhong Kuei left the main hall, he didn't immediately lead his men to the suburbs. After looking around to make sure no one else was around, he quietly walked to a secluded corner. Just by gently waving his sleeve, a blood-red light flashed, and a small and delicate snake burrowed out from the cuff of his purple robe. This small snake was only as long as a chopstick, and its entire body was smooth and crystalline, as if it had been carved from the finest gemstones. Its body took on a bright blood-red color, emitting a faint glow. The small snake flexibly twisted its body and quickly wrapped around Zhong Kuei's index finger, making a hissing sound. The tiny snake's eyes flashed with an unusually bright light, revealing a full spirituality. The matter is urgent. You quickly return to Taihang Mountain and inform your excellency of this matter. The ancient ferocious beast, the 9-horned red flame, has already appeared in the suburbs, and I suspect that this time the beast's escape is a deliberate act by the current emperor, aimed at targeting your excellency. These were the words that Zhong Kuei had not said before when he was stopped by the city god in the main hall. After saying this, Zhong Kuei hesitated slightly, then added, if there is an opportunity, I hope that your excellency can take decisive action while the 9-horned red flame has not yet fully recovered its peak strength from the ancient times. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with it once it is allowed to regain its full strength. Zhong Kuei's tone seemed a bit heavy. He knew the power of the 9-horned red flame, this ferocious beast that was renowned in the ancient times. If it was really allowed to return to its strongest state, the consequences would be unimaginable. The beast has reappeared on Earth to target His Excellency, so only His Excellency can deal with this beast. Hiss! The delicate little snake nodded spiritually, and then, its tiny body bowed and spread, shooting out like a sword and crossbow. It disappeared silently. Outside of Kyoto, in the suburban realm, it was quiet and peaceful. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled by, accompanied by a rolling fury that swept in like wolf smoke. Immediately afterward, a 9-horned monster with a huge body size and covered in scars appeared out of thin air. The monster was more than a dozen feet tall, with a huge and mighty body that was intimidating. A faint but dangerous aura emanated from its body, as if it had been through a grueling battle. However, despite being severely injured, it had a hideous smile on its face, revealing a bizarre madness. Jia jia jia. Finally let this seed escape from life. God is not mean to me. 9-horns red flame. Red flame let out a shrill laugh, the sound echoing through the air in a creepy way. It took a deep breath, and seemed to be able to feel the slightest bit of sweetness in the air. As far as the eye can see, the vast land is dotted with villages, filled with the smoke of life. These ordinary villages are cozy homes for ordinary people, full of life and hope. However, in the eyes of the 9-horned red flame, these villages had become a tantalizing delicacy, all of which were delicious and tasty flesh and blood. Its eyes glittered with greed and bloodlust, a longing and hatred that had been suppressed for nearly 10,000 years. Jia Jia Jia. Damnable human race, damnable demon beheading division. This seat will definitely avenge your 10,000 years of imprisoning me. For now, let's collect a little bit of interest from your innocent people first. Demons enhance their cultivation by devouring people, and can likewise recover their strength quickly through human flesh and blood. Who made man the eldest of all spirits? The world's best tonic. The nine-horned red flame is now a fish in the sea when it comes to the suburbs, so it can turn over as much as it wants. After it finished speaking, an intense light was violently emitted from its body, and then it quickly morphed, transforming into a creepy baleful aura in the blink of an eye. This massive baneful chi was like a black whirlwind speeding towards the nearest village. Wherever they passed, trees were uprooted and the walls of houses collapsed. As long as this massive baneful chi circled along the village to enter and then rolled away, then the entire village would instantly lose all vitality. And as it continued to devour life, the size of this massive baleful energy became more and more gigantic, permeated with an aura of violence and bloodshed. 1 village, 2 villages, 3 villages. In just a few hours, a dozen villages on the outskirts of the district suffered from this disaster. Both human beings and livestock, all of them were devoured, and there was not a single survivor. Shortly afterward, in front of one of the villages that no longer had any semblance of life, a green-colored smoke suddenly rose from the ground. The smoke gradually coalesced, eventually revealing a white-haired old man who was only 1 foot 2 inches tall. It is the god of the land of the most virtuous and good, of the suburbs. Witnessing the tragic situation before him, the god of land cried out in grief. It's all ruined. It's all ruined. God damned, it's called Red Flame. Just which bastard with 1,000 knives released you? What's at hand? What's at hand? The land god was anxious. Such a tragic sight had not been seen for a long time. His mind was in a state of confusion, like a lonely boat in a storm, not knowing how to deal with this chaotic situation in front of him. In the past years, even if there were occasional demons in the villages, the ghosts came to the door to claim their lives, but it was only an isolated case. These individual cases tend to be minor and of no consequence. After all, there were the 2 major court organizations, the Qin Tian Supervisor and the Demon Beheading Division, and the 2 major immortal sect forces, the Kunlun Market and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Sitting on the earth, all the demons in the world are huddled in the Taihang Mountains. Even if they had the intention to harm people, they would not dare to act so recklessly. A certain subtle tacit understanding had long been reached between the demonic ghosts and the Ming court. However, time has changed, and the former terrifyingly ferocious creature, the 9-horned red flame, has escaped from its bondage and reappeared in the world. This beast was already ferocious to the extreme, plus after 10,000 years of imprisonment, the grievances accumulated within it had already surpassed 10,000 years of evil spirits. At this moment, it acts in a way that is completely indifferent to the faces of others. This 9-horned red flame must be subdued as soon as possible. If it is allowed to wreak havoc outside for 1 day, the harm suffered by the living beings will be aggravated by 1 point. The land god was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and was spinning around in place. Just then, the land god glimpsed a strong aura of resentment filling the air above the already devastated village. Beneath the grievances, there seemed to be a vague silhouette that gradually coalesced and took shape. It's not good. These innocent people were killed in a tragic accident and died in vain. And after death, they are bound to feel resentment and will easily turn into evil spirits. I have to immediately report to the Qintian supervisor that a large number of Buddhist monks need to be sent to the suburb to overthrow the dead souls and recite the mantra of the past life. Otherwise, before the 9-horned red flame is eliminated, the suburbs will be crawling with ghosts. The land god murmured a few words and instantly disappeared. As for the 9-horned red flame, it was not for it, this tiny landlord, to deal with, and naturally a mighty one would step in. Chapter 118, Trying to bring down the emperor after the disappearance of the land god. A large group of experts with sharp blades and murderous auras suddenly emerged from the originally calm suburban realm. They were all tense, as if they were on the verge of a life and death duel. These people are the elite men of the Demon Beheading Division. Brothers, Chief Zunxia has already given orders. And since the 9-horned red flame has escaped from the heavenly prison, I'm afraid that it will be much more difficult to apprehend it again. Today's plan, we might as well drive this ferocious beast to Taihang Mountain. The leader of the group shouted loudly. In short, the 9-horned red flame must not be allowed to wreak havoc in the suburbs, or else I, the Demon Beheading Division, will surely become a target and find it difficult to shirk my responsibility. For every additional people sacrificed, these blood debts will eventually be counted on our Demon Beheading Division's head. At that time, the mouths of the people of the world will be able to drown us. At this time, a subordinate raised a question. My lord, why do we need to drive the 9-horned red flame to Taihang Mountain? Shouldn't we block the entrance to Taihang Mountain? If we let the red flame enter Taihang Mountain, wouldn't we have even less possibility of capturing it? What do you know? The head-honored lord naturally has his deepest intentions. At this moment, Nine Corners is like a hungry wolf that only knows how to feed frantically. Staying in the suburbs will only lead to greater disaster. Drive it to the Taihang Mountains. It eats demons. It's not good to let them kill each other. Your Highness is wise. Subordinate Horseshit follows suit. A large number of demon beheading division experts then travel through the suburbs, searching for traces of the nine-horned red flame. It wasn't long before Zhong Kuei arrived in the suburb with all the ghosts and deities from the Qin Tian supervisor as well. Driving the nine-horned red flame toward Taihang Mountain is really letting them kill each other? Zhong Kuei smiled coldly in his heart. Red flame wasn't stupid. It was in its weakened stage now. Traveling to the Taihang Mountain where demons were rampant and races were abundant wasn't necessarily good for it. It's good to stay in the suburbs, where defenseless people are blood food for the mouth. We, the Qin Tian supervisors, need not be concerned with the demon beheading division. As long as we find the nine-horned red flame, we will kill it without pardon. We must not let it grow bigger. Yes, a group of high and mighty gods plummeted out. The suburb at this moment is bustling with people. Not only did it bring together a large number of elite powerhouses from the demon beheading division, but there were also ghosts and gods from the Qin Tian supervisor descending. At the same time, many experts from various major Jianghu sects also came. Surrounding the ancient beasts was a duty incumbent upon everyone. However, in just half a day's time, dozens of villages of innocent people had already fallen into Red Flame's bloody sacrifices. If it is allowed to rage on, the consequences will be unimaginable. As a result, a large number of experts launched a pursuit of the nine-horned red flame. However, this ferocious beast was exceptionally cunning, as if it was as elusive as a slippery loach. The experts of the demon beheading division had wanted to drive it in the direction of Taihang Mountain, but strangely enough, the nine-horned red flame seemed to have no interest in Taihang Mountain. Instead, they played guerrilla warfare with the human experts. It always hovers around the entrance to the Tahoe, and 3 times it has passed through without entering it. As time passed, the crowd was astonished to find that the nine-horned red flame's chi and blood grew more and more vigorous and powerful, making it more and more difficult to deal with. If it encountered a small-scale enemy, this ferocious beast would not even hesitate to initiate an attack. A full day later, the death toll in the suburbs has surpassed the tens of thousands, and that number continues to plummet. Behind this shocking and saddening statistic lies the loss of countless innocent lives. The imperial court has an unshirkable responsibility for this calamity, and their arrests have been ineffective. Failing to effectively stop the ravages of the Nine Horns Red Flame is more than a disappointment to the people. Although the Demon Beheading Division and the Demons and Gods of the Immortal Supply Division had joined forces to surround them, they were still unable to contain the deterioration of the situation. All of a sudden, the curses of the world surged like a tidal wave to Kyoto. People denounced the current emperor's mediocrity and cursed the incompetence of the head honcho of the Demon Beheading Division as to why a ferocious beast that had been suppressed for 10,000 years would suddenly reappear. The 100 officials of the court also joined in this denunciation, and their words were even more vehement and unpleasant than those of the common people. He scolded the emperor for spoiling the demon consort and wreaking havoc on the country and the people, and he even scolded Xia Shouzuan for being a sinner in history. He was asked to die to thank the world for his crimes. It even demanded that the emperor issue an edict of guilt. After all, the guilt of Wanfang is in my own hands. However, right in the middle of the palace, what was Emperor Jialong doing? He went so far as to put his arm around the demon consort Daji and indulge in the hedonistic pleasures of song and dance and wine and meat, completely oblivious to the chaos of the outside world and the suffering of the people in the suburbs. Emperor Jialong had known that this was the outcome once the ferocious beasts were released. It is impossible to issue an edict of guilt. It's ridiculous to make the emperor issue a criminal edict for the sake of a mere pariah. He is the ninth 5 years, high and mighty. Would he not openly hit himself in the face? If the public opinion is really too loud, Emperor Jialong also has a countermeasure. That is, Xia Shuzuan will be launched to plug the mouth of the Long. Your Majesty, please drink this cup of wine. When Red Flame recovers some of his strength in the suburbs, he will go against the Taihang Mountain Demon Dragon for Your Majesty. Then Your Majesty will be able to live forever by Your Honor's grace. Emperor Jialong laughed out loud. Crouching Dragon Pool in Taihang Mountain. Sparkling, clear and peaceful. A small, blood-red, delicate snake crept silently along the shore. Its body as slender as a chopstick, yet it exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. A sudden hissing sound broke the silence around them. The delicate little snake returned in a burst. Junzei's expression froze slightly as he gazed at the small snake in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. The ancient beast Nine-Horned Red Flame? He murmured in a low voice. At that moment, the little snake actually nodded its head like a human, as if responding to Junzei's question. Junzei's heart fluttered. And sure enough, his sixth sense had always been spot on. The current emperor is also enough. In order to eat dragon meat to live forever, he actually released all the ancient ferocious beasts. For the sake of targeting yourself? A cold smile spread across the corners of Junzei's mouth as he raised his head in the direction of Kyoto's Imperial Palace Grand Palace, his eyes revealing a sense of determination and firmness. I told you a long time ago, stop targeting me or I will pull you down even if you are the emperor. His voice was cold and dignified. Moreover, it was characterized by lawless dominance. How about the emperor, who is called the true dragon and the son of heaven? You have to know that he, Junzei, is the real true dragon. Eat dragon meat and live forever? That's really uninformed. Junzei secretly shook his head in his mind. His current strength had long been unfathomable, and even in the face of the threat of the great Xia emperor, Junzei had no fear. The so-called ferocious beasts were even more worthless. What can a punk who's been suppressed for 10,000 years do when he gets out? Junzei was now more interested in having a fight with that ungrateful emperor. I heard that this emperor on the throne of the great treasure has been more than 100 years, has not been enthroned in the East Palace of the position. Looks like want to live forever. When a forever emperor, Junzei's candle-like eyes flickered with precision, and the crouching dragon pool was suddenly in the wind. It was as if it signaled an earth-shattering storm was coming. Chapter 119 Ancient Changming helps Red Flame recover strength after Junzei figured out the ins and outs. He secretly pondered his next plan in his mind. However, these are just the things that follow. At this moment, for the ferocious beast Red Flame that appeared in the suburbs, his most intuitive feeling was that a great meritocracy was about to descend. Such an ancient ferocious beast, if it could be successfully beheaded by himself, what a huge amount of merit would be gained. Imagining the countless shining scales of merit that would manifest on top of the dragon's body was undoubtedly an exciting harvest. At the same time, this is a great opportunity to attract many fans. As the true dragon of the world, both demons and devils as well as evil and crooked paths should be suppressed by himself without mercy. All along, there were many in the human court who viewed Junzei, the dragon, as terrifying as a flooding beast. But when the real flood beasts appear, they will realize how meek and kind they, the dragons, are in comparison. Simply a proper foursome. No scourge, no nonsense, no murder, no arson. He just quietly seeks development in his own side of the world, and occasionally does some good deeds to protect the people and benefit the world. The current emperor was simply a sinner. Facing such a kind dragon as Junzei, he actually thought of eating it. Sooner or later, this emperor of his will come to an end. All Junzei had to do now was to wait, and wait for that ferocious beast to go up Taihang Mountain, so that he could stretch his muscles as well. But dry waiting won't do. The lives of the people in the suburbs, the emperor in the palace doesn't care. Junzei could care. Those are his little fans of faith. Aha! It was necessary to think of a way to get Red Flame up the mountain as soon as possible. Above the towering trees, there unexpectedly stood a mysterious and spectacular castle. Deep Mountain Demon King Gu Changming has been in a very low mood lately, because the Wulongtan True Dragon, which he regards as a thorn in his side and a thorn in his flesh, has developed in an unusually rapid manner. In particular, the people of the suburbs built a magnificent Dragon King temple for him, which not only increased the prestige of the true dragon, but also provided him with a constant supply of incense power to help his cultivation soar. Originally, Gu Changming only needed to wait patiently for a year, and after the Avian King Buddha started a fierce battle with the true dragon and killed it, he would be able to rest on his laurels. However, a year may seem like a short time, but it seems so long at the moment. That dragon's cultivation speed was truly astonishing. And ancient Changming couldn't help but feel fidgety. But right now things have suddenly taken a new turn. In the suburbs, an ancient beast, the nine-horned Red Flame, came out of nowhere. This news almost made Gu Changming so excited that he couldn't sleep at night. He had long heard about the ferocious reputation of the nine-horned Red Flame. If Gu Changming, the demon king who had survived the longest in Taihang Mountain, could be considered a senior, then in front of Red Flame, he could only be considered a junior. Red Flame, a Red Flame. You must not let this king down, Gu Changming muttered. According to the secret information he had received, this Red Flame was released by the human emperor who had asked the demon consort Daji to release it. At the mention of demon concubine Daji, Gu Changming's expression couldn't help but fluctuate a bit. Back in the day, Daji was the king of the Fox tribe and the most promising demon king of Taihang Mountain, and she naturally had countless suitors. It even included Gu Changming, the Deep Mountain Demon King. However, Gu Changming's pursuit of Daji was more out of a desire to utilize her than a true love for her. Daji, you rejected this king back then and went to be a consort for the human emperor. Others may not know your intentions, but this king knows it by heart. Gu Changming suddenly muttered to himself. Putting aside these complicated emotional entanglements, Gu Changming gently beckoned, only to see a woman with a clear and beautiful appearance and figure flash out. "Your Holiness." 100 Spirit Fairy gazed at Gu Changming with affection, her eyes full of admiration. "Linger, this red flame is using the people as a blood meal in the suburbs to restore his strength, but his speed is still too slow. This king kind of can't wait to see the show. You go and pack all the 1,000-year-old treasures and precious medicinal pills in my king's collection and send them back to Red Flame." 100 Spirit Fairy exclaimed. "Packing it all up? Your Holiness, you're too generous. Bleeding so heavily for a vicious beast you don't know." Gu Changming smiled. "If you want to see a good show, you naturally have to buy a ticket first. That's the rule. Okay, but the red flame is so fierce. Your Holiness isn't afraid of sending Linger there and Linger being swallowed by the red flame as a blood meal?" "Linger, don't worry. This king is here. Red flame wouldn't dare to mess around, I see. Then Linger will make a run for your honor's good show." In the suburbs, in some mysterious corner, a monster with a powerful chi and blood aura around it was sticking out its scarlet tongue, vigilantly observing the movements around it. After several days of resting and devouring, the fierce beast Red Flame had managed to recover about 30% of its own strength. Although there was still a certain gap compared to its peak, compared to its wretched appearance when it was initially surrounded by humans, today's it was incomparable. Red Flame knew that in order to quickly regain his former majesty, he had to look for higher level prey, those human experts. Devouring their power can accelerate one's recovery process. As long as everything went well, in less than a month, it would have the certainty of regaining the terrifying battle power it had in its heyday. At that time, the ancient ferocious beast Red Flame would be considered to have returned reborn in the true sense of the word. Jia. Thinking of this, Red Flame couldn't help but let out a burst of smug, wild laughter. At that time, everything under the sun can become a delicacy in its mouth and be slaughtered. However, just as Red Flame was thinking about the bright future, a shocking dragon roar suddenly came from the sky. The sound was like a surging giant wave, sweeping over the mountains and deafening the entire suburb. Red Flame's heart jumped violently, subconsciously looking towards Taihang Mountain. His eyes filled with endless greed. The look was like a person who had been starving for several days and nights suddenly seeing a table of scrumptious food. Could there really be a dragon hiding in the mountains? At first, Red Flame had scoffed at what the demoness who had saved him had said, thinking that she was just talking nonsense, but now it doesn't seem that way. The dragon's roar just now contained an aura of supreme rigidity and yang. For Red Flame, it was simply a great tonic that he could only dream of. At this moment, Red Flame could no longer suppress the impulse and longing in his heart. He couldn't wait to rush up to the top of the mountain and swallow the true dragon alive. As time passed, Red Flame's breathing became more and more rapid, so heavy that it was as if the entire heaven and earth could feel his panting. Its body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the bones and muscles throughout its body began to wriggle wildly. It was as if countless chains were being severed raw from his body, and at the same time, a strong and incomparable greedy desire surged to his heart like a tidal wave, instantly flooding every inch of his body's flesh, blood, and bones, making it simply unable to resist this temptation. However, even though the desire in his heart was already raging like a volcano erupting, Red Flame still maintained the last shred of sanity. It knew deep down that with its current strength, wanting to devour a true dragon was tantamount to a fool's errand. After all, true dragons were divine creatures whose power was unfathomable, and were by no means comparable to ordinary demonic beasts. Therefore, it is likely that this is a trap set by the other party to lure themselves into the trap. Thinking of this, Red Flame forcibly suppressed his inner urges and decided to hold his ground for the time being. Red Flame, if you want to devour a dragon, my honor can help you just then. In front of the Red Flame, a woman with a clear appearance appeared, looking at it with a smile. Since I'm not afraid. Chapter 120 Red Flame's strength soars. Kunlun Ruin's sword cultivator appears at this moment. The dragon roar that was like a thunderous thunderclap continued to reverberate stirringly in the sky above the suburb. When the people of the suburbs, who were originally in dire straits, heard this dragon's roar, their inner fear and uneasiness surprisingly diminished by a few points. Gradually, they felt their hearts settle down. The power of this faith is truly amazing. The people of the suburbs are simply superstitious about that dragon in Taihang Mountain. The dragon's roar rang out, signifying that the Dragon King was about to come to his aid. People began to pray silently with great expectation. It is hoped that the Dragon King, whom they admire, will subdue the ferocious beasts and return peace and tranquility to the suburb. Judge Zhongkue had led a group of ghosts and deities from the Qing Tian Supervision Bureau in a thrilling pursuit of Red Flame in the suburbs in recent days. Despite the crowd's best efforts, the results were quite limited. The judge's heart was burning with anxiety, and as he watched the innocent people continue to become Red Flame's blood meal, his heart grew heavier and heavier. However, when the earth-shattering dragon roar suddenly erupted, a hint of delight flashed across his eyes. Apparently, His Excellency had listened to his advice after all and took the initiative to trouble Red Flame. However, I'm afraid that merely relying on the dragon's voice to lure the Red Flame up the mountain might not work as intended. After all, although Red Flame's current strength was gradually recovering on a daily basis, it was still far from what it had been in its heyday. I'm sure it won't easily venture up the mountain and fall into a trap. What to do about it? One couldn't really wait until the moment when Red Flame returned to its full strength. When it really came to that moment, the Red Flame fought the true dragon, and it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. After all, this ancient ferocious beast had a fierce reputation, and even today's Deep Mountain Demon King was nothing more than a rising star in front of it. Who? Just then, a brutal hissing sound shook the heavens and earth, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart, as if it was responding to the dragon's roar in the mountains. Immediately afterward, an unstoppable killing aura rose up to the sky like a volcanic eruption, carrying endless bloodshed and destruction. Zhongkue stared ahead with wide eyes full of incredulity. He was surprised to see that the nine-horned red flame that had been hiding and fleeing had taken the initiative to show up, and had displayed an astonishing aura the moment it appeared, only to see the body of the nine-horned red flame rapidly expanding, and in the blink of an eye, it manifested into a behemoth of hundreds of feet, just like a lofty mountain stretching across the suburban boundary. The huge figure was strikingly conspicuous, emitting a chilling aura that made people not help but feel intimidated. This breath of this ferocious beast? Zhongkue was shocked in his heart and his brows furrowed tightly. He really couldn't figure out how Red Flame's aura had suddenly become so powerful all of a sudden. According to common sense, even though it had devoured the lives of tens of thousands of people in the suburbs, it could at most only recover to about 30% of its heyday. However, at this moment, judging from the aura emanating from Red Flame's body, it was feared that his strength had already recovered to 70 to 80% of his heyday. Damn it! Someone must have secretly helped Red Flame regain his strength. Zhongkue's face became very ugly as a thought unconsciously surfaced in his mind. His gaze unexpectedly subconsciously looked in the direction of the Kyoto Imperial Palace's grand interior. That originally righteous and cynical face had now turned ironic, filled with anger and skepticism. Everyone, look! Red Flame has shown up. But the experts of the Demon Beheading Division or the sect disciples who had been chasing Red Flame were originally overjoyed. But the brutal aura emanating from Red Flame's body, it actually made them panic. To even look at that ferocious beast, one would face the threat of death. Subsequently, surprisingly, none of them dared to look for Red Flame's trouble anymore. They were all scared to the point of having their legs weakened. GGG, damn human race, don't you like to find trouble with this beast? Come on! The hundreds of feet tall Red Flame brazenly screamed, its voice filled with disdain and mockery, arrogant and unbeatable. However, the ghosts and gods of the Qin Tian supervisor, were nowhere to be seen, and the elite men of the Demon Beheading Division were even more like they had disappeared all of a sudden. Those sect disciples were even more eager to immediately dig a hole in the same spot and bury themselves deeply. For weak ferocious beasts, they might still be able to bully them a bit, but the Red Flame in front of them had already displayed a lofty appearance from the ancient times. Whoever challenges it will surely die. Just then, sinful beasts, don't be crazy, the Kunlun Market Sword Cultivator is here. Only a furious cry could be heard from the sky, and immediately afterward, a sword chi like streams of light swept by rapidly, as many as 7, and each sword chi represented a powerful sword cultivator from the Kunlun ruins. Finally, 7 overbearing sword cultivators hovered around the nine-horned Red Flame, their slanted swords pointing angrily. Killing aura. Ha ha, great! The sword cultivator from Kunlun ruins has stepped in. Let's see how arrogant this ferocious beast can still be. The leader seems to be the shut-in disciple of the Kunlun ruins sect leader. This is going to be a good show. That's right. Kunlun Ruins sword cultivators have always been the top fighting force of my Grand Xia, and with 7 sword cultivators coming all at once, they'll surely be able to kill Red Flame in one fell swoop. Quite a few excited murmurs were heard. Hundreds of feet of Red Flame glanced at the 7 little dots surrounding him, his eyes filled with contempt. You're not enough for this beast. More of you. Bold, sinful animal, arrogant even at the end of his life. The leading sword cultivator's eyes were cold, killing intent hidden under his eyes, instantly raising his aura to the peak. Like a sword-wielding god of war. Sinful animal, eat my sword first. Hokuto sword technique. Bright moon rising. Only a bright moon suddenly appeared in the suburbs. Even though it was a clear day, the bright moon was still bright to the extreme, like the brightest pearl in the night sky, making it impossible to ignore its existence. In a matter of moments, this brilliant and dazzling bright moon rose above Red Flame's head, and immediately, sword intent and sword chi boiled up like a volcanic eruption. Witnessing this scene, the many experts in the suburb all marveled in awe, secretly pondering, as expected of a top sword cultivator of the Kunlun ruins, Just this strike alone is already so shocking and earth-shattering. However, there was a crisp click sound. The crowd was shocked to find that the red flame opened its mouth as huge as an abyss, and actually swallowed the rising bright moon in one gulp. It then looked at the fancy sword cultivator like a clown, its eyes full of teasing. What? Everyone present was stunned, and for a moment, it was difficult to accept what was happening in front of them. Was this the legendary ancient fierce beast? Compared to before when it would only run around, it was a world of difference. The face of the leading sword cultivator became extremely gloomy, but he still had a few moments of determination after all, and immediately shouted, "All of you, brothers and sisters, don't be alarmed. Quickly set up the Big Dipper 7-star formation." Chapter 121 True Dragon State with the Ancient Beasts. The Big Dipper 7-star formation was the Kunlun market's mighty sect-suppressing formation. This formation will only be activated when it encounters the most vicious and brutal demons in the world. Each of the 7 sword cultivators occupied 7 key directions, and with the help of their exquisite and incomparable layout and arrangement skills, they brought out the terrifying strength of the 7 to the fullest. In an instant, only 7 sword cultivators were seen flickering, as elusive as meteors, moving quickly to change positions. Immediately afterward, a sharp and unrivaled sword chi broke out of his body, like a dragon coming out of the sea, with a majestic momentum, and swept straight towards the red flame. The many experts who were in the outskirts of the city witnessed this scene, and all of them were stupefied by the blazing and blooming sword intent and sword chi. It gave them the illusion of having their throats ripped out. The Big Dipper 7-star formation. Always just heard of its mighty name, but no one has ever seen its true colors with their own eyes. It was an eye-opening experience for all of us to see it today. However, Red Flame's might was no longer in a weakened state. Could these sword cultivators really be able to cut him down? While the crowd was shocked, their faces became more and more grave. At this moment, far away in Kyoto, Qintian's supervision of the city god also gazed at all this through the air. He looked cool and calm and collected to observe the situation. If these few sword cultivators from the Kunlun ruins were unable to defeat Red Flame, then as a first-grade righteous god he would personally step in and never allow this demon to continue to wreak havoc. It had to be said that this Northern Dipper 7-star formation was still very powerful, causing Red Flame to suffer a lot. Standing hundreds of feet tall, it was so huge that it was frightening, but its movements were unusually clumsy and sluggish. The 7 sword cultivators nimbly changed their positions and released a steady stream of sharp sword chi, causing the Red Flame to only be passively beaten, constantly letting out angry roars and growls that resounded through the clouds. I don't know if it was because he was pushed too hard or for some other reason. Red Flame suddenly let out a roar once again. This roar was very different from the previous one, and the sound was deafening. With this roar, Red Flame's body erupted with an extremely terrifying fury, as if rolling black smoke covered the sky, and as if dense poisonous gas filled the air in all directions. In an instant, the 7 sword cultivators were inadvertently tainted with this baleful aura. Their actions instantly became stiff and sluggish, and the sword intent in their bodies quickly dimmed. They wavered in the air as if they might crash to the ground at any moment. Not good. This beast actually possesses the underworld chi. Judge Zhong Kuwei was alarmed. The chi of the underworld, also known as the chi of the 9 hells, is said to be a miasma from the depths of hell. It gathered all the yin chi, turbid chi, evil chi, corpse chi, hostile chi and poisonous chi in the world, forming a unique and powerful force. This power is terribly oppressive to any creature, ordinary people, not to mention getting a little bit of it. Even just looking at it, I'm afraid they will die. Only ancient ferocious beasts that had scourged an unknown number of lives could possess such a terrifying underworld chi. Sure enough, in the next second, each of the 7 powerful sword cultivators screamed miserably. Spinning around, they all flew backwards and were seriously injured. All of a sudden the fight is gone. It's over. It's really over now. Even those powerful sword cultivators from Kunlun ruins have all been wiped out. Who else can subdue this extremely ferocious Red Flame ferocious beast? Everyone present felt disheartened, as if the entire world had collapsed. They really couldn't figure out why this Red Flame had suddenly become so powerful. If it had possessed such terrifying strength from the start, I'm afraid it could have wreaked havoc in Kyoto long ago. So why would it have fled to the outskirts? Based on the current situation, it seemed that only 3 people were capable of defeating Red Flame. Either that mysterious and unpredictable first-grade positive god of the Qintian Supervisory Authority was personally involved. Either that, or the current headmaster of the Kunlun ruins will descend in person. Or else it is the living ancient god Buddha in the Great Thundersound Temple. Other than that, everyone else seems to struggle against it. At this moment, the eyes of the city god, who was inside the Kyoto Qintian supervisor, shrunk violently, and then he took a step out of the main hall. He hadn't made a move in hundreds of years, but now, in the face of such a crisis, Even though he didn't really want to make a spectacle of this, he had to step forward. However, just then, all of a sudden, an earth-shattering dragon roar resounded through the clouds. With a startled look on his face, the city god hurriedly looked in the direction of Taihang Mountain, and then slowly retracted the foot he had just taken. He naturally knew the reason why the red flame was able to reappear in the world. Now the emperor is presuming to use this ferocious beast to fight against the true dragon. If the true dragon himself destroys the red flame, it might make the emperor realize something. Thus, the obsession of eating dragon meat for immortality is dispelled. If we really let Emperor Jialong obtain immortality, then I am afraid that this great Xia dynasty will turn into something unknown. It was obvious that this first great righteous god was already displeased with the current heavenly prince. Right at that moment, the entire Taihang Mountain, and even the entire suburb, was enveloped by that earth-shattering dragon roar. It was as if the voice had appeared purposely to rescue those in despair from the darkness. Immediately after that, a powerful and incomparable true dragon majesty spread out across the sky, containing an irresistible pressure. It's that dragon provoking this beast again. What a delicious dragon's breath! The nine-horned red flame stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. Now that its strength had recovered to 70 to 80%, it was fully capable of devouring the true dragon. Nine-horned red flame, do you dare to come up to the mountain to fight? Only a cool voice could be heard declaring down from the land of the firmament. Red Flame jerked his head up and saw a huge dragon's head domineeringly and unbeatably exposed before the clouds. The huge and sinuous dragon body was undulating in the clouds. Each scale was like precious jade, flowing with worldly majesty. His majesty is solemn and his appearance is extraordinary, as if everything in the world is under his control. The pair of golden pupils on the dragon's head were like two calm and waveless lakes, gazing at it indifferently and condescendingly, exuding an aura of dominating the world and looking down upon all things. The ancient fierce beast, at this moment, actually indisputably panicked like a numb heart. Is this the real dragon from Taihang Mountain? An extremely strong sense of crisis arose within the nine-horned red flame's heart, but at the same time, endless excitement and longing also surged up. Its body shuddered involuntarily, not out of fear, but from a quest for power and anticipation of the future. The more powerful the true dragon was, the more significant the increase in its own strength would be after being devoured by it. Perhaps, this time, one could really break through one's heyday in one fell swoop, making oneself even more powerful and invincible. The masters of the suburban scene evolved from despair to exhilaration all at once. A date? Jesus! The true dragon of Taihang Mountain is about to fight the ancient beasts. In the next second, only a behemoth of hundreds of feet was seen rushing towards Taihang Mountain like an earthquake shaking the mountain. A battle of the century is about to begin. Chapter 122 Emperor Jialong's ambition as the nine-horned red flame rushed into Taihang Mountain. The small beasts and demons of the major racial forces in the mountain immediately retreated. Fear of being caught in the crossfire. The Taihang Mountains rumbled with earthquakes, and it seemed as if the whole mountain was trembling. Right now, the suburb is at peace, and the world has all its eyes on Taihang Mountain, the place where demons and devils converge. A battle between a true dragon and an ancient beast was exciting to think about. Countless melon eaters began to discuss it hilariously, and the scene was unusually sensational. Undoubtedly, this next battle, no matter what the final result was, would become a topic that the people of the entire Kyoto and even the entire Dacia dynasty would enjoy in their leisure time. Those who were able to witness the battle with their own eyes felt even more regretless in this life. Of course, no matter who it was, they all looked forward to the true dragon suppressing the ferocious beast, returning a clear sky and earth. Wow! So handsome! This true dragon that only comes out in 10,000 years is really mesmerizing. Its horns, its whiskers, and every scale on its body, all of them shine with light. The great ladies in the boudoirs of Kyoto looked up with fascination at the divine dragon that had manifested itself in front of the clouds. The eyes were full of admiration. They didn't care if it was a ferocious beast or not. They naturally wanted to feast their eyes on seeing a divine dragon manifest itself. In contrast, the hideous appearance of the nine-horned red flame gave people the creeps. It was as ugly as an evil spirit that had crawled up to earth from hell. Hot eyes. In fact, ever since the worship of the Dragon King Temple in the suburbs, a dragon-chasing craze has been started within the circle of the royal nobles in Kyoto. Some people went to great lengths to beg for the dragon scales on the true dragon of the Crouching Dragon Pool, and were even willing to trade a mansion for a piece of dragon scale. However, despite the high price, there is simply no supply on the market. Inside the palace, Emperor Jialong finally waited for this moment when Red Flame went to trouble True Dragon. He ordered a feast in the imperial garden and then projected it across the room to watch. There was even a group of demonic concubines surrounding them. Your Highness, are all the arrangements in place? At this moment, Emperor Jialong discreetly looked at Daji and asked. Daji smiled faintly, as beautiful and touching as a spring flower in bloom. Your Majesty, don't worry. Once this century war breaks out, no matter how it ends, the one who will ultimately benefit will be you. Your Majesty, those racial forces in Taihang Mountain that have already surrendered to your Majesty have long been looking forward to serving your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. Jia Long Emperor smiled with joy, and all the onlookers said that he favored the demon consort. But how could they know that every demon princess in this deep palace actually represented a demon force? And all of this was a carefully laid out dark move by Emperor Jelong. Concubine there is one thing that I have never been able to figure out. Why has this red flame's strength recovered so quickly? Could it be that you, Ai Fei, are secretly helping? Emperor Jialong asked suspiciously. I'm not that capable. However, your Majesty is not the only one who wants the demonic dragon to die at the hands of the red flame. Daji lightly opened her lips and replied in a delicate voice. A glint flickered in Emperor Jialong's eyes. To be able to help Red Flame quickly regain his strength, this is not something that an ordinary person can do. It must be a deeply hidden demon king that can do it. I'm afraid, this has something to do with the one in the tree castle. Your Majesty is truly wise. It should be true. Daji nodded in response. At this time, Emperor Jialong's topic but suddenly turned. I heard that the love princess before entering the palace, and the one in the tree castle friendship is very shallow. Daji was slightly shocked, covered her mouth and laughed. Your Majesty, where did you hear the rumor? You cannot accuse my concubine. Emperor Jialong gently patted her shoulder, a mysterious smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Ai Fei, you're really misunderstanding me. I just think that if the one in the castle on the tree can be used for me, wouldn't that be a beautiful thing? So what? Ai Fei might as well help me think of a way. Hearing this, Daji's stunningly beautiful face for the first time showed a look of difficulty. One must know that the Deep Mountain Demon King was the ruler of the demon race. So how could he be willing to become the lackey of the human emperor? This kind of thing is simply whimsical and completely impractical. However, Emperor Jialong's next words shocked everyone to their core. He said softly, Consort AI can convey a message to the other party for me. If he is willing to serve me, I will be able to enthrone him as an immortal spirit and let him sit in the demon beheading division. These words were like a heavy bomb. Not only did they leave Daji stunned, even the surrounding group of demonic concubines froze, almost unable to believe their ears. They couldn't help but begin to wonder if they had heard wrong. This emperor's behavior became more and more insane, and his ambition grew. Not only do they want to eat dragon meat to gain longevity, but they also want to subdue the demon king of the deep mountains. It was just a matter of enthroning immortal spirits, but he actually promised the position of the head honcho of the demon beheading division. It should be known that the current head honors of the demon beheading division could be surnamed Xia, and it was also these few short words that showed that the current Xia head honors had been completely abandoned by this emperor. Because the red flame reappeared on Earth, this pot always need to find someone to carry. The head of the demon beheading division Zun does not carry who carries. Between the sights, the sky of Taihang Mountain instantly became cloudy, as if covered by a black curtain. Immediately afterward, a dazzling bolt of lightning pierced the sky and thunder rolled deafeningly. At this moment, the nine-horned red flame was furiously running in the direction of the Snake Clan's crouching dragon pool. Suddenly there was a clatter in the sky. Only rain and snow fell from the sky in a flurry. Both the nourishment of rain and the cold of snowflakes, and the hardness of ice crystals and the sharpness of hailstones. When these rain, snow and hailstones descended, they unexpectedly turned into sharp and incomparably sharp blades, like a group of densely packed arrows, sweeping towards the nine-horns red flame in a skywide manner. The nine-horned red flame simply had nowhere to hide and could not be avoided. Why are you doing it now? Red Flame roared angrily toward the dragon's head that looked down on him high in the clouds. He was clearly still halfway to the crouching dragon pool, and the other party actually couldn't wait to strike. That's just not martial arts. Just with these tiny spells of yours do you want to harm this ancient fierce beast? A hint of contempt passed through Red Flame's enormous pupils. However, at the very next moment, it suddenly felt a sharp pain hit its entire body, as if it was in the midst of millions of sharp blades cutting it. What? How could you really hurt me? The red flame couldn't help but be taken aback, and in the blink of an eye, its entire body was already covered in exhausting wounds. It's not possible. It's impossible. The red flame roared in anger, realizing that the body of an ancient ferocious beast was indestructible. Those sword cultivators from before looked scary, with their sword chi, but they didn't even break its outer skin. Right now, this district's small spell could actually injure his own body. It hadn't even touched the face of a real dragon yet. It's a strange shame. Chapter 123, Overwhelming Tyrannical Abuse of Red Flame calling the wind and rain. Rain, snow and hail. All of them are sharp weapons for hurting people. The true dragon has good means. Among the crowd, an impassioned shout suddenly came out. The crowd followed the sound and realized that the speaker was a folk expert. He looked at the true dragon in the sky with a face full of excitement, his eyes flashing with reverence and admiration. As early as when the true dragon was still in the Jiaolong period, there were rumors that it had already mastered the divine ability to call the wind and rain. It is said that the true dragon has reigned on the outskirts of the countryside on many occasions, easing the plight of the area after a long period of drought. Today it seems that these legends are true. True dragons are not only able to call the wind and rain, but can also turn rain, snow and hail into powerful sharp edges. Such a means is really amazing. At this moment, the nine-horned red flame that was ascending the mountain also seemed to have sensed the power of the true dragon and did not dare to be the slightest bit gullible. It stirred up underworld chi all over its body, forming a black as ink curtain of light that protected itself tightly. Red flame, you have been making waves in the suburbs, doing evil and committing unpardonable sins. Today this dragon grants you the punishment of thunder punishment, letting you go up in smoke. Are you convinced? A clear and cold voice came from the sky, as if it came from a god on high, handing down the final judgment on Red Flame. When Red Flame heard this, he let out a roar. Arrogant. This dragon was merely a rising star that had only appeared in recent years. How dare it be so arrogant and domineering? Moreover, this dragon was originally metamorphosed from a snake walking on an auger, and compared to the real dragons of the ancient times, its strength could not be compared at all. Thinking back then, in that distant ancient era, as a ferocious beast, it had witnessed the supreme majesty of the dragon race. Only those dragons of pure bloodline were qualified to clamor with themselves. This mongrel dragon in front of him was only worthy of becoming his own blood meal. Roar! It was accompanied by another roar. Red Flame's huge body that was hundreds of feet tall actually rose up in the air, emitting a palpitatingly ferocious light around it. Looking at its stance, it seemed like it was going to rush into the clouds and then bite that dragon head off in one gulp. Just then, only a loud rumbling sound came. The crowd was shocked to realize that at some point, an immense and incomparable piece of ebony blackness had pushed its way towards where the true dragon was from all directions like a mountain. Looking closely, one could see that in the depths of the ebony object there were hidden flashes of lightning, bright and dark. Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering thunderstorm sounded suddenly, and the entire heaven and earth shook violently with it. In the next moment, a creepy and terrifying pillar of thunder plunged straight into the ground like a sharp sword. What? It's really a lightning punishment? Red Flame was stunned by the sight in front of him, and before he could react in any way, he was already in the middle of the thunder pillar. In an instant, the terrifying and extreme power of the thunder and lightning erupted in full force, and its momentum was devastating and indestructible. Anon, the nine-horned red flame let out a mournful and agonizing scream from its mouth. The scene in front of them was so shocking that everyone was stunned. There were exclamations that this was a miracle of the world. True dragons are able to control thunder punishment, and can stir up the nine heavens and the muddy elements with a single thought. Such a terrifying means of attack really caught people off guard. Only such a thunderous approach was truly in line with the identity and strength of a true dragon. The people of the suburb honored this true dragon as the Dragon King, and it truly deserved that esteemed position. This Red Flame heavenly master can't take me. What is your district, mortal thunder? How about the Xian Yuan emperor of that year? But it can only suppress this beast. The nine-horned red flame roared. Its entire body shook, and the thunder pillars enveloping its entire body dissolved between heaven and earth. It stomped heavily on the ground, and its entire huge and terrifying body exploded upwards like a cannonball. In any life and death duel, when the enemy occupies the high ground, it means absolute superiority and a deadly threat, because at this point, you can only be passive and at a natural disadvantage. The red flame knew this very well, and the incomparably ferocious it could not tolerate itself being played with so easily by its opponents. Who gave you permission to come up here? Get the hell down! The true dragon at the front of the cloud let out a contemptuous gulp. Immediately afterward, a raging, surging, shocking, huge dragon's tail violently displayed its sharpness. That dragon's tail was like a volley of mountains, fiercely slapping down on the nine-horned red flame's body. Red Flame hissed in agony, instantly like a burning meteorite, falling rapidly towards a mountain forest in Taihang Mountain. Accompanied by the loud sound of the ground shaking, the entire mountain and forest seemed to be smashed to pieces. Roar! The nine-horned red flame, who stood up with great difficulty again, tilted its head toward the sky and let out a deafening roar. Immediately afterward, it once again rose into the air like a rocket and pounced towards the true dragon. However, what awaited it was still the terrifying dragon tail that was capable of turning over rivers. This dragon's tail carried an astonishing power that was enough to shake the heavens and earth, and it mercilessly slapped at its body once again. That crisp and creepy crashing sound seemed to penetrate one's soul, causing all who heard it to shudder. Great shot! That was really enjoyable. Did you see that? This is the legendary divine dragon's tail. Look! That beast Red Flame is about to be slapped into a puddle of flesh. The crowd of onlookers cheered excitedly. enjoying the thrilling and exciting battle. Countless thunderous cheers resounded in every corner between heaven and earth. One does not expect to see a flagrantly fierce battle, but is eager to witness the tyranny of such an absolute spectacle. This extremely ferocious beast, just for the sake of regaining its own strength, had bloodily slaughtered hundreds of villages in the suburbs in just a few days, resulting in tens of thousands of innocent lives being brutally killed. For such an evil beast, it deserved to suffer the most cruel punishment, and only in this way could the crowd vent their feelings of indignation. Rather, he knows how to buy people's hearts. The usual tricky tactics. These words came from the mouth of the city god of Chinatown. The true dragon of Wulongtan abuses the nine-horned red flame by its own powerful means, and as the atrocities it inflicts become more and more brutal, its popularity among the people will grow, because it is avenging the deaths of the people who died. The city god once discussed the true dragon of Taihang Mountain with his own senior brother, Tao Jin, the head priest of Kunlun Market. From the words of the Taoist true sect leader, when the other party, the snake-walking Jiao, went through 72 certain death heavenly tribulations, under certain death but not dead, even if the Kunlun ruined sword cultivator made a full-force sword strike, it wouldn't be able to cut through the other party's chi. The ancient divine Buddha even concluded that the other party's chi was magnificent in purple. Either he will become a divine beast that will save the world in the future, or he will be a supreme demon that will jeopardize the lives of the people and shake the fortunes of the great Xia dynasty. There is a world of difference between the two. Emperor, you let the beasts reappear on earth, but instead, it boosted the prestige of the true dragon in the people even more. As long as the true dragon really killed this ferocious beast, the other party's reputation would be even more difficult to compound. At that point, it would not be a divine object, but a god above the gods of the Chinatown. It's more of a sky above the Daxia dynasty. Chapter 124, promoting the next stage of dragon body. The city god's heart was filled with endless helplessness and sighs. Based on his careful observation over a long period of time, he found that the snake had undergone a long metamorphosis, from snake to augur and then to dragon, but had never done anything evil that jeopardized the earth or violated the laws of heaven. It is burdened with immeasurable merit and virtue, and was able to fly into the gate of heaven, so it is called an auspicious beast and a divine creature. According to common sense, it should have been the emperor himself who issued an imperial edict to enthrone him as an immortal spirit and issued a yellow book to receive the world's admiration and worship. In this way, it can become the great Xia dynasty's state-suppressing divine beast, which not only benefits the people, but also deters the demon race in Taihang Mountain, which is a happy thing for all. However, regrettably, Daxia has an ancestral commandment: no dragons allowed. This ancestral admonition is already quite troubling, and the current emperor even has the absurd dream of eating dragon meat in order to live forever. If this true dragon in front of him is forced to a desperate situation, I'm afraid that it will rise up and even rebel and revolt, betraying the imperial court and subverting the Grand Xia. At that time, the destructive power brought about by this true dragon would be dozens or even hundreds of times more terrifying than that ferocious and evil red flame ferocious beast. Thinking of this, the city god could not help but draw a breath of cold air, and his heart was filled with fear. The consequences of this were too terrifying, and he hurriedly cast aside such ominous thoughts and refocused his attention on the shocking scene of the true dragon wreaking havoc on the ferocious beasts. The other side of the tree castle, Deep Mountain Demon King Gu Changming was following the fierce battle with a tense face. His gaze was locked onto the battlefield, and as the battle progressed, Gu Changming's face became more and more unsightly, a burst of green and white. His mouth was still cursing the useless thing called red flame, having only just made it up the mountain. He was immediately in the predicament of being beaten down without any power to fight back. Gu Changming looked at his heart and felt very stifled and irritated. My precious elixir, Gu Changming lamented in his heart. He recalled those precious treasure medicines that he had asked Linger to give to Red Flame earlier. Those were the treasures that he had painstakingly accumulated over thousands of years. The efficacy of these precious medicines was extremely powerful, and even if they were used to feed an ordinary animal that had yet to open its spiritual intelligence, they would be able to harden it and cultivate it into a lineage of racial demon kings. Nowadays, it's kind of thrown in the toilet and spoiled for nothing. In addition, trying to count on Red Flame to decapitate a true dragon was simply a fool's errand. Gu Changming was heartbroken, so heartbroken that a silent tear actually slipped quietly down his face. The 100-spirit fairy was stunned. It was the first time she had seen His Holiness looking like this. Crying? The Deep Mountain Demon King cried. No one would believe it if they said it. She hurriedly and gently comforted. Your Holiness, don't be anxious, and it's because the red flame hasn't entered its state yet and failed to show its true strength. We should trust it. To believe. The power of believing. Humph. I hope so. What a waste. Gu Changming was still furious and couldn't help but curse again. He's hating it at this point like a huge national soccer fan. On the other side of the palace grounds, Emperor Jialong is also in the same and cursing. "I pants are off. You show me this?" At his expense, he had a feast in the imperial garden. He wasn't even looking for Red Flame to kill the dragon, so he could at least half cripple the other party, or maybe lose both. This one-sided abuse completely fueled the demon dragon's flames and reputation. "That's what's going on, consort. This Red Flame's strength. Why do I feel that it's not as good as yours?" Daji smiled angrily and said, "Your Majesty is really lifting up my concubine. My concubine is just a tiny fox. How can I compare with the ancient ferocious beasts?" Humph, and an ancient beast. He had expected a thrilling image of dragon abuse. However, the episode he saw before him was completely unexpected. The eyes of that true dragon hidden amongst the clouds shone like the stars and moon, reflecting a snowflake-like light. It exerted great divine abilities that shook heaven and earth, and all sorts of marvelous means were at its fingertips in an endless stream. In contrast, all that the 9-pointed horns of the Red Flame could do was merely to continuously let out roars and miserable howls. Emperor Jialong watched this, and the more he watched, the more he was stifled. He didn't hesitate to risk civil grievances boiling over and the court being disgraced by releasing this ferocious beast to create chaos. If Red Flame couldn't deal with the demon dragon, wouldn't he have lost the battle? "Hey, it's too hard to eat dragon meat to get a long life." Emperor Jialong's face became more and more gloomy. "Damnable, abominable to the core dragon. If you have the ability, come down from the sky and fight this beast for 300 rounds. Red Flame was passively beaten and growled in anger to the sky. It had to admit in its heart that the dragon in front of it was far more powerful than it had imagined. If it had known this would happen, it would have definitely recovered to its full strength before going up the mountain. It's all because they were blinded by greed that they ended up like this. Red Flame wanted to start a fierce battle with the true dragon on land, but the response he got was a huge pillar of thunder running through the sky. The flickering lightning instantly obscured the entire world from view. The massive figure in front of the clouds looked down from above with a dragon face covered in a golden mask-like face, with the slightest hint of teasing in its eyes. As his mind turned, bursts of shocking thunder continued to manifest, descending one after another. And the only one who suffered from all this was Red Flame. The true dragon took the high ground and demonstrated to the Red Flame with thunder punishment. The so-called battle was so easy. The so-called absolute ferocious beasts were just so unbearable. My cultivation has skyrocketed to 200,000 years by relying on the power of faith. So if I devour this ancient beast again, I might expect to advance to the next stage of the dragon body. The victorious Juniper mused darkly. Cultivating the great dragon phase technique, a set of chaotic feats, was what would cause Junzei to constantly evolve his dragon body. He was looking forward to what he would evolve from a true dragon. Eat the dragon? Who devours who? The Red Flame bitterly endured one fearful column of thunder after another, and vaguely, it actually saw a pair of greedy golden pupils showing above the clouds. It was a look that it was all too familiar with. It was as if it had shifted from hunter to prey in the underworld. Not good. Although it was able to devour the dragon was equally able to devour it. There is no natural nemesis in this world. Power determines everything. The weak are destined to be food for the strong. In just a short moment, Red Flame had the intention to retreat. Obviously, with its current strength, devouring dragons became nonsense. It would be better to retreat for the time being and fight again when oneself had recovered to its peak state. Thoughts crossed his mind like lightning. Without hesitation, Red Flame turned around and ran wildly towards the mountain. This outrageous scene made the jaws of the world who had followed this battle drop. But it's easy to get up the mountain and hard to get down. Right at this moment, one could only see a huge dragon tail containing earth-shattering power surging in like a mountain of mountains. This dragon tail tightly wrapped around the huge body of the ferocious beast Red Flame that was hundreds of feet long, making it unable to move at all. Immediately afterward, the dragon's tail was like a crane's hook, lifting the Red Flame high into the air and hovering in mid-air. Lift the world's attention. Math. Genus Chapter 125. Red Flame swallowed. Emperor Jialong storms outrageously eagle-catching chicks? Seeing the ferocious beast Red Flame in such a sorry state, the world's mind could not help but conjure up this analogy. The originally ferocious and cruel Red Flame was surprisingly so insignificant in front of the true dragon of Taihang Mountain. True Dragon showed amazing strength and easily subdued Red Flame. The Red Flame's body that was hundreds of feet long was nothing compared to the True Dragon's tens of thousands of feet huge body. People can't help but sigh when it comes to calamities. It's still the Dragon King that we all believe in. Don't look at the whole vastness of the court. Many experts have appeared. Wachin Tian Supervisor Ghosts and Gods, the Demon Beheading Division, and the strongest of the major factions, and even the strongest sword cultivators of Kunlun Market have also appeared, but they simply couldn't do anything about the Red Flame, failing the people's expectations and wasting everyone's expression. However, once the true dragon stepped in, he easily defeated the Red Flame as if he had easily accomplished a trivial task. Kill it! Kill this abominable beast! Deafening cries came from the suburbs. Kill? Junzei, who was hidden in the clouds, shook his head. It was too much of a waste of resources to kill the ancient fierce beasts. In the eyes of others, ferocious beasts were demons and thugs, but in Junzei's eyes, they were heavenly treasures. It can help to improve one's cultivation. In the next moment, Junzei hoisted the red flame in front of himself, his golden pupils flickering with a regal light. Then, a dragon's mouth as deep as the abyss opened. What? Lord Dragon King is going to eat red flame? The crowd was stunned and dumbfounded, completely not anticipating that True Dragon would dispose of red flame in this manner. But when they came back to their senses, one became even more excited. This damn ferocious beast had devoured the lives of countless people in the suburbs, and now if it was devoured by the dragon, it might be considered a kind of karmic reincarnation. Oh True Dragon, you won. Don't think you can beat me like that. Have the guts to let go of me and let's have a real duel. Red Flame growled angrily, but no matter how much it struggled, it could not get rid of the dragon's tail that was tightly wrapped around itself. As time passed, a strong fear of death gradually gripped its heart. Damn it! How could it willingly die after being suppressed for 10,000 years before it was able to see the light of day? Seeing that he was about to fall into the dragon's mouth, Red Flame clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength, his whole body shining brightly. Immediately afterward, only to see a ball of light as hot and dazzling as a small sun shoot out violently from the body of the nine-horned Red Flame, speeding toward the distant sky. Not good. It's a Yuan Shen out of body. This cunning ferocious beast even gave up its physical body in a vain attempt to escape with the help of its Yuan Shen. Someone cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, this was just Red Flame's pointless resistance. As a picture of a seemingly boundless and sinuous dragon's body swam in the sky, its body exuded endless majesty and aura, as if the entire heaven and earth were shaken by it. In the blink of an eye, the true dragons on the clouds surrounded the Red Flame's Yuan Shen tightly at an astonishing speed, making it impossible for it to escape being trapped within. That huge dragon's face was filled with contempt, seemingly disdainful of Red Flame's behavior. The dragon's mouth opened like an infernal abyssal black hole, emitting a terrifying aura that directly enveloped towards the nine-horned Red Flame's Yuan Shen. No, True Dragon, you can't swallow me. This beast is willing to submit to you. This beast can. Red Flame screamed in terror, trying to beg for mercy and show submission. However, Junzei was not moved in the slightest, his eyes cold and determined. When that dragon's mouth slowly closed, everything ended with it. The ferocious beast that had been suppressed by the demon beheading division's heavenly prison for 10,000 years instead of dying had completely fallen at this moment. Seeing this scene, the people of the suburbs instantly cheered. Ha ha ha, the ferocious beast is dead, swallowed by the true dragon in one gulp. What a great joy, the darkness is finally over. Long live the Dragon Lord. Thanks to the Dragon King, or else the people of our suburb would have died in the mouths of ferocious beasts. The suburb erupted in a mountain of shouts. A pair of eyes full of tears looked up at the true dragon snaking in the sky. One desperately kowtowed in worship. At this moment when the true dragon of Taihang Mountain devoured the Red Flame Yuan Shen, his prestige instantly reached an unprecedented peak. Even in that prosperous place of Kyoto, whether it was the high and mighty princes and nobles or the rich and powerful people, they would all willingly become fans of the true dragon. One gave a thumbs up and marveled, the dragon is truly a divine creature and a hero of the world. Now, in the eyes of the crowd, the true dragon hanging high in the sky was so perfect and honorable. Its entire body was flawless, and every single dragon scale exuded the majestic aura of dominating the world. Transcendent, 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 as if they have transcended the mundane world. Look, what's that? Along with the true dragon devouring the Yuan Shen of the nine-horned Red Flame, endless morning light, precious haze, auspicious colorful clouds, and an auspicious aura surprisingly appeared in the sky. These marvelous sights run in all directions, falling like smallpox in droves, presenting a picture of great beauty. The patch of sky above the crouching dragon pool became instantly beautiful and dazzling. Immediately afterward, a surge of holy light poured down like a tidal wave, descending on top of the true dragon's body. Heavenly merit, the universal celebration, the sign of the seasons. Junzei was happy in his heart, devouring the Red Flame primordial spirit. Not only was he expected to be promoted, but he had also raked in a wave of great merit. It's still the human emperor who has to help. The scene shifts. Emperor Jia Long inside the imperial garden of the palace had begun to storm, so angry that he wanted to hit his head against the wall. Asshole, asshole, what ancient ferocious beast, what nine-horned Red Flame. I didn't release it to give that demonic dragon a rise in prestige and to fish for merit. Outrageous, outrageous. Your Majesty, calm down. Your Majesty, calm down. A group of demon consorts kneeled down in fear, along with a large group of palace maids and guards. as the whole plan manipulator dodgy face at this time is also very ugly. She did not expect their own plotting conspiracy will end with this result of a fiasco. Perhaps the world had overestimated that true dragon while actually underestimating its power. Back then, the ancient beasts that required Emperor Xuanyuan's personal intervention to take down were so unbeatable in front of that dragon. If Emperor Jialong wanted to eat dragon meat to live forever, then the demon consort Daji wanted to suck the dragon's young to be promoted. Its desires are not half as great as those of Emperor Jialong. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Your Majesty, there's no need to be angry. It's all in the hands of the people. If this plan doesn't work, we'll think of something, and we'll always be able to give your Majesty what he wants. For the first time, Emperor Jialong did not have a good face for Daji, and said faintly, the demon dragon has grown to such an extent. I'm afraid that only the power of the nation can take it down. Your Majesty is wise. Next time I will definitely make the demon dragon's head fall apart. Chapter 126 Yin and Yang Scroll of Life and Death. Daji is bad again. After the heavenly merit, Junzei did not hesitate to return to the crouching dragon pool and quickly dived to the bottom of the pool. His body was filled with a powerful energy, which was constantly absorbed as the great dragon phase technique operated. In the underworld, he felt that he was only one step away from advancing to a higher level of dragon body, as if he had already stepped 1 foot into the Hall of Splendor. After 1,000 years of cultivation to become a dragon, and less than 50,000 Dao lines to ascend to the heavenly gate to transform into a dragon. Now that my cultivation is soaring towards 300,000 years, it is only natural that I will be promoted to the next stage of the dragon body. The question came, on just how much benefit devouring an ancient fierce beast could bring? As he absorbed the energy, Junzei's Dao once again skyrocketed in the tens of thousands. At this moment, Junzei, who was lurking at the bottom of the pool, his dragon body blossomed with dazzling light, and each of his dragon scales shone with brilliant streams of light. Especially those scales that were covered in merit were particularly dazzling and eye-catching. These scales are not only as hard as iron and invulnerable to swords and spears, but they are also invulnerable to all laws and evil. Innate invincibility. Thinking back to the time when he ascended to the heavenly gate, at that time, Junzei only had his head wrapped in meritorious scales. Now, however, nearly a third of the body parts were fast becoming occupied by meritocracy. The merit brought about by slaying an ancient fierce beast was simply too huge. While continuing to absorb the red flame energy, Junzei couldn't help but secretly ponder. The emperor of the human race has his heart set on dealing with me, and this time when he fails to release the ferocious beasts, I'm afraid that there are still big moves to be made in the future. To be on the safe side, I am using the undiscovered avatar to deduce it all over again. Everything should be in your mind. Junzei immediately cast a great divine ability to reverse know the future. In fact, it was better to perform this kind of divine power of divulging information less often. If you don't get it right, you'll be damned. But it wasn't like heaven's wrath. Junzei hadn't suffered before. And besides, it couldn't help him in the slightest. Master Tian's tactics come and go. Afterwards, Junzei closed those majestic and incomparable dragon eyes. And in an instant, he saw a shocking and tragic sight. The ground was filled with corpses and blood flowed everywhere, as if the entire world was dyed red. It turned out that the dastardly emperor's old man had recklessly issued a wanted notice in order to target him, in a vain attempt to drive all the experts in the world to come and besiege the crouching dragon pool. Catch him, the true dragon. In the face of the onslaught of the enemy, Junzei was not afraid and decisively ordered tens of thousands of dragons to meet the battle. So much so that the fierce battle resulted in rivers of blood and heavy casualties within the Wulon Lake. Almost all of those augurs that had gone through a lot of trouble to successfully metamorphose had lost their lives. Witnessing this tragic scene, Junzei's eyes flashed with a biting cold light as he violently erupted into endless anger. No way! He could never tolerate such a thing. Those loyal augurs innocently gave up their lives to help him defend against the imperial court's experts. And this caused Junzei's heart to twist like a knife. Agonizingly painful. Thinking back to when he had first ascended the heavenly gate, the Snake Clan had once gone all out to protect the path for him, causing heavy casualties. And now, if these scaly dragons were killed again because of himself, then wouldn't he feel even more guilty? Damn it, I must break through to the next stage of the dragon body realm as soon as possible. Only then will I be able to truly deter the imperial court and make that self-righteous emperor's old man completely break his mind of targeting himself. Junzei silently made a decision in his mind, then absorbed the energy of the fierce beast's red flame with all his might. Sprinting toward promotion, he had to race against time to advance to success before the emperor's old man issued a warrant for him. Inside the palace, after throwing a tantrum in the imperial garden, Emperor Jialong returned to the harem, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he began to curse again. It was decided that another court meeting would be held tomorrow, and this time, even if all the 100 officials were against it, he would still be bent on having his way. For the sake of immortality, no matter how much it costs. This emperor doesn't care. Your Majesty, I have one more strike. Perhaps I can finish off that demonic dragon without bloodshed. Daji, who felt that she had lost her sacred heart in front of Emperor Jialong, started to be bad again. Without bloodshed? Could it be that the demon beheading division's heavenly prison still holds an ancient beast? Emperor Jialong said in a nonchalant manner, his trust in Daji having been diminished by a few points. Daji skipped the topic and said in a solemn tone, Your Majesty, you should know that the Qintian supervisor is responsible for ruling the yin and yang ways between heaven and earth, and can drive away all kinds of evil and demonic objects, while the city god holds the magical yin and yang scrolls, in which the yang scrolls record the merits and virtues that people have accumulated throughout their lives, and the yin scrolls are able to measure the life and death of each person's misfortunes and misfortunes. Hearing this, Emperor Jialong felt a bit impatient. He said breathlessly, saying to deal with the demonic dragon, what are you pulling up to the Qintian supervisor for? And what you're saying is known even to the common people. Daji smiled faintly, not affected by the emperor's tone above, and continued to elaborate his own point of view. Your Majesty, everything under heaven, whether it is humans, demons or ghosts, their destiny can all be recorded in that yin and yang scroll above. Even the demon dragon is no exception, because no one can escape the shackles of fate. Ha! Emperor Jialong gave Daji a surprised look, nodded thoughtfully, and murmured, could it be that Ifei means to use the yin-yang scroll to fight the demonic dragon? A hint of cunning flashed in Daji's eyes as she smiled and replied, Your Majesty is indeed wise. That's right, as long as we can skillfully utilize the yin and yang scrolls, taking off the demonic dragon's lifespan in the yin scrolls, so that its soul returns to the west and is not allowed to pass on to the next life. Won't we be able to win without bloodshed at that time? Your Majesty will only need to send a team of elite men and women to Taihang Mountain to bring the corpse of the demon dragon back to the palace. Ifei is truly... After hearing Daji's words, Emperor Jialong couldn't help but freeze, a look of astonishment on his face. The mind marveled, such peculiar thinking was unheard of. But it seems as if you can try. This world's living beings, who is born and who is born? It is not all yin and yang scrolls say. Only. Emperor Jialong was in a difficult position again. Your Highness's plan is a good plan, but I'm afraid it's not easy to implement. Since the yin-yang scrolls are in the hands of Master Xian Chang Huang, it's not up to you and me to decide. That stinking temper of the city god, who didn't even give face to him. The emperor, how could he take out the so important yin-yang scrolls and let them be used indiscriminately? That's the underbelly of Chinatown. Your Majesty, who does not know that the yang scrolls, which contain the merits and demerits of people, are always in the hands of the city god, but the yin scrolls are in the hands of the yin law judges of the Department of Investigation under his command? Emperor Jialong's eyes snapped open. This was truly a village in the dark. As long as the yin scrolls were not in the hands of the city god, then there was room for the scheme to work. He couldn't make a first-rate deity, the city god, and he still couldn't order a judge of the Qintian supervisory authority. Come on people, secretly summon the yin law judge of the Qintian supervision to meet me. Remember to be secret, not to see anyone in the middle of the process. Even the city god is not allowed to mess with. No. Yes, sir, I'll take your order. Chapter 127, the demon dragon is not on the score of life and death. Mo waited for about an hour or so. Finally, a eunuch with a feminine aura and a white face was seen leading a judge wearing a brightly colored red robe, holding a book of life and death in his left hand and a soul-hooking pen in his right hand as he slowly walked in front of Emperor Jialong, only to see the judge salute Emperor Jialong with a cold, expressionless face and say, I, Judge Fan Zhongyan of the Yin Laws, have met my majesty. When Emperor Jialong saw Fan Zhongyan, a smile immediately appeared on his face and he responded enthusiastically, Judge Fan doesn't need to be so polite. You are one of the 4 great judges of the Qintian Supervisory Commission, and you have been doing your best for our Xia dynasty. I am deeply gratified by this. Fan Zhongyan heard this but couldn't help but frown, and an ominous feeling arose in his heart. As the saying goes, if you offer something for nothing, you are either a traitor or a thief, especially if you are secretly summoned by the emperor like today. Surely nothing good will happen. What's wrong with the emperor today? How come he suddenly summoned himself, the judge of the Chinatown? And it is still so mysterious. Fan Zhongyan muttered secretly, but he did not dare to show it. After all, the other party was the Son of Heaven, and since he had already issued a decree to summon him, he could only follow the order to come even if he knew that there might be troubles waiting. Fan Zhongyan took a deep breath and fixed his mind, then respectfully said to Emperor Jialong, Your Majesty, I wonder what you have summoned me to command. I still ask your Majesty to clarify. Emperor Jialong was stunned and instinctively turned his head to look at Daji. Suddenly remembering that Daji had retreated to the background. Is a person all know that the city god Gas Emperor favors the demon consort? which even said that Daji scourge of the country and harm the people. Therefore, the ghosts and goddesses of the Qintian supervision are on the demon consort has a lot of opinions. If Daji were standing next to Emperor Jiaolong at this time, this judge of Yin law would not be expressionless, but would be furious. Judge Fan really acted with thunder. I have been worried about the country and the people since I assumed the throne. I have been vomiting my heart and soul. I want the people of my dasha to be well fed and clothed, and at the same time not to suffer from the scourge of demons and ghosts. Jiaolong Emperor. Just a self-congratulatory opening statement. Let Fan Zhongyan listen to. The body is constipated. Face is not face. Nose is not nose. Strongly suppressing the discomfort in his heart, he listened with a stiff upper lip. However, I spent my efforts, but ultimately cannot make the people of my dynasty to live and work in peace and contentment, before the ancient beasts of the scourge, after the demon dragon waves, when how to be good. Hope that Judge Fan can help me share my worries. Fan Zhongyan was dumbfounded. There was an ancient beast in front of him and a demonic dragon in the back? As the ghost god of the Qintian supervisor, how the ferocious beast Red Flame saw the light of day again. Outsiders don't know. How can he not know? Then again, having a demon dragon in the back is even more outrageous. Only Fan Zhongyan calmly said, Your Majesty, the world knows that the ferocious beast Red Flame has been put to death, and still put to death in the hands of the demonic dragon in Your Majesty's mouth. The other side to save the dawn of the suburb, have the grace of the people, and have the merit of the court. How did it become the demonic dragon in Your Majesty's mouth? Judge Fan, you should be clear-sighted, but don't be fooled by the demon dragon. This demon dragon is ambitious and hides its evil intentions. Although it took action to settle the ferocious beasts, it didn't put them to death, but devoured them. It's clear that it's trying to grow its own strength, attempting to oppose the imperial court in the future. This Emperor Jiaolong's words immediately caused Fan Zhongyan to be a bit speechless. To say that dragon swallowed Red Flame in order to grow its own strength was not really a problem. It's just that the emperor clearly had the intention of confusing the concept. But Fan Zhongyan wasn't interested in arguing this with the emperor. Taihang Mountain crouching dragon pool that is a demonic dragon or whether it is a beast or not, are not one person a word say. Your Majesty, what is it that you have summoned my humble servant for? Jiaolong Emperor see Fan Zhongyan not on the road, also lazy to beat around the bush, directly said, Demon dragon does not die. I cannot sleep or eat. I know that the Qintian supervision in charge of the Yin and Yang life and death scrolls, which the Yin scrolls in the hands of the Fan judge. Is it or is not? Fan Zhongyan was stunned. His heart was shocked. He never thought that the emperor would mention the Yin Yang life and death scroll, so he could only nod his head stiffly and respond, Back to Your Majesty. The Yin scroll is indeed in the hands of my humble servant. In fact, the spectrum of life and death that he clutched in his hand was precisely a manifestation of the Yin scroll. This book of life and death is very different from the ones held by the other judges. When Emperor Jiaolong received Fan Zhongyan's confirmation, he was overjoyed and quickly said, The matter that I want to entrust to the judge is not complicated. All that is needed is for you to find the demon dragon among the Yin scrolls and check off its lifespan, so that its soul can return to the west. Fan Zhongyan heard this, could not help but be shocked, full of disbelief staring at Emperor Jiaolong, immediately spoke out to dissuade, Your Majesty, you must not do this. Between heaven and earth, all living things, life and death have their own predestined laws. How can you interfere at will? This not only violates the order of Yin and Yang in heaven and earth, but also has no chance of success. The Yin scrolls certainly govern the life and death lifespans of all beings, but it all works in an orderly fashion like the laws of nature. Moreover, the emperor's idea was too naive. If he could put people to death simply by ticking off their lifespan, then how could there be demons and devils in heaven and earth to plague one side? If he, the judge, could really so easily put a fork in each and every one of those disruptive names on the Yin scroll of life and death, wouldn't the world have been at peace a long time ago? Also thanks to this idea is the emperor mentioned. If replaced by others, Fan Zhongyan early a big slap call over. Brainwashed. Emperor Jiaolong's obsession with eating meat dragons for immortality had grown so deep that he would not hesitate to try to kill the demon dragons as long as he could. Typical don't go back until you hit the wall. Judge Fan. Superfluous words, I do not want to hear. You only need to follow my words. To do it. Emperor Jiaolong's eyes were permeated with the majesty of an emperor that could not be refused. Your Majesty. No. Well, you do not want to disobey me. To resist the decree is not it possible that you Qintian supervisor of the ghosts and gods have been overriding the imperial power above? Emperor Jiaolong bellowed violently, bursting into a rage. Fan Zhongyan heaved a sigh and slowly knelt down with deep helplessness. I obey the decree. To write off the lifespan of a true dragon and return its soul to the western paradise? That might still be possible for mortals to do, but the dragon was a divine creature of the world, not to mention the fact that dragon was burdened with a terrifying Tao, and was also well versed in the subtle dharma of heaven and earth. Knowing this, the emperor was inclined to try, so he had to do his best to make the emperor completely dead. Fan Zhongyan stood up again, his eyes flashing sharply, and like lightning, he quickly turned over the Yin scroll of life and death spectrum in his hand, which determined life and death. He began to carefully go through and find details and information about the true dragon of Taihang Mountain. At this time, Emperor Jialong was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. His face full of wrinkles were squeezed together due to his smile. However, after a while, only Fan Zhongyan's face suddenly became extremely ugly. No way. No way. He murmured in a low voice, flipping through the book faster and faster, until finally, with wide, horrified eyes, he closed the spectrum of life and death and uttered a sentence that shocked the court. Your Majesty, the information of the true dragon of Taihang Mountain is not recorded in the spectrum of life and death. The demon dragon is not on the Yin scroll of life and death? It was as if Emperor Jialong had suffered a blow like a bolt from the blue, and the originally bright smile on his face instantly froze. Chapter 128 Jumping outside the three realms. Not in the five elements, how could it not be in? How could it not be in the spectrum of life and death? Emperor Jialong's eyes were wide with disbelief. Even as the king of the 9 to 5, the son of the great Xia dynasty, he himself is also in the same Yin and Yang life and death scroll. What virtue or ability does that demonic dragon have to transcend this? The demon concubine Daji, who had been hiding in the back, couldn't sit still at the moment, and she dashed out in a heartbeat. Those soul-stirring eyes stared straight at Fan Zhongyan and questioned, Judge Fan, could it be that you are deliberately favoring that demonic dragon? One must know that under this heaven, whether it's a living being or a human, demon or ghost, none of them can escape from the bondage of this Yin and Yang order. Emperor Jialong's anger was instantly ignited. His eyes rounded, angrily staring at Fan Zhongyan. The majesty of the Son of Heaven cannot tolerate this kind of deception and hoodwinking? Fan Zhongyan seemed to have thought of something, but he just glanced coldly at Daji, not even willing to look more than once with a proper eye, as if even looking at it would defile his eyes. Your Majesty, according to common sense, all living beings in the world should indeed be recorded within the Yin and Yang scrolls of life and death. However, there are exceptions to everything. Unless, Fan wanted to say something. Unless what? Emperor Garone pressed. Unless, the other party has already transcended beyond the three realms and is no longer bound by the five elements. Only then can they override the three realms and thus not be bound by the Yin and Yang scrolls. Fan Zhongyan said slowly. Daji was shocked at his words. You're saying the dragon has cultivated to the point where he has jumped out of the three realms and is not in the five elements? Fan Zhongyan ignored Daji and just nodded at Emperor Jialong. Emperor Jialong had a look of frustration on his face. The facts were in front of him and he could only accept this reality helplessly. Love princess. See you this trick soldier's bloodless also no success. Harmed me again in vain empty joy. Trust value -1. Daji was hit much harder than the emperor's old man. Never. There was nothing she couldn't do that she wanted to do. She grew all the way from an ordinary fox to the nine-tailed fox king of a lineage, and from the fox king to become the demon consort of the harem in one fell swoop. It had always been her heart's desire and nothing to lose. But when it comes to dealing with a dragon, there are obstacles everywhere. How can Daji, who is high-minded and proud, be willing to admit defeat? Only her seductive eyes rolled a few times, and one plan failed to produce another. Judge Fan. In fact, the demon dragon is not in the Yin scroll of life and death is no big deal. The big deal is, you just take the judge's pen in your hand and write it up yourself. As long as the demon dragon's message fell into place, everything would naturally fall into place. When the time comes, just check it off. Ha! Emperor Jialong's eyes snapped open and he looked at Daji in surprise, itching to go up and give him a kiss. It's a beautiful place in the dark. Fan Zhongyan, on the other hand, is itching to go up and fight with Daji. What kind of bad idea did this demon consort come up with? And write it up yourself. You think it's an autograph? That's the Yin scroll of life and death. You can write it just because you want to. Your Majesty, this matter cannot. This matter. Fan Zhongyan words are not finished, only to hear the Jialong emperor said faintly, Fan judge according to the meaning of the consort to do it. If this thing is done, I let you official promotion 1 level. From the Qin Tian supervision 3rd grade judge promoted to the 2nd grade inspector general. From now on, in the city god under the Lord, the gods and goddesses of all ghosts and goddesses on top of the Fan Zhongyan was very speechless and rolled his eyes. What kind of big cake did this dim king blindly draw? Although the Qin Tian supervisor belongs to the imperial court institutions, but due to the special nature of the promotion of officials, always only 1 grade of positive god city god to promote, and it's still as important a position as the 2nd grade inspector general. If one wanted to be promoted to the inspector general of the Qin Tian supervisory authority, not only did one need to be wrapped in great merits and virtues, but one also needed to have one's cultivation elevated to the 2nd rank. You can't have one without the other. The official rank of the Chinatown is equivalent to the realm. Don't look at the Jialong Emperor as the emperor, but in the Qintian supervision officials above the post, but also really say. But Fan Zhongyan knew that today he could not leave the palace without meeting the requirements of Emperor Jialong. Your Majesty, this matter is absurd to the extreme, but you are the son of heaven, and as the king wants me to die, I have to die, so I can only do my best to try. Fan Zhongyan took a deep breath and once again turned over the mysterious and ancient scroll of life and death, and he tightly gripped the hook pen in his right hand, the tip of the pen glittering with a dazzling light as if it contained endless power. With the movement of his pen, the spectrum of life and death instantly bloomed with a blazing light, as dazzling as a blazing sun. It illuminated the entire hall as bright as day, making it impossible to see straight. Fa, I really don't have a bottom in my heart. Can this really work? Emperor Jialong's voice trembled slightly, revealing the uneasiness and doubts within. Daji, who was on the side, was likewise not completely sure. However, she didn't want to give up easily. After all, it's never wrong to try, right? There might be unexpected results. It's not like she's the one selling her energy anyway. Of course, she knew that the records on the spectrum of life and death were not added by human beings, but were naturally formed by the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and that everything was fixed. But she just wasn't willing to accept defeat. It was only a matter of moments before Fan Zhongyan was already drenched in sweat, as if he was under tremendous pressure. Every time he carved a word on the life and death spectrum, it was as if he had exhausted his entire body, and it was incredibly difficult. The red robe he was wearing actually hunted without wind when no one was blowing on it. It didn't take long for a look of shock to appear on Fan Zhongyan's face. Surprisingly, he succeeded. He felt incredulous himself, but looking at the life and death spectrum in front of him, the true dragon's information on it was already clearly visible. It was indeed carved on by his own hand. However, before Fan Zhongyan could breathe a sigh of relief, the spectrum of life and death suddenly shone brightly again. In just the blink of an eye, the words that had just been engraved on the spectrum of life and death automatically disappeared without a trace. Ahem, Your Majesty, I've done my best. There's really nothing I can do. Fan Zhongyan coughed as he said, his face becoming unusually pale. Keep trying. I just don't believe it. Can this demonic dragon really be able to jump out of the 3 realms and stay out of the 5 elements? Emperor Jialong was furious, the veins on his forehead bulging with anger. Fan Zhongyan smiled bitterly and shook his head. My power is severely depleted. I'm afraid it's impossible to try again. Don't look at him just carving a few words on the life and death spectrum to record some information. But the life and death spectrum in his hands was very different from the ones in the hands of ordinary judges. This is a yin scroll that truly controls life and death. To put pen to paper on it and reverse yin and yang, it was harder than climbing up to heaven. I order you to try again. Emperor Jialong's voice carried an undeniable majesty. Fan Zhongyan gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and raised the judge's pen again. But just at the moment when the tip of the pen touched the life and death spectrum, something unexpected happened. There was a crunching sound, as if something had broken open. Fan Zhongyan revealed a stunned expression as he looked incredulously at the judge's pen in his hand, which had broken into 2. And his entire body was instantly petrified as if a spell had been cast on it. A few short breaths later, poof, Fan Zhongyan violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell straight backward into a coma. Witnessing all of this, Emperor Jialong was suddenly shocked and slightly regained some sanity. The heart knows this is bad, and it's a big game. He had put the 3rd-ranked judge of the Qintian Supervisory Commission in a coma with serious injuries and the judge's pen in his hand was broken. If the city god knew about it, would he not be willing to let it go? The wrath of the city god is feared even by him. The Emperor. Afe, look what you've come up with. There's trouble now. Chapter 129. Daji is actually half-step deep mountain demon king strength. Emperor Jialong's prediction was good. He was in big trouble this time. It can be said to have touched the city god's scales. When Judge Fan Zhongyan was carried back to the Chinatown, the city god, upon learning what had happened, immediately rushed into the palace in a rage. His divine aura was unstoppable, and those imperial guards were so terrified that they backed away. Jialong, you bastard, give this god out. Today this god must find you to settle the score. I, the hallowed judge of the Qintian Supervisory Authority, was summoned into the palace by you privately, but now only have a breath left. You say, what do you really want to do? The city god roared in anger. Dimwit, get the hell out of this god. The city god continued to scold. Think of when the founding father Emperor Xianyuan was so wise and godly, and then look at you, all these years have done some ridiculous things. Old age is stupefying, pampering the demon consort, ignoring the political affairs. Daxia in your hands, sooner or later, will be shaken the national capital. The city god stood straight outside the door of Emperor Jialong's chambers, his voice as loud as thunder. his deafening rage resonating throughout the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Every word was filled with majesty and anger, as if it was going to shake this palace to its core. The entire palace began to tremble because of the god's aura, as if it couldn't withstand the powerful force. The pressure of a first-grade Orthodox god filled the air, and its power was even enough to destroy the entire palace. However, at this moment, Emperor Jialong closed the door of the palace tightly and hid inside, shivering. He simply didn't have the courage to let the city god enter the palace, and in the face of that overwhelming rage, he could only endure it silently like a little daughter-in-law. After all, even as an emperor, he had people he was afraid of, and the city god was undoubtedly one of them. Thinking back to that year, his father had to be respectful in front of this righteous god as well, not daring to show the slightest bit of slowness or disrespect. There was even a time when he was also scolded by the city god to his face with his nose pointed out. Aif, you've really victimized me. Emperor Jialong hung his head and murmured. On weekdays, the city god would still take into account the majesty of him, the emperor, and basically still observe the etiquette of a ruler and his subjects. But once this immortal was angered, then everything would be unpredictable. Qin Tian's supervisor, observing the heavenly signs, holding incense, and enthroning ghosts and gods. This city god's great authority is incomparable to any institutional power in Disya. Immortal, don't be angry. I'm wrong. I'm already reflecting behind closed doors. Reflection behind closed doors? The city god couldn't help but laugh in anger when he heard this. Was it to close the door to reflect, or to close him? Of course, a mere temple door would not be able to stop a first-grade Orthodox god. Only the city god is not really angry faint brain. It is difficult not really rush to the emperor in front of the big slap him? Since it is not possible. Jialong, you spoil the demon consort, so you act more and more absurdly. Today this honored person will pull out those poisonous thorns around you, so that you can properly wake up how to be a good emperor. The city god's eyes flashed with killing intent as he swept towards those demon consort's chambers. No good. The immortal is going to make a move on Aif. Emperor Jialong stood up in shock and panicked. Daji can't die. She was her favorite concubine. If she died, how would she live in the future? No, definitely can't let the city god hurt Daji. Thinking of this, Emperor Jialong hurriedly shouted, "Come on people, quickly stop the immortal chief. Don't let him hurt my beloved concubine." However, those guards were all terrified at the words. The city god is a first-rate god. How dare they offend him? Seeing that the city god was about to rush into Daji's chambers, Emperor Jialong's heart raced. Just then, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of the city god. This person is the commander of the guards of the palace, the commander of the canonical guards, and one of the Jialong emperor's people he trusts the most. He saw that the canonical guards were holding long swords and blocking the way of the city god. Bold! How dare you stop this god? The city god shouted angrily. Immortal master, calm your anger. I am only ordered to protect the safety of the queen. I hope immortal master will not make things difficult for me, Noriaki said with a bitter smile on his face. Humph. This god is going to personally kill that scourge of a country and its people. Daji, today, and none of you are going to stop me. As the city god said, the divine mighty pressure called out to the heavens and the earth to diffuse out, and Dianwei instantly felt a huge mountain pressing down on his body. Immediately, he got down on one knee and struggled to hold on. The city god whirled around and stormed into Daji's harem. Dianwei breathed a sigh of relief. He did his best. The emperor could not blame him. At the same time, the heart secretly cheered for the city god. At this time, Daji was sitting in front of her dressing table, poised and flavorful, saying, "What is the immortal's action? You are a first-rate god. Are you going to bully a weak woman like me?" As she spoke, Daji's pair of beautiful eyes were as clear as autumn water, yet they flashed with a seductive light that tantalized the heart. However, how could she sway the city god, who was all righteousness, with such seductive tactics? Demon, if you had kept your place in the harem, this god would have been able to give you a break, but now that you dare to make waves, you will never be tolerated in this god's eyes. In the face of the city god's angry rebuke, Daji's face surprisingly did not show the slightest hint of fear. Instead, he responded with a big smile. Yo, first-grade positive god is really majestic, but I, Daji, am the unique nine-tailed fox of the Fox clan for thousands of years, and you can't cut me down at all. Before the words fell, Daji's aura suddenly soared, and a huge and incomparable nine-tailed fox silhouette suddenly appeared above her head. Those 9 tails waved recklessly, as if proclaiming her power and majesty to the world. One could not help but feel fear. Good. A good 9-tailed fox. This god would like to have a good lesson today. It had been many years since the city god had taken matters into his own hands, and at the moment his entire body was radiating a frighteningly divine aura, like a blazing fire, only to see him violently swing out a palm. slapping it fiercely towards Daji. The power of this palm was like a shocking wave, which contained the power of the peak 6 paths of reincarnation, as if it was capable of destroying everything. But Daji was not the least bit intimidated. She didn't even plan to dodge. Standing firmly in place, a huge 9-tailed fox silhouette manifested above his head, and a harsh roar emitted from his mouth. The rolling waves of sound actually shook the city god's mighty and incomparable palm power straight into a rout. Seeing this amazing scene, the city god couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. Good you Daji, I can't imagine that you've already reached the realm of a half-step deep mountain demon king. What exactly are your intentions in hiding in the deep palace as the emperor's consort? Half-step deep mountain demon king such strength was already enough to run rampant in Taihang mountain, and even the entire Daxia dynasty. Thinking back to the time when the scaly dragon from the crouching dragon pool ascended to the heavenly gate, it triggered a siege from all the clusters. If it wasn't for Snake King Candlegeo who had successfully broken through to the realm of a half-step deep mountain demon king and had overwhelmed the group with his powerful strength, I'm afraid it's hard to see a real dragon in the world now, even if it is only a half-step difference. Its gold content is the difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 130, the city god forces the emperor to enroll the eastern palace. Daji couldn't help but let out a crisp, pleasant laugh as she looked at the shocked face of the city god. Aya, what are you talking about? Immortal master? How could my concubine have any bad intentions? Concubine and his majesty are truly in love. Even if my concubine has the strength of a half-step deep mountain demon king, I am willing to be trapped in this deep palace for his majesty. Don't talk nonsense. What true love? That's ridiculous. The city god's face became heavier and heavier, and the aura emanating from his body became more and more terrifying. Today, no matter what, this god will cut you down here. With a loud shout, the city god instantly manifested a magical sword in his hand that shone with a brilliant light, and immediately afterward, he executed a set of exquisite sword techniques. In an instant, Daji's chambers were filled with a terrifying sword intent. The world might have long since forgotten that this first-grade righteous god was born in the Kunlun ruins, the holy land on earth. At this moment, the strength he showed was amazing. However, in the face of the city god's overpowering attack, Daji was not the least bit surprised. She had deliberately revealed her true strength at the beginning, with the aim of making the city god understand that he could not kill himself at all. Who had thought that this had instead provoked a stronger killing intent from the city god, to their highest realm. If there is no absolute crushing of the opponent's strength, then the two sides fighting is just a waste of energy. The wise will choose to lay down their arms and stay put. But things have come to this point. Daji has no other way, only with the city god to kill. This glorious bedchamber has become fragmented, woeful, as the battle rages on. Ai-chan, Ai-chan, the immortal master, stop it. Emperor Jialong hurried and arrived outside the door of his chambers. When Daji heard this, her face suddenly changed. Panic and despair intertwined on her face, and with a false move, she sped towards the outside of the palace. Your Majesty, save me. Daji was in tears, running and begging Emperor Jialong for help. Seeing this, Emperor Jialong could not help but feel compassion in his heart. The city god, with his law enforcement sword in hand, rushed out aggressively, but when he saw that Daji was already snuggled up in the arms of Emperor Jialong, he was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out. Emperor Jialong couldn't help but get angry as well, as he looked at the magic sword in the city god's hand that was flashing with a cold light. In a tone that was cold to the core, he said, "Does immortal leader want to kill the king? Immortal elder is a first-grade righteous god. If you really want to kill me, then I can only helplessly stretch out my head for you to kill me." When the city god heard this, his whole body was stunned, because the killing power of these words was too great. He sighed in his heart and silently retracted his magic sword into invisibility before turning to Emperor Jialong again. "Emperor, if you can promise this god one thing today, this god will immediately leave the palace without further entanglement." When Emperor Jialong heard this, he was overjoyed. Let alone just one thing. Even if it's 10 things, I definitely won't have a reason not to agree. One piece is enough. The city god looked deeply at Emperor Jialong and said slowly, "Emperor, you have been on the throne of the great treasure for more than 100 years, but you have not been able to enthrone the eastern palace. The great Xia has no foundation for the country, so this god requires that you must identify and enthrone a candidate for the eastern palace within a year." Wow! Lit. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Enrollment in the eastern palace. These 4 words out, as if with the weight of 1,000 pounds. The eunuchs and palace maidens were scared out of their wits and did not dare to breathe. Outside the palace hall, there was even thunder breaking through the sky. Emperor Jialong was also shocked at the words. What a joke! He wanted to eat dragon meat in order to live forever. In order to be the emperor of this earth forever. Enshrining the eastern palace meant nothing to him and might even threaten the stability of his throne. The city god is not making any demands. respectively, forcing the palace. What? You don't agree? Seeing that Emperor Jialong didn't respond, the city god coldly pursued the question. Immortal, I am now in the prime of spring. Why force me to register the Eastern Palace? Who would have thought that the city god would snort coldly and say with an expression of disgust all over his face, Emperor, you're already over 100 years old, and you've long since turned into a pile of yellow earth in this workshop, so it's a shame that you have the nerve to say that you're in the prime of spring and autumn. Hearing this, Emperor Jialong's face instantly became very ugly, his nose not his nose, his eyes not his eyes. He was really holding a fire in his heart. Well, I promise the immortal is, from today onwards, will be from all the royal son among the selection of a suitable person to, enthroned as the East Palace Prince, so that the immortal can still be satisfied? He knew in his heart that if he didn't agree to this matter today, he was afraid that this city god wouldn't let go easily. 1 year, at most, give the emperor a year for you to select a royal son. Although the emperor has a large number of royal sons, there is no lack of excellent candidates for the Eastern Palace among them. 1 year is definitely enough. Don't look at Emperor Jialong's usual ridiculous behavior, but it is undeniable that all of those imperial sons born to him are very outstanding. There are even some that can be described as stunning and unparalleled in their existence. For example, the shut-in disciple of that most favored by the Kunlun ruins Daojian patriarch was none other than the 19th son of Emperor Jialong. Since the time of this child's birth, auspicious signs appeared in the sky, so he was known as the Star Child, and some people even said that he was the son of Qi. Because at the beginning of the Great Summer's national luck is because of the birth of this Star Child and skyrocketed by a full 10%. However, among Emperor Jialong's royal sons, there were even several existences that rivaled this starry-eyed child. So many excellent sons, Jialong Emperor on the throne for 100 years, actually completely did not want to register the meaning of the East Palace. You can see the level of selfishness. This shocking and dramatic accident finally came to a quiet end after the emperor had satisfied the city god. However, the moment the city god stepped out of the palace, an imperceptible smile spread across his face. It was a kind of satisfaction and smugness when the purpose was accomplished. Even though the third-grade judge of the Qintian Supervisory Authority was seriously injured and was escaped from the palace, it was not enough to the extent that the city god was so enraged that he rushed into the palace and made a scene. However, he could just take this opportunity to force the emperor to agree to the matter of registering the Eastern Palace. After all, for the entire Grand Xia, only a new emperor ascending to the throne would be able to bring in brand new weather and hope. Otherwise, if we continue to let Emperor Jialong stay in power, then sooner or later the country will fall into chaos or even come to an end. And the series of events that happened today soon spread rapidly like wildfire. The news of the city god making a scene in the palace and forcing the emperor to enroll the Eastern Palace not only caused a furor in the court, but also set off a frenzy of discussion among the city. Everyone knows in their hearts that a fierce and brutal battle to seize the throne is feared to be about to kick off in the Daxia dynasty. All forces have been rubbing their fists and jumping into action. Even the Taihang Mountains, where demons are entrenched, are hard to stay away from. Chapter 131, the Second Great Inspector General, not Zhong Kuwei. A few days later, the sun is shining and there are no clouds. Zhong Kuwei, one of the 4 judges of the Qintian Supervisory Authority, was actually standing on the shore of the Wulong Pool in Taihang Mountain. He was seen to be serious, just like an intelligence agent, reporting the major events that had happened in Kyoto in recent days to Wulongton in detail, one by one. The water in the pool was clear and sparkling, but there was not the slightest trace of a dragon. However, right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came out from the bottom of the pool. The city god is forcing the emperor's old man to enroll the future crown prince. This is a bit interesting. The voice echoed across the surface of the pool as if it carried a hint of mystery. The city god even urged the establishment of the throne, so he supports the prince in his heart. Zhong Kuwei stood respectfully at the side, and when he heard the voice from the bottom of the pool, he hurriedly replied, "Back to your excellency. I don't know what the city god thinks, nor have I ever heard of him getting close to any of the imperial princes who are in the court." Then, the voice from the bottom of the pool sounded again. "Oh, then how many imperial sons does the emperor's old man have?" Zhong Kuwei hesitated for a moment and also replied without much certainty, "As far as my subordinates know, there are probably close to 100 of them." Before the words fell, the pair of originally closed golden dragon eyes at the bottom of the pool suddenly opened, revealing a flash of surprise. "So damn fertile." Juniper couldn't help but TSK. There were nearly 100 princes alone. Then with the princesses, I'm afraid that a palace could barely be crowded. With so many children competing for the throne in the future, it's going to be a big mess. Thinking of this, Junzhe was actually inexplicably a little excited. The emperor's old man was bent on eating dragon meat to disgust himself, so of course he had to find an opportunity to fight back. As a matter of fact, Junzai has also long been determined to pull the emperor's old man down. But the great Xia dynasty's 10,000 years of heritage is not something that he can shake up with a newly risen true dragon. Right now, the establishment of the crown prince is a good opportunity. It's not said that the emperor likes to favor female goblins, so I guess there should be a lot of imperial princesses with human and demon bloodlines. Juniper started gossiping again. My lord, the royal bloodline is supreme. How could there be a royal prince and princess of human and demon bloodline? The 100 officials can tolerate the emperor's favoring of the demoness, but they will never let the demoness give birth to the royal heir. Any demoness that the emperor wants to honor must drink a contraceptive potion, and if there is an accident, the demoness will be executed immediately. Even Daji is not an exception to this point. Oh, so that's it. Junzai pondered silently for a while, his eyes gazing at Zhong Kuei through the water of the pool, and changed the subject. You just mentioned that the emperor had promised the position of second-ranking inspector general to the judge of Yin laws in order to get him to take action against me in the Yin scrolls of life and death. And according to this situation, the position of second-ranking inspector general of the Qintian supervisory authority has been vacant though? It has been vacant for more than 100 years. Junzai let out a light laugh. My Judge Zhong, haven't you ever thought of going further? Second-grade inspector general, second only to the city god, above all the ghosts and gods, with remarkable power. Second in command of the Qintian supervisory authority. The higher his position, the more beneficial Zhong Kuei would be to Junzai as his only eyes in the capital. If Zhong Kuei can sit on the throne of the second-grade inspector general, it can be said that almost half of the Qintian supervisory authority will fall under the control of his dragon. Zhong Kuei didn't know how to respond for a moment, and his face, which was full of righteousness and hated evil, turned red. It's too hypocritical to say that you don't want to be promoted, but Zhong Kuei's heart is always focused on the people. And he's determined to be a good deity who protects the people and lets them live in peace and happiness. It was true that he had never coveted the position of second-grade inspector general. My lord, the position of second-grade inspector general, although the 4 great judges have the opportunity to be promoted, but need to have great achievements, loud reputation, and their own cultivation should be promoted to the second grade. It is really not easy. In addition, this is more of the immortal director dictated things. Zhong Kuei said something with a tone that clearly carried a bit of lack of confidence. Junzai, however, smiled slightly and said, even if it's a matter of the city god say so, but your chances are still very good, my Judge Zhong. In terms of merit, your rectification of the ghosts and gods and evil spirits in the suburbs some time ago was a labor of love, and it can definitely be considered as a great merit. In terms of reputation, the name of your judge of punishment of evil Zhong Kuei, that's known all over the world. The people have immense faith in you. In my opinion, you only need to raise your own ghost and god realm to the second-grade realm. Then this position of Inspector General of the Qin Heaven. It's all yours. This second-grade Inspector General, even if Zhong Kuei didn't want to, Junzai, the master, would think for him. Hearing this, Zhong Kuei could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Promoted to second grade? It's not that easy. Ghosts and gods cultivate and rely on the incense offerings of the people. And for a ghost god like him, who had already reached the judge level, to break through, it would even require an extremely large amount of incense power to do so. According to Zhong Kuei's own judgment, he would need to spend hundreds of years absorbing incense and accumulating power in order to advance to the second grade. It is by no means an overnight thing. Junzai seemed to see through Zhong Kuei's thoughts and smiled. If millions of people in the entire suburb use incense to worship you, Zhong Kuei, do you think you have the certainty of being promoted to the second grade? This? Zhong Kuei froze. His breathing couldn't help but be heavy. Millions of people throughout the suburbs? What a huge force of incense that would be. Your Honor, I'm not kidding. There are only 2 people in the whole world who can achieve such faith from the people. Oh, Junzai asked with interest. Then tell me which 2. The first one is the first-ranked god of the city who sits in Kyoto's Qintian Supervisory Bureau, the head of the ghosts and gods, and loved by the people. The second one is naturally Your Excellency. The name of the Dragon King is worshipped by the people of the entire suburb every day. Zhong Kuei said with a straight face. Then what if I transfer all the incense of the Dragon King to you, Zhong Kuei? Zhong Kuei sniffed and instantly widened his eyes, filled with shock. It's impossible. How can the power of the incense that comes out of the people's burning faith be transferred? Wouldn't it be a mess to be able to do that? Tell me, if it works, will you, Zhong Kuei, be promoted to the second rank? Zhong Kuei gritted his teeth and seriously returned. Can, and not allowed a few days. Will be able to promote the answer to the question of how horrible the Dragon King's incenses has been practiced for some time now. And it is true. When Junzai had just absorbed the power of incense, he had skyrocketed by 10,000 Dao lines a day. It was just a pity that Junzei was, after all, a living being in the yang world, not a ghost or god, and that he was not following the route of incense cultivation. Now, the people of the suburbs provide him with incense that he has a hard time absorbing. Even if he barely absorbed it, he couldn't raise his cultivation level. That endless stream of incense gathered in the Wulon Lake day after day. I do not know how many ghosts and gods in the world to see the death of jealousy. I don't know how many of those teeth were crushed. Chapter 132, Snake Beauty's Opportunity. Zhong Kuei. You were taken in by my lord with the art of exorcism. If I live, you live. If I die, you, Zhong Kuei, will also vanish into thin air on this earth. To put it another way, you and I are one. Junzei, who had dived into the bottom of the pool, then said, your soul would have had the imprint of my true dragon in it, and if you enveloped the dragon's chi in you, you could have replaced me and absorbed the incense of the millions of people in the suburbs who had made offerings to the Dragon King. This statement was made. Rumble. Zhong Kuei only felt his head buzzing. His eyes widened in disbelief. Junzei's words were truly shocking. Actually, the Zhong Kuei, who has always been upright, froze in his tracks. After a long time, Zhong Kuei finally came back to his senses. He took a deep breath, fixed his mind, and then said with a respectful face, my lord, how capable is Zhong Kuei? How could he dare to steal the heavenly merit? The people of the suburbs believe in the incense of your lord. Zhong Kuei is ashamed to receive it. Zhong Kuei, you should know that the greater one's ability, the greater the responsibility one shoulders, and if you can become the second in command of the Qin Tian supervisory authority, then not only will you be able to better protect the people, but you will also be of greater use to my lord. As soon as the words fell, Junzei also didn't give Zhong Kuei any choice at all, suddenly exerting an incomparably powerful force. This power surged like a torrent, carrying an irresistible pressure that instantly sucked Zhong Kuei into the bottom of the pool. Just stay at the bottom of the crouching dragon pool for a few good days. With Junzei's words, the crouching dragon pool, which was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly became choppy. One could only see a steady stream of water from all directions converging above the crouching dragon pool, forming a huge curtain of water. And those power of incense that originally filled the air also seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force at this moment. It began to stir violently. In the blink of an eye, the power of these joss sticks seems to be like a heavenly river venting and drilling towards the bottom of the pool. The whole spectacle was extraordinary, and the people in the suburbs saw from afar that the incense breath that converged on the Wulongton was beginning to be absorbed. Instantly, one was thrilled. The Dragon King is enjoying the incense of their offerings again. It's a great honor. All of a sudden, the people from house to house either flocked to the Dragon King temple or burned incense and wished up in front of their homes. It was a good time. In a few moments of effort, the smoke and haze filled the air, converging into a river and pouring into the crouching dragon pool in an endless stream. Zhong Kuei, who was seated at the bottom of the pool, was violently shaken, and there was a steady stream of incense power entering his body. The sheer number of them made him feel like he had been a judge for all those years for nothing. Hurrah! Zhong Kuei's divine aura began to skyrocket, his entire body glowing and glowing, his sleeves hunting in the water, and not far away, there was a pair of candle-like dragon eyes watching Zhong Kuei, brighter than a night pearl. By the looks of it, in less than 3 days, Zhong Kuei will be able to advance to the second-grade ghost god realm. Junzei gave a contemplative sigh and said darkly again, I need to advance as quickly as possible as well. A great storm against myself is about to sweep in. Inside the palace, Emperor Jialong was very busy these days, busy pampering all kinds of demonesses. And the strange thing is, but all the demonesses who were favored left the palace the next day and returned to Taihang Mountain, back on their racial turf. The snake beauty Minglan, whom the Snake King sent to the palace in the first place, was originally quite popular with Emperor Jialong, but strangely enough, Minglan was not actually summoned to serve the bed. Instead, they are simply left out in the cold, if not forgotten. But those female goblins who had long been coldly ignored or even forgotten by Emperor Jialong instead regained their favor. The ever-smart Minglan suddenly realized that there was something fishy going on here. Even if the emperor was beastly, he was not so horny. What's the excitement? And why all those favored demonesses have left the palace to go back to Taihang Mountain? So Minglan inquired around and ended up sitting down and chatting with a group of consorts who were also left out in the cold. Concubine Lan, you still don't understand. The emperor called us to serve him this time, not just for fish and water, but for a purpose. Sister, what purpose could the emperor have? Minglan asked with feigned curiosity. Of course it's pulling the strings. Behind us goblins are the racial forces of the Taihang Mountains. You didn't know that, did you? The other party suddenly whispered, His Majesty wants to take the dragon to get longevity. This time it's a real move. Not only does His Majesty need to use the power of the court, But he also needs to borrow the power of the Taihang mountain race to deal with the real dragon in the Wulong Pond. And this time he says that he has to take it down in one go. What? Against a true dragon? Minglan almost exclaimed in shock that the emperor was actually going to gather the power of both the human and demon races together to deal with the true dragon. This is too unbelievable. Another female goblin, however, said in a conspiratorial manner, "It is said in the streets that whether or not a woman has a good life after marrying depends on the strength of her mother's family. Though we are not popular goblins, the power of the race behind us is our mother's family." This time the slave was not favored by the emperor. "It is not that the race behind me is not even ranked in the Taihang Mountains." When Minglan saw that the talking female goblin's body was a red-furred chicken, she immediately understood. "But it's strange, our race is not powerful." "But Minglan, you are from the Snake Clan. The Snake Clan is the top demonic power in Taihang Mountain. Its Snake King Candlegeo is not only a terrifying 9-colored sky-swallowing python, but also the strength of a half-step deep mountain demon king. It's reasonable that His Majesty should pull you in properly. How come he's cold-shouldered you instead? What's so strange about this? His Majesty is pulling in the forces of the demon race in order to deal with the true dragon. But that true dragon is made of snakes. Dragons and snakes are a family, and did not allow Minglan to serve in the bed because it is impossible for the snakes to become a sword in His Majesty's hands." When these words came out, everyone realized in vain and cast a sympathetic gaze at Minglan. This snake beauty. "I'm afraid that in the future there is no future at all in the harem." The goblin's words had made it all clear to Minglan in an instant. After understanding that, Minglan was unusually anxious. The true dragon came from the Snake Clan, with whom she had a tangentially related connection though. Moreover, when the Snake King Candlegeo sent her to the palace, he didn't really send her to enjoy glory and wealth, but to be the Snake Clan's eyes in the palace. Any news that is unfavorable to the serpents must be reported back at the first opportunity. "I must deliver this amazing news back. No, I have to personally go back to the Snake Clan. It's best if I can meet Lord True Dragon." Minglan secretly made up her mind. How could she not go back in person for such an opportunity to curry favor with the true dragon? Once when Minglan was still in the Snake Palace, he had the merit of admonishing the Snake King not to deal with that adult. It's a good fruit. Right now, if one were to pass on the news that the Emperor was going to unite with the forces of the demon race to deal with Lord True Dragon, then the True Dragon must look at himself differently and be grateful. To say it's a benefactor would be an understatement. This is a rare opportunity for myself. Thinking about this, Minglan's nervousness turned into excitement. While the group of female goblins were still complaining about the lack of power of the race behind them, Minglan had already quietly left, then sneak out of the palace, straight to the Taihang Mountains. Chapter 133, Snake Woman. Minglan, I know you up in the Taihang Mountains. Minglan was incomparably familiar with the terrain, and soon arrived at the territorial boundaries of the Snake Clan. Making her way through the layers of guards, she finally stood in front of a magnificent snake palace. This palace Candlegeo had bragged that it was no less than the imperial palace of the human race. But now Minglan, who has become the consort of Emperor Jialong, once again examines this snake palace, but realizes that it is nothing compared to a real human palace. From this, I'm afraid that Candlegeo has not witnessed the magnificent sight of the human race's imperial palace, and the craftsmen he had taken captive to build the serpent's palace that year had not been fully committed to their skills. Snake Lady Minglan seeks an audience with Lord Snake King. Minglan respectfully knelt in front of the Snake Palace door. The two guards responsible for guarding the gate of the Snake Palace were as motionless as statues, not even looking at Minglan. However, the powerful aura emanating from their bodies indicated that these guards possessed at least 5,000 years of Tao, and were even approaching the realm of 10,000-year-old demons. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Minglan kowtowed again and shouted, "Snake Woman Minglan has come from the palace of the human race with important news to pay her respects to Lord Snake King." But still no one responded to her request. The doors of the Snake Palace were closed tightly, not showing the slightest crack, as if they were completely ignoring her presence. Minglan was anxious and was just about to cry out again when she saw the sky above her head suddenly darken, and she looked up in surprise, only to see a huge snake head appear in front of one's eyes, which was as big as a small mountain, and the scales on its body emitted a palpitating light. Those icy eyes were looking down at themselves from above. Minglan's heart tightened as she realized that this giant snake must be some powerful existence in the Snake Palace. She carefully observed the giant snake and realized that its body was unusually large, even larger than the entire Snake Palace. Its body wrapped around the Serpent Palace, forming a huge spiral that wrapped around the entire palace. Minglan suddenly remembered something. Her eyes widened with a shocked expression. Titan Python? The name sent a wave of fear and despair through her. The Titan Python was the most massive snake species of the Snake Clan, and was also an extremely ferocious existence, and the incomparably large Titan Python in front of him was the mount of Snake King Candle 9. The Titan Python let out a hoarse and low voice. "The Snake King is in seclusion to heal his wounds. No one will see him. Go back. Minglan cried out unwillingly. But I have important news to report to the Snake King. However, the Titan Python was not impressed by her words and instead said coldly, "Go back." A hint of warning flickered in its gaze, as if Minglan dared to nag one more time. He was afraid that he would become food to be stuffed by the Titan Python. Minglan didn't dare to say anything more. She was well aware of the ferocious nature of the Titan Pythons. She directly stood up and turned to leave. In fact, since the Snake King was injured protecting the path for true Dragon Lord, the Snake Clan had entered a state of total closure. If Minglan wasn't a member of the Snake Clan, I'm afraid that she wouldn't even be able to get close to the outskirts of the Snake Clan, let alone be able to kneel in front of the Snake Palace at this time. Turning to leave, Minglan's bright and colorful face nevertheless revealed a trace of an imperceptible smile. She had not originally returned to Taihang Mountain to pay her respects to the Snake King, but Minglan was clear that if he returned to Taihang Mountain and directly crossed the Snake King to meet Lord True Dragon, he would be breaking a major taboo. At this time, the Snake King is in closed-door training, and her request for an audience fails to materialize. In that case, it's not her fault. In the very next instant, Minglan did not hesitate to dart towards the crouching dragon pool. Despite the fact that Minglan had once served as a maid of the Snake Palace and was known as the Snake Beauty, she had a humble status and shallow cultivation, and had never actually set foot in the crouching dragon pool. Therefore, she could only feel her way forward as if she were casting a stone. After some twists and turns, Minglan finally passed through the heavy dense forest, and just a short distance ahead came the roar of a waterfall rushing and declaring. A hint of surprise flashed in Minglan's eyes, and she was convinced that the crouching dragon pool must be where it was located in front of her. Suddenly, however, a wave of unspeakable fear flooded through her mind, chilling her to the core. A suffocatingly terrifying aura filled the dense forest, as if it had inherently formed a powerful pressure on her. Minglan's face instantly turned as white as paper, and even her breathing became difficult. Immediately after that, she was horrified to find that a line of immense monsters had appeared in the dense forest, and they stood like mountains. Each monster exuded a fiery aura, like a burning flame, and countless pairs of intimidating eyes stared at her with a deadly glare. The gazes of these monsters were as if they were branded onto her body. Put! Minglan opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of heavy blood, her entire body shaking. Augurs, so many augurs. Minglan's entire body was like falling into an abyss. I am the lady-in-waiting of Lord Candle 9 of the Snake Palace, and I have an important request to see Lord Dragon King. Minglan didn't even bother to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and opened her mouth in a panic to explain, fearful that if he said anything late, he would die without a burial. The Serpent King's maid? Only to see the boiling terror in the dense forest quietly dissipate quite a bit, also giving Minglan a chance to catch his breath. What's the matter? Speak clearly. The Dragon King is not something you can just see when you're a little snake charmer. Minglan also didn't dare to hide. The slave girl came from the human palace. The human emperor Jiao Long designed to murder Lord Dragon King. The slave girl came here to report the news. What? The emperor's old man wants to harm Lord Dragon King. These words were like a thunderbolt that exploded beside the ears of all the augurs. All of a sudden, the breath of this dense forest augur surged up, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Where could Minglan suffer so much terror? She only felt like her body was being pressed by a huge mountain. It was hard to breathe and her heart was racing. His face was as pale as paper. Blood was constantly spilling out from the corners of his mouth, and his entire body looked about to faint. Let her through. Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice with no doubt rang out. This voice was like heavenly music, causing Minglan's heart to rejoice, and her original consciousness that was about to dissipate was awake for a few more moments. The dense forest was quiet all of a sudden, and the scaly dragon's breath disappeared without a trace. Minglan dragged her weak body and ran forward as hard as she could, using all her strength in every step, and finally stood on the shore of the Wulong pool as she wished. She was panting and soaked as if she had just been in a life and death struggle, not bothering to appreciate the beauty of her surroundings. Her legs went limp and she knelt on the ground, shouting at the sparkling surface of the pool. Snake Woman Minglan, pay respects to Lord Dragon King Minglan. I know you. Elder Candle 9 mentioned your name once. You helped me before the words fell. A layer of ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the pool, followed by a huge dragon's head slowly floating out of the water. The dragon's head was crystal clear, flashing with multicolored light, and its eyes were as bright as jewels, emanating a majestic aura. Chapter 134, Becoming a follower of Lord Dragon King. Lord Dragon King actually knew himself. Minglan's heart was shaken and she was so excited that she burst into tears. She never thought that the high and mighty Lord Dragon King would recognize a humble little snake spirit like herself. In his heart, he was even more grateful to Candle 9, but Minglan didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, still respectfully worshipped towards the dragon's head on the surface of the pool, and then carefully said, Your Honor is overstating the case. The slave girl is insignificant. Where can I take up the word help from Your Honor? The head of the dragon on the surface of the pool narrowed his eyes slightly before saying, Tell me, why do you want to see me? Minglan didn't dare to hide it and hurriedly told the whole story. My lord, the slave girl was originally a maid of the Snake Palace, and was later sent to the palace by the Snake King to become the consort of the human emperor. And in the past few days, the emperor has continuously favored the female goblins sent to the palace by the major races. And after that, these goblins have returned to Taihang Mountain. Speaking here, Minglan paused, and then continued. The slave girl inquired from many sides and learned that the original emperor's move was to pull in the demonic forces behind the female goblin in an attempt to disadvantage you, my lord. And that is why the slave girl had the audacity to come to see the dragon face, hoping that your lordship would be on guard and be careful for the best. After Minglan finished speaking, he quietly waited for the Lord Dragon King's response. However, the Dragon King Sama didn't show too much surprise or anger. He just looked at her calmly, then faintly returned. I see. You have a heart. Minglan, who was good at detecting words and observations, was startled in her heart and couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, My lord, could it be that you already know about this? If Lord Dragon King had already known, then wouldn't her report today become a joke? Doing useless human work for nothing. The Emperor's old man wants to eat dragon meat to gain longevity, and is bent on targeting me as a dragon. This has long been no secret, but the Hall of Human Emperors even pulled in demonic forces to join forces against me. This is a point I didn't expect. Junzei cast reverse knowledge of the future to gain insight into the future, but he was not able to see all the details clearly. No wonder the crouching dragon pool in the picture was flowing with blood, and the tens of thousands of scaly dragons he had cultivated were dead or injured. It turned out that the Emperor's old man not only had to use the power of the court, but also the power of the demon race. What a painstaking effort to lose face. Minglan, the information you gave is very useful. Tell me, what do you want? This lord will try to fulfill you. Minglan's beautiful eyes lit up and she was busy kowtowing heavily on the ground. My slave wants to follow the Dragon King and serve him. I hope you will allow me to do so. Junzei was slightly surprised. A pair of candle-like golden dragon eyes looking deeply at the woman kneeling on the shore. I didn't expect the other party to make such a request to follow him. A very clever snake goblin and very ambitious. The other party was just a small maid of the Snake Palace back then. But because of her intelligence she was seen by the Snake King Candlejo, thus sending her to the human palace and becoming the emperor's consort. Now, she wants to get on her own big boat with the help of the information she got in the palace. Junzei did not immediately agree, as he secretly pondered what kind of benefits this intelligent snake beauty could bring to him. Minglan didn't get an answer from Lord Dragon King first time, and his heart was so anxious that his palms began to sweat slightly. She knew that it was a big gamble. At one time, she thought that the Snake King Candle 9 was already a marvelous big shot. When she enters the palace and witnesses Emperor Jialong, she realizes that the Snake King is nothing. And as the emperor of the Grand Xia dynasty, Emperor Jialong was almost omnipotent. But in order to deal with the true dragon, he had gone to such great lengths and tried to draw on the demonic forces. All of these things made Minglan deeply realize that the true dragon was the most supreme and unattainable existence in this world. As an ordinary snake spirit, the mediocre Minglan naturally did not dare to think that she could take the path of augur and dragon. But what an honor and opportunity it would be to follow a true dragon. Thinking of this, Minglan couldn't help but clench her fists, determined to seize this opportunity. Fine, I grant you this request. But, Minglan was overjoyed at the words, but when she heard the word but at the end, she was nervous again. I can take you, but you will continue to return to the human palace as a concubine. I want you to become the emperor's oldest favored concubine, preferably replacing Daji's position. In this way, you will be useful to this great man. Return to the palace and take Daji's place? Minglan's face was filled with a difficult look, not unwilling, but knowing how many kilograms she had. This simply couldn't be done. My lord, due to the relationship between the Serpent clan and my lord, Minglan has already been cold-shouldered by the emperor in the palace. And even if she goes back again, she won't be favored, not to mention replacing Daji's position. Junzei had long thought of this crucial point. He smiled and said, when you return to the palace, you will tell the emperor's elder that you are returning to Taihang Mountain this time in order to exhort the Snake King to draw a line in the sand with my dragon, and that even if the emperor's elder besieges the crouching dragon pool then, the Snake clan will not intervene. In that case, the emperor's old man will surely be impressed. Minglan pondered for a moment. That was a good way to put it. But she then said the question in her heart, but if the time comes, when the emperor really comes to siege Wulongtan, it will also be the same to pass the help. The Snake clan and the bloodline of the adults are connected. How can we look at the adults to be attacked by the enemy? You don't need to worry about that. I don't need anyone's help in this crisis. including the Serpent clan. Junzei spoke faintly. Not only would he not let the Snake clan meddle in this matter, even the tens of thousands of augurs in the dense forest would be asked to evacuate in advance. In Junzei's opinion, the only way to be able to resolve this crisis was to promote himself to the next stage of the dragon body. But my lord, wouldn't that be too dangerous for you? Minglan said worriedly. In the face of the human emperor using the power of both the human and demon races, Lord Dragon King actually wanted to deal with it alone. Gosh, what a drive! Junzei didn't have the patience to explain them all as he opened his huge dragon's mouth and a cloud of radiant gas spat out of it and floated towards Minglan. The gas eventually enveloped Minglan's entire body. This massive dragon chi will protect your body. It will not only allow you to refine your cultivation, but also improve your physique. And more importantly, it can save your life at critical moments. As the words fell, the radiant dragon chi instantly merged into Minglan's body. In an instant, Minglan's aura skyrocketed, and it was as if the entire person had undergone an epic metamorphosis. Her face, which had been pale, became flushed, radiant and refreshed. Moreover, her body had undergone a radical change. Not only had her skin become delicate and smooth, but she also exuded a noble flavor. The poise is also greatly enhanced by this, and it is breathtakingly beautiful. And that's just the benefits that are visible to the naked eye. It is wonderful to be nourished by the dragon's energy. It's like a carp jumping through the door. Chapter 135, Bringing the Snake Clan Together. Never. Inside the palace. These days, Emperor Jialong was busy on all fours, not only to contact courtiers to serve him, but also to commend the major sectarian forces in the Jianghu, and at the same time to pamper the major demon consorts. Since his ascension to the throne of the Great Treasure, he had never been so busy, nor had he been so serious about something. The city god forced Emperor Jialong to agree to the establishment of the Crown Prince, which made Emperor Jialong feel a potential crisis inside. He knew that first-grade positive god was already very unhappy with him as an emperor. The establishment of the Crown Prince is said to be good. In the final analysis, is not just want to replace the great Xia dynasty for a new emperor. Emperor Jialong laughed coldly in his heart. Although on the surface he obeyed the words of the city god, but in his heart he had his own little plans. He knew that if he ate the dragon's flesh and got immortality, he could become an eternal emperor. At that time, even if there was an Eastern Palace Crown Prince in existence, then he could only be the Crown Prince only, and there was absolutely no way that he could replace his throne. Time was running out, and Emperor Jialong's eyes shone with a firm and regal light. He's going to use all the power the emperor can muster to take the dragon. Just then, Daji appeared in front of Emperor Jialong with a smiling face. She reported to Emperor Jialong, "Your Majesty, news has been coming in from those concubines who returned to Taihang Mountain earlier, and more than half of the great kings behind them have expressed their willingness to serve your Majesty." More than half? When Emperor Jialong heard this news, he was obviously not very pleased. The demonic forces behind the consorts he sent back were all large races that ranked high in the Taihang Mountains. If they could all be used for him, they would undoubtedly give him a huge boost. At that time, the power of the court, coupled with the power of the demon race, having failed the first two times, this time, Emperor Garon wanted to be foolproof. Emperor Jialong looked at Daji and said, "Consort, tell those demon kings who are still hesitating that they can only help me take down the true dragon, and I will never renege on the conditions I promised them at that time. They need not harbor in Taihang Mountain. I will divide a city to be their demon city. Your Majesty is really a good spirit. I admire you." Those demon kings have been in the mountains for a long time. They don't know how much they yearn to live in a human city. And the key? It's still legal. They don't need to worry about being rounded up by the human race in the future. With such a tempting condition, it's hard for them just not to want to agree to it. Emperor Jialong laughed coldly. In order to succeed in taking the dragon, a mere city was nothing. As long as he could live forever, half of the kingdom he would not mind. What did the man in the tree castle say? Emperor Karen asked again. Daji laughed. Gu Changming wants to kill the dragon more than His Majesty, and when he learned of His Majesty's plan, he naturally cooperated fully, but he asked Consort Hua to remind His Majesty not to only consider the dragons in the Wulong Pond and the tens of thousands of dragons that he has cultivated, but also to consider the power of the snake race. Snake Nation. Emperor Jialong immediately had two big heads. The Snake Clan was originally one of the top Cave Lord Demon King forces in Taihang Mountain, and Snake King Candle 9 was now at the level of a half-step deep mountain demon king. If the Snake King led the Snake Clan to protect that demonic dragon, I'm afraid there would be changes. Concubine, is it really impossible for the snake race to pull together? As long as the Snake King makes a request, I will not fail to agree. Daji directly shook her head. Your Majesty, when Demon Dragon ascended to the Heavenly Gate, the Snake Clan was desperate to help, and Candle Joe even went so far as to tear his face off with Gu Changming. To be able to do so, Does your majesty think Candle Jiao will give up Demon Dragon and thus support your majesty? Well, it's unrealistic. Emperor Jiaolong sighed and said again without dying, then if I don't need the Snake King to help me, as long as the snake race doesn't intervene in my siege of Wulongtan, it's okay if you don't help each other and watch the fire from the other side of the river. Daji pondered for a moment, but shook her head. The snake race and the demon dragon can be said to have blood thicker than water. It has long been indistinguishable. Moreover, the snake clan has invested so much in the demon dragon above, and if they leave it alone now, won't it be a wasted effort? A hint of determination flashed in Emperor Jiaolong's eyes. He clenched his fists and secretly resolved in his heart, no matter what, I have to try. It's best if I can pull it together. If the Snake King really doesn't get on board, I don't mind overthrowing the Snake Clan by hand immediately afterward. He cried out with firm eyes. Come on, summon Consort Lan to come and have an audience with me. However, it didn't take long. A eunuch ran in a panic to report to Emperor Jiaolong, Your Majesty, concubine Lan disappeared several days ago, and according to rumors, she was seen leaving the palace privately and heading in the direction of the Taihang Mountains. Hearing this news, Emperor Jiaolong was instantly enraged. His eyes widened as he angrily cursed. Damned bitchy servant girl, what a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. How dare you betray me, Your Majesty. It must be that concubine Lan sensed something strange and went back to the Snake Clan to ventilate the situation. Emperor Jiaolong was furious, gritting his teeth and saying, damnable to the extreme. In vain I favored her in the beginning, but she is so heartless and uncaring. Being backstabbed by his own favored concubine hurt Emperor Jiaolong. It's the same as being cuckolded. At this time, Daji came out at the right time to comfort. Your Majesty, calm down. It doesn't matter if concubine Lan reports or not. The snake race can't be used by Your Majesty anyway. In fact, the most feared thing about the Snake Clan is nothing more than that Candle 9. And if Candle 9 really goes out of his way to cause trouble, my humble servant is willing to do the work of a dog and horse to stop Candle 9 for Your Majesty. Emperor Jiaolong looked at Daji in surprise and asked suspiciously, Ifei is actually capable of stopping Candle 9? Daji smiled and nodded, confidently saying, don't worry, Your Majesty. Although Candle 9 is the 9-colored heaven-swallowing python, my concubine is also the 9-tailed heavenly fox. So would I be weaker than it? Her stunningly beautiful and moving face was overflowing with immense confidence. That kind of confidence seems to be innate and cannot be questioned by others. Ha ha, Afe. I really can't leave you, haha, laughed Jiaolong. Emperor eyes deep but flashed a trace of alarm. Candle 9 is a half-step deep mountain demon king. Daji can stop. Is not she is also a half-step deep mountain demon king? This pillow talker of his own is so well hidden. Half-step deep mountain demon king. If he wanted to take his life as an emperor, it could be as simple as picking up a bag. Thinking about this, Emperor Jiaolong actually had a chill down his back. For some reason, the heart began to feel a slight repulsion towards Daji. Daji, how sensitive, instantly noticed the abnormalities of the Jiaolong emperor, and immediately regretted it. She could be strong, but not so strong that she could sensitize the suspicious Emperor Jiaolong and thus scorn herself. Also, as long as Emperor Jiaolong succeeded in taking the dragon by then, she would not continue to stay in the palace even if she got the benefits she wanted. Daji reassured herself darkly. At that point, suddenly, a eunuch came up to report. Your Majesty, concubine Lan is back. Concubine Lan has returned to the palace for an audience with Your Majesty. Emperor Jiaolong and Daji were surprised at the same time. The Lan Fei who went back to Taihang Mountain to tattle is back again? This operation is straight up unintelligible. Even Daji was in a state of confusion for a moment. Chapter 136, Returning to the Palace. Minglan fascinates Emperor Jiaolong. Your Majesty, is Princess Lan being summoned for an audience? The eunuch couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive when he saw Emperor Jiaolong frozen there, so he asked cautiously. Shen. Emperor Jiaolong came back to his senses. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, I would like to see what tricks this white-eyed wolf who can't be bred is going to play, and even dares to come back, when I don't dare to kill her. After a while, only a bright and attractive woman with a charming figure dressed in a gorgeous outfit slowly walked into the grand hall. With a smile on her face, she knelt and bowed towards Emperor Jiaolong, saying softly, Minglan greets Your Majesty. May Your Majesty rest in peace. Immediately afterward, she turned her head to look at Daji on the side, revealing a sweet smile as she delicately cried out, My little sister has met her elder sister. Emperor Jiaolong tightened his face with a look of anger and loudly scolded. Concubine Lan, do you know the crime? Minglan slightly lowered her head and made an aggrieved look as she replied, Your Majesty, I am aware of my sins. I happened to learn that Your Majesty had sent many of the sisters of the demon race to return to Taihang Mountain, wanting to bring in those racial demon kings, and thinking that I could help share Your Majesty's worries. I left the palace privately, and also went to the Snake Clan's mother's house in Taihang Mountain. Humph, a bunch of nonsense. You clearly went back to the Snake Clan to ventilate. Could it be that you went back to the Snake Clan to bring in Snake King Candlegio for me? Emperor Jiaolong's eyes flashed with killing intent, and his voice was cold as he refuted. Through Daji's analysis, the Snake King Candlegio and the Demon Dragon were so close that they could almost wear the same pants. Therefore, it was simply impossible for the snake race to be pulled in to serve Emperor Jiaolong. Your Majesty is wise, Minglan said with a serious face. I originally did intend to go back to pull the Snake King together and persuade him to serve your Majesty. So what? What happened? Did Candle 9 send you rolling back in disgrace? Emperor Jiaolong smiled with disdain on his face, looking at Minglan as if he were looking at a corpse. Lord Snake King did ask my concubine to come back and continue to serve His Majesty, but at the same time, he also asked me to bring a message to His Majesty. Oh, what words? Emperor Jiaolong subconsciously asked. Lord Snake King said that the Snake Clan has no intention of being an enemy of the Imperial Court, much less going against His Majesty, and that no matter what His Majesty's plans are, as long as they don't involve the Snake Clan, he will never intervene. After hearing this, Emperor Jiaolong was stunned and couldn't believe his ears, staring at Minglan with wide eyes, incredulously pursuing, what did you just say? Snake King Candlegio will not interfere in the matter between me and that demonic dragon. Is that true? Your Majesty, Lord Serpent King did say so, 1,000 times over. The anger on Emperor Jiaolong's face instantly transformed into ecstasy. This was really great news. If the Snake King stayed out of it, then it would be much easier to deal with the demon dragon. It's even a sure thing to take it all in one fell swoop. A dragon in the district is not the sun in the sky. So what's not to take? Your Majesty, beware of deception. The scene where the Snake King helped the demon dragon ascend to the heavenly gate in the first place was seen by the whole world. How can he stay out of it now? Daji stepped forward to remind, then looked contemptuously at Minglan, who was kneeling on the ground, the corners of her mouth rising slightly, revealing a look of disdain. Little snake woman. It's easy to fool Her Majesty, but you're still a little young to fool her. With this reminder from Daji, Emperor Jiaolong's smile that had already blossomed instantly froze on his face. He stared tightly at Minglan again, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Concubine Lan, you have to think before you speak. If you dare to deceive me, the consequences are not something you can afford. I will let you die an ugly death. You can't even be a ghost. Emperor Jiaolong said coldly, his voice dripping with a sense of majesty and coldness. When Minglan heard this, her heart was shocked and her face became even more terrified. She hurriedly kowtowed, her forehead hitting the ground heavily, making a crisp ringing sound. Your Majesty, everything I said is true. There is absolutely no falsehood. Sister only knows one thing but not the other, Minglan explained anxiously. Then, she continued, at first, the Snake King did protect the path for the demonic dragon and transformed it into a dragon. That's not true, but after that, the Snake King had to choose to go into seclusion to heal his wounds because his injuries were too severe. But who would have thought that that demonic dragon would be so ungrateful? It took advantage of the time when the Snake King was in seclusion to heal his wounds and pulled the snake race's experts one by one to its side. These snake race experts have transited to become Jiao dragons. Once the snakes turn into scaly dragons, they no longer belong to the Snake Clan, but have become the henchmen of the demon dragon of the crouching dragon pool. And nowadays, the Snake King can be said to hate that demon dragon with all his heart. Minglan finished these words in one breath, with a sincere tone and genuine expression. Her gaze was firm as she looked at Emperor Jiaolong, as if to prove that what she said was true. After hearing Minglan's words, Emperor Jiaolong's brows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. He felt that Minglan had a few points. The tens of thousands of scaly dragons in the Wulong Lake today were once experts of the Snake Clan. Demon Dragon Empty Gloves is making a lot of money, but the Snake King Candle 9 is losing a lot of money. Daji, who was listening on the side, was also unable to refute for a while. She had to admit that this little snake girl's remark made sense. It was completely impossible for her to find half a break, but she just didn't believe it. What kind of character was Candlegio? Stepping into the half-step deep mountain demon king realm had already been lawless, and had directly fought hard against ruler ancient Changming. If it was really as this little snake girl said, I am afraid that Candlegio would have fought with that demon dragon long ago. Seeing that Daji had fallen silent, Emperor Jiaolong thought that she had believed it as well, and with a hearty laugh he helped Minglan up from the ground. Consort, is my bad. You go out of your way for me to return to the snake tribe to do things. I also almost wronged you. Consort, rest assured. This time you for me to make a great achievement. I will certainly reward you well. Emperor Jiaolong obediently took Minglan in his arms to comfort her. After hugging Minglan, he scrutinized her face. Emperor Jiaolong suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was surprisingly more and more beautiful and attractive, with a unique charm that made people feel compassionate. The change surprised and intrigued Emperor Garon. It even felt that Princess Lan's beauty was already indistinguishable from Daji's. I was mesmerized on the spot and couldn't take my eyes off it. Daji just wanted to say what was in her mind to refute Minglan. But then she saw Emperor Jialong hugging Minglan with a mouthful of Ifei, pissed off and straight up blue in the face. On weekdays, Emperor Jialong had always affectionately called her one as consort AI, and now he even managed to call this little snake girl consort AI as well. Where does that leave her? Humph. Daji snorted coldly, a displeased look on her face. Your Majesty has wronged Sister Lan Fei, then make it up to her now. I'll leave. When Daji finished, she didn't really have half the intention of leaving, but only wanted to pull Emperor Jialong's attention to herself. But instead, he saw Emperor Jialong wave his hand at her instead. There was no semblance of retention at all. This can be Daji angry. The crown of the harem. When has she ever suffered this kind of aggression? Little snake girl. Dead bitch. You wait for this palace. Daji turned away angrily. After Daji left, Emperor Jialong hugged Minglan and comforted her for a while, then said with great pride, Ifei, you have solved a big problem for me. If the Snake Clan doesn't intervene, I'll have full control. Come on. Notify the 100 officials that I'm going to hold a court meeting tomorrow and have something big to announce. The Taihang Mountain demon race has been pulled together almost, just waiting for him to give the order to take the dragon again. Chapter 137. Emperor Jialong sneaks in to give an imperial decree. The next day, the sun poured through the clouds and illuminated the earth. With the first rays of sunlight, a new day begins. At the same time, the palace pilgrimage was about to open. With doubts and curiosity, the civil and military officials stepped into the splendid Dasha Palace. They stood in good order on top of the courtroom according to their respective official ranks, as if a grand picture scroll was unfolding. Subsequently, the civil and military officials unanimously gazed at the dragon chair in front of them, which symbolized supreme power, waiting for the arrival of Emperor Garon. However, time passed minute by minute for half an hour, and there was still no sign of Emperor Jialong. The 100 officials couldn't help but begin to talk to each other and murmur. Some looked around anxiously, trying to find any sign of Emperor Garlong, while others talked in low voices, speculating on his intentions. And those ministers who had a clear mind revealed a hint of defensiveness on their faces from the moment they stepped into the Dasha Palace. They knew very well that it was definitely not a good thing for Emperor Jialong, a dim-witted emperor, to suddenly convene a court meeting. When the last court meeting was held, Emperor Jialong attempted to take the dragon, but the result was that the 100 officials did not do as he wished. There's no telling what we'll get up to this time. Just when the 100 officials were worried, a sharp and piercing voice rang out in the hall. The emperor proclaims the edict. The 100 officials listened to the decree. This voice was like a thunderbolt, causing the hearts of the 100 officials to hang in the air instantly. What does the emperor mean? The opening of the court will not come themselves. Directly the whole of a holy decree. Still, one and all could only kneel to hear the decree. In the entire hall, only the city god, who exuded a divine aura, stood in a crane-like position, disdainful of the imperial decree. A first-grade judicial positive god didn't even need to kneel in front of the emperor, let alone a mere holy decree. The emperor's decree says, I have been appointed by heaven to rule the world, and it is only through the assistance of my ministers and the support of the people that the country has prospered. However, recently there are frequent calamities. People's livelihood is difficult. The beast red flame from the heavenly prison out of the scourge of the people. I am heartbroken. The demon decapitation division's Xiaoyang work is unfavorable, so that the beast escaped from prison, cannot be blamed, dismissed from their official positions, expelled from the capital, not allowed to return to the capital within 3 years. The head honcho of the demon beheading division, Mr. Xia, has been deposed. The courtroom was in an uproar. However, this holy decree made the 100 officials nod their heads and shouted that the removal was good. This Xiaoyang virtue and incompetence. Since the appointment of the Demon Chopper Division, do not think of cutting down the demons, for the people to get rid of the harm. The whole day to the Emperor network of slutty female goblins, chaos in the harem. It made Emperor Jialong, who was already lacking in virtue, even more desolated from the affairs of state. In fact, there is no this holy decree. Many officials are also ready to take advantage of this meeting, ready to ruthlessly participate in the Summer Yonga book. The ferocious beast Red Flame escaped from the heavenly prison. This pot. Someone must take the blame. It is impossible that once Red Flame is dead, it will be taken away. But many ministers, with hearts as clear as a mirror, feel that the dismissal of Xiaoyang is just an opening. It was impossible for the emperor to hold a special meeting of the court just to dismiss Xiaoyang. With this free time, he definitely chose to pamper one more female goblin. Sure enough, the shrill voice sounded again. Although the beast Red Flame was put to death, but the world is still not peaceful. Taihang Mountain has a demon dragon, harming the party. I am very worried. The people cannot live in peace, so I hereby notify the world. The Taihang Mountain Demon Dragon under the court of the first level of Wanted. With the Kunlun Ruins, the Great Thunder Sound Temple as the main, Qin Tianjian Supervisory Board, the division of demon shopping as a supplement, leading the major sects of masters, to go to the Taihang Mountains to round up the demon dragons. I'd hope that all the subjects of the king, scrupulous duty, work together, and overcome the difficulties, take the demon dragon, no mistakes, into the country is fortunate, the people are fortunate. Seeing this, the two words, chim chim, lingered in the great hall for a long time. The 100 officials, however, froze in place, and it was difficult to return to their senses for half a day. The courtroom became silent, shocked. The civil and military officials' complexion became incomparably shocked. The emperor is really still a thief. He was so impatient to take the dragon that he even went out of his way to issue a holy decree without even giving the ministers a chance to protest. This imperial decree, the ministers will not have any room for refutation, can only obediently obey the order, otherwise it will be regarded as disobedience to the decree, equivalent to the crime of treason, which is a big crime of losing one's head. The last time there was a court meeting, neither the Kunlun Ruins nor the Great Thunder Sound Temple sent anyone, but this time it didn't matter whether they came or not, because the decree had been given. Even though the two major sects were transcendent, they were still dependent within the Great Xia dynasty after all. If you don't want to, you have to do what you're told. Emperor Jialong's move was too ruthless and completely unexpected. The courtroom exploded in chaos, with ministers cursing. This is simply outrageous. Is the emperor really worried about the people of the world? Or is he just trying to fulfill his desire for immortality? It's unbelievable that all you do all day is take the dragon and take the dragon. Yes, when the ferocious beast Red Flame escaped from the Taihang heavenly prison, who ultimately solved the problem? It wasn't none other than the Dragon King on Taihang Mountain, which had great merits and favors for both the court and the people. But now the emperor is completely disregarding all of that, and is only doing whatever he can for his own selfish desires. Abominable to the core. Shameful to the extreme. How could such a dim-witted emperor appear in our Xia? A few ministers in the opposition lost their temper and cursed directly. The dimwit shouts very smoothly, but the court was not alone in this kind of scolding. There are quite a few of Emperor Jialong's long ago contacted believers who stood out to speak. Don't get excited everyone, don't wrongly accuse His Majesty. No dragons are allowed in Daxia. This is the royal ancestral rule. No matter what the demonic dragons did, it's all the same oomph. Again with the royal ancestral tradition. Cliché, is there nothing else to say? The opposition minister sneered. Yes, why not? The emperor knows that there are many ministers in the Ri dynasty who are compelled by the demonic dragon to believe that the other side is an auspicious divine beast, but you are all blinded by the demonic dragon. The demon dragon has long been plotting against the heart of the human court. It is even more hateful to our human race. Now it seems to be peaceful and conservative. In fact, it is just biding its time, secretly enhance its own strength and build up its power. This is a laughable statement. When the royal decree was read, the city god kept surprisingly calm. In fact, he had a premonition. At this moment, upon hearing those remarks just now, his eyes suddenly became sharp and gleamed as he stared at the other party. His voice icy cold. Talking is not farting. You need to be responsible. Where did that dragon in Taihang Mountain come from with the intention of plotting against the people? And where did it come to hate the human race? Today, if you can't say a word, this god will pull out your tongue so that you can't babble again in this life. The emperor's inner circle was scared out of their wits. Hastily kneeling down to the city god, he begged for forgiveness with tears streaming down his face. Immortal, please calm down. Immortal, please calm down. What I said just now is by no means nonsense, but every word is true. The city god frowned and questioned. Do you have any proof that what you say is true? I don't recognize red tape in the courtroom. Still, the emperor's beloved but set out some jaw-dropping and irrefutable conclusions out. The city god's face went all green and white as he listened. Chapter 138. Why true dragons don't transform into human forms. He said something. Only the emperor's beloved cleared his throat and was about to stand up and make a long and impassioned speech. Just then, however, the city god suddenly snorted coldly. Kneel and speak. The voice was cold and majestic. This sudden order caused the emperor's beloved to freeze momentarily, but quickly reacted and could only obediently kneel and crouch on the ground, secretly screaming in his heart. However, he had also known that he was leading a hard job. Do a good job. Offend the ministers. Do a bad job. Offend the emperor. The heartthrob only felt an invisible pressure enveloping his entire body, almost gasping for air. But since he had been ordered by the emperor, he could only do his job well. Just as the emperor's beloved was about to open his mouth, he realized that countless pairs of sharp gazes were staring at him as tightly as swords. The eyes of the ministers are as sharp as a sword, and they want to cut him open alive and see him through from the inside out. The true dragon on Taihang Mountain is plotting a rebellion? And hate the human race? Those ministers who had once set up a longevity tablet for the true dragon at home long ago and made daily offerings. At this moment, they even pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what kind of words this emperor's beloved would actually say. If what is said is not convincing, the mouths of the people of the world can drown him. Immortal ministers, my humble servant will just say one thing. I'm afraid that the Taihang Mountain Demon Dragon's Taoism nowadays is almost comparable to that of the Deep Mountain Demon King. So has anyone in the world seen the other party in human form? He said carefully, watching everyone's expressions. Ha! A real dragon in human form? This viewpoint was like a thunderbolt that exploded above the courtroom. The group of ministers froze at once. With stunned looks on their faces, they had fallen into deep thought. And after some reflection, they were not allowed to shake their heads one after another. The emperor's heart smiled. According to the investigation of the next tube, that demon dragon, whether in the snake demon period, or the augur dragon period, and even now the body of the true dragon, have not transformed into a human form, not even once. We do not think it is strange, the city god said coldly, which means nothing. The beloved shrunk his neck and continued on with a stiff upper lip. You know that my human race is the longest of all spirits. Changing into a human being is something that demons have dreamed of since they have been cultivating, and turning into a human being is not just to confuse people, but more importantly to be able to walk the path of cultivation in a better way. There is an old saying, heaven is round. Man's head is round and his feet are square. In order to respond to it, heaven has the sun and the moon. Man has 2 eyes. The earth has 9 states. Man has 9 orifices. What's more, a saint once said that everything under the sun with 9 orifices can cultivate immortality, and that Manhwa created man in her own likeness. Therefore, the human form is the divine form, so there is no demon in the world that does not take on human form. The next tube would like to ask all the ministers. The demon dragon has cultivated to this kind of Tao that calls the wind and rain. Why it has not taken on human form? Is it unable to do so? Or is it because it does not like it? I think there is only one reason. That is, it was born to hate the human race, and does not care to take human form, even if there are many benefits of taking human form. It does not care about it. This, in an instant, the court became dead silent, even to the point where a pin could be heard. Even the city god was in deep thought. I have to admit that what this emperor's lapdog said was really thought-provoking. Why doesn't the real dragon take human form? Leaving aside the many benefits of taking on a human form, the mere fact that the dragon's body was so large that it was bound to be very inconvenient to move around. Other than hiding in the crouching dragon pool, it's almost impossible to move an inch. After all, if it made the slightest move, it would attract the attention of the world. Even the rulers of the Taihang Mountains showed themselves in human form, and the goblins were even more proud to be able to take on human form. So what is the problem? The city god really found it hard to believe that the true dragon had chosen to give up its transformation because it was filled with hatred for the human race. I'm afraid that this answer can only be answered by the presence of the true dragon himself in order to answer the doubts in the hearts of the people. Leaving aside the hatred of the human race for a moment, the city god gazed at the emperor's beloved and said in a deep voice, "You allege that the true dragon harbors the intention of plotting against the imperial court. Do you have any conclusive evidence?" Without hesitation, the beloved replied, "Since the demon dragon hates the human race, its intention to plot against the people is self-evident. So why is there a need for any other evidence?" City god frowned tightly. A minister angrily refuted, "How dare you? Right and wrong, black and white should be clear. How can you confuse? Ding is ding and Dao is Dao. Surnamed son, if you dare to wantonly slander, this official will not be lightly spared." The emperor's beloved shivered with fear, secretly blaming himself for saying that sentence too conveniently just now, but now it is in full view. A pair of eyes with quenched fire like, "One bad word and I'm afraid I'm going to die without a burial." Everyone, hold your horses. It's simple to find evidence that the demon dragon has a rebellious intent. Please allow my officer to slowly explain. In the harem, Emperor Jialong was lying on the soft dragon bed with a cozy face, enjoying consort Lan's gentle massage and service. A small eunuch was kneeling in front of him, reporting every detail of the previous meeting in detail. Jialong Emperor said cheerfully while savoring the grapes handed by Minglan, "I have learned the lesson from the last time. This time I issued a holy decree and decided not to go to the court anymore. It's really wise to leave the verbal fight with the group of ministers to the people below to cope with it, and I will be able to fall back on my leisure and ease of mind. Your Majesty, there's something I don't quite understand. May I ask for advice?" Minglan blinked her large, mesmerizing eyes as if she were worshipping a heavenly god and gazed at Emperor Jialong. According to common sense, the one standing beside Emperor Jialong at this moment should be Daji, but now it has been replaced by Minglan, who has returned from the Taihang Mountains. Moreover, since her return, Emperor Jialong hadn't let her leave within a foot of him for almost the entire day. Consort AI has made such a great achievement for me, so feel free to ask any questions you may have. Emperor Jialong smiled and replied, his growing favor for the little snake girl, Minglan, increasing dramatically. Minglan let out a delicate laugh and said, Your Majesty, you gave the heavy responsibility of surrounding the demonic dragons to the Kunlun market and the Great Thunderbolt Temple, but I have heard that these two sects don't seem to be willing to work for your Majesty. Emperor Jialong snorted coldly and said, Humph, once I issue my holy decree, no matter if it's Kunlun Ruins or Great Thundersound Temple, willing or not, they have to be obedient and take the dragon for me. They have no room for rebuttal. Minglan then asked, Then, Your Majesty, aren't you worried that they're just doing a perfunctory job and sending some minor characters to Taihang Mountain? Wouldn't this affect your Majesty's grand plan? A glint of shrewdness flashed in Emperor Jialong's eyes. Responded, the two great sects are transcendent, and have reached the point where they listen to imperial edicts but do not accept orders from the imperial court. So how can I not take precautions? Whether it's the Kunlun Ruins or the Great Thundersound Temple, I have long arranged for my imperial son to sit in on it, and at that time, let my imperial son lead the experts of the two sects to go and surround the demonic dragons. In this way, naturally, there is no need to worry. After all, how can you not do your best when your own son is leading the team? Your Majesty is wise. I truly adore you. Minglan once again gazed at Emperor Jialong with a gaze like looking up at a heavenly god. This gave great satisfaction to Emperor Jialong's vanity. In this regard, Daji is nowhere near as good as what Minglan did, because eyes can't fool people. Daji, the nine-tailed sky fox who was a half-step demon king of the deep mountains, wants her to worship an old man, even if it's a false pretense. It's hard. The pride in your bones can't be fooled. Chapter 139 Masters of the world gather under the Taihang Mountains. The world says that Emperor Jialong was dim, and by dim, I mean that a person is stupid, ignorant, and irresponsible. It is natural that an emperor who treats human life as grass is not responsible for it. But to say that Emperor Garong was stupid and ignorant is not necessarily true, since the Jialong Emperor ascended the throne, although long time not in front of the court, ignore the government, but the control of the 6 departments of the court is still quite in place. The demon beheading division aside, even the ghosts and deities of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau, among them there were no shortage of supporters of Emperor Jialong. As for the transcendent Kunlun Ruins and the Great Thundersound Temple, the former had the imperial son Xingjuer as the favorite shut-in disciple of the Taoist true headmaster. In the latter case, a royal son became a Buddhist son of the Great Thundersound Temple, practicing Mahayana Buddhism under the ancient divine Buddha. If they didn't go to seize the throne, they might even become the future heirs of these two sects. And at this time, the court is roaring above the argument, while in the harem, the emperor is leisurely watching the play. It seemed that everything was already in his hands. In fact, with Emperor Jialong's imperial decree, everything was also a foregone conclusion. Even if the whole world is against it, it won't help. A few days later, with the emperor's wanted order for dragon taking, there were dark currents among the major powers. Countless strong men and soldiers began to be gathering. They were aiming straight for the Taihang Mountains, but their purpose was not to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, but the only true dragon that had come out in 10,000 years. And certain racial forces in the Taihang Mountains similarly began to stir. A pair of eyes hidden in the darkness staring intently at the Wulong pool, as if waiting for something important to happen. Is it going to start? A deep sigh came from the depths of the crouching dragon pool, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. At this moment, the atmosphere of the entire Taihang mountain range became unusually tense, and the air was filled with a solemn and murderous aura that made people's hearts irritable and uneasy. On the outskirts of the village that was originally devastated by the ferocious beast Red Flame, the people had not yet had time to rebuild their homes. Then I saw a large number of people from Kyoto and other directions surging forward and gathering at the foot of Taihang Mountain. The frightened people thought that some horrible demonic beast had appeared in this world again, because this time, no matter the number of people, or the quality of the experts, it even far exceeded the scale of the original seizure of Red Flame. Makes one think twice, but it did not take long for the matter of the holy decree to take the dragon to spread. Everyone knows, the world was in an uproar. This immediately triggered a public outcry. Countless voices of controversy rolled in like a tidal wave into Kyoto. On what grounds did the emperor decree that the true dragon of the crouching dragon pool be apprehended? What on earth has the Dragon King done wrong? It didn't cause any trouble. It didn't make waves. On the contrary, it rained on the world and killed the 9-horned Red Flame. It's a divine object in the world. What? The holy decree says that the demon dragon hates the human race and has the intention to plot against them, and that everyone should be executed? Fart. I don't believe it. This is clearly a case of wanting to commit a crime. So what's the point? It's obvious that the current emperor wants to eat dragon meat to gain immortality. That's why he's backtracking and making such a ridiculous decision. As the saying goes, the eyes of the people are sharp. The reason for the seizure of the true dragon made the public opinion in the world become more intense than ever before. It is truly abominable. A true dragon that has done the court and the people a favor. But just because of the emperor's selfish desires, he is going to be mobilized to crusade. This is simply too much. The great Xia dynasty is about to run out of steam. Many people hooped and wailed. However, no matter how loud the public opinion in the world is, and how dissatisfied the people are in their hearts about this, none of this changes anything. The experts from the major factions under Taihang Mountain had already arrived one after another. Among them, the elite of the Demon Beheading Division and the ghosts and gods of the Qin Tian Supervisor bore the brunt of the vanguard force. Since the head honcho under Xia Yong of the Demon Beheading Division had been removed, the current leader of the team was a third-grade Palm Mirror envoy named Nangong Ling. He had been a great inner expert in escorting the palace, and it could be said that he had a great relationship with Emperor Jialong, and was a close confidant of the emperor who had been cultivated by the emperor. On the other side, the Qintian Supervisory Authority was led by Judge Lu Yudao of the Inspection Division. Although the city god was very dissatisfied with the emperor's decree, the Qintian Supervisory Commission belonged to the imperial body after all, and he could not openly disobey the imperial order. So, the city god decided to hold a meeting at the Chinatown and asked the 4 judges under his command, the 8 paraphernalia, and the 24 chief officials to come and discuss the matter. When the meeting began, the city god looked at the crowd with an expressionless face, then coldly asked, "Who is willing to lead a team to Taihang Mountain to apprehend the demon dragon?" In his mind, he thought that as long as no one came forward, he would perfunctorily designate an unimportant person to perform the task at random. The means of the true dragon of the Wulongtan has long been known to the world, with its high level of Taoism and spells, and he does not want the ghosts and gods of the Qintian Supervisory Commission to go over there and get killed for nothing. But who would have thought that Inspector General Lu Yudao instantly stepped forward and expressed his willingness to lead a team to Taihang Mountain to besiege the demon dragon? For this reason, the city god even gave Lu Yudao a deep look. I didn't realize that the judge in his hands had been bought by the emperor long ago. There was no choice but to agree. At this moment, the black pressurized people assembled at the bottom of Taihang Mountain. At a glance, the densely packed figures spread all over the mountain, like an infinite black ocean. They stood quietly, not saying a word, but exuding an indescribable sense of oppression, as if the entire heaven and earth were under their control. Those who didn't know, thought they were going to level the entire Taihang Mountain. However, even with such power, the crowd did not immediately begin to act, but continued to wait for something. This was because there were 2 other groups of people who had not yet arrived, those from the Kunlun Ruins and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Everyone knew that the key to surrounding the demonic dragon was still on the shoulders of the Kunlun Ruins with the Great Thunder Sound Temple. They're a bunch of supporting characters at best. Just then, a deafening air-breaking sound suddenly came from the sky, resounding through the clouds. The crowd looked up into the sky, only to see an immense and incomparable flying sword flying rapidly from afar, like a shooting star crossing the sky. This flying sword shone with endless haze and immortal sounds, and on top of the flying sword stood vast silhouettes of people, all exuding an unrivaled aura. "It's the experts from the Kunlun Ruins coming," someone in the crowd exclaimed, their voice filled with excitement and anticipation. This huge sword swooped down at an astonishing speed, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky and plunging straight into the ground. The might it brought was so strong that it even gave the illusion that it seemed to split the earth in 2. Just at the moment the giant sword was about to touch the ground, it instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Immediately afterward, a group of transcendent and powerful Aura Kunlun Ruins experts appeared in front of the crowd. Chapter 140 Emperor Jialong's 2 sons. Dao Zi and Buddha Zi. This group of Kunlun Ruins experts each had a powerful aura that was as awe-inspiring as an immortal descending from the earth. That transcendent aura made people truly feel the depth and strength of the Kunlun Ruins, the holy land on earth. At the head of them was an old man with white hair. His breath was like an abyss and his gaze was like a torch. A long-established 6th elder of the Kunlun Ruins. The 6th elder's side was actually standing next to a young man with a dusty temperament. And what was even more surprising was that the other party was wearing imperial robes. As soon as the Demon Beheading Division's Nangong Ling saw the other party, he immediately rushed over and kneeled down on one knee. "My subordinate Nangong Ling, I have met His Highness the 19th Prince." When the rest of the crowd heard this, they revealed a look of surprise. Could this youngster in front of them be the legendary star-crossed child? It is said that when the world was born, matter fell from the sky, and the purple energy came from the east, causing the national fortune of Xia to soar by 10%. There is even the term son of Qi. So hurriedly they followed suit and saluted one after another. "Greetings, 19th Prince. Everybody get up. There's no need to curtsy with me. a shyness immediately surfaced on Xianyuan Zichu's face, and he waved his hand towards the crowd in a panic. Your Highness, after leaving the Kunlun ruins, you are the 19th prince of the Great Xia dynasty and should call yourself this palace the 6th elder, reminded with a smile. Oh, got it. 6th uncle. Xianyuan Zichu skimmed his mouth, then looked around. I heard that my 16th brother will also be here today. Zichu hasn't seen 16th brother for a long time. I miss him so much. Words have not yet fallen, only to hear the heaven and earth an old Sanskrit sound resounded. A huge Buddha seal swastika, golden light brightly rotating. Buddha's light instantly shines on the earth. Ha ha. The gods and Buddhas of the Great Thunderbolt Temple have also arrived. The Buddha's seal landed in a clearing, manifesting a group of monks in robes, each of them highly Buddhist and compassionate. There was even a woman among them, sitting on a golden lotus, revealing a delicate and holy face in the shroud of Buddha's light, with a solemn precious appearance. One can't afford the slightest bit of blasphemy. Heavens, the Great Thunder Sound Temple has even sent out a sage female bodhisattva. The crowd exclaimed in shock, folding their hands and looking pious. The origin of this female bodhisattva is not simple. In her lifetime, she was an ordinary woman who was trapped in love, and because of her lover's ruthless abandonment, she chose to throw herself into the river in a state of disillusionment. After her death, she was haunted by grievances and transformed into a stern ghost, which began to haunt the earth. Not only that, her body was also hidden in the ground by people with evil intentions, and over time it became a zombie. This zombie, after a long period of cultivation, finally opened its spirit and gradually evolved into a terrifying and incomparable drought demon. After the drought demon appeared in the world, the earth was parched, the water supply dried up, and the people lived in distress and misery. In the end, it was the ancient divine Buddha himself who was able to subdue and enlighten him. Under the cultivation of Buddhism, the dry drought demon gradually realized the true meaning of it, and eventually cultivated herself to become a revered female bodhisattva with many followers. In addition, among this group of senior monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, apart from this remarkable female bodhisattva, there was another figure who also attracted attention. It was a young monk with a golden robe and a handsome face. His aura was holy and dusty, as if he didn't belong to this earthly world. What was even more peculiar was that on his round bald head, there was an ancient halo suspended, emitting a mysterious and solemn aura. The aura appears orange, yellow, red, green, cyan, blue, purple, and 7 colors. Shining and blinding, the Buddha's light pierces the eyes. Hiss, 7-colored Buddha seal? Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, their eyes shocked. It was unimaginable that such a young monk could cultivate a 7-colored Buddha seal. You have to know what the 7-colored Buddha seal represents. It represented that the young monk in front of him had already reached an extremely high level of comprehension of Buddhism. He will say one thing, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha, and all the world's evildoers will be obedient. Convert to our Buddha from now on. Furthermore, the real manifestation of the Buddha seal is that you have cultivated the Buddhist Shariputra within your body. The cultivation of a single relic, a beam of Buddha's light above the head. The fact that the young monk had 7-colored Buddha seals on his head was enough to show that he had cultivated 7 supreme Buddhist relics within his body. 7 of them. How can anyone believe that? Unless he's an old high priest returning to his old age. Well, it must be. Many people speculated so in their minds. 16th brother, you're finally here. Only a cry of alarm was heard, and then a silhouette was seen speeding from afar, and it was none other than Xianyuan Zichu, who was wearing imperial robes. With an ecstatic expression on his face, he ran towards the monk with the 7-colored Buddha seal. After running closer, he gave his opponent a big hug straight away. 16? The people around them revealed their astonishment and looked at the scene in front of them incredulously. They originally thought that this young monk with a 7-colored Buddha seal on his head was a high monk returning to his old age, but they didn't expect that he would be called 16th brother by the 19th prince. Could this monk also be one of the current emperor's royal sons? This thought makes one wonder how it is possible for a royal prince to become a monk in practice. And 7 shekels can be cultivated. It's missing the ghost. Suddenly someone thought of something from the past, and a strange light flashed in their eyes. According to rumor, when Emperor Jialong had just ascended to the throne, it happened that a concubine gave birth to a baby boy. When this baby boy was born, there was not the slightest trace of blood on his body, but instead he was enveloped by a faint layer of Buddha's light. The Buddha's light was brilliant and dazzling, illuminating the entire room in a golden splendor. Amazingly, the baby boy was a born Buddhist. When this news was spread, it immediately caused a shock in the court. Many ministers congratulated Emperor Jialong, believing that this was a precious gift from the Buddha specially given to Emperor Jialong on his accession to the throne. And it was the descent of this Buddha's son that enabled Emperor Jialong to quickly stabilize his imperial power without encountering any obstacles after ascending to the throne. After that, this Buddha's son was sent directly to the Great Thunder Sound Monastery, and the ancient divine Buddha gave him the special Dharma name, Golden Buddha's son, Amitabha, 19th brother. Long time no see. Golden Buddha Z gave a holy smile to Xianyuan Zichu, as if this smile could purify all the filth in the world. 16th brother, don't say Amitabha Buddha to me. It sounds weird and makes Zichu think you're trying to persuade me to convert to Buddhism. 19th brother, Buddha doesn't need you to convert. Buddha only needs you to rejoice. These words caused Xianyuan Zichu to burst into laughter. Taihang mountain men and horses gathered. At this time, just watching the two special status of the emperor here to catch up. Know is that everyone came to encircle to take the dragon. Those who didn't know thought that everyone was accompanying the two emperors on a trip to the mountains. The demon beheading division's head mirror envoy, Nangon Ling, looked at the color of the sky, and then spoke forward apprehensively. Your two highnesses, the sacred emperor has asked your two highnesses to lead everyone up the mountain to get the dragon. I don't know if it's possible to set off now. Oh, well, let's get going then, Xianyuan Zichu answered. The words that his master, Daoist true sect leader, had instructed him appearing in his mind. Apprentice, you deeply imperial order, had to go to Taihang Mountain, but the teacher is watching that dragon grow up. The other side of the blessing is deep. The number of gas has not been exhausted. You go this time, do not take it seriously. All is a tour of the mountains. Encountered the danger of backing off. I think the true dragon's heart and mind. Not to be difficult for you, the words that the ancient divine Buddha had spoken to him also surfaced in Golden Buddha Z's mind. Buddha's son, the true dragon has a destiny in my Buddha. Bring the golden hoop that the master gave you, and when the time comes, put it on the true dragon. See the flesh and take root, and then you will surely be able to come into my Buddha's door. Chapter 141, is this the crouching dragon pool or the wonderland? Tree Castle. Deep Mountain Demon King Gu Changming gazed at the large number of human powerhouses at the foot of the mountain with a 1,000-mile glance. An uncontrollable excitement welled up in his heart. According to common sense, when a large number of powerful people from the human race were preparing to enter the mountain, Gu Changming, who was one of the four major rulers of the demon race, should have felt angry and dissatisfied. After all, Taihang Mountain was a place where demons and devils were entrenched, not allowing anyone from the human race to intrude at will. However, at this moment, Gu Changming could not wait to go down the mountain to greet him personally because these people are just too abrasive. Gathered at the foot of the mountain, it was slow to move. Gu Changming was so anxious that he couldn't wait to urge them to act immediately. Say yes to taking the dragon. Move it. Just then, the 100-flower fairy flew in lightly from outside and landed beside Gu Changming. Your Holiness, according to your order, the various racial forces have surrounded the snake race tightly, and all the Demon King level powerhouses are also hiding in the void, waiting for the right moment to strike. So that way, even if that demon dragon in the crouching dragon pool has heavenly abilities, it will still be hard for it to escape with its wings. The 100-spirit fairy reported the situation to Gu Changming, her voice clear and pleasant. Well, good. Ancient Changming nodded. Without this father's order, no one should make a move. This time after all, it is that emperor's old man who wants to take the dragon. My demon race is just cooperating. We'd better come to a praying mantis catching cicadas with the yellow sparrow at the back. Let's just let the demon dragons fight with the human powerhouses first, and fight to the death before we say anything. What a pity, Your Holiness. Although there are many human powerhouses at the bottom of the mountain, the sect leader of the Kunlun ruins and the ancient divine Buddha of the Great Thunderbolt Temple have not shown up, the 100-spirit fairy said regretfully. Gu Changming laughed. Those two are the prime ministers of the human race. Will they not be easy to do? But where there is one who is willing to sell his strength, why do we need those men and horses under the mountain? But it was enough. Ancient Changming's vision was venomous, and he had already detected the aura of several top-tier powerhouses from the team at the foot of the mountain. They were even comparable to half-step deep mountain demon kings. Even if they couldn't take the dragon by then, it would still be enough for the dragon to drink. Take the dragon? It's only when it's said in such a subtle way that the dragon slaying moves. Crouching dragon pool has no movement? Human powerhouses are starting to enter the mountain. I think those augurs should move. Linger, make a pot of good tea. This father will see the opening scene first, Your Holiness. The tens of thousands of scaly dragons within the crouching dragon pool have all withdrawn from the pool and returned to the snake clan a moment ago. What? Gu Changming's eyes widened all of a sudden. Crouching dragon pool the moment before. On the shimmering shore, a dense group of augur experts knelt on the ground. They have taken on humanoid forms and emit a powerful, chilling aura, only to hear a leading Jiaolong respectfully speaking towards the surface of the pool. True Dragon Lord, the courtsmen are about to come up to the mountain. Please give the order. Although our crouching dragon pool is only a measly thousands of feet away from the mountain, we'll definitely make those humanoids understand that these thousands of feet are simply harder than climbing up to the sky. Yes, my lord. Just give the order. Ever since we transformed into augurs, we've been submerged in cultivation, and it's driving us crazy. The other augur chimed in. The Emperor's old man really doesn't know how to live. How dare he have any thoughts about the true Dragon Lord? After we kill all the men and horses under the mountain, why don't we just charge into the capital and stir up the place, so as to let that Emperor's old man know that the dragon is sacrosanct and inviolable? Another augur said angrily. For a while, angry voices rose and fell. Each and every one of these augur dragons possessed extremely powerful strength, much more terrifying than even a 10,000-year-old demon. Such a powerful force, not to mention rampaging through the Taihang Mountains, would be invincible even if one looked at the entire world. Their eager and murderous eyes focused on the surface of the pool, anxiously waiting for a response. Deep in the bottom of the pool, a cold and unquestionable voice soon came out. My order is that all of you return to the Snake Clan to stand by, and are not allowed to intervene in this matter. What? When these words came out, those Jialong experts were instantly anxious. One of them stood out and said, "What does your excellency mean by this? Now that the courtmen are coming in force, it's exactly where we can be of use. Why should we be allowed to go back to the Snake Clan? An order is an order. Where's the why?" "But my lord, all of you get out of here." The voice from the bottom of the pool resounded once again, carrying an unquestionable majesty. As soon as the word rolled out, the surface of the pool immediately rippled, and a terrifying true dragon pressure swept out from the bottom of the pool. The densely packed augur experts immediately lowered their heads in fear. They even felt that if they were just 1 second later, they might have to fall into the yellow springs. My lord, calm your anger. The little ones will just return to the Snake Clan, only to see the augur masters who had filled the entire bank on their knees slowly withdrawing out one by one with their heads lowered, unwillingly. Not long after, the entire crouching dragon pool became silent, as if the scene just now had never happened. However, there was a strong smell of smoke in the air for a long time. This dragon of mine is still really in demand. The human and demon races both want to put me to death. But, you are destined to be disappointed. Led by Emperor Jialong's 2 special status princes, a large number of strong men rushed into the Taihang Mountains, the land of demonic entrenchment. With the vigor of a rainbow, the journey upwards was, surprisingly, unimpeded. The shallow mountainous land was just fine, but going deeper, surprisingly, he didn't even see a small demon either. The mountains were awfully quiet. Strange. Why so quiet? The crouching dragon pool is not hiding tens of thousands of scaly dragons. Do not come out to block a bit. Just watch us go up to attack the yellow dragon? Nangong Ling of the Demon Beheading Division couldn't help but frown. According to his previous plan and conception, at this moment, they should be engaged in a fierce battle with the scaly dragon of the crouching dragon pool. However, the scene in front of him surprised him greatly. Not to mention the scaly dragon, he didn't even see an ordinary snake demon. This anomaly caused a trace of uneasiness to well up in Nangong Ling's heart. There must be a demon when things go wrong. The sect expert beside him was confident and said, Lord Nangong, there is no need to worry. With such a powerful lineup, we would have already scared those small beasts and demons into hiding. And even the Jiao dragon on the crouching dragon pool, I'm afraid that they are also deterred by our might and don't dare to show their faces easily. Is that really true? Nangong Ling's heart was still filled with doubts. He knew that the demonic dragon in the crouching dragon pool was not an idle one, and would never be able to be captured with his hands. But the reality is so perplexing. Everything was going too smoothly, and in the end it simply went so smoothly that the court and the major factions arrived at the Wulongton with ease. When the crowd let their eyes go, they were all dumbfounded. It was a long time before anyone marveled out. Gosh, what a rich aura! Is this the cultivation place of a demonic dragon? Or is it a legendary fairyland? The entire crouching dragon pool was filled with a thick aura, as if it was in a dreamlike world. Even just taking a deep breath of air made one feel like their cultivation had refined. Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Chapter 142, Are you tired of living? Almost everyone subconsciously wondered if they had come to the wrong place. This place is clearly a legendary fairyland. Even if an ordinary person without any foundation cultivated in this kind of immortal realm, in less than 10 years, he would be able to become a powerful member of the human race. Kunlun Ruins is known as the Holy Land on Earth. But at this time, the sixth elder had to admit that compared to this place, there was absolutely no comparison. This is the true sanctuary of cultivation on Earth, a paradise beyond the world. And many sect experts couldn't help but secretly think, if this piece of treasure is occupied by them, within 100 years, our sect's power will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Kunlun Ruins. 16th brother. This place is so beautiful. Zichu likes this place. The 19th Prince Xianyuan Zichu jumped up happily, really as if he had come to swim in the mountains. A face of innocence. Amit Ba. I'm sure the demonic dragon is hiding under the pool. Golden Buddha Z, whose head was shrouded in 7-colored Buddha light, gazed at the surface of the pool. and he could detect a huge thing hiding deep under the water. Put on a gold band and see the flesh take root. The words kept coming back to him. Demon dragon. The heavenly soldiers are coming. Why don't you come out and die? A faction expert came out in a big way and called out. There still seems to be a bit of history repeating itself in this scene, because once there were quite a few demon experts who came to Wulong Lake and clamored like him, but the end result is that there is no such person in the world. Ha ha. It seems that the demonic dragon has been so scared by us that it doesn't even dare to show its face. And there's no sign of the augur dragon here either, surprisingly. The demonic dragon doesn't dare to come out on its own, so we'll force it to come out. We can't hide from it. Which of your lords would like to step forward and test the waters? At this time, the group of heroes gathered on the bank of the crouching dragon pool. All of a sudden one of them enthusiastically signed up. This is a good opportunity to show up in front of the world's experts. Maybe even famous. I'll do it. No, it's better if I take the shot. Don't grab them all. Let me do it. In this lively atmosphere, the racial demon kings who had long been hidden in the shadows were left dumbfounded. Spinning around, it revealed a look like looking at a corpse. What the hell are these human cultivators doing? Do they or do they not know how terrifying the true dragon of the crouching dragon pool really is? If you don't know, you'd think they'd come to Wulongton to fish. Idiot. Have them suffer. Right in the midst of your fight, the Demon Beheading Division's Palm Mirror Envoy, Nangon Ling, unreservedly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, stop grabbing. Today's matter is too odd. It's better to let me test the waters." Originally, he also guessed that the operation was so smooth. Whether the demon dragon deliberately released everyone on the crouching dragon pool, and then released the dragon to come out to fight with everyone, and the demon dragon has the geographical advantage to take advantage of the chaos and sneak in. But right now, none of the scaly dragons were in sight, and the demon dragons were hiding under the deep water without moving. Unbelievably good-tempered. This is so unreal. Only to see Nangon Ling take a deep breath, then leaping up in the air, he drew a sword from his waist and shouted at the sparkling surface of the pool, "Draw the sword to break the water." In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, and the air around him seemed to be frozen. At the same time, the precious sword began to emit a dazzling light, and the entire blade became exceptionally sharp, seemingly able to easily cut through any object. Immediately afterward, Nangon Ling exerted his full strength to swing the sword in his hand and slash towards the surface of the pool. As he did so, a green blade came out in response, lunging straight at the surface of the pool with an overpowering aura. The blade rapidly expanded as it chopped down, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a dozen feet long, just like a huge green python. Moreover, the blade was incredibly powerful, and wherever it passed through, the void was torn apart, emitting ear-piercing sounds. When the crowd saw this scene, they all showed shock, worthy of being a third-grade Palm Mirror Envoy of the Demon Beheading Division. Ah! Such a terrifying slash was cut out with this strike, not to mention just rushing towards the surface of the pool. Even if it hit the body of the demon dragon, I'm afraid it would be enough for it to drink a pot. Everyone seemed to have seen the intense image of a deep water explosion throughout the Wulong Lake. It'll even make it rain in the sky. However, what made no one expect was such a terrifying chop. The calm pool remained calm. The water waves are unmarked. When this blade went down, not to mention making a heavy rain fall from the sky, not even a single wave was stirred up. How is this possible? Nangon Ling was instantly messed up in the air. His own slash just now was a desperate effort. The purpose was to stir up the crouching dragon pool in one fell swoop and force the demon dragon out, but reality slapped him hard in the face. Shame on you. The race demon kings hidden in the shadows snorted when they saw this scene. It's really a lot of thunder and not a damn bit of rain. What demonic dragons are too scared to show their faces, respectively, are just ignoring you guys. There's something odd about this water. Aside from the demon race, none of the experts on the scene would mock Nangon Ling. It was because they could all see how terrifying power that strike just now contained. It's better if I do it. At that moment, a white-clothed sword cultivator walked out of the Kunlun ruins. He didn't have a sword in his hand, but as soon as he appeared, an unrivaled sword intent surged out like a tsunami, spreading out across the sky. Please. The surrounding void was pierced by the sword intent, making a series of sounds. It was as if the entire world was going to be destroyed by this sword intent. The sword cultivator's eyes were cold and deep, but there was endless sword chi surging like a tidal wave in the depths of his eyes. The entire person's aura continued to climb, and the sword's shadow flashed as it shot up into the sky. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the wind was at its peak. Good. Let the demonic dragon see how powerful the Kunlun market sword cultivators are. Some people on the scene couldn't help but applaud. The other party hadn't even made a sword strike yet, and it was already so terrifying. When the sword is out, I'm sure it won't be a problem to split the entire crouching dragon pool in two. However, The Kunlun Ruins sword cultivator didn't exhibit a terrifying blade aura like Nangong Ling, but instead had a terrifying sword aura tumbling out all over his body. Toward the calm surface of the pool, it swept away. In an instant, the sword chi was like a tidal wave, and the power of each sword chi was no less powerful than that of Nangong Ling's blade. But what was even more thoughtfully terrifying was that every sword chi that landed on the calm surface of the pool was as if it had been swallowed up, instantly without a trace. The crowd was dumbfounded, their scalps tingling as they watched, and there was a coldness that went straight from the soles of their feet to the sky. A sword cultivator from the Kunlun Ruins can't even break the water of the crouching dragon pool? Damn it, the demonic dragon is clearly intentionally humiliating us. Let's all make a move together and force it to appear. Only a loud shout was heard, only to see a group of experts leaping up in the air in unison. The 8 immortals displaying their lethal means like a frantic attack towards the calm lake. For a moment, the scene was particularly chaotic, until a low roar suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Bold human race, dare to spread wildness in this king's territory. Are you tired of living? Before the words fell, a terrifying and boundless snake-like aura enveloped the sky. The sky is falling in general. PSSST. The human experts on the shore of the crouching dragon pool were spitting out blood, their faces shocked. Only a very few are still stable. No good. It's the Snake King Candle 9. Chapter 143, Candlegeo steps into the level of Deep Mountain Demon King. Who would have thought that everyone's desperate attack didn't force the demonic dragon out of the bottom of the pool, but actually invited the Snake King Candle 9 out. It's like stealing a chicken. Candlegeo is a 9-colored heaven-swallowing python, a half-step Deep Mountain Demon King, and even more so, a ferocious and renowned Great Demon King of Taihang Mountain. To say that everyone is afraid is not to be afraid, but after all, if they dare to come and take the dragon, will they still be afraid of a snake? It's just that our goal today is very clear. We only want to get the dragon, and we don't want to cause any other trouble. However, at this moment, the overwhelming majesty of the Serpent King was extraordinary, so powerful that it was impossible to resist. Many experts were impacted by this majesty to the point that they spat out blood continuously, and their situation was critical. Right at this moment, the sage Bodhisattva of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, sitting within the Golden Lotus, suddenly opened her eyes. The Buddha light around her instantly became incandescent and radiant. Immediately after that, a huge golden curtain of light quickly formed with her at the center. This curtain of light enveloped the entirety of the large group of people in the blink of an eye, successfully isolating the Snake King's pressure. But even so, there were still quite a few people on the scene who couldn't help but spit out blood, as if they were in deep water in pain. Even with the Bodhisattva's Buddhist light sheltering them, the Snake Kings might still suppress them like a raging storm, causing everyone to feel unprecedented pressure and fear. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the sacred virtuous female Bodhisattva, whose Buddhist power had been cultivated to the peak realm, and whose Buddha's light shone brightly and was even able to universalize all sentient beings. How could it not isolate the Snake King's pressure? Immediately, she suddenly looked towards the direction of the Snake Palace, her eyes carrying an unimaginable look. This Candle 9 has actually stepped into the level of Deep Mountain Demon King. Rumble! A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The female Bodhisattva's words are not surprising. The experts from the major factions on the scene dropped their jaws at the words and began to have their scalps numb. That 9-colored heaven-swallowing python stepped into the level of Deep Mountain Demon King? Jesus! Is the heavens going to bless a demon dragon? Inside the tree castle, Gu Changming, who was cozily drinking tea and watching the show, also stood up all of a sudden at this moment. It was hard to hide the shock on his face. The Snake King's pressure that permeated the Snake Palace had reached the point of shocking the world. It even reaches a kind of ruler's will. That aura of pressure was like an insurmountable mountain, obviously targeting the human soldiers and horses, but it pressed the entire small beasts and demons of Taihang Mountain to the point that the crowd couldn't catch their breath. Gu Changming gradually widened his eyes in disbelief. Such a terrifying pressure could not be released by a Deep Mountain Demon King. That's the ability to defy the superiority of all beings. Ancient Changming's face became extremely gloomy, and in the end, he even laughed in exasperation. Good fatty snake. It's true that when a scholar is separated, he is impressed. This father really underestimated you. The whole Taihang Mountain know. This Snake King Candle 9 because of the force to protect the crouching dragon pool. That dragon, finally seriously injured, since then closed the door to heal. The serpents have also become unusually peaceful. This is not a healing. It is simply a closed door ascension. One must know that it hadn't been long since Candle 9 became a half-step Deep Mountain Demon King. The other half of the foot, actually said to step over. Gu Changming clenched his fists in death, veins popping out of his neck in anger. He had originally thought that he had easily taken control of the situation, as long as the demonic dragon was forced out of the bottom of the pool by the human experts. After a great battle between you and me, At the end of the day, he was the one who stepped in to clean up the mess. But what did it mean for Candle 9 to suddenly step into the realm of the Deep Mountain Demon King? Not only did it disrupt Gu Changming's plans, but it even disrupted Emperor Jia Long's deployment within the Kyoto Palace. The nine-colored heaven-swallowing python that had already stepped into the Deep Mountain Demon King was not something that a nine-tailed skyfox could stop. What's to be done about this? Ancient Changming's heart was burning with anxiety. He wanted to preserve his strength to eventually clean up the demonic dragon. One should never go up against a nine-colored sky-swallowing python that was as powerful as a rainbow. Please Buddha? Gu Changming remembered another ruler of the Taihang Mountains. Originally, the avian king Buddha and the demon dragon set a one-year contract. Is not going to intervene in this court to take the dragon, but since Candle 9 is a variable, it can only be asked to step in. However, just as Gu Changming was rambling, that from the snake palace diffuse out through the heaven and earth's horrible pressure actually instantly evaporated. It's like a dark cloudy sky that clears up all of a sudden. What's going on? Gu Changming won't be able to be straightened out. Congratulations to Senior for officially stepping into the level of Deep Mountain Demon King. It's truly a joyous occasion. A 1,000-mile voice transmission from the bottom of the crouching dragon pool was like a rolling thunderclap, which was transmitted through the air into the snake palace, causing the surrounding walls to buzz. What's wrong with you, kid? Being beaten to the doorstep by the human race. You actually didn't even let out a fart. You don't want your true dragon's honor. This king still wants my snake clan's face. Candle 9's grumpy voice swirled back like a gust of wind, carrying a strong sense of dissatisfaction and anger. Elder, calm down. The late generation has their own calculations in mind. The voice came again, calm and firm, as if it had a clear understanding of the situation at hand. You're counting my ass. In front of absolute strength, everything is vanity. However, the human court does have quite a battle this time. That old tree demon Gu Changming is also a thief. And although you have transformed into a true dragon, you are still shallow after all. There was both anger and a hint of worry in Candle 9's tone. Just as well, since this king protected your path and transformed the dragon for you in the first place, he can't watch you being bullied this time. So he'll help you once more. Candle 9's words turned, revealing a helplessness and determination. Thank you, Senior, but this time, it's better for the late generation to do it themselves. Senior stepped into the Deep Mountain Demon King, and I don't have anything to show for it, so I'll treat Senior to a big show. That voice was full of confidence and calmness. Watching the big show? A trace of doubt flashed in Candle Joe's eyes. What the hell do you kid want to do? Hiding at the bottom of the pool? What kind of big show can you let this king watch? The latecomer is holding back a big move, and the fun is about to begin. Strange. How did the Snake King Candle 9 put the pressure back? Is he preparing to let us go? At this time in the crouching dragon pool, the demon beheading division Nangon Ling said with palpitations, the Snake King's pressure just now was too terrifying, practically making people hover between life and death at the gates of the ghosts. There was another Deep Mountain Demon King in Taihang Mountain, which could be considered bad news for the human court. The sixth elder of Kunlun Ruins gazed at the direction of the Snake Palace. It looks like this Snake King Candlegeo won't make another move, and must have realized the situation in front of him. Lu Yu Dao, the judge of the Qin Tian supervisor who had been very low-key and had not rushed to show his performance, also came out to speak at this time. It's naturally good for us if Snake King Candlegeo doesn't intervene, but it's also tricky for that demonic dragon to keep hiding at the bottom of the pool and not come out. Why don't we just curse? And curse for 3 days and 3 nights in this crouching dragon pool? And the other party will still keep hitting and cursing? That's a dragon. Can it not have a temper? This kind of rogue approach draws no shame, but there were actually quite a few nodding heads at the scene. Just as the crowd was discussing, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth, a sound that was like thunder from the 9 heavens, shocking the hearts of the people. The originally calm Wulon Lake exploded as if a bomb had been thrown into it. Instantly the water splashed, the waves rolled, and the entire lake became turbulent. Just then, a huge dragon's head emerged from the water, which was covered in gold and glittered with a dazzling light, as if it was cast from gold. Those eyes were like 2 rounds of golden suns, emitting eye-catching light, sweeping in all directions, making people not dare to look directly at them. Everyone was startled by this sudden turn of events, and immediately afterward, their faces changed drastically as they took a few steps back. All of them looked in horror at the giant dragon's head that emerged from the bottom of the pool. 3 souls are missing. Chapter 144, I will not offend others, but if they do, I will devour them. Who would have thought that the demon dragon would come out of nowhere without any martial virtues, catching everyone off guard? They say people scare people, but what about dragons? Who are all the people where the scene is located? Kunlun Ruins, Great Thunder Sound Temple, Qin Tian Supervisor, Demon Beheading Division, and the rest were also experts from some of the top factions in the Jianghu. A mere giant dragon had nearly scared the crowd of experts out of their wits. The heart all slowed down half a beat from that moment. Especially the pair of sun and moon like golden pupils coldly looked around the circle, instantly causing everyone's heart to stagnate. As if his heart was being pinched by a large invisible hand, breathing became difficult and he couldn't help but be terrified. An impulse to worship rose even harder in the depths of his soul. Gosh, what a powerful majesty. Don't look at everyone's crazy clamor as soon as they stepped into the crouching dragon pool. But no one had really seen the crouching dragon pool demon dragon so close. Nowadays, it's close at hand. The awe and fear in his heart could not be suppressed, even if he tried. After Junzei appeared, he spoke coldly, "I've come out. What shall I do?" When? Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded, and there was only the sound of heavy breathing, rising and falling. When the true dragon comes out, everything kneels, and you are still not seeing manners. What? See you? The demon dragon is trying to get everyone to kneel towards it. Outrageous. We are all here by imperial decree to get the dragon. If one kneels down to the demon dragon, wouldn't that be becoming its believer? Seeing that everyone was shocked by the demon dragon's powerful aura, Demon Beheading Division's Nangon Ling realized in his heart that it would not be good to continue like this. He gritted his teeth and resolutely stood out, angrily scolding the demonic dragon. Demonic dragon, don't be too crazy. Today we have an imperial decree here, ordered to capture you, a sinful dragon. And now, all the world's experts are here. Your time to die has come. However, just as Nangon Ling's words had fallen, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be in trouble. This was because he felt a cold and piercing chill flash past the demon dragon's terrifying golden pupils as quickly as a bolt of lightning. In an instant, Nangon Ling only felt as if a huge mountain in his mind flew across the sky and ruthlessly smashed into his head. Even with such a resilient willpower and mental strength, he was surprisingly unable to resist the onslaught of this force. For a moment, his mind buzzed as if he had been slammed with a heavy object. Pust! Nangon Ling violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body staggered, almost unsteady on its feet. And what's worse, this mouthful of blood he spewed out was extraordinary. It was the essence blood in his body. This meant that his martial arts foundation had been completely severed, and from then on, he would become an invalid with no martial arts skills. Lord Nangon! The crowd exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Especially when everyone noticed that Nangon Ling's aura had instantly decayed. It was even more shocking to the eyes. This demonic dragon even scrapped Nangon Ling at the drop of a hat? One must know that Nangon Ling was not an ordinary person. He was a third-grade palm mirror envoy of the Demon Beheading Division. His strength was superb. It was even a close confidant that Emperor Jialong had personally cultivated, and its weight could be imagined. Originally, after Xia Yong was dismissed, this Nangon Ling, as long as he could make a great achievement in this action of taking the dragon. Upon returning to the capital, being promoted to the position of the head honcho of the Demon Beheading Division was also something that was extremely likely. Now, however, reduced to a wreck, not to mention being a head honcho, I'm afraid it will be difficult to gain a foothold in the Demon Beheading Division in the future. The judge of the Inspection Division, Lu Yudao, was very resourceful. He mingled amongst the crowd and shouted, "The demonic dragon wants to break us one by one. We can't just sit back and wait for our deaths. We must be united to fight against the demonic dragon together. Quickly do it together." He knew deep down that if he allowed the demonic dragon to continue to establish its authority, not to mention taking down this demonic dragon, he was afraid that everyone present would lose the courage to face it. Lu Yudeo's shout was like a thunderbolt that woke up the crowd. Everyone woke up as if from a dream, and there was a flash of determination and resolve in their eyes. Thus, all of them erupted their most powerful auras at the same time. For a while, the entire scene became exceptionally spectacular, as if the mountains were shouting and the earth was shaking. The entire space of the crouching dragon pool was stirred up by an aura of an expert that distorted the space. If one were to rely solely on a certain expert, it would be impossible to suppress the demonic dragon, let alone take it. Today we are all here to encircle, not to fight one-on-one, to utilize the strengths of the crowd. One by one? Juniper smiled disdainfully, playing around. The premonition that he was going to be promoted grew stronger and stronger after this period of meditation, but it was always on the verge of feeling like he was still close to something. Right now, as the experts of the human race gathered at the crouching dragon pool, greed flashed from time to time in the depths of Junzei's eyes. That little bit of shortfall, is it not enough energy built up? Then he doesn't mind devouring people. If a man does not offend me, I do not offend him. If a man offends me, I will swallow him. Junzei's gaze froze as a shocking dragon's might rose to the sky. The splendor is inviolable. It directly dispersed the breath that had erupted from the crowd, and then ruthlessly suppressed it. This dragon power. Everyone was shocked. This dragon might was not inferior to the terrifying pressure of the Snake King Candlejo's outburst, and even more so, it gave people a sense of heartfelt reverence. The vast dragon's might pressed down on the crowd like a huge mountain, as if it was forcing everyone to bow their heads and kneel down. It seemed that the only way to relieve the pressure a little was to get down on both knees. Not good. This demonic dragon is forcing us to bow to it. Everyone must not kneel down. Must hold on. Lu Yudeo's face was reddened. His body was surrounded by incense and fire chi, and he desperately released his divine power to resist the suppression of the dragon's might. It was clear in his mind that the demon dragon wanted to fight without bloodshed, and as long as whoever knelt, they would be completely defeated. Then it's just a matter of necking and waiting to die. The demon beheading division's Nangon Ling collapsed, and it was a good opportunity for him, Xintian supervisor Lu Yudao, to show his face. As long as he was able to take credit for this dragon-catching operation, then the position of second-grade Inspector General of the Xintian Supervisory Authority that His Majesty had promised him wouldn't be able to escape. When the time comes, as long as we hold on to His Majesty's thighs, we might have a chance to replace the city god in the future. What level of strength has this demonic dragon reached? Why is it so terrifying? I won't be able to hold on much longer. Quite a few people's knees had gone down a little towards the ground. Kneeling is a relief. Amit Bab Buddha. Just when everyone could barely hold on, a woozy Sanskrit sound suddenly resounded in the heavens and earth. The voice seemed to come from all directions, sweeping through the mountains and seas like the gods and Buddhas of the heavens chanting in unison. The crowd followed the sound and saw that a group of senior monks from the Great Thunder Sound Temple were gathering around the sage woman Bodhi and began to recite the scriptures with their hands folded. As they chanted, their bodies exuded dazzling Buddhist light throughout, as if they were trying to compete with the sun and the moon. And in the air above their heads, a surprisingly large number of Buddhist plants appeared. Some of these plants were carefree trees, some were yenfu trees, some were auspicious grasses, and even the legendary Bodhi tree was among them. Bodhi has no tree. The mirror is not a stage. There is nothing in the first place. Where is the dust? Accompanied by the sound of chanting, a holy lotus flower bloomed in the air. Each one is full of Buddha nature, so desirable that one can't help but want to abandon distractions and vanish into emptiness. When a large number of Buddha-natured plants appear, they emit a kind of Buddha light that can universalize all sentient beings. It actually blocked the dragon's power to a certain extent, allowing the experts on the scene to get a moment's respite. The original heart that wanted to rush at the demonic dragon and kneel down was gradually replaced by devotion to the Buddha. Chapter 145, Buried in the Dragon's Mouth. You should be honored. The Buddha's light is universal? Seeing this, Junzei recalled that when he had first emerged from the heavenly gate, the Great Thunderbolt Temple had not only sent out the Vajra Dharma phase and the Guanyin Dharma phase to suppress him. In the end even Chaos Dharma was out. If it wasn't for his many tactics, I'm afraid he would have already been shaded by the Buddhist sect. He hadn't forgotten the revenge he'd taken in the beginning, not wanting to be okay. Once he thought about it, Junzei was angry, and immediately rushed at the group of monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and let out a low, shocking voice, "Your Buddha can't ferry people, and will only negatively affect them." As soon as the words fell, Junzei opened his dragon's mouth, spewing out a mouthful of dragon's breath, just like a fiery Brahma. In the blink of an eye, those strange plants emitting Buddha's light were burned to ashes and turned into nothingness. Witnessing this scene, those Buddhist monks were shocked, their faces as white as paper, and they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. At the same time, the face of that sage female bodhisattva sitting in the golden lotus became grave, and a biting light flashed in her eyes. She slowly stood up from the lotus platform, her mysterious and holy figure mesmerizing, her voice indistinct as smoke and clouds, saying with endless majesty, "As all beings suffer, so do I. The compassionate heart of Rulai is my heart. O demonic dragon, you dare to belittle the Buddha. What a heinous crime." After saying that, the sage bodhisattva clasped his hands together and a brilliant golden light burst out from the depths of his eyes. However, this golden light did not strike directly at Junzei the dragon, but instead rushed into the sky. Just a few seconds later, the originally clear sky suddenly became gloomy, with dark clouds rolling and churning and constant lightning and thunder. In the rolling black clouds, a faint golden light gradually lit up. Then, a raging golden light flooded the entire Taihang mountain like a tidal wave. The clouds trembled violently, as if pulled by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, an immense and incomparable bodhisattva's face peeked out from the clouds, but instead of being gentle and compassionate, its eyes were rounded and glaring angrily towards the true dragon in the lake. This bodhisattva's dharma was grand and magnificent, and that face alone was several times more massive than the crouching dragon pool, making it intimidating to look at. The first thing that rose in the hearts of the human experts on the scene when they saw this bodhisattva dharma phase was fear and trepidation, and those small beasts and demons in the mountain because of the appearance of this phantom. Lying on the ground prostrate trembling, like being whipped is painful. Demon dragon, don't fold your hands. If you convert to my Buddha at this time, there will be a way out for you. The Bodhisattva's Dharma phase unexpectedly spat out human words, his voice sounding like thunderous explosions that echoed throughout the Taihang Mountains. If ordinary people were to encounter such a formation, they would be scared out of their wits. But Junzai was filled with speechlessness when he saw that huge Bodhisattva face in the sky. He turned his head to look at the shore again. That sage Bodhisattva on the lotus platform already had his eyes tightly closed and was secretly manipulating the phantom's every move. Poof! Casting a Dharma phase to force the palace in front of me? What's the idea? At that moment, only a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Immediately afterward, the lake surface of the crouching dragon pool was seen to surge up, and a dragon's tail rolled over and swept out, smashing ferociously towards the shore. Bodhisattvas beware. The experts lost their voices in shock at this scene. Although they knew that the dragon's tail appeared to be smashing into the Bodhisattva, they were all standing on the shore and would also be caught in the crossfire if it came down. So, one by one, they flew up, each fleeing for their lives. The female Bodhisattva in the lotus platform, on the other hand, was so shocked by this sudden turn of events that she had to open her eyes. And when she saw that the dragon's tail, which contained the power of 1,000 pounds, smashing towards her, she was so frightened that she lost her color. At that moment, he didn't dare to make any more pretenses, and hurriedly flew out, dodging the terrifying blow. Boom! The dragon's tail landed on the ground, and the entire shore instantly became fragmented. The originally flat ground was smashed out into a large crater, and the surrounding trees and buildings were all destroyed in a mess. At this point, there was no longer a place for anyone to land on the shore. The demon dragon is despicable. Actually taking advantage of the Bodhisattva's danger, all of the experts were suspended in the air, and some began to fight for the sage Bodhisattva. For with the Bodhisattva's eyes opened and broken, the phallic figure in the clouds of the sky had disappeared without a trace, merely showing up like a slapstick joke. Despicable? Soon you'll all think I'm cruel. Junzai let out a cold laugh and opened that deep, bottomless dragon's mouth. A strong suction force emanating from his mouth. It was as if it was an endless black hole that swallowed everything around it. Those experts suspended in the air were horrified to find their bodies involuntarily flying towards Junzai's large mouth. They were so scared that their faces turned pale and cold sweat broke out, and their hearts were filled with despair and fear. Not good. This demonic dragon actually wants to eat people. How dare it? Someone shrieked. The crowd struggled desperately, trying to escape the demonic dragon's devouring. However, they found that both the powerful suction force in the air and the heavy mountain-like dragon power on their bodies made it impossible for them to break free from their bonds. One could only watch as they got closer and closer to the demon dragon's large mouth, as if they had already seen the shadow of death beckoning them. This fear of death made them almost lose their minds. Some people began to shout loudly, "No, don't! Demon dragon! You can't do this! If you eat us, you'll be making an enemy of the entire human race, the entire great Xia dynasty." Others prayed, "Sixth Elder, come and save us. Bodhisattva, please bless us." However, in the face of such a critical situation, the sixth elder of the Kunlun ruins was also unable to take care of himself. Although his power was so profound that he could resist the devouring power of the demonic dragon, he not only had to protect himself, but he also had to do his best to protect the 19th Prince Shenyuan Zichu, who was on the side. As a result, he really didn't have the extra power to save anyone else. The sage Bodhisattva, who had just had his Dharma phase broken, was also a bit frazzled, not only having to resist the powerful suction in the air, but also trying his best to avoid the encroachment of that vast dragon's might. For a moment, it was lost. At this moment, the entire scene became chaotic. Large swathes of human experts let out bursts of wailing sounds as they were sucked into the mouth of the demonic dragon, instantly losing their lives. Looking from afar, it was as if these experts were actively dedicating themselves to the demonic dragon. 10 people, 50 men, 100, one by one. These first-rate experts of the world became Junzai's food. As he swallowed 100 of them, the greed in Junzai's eyes intensified. That premonition of being on the verge of advancing to the next stage of the dragon body grew stronger and stronger. He desperately needed a lot of energy to accomplish this promotion. Although these human experts deserved to die, it was too much of a waste to kill them directly. It would be better to let them make a contribution to their promotion. This was the first time Junzai had devoured a human, but there was no guilt in his heart. Isn't it a mouthful of demonic dragons? If you are not evil, how can you stand up to them? Come on, all into my mouth. You all brought this on yourselves. This world will soon give birth to a divine dragon out of your depths that is even more majestic than the true dragon. You should be honored. Chapter 146, Stinking Monk, treating me like a monkey. No one had expected that the demonic dragon in the crouching dragon pool would actually suddenly become so brutal and bloody. Perhaps the world is forgetting that dragons are inherently mysterious and dangerous beings. Right now, using the world's experts as their rations, this behavior seemed logical. The demon race on Taihang Mountain had long since seen it. They had long known of this demonic dragon's cruel methods. After all, when the other party was still an augur dragon, they had already devoured countless demons and monsters that beat on their doors. There is no essential difference between humans and demons. They are all just living beings in heaven and earth. There is something that cannot be devoured or swallowed. The human dynasty had also ruled the world for a long time, and was so superior that it had almost forgotten how many pounds it had. Even the dragon, who is above all living beings, dares to come to the siege. At this time, far away in Kyoto within the Qintian Supervisory Authority, the city god was paying close attention to the images of the Wulong Pool. He almost couldn't help but stand up when he witnessed the scene of the dragon devouring the man. This first-grade judicial righteous god's face was as gloomy as water, and his pair of fists were clenched up so tightly that a cackling sound was even emitted from his joints. He was overwhelmed by what was happening in front of him, because he'd been worried that something had finally happened. As the saying goes, the government forces the people to rebel. Now the real dragon is no longer the once blessed people's auspicious thing, but was forced into a demon devouring people. At this moment, it was as if the other party had turned into a ferocious beast, red flame, and regarded humans as blood food. Those who slay dragons will eventually become evil dragons. Those who slay beasts will also eventually become evil beasts. Faced with such a situation, the city god was anxious. If we were to ask if the dragon in the Wulongton was at fault, perhaps it is not at fault. You can't have an enemy beating down your door and letting them bully you. Dragons have their own majesty. How else can you be above all beings? That's what makes this Justice Masamune the most difficult. Speaking of breaking the sky, true dragon is also frontal defense. Instead of going down to the mountains to scourge and thus devour people. Emperor, are you satisfied with the situation at hand? The city god looked gloomily in the direction of the palace, the dissatisfaction in his heart having climbed to the top, and the palace grounds. When Emperor Jialong saw the scene of the demonic dragon devouring people, instead of having the slightest worry on his face, a look of joy that was hard to hide appeared on his face. Great! Excellent! He muttered excitedly to himself. It was tantamount to an invisible answer to the words of the city god. He was satisfied. What that dragon in the crouching dragon pool is not a demonic dragon that rises up and wreaks havoc. Emperor Jialong laughed coldly. Right now it was already devouring people. How could this be explained? This time, the team besieging the Wulongton brought together experts from all the major factions. These were all innocent lives that had been devoured by the demonic dragon, and each one of them represented a heavy blood debt. What's more, his two royal sons are involved. One was the shut-in disciple of the Kunlun Ruins sect leader, while the other was a Buddhist son of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. If they were unfortunate enough to be buried in the dragon's mouth, then could the Taoist true sect leader and the ancient divine Buddha still sit back and not take action themselves? Thinking of this, Emperor Jialong had a smug smile on his face, as if everything was under his control. He didn't care at all that those two emperors were his own direct bloodline, because from the very beginning, he had a deeper purpose for sending the emperors to lead the group, to act as fishhooks and force the real human bigwigs to make a move. It's still the same thing. Anything can be sacrificed as long as it allows him to live forever, including his own son. At this time the Jialong emperor, where there is half of the emperor should be the majesty and temperament, living like a plot to succeed the scumbag. And at this time in the crouching dragon pool, almost half of the experts have been buried in the mouth of the dragon, and those who can survive have their own means of preserving their lives. And as the 19th prince, Xianyuan Zichu's own strength was not bad, and he had the 6th elder of the Kunlun Ruins close by to protect him, naturally safe and secure. But the juvenile minded him. He was still naive and kind. Seeing the true dragon brutally devouring people, he urgently took the initiative to rush towards the dragon and shouted, "True dragon, you should stop eating people. If you want to eat, just eat Zichu, your highness. Come back." 19th brother in danger. The golden Buddha Z with the 7-colored Buddha light on his head instantly flew to Xianyuan Zichu's body, protecting him behind him. Junzai had already devoured hundreds of people when he suddenly saw a picture of deep brotherly love for no reason. He rolled his eyes speechlessly, but in the next second, Junzai's dragon eyes brightened up, and a flash of greed flashed through them. What a pair of transcendent flesh! Junzai's gaze loomed over Xianyuan Zichu, his golden pupils telescoping and cavernous. Surprisingly, he invisibly saw that this teenager was as lucky as a rainbow, blessed with deep fortune, and blessed with a unique talent, and that he was a first-class pride of heaven. Such people are destined to be extraordinary in their lifetime. Not only are you free of illness and disease for the rest of your life, your heart is in the right place, but you are also like God's help. Just by looking at the other party, Junzai couldn't help but feel a slight favor for this teenager in the dark. so good that I'm embarrassed to eat it. Of course, that's a joke. The teenager in front of him was like the Tang monk. Eating him would bring very great benefits to Junzei, although the other party looked innocent. But to be able to stand in the crouching dragon pool was Junzei's enemy. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Suddenly, Junzei's eyes were drawn back to the bald monk who was shielding the teenager. Ha! This is the real fucking dawn on Earth. The other party's body had 7 shards that contained powerful energy. It's rare. The pair of brothers nearly drooled at the sight of Juniper. Well, he showed his cards, and he was now an evil dragon. One is as lucky as a rainbow, and one is harboring 7 relics. There were so many human race experts on the scene, and together they weren't as gold as these two. After devouring them, I'm afraid Junzei could be promoted immediately. How sensitive was Golden Buddha Z? Sensing the greed of the giant dragon, the 7-colored Buddha light above his head blazed up, and a Dharma weapon instantly appeared in his hand. It was the golden hoop that the ancient divine Buddha had personally handed over to him before he left the house. This gold hoop itself was not only an unobtainable treasure, but it was also blessed with the Buddha power of the ancient gods and Buddhas. Buddha's son, what are you waiting for? Put on the golden hoop for the sinful dragon, enter my Buddhist sect, and be well transformed. The transmission from the ancient divine Buddha unexpectedly appeared in Golden Buddha Z's mind. Yes, disciple knows. Golden Buddha Z chanted silently, and then, his eyes burned as he looked toward the giant dragon in the pool. Sinner dragon, look at the hoop. Only a bellowing cry could be heard as the golden hoop in Golden Buddha Z's hand smashed towards the giant dragon. Obviously a small gold hoop can fly in the air, but infinitely larger. The body flashes blazing golden light, like a round of the sun, so that it is difficult to look directly at. That's what. Juniper saw the monk throw a small, golden object toward him, and as this thing grew infinitely larger, a very bad sense of crisis rose up in Junzei's mind. This sense of crisis grew stronger as the golden light came closer to him. When Junzei thoroughly saw that it was a gold hoop, he burst into a rage. Damn! Stinking monk! Are you treating me like a monkey? Chapter 147, Trapping the Dragon with a Golden Hoop. What a miserable end it was for Sun Monkey in Journey to the West to be put on a golden hoop. Not only was he sealed off from freedom, but also from his own unruly heart. Junzei never expected this similar scene to happen to him. Put on the golden hoop and enter my Buddhist sect. These were the most vicious words Juniper had ever heard. Outrageous. Junzei had never been so angry before, and immediately opened his dragon's mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame at the golden hoop flying towards him. The temperature of the blazing flames was frighteningly high, and wherever it passed, the air was incinerated and turned into nothingness. However, this gold hoop was indestructible, and managed to completely ignore Longyan in general, continuing to smash towards Junzei. When Junzei saw this, the ominous feeling in his heart intensified, and he hurriedly swung his huge dragon body to try to dodge. But he realized that no matter how much he dodged, the golden hoop was always locked onto him, as if it had grown eyes. Just then, the golden hoop suddenly had flown above Junzei's head, and the change was so drastic that it was literally made to the size of his head. Buzz off! Junzei felt a powerful pressure of Buddha power coming from the golden hoop, making him unable to move. One could only watch as the golden hoop slowly fell down and was placed over one's head. As soon as the gold band was put on, Junzei immediately felt a sharp pain hit him, as if there were countless fine needles sticking into his head. He roared in agony, his voice resounding throughout the crouching dragon pool. Naughty experienced a handful of the pain that Sun Monkey had suffered back then. Seeing this, Golden Buddha Z secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The power of this golden hoop was far more powerful than he had imagined. He immediately folded his hands and let out a deafening sound. Amitabha Buddha, Sin Dragon, today you have been restrained by my golden hoop. Quickly convert to my Buddha. Those experts on the scene who had escaped and were not devoured by the dragon were instantly overjoyed at the sight of this scene. Worthy of being a Buddhist son of the great Thunder Sound Temple, he unexpectedly subdued the demonic dragon with a single strike. That gold hoop is really good. Those demonic forces hidden in the shadows also looked dumbfounded for the first time. It was hard to imagine that the true dragon of the crouching dragon pool would be subdued by just a single gold hoop from the district. But the facts are in front of us, and they have to be believed. Right now, the entire Taihang mountain echoed with the agonizing screams of the true dragon. Just imagine how scary that gold hoop really is. Gu Changming, who had been standing in the tree castle watching the show, was also unable to regain his senses for a long time by this sudden turn of events. Originally, when he saw that a group of experts from the human race had become the blood food of the demon dragon, his heart was disappointed with those losers from the human race. Now that the demon dragon was restrained by a golden hoop, it was at its most vulnerable. Ancient Changming reacted. Those deep eyes flickered with essence, then spoke quietly. Even though Taihang Mountain can't tolerate you as a dragon, but after all, You came from Taihang Mountain. Can't you be taken away by those monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Why don't we just let this father help you to free yourself, only to see ancient Changming extend a finger in the direction of the crouching dragon pool, the tip of the finger condensing a terrifying power that destroyed the heavens and the earth. But immediately, a despicable scoffing voice came to mind. Old tree demon, trying to sneak attack again. You are at least the king of the deep mountain demons. Why do you always do this kind of sneaky thing, huh? Unbridled. Ancient Changming became furious and instantly looked in the direction of the Snake Clan Snake Palace. After a deep glance, the terrifying power condensed at the tip of Gu Changming's finger gradually dissipated. Then with an icy smile, "Fat snake, this father cannot make a move, but you also give this father an honest stay. Let's see who is more anxious, haha. Old tree demon, a mere golden hoop. Do you really think you can trap the true dragons of the world?" Candle 9 in the Snake Palace revealed a confident smile. Instead, ancient Changming of the castle in the tree was furious. Furious not that he couldn't slay the dragon himself, angry that the Snake King, who had once been coy in front of him, was now able to level with him. He also said that the old tree demon, in the past, if he had 800 guts, that fat snake would not dare to be reckless. Junzei had a splitting headache at this time, feeling like his head was going to be torn apart, and his consciousness was gradually blurring, as if he would fall into a coma at any time. However, he still clenched his teeth and tried to stay awake, because he knew that if he really fainted, then the golden hoop would be completely set on his head, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Convert to my Buddha? Go to S. Get the fuck out of here. Dharma, heaven and earth. Junzei roared up angrily as the dragon power in his body began to work crazily, and a terrifying and unparalleled power erupted violently from him. In an instant, the dragon's body was as powerful as a rainbow. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color. Rumble. Above the dome of the sky, endless thunder flickered and lightning roared, illuminating the entire sky, only to see that the huge dragon, which was already as lofty as a mountain, was now emitting a bright and dazzling light all over its body, just like a dazzling star. Immediately afterward, the dragon's body began to surge, rapidly growing larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the giant dragon's body had become several times larger than before, and it began to rocket upwards from the crouching dragon pool, straight into the clouds. However, the golden hoop on his head also soared with the dragon's surge, emitting a buzzing and roaring sound, and the two seemed to be consumed with each other. It's all about who can wear who out, but in the eyes of the world, it was as if this sky and this earth had ceased to exist all of a sudden, and only the radiant dragon was left to grow larger and larger. The greatness is boundless. The greatness is going to break through this great prison of the world. Oh my god. 100,000 feet. Someone made a shock-like noise and watched with eyes glazed over. At this moment, throughout the entire territory of the Great Xia dynasty, if you looked around, you could see the terrifying image of a giant dragon roaring through the heavens and earth. The magnificent and domineering dragon might call out to the heavens and the earth, causing all beings to be shocked. Instead, the unidentified commoners kneeled on the ground in fear and wailed, "It's not good. The Dragon King is angry." They were horrified, wondering which goddamned bastard had angered the Dragon King. It made him so stormy. As the giant dragon became more and more lofty, the golden hoop on top of his head unexpectedly showed signs of cracking, and the originally powerful Buddha power it contained gradually became dull. Not good. The demonic dragon is trying to rely on the forbidden art of Dharma, heaven and earth to skyrocket its body and then harden the golden hoop. This thought flashed through the hearts of the human experts and couldn't help but make them suck in a breath of cold air. What a crazy move. But the only one in the world who can do it is this demon dragon. No one else can do it. In fact, the golden hoop was about to shatter, and it looked like it wouldn't be able to trap the demonic dragon after all. Those surviving human experts shook their heads regretfully. But suddenly, the gold band on the demon dragon's head seemed to have been activated all at once, and became indestructible once again. Exudes great Buddhist power. Sighting, only to see that inside the Great Thunder Sound Temple on the western mountain of Kunlun, a group of divine monks with superb Buddhist skills were sitting together, chanting and mouthing the 6 words of the Buddha's aphorisms. It turned out that they were actually adding Buddha's power to the gold hoop placed on Junzei's head. By the looks of it, they would not rest until the demonic dragon was suppressed. Junzei only thought that he was only doing battle with the golden hoop, but in fact, behind the golden hoop, it represented the entire Great Thunderbolt Temple. Chapter 148, I'm going to be promoted. However, Junzei wasn't stupid, and when he relied on the heavenly Dharma to skyrocket his 100,000 foot dragon body, the golden hoop on top of his head had already ruptured. But in a flash, the golden hoop was reactivated as if it had been activated again, and there was even a constant flow of Buddha power coming from the hoop. It made his head hurt even more. I can't wait to die with this gold hoop. Damn stinking monk, always playing dirty tricks with me behind my back. Junzei's dragon body was still in the process of rising, but his gaze was directed towards the Kunlun Mountains behind Kyoto. A magnificent Great Lein temple was suspended at the top of Kunlun's western mountain. In an instant, Junzei's dragon eyes flashed with a violent murderous aura. You like chanting, don't you? I'll make it impossible for you to read. 5 thunderbolts. Junzei locked on to the Great Thunderbolt Temple's location with a glance of 1,000 miles, and instantly executed the Heavenly Dipper divine art to control the 5 thunders. A thought of the 9 heavenly Hunyuan. Rumble. One could only see a large dark cloud pushing over the Great Thunderbolt Temple from all directions. Deep in the clouds, the light of thunder was vaguely visible as it flickered on and off. A great magic power was added to the cloud, and it instantly transformed into a sea of thunder. An earth-shattering thunderstorm came from the sea of thunder, and the sky of the Kunlun Market Mountain shook violently with it. In the next second, a terrifying pillar of thunder shot out from the sea of thunder through heaven and earth toward the Great Thunder Sound Temple to slash fiercely. It's like a sharp sword thrusting in. When the pillar of thunder struck the Lein temple, it overturned its roof and cracked its walls. The Buddha statues inside the temple were also affected and shook, and those divine monks who were reciting the 6-word motto felt the tremendous pressure, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. It's hard to stay calm. At this time, the ancient divine Buddha in a golden robe slowly stepped out. Seeing a sea of thunder overshadowing the sky hanging in the sky above the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he smiled compassionately. Amitabha Buddha, what a bold dragon, even daring to disturb a place of Buddhist purification. It looks like he's been cornered, no stopping for the 6 words. Where is the golden Buddha? Protect the temple. Rumble. Within the sea of thunder, a terrifying pillar of thunder snaked out, ruthlessly smashing into the Great Thunder Sound Temple. And with the ancient divine Buddha's light-hearted words, only a beam of golden Buddhist light rushed up from the temple, colliding with that pillar of thunder. Instantly, the sky erupted with dazzling light. Thunder and lightning intertwined with the Buddha's light, creating a brilliant and colorful scene. However, since the golden-bodied Rohan had struck, except for the first pillar of thunder, no more lightning could fall on top of the Great Thunderbolt Temple. And crouching dragon pool, the true dragon that had executed the Dharma heaven and earth had unconsciously skyrocketed to 200,000 feet, bigger than the world can imagine. The boundless dragon's body stood through the heavens and earth. It appeared that the sea of thunder that Junzei had cast had failed to stop the group of divine monks of the Great Thunder Sound Temple from chanting, but the first pillar of thunder that went down had managed to cause the group of divine monks to pause slightly for a moment. Stop for just this moment. Junzei seized the opportunity to roar. I have 300,000 years of Taoism in my body, and I have merit and virtue to protect my body. All laws will not be invaded, and all evils will not come near. The golden hoop will break for me. Click. Ka-ching. Click. The heaven and earth resounded with the sound of a gold hoop breaking. In an instant, the group of divine monks from the Great Thunder Sound Temple who were reciting the 6-character motto all vomited blood and fell to the ground. Not good. Not good. Not good. The gold hoop has actually broken. This is impossible. The experts of the human race were so scared that their faces were as white as paper, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. The shadow of death was back in everyone's mind, and fear came rushing in like a tidal wave. Run for it, everybody run! Someone cried out in terror, their voice filled with despair and helplessness. But facing such a huge demonic dragon, what use would running away be? With the power of the Dharma heaven and earth, the demon dragon's body had skyrocketed to 200,000 feet, just like a giant that stood on top of the sky. In comparison, the bodies of the human race seemed incredibly small, even more insignificant than a mole cricket. Running away? The moment the gold hoop broke, the judge of the Qin Tian supervisor, Lu Yudao, did not hesitate to turn into a wisp of green smoke and darted toward the foot of the mountain as fast as he could. To say one more word of nonsense is to be irresponsible with your life. On the other hand, the elders of the Kunlun ruins clung onto Xinyuan Zichu and fled the scene as hard as they could, completely unconcerned about the deaths of the other disciples. The demonic dragon was trapped in the golden hoop and was bound to have accumulated a full of grievances and anger. Now that the golden hoop is broken, how will it unleash its wrath? The crowd understood in their hearts that if they didn't escape at this moment, they were afraid that they would become victims of the demon dragon's anger. As a result, the scene became chaotic, with everyone running in all directions, just trying to stay alive. Emperor Jelom's originally planned operation to take the dragon was completely declared a failure at this moment, because the world still underestimated the strength of that dragon in the crouching dragon pool. Buddha's son, quickly ascend the lotus platform. As the sage Bodhisattva witnessed this, a trace of fear could not help but arise in his heart. She knew that it was inappropriate to engage the demonic dragon head-on at this time, so she hurriedly greeted Golden Buddha Z as he boarded his lotus platform and fled this dangerous place together. The Golden Buddha child. however, did not heed the advice of the sage Bodhisattva. He stood still and shook his head. Everyone else might be able to escape, but he was the only one who was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape, because a pair of terrifying gazes had locked onto his body. The sage Bodhisattva thought that Golden Buddha Z was scared silly, and with his arm infinitely extended, he grabbed Golden Buddha Z and came to his lotus platform. In the next moment, it turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. At this time, the dragon's roar from Taihang Mountain shook the sky. An abyssal mouth suddenly appeared in the direction of the Kunlun Mountains, like the gates of hell have been opened. Not good. This sage female Bodhi applied the emergency brakes and reversed direction, but it was too late. When the abyss-like mouth closed, the sage Bodhisattva of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and the Golden Buddha Sun with the 7-colored Buddha seal on his head disappeared completely from the world, became the biggest victim in this plan to surround the demon dragon, only to see that huge dragon that had swallowed up the sage Bodhisattva and the Golden Buddha Sun. Its lofty and boundless body suddenly shone with a precious jade-like light that was brilliant and glittering. At the same time, its dragon's might skyrocketed in this instant, climbing upwards as if it was about to break through the heavens. The huge dragon that was originally just standing still between heaven and earth was now soaring up from the crouching dragon pool at an astonishing speed, rushing upwards like an infinite torrent. That huge dragon body circled up in a circle, like a mountain in the sky, instantly stretching across the sky, obscuring the entire sky. The terrifying dragon might invaded heaven and earth like a shocking wave. The air became unusually oppressive and suffocating at this moment. The human experts who were still fleeing looked like they had been shot, and they fell from the hairy sky with miserable screams. Under the suppression of such a terrifying dragon's might, flying was forbidden in the air. Even if you are on the ground, you have no choice but to bend your knees and submit. If anyone dared to forcefully resist and not kneel, then they would be mercilessly crushed and pulverized by the dragon's might. Demons all over the mountain had already prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. Even the race demon king is no exception. I'm getting promoted. Junzei, who was straddling the air, seemed to murmur something. Rumble. The heavens and earth erupted with a vision that shocked the heavens and earth. Chapter 149. The nobility of the god of heaven is none greater than the green dragon, the foothills of the Taihang Mountains. At this time, one after another, people were fleeing down from the mountain with crawling and rolling, their faces filled with panic, truly experienced a life and death escape. Within a short time, a dozen people had gathered at the foot of the mountain, and everyone looked at each other with the message in their eyes: you have a great life. That's all survivable. Qin Tianjian Lu Yudao is one of the survivors. At this time he laughed bitterly, thought that this time the imperial decree to take the dragon is a good opportunity for his own performance of merit. I didn't realize I'd almost lost my life. It's horrible. It's horrible. Not bad for a dragon that is above all things. The sacred things of heaven are sacrosanct. That's not true at all. A few hours ago, the court went up the mountain with all the major factions to get the dragon. And what a sight it was. In a flash, that's all that's left. The fact that they had survived was in no way due to how powerful they were. It was purely due to luck. At this time, the 6th elder of the Kunlun ruins fled down the mountain with the 19th prince Xianyuan Zichu in a sorry state as well. Just after stopping, the 6th elder let out a vicious sigh of relief. It was because he had preserved Xianyuan Zichu, the royal son of the royal family, as well as the Dao son of the Kunlun ruins, and his mission is complete. From start to finish, the 6th elder's mission on the mountain was not to take the dragon, but to protect Xianyuan Zichu, because this child's life is too precious. After the 6th elder's heart palpitated, he looked up at the sky, and a strange sight appeared in the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the wind was so fierce that it was as if the entire heaven and earth were shaken by it. What exactly is this demonic dragon up to? The 6th elder pondered in his heart and couldn't help but feel a hint of uneasiness. Could it be that devouring the Great Thunder Sound Temple sage Bodhisattvas and Buddhas couldn't relieve the demon dragon's anger? Xianyuan Zichu, who was safe afterward, however, let out a grief-stricken cry of pain. He clasped his head with both hands, tears flowing down his eyes like a fountain. His voice filled with endless sadness and despair. Senior uncle, my royal brother is gone. My 16th brother is gone. Ah. It turned out that Xianyuan Zichu had witnessed the tragic situation of his royal brother, Golden Buddha Z, being devoured by a giant dragon. That horrible scene was deeply engraved in his mind, and now when he recalled it, he, Xianyuan Zichu, couldn't help but tremble. The 6th elder gently patted Xianyuan Zichu's shoulder to show understanding and comfort, even though he also deeply regretted the death of the Buddhist son of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Earlier, when the demonic dragon had gone berserk, everyone had swept the snow in front of their doors and fled for their own lives. Life and death can only depend on fate. Lu Yudao saw that the Kunlun ruins elder and the emperor's son had also escaped, and he wanted to go over to greet them. but suddenly the space in front of him created a violent fluctuation and ripples. Immediately afterward, a figure was seen emerging from the spot, his entire body surrounded by immortal and divine auras, appearing mysterious and majestic. Sect leader, what brings you here? The sixth elder was slightly taken aback at the sight of the manifested person, but quickly regained his composure and sank to his knees. Sect leader, I'm guilty. This time, the Kunlun ruins men and women were almost completely wiped out. They all folded in the crouching dragon pool. That demonic dragon is just too powerful. I've done everything I can, but I can only save Zichu's life. Master, ugh. As soon as Xin Yuan Zichu saw Daojian's sect leader appear, he immediately pounced over and hugged his thigh tightly, crying even more sadly. Lu Yudao and the experts beside him who had luckily recovered their lives saluted the Daoist true sect leader and said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord sect leader of the Kunlun ruins." However, the Daojian sect leader didn't pay any attention to anyone as his expression was unusually grave, his gaze fixed firmly on the sky above. There, an immense and incomparable dragon emerged from the sky, covering the sky as if it had covered the entire sky. That giant dragon's body skyrocketed to a staggering 200,000 feet, and the pressure it emitted was irresistible. The spirits of the entire Taihang mountain were shrouded in fear under the pressure of the giant dragon. However, what surprised Daojian was that the light emanating from the top and bottom of the giant dragon's body was constantly flickering brightly and dimly, presenting an extremely unstable state. The volatility is very strong. No, the aura isn't right and the breath isn't stable. Could it be that the other party is going to? The Daojian sect leader was shaken, and his face became extremely grave, even a bit unimaginable. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself, but the shock in his eyes could not be hidden. As the hallowed sect leader of Kunlun ruins, he usually did not change his color when a mountain collapsed in front of him, but at this moment, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The sixth elder on the side had never seen Daoist true sect leader lose his temper like this before, and his heart was shocked. He stared with wide eyes and asked with a trembling voice, "Sect leader, could it be that the demonic dragon is going to come down the mountain to wreak havoc on the people?" The golden hoop thrown by Golden Buddha Z caused great pain to the demonic dragon, completely enraging it. At this moment, it was straddling the sky above, as if it was an insurmountable mountain, emitting a suffocating pressure. The sixth elder was worried that the demonic dragon would lose its mind out of anger and come down the mountain to kill indiscriminately, bringing endless disasters to the earth. Daojian's sect leader, however, shook his head and said slowly, "By the looks of it, I'm afraid the other party is going to be promoted." With his understanding and perception of all things in heaven and earth, there was only one possibility for the giant dragon's unusual aura and breath fluctuations, that the giant dragon was about to break through its own realm and promote its dragon bloodline. It ends up being a brand new divine dragon. Promotion? The sixth elder opened his mouth wide in shock, unable to speak for a moment, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Even Xin Yuan Zichu, who had been hugging Daojian's thighs and crying out, froze, forgetting her grief, an incredulous expression on her face. The others were even more dumbfounded, completely unable to accept this fact. They couldn't imagine that the demonic dragon that was already a true dragon in the world would still need to be promoted. It was simply beyond their cognizance. However, when they saw the serious and earnest expression of Daoist true sect leader, the doubts in their hearts gradually transformed into fear. One by one, they looked at each other with apprehension and uneasiness in their eyes. Daoist true sect leader was a giant in the cultivation world, and his eyesight was naturally extraordinary. He would never say something ridiculous at a critical moment. This proved to be true. When the experts of the human race saw the demon dragon come out of nowhere, they thought it was going to get angry and go on a killing spree. However, Daojian was able to see through the essence at a glance. The aura of the huge dragon that was now straddling the sky was gradually changing, as if it had gone through a metamorphosis of shedding its bones and being reborn in nirvana. It was hard to imagine any other possibilities other than breaking through the realm and upgrading the bloodline. My good lord! The other party was originally a three-clawed true dragon. If he were to promote his dragon bloodline again, what level of divine dragon would he become? Could it be that it's going to be promoted to become the legendary divine beast green dragon, one of the four direction gods? Someone started guessing wildly, their voice carrying a tremor. There was a saying that the nobility of the heavenly gods is none other than the green dragon. Chapter 150 Dragon Overlord. Long in the ancient times, the dragon race ruled the world with its great strength and majesty, overlooking all things in the world. Within the dragon clan, there was no shortage of those divine dragons with noble bloodlines and great strength. And as one of the four directions gods, the divine beast Qinglong is a very representative existence of the dragon race. According to the ancient records of the human race, the green dragon's whole body presents a deep blue color, like a vast ocean, scales flashing with mysterious green light, eyes like two rounds of bright moon, able to penetrate all things in the world. In folklore, the green dragon enjoys great reputation and prestige. Thus, when the Taoist true sect leader announced that the true dragon in the crouching dragon pool was about to be promoted, there were those who immediately connected it to the legendary green dragon. However, there are others who disagree with this. This demonic dragon is far more powerful than what we have imagined. Not long ago, it devoured the ancient ferocious beast Red Flame, and now it has devoured numerous experts of the human race. And even the sage bodhisattvas and Buddhas of the great Thunderbolt Temple have fallen into its blood meal. If it really succeeds in advancing, it might be able to become the overlord of the dragon race in one fell swoop, the five-clawed dragon. These words were like a thunderbolt that shocked everyone present. Five-clawed long? As soon as the word was uttered, it seemed to trigger a landslide of shock. The crowd was shocked, unable to believe their ears. Long is what a powerful existence ah. Think of when Emperor Xianyuan, in order to suppress the world's demons, unite the dragon tribe. And the one who rules the dragon tribe is the mighty and famous five-clawed Long. That's dragon god level. Getting the dragon's fortune to guard the living world. Humph. What kind of demon dragon is capable of being promoted to Overlord Long? It's impossible. Why don't you just say Candle Dragon? Today's emperor still thinks of eating dragon meat to get long life. To each other into Long, even if the emperor died, would not dare to produce that kind of absurd thoughts. These surviving experts discussed one another, completely forgetting that they had only just escaped from death. Taoist true sect leader didn't have the heart to speculate on what level of divine dragon that huge dragon hovering in the sky would end up advancing into. The most crucial question at the moment was, if this dragon successfully completed its promotion, would it be a blessing or a curse for the Daxia dynasty and all the people of the world? Just at this moment, the land at the foot of the mountain suddenly rose a green smoke, and a figure slowly emerged from the smoke. The appearance of this figure shocked everyone present, for it turned out to be the city god, the first-ranked judicial positive god of the Qintian Supervisory Authority. Who would have thought that this Taihang Mountain, as a place where demons and devils are entrenched in the world, would first see the emergence of the current headmaster of the Kunlun market, and then the emergence of the righteous god of justice, the city god. When Liu Yudao saw the city god appear, he immediately kneeled down respectfully to pay his respects. Yudao pays his respects to the immortal. Seeing this, the others followed suit, kneeling and saluting right after them. However, the city god just coldly grunted at Liu Yudao and ignored him. He then took a step towards the Taoist true sect leader and bowed slightly, respectfully calling out, "Senior brother." Daojian sect leader, on the other hand, opened the door and said, "Senior brother, I'm sure you must have come over here because you sensed that the true dragon was about to be promoted to the dragon bloodline." The city god nodded silently, his expression complex and grave. If the true dragon of the crouching dragon pool had begun to ascend before being besieged by the human powerhouses, then the city god might not have been so anxious. But now that the human experts were besieging and the other party was promoting after a big killing spree, then the meaning was different. Obviously, Emperor Jialong's taking of the dragon had completely pushed the other party to the opposite side of the human race. The three-clawed true dragon alone had already stretched the court thin. If this promotion succeeds, it will definitely completely look out of the world. And when the time comes to retaliate against the imperial court and wreak havoc on the human race, who can stop it? Elder brother, what should we do now? The city god asked for advice in vain, and the sudden promotion of the true dragon gave this immortal a whole won't. It had to be said that the crouching dragon pool true dragon's growth speed was too fast, so fast that the world had never expected it. How long has it been since he ascended the heavenly gate and transformed into a dragon? Daojian once again raised his head, his gaze deep at the giant dragon. A long time before answering, the other party since the walk augur, senior brother in the eyes, at first concluded that the other party blessed deep. Amazing creation. Now it seems that the other party is clearly a dragon clan she blessed. This is the fate of the cycle of reincarnation. Cannot be changed. Elder brother is saying that the dragon race that disappeared in the ancient times is coming back? The city god heard the hidden meaning and looked at the Taoist true patriarch in shock. Then we'll have to see what level of divine dragon the other party will evolve into after their promotion. And Daxia? The city god is anxious to know that all of the Daxia dynasty has stood for 10,000 years. To a large extent, it is the capture of the dragon's qi. Emperor Xianyuan left a royal motto, "No dragons allowed in the world." Not only is it just jealous of the dragon tribe's power, the main reason is that back then, Emperor Xianyuan did not speak of martial virtues and relied on teaming up with the dragon tribe to suppress the world's demons. After establishing a dynasty, he came backhanded to slay the dragon. To put it bluntly, Emperor Xianyuan is stepping on the dragon tribe to rise to power, seizing the dragon tribe's chi and transforming it into the Great Summer's national fortune. These secret stories, ordinary people do not know. The city god cannot be clear. So whenever the court meeting, repeatedly people take the royal ancestral training out to say, the city god is difficult to refute, because any extra dragon in the world is a weakening of the great Xia dynasty's national fortune. There is no need for senior brother to be in a hurry, for there will surely be someone who is more anxious than you, and I'm afraid it won't be so smooth for the true dragon to be promoted. A certain mountain demon king in Taihang Mountain regards the true dragon as a thorn in his side, so how could he have watched him advance smoothly, just like when we first ascended to the heavenly gates? But the true dragon is already unstoppable. No one can stop it. The dragon clan's chi luck is added. Can't a group of curmudgeons be able to turn the situation around? The city god does recognize this statement. Those demons on Taihang Mountain cannot even stop the dragon from ascending to the heavenly gate. Don't say now. The city god thought for a moment and said with a serious face, "May I ask senior brother to come with me to the palace and meet the emperor together? What's the point of going to see that dimwit now?" Taoist true sect leader said with a face full of disdain. Regardless of what level of divine dragon the true dragon will ultimately be promoted to, the court must do everything in its power to make amends to the other side in order to resolve the conflict with the court. The city god said solemnly, "My suggestion is that once the other party has been successfully promoted, the imperial court should immediately issue a holy decree of enthronement of the divine beast, confirming its identity and status as a divine dragon, and absolutely not allow the conflict to further intensify." Upon hearing this, the corner of Daojian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. "Senior brother, haven't these suggestions of yours been mentioned to that dim-witted ruler a long time ago? But what was the result? It didn't help at all. This time, now the true dragon is about to be promoted. The emperor will not dare to have any more non-thinking. This time to go, will surely be able to get his promise, even if he is still stubborn. We can force him to agree to this matter. Can't let the emperor in the nonsense. Hopefully, that faint-hearted ruler will be able to listen to the hard work of senior brother this time. Also, since this is the case, then my elder brother will accompany you to the palace together, just to take this rare opportunity to give that faint-hearted ruler a good knock." At the foot of the mountain, the city god and the Taoist Zen master both disappeared. 151 Great moments inside the palace. Emperor Jiao Long was storming out, the flames of his anger nearly setting the entire palace ablaze. His elaborate plan to take the dragon ended in failure. What was even more unacceptable to him was that his most beloved son had been devoured by a demonic dragon. This son was originally born a Buddhist son, gifted with extraordinary talent, and was the most outstanding of all the sons of Emperor Jiaolong, and was even hailed as a gift from the Buddha for his ascension to the throne. Now, however, this precious son had become food for the demon dragon. Emperor Jiaolong's heart was filled with unwillingness and resentment. He originally thought that he would be able to taste the dragon's meat and obtain the secret of immortality, but in the end, he didn't even get a single dragon scale. Not only that, but it cost him a royal son and a loss to his grandma's house. Pissed off, Emperor Jiaolong roared madly inside the palace, his face twisted and looking horrible. On the side, Minglan deliberately made a horrified expression, but in reality, her heart had already burst into laughter. "Serves you right, going against my lord true dragon. Even if you're the current emperor, you won't have a good time," Minglan muttered in her mind. Just then, Daji appeared. She didn't want Emperor Jiaolong to give up just like that, so she stepped forward and comforted. "Your Majesty, we still have a chance, even though the courtsmen have failed. The demon race has yet to move out." "Why hasn't the demon race acted yet? What the hell is that evergreen king doing? My son has been eaten by a demonic dragon, and he hasn't even reacted at all." Emperor Jiaolong angrily questioned Daji, his voice resounding throughout the palace. "I think it must be that the evergreen king has never found the right time." Daji tries to defend the evergreen king. "Humph, no chance. Then it will never find a chance. The demon dragon swallowed my Buddha's son. To be promoted, then it will truly override all things. It this deep mountain demon king also won the end." As soon as she heard about the demon dragon's promotion, a hint of jealousy flashed in Daji's eyes. She was originally a nine-tailed sky fox, and in order to become a divine fox, she went to the palace to become the emperor's consort. But in the end, she was still unable to accomplish anything. Now that this demonic dragon was actually going to be promoted, wouldn't she have even less of a chance? No, it must not be allowed to succeed. So she hid the jealousy in her heart and said to the emperor with a smile, "Your Majesty, precisely because the demon dragon is going to be promoted, now is the best opportunity for the demon race to strike." Emperor Jiaolong stopped his angry rant upon hearing this and looked at Daji in surprise, gradually understanding what she meant. Right, when the demon dragon is promoted in the sky, although it won't attract heavenly tribulation like walking the augur to transform into a dragon, it needs to break through the limitations of its own lineage and sit in silence like an ascetic monk, and it can't move no matter how much the outside world interferes with it. At this moment, it was simply a living target, and anyone could easily cut it down. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement and greed flashed in Emperor Jiaolong's eyes. Ha ha, Ifei reminds me. Then according to Ifei's words, this drama of taking the dragon is not over yet? Your Majesty. Naturally it's not over, so let's just wait and keep watching. When Emperor Jialong was in a better mood, a eunuch ran in and said in a panic, Your Majesty, the city god of the Qintian supervision and the Taoist Zen master of the Kunlun market are both requesting to see you. What? Emperor Jialong froze at the words, and a flash of panic instantly flashed across his eyes. I can't wait to dig a hole in place and hide myself. Relying on the Dharma heaven and earth, Junzai, who had skyrocketed 200,000 feet, stood across the sky. The great phase dragon skill that he cultivated was running wildly, and his aura grew stronger and stronger, like a volcano erupting, and the mana in his body turned over and surged. His body's chi and blood were exuberant to the extreme, as if it was burning with a blazing fire. Every dragon scale covering the entire body emitted a blazing light, as if a blazing sun was in the sky. This lofty dragon body was on the verge of an imminent eruption. It's finally happening. Junzai could not help but feel a little nervous in his heart, as if he was about to open a mysterious blind box, because even he himself couldn't predict the outcome of the promotion, not knowing what kind of divine dragon he would become. However, Junzai knew deep down that as long as he succeeded in this promotion, he would completely dominate the world and travel the seas. No one, no power, was no longer worthy of his scorn. He didn't need to do things the way he used to, and he needed to project before he did them. The Gate of Ascension allowed Junzai to become the true dragon of the world, and this promotion would allow him to rise in this world. Unstoppable. Whether it was the gods of the human race or the deep mountain demon king of the demon race, they would all be trampled under his feet. Let the world witness this great moment together. Rumble. Thunder rose in the void and shocking visions of the world were frequent. It's like the end of the world is coming. At this moment, the dragon standing horizontally in the sky looks like a rising gesture to bring calamity to the world. The Dragon King is angry. It's over. We're all doomed. The people who were not aware of the truth saw this scene and lost their 3 souls, kowtowing frantically at the dragon. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, Junzai's flawless body violently erupted with a blinding light that was impossible to look at directly. In an instant, everyone's eyes were blinded by this light, unable to open. Under the shroud of that dazzling light, an irresistible and powerful dragon's might invaded downwards like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Countless people were unable to control their bodies at this moment and fell to their knees. They were sprawled on the ground in a 5-legged position, unable to even raise their heads, and their bodies were trembling even more, inwardly ashamed. Although mortals regard the true dragon as a god in their hearts, often the immortal cultivators are the most disdainful. Hoof. District Demon Dragon. Still want to overturn the Skyknot? Want me to kneel? No, door. The current saint has decreed to take the dragon, and those who kneel down at this moment and submit to the obscene power of the demonic dragon are all wastes and traitors. I can't raise the ambition of the demon dragon and destroy the prestige of the great Xia dynasty. However, it didn't take long. What a terrifying dragon's might. I can't support it anymore. Put. Anyone who did not kneel could hardly bear the weight of this dragon's might, and they spat out blood from their mouths. In the end, he could only fall to his knees in a sorry state and lower his head. There were some great cultivators with high levels of cultivation who used their own mana to add to their eyes and tried to tilt their heads up to look at the sky. When they saw that the demon dragon's entire body of golden dragon scales was rustling down at this time, as if a piece of crystal clear golden stone was falling from the sky, he could not help but show a shocked look. Vaguely, it seemed that someone also heard a sound of creaking bones. The voice was creepy and chilling, as if it came from the underworld. After the demon dragon had shed all of its golden dragon scales, the flesh and blood of its entire body began to explode continuously. Each explosion was accompanied by a mist of blood and a mournful dragon's roar. The dragon's roar was filled with pain and struggle, like the demonic dragon was experiencing a great disaster. As the sound of the explosions gradually diminished, the flesh and blood on the demon dragon's body had completely disappeared, leaving only a set of morose and sinuous white bones. This white bone looked hideous, but it exuded a magnificent and domineering aura. The demon dragon is metamorphosing? Gosh, it's actually really promoting its dragon body, shedding the original scales and skin, blood and flesh for a new life. The world will fear that there will be no more true dragons from the heavenly gate, and in their place will be an even more powerful dragon overlord. Chapter 152, Calling Big Brother, Calling Dad under the heavens. Those who disdain it are called demon dragons, and those who recognize it are called true dragons. Worshippers, called the Dragon King, but whatever the world calls it. The huge dragon standing horizontally in the sky in front of him had already caused countless people's hearts to turn over. Its appearance not only breaks the pattern of no dragons in the world, but also to make the dragon race rise. As long as it succeeded in advancing to a higher level of divine dragon, the dragon race would have the potential to make a comeback and dominate the world once again. Just what kind of divine dragon will it be promoted to? This sensational path of true dragon promotion was displayed in front of the world in a grand manner, and I don't know how many people's negative emotions were triggered. Some are panicked, some are curious, some are scornful, and others are in awe of it. Nowadays, even without the help of the heavenly tribulation, that huge dragon that came out of nowhere was already enough to attract the attention of all the living beings in the whole world. That no dragon scales were visible, no flesh and blood were visible, only a morose bone body was left, but it still exuded a magnificent and majestic overbearing dragon aura. Moreover, this aura continued to strengthen over time and was increasing at a rate of several or even dozens of times. It was clearly still in the metamorphosis stage, geometrically enhanced before it began to usher in new life and thus promotion. If the promotion was successful, I'm afraid that it would trample all the strongest combatants in this world underfoot. At this point, some people couldn't help but begin to speculate that it was reasonable to say that a snake that could eventually transform into a dragon was already considered to have come to the end of its journey. But after the other party transformed into a dragon, within a short period of time, he was actually able to promote his dragon body? Could it be that it is a great power of the ancient dragon race? Reincarnated? Tree Castle. Ancient Changming's face grimaced as he watched the huge dragon that stood across the sky undergo a metamorphosis. From the time he knew that the demon dragon was going to be promoted, he had been pressing on and waiting despite his inner shock. At this moment, the demon dragon shed its impenetrable dragon scales and exploded its exuberant flesh and blood, leaving only a skeleton. Ancient Changming instantly went crazy, his eyes bursting out with killing intent. Ha ha! This is the moment. This is the moment that my father has been waiting for. Right now. It was the demon dragon's most vulnerable time. So if he didn't make a move at this time, when would he wait? Linger, quickly go and pass on the order of this honorable man. Let those demon kings hiding in the dark do it at the same time. Destroy this dragon skeleton. At that time, let's see what the demon dragon takes to get promoted. Damn demon dragons. It's not enough for a snake to transform into a dragon. It has to be promoted. Outrageous. It simply doesn't give a damn. No one in this world is above the deep mountain demon king. Not even dragons. The 100 Flower Fairy's face became very ugly as she stood still, seemingly in a predicament. Ha! Why don't you go? Gu Changming's eyes were filled with anxiety and eagerness. He couldn't wait to seize this once-in-a-lifetime dragon-slaying opportunity for fear of missing any moment. The 100 Flower Fairy hesitated and was slow to act. Gu Changming's eyes widened as he impatiently pursued. What exactly happened? Your Holiness, those demon kings who were previously hiding in the shadows and waiting for your orders have all returned to their respective clan territories, and they also said something. The Flower Fairy was about to speak, looking a bit hesitant. Say something? Tell this honorable man quickly. Gu Changming's voice grew harsher as he desperately wanted to know the thoughts and attitudes of these demon kings. They say that the human race has all failed, and that the true dragon in the crouching dragon pool is too powerful and is now about to be promoted. So if everyone still makes a move, it might trigger the extinction of the clan. The 100 Flower Fairy carefully replied. Hearing this, Gu Changming instantly roared angrily. What are they afraid of? With this honored one here to back them up, this is a once-in-a-lifetime perfect opportunity. He was extremely dissatisfied with the cowardice of these demon kings. Your Holiness, they say that they don't want to repeat the mistakes of the Lion Clan. When Jialong ascended the heavenly gate, the 9 sacred demon kings of the Lion Clan obeyed your orders. But in the end, not only did the main body fall, but the entire Lion Clan went into decline as a result. The 100 Flower Fairy truthfully relayed the concerns of the demon kings. Damn! Who said those words? This honored one will kill him and pulverize him. Gu Changming was so angry that his roar resounded all around. The 100 Spirit Fairy looked at the man in front of her, who was consumed by anger, with a face full of fear, her heart filled with unease and worry. Finally, she gathered her courage and said with a trembling voice, Your Holiness, please calm your anger. Why don't we give up as well? Right now it seems that dragon slaying is definitely impossible. However, before the words fell, Gu Changming suddenly turned around, violently waved his sleeve, and an ear slap viciously slapped the Bailing Fairy's clear and absolutely beautiful face. The 100 Spirit Fairy instantly fell to the ground, spraying a mouthful of blood from her mouth. Despite suffering a heavy blow, the 100 Spirits Fairy still struggled to get up, ignoring her own injuries, and begged bitterly, Your Holiness, Linger implores you to give up. If you insist on making a move at this moment, once you fail, you will surely lead to a murderous disaster. As long as the true dragon was successfully promoted, I'm afraid that even the Deep Mountain Demon King would not be worth mentioning in front of it. Gu Changming couldn't listen at all. His eyes flashed with mad anger as he roared, Shut up! Shut the hell up! You bitchy servant girl! How dare you talk nonsense here? What do you know? Nowadays, it's as easy as pie for my father to kill the demon dragon. And the reason why I've delayed in doing so is all because of that damnable fat snake's obstruction. Now Snake King Candle 9 had become the Deep Mountain Demon King, almost equal to him, and the demon dragon is getting promoted again. It could be said that Taihang Mountain was almost unable to accommodate him. The Deep Mountain Demon King. No, this honored one must not sit around and wait for death. The completely mad Gu Changming transmitted his voice to the Snake Palace Qianli. Fat snake, as long as you don't stop this father, the territory in this father's hand will be divided in half, in addition to granting you any one of your requests. Who knew that Candle Jio's voice came out mockingly? Old tree demon, now you know you're in a hurry, don't you? This king doesn't want your territory. As long as you open your mouth and beg me, this king will stay out of it. Fucking Candle 9. Ancient Changming's teeth were about to be clenched, but time was running out and he didn't have time to spend with the other party. Can only put down the dignity of the Deep Mountain Demon King and humbly said, well, this father begs you. No, I, Gu Changming, beg you Snake King Lord Candle Jio to be magnanimous and not to intervene in the grudges between the demon dragon and me. Call Big Brother. Candle 9's teasing voice came again. Gu Changming clenched his fists in death. His veins rippled, and finally took a deep breath. Big Brother Candle Jio. Okay? Call Dad. Ancient Changming Deep Mountain Demon King's aura instantly erupted like a volcano. Why don't you just stop slaying dragons today and slay snakes? This Candle 9 is too deceitful. Ha ha. Just kidding. Old tree demon. You can strike any way you want. This king will never intervene. Ancient Changming was pleasantly surprised. As long as Candle Jio did not make a move. Just now the voice of Big Brother, even if it was not shouted in vain. And at this moment, Candle 9 in the Snake Palace was hugging a snake beauty and laughing loudly. Painful. This king has been suppressed by the old tree demon for many years, and now he has finally gotten out of a bad breath. Good boy. It turns out that the big show you invited this king to watch is actually the promotion of the dragon body. Over the top, old tree demon. Even if this king doesn't intervene, do you think you can still do anything about that little old brother of mine? The true dragon is unstoppable as it flies into the sky. Candle 9's eyes flashed with a playful light. Then he turned his head and fiercely kissed the snake beauty's face. Metso. Chapter 153, The Overlord of Dragons. The birth of the five clotting. Long after confirming Candle 9's promise to stay out of the way, it was no longer difficult for Gu Changming to suppress his killing intent of wanting to slay the dragon, and a strong demonic aura emanated from him. The figure instantly flashed to the roof of the castle, when he was just about to endlessly release his terrifying pressure as the Deep Mountain Demon King. But in the next moment, Gu Changming suddenly froze. The original demon dragon had shed its blood and flesh, scales and skin, leaving only a shell of a morose white dragon skeleton. But at this moment, it erupted with a fiery and dazzling light out. Between the enveloping light, inches of flesh and blood unexpectedly began to grow crazily at an astonishing speed. The vision that shocked the world was once again frequent. The wind and clouds changed color, and the electricity flashed and thundered. Not good. The demonic dragon has completed the process of metamorphosis and is going to start renewing its life and undergo promotion. Ancient Changming was furious. The little bit of time he had delayed just now had already caused him to lose the excellent opportunity to strike. The blood and flesh of the dragon skeleton was recast, and soon, a brand new dragon body gradually began to slowly appear in front of the world's living beings, only to see all sorts of arcane and incomparable patterns on it unfolding with it as the blood and flesh were recast. An ancient rune and treasure character bloomed with a brilliant light and emerged. These ancient treasure characters, seemingly curved, were the connotations of the dragon race, mysterious and ancient. They were spread all over the body, forming a grand and magnificent pattern, as if speaking of the endless power and majesty of the dragon race. The whole process, like a thrilling visual feast, is breathtaking, unbelievable. The true dragon is transformed. The brand new dragon body is covered with scale pattern. This kind of scale mosquito is not simple, has a great origin. Only the dragon family high bloodline of the divine dragon is qualified to have. There was also an exclamation from the corner of heaven and earth, because that scale pattern was like the most arcane formation in the world, containing endless mysteries and power. The scale pattern that covered the whole body, on the other hand, showed a sacred yellow luster, as if it was clad in a yellow robe that symbolized the 9 to 5, flowing with a supreme majesty that was unparalleled in the world. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. I already know the true dragon's promotion into a divine dragon of some sort. Of big-eyed person spoke up proudly. Although the dragon race had disappeared from the world for 10,000 years, as the once overlord of heaven and earth, the world still possessed a certain amount of knowledge about each of the divine dragons within the dragon clan, because each divine dragon has its own majesty and qualities. This is the Yinglong tattoo. It's precious and unique, a symbol of the hegemon. What? Yinglong tattoo. Doesn't that mean the true dragon is going to be promoted to a 5-clawed Yinglong? Impossible. I don't believe it. Yinglong is the top powerhouse of the dragon race, bearing the noblest bloodline of the dragon race, while the true dragon, although it came out from the heavenly gate, is after all a snake that was transformed after birth. How could it be promoted into a 5-clawed Yinglong in one fell swoop? For a moment, the entire heaven and earth was as if it had exploded, and there was a great deal of discussion. It is important to know that in ancient times, it was Yinglong who ruled the dragon race, and it was also Yinglong who suppressed the demons in the world. Yinglong's strength was something that the world had no way of imagining. However, there are some facts that are not in doubt. Along with the scale pattern being fully formed, instantly, a glittering dragon scale began to emerge in unison. Each dragon scale emitted a dazzling light like the sun and moon, and at the same time, the terrifying aura of an ancient divine beast permeated the air. This aura seemed to bring the world back to that ancient era when the group of heroes were fighting for supremacy and the 10,000 races were fighting for supremacy. It leaves one with an endless sense of shock and awe. Not long after, a brand new dragon's body was first revealed, and it was clearly displayed in front of everyone. A pair of dragon eyes suddenly opened, and the horrifying scenes of rivers and mountains, rivers of everything, and the destruction of all images flashed in his eyes, causing his heart to palpitate. What was even more amazing was that above the dragon's head, the left and right dragon horns extended out backwards. The head was born with 2 horns, and stood in a domineering manner, as if it was a sovereign over the world. Immediately after, on the sinuous dragon's back, an opening suddenly broke open, and a pair of colorful feathers broke out. This pair of dragon wings is gorgeous and colorful, with a gorgeous light that is outstandingly beautiful. When they unfolded, it was as if the whole world trembled. The moment this pair of dragon wings appeared, all those who shouted that it was impossible froze. Messy in the wind. Although there are many divine dragons in the dragon race, only one dragon is uniquely blessed with a pair of wings. That is the high and mighty Yinglong. The wings are also a symbol of its uniqueness. If the previous scale pattern didn't mean anything, but the appearance of this pair of colorful feathers was the nail in the coffin. My god, old man. Really Yinglong? Really Yinglong? Ah, this heaven and earth actually still in the birth of a Yinglong out. The ancient dragon clan to return as countless excited cries rose and fell. The dragon's abdomen evolved 5 claws one after another. Each dragon claw contained a destructive and monumental power, as if it was capable of tearing apart the entire world. At this moment, the legendary 5-clawed Yinglong was truly appearing. Its whole body, shining with incomparable incandescent light, the whole body up and down the haze glittering, as if around a blazing sun hanging high in the sky. Roar! Only to see the 5-clawed Yinglong, who had completed his promotion, roaring up to the sky. That orthodox hierophant dragon might fill the air like a raging storm. A strand of the strongest and holiest dragon might ran through the heavens and earth, as if it was going to devour the entire world. Its powerful aura made this heaven and earth tremble, and all living things felt an irresistible pressure. Boom! Rumble! In the void of the sky, only a heavenly fire rolled and fell, and then exploded. A blazing red haze covered the sky like a burning sun, illuminating the entire world. At this moment, endless sunlight, precious haze, auspicious clouds, and auspicious chi, running through the north, south, east, and west, were presented in heavenly splendor. The whole sky, the beauty of it was dreamlike. The top overlord of the ancient dragon race, Yinglong, appeared, and the heavens descended to celebrate with the world. I'm not dreaming. The sight before me is unreal. The legendary 5-clawed Yinglong just levitated in front of the world. One glance will be remembered for a lifetime and never forgotten. All the living beings in the sky were immersed in this dreaming image and could hardly extricate themselves. Even Gu Changming, who was bent on making a move, was no exception. Watching in a daze, watching his whole body trembling, he who had always been proud of his identity as the demon king of the deep mountains, at this moment felt incomparably humble and weak. A dusty memory in his mind was awakened with it. 10,000 years ago, he had seen the majestic posture of the 5-clawed Yinglong. 10,000 years ago, he had also met Emperor Xianyuan of the Great Xia dynasty. The great battle between the founding ancestor Emperor Xianyuan and the 5-clawed Yinglong had left an indelible shadow on ancient Changming, who was still just a tree spirit back then. It was precisely because he had seen how powerful the 5-clawed Yinglong was that he was so afraid of dragons. The 5-clawed Yinglong that was born before his eyes was like a reincarnation of fate. Gu Changming is no longer the tiny tree spirit he was at the beginning. He is one of the 4 rulers of Taihang Mountain, a deep mountain demon king that no human dynasty dares to offend. However, why is it that when he sees Yinglong again, he still can't help but tremble, and he even wants to kneel down and kowtow and worship along with the beings as well? No! This father will kill it. Kill it? What about Long? Ancient Changming wiped away the fear in his heart. The killing intent in his eyes soared. He was about to kill Long with his own hands in front of the living beings in the world, cutting away the horrible shadow that Long had once left in his heart. At that moment, perhaps his realm could be further advanced. Why should dragons be above all things? Why should they be the gods of heaven? Although he was an old tree that became a demon, he also became a generation of deep mountain demon king through his own cultivation. He, Gu Changming, would not submit. He would slay the dragon. Chapter 154, Prospering the Deep Mountain Demon King. The heavenly Tao can't mess with my heart. The heavenly thunder can't destroy my will. With my ambition, I will gather the dragon soul. This was the slogan that Juniper had shouted when he first went augur. Time had passed, and nowadays, Junzai had long since ceased to be the augur dragon of the past, but had been promoted to the overlord of dragons, the five-clawed dragon. His dragon eyes hadn't changed in the vicissitudes of the world, nor had they been etched with the vicissitudes of age. On the contrary, it reveals a grandeur that looks down on all beings and scorns all things. Truly speaking, it had only been a matter of a few years since he had traveled to this world. So strong. Junzai only used these two words to describe the changes he had undergone after becoming Long. His gaze swept in all directions, and the entire world trembled under his pressure. Whether it was mountains, rivers or flying birds and beasts, none of them felt his powerful aura and bowed their heads in awe. His every move could trigger huge changes in heaven and earth. With just a flick of his wings, he could soar above the 9 heavens and easily span thousands of miles. Just by extending his sharp claws, he can tear apart the sky and the earth. Even with just a turn of the mind, one could dominate the fate of the world's living beings. This was Long, the strongest of the dragons, the well-deserved overlord. Just as Junzai was still immersed in his feelings, a sudden bellowing cry rang out from heaven and earth. Demon dragon suffer death. This honored one doesn't care if it's you true dragon or dragon. Today, this honored one will slaughter you. With an earth-shattering bellow, a rolling, wolf smoke-like terrifying demonic aura boiled up like a volcanic eruption, instantly tainting the beautiful scene of heavenly auspiciousness. Immediately afterward, a heavenly tree that stood on top of the sky suddenly stood up between heaven and earth. This tree towered into the clouds, as if it was trying to compete with the sky, lofty and majestic, with many branches and leaves, and its demonic aura covered the sky and the sun. The tree's body unexpectedly grew 2 pairs of horrible demon pupils, as if 2 rounds of blood moons hung in the sky, full of murderous intent staring at the five-clawed Long that came out of nowhere. A dragon and a tree, both of which are larger than the world can imagine, turning all the world's living beings into insignificant ants. Heavens, what a big world tree! What a terrifying demonic aura! Could this be the Deep Mountain Demon King that rules Taihang Mountain? The world was still looking up with awe at the five-clawed Long, who was like a god descending from the heavens. However, their state of mind was completely broken by this sudden huge world tree. All of the world's people stared with wide eyes, bracing their horrified gazes as they gazed at the world tree that emitted a dense demonic aura. The Deep Mountain Demon King was the most terrifying demon in the territory of the Great Xiao dynasty, the demon emperor in the mouths of the folk people, the presence of pediatric stop crying. At this moment, the blatant manifestation of the main body appeared, the lofty and majestic tree body, wolf-like demonic aura, looked like a mountain being demonized, giving people a sense of fear from the depths of their souls. What does this Deep Mountain Demon King mean by manifesting its own body at this moment? What did it shout just now? It wants to slay the dragon? In an instant, countless voices sucking in cool air rang out one after another. The Deep Mountain Demon King wants to slay the dragon? The world was filled with astonishment, not knowing whether to say that this Deep Mountain Demon King was tired of living or crazy. But there are people who have a big cultivation. Calmly opened his mouth. This demon emperor is not simple. It became essence when the Great Xiao dynasty have not yet established the country. Is an ancient demon. The strength is unfathomable. It dares to come out shouting dragon slaying. It shows that it has the bottom of the barrel. When these words came out, many people were staggered. Ha ha, the Deep Mountain Demon King versus the newly born five-clawed Long. No matter who wins or loses, this is the battle of the century. We're blessed with eyes. Many people's faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. And at that moment, Junzai smiled contemptuously in his heart as he saw the world that Gu Changming had transformed into setup. This old tree demon was in a hurry. Knowing that he was a grasshopper after the fall after he was promoted to Long, he couldn't hop around for long. Solely come out and fight to the death. Old tree demon, if you kneel down and submit to me at this moment, perhaps my dragon can spare your life. My crouching dragon pool is just short of a big tree to shelter from the wind and rain. Junzai spoke in a clear and cold voice. What? Bold, ancient Changming, who had transformed into the world tree, almost exploded with anger at the words. Back then, when the other party was still an augur, he himself could have pinched him to death with a single finger. Now, How dare you talk to yourself in such a tone? Letting his hallowed deep mountain demon king kneel down and submit. Is Yinglong a great thing? Demon dragons suffer death. Ancient Changming shouted angrily. The lofty tree body had countless vines as thick as pythons carrying the most terrifying demonic chi in the world, sweeping towards Yinglong like a tidal wave. Each vine contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and they intertwined into a huge heavenly net, trying to trap Yinglong. Heavens! The deep mountain demon king really made a move on Yinglong. The heavens and earth immediately resounded with cries of alarm, and everyone looked on in horror as the terrifying vine swept towards Yinglong. What seemed like a simple attack was incredibly powerful. I'm afraid that if a random vine falls on the outskirts, a village will be lost. The faces of the human race's powerhouses all showed a look of concentration. How many years had it been since I had seen the deep mountain demon king of Taihang Mountain make a move? But when it really showed its power, everyone had to be shocked by it. The strength of a demon emperor was terrifying even with a simple strike. Those who were worried about the country secretly thought, if this deep mountain demon king could finally be killed by Yinglong, it would undoubtedly be a heavenly good thing for the human race. At this moment, Yinglong's eyes were flashing with sharp and volatile divine aura, like a god that had descended from the ancient times, sacrosanct and inviolable, with a majesty that could not be blasphemed, only to see the dragon's mouth open, violently spewing out a stream of blazing, rolling flames. In an instant, the flames blazed and spread rapidly, and those originally ferocious and incomparable vines were immediately ignited and turned into ashes the moment they came into contact with the flames. Immediately afterward, Yinglong probed out a huge dragon claw, carrying an unrivaled might as it ruthlessly suppressed towards the world tree. As the dragon's claws appeared, the entire space seemed to start trembling. The dragon's claws shone with holy light and runes in a brilliant light. The power of this claw was enough to turn the heavens and destroy everything. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's claws grabbed the world tree, and with one force, shocking thunder rose in all directions, directly uprooting this world tree instantly with a thunderous force. Immediately, a wailing sound from the deep mountain demon king resounded in the heavens and earth. Ah! Demon dragon, let go of my father. The voice was mournful and incomparable, as if it could pierce one's eardrums. Such a shocking picture that the world couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Yinglong is also too fierce. The native world tree that the deep mountain demon king had transformed into was so lofty that it was easily uprooted, and was still horizontal in the air. They stared at what was happening in front of them with wide eyes and faces full of shock. That area of a dragon claw, just like Buddha's poem, let Sun Monkey how to struggle, but also cannot escape. However, just when the crowd thought this was shocking enough, something even more shocking happened. One could only see Yinglong stretching out a dragon claw to grab onto the world tree at the same time, followed by a forceful jerk. A jerk off. Only a crisp sound could be heard, and the world tree, which had originally been flourishing and lush, instantly became bare. Tree branches and leaves drifted down like meteorites, accompanied by Gu Changming's mournful screams. A few moments later, only a lone trunk remained, becoming a giant stick. It was grasped by Yinglong in his palm. Chapter 155. Deep Mountain Demon King Falls. His body becomes Yinglong's weapon. The Deep Mountain Demon King's main body was actually used as a wooden stick by Yinglong. The scene plunged the entire world into a deathly silence, followed by a furor. At the level of a demon emperor, the highest fighting force of the demon race, it was so unbearable? This is unbelievable. The so-called battle of the century was nothing more than a single glance, and Yinglong easily captured the Deep Mountain Demon King by merely extending one of his claws. It all happened so simply that it felt unreal. More dragon slaying? A teasing glint flashed in Junzei's eyes as he said with a flirtatious tone. The wooden stick on the dragon's claw came from Gu Changming's hysterical roar. Demon dragon. This father really regrets not killing you in the first place. Regret? Junzei just coldly smiled. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in the world. Oh. A flash of playfulness flashed in his eyes as he held this wooden stick of the old tree demon and waved it casually in the air a few times. This seemingly random action triggered a shocking vision. The space in front of them instantly distorted extremely, emitting a loud, deafening bang. The power was so strong that if that strike had landed on a mountain just now, the entire mountain would have been reduced to pieces in an instant. Feels good in the hand. Could use you as a weapon. Sun Monkey has the golden hoop stick of Rui, and he, Junzei, is now also a noble Yinglong, so it is not too much to give himself a whole stick as well, right? Demon dragon. What kind of ranting is coming out of your mouth? Release it to my father and we'll fight again. The roar of Gu Changming came from the wooden stick in succession. A rematch? Junzei's dragon's eyes were suddenly stern. What are you going to fight with? A mere tree. You also try to compete with the divine dragon. You are also worthy of it. With that said, the dragon's claws slightly exerted force. Ah! Gu Changming hissed in pain once again. His liver chopped. Isn't the Deep Mountain Demon King a bully? Don't yell. The world's living beings are listening. How embarrassing, Juniper taunted. Ancient Changming's heart choked and he immediately forced himself to endure the pain. He must not lose the majesty of the Deep Mountain Demon King. At the same time inwardly disheartened. It's over. He's come to the end of the road. Yinglong's strength is unrivaled. Even though it was the Deep Mountain Demon King, it simply didn't have the power to fight. The two are like clouds of mud. It was as if the other side was a dragon and it was merely a tree. Not even the 9 orifices spoken of by the sages. What to compare it to? Perhaps it was because the Deep Mountain Demon King had been the king for a long time. So long that it made ancient Changming breed a strong sense of superiority. Thinking that as long as one's Tao is profound and powerful, what can one do even if one is facing a dragon? However, the dragon in front of him was not an ordinary dragon. It was Yinglong, the overlord of the dragon tribe. The gap between them was already like a rift in the sky, and could never be filled by relying on a few more years of cultivation in Daoan cultivation. But more precisely, the reason why Gu Changming was so scornful of the dragon wasn't to show off his superiority. Rather, it stems from the fear that was once seared into the heart. It had wanted to overcome its inner fears, but unfortunately, it simply couldn't. Old tree demon, seeing as you were once a generation of demon emperor, my dragon will grant you a dignified death. The dragon's claws fired again. However, this time ancient Changming didn't let out a wailing sound of pain, but rather, its entire tree body shone with a dazzling light, and its Yuan Shen was hardened and forced out. It was like a blazing sun high in the sky. As soon as Gu Changming's Yuan Shen came out, he felt a powerful pressure envelop him. With a shock in his heart, he knew that he could no longer escape. When he looked up, he saw the incomparably majestic Yinglong facing him, opening its mouth. The huge dragon's mouth opened, and it was pitch black inside, as if it was an infernal hell, emitting a fearful aura. Gu Changming froze. He didn't expect the decency that the demonic dragon was talking about to ask him to obediently fly into the other party's mouth to be devoured. The demonic dragon is too deceitful. Forcing his Yuan Shen out of his body wasn't out of any kindness either, but he was really looking at his own essence. Simply murderous. Gu Changming felt incomparably angry, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. And this has been true since the beginning of time. It's just a matter of death. He has lived for 10,000 years, and he has lived long enough. Gu Changming sighed, knowing in his heart that he could no longer fight against it. Demon dragon, don't be too complacent. My father is waiting for you down below. After saying that, ancient Changming's Yuan Shen began to emit a dazzling light, and then darted into Yinglong's mouth like a shooting star. With a dull thud, the dragon's mouth closed. Taihang Mountain has since had one less Deep Mountain Demon King. Also, as the dragon's mouth closed, the entire world seemed to fall silent all of a sudden, and the world was dumbstruck. That Deep Mountain Demon King who had once dominated Taihang Mountain took the initiative to fly into the mouth of the Yinglong and was swallowed by it. How powerless should one be to sacrifice oneself like this? At this time inside the palace, the Taoist true sect leader and the city god accompanied Emperor Jialong to see the image of ancient Changming offering the sacrifice on his own accord. What an incredible image! Shocked, the two immortals are momentarily do not know how to react. Just open a big mouth. A fairy wind and Taoist temperament have been reduced a few points down. Obviously, the other party had given these two immortal masters too much and too great a shock. In the first battle of his promotion to Yinglong, he easily devoured a Deep Mountain Demon King. It could be said to have helped the human race to solve a major problem in their heart. And Emperor Jialong looked at the projected image, his entire body trembling all over. An overwhelming fear could not help but rise in his heart. The demon dragon's promotion into a 5-clawed Yinglong could be a fatal blow to this emperor. The desire to eat dragon meat to get long life is not only fragmented, but more critical, is afraid of Yinglong to look for him to settle scores. Apparently, Emperor Jialong had long ago touched the dragon's scales. Originally, when Emperor Jialong saw Gu Changming, that Deep Mountain Demon King, come forward to challenge Yinglong, he still had a glimmer of hope, but the scene in front of him made Emperor Jialong fall into an abyss. Yinglong is really too strong. The Deep Mountain Demon King was all completely powerless in front of it. Emperor, it's time for you to accept the advice given before the city god. Taoist true sect leader looked at Emperor Jialong's face of decline and spoke coldly. Entitling Yinglong as the divine beast of the great Xia dynasty, allow me to think about it. There was still a hint of delusion in Emperor Jialong's mind. If you can live forever by eating a true dragon, what about eating a Yinglong? Wouldn't you be able to fly up in place and become an immortal? Suddenly, the heavens and the earth have changed dramatically. In the projection screen of the palace, an incomparably huge rockbird suddenly appeared behind the Yinglong that had just swallowed Gu Changming's Yuan Shen. This bird's aura was monstrous, and its demonic aura was so heavy that it far surpassed even that tree demon of ancient Changming. The astonished Taoist Zen master and the city god could not help but look at each other and speak in unison at the same time. It's the Avian King Buddha, a deep mountain demon king more powerful than Guchangming. It is also known as the most ferocious and violent existence in Taihang Mountain. Chapter 156, The Golden-Winged Rockbird of Demon and Buddha Dual Cultivation. After Junzai swallowed ancient Changming's Yuanshan in one gulp, it was as if his body had been forcefully filled with a river of majestic energy. However, he was already in the body of a Yinglong. His flesh was strong and incomparable, and with just a flash of light from his body, he digested and absorbed all of it. In the blink of an eye, Junzai's gaze once again fell upon the wooden stick grasped in his hand. At this moment, this wooden stick was completely reduced to an object because it had lost ancient Changming's Yuanshan, becoming a wood of the heavens. There was no more life to be had. However, even so, there was no way to hide the power of this heavenly wood. It is hard, better than gold and stone, heavy as a mountain, and indestructible throughout. It is said that Sun Monkey's Rui Golden Hoop Cudgel is a sea pin that suppresses the East China Sea and weighs 13,500 pounds. And how much more than 10,000 pounds of the wood of the sky that Junzai held in his claws? That was the tree body of a deep mountain demon king that had been cultivated for tens of thousands of years. With a casual wave, it can exert a power that destroys the heavens and destroys the earth. If it were to be augmented by Junzai's dragon energy in the future, I'm afraid that it would be even more powerful. Does Yinglong need a weapon? Junzai thought playfully. Anyway, it was a treasure that was obtained without spending any money. No need to be so wasteful. In the future, when you see that displeasing, you don't need to cast any spells. Just hold this wood of heaven and smash it over, and everything will be solved. Old tree demon, old tree demon. Your essence has become my Yinglong's weapon. You've had a good death. Junzai smiled, and the more he looked at the wood of heaven in his claws, the better it looked. Just as Junzai was in a state of beauty, he didn't first notice that an immense and incomparable golden-winged rockbird had appeared at his rear. As soon as this rockbird appeared, its demonic aura filled the sky, and at the same time, a dazzling Buddha light emanated from its body surface. Yes, it's Buddha's light. Moreover, the strength of this Buddha's light was no less than that of the Bodhisattva of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The demonic aura and the Buddha's light intertwined and entwined with each other, creating an unbelievable sight. It's as if water and fire can melt together. The world is awed by the images of this moment. No one could have imagined that just as Yinglong had easily disposed of a deep mountain demon king, he was in a moment of grandeur and majesty. A golden-winged rockbird would suddenly appear behind it, and it also exuded both demonic and Buddhist auras. And what was even more astonishing was that this rockbird actually manifested a Buddhist Vajra Dharma image above its head. The Dharma phase's entire body shone with radiant Buddhist light, as if a golden sun was hanging in the sky. Its eyes were furious and it held a huge Vajra mortar and pestle, exuding a majestic aura all over its body. The great compassion mantra of Vajra Fury. As a ghostly, cold voice violently resounded between heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. What? The great compassion mantra? Isn't this the top Buddhist skill of the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Newswire. A sharp, piercing chirp cut through the sky, only to see that huge-sized golden-winged rockbird violently open its sharp-pointed beak. After taking a deep breath, a terrifying and boundless power suddenly erupted, sending out an earth-shattering roar towards the five-clawed Yinglong in front of him. As this roar rang out, the wind rose and the sky and earth changed color, rolling like a tidal wave of surging and terrifying sound waves carried endless demonic chi and Buddha power, like a mountain of mountains and seas spreading out to wash over Yinglong. Wherever the sound waves passed, space shattered, and countless tiny cracks spread out instantly, as if the world was coming to an end. And these sound waves weren't just mere sonic attacks, they contained strange power, sometimes like the roar of evil spirits coming from the depths of hell, making people's bones creepy. At other times, it is like an accomplished monk chanting Buddhist scriptures, with the sound of Sanskrit curling up, calming the mind. These two very different sensations alternated, making it seem as if one was in agony between heaven and hell. At the same time, the Vajra phantom that manifested on top of the golden-winged rockbird's head raised the Vajra mortar and pestle in its hands and ruthlessly smashed it towards Yinglong. This strike was powerful and carried an unrivaled might, as if it was going to smash heaven and earth. Facing the sudden attack of the golden-winged rockbird, the world was stunned. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, what kind of sinister and vicious move is this? Not only is it a sneak attack, but it's also so terrifyingly powerful." The golden-winged rockbird is the Avian King Buddha, another deep mountain demon king in the Taihang Mountains. Its strength is even more terrifying than the previous one. How could it suddenly launch a sneak attack on the corresponding dragon? This is bad. Yinglong is in danger. The Avian King's first strike is a fatal killing move. There's no mercy at all. At this moment, Yinglong sensed the crisis and suddenly turned around, but it was too late and directly ate a full big, endless sound wave power washed over Yinglong's body, and a Vajra mortar and pestle above his head smashed ferociously and incomparably into the dragon's head. Bang! The heavens and earth were in turmoil, instantly plunged into a chaos that was invisible to the naked eye. It's over and done with. And a number of people closed their eyes, unable to bear to look at it. The avian king Buddha was also a deep mountain demon king, but the strength he displayed at this moment was unknown, how much more powerful than Gu Changming. To the shock of the world's living beings, could Yinglong still be alive after eating 2 sets of such powerful attacks from his opponent hard? It wasn't that the world corresponded to the dragon without confidence, but the golden-winged rockbird's attack was simply too terrifying. Inside the palace, senior brother, what exactly is the origin of this golden-winged rockbird? As the deep mountain demon king, it's not surprising that it possesses strong demonic power, but why does it have such a terrifying Buddhist power? Not only cultivating the Vajra Dharma, but even performing the great compassion mantra of the great Thunderbolt Temple. The city god fogged up the confusion in his mind. Whether it was that mighty Vajra Dharma image or the compassionate and solemn great compassion mantra, they all belonged to the signature stunts of the great Thunder Sound Temple. These dharmas could only be mastered by divine Buddhas, but the golden-winged rockbird was able to utilize them freely. Who could believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Daoist true sect leader's face was somber as he remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. This golden-winged rockbird was once a spirit bird raised by the ancient divine Buddha himself at the great Thunder Sound Temple, and later on, it opened up its spiritual wisdom, comprehending the Buddhist teachings, and became a unique, worldly wonder capable of demonic Buddhist dual cultivation in the world. What? Upon hearing this secret story, the city god immediately stared in disbelief. This golden-winged rockbird was surprisingly from the great Thunder Sound Temple, or was raised by the ancient divine Buddha himself. Daojian sect leader then said, although the rockbird has comprehended the Buddhist teachings, it is still wild and untamable. Then because it wanted to steal the Mahayana Buddhist teachings to cultivate, it was discovered by the ancient gods and Buddhas, so they expelled it from the great Thunder Sound Temple, and eventually it strayed to the Taihang Mountains, so it called itself Master Buddha, and eventually it became the king of the 100 Birds clan. The city god couldn't help but laugh, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. The most ferocious and feared deep mountain demon king of Taihang Mountain actually came from the great Thunder Sound Temple. This is certainly a great irony, an irony that is hard to accept. On the side, Emperor Jiaolong perked up his ears to listen, and his heart stirred up as he listened. No wonder that the demon king was so terrifying when he struck out. So it was a big deal. Ha ha, Yinglong is dead. Emperor Jiaolong had just gotten excited, but the scene that swirled around on the projection screen caused his smile to instantly freeze again. Chapter 157, The Golden-Winged Rockbird Scared to Death by a Rodhai in the Taihang Mountains. The golden-winged rockbird looked sternly straight ahead into a chaotic space, and the figure of the 5-clawed Yinglong was distantly invisible in the smoke of the explosion. Dead? It was a little unsure, but the attack just now was the strongest it could perform. Yinglong took the blow solidly, even if its dragon body was invincible. I'm afraid that it would be difficult to withstand such a powerful attack, and perhaps it had already been turned into mush. The rock bird, who was originally hiding in the shadows and watching the show, witnessed the tragic situation of Gu Changming being completely undefeated by Yinglong. In the end, he fell and his own Yuanshan was devoured and his own body was taken away. The golden-winged rockbird had earlier had a 1-year agreement with Junzai, but only a few months had passed and the once true dragon had already been promoted to Yinglong, becoming the overlord of dragons. This caused the golden-winged rock to cry out in a crouch. That 1-year engagement doesn't count. Not fun anymore. Anyway, as long as he didn't take it seriously, even if the other party became Yinglong, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, in terms of flying speed, it golden-winged rockbird was invincible. However, right at this moment, a woozy Sanskrit sound resounded in the golden-winged rockbird's mind, as if it were a great bell, shaking its head. This Sanskrit sound was like a magic sound filling the ears, echoing in the golden-winged rockbird's mind. Immediately, a compassionate voice came out. Sinner. This voice was vast and incomparable, as if it came from beyond the 9 heavens, containing endless majesty and mana. The golden-winged rockbird was startled, instantly trembling with fear, and hastily knelt down on the spot, throwing himself on the ground, shouting in awe, Master, sinful disciple, you still know how to call me master? Your senior brother, Golden Buddha Z, was devoured by a demonic dragon, and you're actually indifferent to watching the show here, calling me a great disappointment. The voice was filled with anger and resentment. The golden-winged rockbird was terrified in its heart. It knew that its master's magical powers were vast and boundless, and if it angered him, the consequences would be unimaginable. This Taihang Mountain's most ferocious deep mountain demon king was immediately terrified, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Master, forgive me. I'm willing to pay for my sins. I beg Master to be extraordinarily gracious. Don't blame my disciple. That's just it. As long as you can take down the demonic dragon, Master will let you return to the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Remember, this is your last chance. After saying that, the voice faded away. As the voice in his mind dissipated, the golden-winged rock bird slowly raised his head. A trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he stared deathly at the horizontal Inglong, the ferocious light in his eyes growing more and more intense. At this moment, the golden-winged rock bird came back to its senses as it opened its wings and violently swung towards the chaotic space in front of it. The wind whistled and swept away like angry waves. In the blink of an eye, the smoke was blown away and the space returned to calm. A sinuous and lofty five-clawed Inglong appeared right in front of him. Its entire body shone with a dazzling golden light, without the slightest injury, as if the attack just now had no effect on it. Those dragon's eyes glowed with a divine and inviolable light, staring at themselves as tightly as a candle flame. Rock bird, you seek death. Inglong's voice was boundless in its majesty, as if it had descended from the heavens. A vast, brilliant and incomparable dragon's might suppressed the golden-winged rockbird's body in a matter of moments, causing it to feel a heavy pressure as if the sky was collapsing. How is this possible? The golden-winged rockbird stared in disbelief and muttered. It had just cast the Buddhist Great Compassion mantra and launched a simultaneous attack in conjunction with the Vajradharma. It was clear that all the power and damage had landed on Inglong's body with precision, but the other party was now unharmed. The entire dragon's body was rock-solid and impenetrable. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. It finally knew what a dragon overlord was, but now was not the time for the golden-winged rockbird to lament. It looked up and saw Inglong slowly raising one of its dragon claws, holding a huge wooden stick in its claws, and was smashing down hard against itself. This smash, overturning the sky. The rockbird vaguely saw himself being smashed into a miserable mess. That wooden stick was ancient Changming's original body, which was not trivial. At that moment, the great rockbird panicked and exerted his Buddhist power, controlling the Vajradharma phase above his head to counterattack. The golden Vajradharma phase erupted with radiant Buddha light, holding a Vajra pestle, and then met Inglong's Tong Tian wood towards him. In the next moment, the wood of heaven collided with the Vajra pestle. Only a crisp thud was heard, like a glass bottle being broken. The entirety of the furious Vajradharma phase exploded, scattering golden light in all directions. The frightened golden-winged rockbird's liver and gall bled as the wooden stick smashed down towards it in a smooth manner. The destruction is unstoppable. Grass, 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 grass. Where did the golden-winged rockbird dare to receive it hard? Its wings spread out and suddenly retreated 10,000 feet away. After breaking out in a cold sweat, he fixed his mind and pretended to be calm. Worthy of being the dragon's overlord, this Buddha has learned. Powerful. Powerful. Junzei coldly looked at the rockbird 10,000 feet away with a sharp edge. Today, when he himself was promoted to Inglong, eating one deep mountain demon king was eating, and eating two was also eating. Might as well open up your stomach for a good meal. This rockbird has a 1-year appointment with himself anyway, so let's pick a date. Rumble. There was thunder in the firmament that cut through the sky. The Inglong's body once again erupted with a terrifying pressure out, and the Tong Tian wood in its claws was infused with dragon chi. It was as if it had been activated, instantly radiating the light of a supreme divine weapon. Birdman, today we'll fulfill our 1-year promise. Eat my stick. A piece of childhood BGM automatically rang in Junzei's head as he raised the wood of Tong Tian and blasted away again. Not only was the wood of heaven irrigated with dragon chi, the wood was also entwined with a terrifying thunderbolt. This smash, the power than the last time. I do not know how much more terrible. The space in front of the inch explosion. The dome of the sky immediately appeared to shock the world and weeping ghosts and gods of the visions. When the golden-winged rockbird saw such a terrifying attack, where was it that it still had any semblance of fighting intent? It hasn't lived long enough. Wouldn't want to be reunited with Gu Changming in the ground. A year is a year if you say so. How can you go back on your word? Inglong, I'll see you again. Throwing down a sentence, the golden-winged rockbird spread its wings and fled like lightning. And what shocked people was that this rockbird was not flying towards its own territory in Taihang Mountain, but directly towards the bottom of the mountain. Wow! A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The world was instantly in an uproar at this scene. As the most ferocious and violent deep mountain demon king of Taihang Mountain, he was unexpectedly scared by Inglong's stick and went to the end of the world. I don't even dare to stay in Taihang Mountain. It was important to realize that there were only 4 rulers in total in Taihang Mountain, and now one had fallen and one had fled. There were 2 remaining, and among them was a deep mountain ghost king. A change of day. The landscape of the Taihang Mountains has completely changed this time. From then on, the world's demons and devils look at Taihang Mountain, and the demons and devils of Taihang Mountain have to look at the 5-clawed Inglong. Live on the Dragon's Breath. Chapter 158, Sacred Decree of Appointment. Applying Inglong as the divine beast of protecting the country inside the palace. Emperor Jialong instantly turned ashen when he saw the golden-winged rockbird being scared away by Yinglong's stick. It was as if the whole person had been drained of their yang energy, and they didn't even have the strength to be angry. The dragon could not possibly be offended. He recognized this. Neither can the emperor. The two immortal. I now immediately under the holy decree, sealing the five-clawed Yinglong for the great Xia dynasty's protection of the state's sacred beasts. Just don't know for each other to take a what honorary name for the wonderful Emperor Jialong revealed a smile that was worse than tears, carefully looking at the Taoist true patriarch and the city god and tentatively asking, "Hoof, hoof." Daojian sect leader and the city god at the same time were at the same time to the Jialong emperor is a cold snort. The expression is very dissatisfied. You know how to feed a baby when it's dead, and you know how to wipe a big snotty nose in your mouth? The Yinglong in front of me is already a king in the world. Looking out of the corner of his eye, do you think the other side cares about the enthronement of the human dynasty? And to presume that the other party will be grateful for this holy decree of yours? What are you doing? Jialong emperor touched a nose, smiled sarcastically and pleaded, "Too immortal. I know wrong. I shouldn't delude evil thoughts." Offended the divine dragon. Now I have come to my senses. I just want to make peace with Yinglong. After all, if Yinglong holds a grudge against me, it is not beneficial to the court, or the people of the world. The grumpy city god really wanted to slap Kowloon in the face. What's all this about the people of the world? That dragon can care more about the people than you, the emperor. From the beginning to the end, there was no half-hearted move to wreak havoc on the people. Some of them are good deeds that benefit the country and the people, not to mention the long time. Right now, as soon as the other party was promoted to Yinglong, he took care of a deep mountain demon king for the court, also fought off one. If such feats were placed on a human expert, they could all have been meritorious. Although Yinglong did not do all this for the sake of the human court, but isn't it the court that followed the gains? Two immortals, why don't you guys speak up? I'll kneel down for you. Okay, Jialong emperor was about to kneel down in bitterness, and the city god and Daojian palmist were so scared that they hurriedly dodged out of the way. Even though he was dim-witted and selfish, he was after all the emperor of the Daxia dynasty. The city god's face eased a little, and his mind thought of several honorific names, but none of them felt worthy of Yinglong's identity. Finally, he looked at Daojian helplessly and said, "Senior brother, why don't you take the honorary name of Yinglong?" The current headmaster of the Kunlun ruins gave Yinglong an honorific title, and when it was passed on, it was also a folk tale. Daojian nodded, and in turn, he took the task without question. After all, he counted himself as having watched the entire process of the other party's transformation from a snake to an answering dragon. So Daojian paced back and forth in the great hall, anxious Jialong emperor round and round. Quickly get up, while Yinglong still crossed the world, directly in front of the world's face, promulgated the holy decree, also counted to give Yinglong row. There, a flash of wisdom flashed across Daojian's deep gaze as he said, "Let's make Yinglong's honorary title Heavenly Candle." What? Sky candles? The city god's eyes went round, followed by a breath of cold air. Heavenly candle, holding up the sky for the great Xia, and a light for the people. Brother, this honorary title is great, and it's perfect for dragon. Emperor, give the decree, but whether Yinglong receives it or not, this seat can't guarantee it after all. All those good things he did were swallowed by Yinglong in one bite, and it was not enough to die. It's no fun. You're running away now? Junzai watched the golden-winged rockbird fall away with a look of contempt. Not only does this bird have no martial virtues, he also has no bottom line. A look at the situation is not good. This escape is really fast. In comparison, that old tree of Gu Changming's was even good. Although he had always looked at Junzai in a bad light in the early days, he didn't have the heart to do it himself due to the majesty of his deep mountain demon king. Later, when Junzai transformed into a true dragon, he again felt that there was not much certainty in making a move and chose to wait for the right time. Now, and watching Junzai promoted to Yinglong, there is no hope, but to choose to fight to the death. It's not fighting to the death. It's clearly coming to give away its head. I've been working, and I've been working myself out of a job. Junzai then swept a glance across the four directions of heaven and earth to see if there was still that ungrateful one popping out. He simply cleaned up his brain and saved himself the trouble later. Ran. In the direction of Kyoto, a yellow imperial decree floated out from within the palace, carrying the imperial grace. Under the world's attention, it flew in front of the five-clawed Yinglong, who was crossing the world. Immediately afterward, a solemn and ethereal voice resounded from heaven and earth. The Emperor's edict. By the grace of God, crouching dragon pool true dragon, conscientious, scrupulous, diligent cultivation, blessed prosperity, today promoted to five-clawed Yinglong, is really welcome and congratulatory. This is an auspicious omen of my great Xia dynasty. The people's blessings. I'm happy. Special in order. 1. Seal the five-clawed Inglong as my great Xia dynasty's state-protecting divine beast. Give the honorary name of Heavenly Candle. Permit sacrifices. Permit the building of temples and clay sculptures. Permit the people's incense. And be admired by all the people. 2nd, Inglong Tian Candle before killing the ancient beast Red Flame. To save the people from the fire. After killing the deep mountain demon king Gu Changming. Work in the country. Benefit the country and the people. Specially given Taihang Mountain as Inglong Tian Candle's training ground. May the dragon's overlord. Can bless the people of my dynasty well-being. Do not have to accept the decree. Do not have to thank the grace. Sheen this rumble. There is thunder in the sky rendering the atmosphere. Once this notorious imperial decree came out, the people of the world were instantly shaken, and each one of them revealed an expression of disbelief. My God, what's the situation? The emperor has issued an imperial decree to seal Lord Inglong as the protector of the kingdom, with the honorary title of Heavenly Candle. Inglong Tian Candle? When this honorable name came into the ears of the world, their eyes suddenly brightened and an unspeakable sense of glory welled up in their hearts. The people have always admired the Dragon King, but now, this Dragon King has finally been officially recognized by the court. From now on, all provinces, counties, states and counties can rightfully build temples for the Dragon King, set up temples and offer incense. The honorific Heavenly Candle is too appropriate. It is both atmospheric and aptly reflects the honored status of Inglong. Taking Heaven as his family name and Candle as his first name means that Inglong has an incomparably high status. It is important to know that only the Emperor of the 9 to 5 can be called the Heavenly Family, and the candle symbolizes the sun and moon shining together to illuminate all things. This honorary title not only shows the powerful strength of Inglong, but also holds the world's infinite expectations of Inglong. At the same time, it is even more important to utilize the power of Lord Inglong to hold up the sky for the great Xia dynasty and bring a beam of light to a world muddied by demons. For a time, everyone in the world was moved by this. But then again, did the emperor give you that title? What kind of a mediocre and incompetent emperor who only loves to pamper female goblins could come up with such a domineering and far-reaching honorific title? Many people scoffed at the current emperor. After all, it wasn't that long ago that this emperor had issued a wanted notice for a dragon taking holy orders. He also tried to eat dragon meat to try to live forever. However, after learning of the other party's strength after being promoted to Inglong, he immediately changed his attitude like a wallflower and named the other party as the divine beast of the protectorate. This kind of behavior is simply disgraceful and has completely lost the majesty and decorum that should be expected of a king of a country. Ran, now under the world's attention, the yellow-colored imperial decree hovered in front of Inglong. Will he accept it? Will it become the great Xia dynasty's protector god beast? And will it accept the Heavenly Candle as a noble and supremely honored title? Chapter 159, A pair of eyes assassinate the emperor. Jia Long is terrified accepted? Except a hair. When Junzai saw the holy decree suspended in front of him, he had a look of contempt on his face. The emperor's head is the door to clip it, even shamelessly on their own under the holy decree of enthronement. I've been promoted to the dragon overlord Inglong. Would I care about your protectorate divine beast? And give yourself some kind of honorific title. What a fucking ass not knowing the length of his face. We haven't settled our previous accounts with you yet. Junzai looked at the yellow-colored imperial decree in front of his eyes, such as seeing a pile of dogs, and without hesitation, he raised the wood of the sky in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it toward the imperial decree. In an instant, the imperial favor of the imperial decree was smashed to pieces and scattered in the air. The world witnessed this scene and was shocked. What? Lord Inglong has destroyed the imperial decree so decisively. That is a symbol of imperial power. The authority of the court. Destroying the holy decree in front of the world like this, without leaving the slightest room for maneuver, is simply rubbing the face of the current emperor on the ground. But vaguely, a surprising number of people showed expressions of great joy. The people have long been dissatisfied with the court, believing that today's emperor is unworthy of the throne, and Inglong's actions became an outlet in their hearts. It's a good, painful destruction. The dragon's overlord, the king of the world, looking out of the corner of his eye, how can he attach himself to the court? Amidst the clamor, someone couldn't help but shout, Lord Inglong's majesty, long live Heavenly Candle. The words quickly echoed through the air and instantly resonated. More and more people began to chant, and a mountain of voices rose to the sky. Who would have thought that when Inglong destroyed the imperial decree, he would instead become more beloved by the people? The hearts of the people are completely above the Daxia dynasty. People are more likely to believe in the dragon that looms over their heads than they are to believe in the court. That majestic and domineering five-clawed Inglong. He is now the sky above everyone's head. The holy decree should not be recognized by the dragon, nor by the people. But the people recognized the honorary title of Heavenly Candle, holding up the fort for the people. After Junzai destroyed the imperial decree, he didn't want to be okay, The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Suddenly, he looked in the direction of the imperial palace in Kyoto. Between the opening and closing of those golden candle-like pupils, a world-covering majesty flowed. And at this moment, Emperor Jialong inside the palace was storming. The two immortals have seen it. That demon dragon is too unbridled. It actually dares to openly destroy the imperial decree. I have long said that it has the intention of plotting against the court. No, the demon dragon cannot be kept. It will never be allowed to live, or else I will not be able to rest in peace. Right now, it's no longer about seeking any kind of immortality. The power of Yinglong had already caused Emperor Jialong to feel an unprecedented sense of crisis, especially since the demon dragon had swallowed Golden Buddha Z before, and that was his 16th prince. Maybe someday it will swallow itself. The emperor, as well. Some fear switches, once flipped, are overridden. Emperor Jialong's face was filled with fear as he murmured, "No, the demonic dragon must die. Must die." The Taoist true patriarch and the city god were quite calm, as this outcome had long been anticipated. It was never going to happen when the emperor issued the wanted order for dragon taking. At this moment, they looked at the emperor there in pieces, with a frightened look on his face. Where was half a bit of the emperor's demeanor? It's almost like you're a wimp. Daojin could not stand to watch, so he was ready to pull the city god to leave together. However, just at this moment, Emperor Jialong suddenly screamed in a harsh voice, "Protect the driver! Protect the emperor! The demonic dragon is going to plot against my life." The two immortal chiefs subconsciously rolled their eyes, thinking to themselves that this was the imperial palace of the human race, so how could the other party have come? But the next second their faces changed drastically. A powerful dragon's might suddenly surged in the hall, and a pair of eyes containing terrifying might suddenly branded Emperor Jialong's body through the layers of obstruction. Where was Emperor Jialong able to withstand such pressure? He violently spat out a mouthful of blood and sat down hard on the ground. The crisis of death instantly enveloped his entire body. It almost didn't scare the piss out of him. Fortunately, Emperor Jialong's surroundings, however, suddenly erupted into a flourishing curtain of light that contained unparalleled power, blocking out that terrifying gaze. When Daojin and the city goddess saw the curtain of light on Emperor Jialong, they were both shocked at the same time. National fortune protects the body. God! Unbelievable! A mere gaze projected across the sky from the direction of Taihang Mountain could actually instantly trigger the attributes of the national fortune and begin to protect the emperor on its own. This meant that the power of that gaze was enough to the point of killing Jialong. Yinglong's tactics shocked the two immortal masters. They didn't even react just now. Hooray for the triggering of the national luck bodyguard. Otherwise Jialong, the emperor, died in front of them. The Taoist true patriarch and the city god are going to hang themselves from a beam in shame. At the vague thought, both immortal leaders could not help but cold sweat, a secret cry of relief. However, as the national fortune attribute was triggered, the entire palace began to shake massively, and the crowd was thrown into a panic. Yinglong, stop! Don't be outrageous! Daojin's sect leader let out a roar. His body's immortal and divine Tu-Chi erupted with a roar that shook the 9 heavens, and his vast and majestic voice pierced straight through the heights of Taihang Mountain. A moment later, the brilliant dragon might that permeated the great hall receded like a tidal wave and disappeared without a trace. Daojin sighed fiercely in relief. If Yinglong didn't listen to advice and insisted on killing Emperor Jialong, then he, the Kunlun market sect leader, could only personally rush to Taihang Mountain to find Yinglong in trouble. This Yinglong is really too lawless. He dared to come and kill the current emperor of the Grand Xia dynasty once he rose to power. He's simply out of sight. Outrageous! The city god's eyes glared angrily and his face was filled with anger. Thinking back to the thrilling scene just now, the city god was afraid in his heart. No matter how dim-witted and despicable Emperor Jialong was, as long as he was still sitting on the throne of the emperor, there should never be any accidents. Daojin's sect leader retracted his breath. Instead, he smiled slightly and said optimistically, "It's good to let Yinglong take out a breath of bad luck, so that it doesn't have to think about the emperor all day long. And if the emperor is being stared at by Yinglong every day, do the two of us still have to live in the imperial palace?" Hey! When the city god heard this, he thought it made sense, so he nodded in agreement. The emperor thought of eating dragon meat every day in order to live forever, which undoubtedly touched the dragon's scales. Now that someone else has become the dragon overlord, can they not settle scores with the emperor? I think this time Yinglong knows that the emperor has the national fortune to protect his body, and he won't mess around in the future. If something has to happen, there's no escaping it. Immortal, quickly save me, I'm injured. Emperor Jialong's face was as pale as paper, bloodless as he lay on the ground, shouting in fear. He had just spat out a mouthful of blood, and the bright red blood splattered down on the floor, forming a brightly colored blood flower. He was the emperor. He hadn't been injured in how many years, and this time, he had vomited so much blood. which caused him to be overwhelmed with shock and fear. Daojin looked at the scene in front of him. His heart didn't have too many ripples, he just sighed softly. With a stretch of his palm, he conjured a bottle of elixir from his sleeve and casually threw it to Emperor Jiaolong. Eat 2 of them, and then get the imperial physician to properly nourish your body and you'll be fine. Don't worry about it, Daojin said in a calm tone. Emperor Jiaolong received the elixir and poured out 2 of them with his hands, putting them into his mouth and swallowing them. While eating, he gratefully said, "Many thanks to the immortal for the medicine." However, Daojin didn't say anything more as he turned around and pulled up the city god and headed out of the palace, completely ignoring the fact that Emperor Jiaolong was still sitting on the ground with a wretched look on his face.